The story begins with the protagonist of the story, the Baskerville family's hound, Victor Van Baskerville's head on a guillotine. He was a loyal hound for the family, but he had been sentenced to the guillotine for false charges of associating with the demon clan. As he faced his death, he made a vow that if he were to live again, he would not live as a hound again. Afterwards, Victor woke up in a cradle, disoriented and confused. He thought he might be in hell, as his surroundings were loud and his body felt heavy. It looked like Victor was currently at a nursery, as there were many children there, all of them crying. Meanwhile, the Baskerville family patriarch, Hugo Le Baskerville, was inspecting the children's cradle. He roamed around the room and noticed children crying, and he dismissed them as insignificant, and even referred to them as trash. However, when he approached Victor, he noticed that the child was quieter than the others. Hugo ordered for Victor to be moved to the Cradle of Swords, and his attendant obeyed without question. As Victor lay in the cradle, he looked up at Hugo with pure hatred in his eyes. He knew that Hugo was the main culprit behind his false charges and subsequent execution. Victor realized that he had been regressed to when he was a baby, and that he had lived his past life as a hound for the Baskerville family. Victor had been born into an illegitimate family and had received training in a poor environment. He had been raised to be a loyal hound, willing to do any dirty work that was required of him in order to make the Baskerville family the best of the 7 families. Victor had stayed loyal to the family and to Hugo because he had wanted to be acknowledged. But his loyalty had ultimately been repaid with a death sentence. The reason behind his execution was simple. He knew too much. Victor swore that he would never live that life again and that he would take his revenge. However, with his newborn body, he knew that he couldn't do anything. Being moved to the Cradle of Swords was a good opportunity for Victor to become stronger. Children born into the Baskerville family had to go through one trial called the Cradle of Swords. They were thrown into a maze of swords, and after going through that, they had to get to the Styx River to be examined for their talent. The Styx River was a legendary river that turned the bodies of children into iron. However, there was a limit to how many children it could affect, so being able to reach it faster was crucial. The only way to reach the Styx River first was to head straight out of the helix-shaped wall of blades, which was no easy feat. As Victor crawled through the Cradle of Swords maze, he couldn't help but think about his past life. He had been ousted by his siblings and couldn't receive the effect he so desperately needed. But this time, things would be different. He was determined to monopolize the Styx River's blessing for as long as he could. As he made his way through the maze, he suddenly fell into the Styx River. The water seeped deep into his body and bones through his cuts, causing him intense pain. But he knew that he had to endure it for as long as he could. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away from him. Outside the maze, Victor's attendants were shouting for him to come out. They were worried that he would die if he stayed underwater any longer. But Victor was determined to hold on for as long as possible. Meanwhile, Hugo watched with expectation in his eyes. He asked the Baskerville family head butler John Barrymore how much time had passed since Victor had gotten in the river. Barrymore responded that around 7 minutes had passed. Hugo laughed and said that Victor might die. The attendants looked at him with worry, requesting the patriarch Hugo to save Victor. Hugo called out to Victor, telling him that he could come out of the water now. But Victor was too busy absorbing the Styx River water to pay attention. He thought to himself that he couldn't give up this opportunity so easily. He needed to absorb as much as he could until the very end. But then he started to fall down as water entered his mouth. Despite the danger he was in, Victor knew that he needed to endure it. He kept repeating to himself to endure, endure, endure. It looked like Victor was about to drown, but Hugo pulled him out of the water with a smug smile on his face. He commented on how greedy Victor was, even drinking the water from the Styx River. He then noticed that Victor already had teeth, which surprised him. Hugo asked the head butler for Victor's name, and he learned that it was Victor Van Baskerville. Hugo smirked and said that a very greedy son had been born. Victor, who was still somewhat conscious, thought to himself that he needed to use this time to sharpen his canines in secret. He was determined to rip his master's head off when the time came, and he would do it with his own hands. The Baskerville family would disappear into history too by his own hands. Victor Van Baskerville was born as the bastard son of Hugo Le Baskerville, a renowned nobleman of his time. At the tender age of 8, it was apparent that Victor possessed an extraordinary intelligence that far surpassed his peers. However, within the Baskerville family, he was considered nothing but ordinary, as he did not possess the direct lineage of the family's prominent bloodline. As Victor grew older, he began to explore different fields of interest, eventually settling on the treacherous paths of assassination, espionage, and conquest. By the time he had reached the age of 20, he had already embarked on several missions that showcased his impressive skill set. But despite his achievements, Vicar still felt inadequate in comparison to those of direct lineage. At the age of 30, the gate leading to the demonic realm had opened, signaling the beginning of a terrifying invasion by the demon clans. Vicar, now a seasoned warrior, stepped up to defend his realm, engaging in battles that saw him slaughter monsters left and right. For the next 5 years, Vicar endured through the era of destruction, fighting tirelessly to protect his people. And when the long war finally came to an end, it was the humans who emerged victorious. For his unwavering loyalty and bravery, Vicar was rewarded by the kingdom. However, the reward he received was not what he expected. Instead of being praised and celebrated for his efforts, he was met with defamatory accusations and false allegations. These unfounded claims led to Vicar's eventual execution by the guillotine's blade. Vicar sat up on his bed, realizing that he was in a nursery. He looked around and came to the realization that he had successfully absorbed the Styx River. This was a major achievement, and he knew that he now had a better starting point in life than before. Suddenly, he heard the door open and a maid entered the room. The maid seemed surprised and murmured to herself, saying why Madame had asked to place this sort of thing on the bed of the young master Vicar. Vicar was surprised to hear the maid refer to Madame, as he never expected anyone in the Baskerville family to give him, a bastard, a present. The maid left after placing a box in Vicar's bed. As Vicar saw the box opening, he was shocked to see 2 bloody mambas coming out of it. He wondered if Madame had sent them to assassinate him. Vicar knew that there were only a few people in the Baskerville family who would be referred to as Madame, and whoever it was, she was probably trying to reduce competition. As the mambas hissed at Vicar, he realized that they could kill all of the babies in the nursery. However, Vicar caught both the mambas with his bare hands. Filled with hatred, he thought that he would bring the entire Baskerville family down with his own 2 hands. The next day, the people of Baskerville were shocked to find the child sleeping peacefully next to the dead vipers. All the nannies who had been on shift that night were executed after torture, but the reason for the vipers' appearance remained unknown. Only the young hound Vicar knew the truth. 8 years later, Vicar was back in class, listening to his teacher discuss the levels of swordsmanship. The teacher explained that if one cannot yet imbue their sword with mana, they are considered a sword beginner. The next level is the sword expert, where one can infuse the blade with a little bit of mana. When the blade emits mana in liquid-like aura form, it is called sword graduator. Lastly, the level at which the aura is solid and the form can freely be changed is called sword master, which is the highest level of swordsmanship. Upon hearing that Sir Hugo, the strongest of the Baskervilles, was a sword master, all the students present exclaimed in surprise and astonishment. However, Vicar was lost in thought and felt the need to regain the power he had prior to his regression before the coming-of-age ceremony. The teacher noticed Vicar's distracted state and thought highly of him, knowing that he had earned a strong physique by diving in the Styx River for 7 minutes. The teacher believed that Vicar was much more talented than the other students and that the Patriarch would be very happy to know about his progress. As Vicar was lost in thought about how many years he needed to kill Hugo, he didn't notice the triplets giving him an evil look. After class was over, they pushed him and started mocking him, calling him a garbage van, and talked about the rumors about him diving in the Styx River and strangling 2 vipers to death when he was just a baby. Vicar recognized the triplets as the ones who had stabbed him in the past when he was running away after the defamation. They were known as Hugo le Baskerville's Trident, and their names were Highborough le Baskerville, Middleborough le Baskerville, and Lowborough le Baskerville, all 9 years old. The triplets continued to taunt Vicar, telling him to stop lying and that they didn't like him. Vicar thought to himself that they were going to be a real pain in the ass in just 10 years and that it might be a good idea to put them in their place now. As Vicar stood before the triplets, one of them brandished a knife and taunted him with a rumor he had heard, that if you stayed in the Styx River for long enough, your body would become like steel, and you would be impervious to injury from blades. The other 2 triplets eagerly echoed their agreement, while the third gave the order for one of the others to hold Vicar still. The triplet caught Vicar from behind and covered his mouth with one hand and said, "I'll eat my hand if he can endure this for 3 minutes." Vicar was not afraid, and even played along with this cruel game for a moment. The triplets attempted to harm him with the knife. 1 minute passed, 3 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, but Vicar remained unscathed, and the triplets began to realize that the legend they had heard was true. They grew bored with their game and began to release Vicar. As the triplet holding Vicar released him, he noticed blood on his hand and realized that his finger was missing. Vicar then spat out the triplet's finger from his mouth. The triplet was shocked and asked Vicar what he was doing. With an evil smile on his face, Vicar reminded the triplet of his promise to eat his own hand. Meanwhile, the other 2 triplets were trying to calm down the situation and suggested that they go to a priest to put the finger back. but Vicar was not interested in that and instead asked to let them go. The triplet then attacked Vicar with a knife, calling him a bastard and reminding him that they were a year older than him. Vicar did not dodge the attack and allowed the knife to stick into him, but to the triplet's surprise, it could not pierce his skin. Vicar twisted the triplet's hand and reminded them that they had forgotten that they were dealing with a Baskerville, where power and talent overcome age. With an evil look on his face, Vicar suggested that they continue playing until the end. Vicar twisted the triplet's hands mercilessly, causing him to cry out in pain. He declared in a low, menacing voice that they were in Baskerville, where age doesn't matter as long as you have strength and talent. The triplets, terrified, looked at each other in shock. Vicar suddenly punched the triplets, knocking him to the ground, while the other two watched in disbelief. The third triplet attacked Vicar in a fit of anger, but he quickly kicked him in the face, sending him crashing down. The room fell silent as the triplets lay there, battered and broken. Vicar stood over them, looking cold and unfeeling. He then told the triplets that they would get better with treatment, but he also made it clear that he wouldn't let them leave the room and they would have to live with the discomfort of their own bodies. However, he would be generous and allow one of them to leave. The triplets were surprised and relieved to hear this, and asked which one could leave. Vicar picked up a knife and threw it in front of the triplets, telling them that they would have to decide for themselves who would leave the room. He then started to leave, but not before turning back and issuing a taunting remark saying that he can't wait long, so decide quickly. At least one of you should live right. The triplets looked at the knife and then at each other, realizing that survival was their only option. They began to fight, each trying to grab the knife and gain the upper hand. The sounds of their struggle echoed through the room, and Vicar listened with satisfaction from outside. He had successfully caused the Triton of Baskerville to split, pitting brother against brother in a fight for survival. In the Patriarch's office, the head butler, John Barrymore, delivered some unsettling news to the Baskerville clan patriarch, Hugo Le Baskerville. The Moore clan had been causing trouble in the Ruby Mines, claiming it as their territory. However, Patriarch Hugo assured John that they would handle the matter when the Moore clan reached out to them. John then reported on the interim evaluation of the juvenile fortress and informed the Patriarch that Master Vicar had scored the highest on the written exam. The practical exam was scheduled in 5 days, and the Guardian Knights had vacated the premises in preparation. However, John hesitated before informing the Patriarch of a recent incident at the juvenile fortress. John informed the Patriarch that there had been a big fight amongst the young masters at the fortress. Patriarch Hugo was concerned and asked how many of them had died. Butler John informed Hugo that there were no casualties, but Master Highborough's teeth had been completely damaged, Master Midleborough's jaw had been smashed in, and Master Lowborough's left index finger had been amputated. While they had recovered their health since being treated, the psychological damage done to them seemed significant. Patriarch Hugo was taken aback and remarked that they wouldn't have fought amongst themselves since they were so close. John then revealed that there was some friction with another young master, an 8-year-old named Master Vicar, who had wounded the 3 young masters and who also had the highest scores on the written exam. After Patriarch Hugo expressed his concern about the incident at the juvenile fortress, he summoned Vicar to his office. Vicar arrived with a smile on his face and Patriarch Hugo commented on how much he had grown since they last met. Patriarch Hugo then brought up the issue of Vicar disabling the 9-year-old triplets in his senior class. Vicar responded that the brothers had received proper medical treatment since then. However, Patriarch Hugo pointed out that he was not talking about physical disabilities, but the disability of the heart. He explained how the incident had torn the brothers' relationship apart, and asked Vicar if he thought what he did was wrong. To this Vicar responded with a question of his own asking what did he do wrong. Patriarch Hugo pointed out that he had turned his brothers into a total mess. Vicar, with a confident look in his crimson eyes, replied that he was stronger, and how could the stronger person be wrong? Patriarch Hugo then revealed Vicar's brothers had forgiven him, yet he still didn't feel an ounce of guilt. Vicar seemed surprised by this news and asked they forgave me. Vicar suddenly recalled a memory before his regression. The youngest daughter of a family that was ruined by the Baskerville clan came to pay Hugo a visit. She had become a nun after many years and she forgave Hugo despite his clan being responsible for the ruin of her family. Vicar repeated the same line that Hugo had said to the nun. That forgiveness is an excuse made by the weak who cannot seek revenge due to their lack of strength. As Vicar talked about the importance of strength, Hugo showed his approval by nodding and his eyes glowing with agreement. He then turned to the head butler, Barrymore, and instructed him to allow Vicar to take any snack he wanted from the food storage, enough for him to carry on his own. Vicar expressed his gratitude by requesting chocolates. As Vicar was leaving with head butler, Hugo addressed him as his son, urging him to perform well on the upcoming evaluation and not to lose to the direct descendants. Vicar acknowledged the advice, but his face was filled with hatred. Vicar and head butler made their way to the storage room. The head butler began to inform him about the chocolate. He explained that it was the highest quality chocolate that the Moor clan had obtained with much difficulty, and that it was enjoyed by their gourmands. However, Vicar quickly interrupted him and stated that he didn't want anything that was processed. The head butler was taken aback by this and asked for clarification. Vicar then requested cacao beans, ones that had a rich aroma. The head butler was confused but complied and had the beans brought to Vicar. As Vicar put one of the beans in his mouth, the chef informed him that they were the bloody beans known for their rich aroma and that with just one bean, he could produce 100 liters of chocolate. The head butler watched as Vicar ate the bitter bean, and thought to himself that Vicar must really love chocolate to eat something so bitter on its own. And this was a good method to obtain more chocolate, as after being processed he would have a huge amount of chocolate available. The chef asked Vicar if he wanted them to process the beans and send them to his room, but Vicar declined and said he would take them as is. The head butler was left wondering if Vicar just had peculiar tastes. Vicar had no interest in eating the chocolate, but he had a plan for the cacao beans. Vicar planned to use the beans in the upcoming practical exam in 5 days. Little did they know, a catastrophic event would soon occur, unlike anything that had ever happened before in the Baskerville clan's history. In this world, the Baskerville family is known as the Berserker family due to the intense training and evaluation that their children undergo from a young age. The training begins when the children are able to take their first steps, and they are immediately put through a rigorous test of their stamina. They must run up a steep mountain and are not allowed to lie down or rest on their stomachs except for allocated times. As if this wasn't enough, when it's time for them to sleep, they are required to sleep alongside a monster corpse. This is to help them adjust to tough environments and become resilient in the face of danger. These extreme practices are what make the Baskerville family feared and respected throughout the land. After this period of grueling training, the children reach the age of 8, and the real test begins. The young hounds, as they are called, must undergo a deadly evaluation. This is the defining moment that has earned the Baskerville family its notorious reputation. Now, on the outskirts of the territory, there is a mountain known as the La Rougette La Noire Mountain. It is filled with monsters, and it is here that the young hounds gather to undergo their evaluation. The instructor of the Baskerville family, Shadow Dog Pavlov van Baskerville, stood before the young masters and explained the rules of the test. They needed to survive for a month in the area and hunt large and strong monsters. He went on to explain that the points for being successful in surviving were 10 points, and if the young masters survived without becoming disabled, it was 30 points. If they failed other young masters and survived, it was 50 points. If they defeated a monster and survived, it was 70 points. And if they fulfilled all the above conditions, they would receive 90 points. Pavlov also told the young masters that if they stole the badge that was given to them from someone else, additional points would be given. However, if they died, they would receive 0 points. He emphasized that there were no 100 points and reminded them of Sir Hugo's lesson that a swordsman dies the moment they become arrogant. The instructor also cautioned against leaving the designated area, as La Rougette La Noire Mountain was a restricted area with many undiscovered things. He recommended that the young masters move within the given space where the monsters had already been subjugated. He informed them that during the exam, shadow dogs would be hiding and grading them. As the young masters waited for the start of the practical exam, some of them noticed Vicar and began discussing his past feats. Despite their comments, Vicar remained composed and thought about the La Rougette La Noire Mountain, which he had visited before. Meanwhile, the triplets standing near Vicar were visibly nervous, sweating with fear. Shadow Dog Pavlov addressed the young masters, wishing them good luck before the bell rang, signaling the start of the exam. As soon as the bell rang, all the young masters started running towards different parts of the mountain to occupy advantageous areas. One of the young masters had a plan and thought about going to a place he had seen in the last year's exam, hoping to gain an edge. The young master behind him thought he could not survive alone and decided to follow him, with the intention of taking it from him. Meanwhile, the triplets were arguing amongst themselves, each wanting to do things their own way and come out on top. Shadow Dog Pavlov observed as the exam began, knowing that it was important to keep casualties to a minimum. Although killing was not prohibited, it was discouraged, and any contestant who did kill would have points deducted. Pavlov and the other shadow dogs were determined to do their best to prevent any unnecessary deaths. One of the shadow dogs that was assigned to follow Vicar was surprised to see him heading towards a restricted area. He wondered where Vicar was going and if he was the rumored genius who had distinguished himself since childhood. The shadow dog was intrigued and looked forward to seeing the skills Vicar would display. Vicar approached a large tree and wondered if this was the right spot. He thought that the soft ground would be suitable for him to set up camp for a while. Vicar then considered taking a break, which left the shadow dog following him confused. While other participants were busy fighting each other for points or facing monsters, Vicar gathered wood and practiced with a wooden stick. Later on, he slept peacefully under the tree. The shadow dog who had been watching Vicar grew impatient and started to question his actions. He wondered how long it had been since Vicar had taken a break and observed that he spent most of his time digging holes, hunting for food, or collecting equipment. The shadow dog started to doubt the rumors about Vicar's supposed genius, wondering if he was planning on hiding instead of actively participating in the exam. At last, the shadow dog decided to leave and find something interesting elsewhere. As soon as the shadow dog left, Vicar's face lit up with a smile. He was happy that he could finally relax and thought to himself that camping outside reminded him of the old days. Vicar recalled a conversation with his group mate about using cacao beans to make fish smell less fishy. He threw some bloody beans into the fire and remarked that the interfering shadow dog was finally gone and he had finished all his preparations. He wondered if he should start his hunt now. A few days later, Vicar entered the restricted area and recognized it from his scouting days. As he was roaming around, he noticed a burning smell and burnt tree roots. He knew that the habitat of the monster he was looking for was around there. Suddenly, he spotted burning stool and realized that he had found it. There was only one monster around there that produced that kind of dropping, a hellhound. The hellhound stood in front of Vicar with flame erupting from its mouth. The hellhound was a dog from hell that brought horrific disasters to those who encountered it. It had a risk rating of B+ and was 3 meters in size. Its sulfuric flames that came out of its mouth and eyes were extremely gaseous and could trigger sparks. If it bit someone, they could not survive. The living things used as firewood would burn and not go out until they completely disappeared. Vicar knew that he was in trouble when he saw the towering figure of the lookout monster that swallowed the hellfires of the oil world, the hellhound. The beast was known to be one of the most dangerous monsters in the land, and Vicar had barely survived his encounter with one when he was just 18 years old in his past life. Now, as an 8-year-old, Vicar knew that it would be impossible for him to defeat the hellhound alone. But he remembered a way to take on the beast that even a child could manage. As the hellhound lunged towards him, Vicar quickly dodged to the side, remembering the first weakness of hellhounds. They could only move in straight lines. They found it difficult to suddenly change directions. Vicar quickly dropped some water on the ground, and as the hellhound charged towards him, he shouted out the second weakness of lookout monsters. They were unable to cross water. Because of the water Vicar dropped, the hellhound took a longer route to reach Vicar, giving him more time to dodge. Vicar knew that even a shallow depth of water could slow them down significantly, exposing the weakness common to all canine monsters, opening their mouth while running. Vicar found himself in another life-threatening situation as the bloodthirsty hellhound attacked him. But Vicar was prepared, and he threw a bloody bean into the monster's mouth. After landing, the hellhound suddenly started to whimper in pain and become unable to move. Vicar explained that chocolate was poison to canines, and with the bloody bean's power to make 100 liters of chocolate with just one bean, it was obvious what it would do to a canine monster like the hellhound. He drew his sword and aimed for the hellhound's weak spot where the ribs were not present, the kidney. With a swift and decisive strike, Vicar pierced the hellhound's kidney, killing it easily. As he absorbed the energy called XP or karma from the defeated monster, Vicar felt his body getting stronger. He swung his sword and felt it becoming lighter, knowing that he was catching up to where he was before his regression before he even reached the age of 15. Vicar couldn't help but wonder what kind of expression Hugo would make when he brought back a monster with a risk rating of B+ as an 8-year-old child. Vicar stood there, ready to take the head of the hellhound he had just defeated, feeling confident in his abilities. He knew he had already secured first place in the practical test, and was eager to claim his reward, something he never would have dreamed of in his past life. But his moment of triumph was short-lived as a group of hellhounds approached him, likely seeking revenge for their fallen comrade. Vicar remained calm and collected, already knowing the weaknesses of these creatures and how to defeat them. As the hellhounds drew nearer, Vicar took out his sword and prepared to take them on. He had plenty of bloody beans left and was ready to use them to his advantage. With a smirk on his face, he cut the dead hellhound's head and taunted the hellhounds, knowing they were no match for his skills and knowledge. He had already defeated one of their kind and was prepared to take them all down. The hellhound suddenly started whimpering, which immediately caught Vicar's attention. He couldn't believe that the fierce beasts were feeling scared of a mere 8-year-old's bloodthirst. Hellhounds would never submit to their prey even if they were to die, Victor thought to himself, trying to figure out what could have caused the hellhounds to feel so uneasy. As Victor turned around, he saw a monstrous creature with 3 heads standing before him. It was a Cerberus, the legendary 3-headed dog from Greek mythology. The creature was massive, measuring at least 7 meters in size, and Victor knew that a Cerberus had a risk rating of A+. Victor was bewildered as to what a Cerberus, which typically inhabited the 7th ridge of the La Rouge et La Noire mountain, was doing here. The Cerberus was known as the ultimate lookout monster, residing in a place where all the dead spirits were headed. Victor noticed that the Cerberus was bleeding and had multiple arrows stuck in its body. He realized that someone might have been hunting it, and it had come all the way to this place being chased. This was his chance to kill an injured A+ rank monster, and he decided to attack the Cerberus. Despite the Cerberus being a powerful and dangerous creature, Victor had been hiding his true abilities as a sword expert and had already reached a high level of expertise. His body had been strengthened by the river Styx, and all the weapons he possessed were working well against the injured Cerberus. With his refined swordsmanship, which he had developed through wars with the demon clans, he successfully landed some hits on the Cerberus. Victor thought that he could do it, as an injured Cerberus was doable. Victor's attack on the Cerberus seemed to be working, and he thought he had a chance of defeating the injured A+ rank monster. However, in a moment of carelessness, Victor let his guard down, allowing the Cerberus to strike back with its claws. The first attack broke Victor's sword, and the second sent him flying through the air. The force of the Cerberus's attack sent Victor hurtling towards a tree trunk. With a sickening thud, he smashed into the tree trunk, and blood poured from his mouth. The impact had clearly caused a serious injury, and Victor lay still, his body broken and unmoving. Victor's eyes opened slowly and a surge of panic rushed through him as he remembered the direct attack of the Cerberus and felt a sharp pain in his left arm. He wondered if the beast had ripped his arm off in the attack, but when he looked down, he saw that it was still attached to his body, with some injuries. Victor was relieved that the Cerberus was wounded and had not managed to sever his arm completely. He thought about the river Styx and how its magical properties might have played a role in protecting him from the beast's full force. He felt grateful for its protection but knew he couldn't rely on it completely. His relief was short-lived, however, as he quickly realized that the damage was still significant. He knew he wouldn't be able to take another hit from the Cerberus, and so he dodged as the beast attacked him once again. As an experienced hunter, he knew that he had to find the best way out of situations like this. The best possible decision right now was to run, with his tail tucked between his legs. As he ran, Victor's mind raced with thoughts of survival. He knew that he had to find a way out of this situation, and fast. His eyes darted around, looking for an escape route. That's when he saw it, an iron fence just a few yards away. Victor's heart leaped with hope. He knew that if he could get past that fence, he would be out of the restricted area and closer to safety. He pushed himself harder, running with all his might. With a burst of adrenaline, Victor pushed himself through the gate, his heart pounding with relief. He had made it out of the restricted area, but he knew that he was not out of danger yet. He had to reach that place, the safe haven he had prepared for himself before embarking on this dangerous mission. As he ran, he searched for something in the woods nearby, his heart racing with the fear of being caught by the hellhound. Finally, he spotted what he was looking for, a pit he had prepared beforehand. He jumped forward, narrowly avoiding Cerberus's jaws, and the hellhound fell into the pit full of wooden spears. Victor couldn't help but smile to himself, knowing that he had prepared well for this battle. He had smeared the wooden spears with the bloody bean essence that acted as poison for the cannid monsters. Cerberus growled and foam started oozing from its mouth, but Victor remained focused and prepared for the next phase of the battle. He knew that Cerberus was a high-ranking demon and that this fight would be one of the toughest of his life. Victor prepared a wooden spear and he threw it at Cerberus, hitting the hellhound's side. But the Cerberus was still alive and walking towards him, ready to attack. Victor counted the hellhound's steps as it approached him, one by one. As soon as Cerberus took the 7th step, it stopped abruptly, falling to the ground right in front of Victor. Victor let out a sigh of relief, realizing that the rumors were true. The wooden spear he had just thrown was not like the others. It was a spear laced with the venomous fang of the deadly bloody mamba snake that prevented its victim from walking more than 7 steps once they were bitten. Victor had hidden it away when he was younger, knowing that it could come in handy one day. The energy emanating from Cerberus' body entered Victor as he stood over the 3 lifeless heads of the beast. He marveled at the power he now possessed, but his mind quickly turned to the concern of how he was going to transport the massive body back. He knew that the cause of the Cerberus's death would be obvious to anyone who saw it, and he began to consider who might be his witness. Perhaps the guardian knight who had seen him carving the wooden spears could be of help. But then, Vickers' thoughts turned to something else entirely. The Cerberus was a gatekeeper, which meant that it was guarding something. A dungeon, most likely, that could be nearby. Vickers' heart quickened at the thought of the treasure that might be hidden within. He knew that dungeons were often the lairs of powerful monsters. Vicker was determined to explore the dungeon, but before going there he took a handful of Cerberus feces and applied it to his body. Vicker knew that by doing this, he could avoid any small monsters that might be lurking in his path. Vicker's keen senses were on full display as he tracked the steps of the Cerberus through the forest. He noted the dried soil, the rotten leaves, and the moist roots, following the trail with a single-minded focus. As he backtracked the path, his eyes widened in recognition. This was the dungeon that the Cerberus had been guarding, and Vicker realized that he had been here before. He knew that this dungeon would be discovered in another 10 years, but he was certain that it would be completely empty by then. Right now, however, he could feel the mana beneath the rotten surface. Vicker cautiously approached the dungeon. He looked around, but he didn't see any light, and he realized that the dungeon must be deeper than he initially thought. But Vicker was undaunted. His crimson eyes glowed with excitement as he stepped inside the dungeon. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of treasures were waiting for him inside. As Vicker made his way through the dark dungeon, he saw ruby minerals that were scattered throughout the area. He was certain that these veins must be connected to the nearby Red All Mountain. Suddenly, he saw a glimmer of light shining from within the dungeon, and he couldn't help but wonder if it was the entrance he had been searching for. Eager to explore further, he quickened his pace and soon found himself standing in a brightly lit room. As his eyes adjusted to the light, he was struck by the sight of a massive ruby placed on a pillar in the center of the room. He couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of the gem, and he realized that it must be infused with mana to produce such a bright glow. However, his moment of awe was interrupted when he spotted a nearby skeleton lying on the ground. As he approached, he noticed signs of violence, including deep stab wounds and dried brown bloodstains. He realized that someone had been here before him, and it had been quite some time since their untimely demise. Curious, Vicker picked up a letter that was lying next to the skeletal remains. The writer of letter began by introducing himself as Cain and explaining that he didn't want to dirty the pure white paper with his name. As Vicker read on, he realized that the handwriting was that of a Baskerville, and he wondered if the writer was a member of that Baskerville family. The letter went on to describe how Cain and his brother Abel had stumbled upon the legendary stone chamber that had been talked about within the family for generations. The two brothers had managed to navigate countless trials and kill many monsters in their quest to reach the chamber. However, the final assignment they found within had tied them there for 3 long years. Vicker couldn't believe the sacrifice they made for the treasure within the dungeon. He wondered what kind of treasure could possibly be worth such a sacrifice. His attention was drawn back to the present as he gazed upon the magnificent ruby at the center of the chamber, realizing that it must be the key to unlocking the final assignment of the dungeon. Vicker read the puzzle on the monument out loud. When entering, it's 1, but once inside, it's 2. When leaving, it's 1. He couldn't make sense of it, but he remembered reading in the letter that Cain and Abel had also struggled with it. According to the letter, the two brothers had contemplated over the ominous text for a long time before coming to a conclusion. Cain had written that he and Abel were twins who were separated at birth. In order to obtain the treasure of the dungeon, they needed to become one again. That meant only one of them could leave with the treasure. Cain had ended up killing his own brother in a fierce battle, but despite that, there was no change. They had definitely gone from 2 to 1, but Cain couldn't take the treasure. After moments of regret, Cain had decided to leave the place and warn others not to come. He had written in the letter that there was nothing to obtain from this devil's den that only serves to taunt humans. Vicker read the letter carefully as Cain recounted their journey to the dungeon. They had faced countless challenges to get there, but now they were left with nothing. Vicker couldn't help but think about the assignment he had been given, and the fact that it was the same as Cain and Abel's despite the fact that he didn't have a twin. He knew that Cain and Abel had misinterpreted the text, but what did it mean? When entering, it's 1, but once inside, it's 2. When leaving, it's 1. The words echoed in his mind as he tried to decipher their meaning. Vicker refused to give up. He knew that there was no dungeon that could not be beaten, and he was determined to solve this puzzle. Vicker examined the skeleton carefully and suddenly had a realization. He thought about Cain and Abel's failure and understood that their downfall was their fixed mindset as two individuals. As he walked towards the ruby in the middle of the room, he analyzed the dark passageway leading to a bright stone chamber and realized that the answer to the dungeon was in the riddle. I am 1 when entering through the dark passageway, but as soon as the ruby's light casts a shadow on me, I become 2. And when darkness re-enters, is when the stone chamber's final stage will open. As he broke the ruby, Vikir revealed that the answer was shadow. As Vikir broke the ruby, a sudden flash of light illuminated the room, revealing the treasure that had been hidden in the dungeon. Vikir's eyes widened in amazement as he realized what lay before him was the cause of the two brothers' deaths. Standing in front of him was a sword that emitted an evil aura, placed upon a stone. Vikir was shocked at the sight of the sword and wondered if it was the relic of the devil's den. As he examined the sword, his eyes fell upon the text inscribed on the stone beneath it. It stated that only those with Baskerville's blood would be able to take Beelzebub. He was surprised and shocked to learn that the sword Beelzebub originated from this very place. At the mention of sword Beelzebub, his mind raced with memories of a childhood long gone. He recalled a picture book he had seen as a child, which depicted the gluttonous fly Beelzebub, an unprecedented great monster that had invaded the continent in old legends. He remembered that Beelzebub was part of the devil's holy constellation, also known as the Seven Calamities, and that the heads of the 7 families had stepped up to stop them. Vikir recalled that the first Baskerville Patriarch had fought Beelzebub, and the remnants of its power had been stored in the lands of Baskerville. The demonic energy of Beelzebub was said to have lured monsters, and although the legend was dismissed by most as a mere myth, Vikir knew that it was true. The sword in front of him was proof of that. Vikir also recalled that the blade in front of him had been taken by the demon clans, resulting in countless deaths among humans on the battlefield. As Vikir tried to pull the sword out, he declared that it would never fall into the demon clan's hands again because it was his now. Suddenly, he felt an energy entering his hand and he exclaimed in surprise. He held the hilt firmly in his hand, and suddenly, the sword disappeared from sight. A moment later, it reappeared, fully fused with Vikir's hand. As Vikir extended his hand, the sword Beelzebub emerged from it, emitting a faint aura. Vikir gazed at the blade with wonder, knowing it was made from the corpse of a devil's holy constellation. He felt lucky to have received such a powerful weapon. With a grin on his face, Vikir wondered how much stronger he would become in this life with Beelzebub at his side, and the anticipation filled him with excitement. After exploring the dungeon and realizing that there was nothing else for him to obtain, Vikir made the decision to head back. However, as he was leaving, he suddenly felt something strange happening to his body. He fell on his knees, feeling dizzy and hungry. As Vikir looked down at his hand, he heard Beelzebub's voice echoing, and Vikir realized that it was not he who was hungry, but the sword itself. As Vikir walked out of the dungeon, he clutched his stomach with a painful expression. The hunger that had gripped Beelzebub had taken a toll on him, and he wondered if his sense of smell had been heightened as a result. Suddenly, Beelzebub began to pull Vikir towards a certain direction, tugging at his hand as if urging him to follow. Vikir ran in the direction that the sword was leading him, curious about what he would find. As he reached the location, he saw that it was the corpse of the hellhound that he had killed earlier. Vikir was surprised to see that Beelzebub was drawn to the corpse, and he extended the sword towards it. Vikir watched as Beelzebub absorbed the blood of the hellhound, feeling his own hunger subside as the sword's voracious appetite was sated. He couldn't help but wonder if Beelzebub's hunger had caused the trees and soil in the nearby mountain to dry up. As he looked down at Beelzebub, Vikir felt a sense of responsibility towards the sword and thought to himself, feeling a sense of frustration at Beelzebub's unpredictable nature. Beelzebub finished its meal, making a satisfied sound. Vikir watched as the sword's hunger was finally sated, and he took the opportunity to study its abilities. He looked at the slots on the sword and saw that Beelzebub's inherent ability was called Glutton of Flies. Vikir knew that this power allowed the sword to absorb the skills of its opponents, making it a formidable weapon in battle. However, the absorption amount was nearly infinite, which meant that countless people had lost their abilities and become obsolete after facing Beelzebub. Vikir was aware of the hazardous nature of this power, and he knew that he could only steal up to 3 abilities for the sword. As he examined the first slot on Beelzebub, Vikir saw that it was now equipped with the Hemorrhage Hellhound skill, which was rated B+. This skill allowed the sword to constantly pump out the blood of its opponent, even through the smallest of wounds. Vikir suddenly got an idea and went to the dead Cerberus's body, with Beelzebub starting its work. However, Vikir tried to stop it, saying that it couldn't devour all of it, as he wouldn't be able to explain it during the autopsy if it was too damaged. Vikir lightly tapped Beelzebub on his hand and said, "Enough." Beelzebub cried out in pain like a little child. Afterward, Beelzebub now had all 3 slots full: Burn Injury Cerberus A+ rank, Hemorrhage Hellhound B+ rank, and High Speed Regeneration Norvegicus Sewer Rat F rank. Vikir was surprised to see the High Speed Regeneration ability, and noticed a dead rat under the Cerberus. He realized that Beelzebub had consumed the sewer rat that was crushed underneath the Cerberus. Vicar thought it was a great achievement to have acquired the burn injury skill from the Cerberus, as thermalgia is one of the worst pains a human could experience. It would be much worse than the hellhound's hemorrhage. Now that they were done preparing the monster to submit for the practical exam, Vicar suggested waiting there until it was over. The young hounds had completed their practical examinations and returned to Baskerville, where they eagerly awaited their evaluations. As the evaluations were done, the young hounds received a shield, sword, or necklace as their reward produced from the parts of the monsters the hounds had hunted during their exams. But one young hound who had hunted one particular monster had left a lasting impression on the Baskervilles who were present. Hugo, the patriarch of the Baskerville family, sat in his office, looking surprised as he asked his head butler a question. "Who caught what?" The head butler responded, informing him that Master Vicar Van Baskerville, an 8-year-old hound, had hunted the Cerberus and a plus-ranking monster who had accidentally crossed over to the restricted area during the practical exam. Hugo was surprised that Vicar hunted a high-ranking monster that even the family's guardian knights tended to avoid. The head butler went on to explain that the monster had been wounded by the barbarian tribe and that Master Vicar had applied poison to his wooden spear. But there was no further information on what kind of poison it was or how he obtained it. Hugo was intrigued, but the head butler could only report what was written in the hunting journal. He had planned to ask Master Vicar about it, but the young hound had returned to his dorm, stating that he was quite tired. Hugo was amused, remarking that the little brat was already so sly. He believed that information was power, and power was worth something. The head butler couldn't help but express his shock, saying that he was surprised that a hound named Van, rather than Lorelei, was so talented. Hugo responded, saying that he did not discriminate based on a hound's bloodline. He raised hounds based on their talent and spite, not their lineage. This meant that even mutts could come from royal bloodlines. The head butler was left wondering if Hugo was concerned about his second son, who was preparing for isolation training. However, he didn't voice his thoughts aloud and simply apologized. Hugo dismissed his apology, but said that he needed a mood booster, and head butler responded by saying that he will summon Master Vicar. Vicar stood in front of Patriarch Hugo, looking composed and confident. Hugo asked him about his success in catching the Cerberus during his practical exam, and Vicar calmly replied that he had used chocolate on his wooden spear, as it was a lethal poison for cannid monsters. This surprised Hugo, who then realized the reason why Vicar had asked for chocolate before the hunt. The head butler, who was present in the room, was taken aback by the lack of a proper greeting between the two, wondering if this was really a conversation between a father and son. But the conversation continued, with Hugo asking Vicar why he had not responded properly when the butler had questioned him about the hunt. Vicar explained that the butler was not his master, and when Hugo asked who his master was, Vicar simply said that as he belonged to the clan, the master of the clan was his master as well. Hugo smirked as he congratulated Vicar on his successful hunt, telling him that as a reward, the monster's corpse would be his alone to claim. And as the highest scorer, he had the privilege of making a wish. Vicar's eyes lit up at the opportunity, and he knew exactly what he wanted. With a determined expression, he spoke his wish aloud, requesting access to the 10,000 Epistle Library. 10,000 Epistle Library was one of the largest libraries in the Empire, located deep within the heart of the Baskerville clan. Hugo raised an eyebrow in surprise at the request, reminding Vicar that only the Patriarch and second-in-command, along with their direct descendants, were permitted to enter the library. Undeterred, Vicar stated that he was willing to give up if it wasn't allowed, but secretly he was already planning to sneak in. To his surprise, however, Hugo granted him permission to enter the library. Vicar was shocked, but it didn't end there. Hugo instructed him to read the Baskerville 6th technique, which was located within the 6th restricted zone deep inside the library. Vicar was taken aback as he heard that Hugo was allowing a child with the Van middle name to read the Baskerville 6th technique. It was unheard of for an illegitimate child to be allowed to go beyond the 4th technique. However, Vicar tried to stay calm and rationalize the situation. After all, it was only the 6th technique. But despite this, Vicar remained determined. He knew that Hugo was currently at the Baskerville 7th technique, and before his regression Hugo was able to bear 9 fangs. But he hadn't forgotten about the discrimination he had faced as an illegitimate child, and he was determined to rise above Hugo's level. His goal was to obtain the greatest essence of Baskerville, the textbook of swordsmanship containing the teachings of the first patriarch who was able to subjugate the 7 great disasters. He knew that this book would be the key to his success, and Hugo will be the one to hand it over to him. As Hugo smiled faintly and wished Vicar good luck, Vicar bowed and thanked him. He knew that Hugo had no idea of the true value of the random book he was handing over, but that didn't matter to Vikir. He was confident that he would make the most of this opportunity and grow stronger beyond everyone's expectations. Vikir arrived at the 10,000 epistle library for the first time and gazed around in amazement. As he browsed through the books, he read out their names to himself: severing incisors, grinding molars, piercing canines, snaggletooth that embeds twice, wisdom teeth that lay down, and other books on swordsmanship. These were the books on swordsmanship that he had desperately wanted to learn in his past life. However, Vikir knew that no matter how much mana an illegitimate child of Baskerville had, they could not learn any swordsmanship that was superior to the fourth technique. The Baskerville family had implemented this as a defense mechanism to ensure that the children who became hounds did not bare their teeth towards their master. Vikir eventually arrived at a place where a book was locked with chains with a lock in the middle. He wondered if this was it, the book on the sixth technique. He couldn't believe that Hugo had offered him the book on the sixth technique. Vikir knew that if it was before he regressed, he never would have dreamt of this opportunity. As Vikir unlocked the lock, he thought to himself that of course Hugo had allowed this, thinking that an 8-year-old child wouldn't be able to memorize the contents of the book in a day. But before Vikir's regression, he had already learnt the theory behind the first to fourth technique until he got sick of it. He had done this in order to deduce and speculate the theory of the fifth technique. Vikir had a realization that after drawing the fourth tooth, he needed to have stopped the flow of mana. Perhaps that was why he couldn't make the fifth tooth. The Baskerville swordsmanship had a unique trait where, depending on the stage of the sword, it's 1 tooth for the first technique, 2 teeth for the second, and so on. And when you draw teeth, a special trait, a red sword energy, appears. Despite getting a chance to read the book on the sixth technique, Vikir didn't care about it. He had come to the 10,000 epistle library for a different reason: to find a stage that was higher than the one he was currently at. Vikir walked out of the swordsmanship books section of the library, catching the guards by surprise. They questioned him in disbelief that was he done reading books already. The guards offered to get him more books, mentioning that there were other swordsmanship books deep within the library. But Vikir declined and assured them that he had finished what he came for. The guards were amazed that Vikir was done so quickly and suggested that he stay longer to browse other books. Vikir assured them and said that he was thinking of reading other books before leaving. As Vikir walked away, the guards began whispering amongst themselves, commenting that the section Vikir was going to was filled with miscellaneous books. One of the guards suggested that if it were him, he would read about the textbooks on swordsmanship that were deep within the library. He wondered if Vikir didn't know their worth because he was young. Vikir overheard their conversation and thought to himself that he would leave them to their thoughts. He knew that among the dusty miscellaneous books lay a hidden treasure. As Vikir looked around the library, suddenly his eyes lit up as he spotted a book titled A Lurking Ambush. He reached for it and held it in his hands, knowing that it was the book he had been searching for. He examined it and noted that it was a useless miscellaneous book with ripped pages, but he knew its true worth. He remembered a time before his regression when he was affiliated with the Hound squad. They had found a single ripped page from a swordsmanship textbook, with Baskerville's handwriting on it. Hugo, who was obsessed with finding the book that matched the page, had scoured the entire library and finally found it in A Lurking Ambush. The book contained the Baskerville ancestors' writings, including the 10th technique that Hugo had gone crazy over. He had sent hounds to the 7 great families to obtain the remaining 6 pages, even declaring war on those who refused. After the sacrifice of many hounds, all the missing pages were given to Hugo. But in the end, the only reward he received was a simple word: good job. Because of this, Hugo had broken through the 7th technique and achieved the 9th technique, but it came at a terrible cost. Under him was a pile of wasted hound corpses and blood. Vikir's eyes narrowed with anger as he recalled this memory and said that it was a stupid life. He knew he could not let it happen again. Vikir remembered all the contents of those missing pages and realized that the only reason he couldn't progress beyond the 4th technique was that he had no access to the original book. He knew that those missing pages held the key to mastering the techniques. Without them, the book was nothing but a collection of random and useless techniques. After reading the book for a while, he said aloud that if other people read this book, it would seem like a miscellaneous book that didn't make any sense. But the moment you use the missing pages and fill in the blanks, the false and misleading information turns into an amazing masterpiece of a book. Vikir had reached the highest level of graduator aura and the highest level of the 4th technique before he regressed. He knew he could do it again, but this time, he wouldn't make the same mistake. He made a vow to himself that before he turned 15, he would reclaim the power he had lost. Vikir was deeply engrossed in reading the book, and time seemed to pass quickly. When he finally closed the book, he realized that the night had turned into day. He was amazed at how much he had achieved during this time and felt proud of himself for memorizing the entire book's contents. As Vicar stood up, he took notice of his surroundings and realized that the Guardian Knights were nowhere to be seen. He knew that he could not draw 10 teeth with a young body, but he was confident that currently he had the potential to achieve the 5th technique that he couldn't reach in his previous life. Vicar entered a focused and determined state with the statue before him. He began to strike it with his Baskerville sword technique, unleashing his full power with each attack. First, he executed the first technique, then the second technique, followed by the third technique, and finally, the fourth technique. As he fought, memories of his past flooded his mind. He remembered how hard he had worked to obtain the highest level of graduator aura in his previous life, but he couldn't learn a suitable sword technique, and only met with hostility from the people of the direct bloodline because he was an illegitimate child, and that was also the reason why he could not go beyond the 5th technique. But this time, Vicar was determined not to let his past hold him back. He attacked the statue with all his might, channeling his anger and frustration into his sword strikes. In the midst of his attacks, Vicar's thoughts turned defiant. With a vivid image of Hugo's face on the statue in front of him, he unleashed his technique, cutting through the statue with precision. Vicar breathed heavily and wondered if he was able to execute the 5th technique. He clenched his hands and smiled as he felt a hot sensation rise from his heart to his neck. He was overwhelmed with happiness to the point that he could cry. Suddenly, he realized that he needed a sword to test his newly learned technique. At that moment, at a record-breaking speed in Baskerville's history, a young hound's canine teeth started to grow that were bared towards its master. Vicar beamed with pride, his body still trembling with excitement from his success in drawing the 5th tooth. He couldn't believe how far he had come, and how quickly he had managed to do it. He marveled at the strength of his mana, now able to support him at a level he had only achieved after years of hard work in his previous life. As he looked at the liquid aura flowing within him, a sign of his newfound status as a graduator, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Graduators were on a completely different level from sword experts, and he was now one of them. It was a point that had taken him 30 years to reach in his previous life, and yet here he was, only 8 years old. The solid aura within him had transformed into a liquid state, with increased density that allowed him to use it more freely. Vicar felt confident about his new skills and abilities, and he knew that he could achieve much more. He was determined to master the lurking ambush sword technique and use it to its full potential. He realized that with this technique, he could smoothly transition between offense and defense, making it the perfect technique with no limitations. Vicar carefully placed the book near the window and took a moment to reflect on his progress. He knew that he had come a long way since his regression, and he was now stronger and more skilled than ever before. He felt that he could challenge a mid-class graduator if he put his mind to it, and he was confident that he could win using his new skills. However, Vicar also knew that he couldn't reveal too much of his strength to Hugo. He needed to give Hugo something to look forward to, so he had enough time to take everything he needed. Vicar took out a magnifying lens and placed it carefully near the book. The sun's rays converged onto the pages of the book through the lens, and a little fire started burning it. With an evil grin, Vicar commented that the destruction of the book would make it difficult for Hugo and the hounds to reach the 10th technique, although Vicar himself would have no such difficulty. Suddenly, the guards, who had been nowhere to be seen, arrived in the library. The smell of burning paper had caught their attention. They were startled to see Vicar there and demanded to know what had happened. Vicar's expression quickly changed to one of apology, and he explained that he had accidentally left the magnifying glass around, which had caused the fire. He offered to inform the butlers of the incident. The guards knew that they could be punished heavily for this, and after a brief pause, one of them spoke up that this was not something that he needed to apologize for. It was their fault for not looking after him properly, and they were just glad that this was an area with only useless books. Vicar asked if they were busy with the Moore clan regarding the ruby mines. He thought they wouldn't have time to deal with small problems like this, especially since they weren't even there to begin with. The guards agreed to keep it a secret, as long as Vicar was willing to do the same. As he started walking away, Vicar suggested they keep the incident between themselves, and he apologized for taking up their time. As Vicar walked away, the guards spoke to each other about how nice and considerate he was towards the workers. They believed he deserved to be respected. Little did they know, Vicar had a mischievous grin on his face as he left them behind. As Vicar stood in Hugo's office, Hugo asked him if he had learned something enlightening in the library. Vicar responded that he had learned of something warm and sharp, yet soft and viscous. This statement shocked both Hugo and the head butler, who realized that Vicar might have achieved the aura. Aura was a sign of officially entering the world of the sword. Even geniuses must train without rest until the age of 15 to reach the level of low-class sword expert. Hugo was excited but then realized that Victor was only 8 years old and denied the thought of Victor reaching that level. He then asked Victor if he could show his father what he had learned, to which Victor responded affirmatively. In the Colosseum-like structure, Victor stood with a sword in his hand as many young hounds watched with confused looks on their faces. Head butler asked Hugo how he planned on testing Victor's skills, to which Hugo replied that he was going to release a monster for Victor to deal with. Head butler was shocked at the idea of releasing a monster, and Hugo confirmed that he had prepared a hungry and feisty one. The gate in front of Victor opened and a guard brought in the chained orc. The orc was a massive, green-skinned creature with bulging muscles and razor-sharp tusks protruding from its mouth. Its beady eyes darted around the Colosseum, sizing up its opponents. The young hounds in the audience looked on in shock and awe at the sight of the fearsome creature. Some whispered to each other in disbelief, questioning whether it was really necessary to send an orc to face an 8-year-old. They wondered if the Guardian Knights would have to intervene if things got out of hand. Despite the audience's doubts, Victor remained calm and collected, ready to face the orc with his sword. Hugo gave permission and the guard opened the orc's chains. The orc let out a loud roar and charged towards Victor. However, Victor remained calm and waited for the right moment to strike. As the orc approached him, Victor swung his sword with lightning speed, cutting off the orc's arm in a swift motion. The audience, as well as the orc, were shocked by Victor's sudden display of strength. But Victor didn't waste any time and quickly swung his sword again, cutting off the orc's leg cleanly. The orc fell to the ground, growling in pain. Victor, on the other hand, remained composed and analyzed the situation. He realized that the orc must be surprised that it was bleeding for the first time and that its distinctive skill, high-speed regeneration, won't activate either. Victor knew that C-class monsters won't be able to stop the hemorrhage caused by a B-class hellhound. The audience was in disbelief at what they had just witnessed. They couldn't believe that an 8-year-old could be that strong. Some wondered if it was even possible to do that without collecting mana. Victor looked at Hugo, but the latter's face remained calm and collected, and no expression could be seen on his face. Victor knew that Hugo was still trying to determine what he had learned inside the library, and decided to show him what he wanted to see. Suddenly, Hugo's eyes began to glow, and the head butler exclaimed in shock, questioning if that was Aura Blade. Victor's sword began to glow with a bright red light as he charged towards the orc, who was attempting to stand up. With a swift strike, the aura blade sliced through the air and blasted off the orc's head. Hugo, who was seated on a nearby chair, couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. The head butler immediately recognized the glow emanating from Victor's sword as the aura of a low-class sword expert. He congratulated Hugo, exclaiming that they had just witnessed the birth of a genius, and that there would never be another like him in all the families of the Empire. However, Hugo's attention was drawn to the orc's blood, which continued to flow despite its reputation for rapid regeneration. He told the head butler that Victor had only won because the orc was weak. But just then, Victor's voice reached Hugo's ears, and he turned to face his son. With an innocent smile on his face, Victor asked, "Is there anything stronger than this orc?" The audience, filled with young hounds, was surprised when Victor requested a new and stronger opponent. Victor had his own motivations for wanting to face a stronger opponent. He hoped to impress his father, Hugo, and demonstrate his progress in front of the audience. He believed that by doing so, he could be acknowledged and possibly separated from his father, like being dispatched to a remote area or admitted to an academy. Hugo, who was watching from the sidelines, commented that the orcs he had brought in from afar were not enough to satisfy his son's hunger. He agreed with Victor and suggested that he should be facing more challenging opponents at his age. He turned to his head butler and asked him if there was a creature they had captured during a barbarian raid for experimentation. The head butler confirmed that there was just one creature left, and Hugo ordered for it to be brought in. Victor and the audience were surprised as they watched a troll being led into the arena. Victor stood in the arena, facing a fearsome troll that was twice his size. Victor asked for Hugo approval to start the fight. And as Hugo gave his approval, the troll's chains were released, and it lunged at Victor with a powerful punch. But Victor was quick and agile, and he managed to dodge the attack with ease. He swiftly moved behind the troll, taking advantage of its momentary confusion. In the audience, someone exclaimed that this was the perfect moment to attack and questioned why did Victor miss it. Hugo, on the other hand, nodded and explained that trolls had excellent regenerative power, so only fatal attacks were worth it. And that's why a plan was needed in order to hunt a troll. As the troll charged towards Victor, he gracefully dodged each of its attacks with ease. The audience watched in amazement as they saw Victor evading the troll's attacks effortlessly. However, they couldn't help but wonder why Victor wasn't fighting back. They speculated that maybe he was trying to tire the troll out or that he was a genius who had a plan up his sleeve. After a while, Vicar realized that the fight was becoming tedious and decided to take action. He knew that if he used his full strength, he could easily kill the troll, but that would put him in a tough spot. He needed to make it seem plausible, and so he decided to use the troll's power against it. As the troll attacked again, Vicar seized the opportunity and swiftly attacked its arm, almost detaching it from the troll's shoulder. The audience gasped in amazement as they saw Vicar's quick and decisive move. They thought he had slayed the troll, but they soon realized that it would recover in an instant unless the wound was fatal. The troll's wounds began to heal at an alarming rate. Vicar realized that the only way to kill it was with Beelzebub's hemorrhage skill. However, he also knew that using such a technique would be meaningless. Hugo advised Vicar to stop before things got out of hand, but Vicar ignored the advice and replied that he was almost done. He continued and told that he was near an epiphany, and if he could not kill Troll with his next attack he will give up. As the troll growled menacingly at Vicar, he couldn't help but ponder over how much of his true power he should reveal. He knew that he had already decided on an answer. He wanted to show a scenario where he had leveled up from an epiphany during the fight. However, he was also curious to see how Hugo would react to this. His sword glowed red as he prepared for a powerful attack. As his sword struck the troll's head, it was cleanly sliced off without any resistance. Everyone, including the head butler and the audience, was shocked by what they had just witnessed. It was unprecedented for an 8-year-old to achieve the second technique of the Baskerville clan, which was normally attained at 18 years of age. Vicar was overjoyed by his victory and had an innocent smile on his face as he declared that he had done it. However, Hugo was left in shock and couldn't believe what he had just seen. A week had passed since Vicar's impressive display of power against the troll, and he found himself sitting in the Baskerville clan's dining area, staring down at a bowl of unappetizing miscellaneous meat porridge. While eating his food, Vicar noticed that everyone was avoiding him, which didn't come as a surprise to him since power was everything in their family. But he was pleased when he saw that even Hugo was taken aback by his recent display of power. Vicar reflected on what he had revealed about himself so far, including his Baskerville second technique and mid-rank sword expertise. However, he also knew the truth that he was in fact a low-rank graduator who could weakly perform the Baskerville fifth technique. With the skill he obtained from the troll, he believed he was now stronger than the average graduator. He then remembered that he had been eating a lot more since obtaining the skill for Beelzebub's third slot, which now had a super speed regeneration troll with a C+ rating. Suddenly, the triplets appeared behind Vicar, causing him to be surprised and cautious. He thought to himself that he didn't want to deal with them again, so he turned back to his food and resumed eating. The triplets quickly explained that they just wanted to tell him that he was so cool when he defeated Cerberus and the troll. Vicar was so surprised that he spat out his porridge. The triplets asked him if he was okay, but Vicar was suspicious of their motives. He thought to himself that it might be some kind of two-faced technique or deceitful policy. He considered beating them up before thinking about it more, but before he could act, the head butler, Barrymore, appeared behind him and called out his name. Vicar was surprised to see him and wondered why he was here. Barrymore then informed him that he should hurry to the Patriarch room, and Vicar wondered why Hugo had summoned him. In Baskerville clan's Patriarch office, Patriarch Hugo sat on his chair as someone entered and greeted him. It was Morg clan Patriarch by proxy Adolf Morg. Hugo acknowledged that it had been a while, and Adolf noted that he hoped the annual event would go smoothly. Hugo assured him that the joint training had always gone without a hitch. Adolf brought up the incident from last year when 2 children were seriously injured, one from each family. Hugo tried to downplay it, saying it was but a scratch and that Morg's children seemed to be quite dramatic. Adolf retorted that it was because the Morgs were noble and dignified. The Baskervilles and the Morgs were once on good terms as they were a renowned mage clan and iron-blooded sword clan respectively. The past emperor had once said that magic and swords are a complementary pair, and because of this they began joint training sessions for children between the ages of 8 and 15, which was carried out annually in a good atmosphere. However, a problem arose when a ruby mine was discovered between their territories, and blood was spilt over the conflict. As a result, the 2 patriarchs came to be on bad terms, but they had to continue with the joint training as per the Emperor's command. Adolf had come in his brother's stead to ensure that the event went smoothly. Adolf mentioned to Hugo that he had heard news about a supernova appearing in the Baskerville family, which was a great blessing to the Empire. He explained that a rare genius, who was perhaps only born once a century, had been born to the Baskervilles. However, Hugo responded with pride, saying that it was not that big of a deal. Adolf noticed Hugo's reaction and was surprised that Hugo actually received the compliment. But then, Adolf mentioned that the Morgs also had a genius in their hands and called for his sister's daughter, Camus, to come into the room. Camus, a girl with red hair, entered the room and Adolf introduced her to Hugo as Raspani's daughter. Adolf turned to Camus and asked her if she was going to greet the Patriarch. But instead of answering the question, Camus accused Hugo for being the thief who stole their ruby mine and demanded that he give it back. This accusation didn't sit well with Hugo, who gave Adolf an angry stare and questioned the accusation. Camus then explained that Adolf had referred to the annoying chin beard as the thief who stole the ruby mine. Adolf denied ever saying such a thing, but Camus insisted that he had said it an hour and 42 minutes ago, right before getting off the carriage. Hugo, still trying to control his anger, asked for clarification, but Adolf tried to defuse the situation by suggesting that there was a misunderstanding. However, Hugo said that there was no need for Adolf to explain the Morg clan's problems with children's education to him. Camus persisted in her demand for her rubies to be returned, complaining that she couldn't even do research without them. Adolf tried to calm her down by calling out her name, but to no avail. Hugo was losing his patience and commented in anger that it seemed like the Morgs didn't teach manners at all. Adolf defended Camus, questioning what Hugo planned on doing to a child and if he was threatening an 8-year-old girl. This left Hugo speechless as he couldn't bring himself to act in such a way that would hurt his pride. Suddenly, a new voice entered the room, remarking that the Morgs don't teach their children not to envy what belongs to others. The speaker of this voice was none other than Vikir, and the head butler informed Hugo that he had brought the young master. Adolf was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Vikir and couldn't help but wonder if he was the Baskerville supernova. However, his thoughts were interrupted when he realized that Camus, who was sitting right next to him, had disappeared. Camus, on the other hand, had approached Vikir and demanded to know what he had just said. Adolf called out her name, trying to stop her from causing a scene. Meanwhile, Vikir was analyzing Camus, wondering if she was the Morg clan's iron-blooded empress, Camus Morg. Vikir recalled Camus' reputation as the genius of geniuses within the Morg clan, who had raised countless great mages. At her peak, she had killed all the monsters and barbarians in the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain by herself, burning them to death on spears and creating the famous border of blood and ashes. In addition, her beauty was captivating, and she was able to manipulate even the imperial family. As a result, she was called the Fire Goddess of Authority. Vikir noted that this was all in the far future and that she was just a child right now. Camus interrupted Vikir's thoughts and aggressively questioned why the ruby mine belonged to Vikir. Vikir remained calm and collected, even going as far as to call Camus out on throwing a tantrum. Camus then began to cast a spell, but instead of attacking, she created an ice sculpture to illustrate her point. Vikir was surprised by Camus's use of spell as an ice sculpture instead of an attack, as was expecting a fight to break out between the two. As Camus pointed to her creation and began to explain, Camus pointed to a nearby cave and began to explain the situation regarding the ruby mine. She stated that the mine was situated on the border between Morg and Baskerville territories and was called the Joint Security Area. Camus continued, saying that while the entrance to the mine was on Morg territory, the mine itself ran underneath Baskerville territory, preventing the Baskervilles from claiming it all for themselves. Camus emphasized that the ruby mineral vein belonged to the Morg clan, but the Baskervilles were claiming that it was trespassing and interrupting their mining activities. Camus further explained that the Morgs had offered to pay rent for the territory, but the Baskervilles had rejected the offer. Adolf seemed pleased with this explanation, but Hugo was becoming annoyed with the situation. Vikir then mentioned that rubies were commonly used for magic ingredients and that the Baskervilles didn't need to mine them. However, he also pointed out that it was unfortunate that the Baskervilles weren't fools who would open their territories just for few pennies. Camus was surprised and confused by this statement, pointing out that if the Baskervilles didn't need rubies, then why not rent their land? Vikir explained that the Baskervilles were only interested in their land and didn't want anyone else to profit from it. He warned Camus not to come into their territory, as they were the only ones who would lose out in the situation. Camus, however, was not satisfied with this explanation and decided to take matters into her own hands. She claimed that she had possession over the ruby mineral vein and she placed her arm over the sculpture in the Baskerville territory, asking whose arm it was. Vikir caught her arm and responded with a smile, saying that it was his arm, as it was in his land. Camus felt her face flush with embarrassment as Vikir's words made her feel flustered. She couldn't believe what she was hearing and responded with a stutter, asking him what was he talking about. How could she belong to him? Vikir, who seemed amused by Camus's reaction, replied with a mischievous grin, "Who said you're mine?" Camus was confused by Vikir's response, and suddenly, Vikir pulled out a knife from his back, which surprised not only Camus but also Adolf and the head butler. Vikir's evil grin sent chills down everyone's spine as he said, "I'm saying your arm's mine." Camus was taken aback by Vikir's sudden change in demeanor, and said in a shaky voice, "What?" Hugo, who was sitting nearby, was sweating profusely, and the only sound that could be heard in the room was a hiccup. As Vikir began to move the knife towards Camus' hand, she screamed in fear and called out for help from her uncle. Adolf appeared behind Vikir with a fierce expression and demanded that he back away from his niece. Camus seized the opportunity to escape from Vikir's grip and ran towards Adolf, seeking comfort from her uncle. Adolf was enraged and demanded an explanation from Hugo, asking what was going on. Hugo looked at Vikir and acknowledged that he had gone too far with his joke. Vikir then revealed that the knife was only a toy, something that was commonly played within the Baskerville family from a young age. Adolf was shocked and upset that such a dangerous toy was given to children, and he demanded an apology from Vikir. Vikir humbly apologized to Adolf and assured him that he had no intention of making Camus cry. However, Adolf was still angry and accused Vikir of not taking the situation seriously enough. But Hugo intervened and said that adults shouldn't meddle in affairs of children, and attempted to diffuse the tension by changing the subject, suggesting that they focus on discussing the ruby mines and complete the friendly duels first. Adolf was hesitant at first, but eventually agreed to hear Hugo out. Camus, still upset and tearful, warned Vikir that she would not forget what had happened. Vikir simply smiled faintly in response, seemingly unfazed by the situation. The day of the friendly duels had arrived, where all the children between the ages of 8 to 15 had gathered to show off their skills. While the younger children engaged in theoretical battles or displayed their mana sensitivity, the older children stole the show with their live battles. But this year all eyes were focused on the battle between two renowned clans, the Moore clan and the Baskerville clan. The two geniuses of their respective clans, Camus Morg and Vikir van Baskerville, were to showcase their skills in a practical training match. Camus instructed Vikir to get ready, emphasizing that once she was prepared, she wouldn't hold back. Without wasting any time, Camus began casting a spell, leaving the audience in awe. One spectator couldn't help but exclaim, wondering if Camus was casting quadra spells. The fact that she was able to cast 4 spells simultaneously was impressive, even more so since she was only 8 years old. Another spectator praised her, acknowledging that Camus was the genius mage of Morg, and such feats were expected of her. Camus launched an attack on Vikir, casting 4 different spells at once. However, Vikir managed to dodge all of them with ease. With a hint of criticism in his voice, Vikir suggested to Camus that instead of trying to impress with flashy spells, she should focus on mastering one. Camus sneered at Vikir, wondering why he even cared since he was just an idiot who didn't understand magic. She retaliated by using a sand wall spell, causing a wall of sand to appear between them. But Vikir easily broke through the wall with a swift kick and commented on Camus's harsh words. Camus was surprised at Vikir's strength, wondering if this was the power of someone who had bathed in the river Styx. While she was lost in thought, Vikir launched an attack that Camus realized was impossible to dodge. She closed her eyes, thinking that she had let her guard down, but to her surprise, she didn't get hit. When she opened her eyes, Vikir was flicking his finger on her forehead. The flick sent her flying backward. Adolf, who was watching, couldn't believe that a mere flick had such power. Camus tried to ease the pain on her forehead with her hand and demanded to know why Vikir had flicked her. She accused him of going easy on her and vowed not to let him get away with it. However, Vikir just smiled and pointed to his forehead, suggesting that they should end things before they got out of hand. Camus, with almost tears in her eyes, refused to give up and casted another sand wall spell. This time, she created 2 walls and proudly exclaimed that Vikir wouldn't be able to get through them. However, Vikir wasn't impressed and thought that it was pointless since he could just go around them. But he decided to play along and prepared to punch the walls. With just one punch, Vikir's hand pierced through both walls, creating a hole. Camus was surprised seeing this, and then Vikir asked a question while making a flicking gesture with his hand. He wondered whose arm had crossed the wall. As he once again flicked on Camus' forehead, he answered the question himself, saying that it was the stronger individual. The flick on Camus's forehead caused her to fall down and growl in pain. Despite this, she continued attacking Vikir, who managed to dodge her attacks. Victor thought that dealing with children was much harder than he thought, and that he could easily crush her neck in 0.1 seconds if he put his mind to it. However, he knew that it would cause an entire issue, and wondered what he should do to calm her down. Just then Victor noticed that 2 other contestants were having a duel in the arena behind him. He thought it might be better to let others deal with Camus. As he turned his attention to the other contestants, he saw a swordmaster cutting a mage spells with a sword. Victor thought that they might be useful in executing his plan. Meanwhile, Camus was getting angrier by the minute. Her attacks were not landing on Victor, and she couldn't understand why. She demanded that Victor stop running away and face her. As the mage behind Victor started casting a spell, Victor knew it was the perfect time to strike. Victor warned Camus to have a defensive spell ready. Camus was confused at first, but then she saw the mage's attack coming from behind Victor. Adolf, who understood Victor's plan, shouted in surprise, and then a powerful blast covered the whole arena. As the spell engulfed the arena, the audience reacted with gasps and shouts of surprise at what they were seeing. Lady Camus heard her Uncle Adolf's voice in the chaos and wondered what she should do. She had avoided injuries with the help of a defensive spell, but the flame spell had burned her clothes. Tears welled up in her eyes as she imagined the shame of being seen after the smoke cleared. Suddenly, Victor appeared before her and offered his jacket to cover herself. Camus was shocked by his kindness, unable to understand why he was helping her despite being her enemy. She protested weakly as Victor insisted on giving her his jacket. Camus anxiously said that he would be exposed if he gave her his only jacket, but Victor seemed unconcerned about his own well-being. Camus couldn't understand why Victor was taking care of her, despite their enmity. Camus noticed that Victor was bleeding from a scratch on his arm and pointed it out to him. Victor was surprised to see a scratch on the body strengthened by the river Styx and realized that the sword of the idiot swordsman must have had some remaining aura on it to cause the wound. As the dust cloud began to clear, Camus and Victor were revealed to the audience. Adolf was relieved to see that Camus was okay, and the audience observed that the Lady of Morgue was on the floor. But the one bleeding was the young Baskerville, making it difficult to determine the winner of the battle. The audience also noticed shirtless Victor, revealing his fit physique. They marveled at his muscles, impressed by his talent for training his body at such a young age. Camus's eyes looked different as she watched Victor, and a light blush spread across her cheeks. As Adolf hugged his niece, Camus, she continued to steal glances at Victor, unable to understand why she was feeling drawn to him despite their earlier enmity. After the battle, Hugo and Victor walked down a dimly lit hallway. Hugo turned to Victor and asked how the battle with the Lady of the Morgue clan was. Victor replied that it was interesting and that he had learned the purpose of the event once again. Hugo then remarked that a battle with a mage was different from a battle between swordsmen and asked why Victor did not go for a clear blow. Victor hesitated before admitting that he was confused about how to deal with a lady. Hugo warned him that letting his guard down in battle would lead to injury, and that he should take the injury as a lesson. Victor was surprised that Hugo was worried about him. He didn't remember much about what Hugo was like during his youth since he was always so cold, strict, and brutal. There were rumors that his personality had become that way because he had lost his first wife and eldest daughter, but that wasn't Victor's problem. Hugo then changed the subject and asked Victor what he thought they should do with the ruby mines. Victor spoke up, suggesting that they give away control over the mines. Hugo was taken aback and asked for his reasoning. Victor explained that the main task of the Baskerville clan was to grow their territories, and that the monsters and barbarians living in the area around the mines would become a problem during their expansion into that region. He suggested that if they could utilize the Morgue clan well, they may be able to minimize the losses incurred during their expansion. Hugo agreed with Victor's reasoning and explained his plan. Once the Morgue clan receives control over the ruby mines, they will assign a great number of people there, and all they need to do is push the monsters and barbarians into that region. They would then be able to take care of all the problems at once, and the rubies would be bathed in the blood of their enemies. Hugo was confident that if that happened, the Morgue clan would have to think twice before entering their territory. Hugo placed his hand on Victor's head and acknowledged that Victor's idea was about 90% in line with what he had in mind. Victor, on the other hand, couldn't help but think that it was not a surprise as the idea was originally Hugo's, as Victor had executed the same plan in his past life on Hugo's orders. Victor then suggested that they should keep an eye on the Morgue's movements, but Hugo did not think it was necessary as he had already increased the number of hounds scouting the area. As Hugo and Victor were walking, Adolf's voice interrupted them, calling out to Hugo. Hugo and Victor turned their attention to Adolf as he mentioned that he had something to discuss with them before he left. They took seats in a nearby room, and Hugo asked what Adolf wanted to talk about. Adolf suggested that they peacefully resolve the issues regarding the ruby mines, and mentioned that fees for its usage was just one of many suggestions. He then proposed the idea of an engagement between the Morgue and Baskerville children. While Hugo and Adolf discussed the details, Camus was looking at Vikir with a blush on her face. Hugo then asked Adolf which child he had in mind for the engagement. Adolf suggested a union between the eldest son of the Baskervilles and the eldest daughter of the Morgues, his niece Camus. He spoke highly of his niece, stating that she was an incredible child with both beauty and knowledge, lacking nothing. Adolf suggested that Camus would be a great fit for the child known as the small son of the Baskerville clan. But Hugo expressed concern about the significant age gap between his son and Camus, informing Adolf that his eldest son was 25 years old this year. Adolf didn't consider it a significant issue, as it was only a 17-year gap between them. Suddenly Camus spoke and made it clear that she wouldn't marry anyone weaker than her mother and didn't want a significant age gap in her partner. Adolf tried to persuade her by saying that she will have to live alone rest of her life if she wants to marry someone stronger than her mother. Hugo also didn't seem pleased with her attitude and reminded her that engagements weren't a buffet of her choosing. But Camus was confident in her choices and claimed she had no intention of playing around. Suddenly, her face turned red, and she looked to the side, catching the attention of Adolf and Hugo. Adolf was shocked when he realized that Camus was looking at Vikir, and started cursing him in his mind. Adolf couldn't believe what he was witnessing. He whispered to Camus, urging her not to even think about it, as Vikir was from the Van surname and not from the La descent. Adolf believed that no matter what happens, Vikir would merely be a small fish in a big pond. Hugo, on the other hand, was getting increasingly frustrated with the situation, so he decided to intervene and reminded everyone that the most important thing in engagements was what the people involved had in mind. He then turned to Vikir and asked him for his thoughts. Camus looked at Vikir, waiting for his answer. Camus and Vikir exchanged looks, and then Vikir spoke up and said, "I accept." Adolf became visibly upset at Vikir's response, but before Adolf could say anything, Vikir continued his sentence and added that "I accept to do as I'm told." Adolf was even more outraged at this, wondering how someone could have such an attitude towards the daughter of the Morgue clan. On the other hand, Camus was blushing from head to toe, wondering what Vikir's response meant. She couldn't help but wonder if he was shyer than he portrayed himself to be and if he wasn't opposed to the idea of their engagement. Hugo stated that names and titles had no meaning in the Baskerville household, and that great people come from those of Van descent, not just those of La descent. However, Adolf seemed skeptical about this statement, especially when it came to Vikir. Adolf stood in front of Vikir, examining him closely. Vikir, in turn, looked back at Adolf and thought about his reputation as a sixth circle master and one of the strongest mage within the renowned clan and supporter of his niece. Adolf then spoke up, saying that he didn't think it's quite wise to tell Vikir this, but they couldn't have just anyone become Camus' husband. Vikir thought about how engagement was merely a suggestion between clans and wondered if Adolf was not satisfied with even the genius of the Baskerville clan. Adolf then placed his hand on Vikir's shoulder and tried to press him down, but Vikir didn't budge. Adolf was surprised by Vikir's sturdy body. Adolf then asked Vikir why he wasn't answering him and was he even listening to him, and Vikir replied that he hadn't been listening to him since he said it wasn't wise to tell him something. Camus was shocked at Vikir's reply, especially since he said it to her uncle who was one of the strongest mage. On the side, Hugo tried to control his laughter in the midst of the tense situation. Vikir's response caused Adolf to laugh menacingly. He turned to Hugo and requested to have a deeper conversation with Vikir. Hugo questioned Adolf's intentions and asked if he was going to scold an 8-year-old child. However, Adolf responded with a laugh, stating that Vikir may become his niece's future husband and that he was making the request as an uncle rather than as the deputy patriarch of the Morgue clan. Camus tried to stop his uncle and pleaded with him not to do this, but Adolf ignored her and claimed that this was bound to happen to someone eventually. He then turned back to Hugo, asking him to grant him the opportunity to have a conversation with Vikir. Hugo reluctantly agreed, saying that if Adolf was that adamant, he could have his chance to have a deeper conversation with the child. But it turned out that this deeper conversation wasn't a talk but a duel. Vikir and Adolf stood facing each other in an arena while Hugo and Camus watched from the sidelines. Adolf announced that he would be testing Vikir's abilities and instructed him to show everything he was capable of. Vikir agreed, but thought to himself that if he showed everything, Adolf might pass out. Adolf then casted a spell and started creating a pot. Camus explained that his uncle was making a pot using fire, earth, and water magic simultaneously with perfect control, which was typical of her powerful uncle. Adolf then filled the pot with water and placed the pot on his own head and challenged Vikir to a duel. He instructed Vikir that if he could make a single drop of water fall from the pot, it would be considered a victory. Vikir observed the pot and thought about how challenging an opponent like Adolf would be a great experience, and thought about his own win rate against Adolf prior to his regression. Vikir analyzed the situation and calculated that an assassination attempt would have a 50% chance of success, and a 10% win rate if he were to face Adolf head-on. Vikir decided to approach the situation carefully, knowing that he only needed to do enough to satisfy Hugo's expectations, and also he wanted to see what Adolf was truly capable of. Without warning, Vikir charged at Adolf with his sword in hand, running in a straight line towards him. Camus, who was watching from the side, couldn't believe what she was seeing. She shouted at Vikir, telling him that he couldn't run straight towards Adolf. As Vikir's sword came crashing down towards Adolf, he cast a barrier spell, blocking the attack. Adolf was amused at Vikir's attempt, and questioned Camus as to why she was helping Vikir, while saying that shield magic was best used against swordsmen. Adolf knew that it would be difficult for Vikir to pierce through with most aura swords. Vikir was frustrated with the failed attack and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Adolf decided to take the offensive and started casting spells towards Vikir. Vikir, being nimble and quick, started dodging the spells effortlessly. Camus interjected, exclaiming that it was unfair as Adolf never used this level of magic against her in their duels. Adolf was taken aback by Camus' support of Vikir and asked her whose side she was on. He then turned to Vikir with a crying face, calling him a bastard and promising not to forgive him. Hugo watched the battle unfold, analyzing the two combatants. He noted that Vikir was attacking at a speed that was difficult but not impossible to dodge, and decided there was no need to intervene. He wanted to see what Vikir was capable of, and show the old man what a young hound could do. As Vikir dodged Adolf's spells, he analyzed his opponent's abilities. He knew that he could use his knowledge from before his regression and his current age to gain an advantage. Adolf smirked at Vikir, claiming that his sword would never pierce through his shield. However, Vikir's attacks began to break the shield, catching Adolf off guard. Adolf noticed that Vikir was attacking at the same point on the shield with his sword and was impressed by Vikir's machine-like movements and swordsmanship. As Vikir was attacking with his sword, it suddenly broke into pieces, causing Adolf to smirk and taunt him about his lack of consideration for the durability of his sword and the strength of his shield. However, Hugo and Camus, who were watching from the sidelines, had shocked expressions on their faces. Adolf continued to speak, unaware of the surprised reactions of those around him. Suddenly, water started pouring on his face, completely covering his head in a matter of seconds. Adolf shouted in surprise, wondering how a piece of the broken sword had managed to pierce the pot and drench him with water. Vikir, with a smile on his face, commented that the pot seemed to be full. Camus, who witnessed the unexpected turn of events, blushed and exclaimed in disbelief that Vikir had won against her uncle and started thinking about the possibility of marriage. Meanwhile, Hugo, who was standing beside Camus, realized that the incident with the broken sword was not just a coincidence, but a sign of Vikir's exceptional talent and strength. He couldn't help but wonder if he was raising a much stronger hound than he had initially anticipated. 7 years had passed since the young hounds first stepped foot in the Baskerville training grounds. Today, they faced a fierce monster that resembled a bear with horns. As the monster charged at them, the young hounds attacked it with their swords, one after another. Watching from the sidelines was Baskerville clan shadow hound Staffordshire Baskerville, the instructor of the young hounds. He knew that facing opponents stronger than them was a daunting task. So he shouted out instructions to the young hounds, telling them to aim for the hind leg to slow down the monster instead of targeting the vital points from the beginning. The triplets among the young hounds coordinated their strikes, leaving the monster exhausted. Staffordshire was impressed and thought to himself that their dark crimson aura was very suitable for the Baskervilles. After the triplets had weakened the monster, the other young hounds resumed their attacks and finished it off. Staffordshire applauded the young hounds and congratulated them on becoming low-rank sword experts and masters of the first Baskerville technique. Staffordshire reminded the young hounds that they were facing a caged monster and that the wild ox bear on La Rouge-et-Lenoir mountain would be quite different. He warned them that death could occur much more easily than they thought, and they must use their bloodline to overcome it or build their experience to survive somehow. With that, the instructor concluded the 7-year training and congratulated the young hounds on their graduation. He wished them good luck in their future endeavors. After the successful completion of their training, the young hounds started chatting among themselves. Two hounds were discussing their preferences for the various night orders within the Baskerville clan. The first hound mentioned that he preferred the wolfhound order, while the second hound shared his choices: Doberman, Pitbull, and Rottweiler. There were 7 night orders in the Baskerville clan, each established and managed for various objectives, such as watching, searching, guarding, assassinating, suppressing, and all-out warfare. Suddenly, the first hound asked his companion where he thought that bastard would go. The second hound asked in confusion who was he referring to. The first hound clarified that he was referring to the person sitting on the dead ox bear, who is none other than Vikir. They continued their conversation about Vikir, with one hound saying that Vikir had defeated a much larger ox bear than the one they had just faced, and that he was already a high-rank sword expert at the 3rd Baskerville technique, which meant that he was at the Shadow Hound's level. Vikir sat on the dead ox bear, lost in thought. He knew it had taken longer than he had anticipated to reach his current level, which was graduate intermediate rank at the 5th Baskerville technique. While his swordsmanship had improved greatly, he felt his growth was much slower than he had hoped for. Suddenly, head butler Barrymore appeared behind Vikir and addressed him as Master Vikir. The butler informed Vikir that the Patriarch was looking for him and that his assignment had been decided. Vikir, with a serious expression on his face, replied with a simple "all right." Vikir entered the Patriarch's office and greeted Hugo. However, he only received a grunt in response. Vikir noticed a cut on Hugo's nose and asked him what had happened. Hugo replied that he had been subjugating barbarians on La Rouge et La Noire mountain, and that one of the archers had gotten the better of him. Vikir asked if he had captured them, but Hugo replied that he had not. However, he did manage to give the archer the same scar on her face. After a moment of silence, Hugo congratulated Vikir on graduating. However, his tone was ominous when he added that it was only going to get harder. Vikir wondered if Hugo was going to talk about the assignment now as he reminisced about his past before his regression. He had been a junior knight of the Pitbull Order, and was sent to the treacherous La Rouge et La Noire mountain to face death non-stop for 21 months. He had been like an expendable mutt, immediately dispatched into battle upon his arrival. He remembered that the Baskerville children were categorized as either elite or expendable once they reached the age of 15. The expendables were sent to die in battle, while the elite were educated about politics and administration. Through numerous brushes with death, the experienced expendables eventually became guards to the elite, while the elite matured over time through practicing politics and administration. Vikir knew that the 5th Baskerville technique existed to let the elite catch up to the expendables' long hours and experiences with real-life battles. However, his swordsmanship had not been able to surpass the 4th technique prior to his regression. There was no way that Hugo, the one in charge, would let him, an illegitimate child, take a course for the elite. Vikir's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Hugo. Hugo suggested that Vikir should try the lower house of parliament. Not fully understanding what Hugo meant, Vikir asked for clarification. Hugo explained that the lower house of parliament assisted the Baskerville clan's regional administration, legislature, and law enforcement, as well as inviting businesses and looking after the region as necessary. Simply put, they managed both small and large matters of the clan. Vikir was surprised that Hugo had selected him, an illegitimate child, to take the elite course. Hugo continued, saying that Vikir's achievements were greater than any child who was referred to as a genius by 10 years. So, he would treat Vikir as such. The position that Vikir would be taking was the deputy consul of the Underdog City. Currently, both the consul and deputy consul positions were vacant. Hugo asked Vikir if he would like to try it. After considering Hugo's proposal, Vikir decided to accept the position of deputy consul of the Underdog City. However, before proceeding, he wanted to discuss an incident involving the Mork clan and the Ruby Mines. Hugo seemed to know about it already and referred to how Vikir screwed over Adolf Mork. Vikir confirmed this and asked if he could borrow his reward once. Even though what Vikir wanted to borrow was still not revealed yet, the head butler, who had an idea about it, was shocked at Vikir's bold request. But Hugo didn't seem to mind. He stamped a paper and assured Vikir that he trusted him not to do anything foolish. With confidence, Vikir promised he wouldn't make Hugo worry, but he couldn't help but think how strange it was to be called son by Hugo, something that would have been unimaginable before his regression. As head butler and Vikir walked down the hallway, the head butler spoke in a serious tone. He emphasized the Patriarch's high regard for Vikir, as evidenced by his appointment as a consul prior to being dispatched into battle. The head butler referred to this as the disciplines of kingship, suggesting that Vikir was being groomed for greater responsibilities in the future. However, Vikir was not complacent about his new role. He acknowledged that success was not guaranteed and that he would have to work hard to manage his responsibilities as deputy consul. Vicar thought to himself that this was an opportunity for him to hone his skills more safely. He wasn't particularly interested in current events, but his memories from his previous life were still vivid. He remembered the sensation of his head being severed from his body by the guillotine. Vicar decided at that moment that he will let Hugo Le Baskerville feel the same sensation. In the Baskerville territory, Underdog. In a large villa, a bald man gave orders to 2 workers, instructing them to ensure that the place is perfectly clean by the next day, as a new deputy consul from the Baskerville family was coming. The workers acknowledged his orders and said yes sir. Later on, one of the workers wondered what kind of person the new deputy consul would be and hoped that he would have experience in business. However, the other worker told him that the new deputy consul was only 15 years old. While they were talking, a young boy was approaching the villa, and the second worker noticed him. He placed his hand on the kid's shoulder and wondered whose child he was and if any employee had brought him. The worker then told the boy that he couldn't just enter the villa freely. It turned out, the young boy who had approached the villa was none other than Vicar. With an angry look on his face, he ordered the worker to remove his hand from his shoulder. Then, he pulled out a paper and showed it to the worker, who was surprised to see that it was the document verifying Vicar's position as the new deputy consul. The workers were confused as to why he had come a day early, but Vicar was not concerned about that. He ordered the workers to prepare food and drinks for a party he was going to have. As Vicar entered the villa, both workers had questioning looks on their faces and wondered why the new deputy consul was planning a party. Soon, the party began, and the whole villa was filled with food and drinks. Many nobles were in attendance, enjoying the festivities and talking with one another. Chihuahua Baskerville, the general secretary of the city of Underdog, was pacing back and forth in his office, clearly agitated. He looked out the window and couldn't believe what he saw. The new deputy consul, a young man who had just started working for the city, was holding a party at the workplace. Chihuahua was already having a hard time because all of his predecessors had been dismissed for accepting bribes. And now, this guy was drinking and partying on the job. Chihuahua couldn't believe the audacity of this troublemaker. As he was about to express his frustration, Vicar suddenly appeared behind him and asked if he was the general secretary. The sudden interruption startled him and he almost jumped out of his skin. He was surprised to see Vicar and wondered how long he had been standing there. Vicar introduced himself as Vicar Van Baskerville, the new deputy consul, and Chihuahua introduced himself as Chihuahua Baskerville. Vicar repeated Chihuahua's name, noting that he didn't have a middle name. Chihuahua thought to himself that it was going to happen again. He knew that a lack of a middle name signified that he was from outside the family and that he was employed rather than a blood member of the family. Chihuahua had to deal with discrimination from deputy consuls because of this. He was tired of being looked down upon and treated unfairly because he wasn't born into the family. But Chihuahua was surprised by Vicar's response. Instead of mocking him, Vicar placed his hand on Chihuahua's shoulder and simply said, "Nice." This threw Chihuahua off guard, and he responded with a confused look. Vicar went on to explain that he had scanned through Chihuahua's personal information on the way there, and had noticed that he was from Underdog. Chihuahua agreed with him, saying that he was born and raised in the current place they were in. Vicar acknowledged this and mentioned that he knew how hard people like him had to work and that he didn't intend to interfere with how he did his job. Chihuahua was still a bit confused but responded with an awkward okay. Chihuahua couldn't help but think that was this some new form of harassment, and wondered why Vicar was even there in the first place when he was the one who asked for the party. But Vicar continued, mentioning that while the personal law system itself didn't have a problem, there were many strange things about the judicial system. Vicar continued speaking, explaining that the problem with Underdog was that many illegal business owners were successful, and as a result, the underground held the power above the law. Simply stopping the illegal businesses wouldn't resolve the problem. The heads of the underground businesses needed to be removed. As a deputy consul, his job was to make laws and execute them, and while he respected all the laws that were already in place, he intended to add a new one. Chihuahua exclaimed in surprise as he heard the word new law. Vicar nodded and explained that he would make sure the underground economy was in shambles within a week. However, he needed a cause in order to make and execute this law. Chihuahua couldn't understand why Vicar needed a cause for getting rid of illegal businesses. Vicar explained that he was still young and a newly appointed deputy consul. He needed a performance in order to make it more convincing. Chihuahua still didn't fully understand Vicar's plan. Vicar looked out of window as his expression turned into an evil grin and he said that to put it differently, I will lay out poop for the flies. Chihuahua couldn't help but wonder what Vicar was planning. The next day, Vicar arrived at Doorsmile Street in downtown Underdog. A huge crowd had already gathered there and people were chatting among themselves. Vicar stood on the stage with a stake in his hand. Chihuahua and his companions wondered what the deputy consul was planning to do. They commented that there were a lot of people there, and that the deputy consul had been standing there since the crack of dawn. Suddenly, Vicar stepped forward and announced that he was the newly appointed deputy consul. The crowd was surprised to see such a young man as the deputy consul, and wondered what he was going to do. Some of them murmured that he was cute, while some questioned what a young man like him could do. Vicar ignored the crowd and said, "I believe you have all seen this notice. These are laws that have been in place for a while. Even if the deputy consul has changed, the Baskerville family's laws are still strict as before and will continue to be upheld." However, the crowd did not seem to have any faith in Vicar's words. They muttered among themselves, questioning his ability to carry out laws at such a young age. Some even commented on the corruption of the higher-ups and thought that Vicar would soon fall victim to it. Chihuahua, who stood by Vicar's side, could no longer remain silent. He shouted at the crowd, demanding that they show respect to the new deputy consul. The crowd fell silent, but some still doubted Vicar's ability to uphold the laws, and they thought that Chihuahua might be a better choice for the position of deputy consul. Suddenly, Vicar's actions had the entire crowd in a state of shock. As he pulled up the stake, whole crowd fell silent, and all eyes were fixed on him. With immense power, Vicar then plunged the stake into the ground with such force that the earth around it seemed to shake. The crowd could hardly believe what they were seeing. They were amazed at the sheer strength that Vicar had displayed. But then, Vicar announced something that took everyone by surprise. He said that he would announce a special law, with his authority as a deputy consul known as the Vicar Special Law, which would award 100 million gold to anyone who could remove the stake from the ground. The entire crowd looked at Vicar and the stake in disbelief, trying to analyze what was happening. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into a loud chorus of disbelief, shouting, 100 million. As the crowd gathered around him, Deputy Consul Vicar Van Baskerville announced his new laws. The first law, known as the Vicar Special Law, Paragraph 1, Article 1, stipulated that whoever pulled out an appointed stake, henceforth referred to as the stake, would be paid 100 million gold immediately by Vicar himself. The crowd was stunned by the announcement and exclaimed in shock. They couldn't believe that they could get such a huge amount of money just by pulling out a stake. One person in the crowd asked if it was really that easy, and everyone murmured about it in disbelief. Despite the excitement, nobody came forward to pull out the stake. Vicar saw that no one was willing to take the risk, so he asked if there was no one who wanted to get 100 million gold. When no one stepped forward, Vicar declared a new law. The Vicar Special Law, Paragraph 1, Article 2, stated that the person who pulled out this stake would be paid 1 billion gold immediately by Vicar himself. This time, the offer was too tempting to resist. Suddenly, Vicar heard someone laugh, and he saw a fat old man in the crowd with an angry voice. The man exclaimed that it was ridiculous and asked if Vicar was making fun of them. He questioned who would attempt it, and the crowd began to murmur in agreement. But someone in the crowd pointed out that 1 billion gold was not chump change, and the mood shifted slightly. General Secretary Chihuahua, who was on stage behind Vicar, wondered why they were getting embarrassed instead. But Vicar ignored all the comments and asked if there was no one willing to take the challenge. With no one stepping forward, Vicar surprised the crowd once again by declaring a new law. This time, the reward was even higher, 10 billion gold. The crowd was stunned by the offer, and Vicar confidently stated that the person who pulled out the stake would be rewarded with the sum. As Vicar repeated his offer, the crowd was in a state of shock and confusion. Some wondered if it was all just a joke, while others were tempted to try their luck. However, others warned them of the potential consequences, saying that just look at the sword on his waist and the potential danger of being perceived as greedy by the deputy consul. Despite Vicar's repeated offers, no one came forward to pull the stake. As he was about to speak again, he was interrupted by Chihuahua, who whispered to him that there was not enough money in the city to fulfill his offer. Suddenly, a small hand shot up from within the crowd. The hand belonged to a little girl who had a flower basket on her other hand. She timidly asked if she could try. The crowd was shocked that this little girl was trying to pull out the stake from the ground. An old man recognized her as Judy, the flower girl, and tried to stop her. But Judy explained that her mother was sick and she had to try something. Despite the old man's warnings, Judy approached the stake and stood in front of it. She looked at the man behind the stake with fear and hesitation. Judy thought to herself, hoping to calm her nerves. She wondered if she would receive any payment for this act of bravado. She had volunteered to pull out the stake, hoping to earn a few coins for her efforts. She was hoped that at least she would be able to sell the basket full of flowers she had brought with her to the event. Without a word, Vicar simply said, "Pull it out." His voice was devoid of emotion, and Judy couldn't tell if he was angry or bored. She took a deep breath, grabbed the stake with both hands and pulled with all her might. To her surprise, the stake came out of the ground easily, as if it had never been stuck there in the first place. The crowd gasped in shock and disbelief, staring at Judy in amazement. They couldn't believe that such a small and frail girl had managed to pull out the stake so effortlessly. Judy looked at Victor, who had been watching her intently, with the stake in her hand. Judy wondered if she had done something wrong, as Victor made a motion as if he was about to pull out his sword. Her heart sank as she closed her eyes in fear, tears threatening to spill down her cheeks. She thought of her mother and wondered who would take care of her after she was gone. But instead of the sword, a hand with a bag appeared in front of her. As Judy opened her eyes, she saw Victor on one knee, holding a bag filled with gold. Victor, while giving the bag to Judy, said that for now, here is 100 million gold. Judy stood there, still in shock, holding the bag of gold tightly in her hand. Victor looked at her and asked her where her home was, since 10 billion gold will be heavy, so he will have it shipped to her home. Victor even provided her with a guard to protect her reward. Judy couldn't believe what she was hearing. Victor then placed his hand on her head and said, "This is the law. It must always be obeyed." The crowd behind them was equally stunned, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. Even Chihuahua, who had been watching the scene, had his mouth hung open. No one had expected Victor to actually follow through with his promise to reward the person who managed to pull out the stake from the ground. The performance was a significant turning point, as it allowed the Victor special law to become more famous than the self-governance law of the Baskerville clan. The citizens were touched by the simple logic of being rewarded for obeying the law and punished for disobeying it. People were discussing the new deputy consul, who was vastly different from his predecessors. Victor was known for keeping his word no matter what, which earned him a great deal of respect from the people. The society in which principles were upheld was something to be admired, and the implementation of the Victor special law led to a noticeable decrease in unlawfulness and a halving of crime rates. Chihuahua had just finished writing something on a board in the deputy office when Victor noticed and asked if it was written in the Eastern language. Victor complimented Chihuahua on his handwriting, and Chihuahua expressed his admiration for Victor's daring performance. That left him touched for the first time after 20 years of working there. Victor explained that ruling citizens with wrath when they belittle the law and do not trust it is not the way to go. He shared how he thought hard about how to get the attention of the citizens and leave a lasting impression. And that was the result. Chihuahua was moved to tears and pledged to follow Victor for the rest of his days. Victor tried to calm Chihuahua down. Victor's mind wandered as he thought about the recent performance he had orchestrated. He couldn't help but compare it to the one that Camus Morgue would have presented years from now. While Camus had managed to reduce the crime rate to 1%, but she was never really liked by the citizens due to the fear she instilled in them. Looking down at the map on the table, Victor noted that the problems were only just beginning, since the reward of 10 billion gold had been used, and they needed to find a way to get it back. After marking some locations on the map, he explained that the locations marked on the map were where there were potential illegal groups, or where they may hide in the future. Victor was determined to maintain these locations and confiscate their dirty money. Chihuahua looked at the map in surprise and asked Victor how he knew where the criminal businesses were located. Victor pointed to his nose and claimed that he could smell them. In reality, he had already surveyed those regions before his regression and knew them like the back of his hand. Chihuahua was impressed by Victor's flawless investigation skills and wondered just how much he had already investigated. Suddenly, a staff member burst into the room, interrupting the conversation between Chihuahua and Victor. The staff member addressed Deputy Consul Victor, informing him that the Village Hall's Youth Autonomy Association had requested a meeting. Chihuahua, seemingly unsurprised by the news, commented that it was probably time for such a meeting to take place. Victor, on the other hand, referred to them as arrogant bastards and questioned why they would want to see him. Chihuahua proceeded to inform Victor that the Youth Autonomy Association was made up of various clans, including the Mant Blanc, Pure, Luovi, Channel, Ferragamo, Hermes, and Pradar clans. He explained that the organization was founded by the second and third generations of the 7 native families of Baskerville. Chihuahua went on to describe the Youth Autonomy Association as a promiscuous social club, despite its name suggesting otherwise. He speculated that the young masters of the group likely had something to say about the Victor special law. Victor said in a questioning tone, "The dung flies have started to smell the shit." This statement surprised both Chihuahua and the staff member. Victor smirked and suggested that they should start annihilating the pests that are eating away the city. Deep within the burning suspension, a high-end club located within the Underdog City's most luxurious hotel, a party was taking place. The VVIP lounge, which had been rented out for a whopping 10 million gold for a 6-hour rental service, was filled with the 7 crucial members of the Youth Autonomy Association. These members were the second and third generation children of the 7 families located within the Baskerville territory, a powerful and influential area within the city. The atmosphere was lively as the members of the association were making a tower with glasses and pouring drinks on them. They boasted about the price tag of each bottle as they continued to build the tower, which had a pyramid shape. The blonde guy in the club turned to the waiters and instructed them to drink the spilled wine on the table. The waiters obediently lapped it up like dogs, thanking him for the opportunity to enjoy such a precious drink. As he sat down on a sofa, he boasted about his wealth, remarking that no matter how much he spent, his money always replenished itself. One of the blonde guy's companions attributed it all to the Baskervilles, who only cared about territorial expansion and not about the demand for slaves. He remarked that it was easy to kidnap barbarians and sell them as slaves, thanks to the Baskervilles. The companions agreed that this was all thanks to the Baskervilles, and that it was great because they didn't have to worry about the imperial family. Another companion chimed in, remarking that the Baskervilles were also protecting them, making them even safer. He compared the Baskervilles to their personal hunting dogs, pointing out that they were always at their beck and call. The blonde guy scoffed at the idea, stating that the Baskervilles were nothing more than sword-wielding idiots who were easily manipulated. He mentioned the incident with the Messimaginero clan, where they were able to push the blame onto the Messimaginero clan, which was one of the most loyal clan, and watch as the Baskervilles decided to massacre them personally. As the group continued to talk, one of the companions mentioned a new deputy consul named Vicar, who was of Van descent. The blonde guy questioned if anyone had heard of him before, and when they replied no, he suggested that they teach the young government worker a lesson. The plan was to invite him to a party with the best drinks and women, and once the party was over, they would force him to pay for it. The blonde guy was confident that the 15-year-old wouldn't be able to report them since he wouldn't have any money. The companions agreed, and the group laughed at the thought of their impending prank. As they were discussing their plan, a waiter entered the room with some girls, announcing their arrival. The blonde guy and his companions looked up excitedly, eager to enjoy their evening with the ladies. One of the guys noticed a young male accompanying the ladies and questioned his presence. The waiter was unaware of who he was and answered that he entered with such confidence that nobody questioned him. The young male was none other than Vicar. The waiter grabbed Vicar by his hair and, in an angry tone, demanded to know why he was there. However, Vicar's eyes glowed with anger, and suddenly the room fell silent as the group had shocked expression on their faces. As Vicar approached the group, the waiter noticed that his arm was bent at an impossible angle, causing him to shout in pain. One of the guys who had initially pointed out Vicar expressed his surprise at the sight. Vicar introduced himself as Vicar Van Baskerville, and the guy repeated his name and recognized him as the deputy consul, and questioned why he was there. Vicar simply replied that they have invited him here. The blonde guy realized that the situation was getting out of hand and tried to calm down the situation and exclaimed with laughter, saying that it was amazing that he had come to the party. Vicar watched the blonde guy whisper with one of his companions, discussing something. The blonde guy asked if they should enact their plans, and his companion agreed, suggesting they see how Vicar deals with paying for everything. The blonde guy agreed and suggested they keep Vicar there and force him to pay once the party was over. Vicar couldn't take it any longer. He placed his hand on the table, interrupting their conversation, and demanded that they stop the pointless chatter. Suddenly, the whole table exploded, and glasses filled with drinks crashed to the floor, causing the people in the room to look on in surprise. As the drinks fell down, the blonde guy watched in disbelief as the table exploded, and his thoughts immediately went to Vicar's potential abilities. He thought, could he have used mana manipulation to make the champagne tower explode just by touching the table? The blonde guy realized that Vicar was a graduator. The blonde guy's companion was equally shocked and whispered in anger that they had thought Vicar was just a 15-year-old kid. The blonde guy snapped back, telling his companion that they were a middle-class expert and should do something. But the companion was too scared, knowing that they would lose in an instant if they tried to fight Vicar. Suddenly, Vicar placed his hand on one of the guy's shoulders and addressed him directly. The guy was so scared that he blurted out that they were going to pay for the drinks. Vicar questioned whether they were planning on forcing him to pay for everything, and the guy realized that he had made a huge mistake. Another companion spoke up, asking who would dare do such a thing. The blonde guy tried to calm the situation, saying that they only wanted to test Vicar, as Underdog City had become corrupt. They wanted to ensure that Vicar wouldn't be enticed by the city's offers. The blonde guy's companion agreed, saying that it seemed like Vicar had what it takes to lead them, and they would be sure to follow. Vicar suddenly attacked the guy sitting closest to him with a palm strike that was more like a claw attack. He clutched the guy's stomach tightly and delivered a stern message. An owner can test their dog, but a dog should never test their owner, no matter the situation. As he looked at the rest of the group, Vicar questioned whether they were unmoved by his actions because they had money and power. He warned them that they had never seen anything truly frightening before. Vicar threw the guy he had been holding to the ground and stepped on his face. He then looked at the rest of the group and asked if they knew why he had done this. If they didn't, it seemed like they would meet the same fate. The blonde guy's face was stricken with fear as he stuttered out a response, saying that they were well aware of why Vicar had taken such actions. But Vicar kicked the man's head on which he was stepping on, and told them that if they really knew, they would understand what he would do next. The group became angry seeing this, and blonde guy called Vicar a bastard, while another questioned if he thought he could get away with it. Suddenly, Vicar appeared right in front of the second guy and accused the group of committing crimes such as abduction, kidnapping, illegal slave trafficking, and insulting Baskerville. The rest of the group had a shocked expression hearing Vicar mention the crimes that they had done. Vicar then punched the second guy and told them that animals don't learn until you teach them. Vicar's face turned into an evil grin as said that now he was prepared to teach the disobedient creatures a lesson. In a dimly lit prison cell, two men stood with contrasting expressions. Vicar, the deputy consul, appeared unfazed while Chihuahua, the general secretary, looked on with a mix of shock and concern. Before them stood a blonde man with a beaten-up face, who was screaming and shouting at them, calling them all sorts of names. The man continued to yell, accusing Vicar of pulling some kind of stunt that would result in his father retaliating against them. He threatened to kill both of them once he was released, promising never to forgive them for what they had done. Chihuahua was visibly distressed by the situation and turned to Vicar, asking why the man had been beaten so brutally. Vicar asked if he thought he had overdone it, to which Chihuahua responded with a resounding yes. He expressed his disbelief that anyone could inflict such serious injuries on another human being, comparing the victim to a meat bag. But Vicar didn't seem to care. He walked towards the cell with a cold smile on his face, assuring Chihuahua that he hadn't even started yet. Chihuahua, on the other hand, looked shocked and disbelieving. He asked Vicar what he was planning to do, to which Vicar replied that he was going to execute all the wicked civil servants who had mutated into a hideous organization. He claimed that he could tell from their arrogant expressions that they lacked proper education, and that they had even overlooked the authority of the Baskerville clan. Chihuahua still couldn't believe what he was hearing. He asked Vicar if he was serious, to which Vicar replied in the affirmative. The blonde guy and his companions were now begging for their lives, promising to give Vicar everything they had if he spared them. Chihuahua then voiced his concern about the repercussions of Vicar's actions. He asked him if he was aware that the families of the executed men would not just sit idly by. They were cowardly, yet daring, and they would use whatever methods possible to avenge their loved ones. Vicar's confident smile remained as he reassured Chihuahua that there was no need to worry about the families of the executed men. He claimed that these corrupt officials were tied to the criminal organizations of Underdog City, and that their families would not be able to complain. Chihuahua, however, seemed to be concerned about the evidence against these officials, to which Vicar replied that he had his ways of finding evidence. He thought to himself that if he couldn't find any evidence, he would make his own. Vicar didn't seem to care about the events that would take place after this. He believed that the world was soon going to experience a sudden change, and he would most likely be dispatched into battle very soon. Even if that wasn't the case, he knew that he would have to leave this place once he enrolled at the academy. Vicar stood in front of the prisoners, his eyes cold and unfeeling as he gazed at them. Vicar listed out their crimes, his voice flat and monotone: human trafficking, kidnapping, bribery, blackmail, threatening, assault through a third party, and murder. The blonde guy immediately denied their involvement in any of those crimes and asked for evidence. However, Vicar just smirked and asked if they would accept punishment if there was evidence. After hearing this, the blonde guy looked down, his guilt written all over his face. It was like he was saying, "I'll never cause damage to the family, even if I were to die here." Suddenly, a man appeared to be walking towards him, carrying a bag. The man had a bald head, called out to Vicar. Vicar turned around, not surprised to see the man there. The bald guy placed the bag in front of Vicar and informed him that his custom order was ready. Vicar expressed his gratitude for the timely delivery of his order, and the bald guy just chuckled in response. Vicar opened the bag to reveal an assortment of tools, which he arranged carefully on a cloth. As Vicar was setting up his tools, the bald guy suddenly spoke up, saying that he had never seen some of these tools before, despite having been torturing people for 30 years. He asked Vicar how he had come up with such scary tools. Vicar shrugged and replied that he didn't invent them himself. They were common where he came from. The bald guy was taken aback and asked if Vicar had come from hell. Vicar just chuckled and said that it was something like that. And then he asked the bald guy if he would like to learn it. The bald guy quickly declined, saying that he might vomit everything he had eaten if he saw Vicar work with those tools. Vicar just nodded and looked at his tools, lost in thought. He missed the days of the era of destruction when even the demon clan's prisoners of war would spit out everything during torture. By torturing the demon clan, the torturing methods had evolved significantly. Vicar opened his coat and revealed his tools, causing the blonde guy to squeal in fear. Vicar looked at the prisoners and asked where their expressions were from before when they had claimed they wouldn't admit to anything no matter what. He then tied the buttons on his wrist and said, "Please don't say anything. I want to cherish the memories of my past for once." The blonde guy couldn't hold back the flood of tears that streamed down his face. Rumors of the arrest of the 7 wicked gangs quickly spread throughout Underdog City. As long as there was a gathering of more than 3 citizens, that rumor continued to circulate. In a nearby tavern, patrons were discussing the incident. One of them expressed relief that the arrested gangs were the ones who treated civilians like pests. Another patron doubted that the new deputy consul would release them anytime soon, considering their history. A third person chimed in, noting that the 7 arrested individuals were the 2nd generation of native families, and that the deputy consul would likely just embarrass them before releasing them. However, another individual added that the charges against the 7 suggested that they may be executed. This sparked a conversation about whether the children of native families would really be put to death. One person claimed that the new deputy consul had a reputation for being ruthless, citing the fact that he had burned a 10 billion gold with one stake. Despite this, another person thought that executing the 7 individuals would put the deputy consul in a difficult situation. The citizens of Underdog City had believed that the arrest of the 7 notorious gang leaders was just a political power play between the new politician and the native authorities. They had predicted that once the local powerhouses bent their wills, the situation would be over and the imprisoned gang members would be released unscathed. As expected, the Mant Blanc clan, Pure clan, Luovi clan, Channel clan, Ferragamu clan, Hermes clan, and the Pradar clan delivered an apology to the new deputy consul. But things didn't go as predicted. The 7 heads of the gang leaders were hung in the middle of the center square, preserved with salt and displaying expressions of agony as if they had experienced excruciating pain until their last breaths. The public notice above the heads explained the punishments they received prior to their executions in detail. The Baskerville family autonomy constitution was known for its strict laws and harsh punishments. The first clause was about the banning of illegal brothels. The penalty for this offense was a tattoo on the face of the criminal, with the symbol for sex being tattooed all over the face. The punishment was executed according to the governing law above. The second clause was about the banning of illegal gambling, and the penalty for this offense was wrist amputation. The punishment was carried out according to the law, with both wrists being amputated, taking into account the number of times the law was disobeyed. The criminal's wrists were amputated 72 times at regular intervals. The third clause was about the banning of illegal private loans, and the penalty for this offense was the removal of eyes. However, in consideration of the pleas of those who had been affected by these criminals, the punishment was not executed. The fourth and final clause was about the banning of illegal lobbying, and the penalty for this offense was exile. Since the criminals were already dead, their bodies, excluding their heads, were thrown outside the castle walls. The crowd was in shock as they read the notice and saw the scene in front of them. Vicar in his office explained that there was no reason to be surprised as the laws were already in place. However, this was the first time that the infamous native families would be serving the sentences. He believed that this would bring forth change and that once the destruction of either parties began, Underdog City would go through a bloodbath. Vicar turned to Chihuahua and warned him to brace himself, as he would join him in the next strategy. Chihuahua was surprised and clearly taken aback by Vicar's words. The scene changes and Chihuahua was standing in the same pose with a mask on his face. Chihuahua turned back and whispered to the occupant inside the cage, who was none other than the deputy consul, asking if this was really the right strategy. Vicar simply asked Chihuahua if he didn't trust him. As Chihuahua stood there, the place began to fill up with people. They all wore masks to conceal their identities, and slaves were also being transported, their hands bound in iron chains. Amidst the chaos, Chihuahua's thoughts turned to Vicar, who sat quietly in one of the slave cages. Chihuahua wondered if Deputy Consul being sold as a slave was a good strategy. Underdog City, located in the outskirts, was known for its unlawful events, and one such event was the slave auction. In the middle of nowhere, a huge tent was set up, and luxurious carriages started to gather around it. The products being sold were kidnapped barbarians, nobles, and commoners, all waiting to be auctioned off to the highest bidder. The Baskerville family was unaware of this unlawful event. The auctioneer, standing in front of the crowd, greeted them and welcomed them to the circus. The auctioneer noticed the arrival of Chihuahua's group. He greeted them with a smile, recognizing their signature trait as an exclusive feature of the Mont Blanc clan. He looked at their identification paper and saw that they were there as sellers. He expressed his concern that the Mont Blanc clan did not like the slaves they had purchased in the last auction, as they were precious customers who always purchased a large number of slaves. Chihuahua replied that they were satisfied with the quality of the slaves sold here. The auctioneer's attention was drawn to Vikir, who was in a cage with black hair and red eyes, a rare product. He promised to take responsibility and sell it at a good price. Chihuahua agreed and left it to him. The auctioneer bid farewell to Chihuahua Mont Blanc, hoping that he would enjoy his time at the circus. Inside the tent, the auctioneer stood on the stage as the crowd murmured amongst themselves. Some discussed the trend of mysterious-looking slaves, while others preferred pretty and good-looking slaves. Some were attracted to the tragic backstories of fallen nobles or kidnapped nobles, but everyone agreed that they hoped for many good products that day. The auctioneer then introduced the first item, a secret embezzlement by the Baskerville family's knights. It was an rank monster known as the mercenary, a cow species found in the depths of hell and said to inhabit another world. It was said to possess 19 hearts and keep attacking until all of them stop. The auctioneer listed its uses, from leather to meat, bones, and intestines, stating that nothing goes to waste. The bidding started at 100 million gold, and bidders quickly raised the price to 140 million, then 200 million. And finally 250 million gold. The auctioneer announced that they had hit 250 million gold and asked if anyone else wanted to bid. When no one else spoke up, he slammed the hammer and declared the item sold. The auction continued with more items, each with their own unique qualities and uses. The crowd eagerly bid on each product, hoping to score a valuable purchase. And so, the slave auction at the circus continued, a dark and unlawful event that remained hidden from the eyes of the law. As the bidding for various products continued, the auctioneer urged the bidders to move on to the next product. However, a worker whispered something in his ear, and the auctioneer appeared surprised. He announced to the crowd that a rare item had arrived, picked up by the slave businessmen from a deep jungle, from a warrior tribe in the La Rouge-et-Lenoir Mountains jungles, the barbarian of Balak. A girl who appeared fierce was brought onto the stage, and the auctioneer encouraged the bidders to try and tame a wild slave, as it would be a chance to put their training techniques to the test. However, despite the auctioneer's efforts to start the bidding at 5 million, nobody placed a bid. After some time, the auctioneer lowered the initial bidding price to 3 million, but still nobody placed a bid. Eventually, the auctioneer was forced to give up and offered the girl for just 1 million gold, but still nobody wanted to buy her. The crowd began to lose interest, and the auctioneer realized that the girl was not going to sell. He asked the guard to take her away and bring out the guaranteed products instead. Suddenly the girl tried to break free, but the guard knocked her unconscious with a punch to the stomach and took her backstage. The auctioneer then apologized for the minor incident and promised to bring out the best product of the day as compensation for the unsatisfactory auction. The best product of the day was none other than Vikir. The auctioneer introduced Vikir, describing him as a purebred boy with black hair and red eyes who only required minimal restraints. A lady in the crowd was clearly impressed by Vikir's beauty and physique and immediately placed a bid of 600 million. The auctioneer was surprised and amused by her eagerness to bid without even announcing the starting price. Another bidder, a man, placed a bid of 800 million, which angered the lady, who questioned why a male would want to take Vikir. The man replied that it was none of her business and that he wanted to use Vikir as a gladiator. Suddenly, another bidder placed a bid of 900 million, and then a bidder with the number plaque 899 raised the bid to an astonishing 6 billion. The auctioneer was surprised and asked if anyone else wanted to bid. The crowd looked towards the bidder, a masked man who was recognized by some as Baron Gambino from the granary. The people commented on his deep pockets and recent increase in wealth due to taking over underground funds. The Baron had just spent 6 billion to buy a slave, and his attendant expressed concern that he was spending too much. However, the Baron was confident that he could resell the slave for a higher price in the capital and still make a profit. The attendant raised another issue, telling that he would only profit if the slave's body remained unscathed. This angered the Baron, who lashed out at her and reminded her that he had taken her in when she had nowhere to go and now she was arrogantly biting the hand that fed her. The auctioneer announced that customer 99 was the winning bidder for the slave, Vikir. As Vikir was brought before Baron Gambino, the Baron examined him closely and thought to himself that Vikir looked even better up close. Addressing Vikir, Baron Gambino declared that he now belonged to him and assured him that he was not a bad person, urging him not to be nervous. However, his next words and perverted expression left Vikir uncomfortable as the Baron spoke of the many ways he could play with him and how he was already looking forward to it. Suddenly, Vikir placed his hands in front of the Baron, who was puzzled and asked if he wanted him to undo his handcuffs. But before the Baron could react, Vikir broke the handcuffs with ease, stunning both the Baron and his attendant. Without hesitation, Vikir kicked the Baron, sending him flying down to the ground. Vikir then grabbed the Baron's back with his hand and proposed a game, which he named Spear and Shield. As he squeezed the Baron's back, Vikir explained that he would be the spear, and if the Baron, as the shield, could endure his attack, he would win. The Baron shouted in pain and called out to Cindy for help, but before she could move, the Baron had already lost consciousness. Vikir looked at the Baron and declared that he had fainted, meaning that he had won the game. He then took off the fake hair he was wearing, revealing his true identity as Vikir van Baskerville. Cindy Windy, the Baron's attendant, instantly recognized him and exclaimed his name. However, Vikir ignored her and instead turned to the Baron, asking if he was dead. The crowd was shocked to see Vikir there and started murmuring amongst themselves, wondering if Vikir was here then who was the Underdog City's new deputy consul. Someone even questioned why a Baskerville hound was present here. Meanwhile, Chihuahua, who was among the crowd, thought to himself how the deputy consul had turned the situation into something big. Vikir then looked at the crowd and remarked that the circus was a suitable name for this place. His eyes and smile turned menacing as he warned everyone not to think they could leave in one piece. Vikir stood in the middle of the auction room, unarmed and surrounded by guards. The atmosphere was tense as everyone watched in worry, unsure of what would happen next. The auctioneer was clearly unhappy with the situation and shouted at the guards to just kill Vikir, not caring about his status as the deputy consul. The guards started attacking Vikir. However, before they could reach him, Beelzebub emerged from Vikir's hands and his sword reached them first and sliced through them with ease. The auctioneer was terrified by the red and horrific aura emanating from Vikir and realized that Vikir was no ordinary person. As one of the guards prepared to swing a metal ball attached to a chain towards Vikir, he quickly ran towards him and sliced through both the ball and the guard effortlessly. The auctioneer's thoughts were racing as he tried to make sense of what was happening. He couldn't believe that Vikir was a graduator, that too at such a young age. Graduators were the ultimate weapons that represented a nation's strength. He knew that they didn't stand a chance at winning if Vikir was their opponent. Suddenly, Chihuahua spoke up, revealing that he had never expected the deputy consul's swordsmanship skills to be so irregular. However, he was soon shocked by something he saw. As Vikir continued to fight, he suddenly heard a laugh coming from behind him. He turned around to see the auctioneer holding a knife to Chihuahua's throat. The auctioneer demanded that Vikir drop his weapon and surrender, threatening to kill Chihuahua if he didn't comply. Vikir remained calm and stood his ground, causing the auctioneer to become even more agitated. Chihuahua, whose throat was still being held by the knife, reassured Vikir that he was alright and urged him to look after himself. The auctioneer was angry at Chihuahua's words and tried to stop him from talking, but Chihuahua remained steadfast in his loyalty to his superior. Vikir laughed at Chihuahua's words, impressed by his dedication, and assured him that he had received a trump card from the Patriarch Hugo. Vikir revealed a flute attached to his leg, causing the auctioneer to become confused and ask what he was planning to do with it. Chihuahua also saw the whistle and thought about its significance. Vikir, with the flute in his hand, stepped forward in front of the crowd. Without any warning, he put the flute in his mouth and blew it with all his might. The sound was so loud that it echoed throughout the entire room. The people in the crowd covered their ears with their hands and shouted in pain, trying to protect themselves from the deafening noise. When Vikir finished playing the flute, everyone looked at him in silence, trying to understand what had just happened. The auctioneer, who was in charge of the event, realized that everything was fine. He seemed to be relieved that nothing had happened and laughed it off as a scare tactic and said that even a graduator can't do anything here. However, the situation took a deadly turn as the auctioneer's throat was pierced by a sword from behind. And before the auctioneer could even realize what was happening, his head was sliced off. The killer stood there wearing a hood. As the hooded figure stood beside Chihuahua, Chihuahua watched the dead auctioneer in shock. One of the guards present tried to attack the hooded figure, asking who he was, but the hooded figure effortlessly flicked his sword and the attack was covered in a dense red aura, which shredded the guard into pieces. As the other guards watched in horror, Victor had a smirk on his face, seemingly pleased with the chaos unfolding around him. Suddenly, more people wearing hoods appeared at the location, and there were a lot of them. Each of them emitted a powerful aura, and the cold look in their eyes could pierce someone's soul. One of the guards tried to guess who they were, but he could barely get the words out of his mouth due to fear. Another guard prayed, hoping that they weren't who he thought they were. Cindy Windy, who was present there, recognized the teeth symbol on their chests, and identified them as the Empire's most brutal Knight Order, known as the Annihilation Experts. All 100 knights from the order were graduators, and they were the Baskerville clan's Pitbull Knight Order. Just then, one of the Pitbull Knights appeared behind Cindy, ready to draw his sword and cut her down. She was filled with fear, thinking that she couldn't die in a place like this. But suddenly, Victor appeared in front of her and stopped the knight, commanding him to leave her alive. The knight backed off and knelt down, showing respect to Victor. Victor ordered the knight to rip the rest of them to shreds and kill them, but he told the knight not to kill those who were lying down obediently. However, if they moved even a little, he ordered the knight to kill them relentlessly. The knight disappeared, saying that he heard and obeyed. Victor was relieved that he was able to take the pit bulls without any trouble, knowing that Hugo was very sensitive about military power. The chance to order the Pitbull Order was the reward that Victor had asked for before leaving for Underdog City. The cries of people being cut down by the Pitbull Order could be heard throughout the area. One guy, lying on the ground in fear, thought to himself that he should just stay down and run away when things quiet him down. However, a Pitbull Knight suddenly appeared in front of him, causing him to squeal in terror. He begged the knight, saying that he would obediently wear the cuffs. The Pitbull Knight responded by saying that they don't carry things like cuffs around. The guy was confused and asked what would happen to him then. Suddenly, the Pitbull Knight sliced off his legs, causing him to scream in pain. The knight coldly stated that those who were going to be executed didn't need their legs. A man with a cigar in his mouth stood beside Victor. He was the commander of the Pitbull Knights, Bastontrier Le Baskerville. He asked Victor how he felt about using the Pitbull Knights and if he was satisfied with their performance. Victor replied that he was satisfied, and Bastontrier offered to help him with anything else he needed. Bastontrier took a good look at Victor and thought to himself that he understood why brother Hugo was so interested in him. He was already fierce and cruel at the young age of 15. Bastontrier placed his hand on Victor's head and invited him to come to the Pitbull Knights later, promising to raise him properly. Victor hesitated and said he would think about it. As he started to leave, he mentioned an urgent matter that he needed to attend to. Bastontrier watched Victor leave and couldn't help but feel ignored. He thought to himself that he wanted Victor even more now. As Victor left, he thought to himself that Bastontrier was burdensome. Victor stepped into the dimly lit storeroom, his eyes scanning and searching for something as he muttered to himself. He was sure that what he was looking for was around here. As he looked around, his gaze fell upon a large safe in the corner of the room. He wondered if this was the safe where the noble's payment was stored. He thought about giving all this money to City Hall for taxation, but quickly pushed those thoughts aside, realizing that they weren't important at the moment. Turning away from the safe, he noticed a cage nearby that was covered with a cloth. His expression turned to one of determination as he muttered to himself that the reason he came to the storeroom wasn't for money but something else. With a sense of purpose, Victor walked over to the cage and removed the cloth covering it, revealing a battered and bruised girl lying inside crying out in pain. As tears silently streamed down her cheeks, Victor gazed at the girl who lay in the cage, tears streaming down her face. From the bruises and injury marks on her body, it was apparent that she had been tormented before being brought here. With a disapproving click of his tongue, Victor took out a potion from his pack and said that the girl was fortunate enough to receive it. It was a potion he had obtained from the Knight Order, which they had given him out of the goodness of his heart. Victor then poured the potion into the barbarian girl's mouth, and its effects could be seen immediately as the bruises and injury marks on her body began to heal visibly, right before his eyes. Suddenly, the girl's eyes fluttered open, but she recoiled in fear when she saw Victor standing before her. Perplexed, Victor asked why she was so surprised, but the girl just looked at him questioningly. Without a word, Victor rose to his feet and unlocked the cage door. In the barbarian language, he ordered the girl to go. The girl appeared to understand what Victor was trying to convey, but still looked at him with confusion. Victor thought about how he had learned some of the basics of the barbarian language during his fights against them before his regression. Pointing towards the exit, Victor spoke again in the barbarian language, this time instructing the girl to run away. In response, the girl spoke something in her native tongue, but Vikir was unable to comprehend it. He admitted to the girl that he wasn't very fluent in the barbarian language. Just before departing, the barbarian girl looked back and said something to Vikir in her native language, and even though he couldn't understand her words, Vikir concluded that she was probably thanking him. Vikir then took out another cloth, revealing the reason he had come to the storage area. As Vikir stood with the cloth in his hand, he looked at what he had been searching for, Merciel's corpse. He approached the corpse and examined it closely, relieved to find that it was still intact. Suddenly, Vikir's hand began to emit a red aura, and Beelzebub emerged from it. With a grin on his face, Vikir told Beelzebub that it had been a while since Beelzebub had feasted on an rank monster, but it would be allowed to eat it soon. He reminded Beelzebub that the Pitbull order was due to arrive shortly, and therefore it needed to finish its meal quickly. In response, Beelzebub made a pleased noise, expressing gratitude to Vikir for this incredible feast. The news of the new deputy consul's actions against the criminal organization spread like wildfire. As the sun rose, rumors circulated that the nobles and others involved in the illegal slave auction were now prisoners in the Underdog City prison with their limbs torn off. The den of the large demon in Underdog City, burning suspension, burned down and vanished completely. The heads of the club's VIPs were put on display, creating more awareness of criminal activities. The 7 original clans, who lost their children, sent written protests to the administrative office, but Vikir's reply was firm. He stated that the death penalty was the only punishment for those involved in the imperial family's most forbidden act of illegal slave trading. Bank drafts, ledger books, and information about the criminals' cash transactions were all taken into custody. The Baskerville clan was currently investigating the incident, and was going to report its findings to the imperial family. After hearing that, the written protests from the 7 families eventually came to a halt. The patriarchs of each of the 7 families personally came to the administrative office, marking an unprecedented situation where they had to plead with their enemy who had killed their sons. Vikir's response was simple. The black ledgers that were inside burning suspension had already been investigated. In accordance with the Baskerville self-governing dominion, the 7 families' assets would be confiscated, and, on the charge of treason, 3 generations would be destroyed. Due to the new deputy consul being appointed, the floors of the execution ground were filled with the dirty blood of the city's corrupt vermin. As a result of this, public officials and related subcontractors needed manpower, which led to a decrease in unemployment rates in the Underdog City. The collapse of the illegal underground auction led to a surge in tax revenue, and the welfare of the Underdog City was restored. Vikir's stock price increased daily because of the citizens of the Underdog City. Chihuahua stood holding a coffee cup as he approached Vikir, the consul, and said that he had brought coffee. Vikir responded by telling Chihuahua that he didn't need to bring him coffee since he was the office manager. However, Chihuahua insisted that it was his way of thanking Vikir for saving him from a potential stabbing by the clown during the slave auctions. Vikir smiled and joked that Chihuahua was being stingy by giving him coffee in exchange for saving his life. Chihuahua responded by explaining that he had put 2 spoons of sugar, creamer, and a little bit of water in the coffee. Chihuahua then changed the topic and asked about Vikir's transcribing training. Vikir handed over a paper sheet and asked Chihuahua to take a look at it for him. Chihuahua was surprised at how good Vikir's writing was despite not having learned how to write for very long. Vikir humbly stated that he still had a lot to learn and praised Chihuahua's abilities as the office manager. Chihuahua thought to himself that Vikir was an amazing person, having the ability to create new laws and comprehend knowledge of the law. He believed that if the deputy consul stayed in the city, Underdog City would be able to develop even more. In the middle of the night, the sky was filled with clouds, and some moonlight rays escaped and fell into a prison cell. Vikir was standing in the cell, facing a prisoner who was none other than Cindy Windy, Baron Gambino's attendant whom Vikir had saved previously in the slave auctions. Cindy Windy had handcuffs on her hands and a blindfold covering her eyes. Vikir apologized for not being able to visit her sooner, and explained that he had been busy with other matters. He asked her a question to confirm that her name was Cindy Windy Senrose, but she didn't answer his question and instead asked why he had let her live. Vikir removed the blindfold covering her eyes and replied that reason he had saved her was that he had some questions he wanted to ask her. Cindy Windy looked at him with disdain and questioned if that was the only reason he kept her alive. Vikir didn't answer the question and turned around and said that after investigating, he had discovered that the reason Baron Gambino, who was just an ordinary homosexual, was able to increase his power so quickly, and the reason was due to Cindy Windy's abilities to earn money. He added that if she had been able to grow her talent in a place other than an underworld family, she would have been able to become a great merchant or banker. Victor then placed a chair in front of Cindy and sat down on it. He made her an offer, promising to let her go if she answered his questions but warning of consequences if she refused. Cindy bit her lips in anger but eventually agreed to answer if she could. Victor looked at Cindy and asked about his performance as a law enforcer. Cindy responded with a mocking smile, saying that a reputable magistrate has graced the city with his presence. Victor was not satisfied with her response and expressed his concern that he cannot uphold his promise if she doesn't take him seriously. Cindy sighed in annoyance and finally gave in, admitting that she thinks he was doing well. Victor gazed at Cindy with a cold, calculating look in his eyes. Suddenly, his expression changed and a grin spread across his face. He rose from his chair and strode towards Cindy, grabbing her chin and bringing his face closer to hers. With a deep voice, he asked her why she thought he was doing well as a law enforcer. Cindy's face was covered in cold sweat as she looked at Victor's red eyes. Victor released her chin and walked towards a nearby chair. He turned to Cindy and asked her to speak her mind. Cindy gritted her teeth in anger and began to explain her perspective. She reminded Victor that, as a consul, the concept of virtue had always been considered one of the most important factors. While Victor's laws might take care of street criminals and raise his own dignity, they would ultimately result in the deaths and suffering of many citizens. In the long term, such laws would only fuel hatred and rage among the people. Cindy then looked directly at Victor and warned him that the Baskervilles would not welcome him once he gained more power than the clan leader in Underdog City. Victor concluded from Cindy's explanation that if he continued down this path, he would be hated by the people and become a target of the Baskervilles. He asked for Cindy's advice on what he should do next. Cindy replied that Victor should return all his authority to the Baskerville clan, along with the glory of the events that happened here. She suggested that he give them to the clan leader. In order to avoid further attention, she advised him to go to either the La Rouge et La Noire mountain or the academy in the center of the empire. These were places where people of his age and status were common, allowing him to hide his powers and wash his identity. Cindy assured Victor that when the time comes, the Baskerville clan leader would be the one who suffers in his stead. After hearing Cindy's advice, Victor remained silent for a few moments. Suddenly, Cindy felt a surge of bloodlust, and she shuddered at the feeling. Victor's voice broke the silence as he expressed his understanding of Cindy's suggestion, remarking that it was like asking a hunting dog to bite off its own owner's neck. He looked at Cindy with a great amount of bloodlust and killing intent, waiting for her response. However, Cindy did not show any fear. Instead, she looked at Victor with a calm gaze and replied that it was the only way for him to avoid the Baskervilles' hatred. Victor smiled faintly and said he would keep her advice in mind. He added that Cindy's ideas were almost identical to his. Then, Victor surprised Cindy by opening her handcuffs and freeing her. Cindy asked him if he was really letting her go, to which Victor replied that he always kept his promises. Cindy walked past Victor and expressed her hope that he would never come to regret what had happened today. However, before she could leave, Victor asked her if she knew of a clan called the Messimaginero. Victor continued to narrate a story about the Messimaginero clan. He explained that there were more than just the well-known 7 clans among the founding clans of the Underdog City. The Messimaginero clan was a prosperous merchant clan and was the 8th clan. However, their prosperity came to an end due to an unfortunate event. During a birthday celebration, the youngest son of the Messimaginero clan showed off his newly learned sword skills, and the people of Baskerville couldn't believe what they saw. The sword technique that the young child had learned was none other than the secret Baskerville sword techniques, which only members of the family knew. The news soon reached the leader of the Baskerville clan, and they believed that top-secret military information had been leaked. The Baskerville clan released the hunting dogs, causing the Messimaginero clan to go extinct. However, there was someone behind the scenes pulling the strings. The young demons of the 7 clans had stolen the sword techniques from the Baskerville clan and allowed the young child of the Messimaginero clan to learn them. Cindy looked at Victor and forced a smile, asking what the story of the 8th clan had to do with her. Victor didn't answer her question and went on to reveal that there was actually a survivor from the Messimaginero clan massacre. The girl was only 1 year old when she was taken from the devastation and subjected to cruel and unusual torture simply because she was beautiful. The acts they committed were too foul for even Victor to talk about. Cindy couldn't bear it and started to walk away with an angry expression, telling Victor she didn't want to hear his story anymore. But Victor continued, saying that there was more to the story. A new deputy consul was appointed to the city and he managed to bring the old problems to light, punishing the 7 idiots who committed the heinous crime. They were thoroughly tortured and made to admit their crimes before they met their end. In their last moments, they expressed remorse for their actions, and their last words were, "I'm sorry for committing such a heinous crime." Cindy turned back and tears streamed down her face. She asked Vicar who the 7 young masters were apologizing. Vicar looked at her calmly and replied that they should apologize to the young girl who had used the fake name Cindy Wendy Senrose and was the sole survivor of the Mesimaginero clan. With tears still flowing, Cindy asked Vicar how she was supposed to believe him, given that he had taken them and tortured them. She questioned how she could trust that they had truly apologized. Vicar picked up a fire torch and replied that the easiest way for her to believe him would be to see it with her own eyes. Vicar took Cindy to the prison cell where the 7 young masters were held before their deaths, and urged her to take a look. Cindy's eyes widened with surprise as she saw that the prisoners had written an apology with their own blood on the floor. The apologies read, "We were the ones that drove the Mesimaginero clan to devastation. Forgive us for our crimes." They asked for forgiveness and were scared beyond imagination, pleading to be spared. Cindy's tears continued to flow as she looked at the apologies. She suddenly felt nauseous and started vomiting after seeing the gruesome scene. Vicar walked towards her and said that even though they had all died painful deaths, the Mesimaginero clan's vengeance was not yet over. He informed her that there was still one more clan to deal with. Vicar then urged Cindy to despise the Baskervilles and to remember that she had more than enough right to do so, being a member of the Mesimaginero clan. Cindy wiped her mouth and tears continued to stream down her face. She asked Vicar why he was helping her, given that he was a part of the Baskerville clan. Vicar looked at her with a smirk and replied that she was asking the wrong question. As Cindy got up and started to walk away, she stated that she understood what he was trying to say. She then turned back and addressed Vicar by his full name, Vicar Van Baskerville, and promised to repay this debt. As she walked away, she promised that no matter what he did with the rest of his life, she will ensure that he would never have to worry about money again. Vicar watched her departing figure, and after some time, he said that he would remember her promise. Chihuahua rushed to Deputy Consul Vicar's personal room, eager to inform him that it was time to get ready for work. However, as soon as he opened the door, his words got stuck in his mouth as he saw Vicar sleeping peacefully amidst blood-stained sheets and dead bodies scattered around the room. Vicar woke up and rubbed his eyes, greeting Chihuahua with a pleasant good morning. Chihuahua couldn't help but ask about the corpses lying around the room, to which Vicar casually replied that he wasn't sure and that it seemed like he had killed them in his sleep. Chihuahua was taken aback and asked if Vicar was serious, to which Vicar simply laughed and told him that it was just a joke. As they walked down the hallway, Chihuahua asked Vicar about his childhood experiences. Vicar responded by asking if Chihuahua didn't find his earlier joke funny. Chihuahua clarified that it wasn't about the joke being funny or not. Vicar then made a thoughtful expression and thought aloud about the recent inconveniences he had faced. He remembered being hit by 2 poison arrows, drinking poison drinks 4 times, facing acid, snipers, arson, getting run over by a cart, and various other dangerous situations. Scratching his ear, Vicar questioned if he had gathered someone's attention. Chihuahua responded by saying that he thought Vicar had gone insane. Vicar contemplated the skills stored in Beelzebub, the sword summoned from his arm. He couldn't help but be impressed with the effectiveness of the Hellish Buffalo's Tough Life skill, which he had obtained during the last illegal auction. The skill had a risk rating of A, but it had proven to be even more effective than he had initially thought. All 3 of Beelzebub's slots were filled with skills: Burn Injury Cerberus, Hemorrhage Hellhound, and Tough Life Hellish Buffalo. With the enhancements of the River Styx and Tough Life enhancing his body, even Graduator Class Assassin has been unable to pierce his skin. Despite his satisfaction with the power of his skills, the continued attempts on his life had started to become bothersome. Vicar knew he needed to investigate and put an end to the assassinations. Chihuahua smiled in agreement with his decision. Suddenly, Vicar and Chihuahua noticed a carriage in front of them. They both recognized the flag on the carriage as Baskervilles and expressed surprise that the Baskervilles had arrived there. Vicar looked serious and guessed that they had likely been sent by the main family. As the carriage door opened, the guests began to walk down from it. Chihuahua, who was standing with Vicar, started to sweat profusely as he looked at the guest. As the guest looked at them, Chihuahua stood at attention and wondered if the guest was who he thought he was. On the other hand, Vicar looked calmly at this new guest. This new guest was none other than the head butler John Barrymore. The butler greeted Vicar with a smile, remarking on how it had been a long time since they had last seen each other. Vicar acknowledged his greeting, complimenting the butler on how much better he looked now. The butler approached Vicar, jokingly asking if he really thought so. He then remarked that he had believed Vicar would do well ever since he had left the main residence. Vicar replied modestly, saying that he had just been lucky. As General Secretary Chihuahua stood by, he observed the head butler John Barrymore with a sense of awe. He recognized him as the best head butler of the Barrymore family, who had been serving the notoriously scary Baskerville family for 4 generations. He couldn't believe he was in the presence of his role model. Victor interrupted Chihuahua's thoughts as he asked head butler what had brought him all the way to their location. The head butler replied that the Patriarch had praised Victor's progress and had ordered him to return to the main residence, seeming very happy about it. Victor couldn't believe that Hugo could be happy, and he imagined his smiling face in disbelief. The Patriarch of the Baskerville clan, Hugo, was reading an article with the title "The Most Beloved Figure of the Underdog Citizens, Victor." The article detailed how Victor had won multiple awards, including being the most trusted among merchants, most loved among farmers, most respected among children and scholars, and the most targeted by assassins. Hugo then looked up at Victor and commented that the Baskervilles were only known for using weapons and not their brains. However, with Victor's actions, they could change that image. Hugo praised Victor, telling him that he had done well. Victor humbly bowed his head and placed his hand on his chest, saying that he had just done what he was supposed to do. However, he couldn't help but wonder if the face Hugo was making was supposed to be a happy face. Hugo declared that one must reward and punish according to the situation. He then announced that Victor would be the one to attend the academy that year. Upon hearing this, Victor remained calm and thought to himself that this was expected. He knew that the academy that he would attend was called Colosseo, which was considered the best academy in the empire. The academy catered to the children of aristocracy and royal families and required students to reside in the dormitories for internal security. Victor saw this as an opportunity to grow stronger while avoiding Hugo's attention. As Hugo continued, he mentioned that he planned to send a few others with Victor but had yet to choose whom. He then asked Victor if he had any siblings whom he would like to attend with. Victor replied that he was closest to Highborough, Middleborough, and Lowborough, all of whom he internally thought of as his potential sandbags. Hugo agreed with Victor's decision and offered to send those 3 with him. Hugo then asked Victor if he remembered the plan he had thought of when he was 8 years old. Victor guessed that Hugo was referring to the plan they had come up with during the joint training with the Morgs. Victor recalled that the plan was to lend the ruby mines to the Morg family and use them to get rid of the barbarians. With a smirk, Hugo confirmed that the plan had worked. Victor asked him to clarify, to which Hugo explained that the Morgs had suggested a joint raid and they had been very humble about it. Hugo then suggested that Victor should go on a territory inspection before entering the academy to check whether the laws he had altered were being upheld. He added that it would be a good experience for Victor. Victor bowed his head in agreement and said that he would follow Hugo's orders. Soon Victor and Chihuahua walked out of the gates as Victor got ready to depart. Chihuahua waved goodbye to Victor with tears in his eyes. He addressed Victor as deputy consul and promised to do his best with the administrative work in the meantime. Victor turned back to look at Chihuahua and thought to himself that he would soon be parting ways with the Secretary General. As Victor and his group traveled some distance from the city, Victor suddenly called out, instructing someone to reveal themselves. Dozens of men dressed in black appeared from hiding places behind Victor's group, including one who emerged right beside Victor. Victor apologized for making the man wait, explaining that he wanted the departure to be orderly. The man removed his head cover, revealing himself to be from the Pitbull Order, and his name was Staffordshire Baskerville. He assured Victor that they would safely transport him to the Morg's juvenile fortress. Victor asked about his uncle Bostontrier, and learned that he was doing well, but had become adamant about admitting Victor into the Pitbull Order following the slave auction incident. However, Victor internally admitted that his uncle made him feel uncomfortable. Victor and Staffordshire arrived at an area with hills where they saw farmers working in the fields. Victor asked if this was the region that they had lent to the Morgs, and observed that it didn't seem like anyone was breaking any laws. Staffordshire replied that the envoy team was supposedly sent for territory inspection, but Victor knew that their real mission was to get rid of the barbarians. Staffordshire informed Victor that the Morg family had formed a large group consisting of 3 delegates, 30 lower house parliament members, and about 100 mages who weren't legislative members. Victor noted that the Morgs seemed to be taking the matter seriously. However, he thought to himself that the Baskervilles had only brought a dozen knights, and himself, a member of the lower house parliament, while the elites were on standby on the other side of the mountain range. He remembered Hugo's advice that it wouldn't be a bad idea to look into the barbarians' lifestyle. As Vikir and Staffordshire continued on their path, they soon spotted a fortress in the distance. Surrounding the fortress were many dead trees, and skeletons hung from their branches. Vikir explained to Staffordshire that a mage must have done this, and this must be a message to the barbarians from the morgues. Staffordshire remarked that it was a scary warning, while Vikir found himself reminiscing about Camus Morgue. He wondered how much she had grown since they last met. As they approached the fortress gate, 3 figures appeared above it, and a voice demanded to know who they were. Vikir and Staffordshire looked up in surprise and saw 3 identical girls standing there, one of whom declared that no one could pass without their permission, while the other 2 repeated her statement in unison. Vikir recognized the 3 girls and realized that they were the morgue's 3 flowers, the triplets Hysis, Middleseas, and Losis. Their reputation for insanity was well known, and their combined madness was said to reach the heavens. Vikir introduced himself as part of the envoy team from the Baskervilles, who had come to inspect the territory and improve friendly relations. He demanded that the fortress gates be opened for them. However, Hysis refused and said that she needed to report to the person in charge before they could enter. She suggested that they would get a response about tomorrow. Vikir questioned their right to stop him from entering his own land, but the triplets just smirked. Hysis reminded him about the tenant protection law, and mocked him for looking down on them because they were paying rent there. She continued to mock him, saying that the tenant protection law was made by his family. Vikir began to feel a headache and his hand started to glow with a red ore as he became increasingly annoyed by the persistent questions. However, he managed to control his anger and explained that he had made changes to the law to allow him to chase away tenants he didn't like. He reiterated his demand for the gates to be opened one final time, and a wave of killing intent and bloodlust emanated from Vikir, aimed directly at the morgue's 3 flowers, causing them to look upon Vikir with fear. Amidst this tension, Losis broke out in anger and cast a spell towards Vikir. She stated that she had heard that some psycho kid had taken charge of the Underdog City, but they had dealt with enough of such individuals before and knew how to handle him. The spell landed near Vikir, causing his horse to jump to the side in fear. From high above the gate, Losis shouted at the group, demanding that they wait and not enter the morgue's land without permission. She insulted them, calling them stupid swordsmen. She even threatened to test the strength of the rising star of the Baskerville family. In response, Staffordshire started drawing his sword and said to Vikir that he didn't think the situation could be resolved with words. Vikir agreed with Staffordshire's words, indicating that he was prepared for a fight. As Vikir and Staffordshire were about to react, one of Vikir's group members shouted that the girls didn't even know their place, calling their words absurd. 2 other members echoed his sentiment, saying the words were absurd. Vikir heard the voices and thought that he had heard these voices before. The 3 sisters then spoke, with Hysis saying that the group members were just mere underlings, Middleseas questioning if they thought their ranks were higher than theirs, and Losis saying that they didn't even know their place. The 3 members of Vikir's group stepped forward to confront Morgue's 3 flowers, denying their accusations by saying "not us" repeatedly. The 3 members removed their hoods to reveal their faces, and they were none other than the Baskerville triplets, Highborough, Middleborough, and Lowborough. They stood with confidence and pointed at Vikir while declaring in unison that he was the symbol of Baskerville. The triplets then turned to Vikir and smiled while saying "leave this to us," assuring him that they would handle the situation. Upon hearing their words, Vikir made a strange expression and exclaimed that his annoyance had increased to the power of 2. Vikir found himself questioning the identity and intentions of the individuals before him. Their strange behavior left him bewildered and curious. Highborough glanced back at Vikir, expressing his gratitude for recommending them to the academy. He indicated that Vikir should leave this situation in their capable hands. Vikir's thoughts raced as he began to piece together the situation. It became clear to him that their actions were motivated by their connection to the academy. However, he couldn't help but see them as mere sandbags. Vikir was aware that in the future, the triplets would become murderous soldiers. They lacked the intelligence to make independent judgments but could effectively carry out orders. Vikir believed that with his training, they would prove to be useful. Vikir smiled and expressed his intention to place his trust in the triplets while referring to them as his older brothers. Upon receiving Vikir's affirmation, the Baskerville triplets displayed signs of joy and satisfaction. Morgue's 3 flowers, who had observed this exchange, expressed their disdain for the Baskerville triplets' close bond. labeling them as ignorant fools who relied solely on each other. Unfazed by the taunts, the Baskerville triplets responded defiantly, while showing their middle fingers, and asserted that it was Morg's three flowers who were the real fools. Morg's three flowers were fueled by anger and vowed to discipline the Baskerville triplets for their insolence. Victor's thoughts shifted as he recalled his past knowledge. Before his regression, he had known the Morg triplets as powerful mages who possessed the attributes of water, earth, and nature. Their combination of highly compatible magic attributes exponentially enhanced the effects of their spells, earning them the title of the Morg's Three Flowers. As the Morg's Three Flowers combined their magical abilities, a colossal vine made of soil and plants emerged, forming a formidable barrier. Hysis, positioned atop the wall, burst into laughter, mocking the Baskerville triplets with her taunts. Middleseas and Losis turned to their adversaries, questioning if they could overcome the obstacle. Undeterred, Hybero readied his sword, dismissing the plant barrier as insignificant. With precision and skill, Hybero executed the Baskerville first technique, effortlessly slicing through the massive vines. Staffordshire marveled at his perfect execution of the first technique. However, before Hybero could fully recover, he sensed an incoming attack. He managed to block a whip-like strike from the vines with his sword, although the force behind it pushed him backward. Middleborough and Lowborough called out in worry as they witnessed Hybero's predicament. Losis wore a smug expression, mocking the Baskerville triplets and asserting that their swords were incapable of reaching them. The Baskerville triplets responded with intense anger, their expressions resembling hounds ready to hunt their prey. Staffordshire turned to Vickir and asked him if he found the situation enjoyable. Perplexed, Vickir questioned what Staffordshire was referring to. Staffordshire explained the ongoing clash between magic and swordsmanship, highlighting the long-standing debate about which is stronger. Magic utilizes surrounding mana to amplify and reproduce elemental powers, while swordsmanship channels the user's energy and mana for explosive and enduring strength. Staffordshire found pleasure in observing the potential and talents of the clans of mages and swordsmen who would shape the future. Vickir said that if viewed from that perspective, he was also a part of them. Staffordshire commented that Vickir had already surpassed others his age. Vickir, uninterested in the ongoing fight, expressed his frustration and wished for all of them to perish. He felt that it was a waste of time, as he had important tasks to attend to, having recently found a supervisor with a significant workload. Just then, someone arrived at the scene and began casting a fiery spell. Anger infused her voice as she questioned what the others were doing in front of her territory. Hybero, who was busy fighting, took the opportunity to attack Hysis, believing he had the upper hand. However, the situation quickly changed as they noticed a massive fire approaching them. They were taken aback and shocked by the unexpected turn of events. A tremendous explosion of fire engulfed the area, causing tension in Staffordshire but eliciting a smile from Vickir, who wondered if everyone had perished. To Vickir's annoyance, he realized that the Baskerville triplets had survived the attack. He looked at them with a displeased expression, uttering a disapproving sound. Hybero, in a state of shock, questioned the sudden appearance of fire magic. Middleborough shouted at the figures behind the smoke wall, expressing frustration at the near-death experience they had just encountered. Behind the dissipating smoke, the three flowers of the Morg clan were in tears. Middleseas, still shaken from the near-death experience, expressed her relief at having survived. Hysis chimed in, acknowledging that if she had dodged the attack even slightly later, she might not have been so fortunate. Losis, scared and seeking comfort, voiced her fears to her older sisters. The person responsible for the powerful fire spell questioned the situation and asked what was going on here. Vickir looked up at the figure who had unleashed the attack. It was Camus Morg, standing atop the castle gate wall with flames still burning in her hands. Camus looked down and declared her inability to forgive anyone who caused trouble within her managed territory. As she landed in front of Morg's three flowers, Middleseas tried to explain that their intention was to stop the invader, while Losis added that the fight had been initiated by the other party. Camus cast a cold gaze upon them and questioned their informal way of addressing her as Camus, emphasizing her position as the vice head of the fortress. Middleseas couldn't help but shudder in fear, denying any disrespect and quickly correcting herself, addressing Camus with the appropriate honorific. Camus then pointed towards the treetops where dead skeletons hung, warning them to be cautious if they wished to avoid a similar fate. Middleseas let out a frightened cry and apologized for their actions. Camus noticed Vickir, and her eyes widened in shock. She approached him and remarked that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, recalling that it had been 7 years. Vickir smiled and acknowledged that it had been a while, and he greeted her as Camus Morg. Victor wondered if Camus's more mature appearance was the reason for her increased attractiveness. He pondered the beauty of Camus Morgue, who had captivated the hearts of many men in high society. In his previous life, there had been scandals and rumors surrounding her, as she allured even married men. However, he found it strange that there were no such rumors in this lifetime. Nevertheless, he brushed off those thoughts. Victor straightforwardly requested Camus to open the door, stating that words wouldn't work on the triplets. Camus was taken aback by his blunt words. She looked angry and questioned if that was all he had to say after such a long time. Victor gazed at her with a look of curiosity and inquired about what he should say instead. Camus's anger flared, and she exclaimed in frustration. Staffordshire observed Camus's escalating anger and wondered if the next fight would be between the superstars of the two clans. Camus pointed her finger at Victor. Her eyes filled with angry tears, and declared that he scored 0 points. She accused him of having a disrespectful attitude towards his future wife, giving him a score of 0 out of 100. The Morgue's three flowers, the Baskerville triplets, Victor, and Staffordshire all looked at Camus Morgue in disbelief. Camus averted her gaze to the side, her face blushing, and muttered a huff. Everyone present was left with the same question in their minds. Whose wife? Victor and Camus rode their horses together, making their way toward the fortress. Camus remarked that the Baskerville clan seemed to have little knowledge about the barbarians. Victor confidently replied that they were well aware of the barbarians and fought against them frequently. He claimed that they knew more about the barbarians than Morgues did. Camus questioned why Victor had sent the idiots then, referring to the Baskerville triplets, whom she considered young and foolish hounds. Victor explained that it had already been agreed with the Morgue clan that the main force would be positioned on the other side of the mountain range. He questioned why Camus was asking when she already knew the arrangement. Camus smiled and remarked that she believed Victor might not be well informed about barbarians. Victor retorted, asserting that as the person in charge of the delegation, he naturally possessed extensive knowledge. Camus said that despite being someone whom the clan might have wanted to discard, he seemed to be quite trusted within the clan. The topic shifted to which of the barbaric tribes was the most annoying. Victor looked at Camus and thought to himself that she kept asking questions. He then mentioned the warrior tribe called Balak and the sorcerer tribe known as Rococo. He emphasized the exceptional archery skills of the Balaks, which surpassed those of the Empire. He also mentioned that this information was not widely known. Camus acknowledged Victor's knowledge about the ecology of the barbaric tribes and awarded him 8 points out of 100 in her own unique scoring system. Confused, Victor questioned the purpose of the points. Camus simply replied that it was because he had answered well. Victor looked at her with a hint of curiosity. Camus continued her evaluation of Victor, expressing her dislike for intelligent men and stating that she found men more interesting when they were a little foolish. Firstly, Camus turned her attention to horseback riding, remarking that Victor's choice of a large horse was ill-suited for his shorter stature. She considered this a flaw and decided to deduct 6 points. Continuing her evaluation, she moved on to fashion and expressed her disappointment with Victor's lackluster clothing choices, assigning him a mere 4 points in this category. When she noticed that Victor was ignoring her, she gave him just 1 point for his mannerisms. Camus then smiled and awarded his face 99 points. However, due to his poor control over his facial expressions, she deducted 1 point. Victor, growing frustrated, told Camus to stop the useless evaluation. Camus questioned why it was useless, asserting that she needed to be stern with her future husband. Victor, perplexed, asked why he was considered her future husband. Camus reminded him of a test he had passed previously, which was conducted by her uncle. Victor realized she was referring to an incident that happened 7 years ago when he had dueled Camus' uncle to test his abilities as a potential husband. Camus became angry, expressing her dissatisfaction with her uncle's decision and how it had obstructed her path to marriage. She reluctantly acknowledged the promise that had been made and decided to follow through with it, although she resented the situation. While Camus was venting her frustrations, Victor observed her and acknowledged her prowess as a great fire mage. Interrupting her, Victor declared that he had forgotten about what happened that day, and that he would make it as if it never occurred. Camus's face flushed red after hearing this, and she threw a jacket at Victor. She exclaimed that he couldn't simply reverse something that had happened and called him a dummy. She referred to herself as a genius and boasted that once she witnessed something, she never forgot it. Victor looked at the jacket that Camus had thrown at him and realized that it was the same jacket he had given her during their duel 7 years ago when her clothes had burned. Camus, with a red face, dismissed Victor's words as nonsense. Victor examined the jacket and wondered if she had returned it without washing it. As they reached the outskirts of the fortress, Camus informed Victor that the barbarians had ambushed the ruby mine, either pillaging the indigenous slaves or the crops. She explained that they took slaves to sell them elsewhere. She pointed out a wall that had been built by both earth and iron mages over the course of a month. Impressed, Victor acknowledged the skill of the morgue mages, noting that it would have taken several hundred regular people around a year to achieve the same result. Camus proudly affirmed his observation. Victor noticed some large holes in the wall and asked if they were caused by the arrows shot by the Balaks. Camus confirmed that the arrows carried a strong aura and had caused numerous casualties during nighttime guard duty. She mentioned that the arrows were capable of breaking through 2 to 3 meters thick walls, showcasing the unmatched talent of the Balaks. She revealed that her uncle had suffered a severe chest injury from the arrows that breached the shield's magic, but fortunately, he survived, albeit with wounded pride. Victor recalled that the patriarch of his clan had a similar experience and had injured his nose bridge. Curious, Victor inquired about the talented individual among the barbarians, to which Camus responded that she believed it was a female. Due to their black painted faces, it was challenging to discern their physical traits. Victor and Camus turned around as a mage approached them, addressing Camus as the vice head of the fortress. The mage reported that a recon member of the barbarians had been captured and urged them to come quickly. Curious and concerned, Camus and Victor followed the mage to a tent where the captive barbarian was being held. Victor observed the barbarian and identified him as a member of the Rococo sorcerer tribe. Camus inquired if any information had been extracted from him. The mage informed them that the barbarian remained uncooperative and resistant to psychic magic due to his strong sorcery, making it impossible to read his mind. Camus then questioned the barbarian about the recent ambush on the Mork clan's fortress and asked him if he remembered how many people they had kidnapped. When the barbarian remained silent, she further added that among the victims, there was a daughter of the Morks. Her name was Rose, and she was Camus' 6th cousin. She asked the barbarian what had been done to her. The barbarian responded with a smile and spoke something in his native barbarian language. Camus turned to the mage and requested a translation, asking about the whereabouts of the barbarian who rebelled. The mage reported that when the barbarians attacked, everyone at the fortress had either died or been taken away. Camus then asked if there was anyone present who could translate what the barbarian was saying, to which the mage replied that, at that moment, there was no one available. Suddenly, Victor spoke up, stating that he knew a little of the Rococo language. Camus expressed surprise, questioning what Victor didn't know how to do. Victor clarified that he was not fluent and only had a basic understanding of the vocabulary. Camus requested Victor to ask the barbarian about the whereabouts of her kidnapped 6th cousin, describing her as a 12-year-old girl with red eyes, red hair, and white skin. Victor posed the question to the barbarian in the barbarian language, and the barbarian responded with an evil smile and gave him a short reply. Victor closed his eyes and relayed the grim news to Camus. Her cousin was dead. Camus's face filled with anger upon hearing this. She declared that since the senator of the audience hall was currently being treated and the senator of the temple was away on an inspection, the decision would be made by her, Camus Morgue, a member of the middle house and the vice head of the fortress. She declared the verdict, immediate execution. A spike pierced the barbarian's body, and soon he was consumed by fire. As the barbarian burned, he uttered something, but Camus dismissed his words, saying that after the war, the language he spoke would only be used in hell. The barbarian's companion watched in horror as he met his fiery demise. Camus, still filled with anger, turned around and urged Victor to follow her. Victor silently observed her departing figure. As Victor exited the tent, he was greeted by the sight of Camus crying out loud. He walked towards her, recognizing that despite her tough exterior, she was still only 15 years old. Victor asked her about her close relationship with her cousin, and Camus confirmed that they were indeed very close. She described her cousin as a pure child who didn't fit into the cold-hearted Morg clan. Victor tried to console her, saying that he believed her cousin had left this world comfortably. However, Camus looked at him and expressed her doubts, stating that she was a genius and understood a little of what was said. She asked him to tell her honestly if what she heard was true. Victor felt tense and wondered if she had understood the barbarian's words correctly. What the barbarian had said previously was, "We ate her." Tears once again flooded Camus's eyes, and she fell to her knees, apologizing for not being able to protect her younger cousin. Victor witnessed her anguish and initially extended his hand to comfort her. However, he hesitated and retracted his hand back. Camus's cries filled the air, leaving Vicar standing there, pondering the situation. After some time, Camus managed to stop crying and wipe the tears from her eyes. She expressed that it wasn't a bad thing, stating that if someone had shown half-hearted sympathy, she would have killed them. Looking at Vicar, she declared that it was not the time to mourn and that she needed to quickly regain her composure and seek revenge. Vicar observed her strength and determination, acknowledging that heroines were indeed different. He extended his hand toward Camus, agreeing with her sentiment. However, before she could take his hand, a loud voice sounded, resembling a bell-like sound. Vicar questioned the source of the sound, and Camus stood up, explaining that it was the signal that notified them of a barbarian attack. Vicar remarked that her time for revenge had come rather quickly. Somewhere outside the fortress, a group of barbarian girls sat on white wolves, armed with arrows and bows in their hands. Their leader prepared an arrow and shot it toward the guards standing on the fortress walls. Caught off guard, the guards were unable to react in time, and the arrow caused a devastating explosion in their vicinity. The barbarian girl then ordered her companions to begin attacking. The barbarian, along with her wolves, engaged in a fierce battle against the soldiers of the Morg clan. The wolves attacked with ferocity while the barbarians slashed at their enemies. They used ropes to tie the soldiers' necks, incapacitating them. Just as the chaotic scene unfolded, Vicar arrived and witnessed the gruesome sight. He wondered if he had arrived too quickly, observing the intense fight between the Morg soldiers and the barbarians. Suddenly, a rope flew toward him and wrapped tightly around his neck. Vicar looked ahead with a questioning gaze and realized that two barbarian girls had skillfully used ropes to secure it around his neck. They spoke in their native language, mentioning something about catching a good one and the hunt for husbands going well. Vicar realized their intention and thought to himself about the barbarians hunting for husbands. He deduced that they were capturing people to become suitors, aiming to breed a superior race for their tribe. Swiftly, Vicar caught hold of the rope and swung it, causing the girls who held the leash to be flung into the air. Vicar simply said that he couldn't be their husband and that he might already be engaged. As the two barbarian girls slammed into the ground, the male barbarians watched in shock. They began preparing for an arrow attack, uncertain of Vicar's affiliation. One of them questioned his companion if Vicar was part of the enemy forces. Undeterred by the situation, Vicar didn't back down. He boldly moved forward, heading straight toward the incoming arrows. In his mind, he recalled Hugo's eager request for him to avoid initiating a battle before joining up with the main force. He contemplated whether he should wait for the main force to arrive. With determination, Vicar drew his sword and swiftly cut down the incoming arrows with precise strikes, showcasing his skill and agility. The barbarians were shocked by Vicar's display of skill and expressed their disbelief. However, their surprise was short-lived as a sudden fire attack engulfed them, causing them to cry out in pain. Camus, who had used the fire spell, appeared behind Vicar and expressed her anger towards the barbarians, declaring their demise. Vicar observed Camus with surprise as he realized that she had turned the entire area into a sea of fire. Camus questioned Vicar, asking if he had used liquid aura, implying that she recognized his abilities as a graduator. She stated that she knew he was the only man she could acknowledge. Vicar confirmed that he had received an order from the Patriarch to avoid battles until regrouping with the main force. Undeterred, Camus began casting multiple spells and questioned if it was an order from Baskerville's Patriarch. She then asserted that a Baskerville should refrain from intervening, as she intended to eliminate all the barbarians. Camus unleashed a series of powerful attacks, burning a vast area in front of them. Vicar looked in shock and recognized the spell as burn. He also noticed that she was employing a quadra casting technique for burning spells, and he observed an increase in the lethality of her attacks. Camus, driven by the desire to avenge her younger cousin, continued to cast spells, determined to carry out her revenge. Suddenly, a barbarian used a dart blower and blew a needle that landed on Camus' neck. She felt the sting and realized she had been poisoned. Camus noticed a barbarian sitting on a wolf's back who had attacked her. She fell to the ground, unable to move due to the numbing poison. Vicar observed her condition and thought to himself that she was quite a handful. The barbarian then threw a rope toward Camus, but Vicar swiftly caught it before it could reach her. Camus acknowledged his catch and complimented him. Vicar looked at her and suggested that it would be better for them to retreat. Camus questioned what would happen to the farmlands and the captives. Vicar replied that it would be wiser to avoid engaging in battles until the main force from Baskerville arrived. Camus, determined to avenge her cousin who had been taken away by the barbarians, refused to retreat. Vicar looked at her and urged her to make a rational decision. However, in the next moment, Vicar sensed an arrow attack approaching from behind his head. With quick reflexes, he managed to dodge the arrow just in time. Vicar observed the barbarian girl who had launched the arrow and wondered if this was the destructive power Camus had mentioned earlier. However, while lost in his thoughts, a barbarian arrived behind him and swiftly took Camus away. In desperation, Camus called out Vicar's name, desperately seeking his help. Vicar watched the scene unfold in frustration and contemplated the situation. He recalled a time in the past when Camus Morgue, still an adolescent, was held captive but returned after annihilating the barbarians. Despite her reputation as the Queen of Le Rouge et Le Noir, Vicar realized that he needed to do what was necessary. Suddenly, the barbarian girl lunged at Vicar, launching an attack. With remarkable agility, he swiftly evaded her strike, his senses sharpened. To his astonishment, he discovered that she had used a bow to attack him. The barbarian girl immediately followed up with a kick that sent Vicar sliding back. Vicar assessed the situation and thought that her movements were different from the other barbarians. He wondered if he needed to go all out against her. However, to his surprise, the barbarian girl attempted to speak in his language. She said, "You, me, we meet again." Vicar looked at her and realized that this barbarian girl was the one he had freed during the slave auctions. He couldn't help but call her a bastard in his mind. The barbarian girl looked at Vicar with a smirk and said, "We meet again." Vicar's memory flashed back to the slave auction where he had liberated her from her cage. He hesitated for a moment, then asked her if she intended to repay his act of kindness with revenge. The barbarian girl clarified that her vengeance was directed towards the Morgue clan, as they had captured her and enslaved her. She emphasized that Morgue clan had no direct connection to Vicar. She mounted her wolf and declared that she would repay what she had received. She declared her intention to exact revenge and take Camus, the next leader of the Morgue clan, as payment for what she had endured. If Vicar desired to rescue his girl, he was to follow them. Vicar considered whether he needed to reveal his power in this situation. Just then, Camus' uncle, Adolf, arrived and called out to Camus. Vicar looked at Adolf Morgue and wondered if he had come after learning about the ambush. Adolf immediately began casting a spell and called the barbarians bastard. Adolf launched the spell, causing the ground to break, and demanded the barbarians to return his niece. But the barbarians swiftly maneuvered over the surface with the aid of their wolves. They deftly leaped between the shattered rocks and managed to escape. Adolf witnessed this with frustration and uttered his displeasure. Vicar thought about Balak and how the ambush had concluded merely 3 minutes after the warning bell had rung. The situation had escalated due to Camus' carelessness and lack of practical experience overlapping with it. Vicar then noticed a mage who informed Adolf that they believed the barbarians had fled to the restricted area of Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain. Adolf exclaimed angrily upon hearing the news, fully aware of the perils associated with the restricted area. He understood that the restricted area was an uncharted and hazardous place. His mind was concerned about the idea of venturing there at night, knowing well the risks it posed. Despite his niece being captured, Adolf found himself questioning if there was any action he could take in this predicament. Just then, Vicar spoke up, stating that they could still pursue the barbarians. Adolf was taken aback and questioned Vicar's suggestion, as entering the forest at night was considered dangerous. However, before Adolf could inquire further, Vicar interrupted him and confidently stated that he had extensive experience navigating the dense forest since his childhood. Vicar reflected on his past, realizing that before his regression, he had gained valuable knowledge and skills through reconnaissance and subjugation experiences in various dense forests. Adolf grabbed Vicar by the shoulders, eager to confirm his seriousness. He asked if Vicar was truly committed to the task at hand. The mage from the Morgue clan advised Adolf, referring to him as the Grand Senator, that venturing to Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain would be a suicide mission. However, Adolf disregarded the warning, asserting that those who didn't want to go were free to abstain from the mission and he wouldn't hold it against them later. Adolf looked at Vicar and acknowledged that he already knew the extraordinary nature of this young individual. Reluctantly, he realized that he had no other choice but to rely on Vicar's abilities. Addressing Vicar directly, Adolf entrusted him with the responsibility of saving his niece. The dense forest of the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain within the Baskerville territory was described as a treacherous habitat filled with bone-sucking mosquitoes, poisonous thorny vines, silent spiders, and other dangerous creatures. It was known as the life-engulfing forest because a normal person wouldn't be able to survive there for more than an hour. However, Morgue and Baskerville's troops closely followed Vicar through the dangerous forest. Vicar swiftly ran through the forest, impressing Adolf. Unable to contain his curiosity, Adolf asked if all boys from the Baskerville clan were like Vicar. Staffordshire Baskerville stated that not all individuals were like that. However, he acknowledged that young Master Vikir was an exception. As Vikir came across 2 poisonous bees obstructing their path, he effortlessly eliminated them with his remarkable skills. The Baskerville triplets observed Vikir's impressive demonstration of expertise and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe, finding him truly cool. Suddenly, Vikir stopped behind a tree and instructed the group to halt. He noticed some light ahead and informed the group that he believed the barbarians hadn't fled too far. Vikir then shared a rumor he had heard about the Balak hunters scattering dry leaves to listen for the sounds of their pursuers. He emphasized the need for extra caution from that point forward. Unexpectedly, Adolf approached Vikir and cast a spell called Silence on him. Vikir looked at him with a questioning expression, and Adolf quickly explained that the magic would prevent Vikir from making any noise as he walked. Adolf smiled and declared that he would take over from that point onward, expressing his gratitude for Vikir's assistance. He referred to Vikir as his nephew-in-law, leaving Vikir puzzled as he wondered about the meaning behind this familial term. Not far from their location, the barbarians had set up their camp in the forest, with a fire burning in the middle. Camus, who was tied to a tree trunk with ropes, shouted at the barbarians, threatening to burn them all to death once she escaped. She boasted about her special fireball and warned them to prepare themselves. However, the barbarians paid no attention to her, most likely because they couldn't understand her language. The barbarian girls standing before Camus engaged in conversation. One of them expressed her liking for the guy they had encountered earlier, while her companion mentioned her failure in husband hunting. Camus observed their interaction and thought to herself, frustrated that they weren't even listening to her. She concluded that they had been discussing husband hunting and wife hunting since earlier. She wondered if this was the reason they had been ambushing their group. Just then, the barbarian male who had captured her approached Camus. He spoke to her in the barbarian language with a smirk, suggesting that since they had captured such an excellent female, all the males within their tribe would desire her. Camus shouted back, calling him a perverted bastard and questioning his intentions. She pleaded for him to kill her instead. The barbarian scratched his ear and remarked that he didn't understand what she was saying. He caught her face by her chin and he claimed that he could tell she was talking back just by looking into her eyes. With an evil expression, he licked the arrowhead in his hand, suggesting that he believed this arrogant slave needed to be disciplined. Just as the argument was about to escalate, the barbarian girl, who had been saved by Vikir from the slave auction, arrived at the scene. She referred to the barbarian male as Ahun and firmly told him to stay away from her slave. Ahun was taken aback and called out to her as Commander Ayan, proudly stating that he was the one who had captured her. But Ayan called his words bullshit and told him to keep his voice down. Ahun tried to defend himself, questioning her defiance and insisting that he had shot a paralyzing arrow and set a trap to capture their target. In response, she pointed out that it was thanks to her intervention that Ahun's life had been saved, as she had stopped the boy who was good with the sword. If it weren't for her intervention, he would have been dead by now. Ahun questioned whether Camus had become the commander's booty, to which Ayan confirmed. Camus observed their argument and pondered if an internal dispute had arisen among the barbarians. With her limited understanding of the barbarian language, she deciphered the girl's name as Ayan and deduced her role as the commander. Ahun then stated the fact that Ayan was a female commander. Ayan retorted, asking him what difference it made. Camus realized that Ayan possessed the skill to go up against Vikir, who was a low-ranking graduator. If she wanted to escape, she knew she had to deal with Ayan somehow. Ahun pointed his finger at Ayan and declared that he wouldn't tolerate her stubbornness just because she was a commander. Ayan became angry, and a blue aura surrounded her. With a fierce look in her eyes, she warned Ahun that if he was pissed, he could come at her anytime, and she would turn him into a bloody mess. Fear struck Ahun, and his entire body was covered in a cold sweat. He raised his hands in surrender, acknowledging defeat. He conceded that he was not angry and told Ayan to do as she pleased. After Ahun left the scene, Camus looked at Ayan and thought that it seemed like the girl had won their dispute. Ayan then turned her attention to Camus and praised her for her good eyes and physique. She acknowledged that such qualities were expected of her as the future leader of the Morg bloodline. However, Ayan kicked Camus and revealed that she had been captured by the Morg bastards and sold into slavery. She was lucky enough and had managed to escape that fate with some kindness, but she warned Camus that she wouldn't be as lucky. Ayan vowed to tame Camus to the point where she would feel it in her bones and soul. She ominously mentioned that performing menial tasks, such as licking the space between her toes, would become a daily routine for Camus. Just then, a loud scream came from behind Ayan, and as she turned back, she saw a large fire. She questioned if it was an explosion. One of the barbarians was engulfed in flames and screaming in pain. Meanwhile, the other barbarians prepared their weapons and shouted that it was an ambush. A figure emerged before the fire and condemned the barbarians, vowing to repay them for what they had done. Camus's face lit up with a smile as she recognized the voice and shouted, "Uncle." Adolf Morg, who was responsible for the massive explosion, stood there with flames still burning in his hands, and in a stern voice, he demanded the immediate return of his niece. The barbarians were taken aback as the Baskerville and more clan members began hunting them down. Vicar, perched on a tree branch, observed the scene and found it strange. He couldn't understand why the Balak hunters, who had ambushed them systematically, were in such disarray. The barbarian girls rode their wolves and expressed their frustration at the chaotic uproar caused by the Baskerville and more clan members within the forest in the middle of the night. Adolf witnessed the barbarians attempting to flee, and he vehemently declared that they should not be allowed to escape. He insisted on eliminating every single one of them. Camus, who was tied to a tree, smiled at the chaotic scene, feeling satisfied and thinking that the barbarians deserved it. Just then, Camus heard some sounds coming from behind and became shocked. She turned around and saw Vicar. He placed his finger on his mouth, signaling her to be silent, but she couldn't contain her excitement and shouted his name. Vicar quickly cut the ropes that had tied Camus to the tree and offered his support to help her up. Camus was filled with happiness and asked him if he had come to save her. Vicar was slightly annoyed and questioned her lack of understanding of the gesture of silence. As they began to walk away, Ayan suddenly appeared before them. She recognized Vicar's exceptional knife-wielding skills and expressed her anticipation of his arrival. Ayan praised Vicar's strong physique, which allowed him to cover long distances in a short period, his level-headedness that guided him through the darkness of the forest, and his passionate and pure love that made him risk his life for Camus. With a smile, Ayan conveyed that she wouldn't inquire about Vicar's past and mentioned that he had passed. Vicar was left perplexed by Ayan's statement, questioning what exactly he had passed. Camus and Ayan locked eyes and engaged in a silent battle, conveying their intent through their intense gaze. Vicar tightened his grip around Camus and realized that it might be difficult to conceal his own abilities in this situation. He couldn't help but wonder why he couldn't recall anyone like her from his previous life. Vicar questioned himself whether Ayan was the one who scarred Hugo's nose bridge, the Balak archer known as the Night Fox. However, he concluded that she was still too young and inexperienced to be that person. He also considered the possibility of her belonging to the same bloodline as the Night Fox. Suddenly, a barbarian launched a surprise attack on Vicar with a dart, but Vicar managed to block the attack with his hand, causing the dart to break upon contact. It was the same barbarian who had kidnapped Camus, and he was shocked by how Vicar knew about the attack. Vicar then took Camus in his arms and informed her that things had become troublesome, and that he would take her to her uncle. Blushing, Camus agreed to accompany him. She was surprised by his use of formal language and concluded that it might be due to the effects of the poison. Moving swiftly from their current location, Vicar headed toward Adolf. Ayan looked disappointed and expressed her desire for Vicar to return obediently with her. Meanwhile, as Vicar carried Camus, he asked her if she was severely poisoned. Camus replied uncertainly, stating that she believed she might be. As they made their way, two barbarians fired arrows at Vicar, but he skillfully blocked both attacks, ensuring their safety. Ayan, on the other hand, prepared her bow and arrow, taking aim at Camus. With a cold tone, she questioned whether she should eliminate the girl from Morg. Without hesitation, she released the arrow, which left a bluish aura trail as it traveled toward them. As the arrow approached them, Vicar looked back with his eyes glowing red and noticed the arrow aimed at Camus. Surprised by Vicar's sudden reaction, Camus turned her gaze backward and saw the arrow, which was dangerously close to hitting her eye. However, just as the arrow was about 2 inches away from Camus's eye, it froze in place, halted by a wall of ice cast by Adolf. The protective ice wall prevented the arrow from reaching Camus. Adolf expressed his worry, exclaiming about his niece's well-being, and Camus, relieved, called out to her uncle. Adolf took hold of Camus and cast a spell called Cure Poison on her. He explained that it was a severe numbing poison, making it challenging to completely remove. He suggested visiting the Divine Quo Vadis when they returned to seek further treatment. However, Camus pushed Adolf's hand away, requesting him to let go for a moment. Confused by her sudden request, Adolf complied. Camus then ran toward Vicar, jumping onto him and embracing him tightly. She expressed her gratitude, thanking Vicar for saving her once again. Adolf was taken aback by this unexpected scene, and in disbelief he shouted Camus's name. He looked at Camus with teary eyes and attempted to explain that he had also done his best. However, Camus, with an angry expression, questioned why her uncle had only arrived at that moment. She declared her intention to tell everything to her mother, expressing her dissatisfaction. Just as they were moving forward, a rope suddenly flew towards Vikir and wrapped around his neck. It was Ayan who had thrown the rope, attempting to pull Vikir towards her. However, despite her efforts, Vikir remained steadfast and didn't budge. Ayan couldn't understand why Vikir was so strong, not yielding even an inch. Ayan expressed to Vikir that it would be best if he obediently allowed himself to be captured, as she claimed she didn't have much time. Camus, witnessing this exchange, recognized Ayan and exclaimed her disbelief at encountering her once again. Vikir broke the rope around his neck and pondered Ayan's words about there being no time. He wondered if there was a specific reason for the Balak to be in such a hurry. Suddenly, a wave of killing intent engulfed the entire forest. Birds took flight in a panic, and a sense of dread permeated the area. Ayan looked up in horror and exclaimed, realizing that whatever she had anticipated had finally noticed their presence. Beelzebub on Vikir's hand began to buzz, and he looked down to find his hand stained with red lines. He realized that the hidden Beelzebub within his arteries was giving him an intense warning, indicating that something was approaching. Ayan uttered the words, "She's coming." Vikir looked at her with a questioning gaze and wondered who or what Ayan was referring to with the word she. With a cold sweat covering her face, Ayan uttered the words, "Madam Eight Legs." Suddenly, a massive pillar-like structure emerged from the heart of the forest. The barbarians recognized it immediately and exclaimed, "It's the Madam. The Madam is here." Camus gazed at the towering pillar, questioning whether it was truly just a pillar. Meanwhile, Vikir looked up and denied the possibility, saying, "No way." The pillar, shrouded in a purple aura, suddenly burst open, revealing 8 elongated appendages resembling branches. These legs descended rapidly and firmly rooted themselves in the ground. Adolf, overcome with concern, voiced his disbelief, finding it impossible for such a monstrous creature to be concealed within this forest. Vikir's face grew anxious as he had never thought he would encounter this monster in a place like this. He realized that the creature he was facing was none other than Madam Eight Legs, a notorious entity with an S risk rating. The gigantic spider stood tall on its 8 legs and emitted a piercing scream that resonated throughout the entire forest, instilling fear in everyone present. Everyone stood frozen in fear as they gazed at Madam Eight Legs, her dominating figure commanding attention. Camus attempted to speak, but Vikir quickly placed his hand over her mouth, silencing her. Worriedly, Vikir whispered to Camus, reminding her not to make loud noises as Madam Eight Legs had poor sight but sensitive touch and hearing. Vikir's thoughts wandered back to an old native's warning he had heard before his regression, about the incidents associated with the La Rouge et La Noire mountain. It was a legend that resembled a horror story, one about the madam with 8 legs who dwelled deep within the forests. The Empire's Monster Dictionary, after several revisions, contained written records of this terrifying creature, known as Madam Eight Legs, ranked as an S-tier risk and capable of causing nationwide destruction in a single day. Suddenly, Madam Eight Legs emitted a piercing scream, accompanied by a stream of greenish liquid that sprayed from her mouth. Some of the corrosive substance landed on tree branches, causing them to visibly melt before everyone's eyes. Vikir skillfully dodged the falling poison rain, while Adolf created a protective barrier to shield himself and Camus. Ahun, the barbarian, panicked as some poison landed on his hair, exclaiming in fear. Ayan swiftly cut off his hair to prevent further exposure, leaving Ahun on his knees, panting in terror. In a low voice filled with anger, Ayan whispered to him, berating him for screaming in front of Madam Eight Legs. She then glanced at Madam Eight Legs and warned Ahun that if he weren't the shaman's grandchild, she would have killed him. Ayan turned around and in a low voice gave an order to the barbarians, commanding them to retreat. Adolf, carrying Camus, also issued a hushed command to make a run for it. Madam Eight Legs responded with playful noises, seemingly amused by the chaos unfolding before her. Among the fleeing groups, the Balaks scattered in smaller clusters, while the Baskervilles and Morgs retreated together. There was a slight difference in how both groups retreated, but it helped the Madam decide whom to chase after. As Madam Eight Legs charged toward the Baskerville and Morg groups, Adolf expressed his frustration, questioning why the creature was heading their way. A Morg mage stepped forward confidently and told Adolf to leave the monster to him. He began casting a fire spell and proclaimed that fire attacks would be the bug's weakness. With a surge of power, he unleashed the fiery spell upon Madam Eight Legs, resulting in a colossal explosion that engulfed the area. The mage believed he had succeeded, boasting to Sir Adolf about the effectiveness of his attack. However, before he could say anything further, one of the mages standing beside him was impaled by one of Madame's legs. The mage, covered in his companion's blood, trembled in fear, realizing that the fire spell hadn't done anything to stop the creature. As Adolf, Camus, and Vicar continued running, Camus expressed shock and bewilderment at the sight of the monstrous creature. Vicar, who had been lost in thought, suddenly realized something. He came to a halt and turned around to face Madame Eight Legs, surprising everyone with his sudden movement. Staffordshire questioned Vicar, concerned about his intentions, to which Vicar replied that they were all at risk of being annihilated if they didn't act. He proposed that someone needed to tie down the monster's legs. When Staffordshire volunteered, Vicar interrupted, questioning him if he really thought he would be able to tie down the monster's legs with his skills. Vicar emphasized that they couldn't bring this monster into the territory with them and stated that he was the best person for the task of restraining its legs. Vicar placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and turned to Sir Adolf, informing him that there was no time left. With a grave expression, he left the decision in Sir Adolf's hands. Camus looked at Vicar with shock and called out to him, but Vicar pressed on, urging them to hurry and go. Adolf expressed frustration and made the decision to run away, not allowing Vicar's sacrifice to be in vain. Camus, with teary eyes, pleaded for Vicar to return, but Adolf instructed her not to move. The situation grew tense as Vicar prepared to face Madame Eight Legs alone. His hand was tightly clenched around the hilt of his sword at first, but eventually he loosened his grip and let out a sigh. He contemplated his situation, realizing that he had no personal interest in the destruction of the Baskerville territory. Furthermore, he believed that the Allied forces would be unable to stop the growing power of Madame Eight Legs. However, Vicar saw this as an opportunity for himself. If he could fake his death, he could create distance between himself and Hugo's surveillance. This would allow him to buy some time to master the 10th technique that resided in his mind. Once he became skilled enough to stand against Hugo or perfected his ability to hide and control his power, he planned to return to the clan. A red aura began to glow on Vicar's hand, and soon Beelzebub emerged from his hand. Vicar realized that if he didn't use everything he had, he would die. With unwavering determination, he made the decision to utilize every resource at his disposal, including a large amount of mana he had received from the River Styx's blessing, and the ethereal aura that was reserved for the high-ranking Baskerville swordsmanship techniques. Moreover, he wielded the formidable demonic sword known as Beelzebub. Covered in a red aura, Vicar's eyes glowed with a fierce red light. He resolved to utilize all his power and launch an attack. With swift movements, he darted toward Madame Eight Legs and then leaped high into the air. Vicar, hovering in the air, directed his gaze down at Madame Eight Legs. The monstrous creature let out a scream as she locked eyes with Vicar. His hand continued to emit a powerful red glow, with the aura intensifying until it reached its limit. With incredible speed, Vicar shot toward Madame Eight Legs, utilizing the Baskerville 5th technique. As he closed in on her, Madame Eight Legs found herself unable to move her legs, which began to press firmly into the ground. At the same time, Vicar's attack struck Madame Eight Legs' head, causing it to be forced to the ground. From a distance, a radiant red light became visible, rapidly increasing in size. Adolf ran while holding Camus, the Baskerville triplets ran with teary eyes, and a massive beam of light shot up from the location where Vicar and Madame Eight Legs clashed. Camus, watching the scene unfold, was struck with shock. Soon a tear welled up in her eyes. She couldn't contain herself and shouted Vicar's name. Only a bright red glow remained in the now silent forest, marking the aftermath of the powerful encounter. Vicar Van Baskerville's head was on a guillotine. He looked ahead with cold eyes and saw Hugo Le Baskerville standing under the moonlight. Hugo extended his hand and signaled the guillotine to be dropped. As his head rolled on the ground, he saw people looking at him with cold gazes. Soon, Hugo turned around and started to leave. Vicar looked at his departing figure and thought that in the end, Hugo did it. But before he could think further, his eyes opened, and he found himself in an unfamiliar room with a different roof. He was lying on a mattress covered in bandages, with one of his eyes also bandaged. His body was covered in scars and a rope was tied around his neck. Confused by his surroundings, Vicar wondered where he was. He tried to recall the recent events, questioning how many days had passed since the battle against Madame Eight Legs. He remembered the crucial moment when Madame had been shocked by the explosion's light, which had possibly saved his life. Attempting to get up, Vicar felt excruciating pain coursing through his entire body. He quickly realized that his muscles, veins, and even his bones had been grievously injured. There wasn't a single spot on his body that wasn't affected by the damage. The extent of his injuries after taking a direct hit far surpassed anything he had ever imagined. He had severely underestimated the sheer force behind Madame's attack, to the point where he could feel its impact deep within his bones. He pondered the trap that had caused the neckache he was currently experiencing, realizing it had inadvertently saved him. Considering the situation, Vicar contemplated whether everything was progressing according to his plan. He acknowledged his successful escape from Hugo's watch and the presence of witnesses, including Adolf and Camus, so he didn't need to worry about his death being proven. Vicar exited the room and surveyed his surroundings, observing barbarians strolling around and children learning how to use bows. Recognizing the place as the Balak's camp, known as Bulak, Vicar wondered if he was being held captive there. Realizing that he was amidst a camp belonging to the natural enemies of the Baskerville clan, Vicar grew concerned. He acknowledged his inability to escape with his heavily injured body. As he contemplated his situation, a barbarian girl ordered some slaves to hurry up, warning them about the danger of a wolf's bite. Vicar looked at the slaves and recognized some soldiers from the Baskerville and more clans among them. Perplexed, he wondered why he was not being executed like the others. Just then, a barbarian named Ahun approached him, mentioning his ability to speak Balak. Vicar recognized Ahun as someone from the past, one who had kidnapped Camus. Ahun informed Vicar that he should be thankful for not meeting the same fate as the others. With an evil smirk, he taunted Vicar, highlighting his despair due to his crippled body. Ahun sneered even further, asserting that if Vicar weren't the commander's pet dog, he would have boiled him without delay. Vicar repeated the phrase pet dog in his mind. The mention of being someone's pet dog triggered an image of Hugo attempting to chain him down, and a surge of anger boiled within him. Suddenly, Ahun was taken aback as an immense amount of killing intent radiated from Vicar, unsettling him. He looked at Vicar and was taken aback by the intensity in his eyes. Fueled by his emotions, Ahun threw a punch at Vicar's face, expressing his frustration and calling him an arrogant bastard. Vicar fell to the ground, and Ahun walked away in anger, instructing him to find his owner at the end of the rope. Vicar, lying on the ground, watched Ahun leave and vowed to remember his face. He resolved to make him pay once his body recovered. As Vicar followed the rope, he questioned the length of it, expressing his frustration as he walked without reaching the end. He wondered if his owner awaited him at the rope's end. Suddenly, the rope tightened, and Vicar realized he had reached the end. Surprised, he looked ahead and saw Ayan bathing in a small pond. Vicar stood at the edge of the pond, motionless and silent, as Ayan held the other end of the rope. Ayan smiled and told Vicar to lie down. Vicar, shocked by her words, didn't immediately understand their meaning. Suddenly, she pulled the rope, causing Vicar to fly forward, narrowly avoiding an arrow that would have struck him but instead hit a tree trunk. Ayan then shouted at the children nearby, reprimanding them and instructing them to practice elsewhere. As Vicar lay on the ground, Ayan turned her attention back to him. She expressed gratitude for his role in setting her free at the slave auction. Pointing her finger at him, she explained the principle of returning kindness twofold and revenge tenfold. Since he had saved her once, she had saved him twice. Vicar questioned her about saving him twice. Ayan explained that she had gone back just in case after the huge explosion, and if she hadn't, he would have died. She told him to be thankful that she was tenacious. Confused, Vicar questioned her about the rope and her reason for keeping him alive. Ayan responded, implying that he held a high position within his party. This revelation startled Vicar. Ayan continued, suggesting that she wondered how much his party would pay for his return. Vicar was taken aback by her statement, realizing that he was in trouble. If hostage negotiations were initiated with the Baskerville clan, his plan to escape Hugo's watch would become meaningless. He pondered his options in this difficult situation. With a mischievous grin, Ayan looked at Vicar and revealed her intentions. She told him not to hope for a return to his party because he would become her slave. Ayan proceeded to take out her dagger and cut the rope around his neck. Vicar internally heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that his plan had not failed. She then pointed her dagger at Vicar and suggested that they decide on their titles, with her preferring to be called Master. Vicar stood with an emotionless face, remaining silent in response. Ayan, seemingly amused, complimented his rebellious eyes and expressed her anticipation of taming him. Before they continued, Ayan mentioned that there was a place they had to stop by. She urged Vicar to start moving, prompting him to ask where they were going. With a smile, Ayan replied with a rhetorical question, implying that it should be obvious. She explained that it was customary to offer greetings when stepping into someone else's land. They were going to visit the village head, the matriarch. Inside the matriarch's tent, a throne adorned with the heads of bears, jaguars, alligators, and other dangerous animals could be seen. Each head had an arrow stuck in it. Atop this throne sat a woman who exuded a sense of pride. Victor and Ayan walked together, side by side, as they made their way toward the matriarch's tent. Ayan turned to Victor and spoke, sharing some insights about their way of life. She mentioned that if Victor didn't have a place to sleep, he could use a friend's hammock, and if he felt hungry, he could rely on the generosity of those who were more affluent. Ayan emphasized that this was the way the Balaks lived, creating a sense of familiarity and homeliness within their community. However, Victor expressed his observation, noting that it seemed the Balaks didn't prioritize private assets. Soon, they arrived outside a grand tent, and Ayan pointed out that they had reached the matriarch's dwelling. Ayan entered the tent and announced their arrival, addressing the matriarch as mother. This revelation startled Victor, causing him to contemplate the connection between Ayan and the matriarch. The matriarch rose from her seat and acknowledged their presence, remarking that she had brought the young boy who had been a topic of discussion. This statement surprised Ayan, who exclaimed her confusion, denying any involvement in such conversations. Meanwhile, Victor realized that Ayan was the matriarch's daughter and made connections in his mind. He looked directly at the matriarch and acknowledged her true identity as the Night Fox, the female Balak warrior who had left a scar on Hugo's nose bridge. He reflected on the challenges he had faced in the past, recalling how he couldn't traverse the landscape of the La Rouge et La Noire mountain due to her influence. Curiosity lingered as he pondered the outcome if his past self had engaged in a confrontation with her. Victor assessed the situation, considering his chances of survival. Head-on combat and assassination were out of the question, both at 0% probability. The only viable option seemed to be escaping, offering a 20% possibility of survival. Victor contemplated these odds, mindful of the danger he potentially faced in the matriarch's presence. The matriarch directed her gaze towards Victor and remarked that she had seen his face before. Victor's mind raced, wondering if the matriarch could somehow sense his connection to Hugo through instinct alone. However, Ayan interjected, explaining that most imperial men tend to look similar. Curiosity piqued, the matriarch inquired about Ayan's intentions regarding Victor, describing him as no different from a cripple. Ayan responded, stating that Victor would be useful once he received proper treatment, as he was the one who had attacked Madame Eight Legs. The matriarch cautioned Ayan, suggesting that taking action without understanding one's place might have unforeseen consequences. She then shifted her focus to Victor and expressed that his physical well-being was inconsequential, as long as his seed was fine. Before the matriarch could elaborate, Ayan interjected nervously, revealing her true intention. She stammered that she planned to use Victor as a slave, deviating from her previous statements. Surprised by this sudden change, the matriarch questioned Ayan's inconsistent statements. Ayan hurriedly clarified, stating that she required a slave to assist her during hunts. The matriarch gently patted Ayan's head, acknowledging that it was the owner's prerogative to decide what they wished to do with their slave. Ayan, with a blush on her face, gazed at Victor. Meanwhile, Victor stood in the center of the tent, observing the beam that supported its structure, his thoughts momentarily shifting away from the unfolding conversation. After leaving the matriarch's tent, Victor initiated a conversation with Ayan, expressing his curiosity. He asked for her name, to which Ayan reacted in shock, berating Victor for daring to ask questions as a slave. Undeterred, Victor clarified that he had no intention of addressing her as master, hence his request for her name. With a blush on her face, Ayan reluctantly revealed her name as Ayan. Victor introduced himself as Victor and inquired about Ayan's instructions. Ayan shouted indignantly, protesting against a slave addressing her by name. However, she then smirked and revealed her first order to Victor, to construct a house where he would reside from now on. Ayan's inner thoughts reveled in the opportunity to assert her authority and rebalance the hierarchy between them. She believed that imperial individuals like Victor would be incompetent in building a house, thus emphasizing her supposed mastery over him. Lost in thought, Victor eventually responded to the order, expressing a smile and stating that he found the task to be enjoyable. Time passed, and Ayan stood with a shocked expression on her face as she witnessed the result of Victor's work, a tent standing before her. She wondered why Victor, despite his injured body, displayed such skill in building the tent. Observing the tools she had brought for Victor, Ayan contemplated their uselessness if Victor continued to excel in the building. Meanwhile, Victor smiled, reflecting on his past experiences. During times of destruction, swordsmen's survival was limited by their expertise solely in swordsmanship. To thrive in extreme situations, one needed to acquire a diverse range of survival skills. Ayan noticed the presence of drains outside the tent and remarked on their perfection. Victor then brought up the observation that the matriarch's tent appeared unstable. Ayan, shocked by this revelation, questioned Vikir about her mother's house. Vikir explained that in its current state, during rainy seasons, the ground around the central pillar of the tent would shake, potentially causing water leakage. He offered a solution, proposing to mix limey dirt and gravel from the opposite hill to create bricks. He would then reinforce them by spreading oil and burning it. Ayan, in agreement, instructed Vikir to proceed with the plan. Vikir collected soil and poured it into a container. After preparing the necessary materials, he used a cast to shape the bricks and dried them by heating them over a fire. Finally, Vikir and Ayan arrived at the matriarch's tent, where Ayan explained their intentions to her mother. After the tent was fixed, the matriarch looked on in shock, expressing her frustration at previous failed attempts to repair the roof. She realized that the problem lay with the pillar. With a smile, the matriarch commended Ayan, acknowledging that her daughter had found a truly useful male. She then issued an order to Vikir, instructing him to handle tedious matters like this around the barracks from now on. Sometime later, Vikir was washing clothes near a water source when Ayan called out to him. She initiated a conversation, questioning whether he found it exhausting to slave away, and suggesting that he become an official member of their tribe. Vikir responded that slaving away wasn't too bad, internally noting that this peaceful life was preferable to his previous experiences with the Baskervilles or living in the Underdog City. Ayan acknowledged that Vikir seemed disciplined and commented that it would be challenging for a slave to complain. Vikir insisted that it really wasn't that bad, but Ayan disagreed, asserting that tough and tedious work couldn't be easy. As they began to head back, Ayan urged Vikir not to have that attitude and to follow her. She offered to help him in terms of survival and adjusting to their tribe. If he performed well, she promised to untie the rope that bound him. Vikir looked at her with interest and asked what he needed to do. Ayan smiled and said that he was finally being honest. She then challenged him to go on a hunt and capture a huge prey. Vikir was intrigued by the proposition and questioned her about the hunt. Ayan explained to Vikir that the tribe's warriors had been unable to catch large enough prey recently, resulting in the growing children going without meat. She emphasized that if Vikir could bring in a huge prey, it would not be unrealistic for his title to change from slave to commoner. Playfully, Ayan slapped Vikir's back and mentioned that he seemed capable of moving lighter objects, so his role would be to assist her. As Ayan jokingly reminded Vikir that he should be grateful for being the slave of the Balak's hunting commander, Vikir felt a pang of pain from her slap on his back. However, after a moment of thought, he agreed to go along with her plan. Ayan's face beamed with a smile, and a slight blush appeared on her cheeks. She then stated that they would be leaving tomorrow for the hunt. When Vikir questioned her smile, Ayan retorted, denying that she was actually smiling. Unbeknownst to them, a figure secretly observed their conversation. It was Ahan, who looked upon Ayan happily engaging with Vikir, but his heart was filled with jealousy and anger. He couldn't help but regard Vikir as a disgusting bastard. Balak's shaman, Ahuman, withdrew his hand from a pot of charcoal and extended it, signaling the beginning of the hazing ceremony as he ordered the hunters to gather around. A line of barbarian hunters stood before him, awaiting their turn. Ahuman emphasized the significance of receiving his blessing and warned that those who didn't would face difficulties. Ayan explained to Vikir the reason behind the hunters' charcoal markings. They used charcoal to conceal their faces from the god of death, as they felt guilty about killing their prey. Vikir acknowledged that even the warrior tribe of Balaks had a shaman. One of the barbarian girls commented on the shaman's nagging, while her male companion suggested letting him be, as the shaman needed to establish his position. The girl expressed doubts about the effectiveness of the shaman's blessings because they had often failed in the past. She indicated that they only sought his blessings on specific occasions. Vikir wondered if her skepticism meant that the shaman's position held little meaning, realizing that this place wasn't much different from others. Sometime later, Ayan stood with her face adorned in comical charcoal markings. Vikir looked at her and jokingly remarked on her appearance. Ayan wiped the markings off her face and angrily retorted, stating that she didn't get along with the shaman. In her embarrassment, she offered Vikir a collar. Vikir held the collar in his hand, questioning if it was a dog collar. Ayan proceeded to put on a collar herself and explained that they wore them to protect their necks from being bitten by their prey. Vikir contemplated the situation and decided that since he was already there, it would be better to adapt to this place. As Ayan and Vikir rode a wolf, she reminded him to hold on to her waist, concerned about his safety. Vikir assured her that he would be fine, and they set off. Ayan glanced back at Vikir, who had fallen off the wolf, and playfully chided him for not holding on to her waist, warning him about the consequences of his actions. Vikir wondered if he would be able to get up in his current state. Suddenly, Vikir noticed that someone had arrived before them. It was Ahun, the barbarian who had been secretly following them. Ayan dismounted from the wolf and called out to him. Ahun commented on Ayan's apparent freedom, accusing her of playing around with her slave. Ahun then came close to Ayan and stated that he was going to catch bigger prey this time. He declared that in the next joint hunt, he would be the captain of the hunting group. He even went as far as putting his grandfather's honor on the line. Ayan questioned his decision to stake his grandfather's honor on something he only knew about shamanism. Unexpectedly, Ahun launched a powerful kick aimed at Vikir's face, surprising Ayan. She angrily confronted him, questioning his actions. Ahun smirked and belittled Vikir, questioning how she could use an injured male as a hunting assistant. He told her to get a hold of herself and claimed that he would only be a burden to her. Suddenly, Ayan noticed something and smiled. She told Ahun to check his waistband before saying those things. Confused, Ahun looked at his waistband and exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, Vikir spat out some blood from his mouth. With Ahun's quiver and arrow in his grasp, Vikir smiled and remarked that Ahun should hold on to his weapons as he would with his lover. Ahun was shocked by the revelation that his weapons had been taken. He glared at Vikir in anger and Ayan burst into laughter upon hearing this. Suddenly, Ahun attacked Vikir with a punch, calling him an arrogant slave bastard. However, before the punch could reach Vikir, Ayan swiftly intervened, using her bow to block the attack, and shouted at Ahun, commanding him to stop. She questioned Ahun in a cold voice, asking him whose slave he thought he was punishing on his own accord. Ahun, filled with anger, exclaimed that Vikir was a slave and had insulted a Balak warrior. Ayan responded, stating that Ahun had been acting pathetic in front of Vikir. Ahun continued to argue, questioning why she was defending Vikir so passionately, and suggesting that she might have developed feelings for the slave. Ayan, frustrated, placed her hand on her head and conceded, acknowledging that Vikir was indeed a slave and should be punished if he had done something wrong. However, she emphasized that Ahun didn't have the right to punish him because Vikir was her slave. Vikir, who was still on the ground, looked at them with a questioning expression. Suddenly, Ayan unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Vikir's face. Ahun watched the scene in shock, his mouth agape as blood sprayed onto the lush green grass. Ayan gazed at Ahun with cold eyes and asked if he was happy now. With a mixture of coldness and anger, she warned Ahun that she knew he was upset because he had failed to capture a maiden for himself before. But if he ever harmed her slave again, she would beat him up. Ahun, taken aback, reluctantly agreed. Sometime later, Ayan and Vikir continued riding the wolf, but Ayan kept looking at Vikir with apologetic gazes. She asked if it hurt, but Vikir remained silent. She then inquired if he was angry, but Vikir remained silent once again. Ayan explained that her actions were necessary to stop Ahun's petty retaliations, as he was a stubborn and petty person. Seeing that Vikir was still silent, Ayan asked why he wasn't replying. Finally, Vikir responded, saying that it hurt. In response, Ayan jumped up in the air and landed back on the wolf's back, facing Vikir. She caught his face and anxiously asked if it hurt a lot, if it was bad, and if his life was in danger. Vikir replied that it hurt to talk and that he had experienced similar injuries before. But before Vikir could finish his sentence, Ayan's lips landed on his. After some time had passed, Ayan's face blushed red, and she placed her fingers on her lips. She suddenly turned forward in a hurry and said that she knew she was right, stating that Vikir showed promise for an imperial bastard. Vikir wiped his face and pondered if barbarians usually licked each other's injuries, considering it dangerous as it could spread infection. Ayan looked back at Vikir and asked if there was something he wanted from her, promising to do anything if it was within her capabilities. Vikir asked if he could ask for anything. Hearing this, Ayan's body trembled and she assured Vikir that a Balak warrior never goes back on their word. Vikir contemplated his request while Ayan wondered why he was thinking so hard. Her face flushed red, and she suspected that Vikir might be pondering something strange. Finally, Vikir revealed that he had decided what he wanted. Hearing this, Ayan waited in anticipation, her face covered with a blush. Finally, Vikir asked Ayan to teach him how to shoot arrows. Hearing this, Ayan's face turned down with disappointment, but she agreed to his request. As they continued forward, Ayan suggested that from tomorrow onwards they engage in some special training. She inquired if this plan was acceptable, and Vikir nodded in agreement. As Vikir fired an arrow at the tree trunk, Ayan expressed disappointment in his archery skills, instructing him to aim at the embedded arrow instead. Vikir questioned whether it was appropriate for her to teach him in that position. Ayan smiled and reminded him that it was he who asked to be taught how to use the bow. She emphasized the importance of learning the bow well since Vikir's body wouldn't allow him to use a sword for a while. The goal was to capture a large prey to enhance his reputation. Ayan continued to put pressure on Vikar's back to correct his posture. In pain, Vikar realized that his bones were at their limit. Suddenly, Ayan's wolf appeared behind them, and Ayan was a bit shocked and applied some extra pressure on Vikar's back, resulting in a cracking sound. Vikar fell to the ground in pain, and Ayan asked her wolf, Bakira, if it had found what they were looking for. The wolf howled in response. Ayan commanded Vikar to get up, stating that they would be moving quickly from that point onwards. They soon arrived near a water stream. Ayan explained that this was the area where the river and ocean connect, so both the ocean's water and animals occupy that area. Ayan shared a story her grandmother had told her. A salmon believes that if it successfully swims up the waterfall, it can evolve into a huge beast. However, most salmon fail to rise above that waterfall and fall. They are eventually punished when they fall onto sharp rocks, and the fish that fell become food for an ox bear. Vikar observed the massive bear in front of him and questioned whether it was an ox bear, remarking that it seemed completely different from the ones he had seen before. Ayan clarified that it was no ordinary ox bear, but one born from a superior bloodline and had survived numerous challenges. When Vikar wondered if he was being asked to capture such a formidable creature, Ayan explained that she hadn't instructed Bakira to find a strong female to hunt. Their actual target was the male bear courting the female. Several male bears approached the female bear, and she looked at them for a moment. However, she rejected their advances with force and sent them running away. Vikar was intrigued by the female's behavior and asked how strong a male she was looking for. Ayan corrected his thinking, stating that the female bear wasn't seeking a strong mate. A smaller male bear then approached the female, and they interacted with gentle gestures. Vikar was surprised that the female had chosen the weaker male. Ayan stated that the female bear was looking for a mate that she can boss around. She explained that strong males tend to become aggressive during mating, and there are situations when they kill their partners. Hence, strong bears were unpopular among the ox bears. That was why females of the species preferred weaker and smaller partners. Ayan drew a parallel to how Balak warriors selected their partners, favoring young entities with excellent DNA, especially if they had been weakened due to an injury. Vikar realized that the female bear's interest was primarily in obtaining good DNA. As the bear couple began to walk away, Ayan emphasized that their course of action was to wait, as the female would eventually suppress the male's strength completely. Vikar stood outside a cave, where bear roars and moans were clearly audible. He reflected on the past 4 days, during which he had been providing food to the hungry ox bears to facilitate their mating. Ayan asked Vikar if he had left food for the ox bears, and he confirmed that he had. Ayan held a small fruit that temporarily boosted one's strength but came with the cost of consuming one's lifespan. She explained that the intelligent female bear would understand their intentions and choose not to eat it, while the male would eat it to handle the female. Vikar understood why Ayan had chosen a big and strong female as their target, to deplete the male's strength. Ayan then offered Vikar some soup to help him heal. While drinking the soup, Vikar commented on how the bears were mating intensely. Ayan humorously remarked that it was normal behavior for male Balaks but seemingly unusual for imperial males like Vikar, jokingly attributing it to his origin from a geeky country. Ayan seductively approached Vikar, asking if he could perform like that. However, their conversation was interrupted by a loud voice, and Ayan alerted Vikar to get ready, indicating that the female bear had been impregnated. The female bear let out a loud scream, and the male ran away from the cave in fear. Vikar and Ayan were hiding in a nearby tree, and Vikar asked why the female was chasing the male away. Ayan explained that an ox bear that has finished mating becomes a territorial and competitive predator. The female was warning the male never to come back to her territory. Vikar noted that the male wanted to sleep since she had exhausted her strength and hadn't slept for the past 4 days. Ayan replied that the male would seek a safe and remote place to rest. They planned to follow the male bear and quietly chase after him until he started to sleep, at which point they would begin their hunt. Vikar and Ayan trailed the male bear and arrived in a cold environment. Vikar remarked that the male should be tired, but he was moving quite far away. Ayan explained that the male was searching for a location with the fewest threats the forest posed. The cold environment ensured that mosquitoes, which could suck bones or blood, couldn't survive there. Vikar asked if the ox bear came to this place knowing about it. Ayan replied that an ox bear's intelligence was quite high, and their acquired knowledge was better than their instincts, allowing them to make strategic decisions. Vikar felt cold due to his body's condition, but he hesitated to admit it. Ayan noticed and offered to share body warmth by putting their bodies close together, but Vikar denied her offer, saying that he was fine. She warned him that if his body temperature decreases, his body will become stiff, and if his body becomes stiff, it will hinder their hunting efforts. Victor was surprised by her rational reasoning and wondered if she was capable of making such logical decisions. After a moment of thought, he decided to accept her offer. He suddenly hugged her from behind and Ayan's face turned red, and she tried to justify it as concern for her slave's health, stating that it was a master's duty to look after her slave's well-being. Suddenly, Ayan's wolf, Bakira, stopped and growled while looking ahead. Ayan noticed that the ox bear's footsteps had disappeared. She wondered where it went, but before she could finish her sentence, the ox bear, which had been hiding nearby, let out a loud growl and attacked her. The barbarians were gathered together, their eyes filled with excitement as they beheld a massive boar before them. They marveled at the size of the beast, recognizing that its meat could feed the entire tribe abundantly. One of the female barbarians expressed her hunting achievement, stating that she had only managed to catch 3 rabbits, clearly overshadowed by the impressive boar in front of them. A male barbarian chimed in, addressing Ahun directly and acknowledging that the boar he had hunted was indeed a remarkable catch. The female barbarian praised Ahun and proposed that he should be the hunting commander going forward, given his successful feat. The male barbarian agreed with the idea, pointing out that there are limits to what even the skilled hunting commander Ayan could achieve alone. He brought up the fact that she had taken a slave with her on the hunt. In response, Ahun exuded confidence and dismissed the slave as a burden to Ayan. He confidently predicted that she would return empty-handed, without even having caught a single rabbit. On the other side, the fearsome male ox bear attacked Ayan. However, Vikir, who was holding Ayan, pulled her back just in time, causing the bear's punch to miss her face by a few inches. The force of the punch blew some of Ayan's hair away. Both Vikir and Ayan fell from the back of the wolf they were riding, and the wolf growled at the ox bear. The wolf retaliated by leaping at the ox bear to protect its companions. Concerned for Ayan's safety, Vikir asked if she was okay. Ayan expressed her gratitude to him for saving her and replied that she had survived thanks to him. Vikir speculated whether the bear had lured them into a trap. Ayan acknowledged the bear's cunning intellect, which surpassed that of other monsters. She understood why the female bear chose the male bear as a mate. Realizing that they couldn't avoid a head-on battle, Ayan looked at Vikir and felt conflicted. She thought about how she had received help from the slave and worried about her dignity as his master. Suddenly, Ayan steeled herself and commanded Vikir to stay behind her while she took charge of the fight. She asserted that she would show him her dignity as his master. With determination, she mounted the wolf's back and chased after the bear. Vikir commented on the unique way of the Balak slaves, jokingly referring to himself as a slave lazing around while the master is working. As Ayan reached a vantage point, she began firing arrows at the ox bear. She shouted with conviction, expressing her displeasure at the bear's indecent behavior in front of her slave, and vowed that it would pay for its actions. The ox bear sought cover behind an ice rock, attempting to evade Ayan's arrows. Undeterred, Ayan prepared to launch another arrow and warned the bear that a good arrow would pierce through steel, emphasizing that its hiding wouldn't save it from her aim. Ayan fired her arrow at the ox bear, but it got stuck in the rock, failing to pass through it. But to the bear's surprise, a powerful blue energy beam pierced its stomach, causing it to spew out blood and growl in pain. Vikir was astonished by the unexpected attack that had struck the ox bear, which had been hiding behind the rock. He realized that the wave of aura from the arrow had passed precisely through the boulder and pierced the bear. He marveled at Ayan's archery skills, considering them akin to an art form and recognizing her exceptional hunting abilities. Vikir remarked that judging solely by her skills, Ayan might surpass even Camus Morg. The wounded ox bear emerged from its hiding place with bloodshot eyes and charged at Ayan with rage. She responded by shooting an arrow at its eyes, but the bear continued its relentless charge. In response to the bear's persistence, Ayan confidently prepared another arrow, asserting that an arrow filled with her sincerity was powerful enough to break through a castle wall. She released the arrow, but to her surprise, the ox bear managed to dodge the attack, leaving Ayan shocked and bewildered. Before Ayan could fully comprehend the situation, the bear struck the wolf she was riding, sending her flying back and rolling on the ground. In the midst of the intense battle, Ayan recalled her mother's words. Her mother had mentioned that when a beast with dull senses nears death, it can sense the killing intent of a person. Ayan realized that she had underestimated the ox bear, and had been careless in thinking she had cornered it perfectly. Despite her righteous intentions in shooting the last arrow, she now faced a dangerous and formidable adversary. The ox bear menacingly approached her, its mouth drooling. The bear opened its mouth wide, ready to bite. Overwhelmed with fear, Ayan closed her eyes and braced herself for the impending danger. However, just as the ox bear was about to attack, Ayan heard a familiar voice calling out to her, asking if she was done showing what a master's dignity is like. When she opened her eyes, she saw Vikir standing before her. Vikir stepped forward to confront the ox bear and confidently declared that it was now his turn to take action. He thrust his empty hand towards the beast, which began to glow red, and soon, Beelzebub emerged from his hand. Vikir wielded the power of Cerberus flame, and the ox bear's head was engulfed in flames, causing it to slide back in pain. Ayan watched in awe as she wondered if that powerful attack was indeed fire, witnessing the bear's head being roasted alive. The ox bear let out a final growl before succumbing to its injuries, falling lifelessly on the ground. As the battle ended, the bandages around Vikir's body had burned away with the fire, and his previously injured eye had been healed. Ayan couldn't help but blush as she looked at Vikir, grateful for his timely intervention and amazed by his incredible abilities. However, her joy turned to concern when she saw Vikir's face and posture distort in pain. He admitted that using that powerful skill had taken a toll on his body. Vikir collapsed onto the ground, leaving Ayan shocked and confused by the sudden turn of events. She called out his name with worry, unsure of how to help him after witnessing his tremendous display of strength. At night, the barbarians gathered in one place, dancing around a fire in celebration. They cooked food in a huge pot and distributed it among others. Ayan and Vikir sat on the side, wearing traditional hats. Ayan spoke about how the hunter who catches the largest prey receives the villagers' respect and admiration. Vikir, however, seemed indifferent, which led Ayan to criticize him for his lack of enthusiasm. She explained that the ox bear, being both strong and intelligent, was an honorable catch, making them the main figures of the pillaging ceremony. She compared the ox bear to a sluggish and scared boar, indicating the significance of their achievement. Ayan then questioned Ahan, who was standing beside Vikir, to support her point. Ahan in frustration handed a bowl to Vikir while referring to him as a slave. Vikir was confused about the small amount of meat in his bowl, and asked why he didn't receive more. Ahan replied that the amount of honor he gained was worth the meat he had received. Ayan clarified to Vikir that it was a tradition where the one who contributed the most to the hunt received the least amount of meat but gained a corresponding amount of honor. Ahan, in frustration, wished he could give Vikir more meat. Vikir pondered on the idea that becoming more honorable meant getting less meat, questioning whether the meat was better than such useless honor. Ayan chuckled, finding Ahan's sour expression amusing, clearly annoyed by his reaction. Vikir looked down at his hand and contemplated the 600 kilograms hammer that he had acquired from Beelzebub after catching the ox bear. He wondered if it was possible to increase his weight by 600 kilograms while holding his breath. He then drank the soup and realized that the skill was not all he had gained. After Beelzebub absorbed the ox bear, Vikir's body recovered significantly. Ayan, wanting to offer Vikir more meat, gave him a bowl filled with meat, explaining that it was a hunter's right. However, Vikir declined her offer as he had already received a portion of meat, a bowl of blood, and a portion of intestines. Ayan insisted that Vikir should eat the additional meat, emphasizing that he should consume different body parts according to his weaknesses. She encouraged him to eat it. She explained that one should eat eyes if the eyes are bad, eat the heart if your heart is weak, and if your limbs are weak, you eat its legs. Vikir looked at the bowl, questioning if the long thing in it was indeed the intestine and if his insides were that weak. Just then, 3 barbarian girls arrived at the scene. The first one scolded Ayan, calling her a commander and accusing her of looking after what was already hers. The second girl pointed out her transparent motives, and the third girl questioned why she would give anything to the slave. Meanwhile, Vikir continued eating the meat, finding it very chewy, and Ayan watched in excitement as he gulped down the meat. She then smiled and stated that now he would be able to fulfill his duty. Vikir kept chewing and wondered what more she expected from him, considering he believed he had done his part during the hunt. As the new morning arrived, Vikir stood near a large tree trunk whose top was cut. He noticed the tree melting a little, confirming what Ayan said the previous night. Last night, while he was standing near the tree trunk, he noticed that it was covered with lots of meat. He questioned Ayan about placing good meat there, considering the village was going through a food shortage. Ayan explained that the meat was an offering to Madam Eight Legs, and they sought permission to live in that dense forest. Vikir realized the significance of Madam Eight Legs and how reckless his actions had been. He understood the Balak villagers' behavior towards her and found her to be an annoying monster. Vikir, strolling back to his hut, noticed a long line of girls waiting outside. He was puzzled, wondering if there was another ceremony or some special event. The girls talked amongst themselves, expressing their eagerness to meet Vikir. One girl mentioned that she had been in line since dawn, while another was glad to be at the front end. A third girl proudly stated that she stayed awake the entire night. 3 girls stood together, discussing the possibility of becoming a commoner based on the results of yesterday's pillage. They speculated that a woman from the village might become Vikir's wife, considering his strength in hunting an ox bear. Just then, Ayan arrived after hunting a deer and scolded the girls for trying to take what belonged to her. She reminded them that she had given him the stew the previous day, and they had no right to claim it as their own. In response, the barbarian girls argued that Ayan should have used it herself and shared some with them. They called her stingy for keeping it all to herself. Ayan, clearly irritated, challenged them to set up their own trap and catch something similar. The girls explained that they had already gone out many times, even to the Empire's border, but found no one else like Vikir. Ayan, with an angry expression, suggested that there might be someone like Vikir in hell. The barbarian girls, frightened by her anger, ran away in fear. Ayan sighed, concerned that the cunning girls might take Vikir away while he was recovering. She fed him the ox bear's meat, so she felt the need to order him to carry out his manly duties. Suddenly, Ayan noticed Vikir standing there and stuttered, trying to hide her intentions. Vikir's face distorted as he realized what he had eaten the previous day. Ayan quickly changed the topic and mentioned that she had heard that last night, her mother had called for a meeting among the elders. She added that Vikir, as the honorable hunter of the pillage, would have the opportunity to request something from her mother during the meeting. She then advised him that when her mother called upon him, he should ask for the thing she was planning to suggest. Inside the matriarch's tent, the elders sat on one side while the young prodigies on the other. Vikir sat on his knees and bowed to the matriarch, greeting her respectfully. The matriarch acknowledged Vikir's accomplishment of catching an ox bear, expressing her gratitude for the good meat she had eaten. Vikir humbly replied that he only did what he had to do. The matriarch smiled and praised him, remarking on his quick recovery rate, which he credited to her care. Vikir observed the matriarch, the night fox, Aquila. He recognized that she was a genius archer who scared the people of the empire, despite leading the Balak tribe with less than 300 members. He saw her as dignified as Hugo, but she was also warm and soft. The matriarch expressed her desire to reward him for his contributions. She announced that due to his actions the previous day, she would change his status. Vikir was no longer considered a slave but a part of the Balak family. At that moment, an elder cleared his throat, and Vikir recalled that some elders were dissatisfied with his status change. Vikir observed the elder and recognized him as Ahuman, the Balak's shaman and Ahun's grandfather. The matriarch stood up and reaffirmed Vikir's new status as an official member of the Balaks. She invited him to share his desires, stating that even though she didn't give birth to him or raise him, she would consider his request as part of the family. She offered him the possibility of choosing a beautiful village maiden as his partner, and she would give her blessing. Alternatively, if he preferred not to have a partner, she was fine with him having a slave. Meanwhile, Ayan made hand signs, reminding Vikir of something she had previously told him. Vikir looked at her and closed his eyes. Vikir then stated that he had one request. The matriarch was intrigued and encouraged him to speak comfortably. Internally, the matriarch wondered why Ayan was signaling so urgently, questioning if she wanted him that badly. Vikir looked at the matriarch with confidence and expressed his desire to bathe in the hero's spring. The room fell silent as everyone present was shocked by his request. Only Ayan had a smile on her face. The matriarch gazed at Vikir with cold eyes, clearly taken aback by his request, and questioned whether he was aware of what he was asking for. Ahuman's voice thundered as he directed his words toward Vikir, his tone dripping with disdain and anger. He questioned Vikir's awareness of the person he was in the presence of and criticized his arrogance. Shifting his attention, Ahuman then turned towards Matriarch and emphasized that only esteemed high-ranked Balak warriors were permitted to access the revered hero's spring. He dismissed Vikir's plea, branding it as insignificant. Ahun chimed in, echoing Ahuman's sentiment. He asserted that the hero's spring was exclusive to those who had proven their exceptional might and condemned Vikir for his audacious inquiry. Ayan intervened, speaking up for Vikir and highlighting his previous feat of capturing an ox bear during the pillaging ceremony. The act, according to her, was a testament to Vikir's strength. The matriarch's gaze fell upon Vikir, and she inquired about his understanding of the hero's spring. Fearless and composed, Vikir met her gaze and revealed his knowledge. He knew that Hero's Spring was a revered shrine where only the mightiest Balak warriors were submerged. The spring possessed healing properties, aiding both internal and external injuries through its waters. Vikir also recalled Ayan's insight that access to the spring was reserved for warriors who had made significant contributions. Contemplating Vikir's request, Matriarch grappled with the decision. The first elder expressed hesitation about sending an outsider, a recent commoner, to the shrine. However, the second elder interjected, suggesting that given Vikir's potential, a single visit to the hero's spring could serve as motivation. Debate ensued among the elders. The first elder emphasized the exclusivity of the hero's spring, questioning the idea of allowing anyone to enter. On the other hand, the second elder advocated for showing kindness to Vikir due to his battered state and newfound familial connection. Matriarch's internal struggle was evident as she weighed the options. She desired to grant Vikir's request but acknowledged the lack of a compelling reason. She lamented the opposition from the shaman and the guards, leaving her feeling constrained in her decision-making. As the tension grew, a sudden bell sound interrupted their deliberations, capturing everyone's attention. Vikir's voice cut through the uncertainty as he questioned the origin of the bell, pondering if it signaled the onset of war. Ayan clarified that the sound was an indication of a guest's arrival, ruling out the possibility of a confrontation with the Balaks in their own territory. Matriarch decided to adjourn the discussion, instructing everyone to return to their duties. Ahuman's demeanor shifted as he observed Matriarch's departure, his expression brimming with ire, accompanied by a disapproving sound. As the members of the Balak tribe stood together, Vikir asked Ayan if the group of people before them were the guests they were expecting. Ayan confirmed this, revealing that the newcomers were merchants who brought goods from beyond the forest. The Balak tribe eagerly anticipated their visits. However, Vikir's thoughts were elsewhere. He focused on a symbol on one of the merchants' flags, recognizing it as belonging to the bourgeois family, one of the 7 merchant families. Vikir was perplexed by their presence, considering that their route required crossing either the Baskerville or Morgue family territories, both of which wouldn't likely grant such passage. Vikir mused about the possibility of the bourgeois family having found a way to smuggle themselves through. The head merchant, resembling their leader, addressed the crowd in the Balak language with a cheerful tone. He announced the arrival of the 5-day market and encouraged bartering. The merchants promptly set up their stalls and showcased their wares. One item promoted was a glass orb believed to induce sweet dreams when placed near one's bed. Another merchant drew attention to cosmetics and grains in their collection. Vikir observed the merchants' offerings with a critical eye, noting that they had brought essential goods and food that were distributed throughout the empire. He questioned the disparity in value, considering that they were trading rare forest items for seemingly mundane supplies. He speculated whether the merchants were taking advantage of the Balak's lack of knowledge about current market prices. However, Vikir decided to let the Balaks navigate this on their own to avoid drawing attention to himself. Amid the bustling market, Ayan's voice rang out in frustration, denouncing the unfairness of the deals. She questioned whether it made sense for her to exchange a diamond for corn. Vikir found solace in her reaction, relieved to see someone expressing rational dissatisfaction. Ayan's anger grew as she shouted that she should at least receive 2 corns for this. Ayan smiled as she happily received 2 corns in exchange for a diamond. Vikir couldn't help but feel frustrated by her actions, considering her to be quite hopeless. Amidst the bartering, 3 Balak tribe members engaged in a verbal confrontation with the merchant leader. The first one argued for better terms for trading a pearl clam for radishes, asserting that 2 radishes were the rightful exchange. The second haggled over the quality of cabbage and eventually settled for 1 deer antler. The merchant leader, visibly irritated, relented under the pressure of the Balak warriors' persistence, giving in and offering extra items. This made the Balak members happy, but the merchant leader smirked inwardly, perceiving their celebration as ignorance of the item's true value. Just then, a small girl approached the merchant leader, politely asking for a glass orb. The merchant leader, with a self-assured demeanor, mentioned having many glass orbs and inquired about what the girl had to offer in return. The little girl's face lit up with joy as she proudly displayed a sun larva, referring to it as a rare, delicious, and nutritious treat. She presented it to the merchant leader as an offering. However, the merchant leader's expression twisted into one of disgust as he slapped the girl's hand away, rejecting her offering with revulsion. The sun larva fell to the ground, leaving the girl heartbroken. As the merchant leader began to walk away, he remarked that despite being perceived as a primitive barbarian, she was quite pretty. He considered her attractive enough to fetch a good price as a slave. The girl looked at the sun larva with teary eyes, and suddenly, a hand appeared on her head, trying to console her. Vikir looked at the merchant with anger and stated that this trade was invalid. The merchant leader questioned whether Vikir understood the imperial language and tried to brush off the incident by saying it was just a misunderstanding. However, Vikir cut him off, questioning if he was talking about the intention to sell a Balak child as a slave. Dismissing the merchant's attempts to explain, Vikir redirected the conversation and demanded the cancellation of all unfair trades of the day. The merchant leader was baffled, asking Vikir to define what he meant by unfair trades. Vikir boldly stated that the items were being marked at prices significantly divergent from their current market value. The merchant leader pondered the fact that Vikir was the only one who could speak the imperial language. Attempting to assert authority, the merchant leader claimed that the trades were sacred and sanctioned by the Balak shaman, who was seen as a proxy of the forest god. He belittled Vikir's interference due to his young age, implying that he shouldn't involve himself in matters beyond his understanding. Vikir's words were calculated and sharp as he broke down the actual market values of the items being traded. He revealed that the supposed corn was worth 100 gold each, while the received diamond had a value of around 2 million gold. He further explained the worth of an ox bear horn when crafted into a billiard ball, equivalent to 1 million gold, comparable to a goblin butt mushroom, a newly used medicinal item. The merchant leader was astonished by Vikir's precise knowledge of market prices. Vikir picked up a glass orb and explained that this glass orb can give you sweet dreams. If you place this next to you, you will certainly be engulfed and only dream sweet dreams. He then disclosed that the orb's surface contained hidden holes that dispensed drugs inducing sweet dreams, which, in reality, was a harmful, cheap substance banned in the Empire due to its adverse effects with prolonged use. He acknowledged the merchant's effective distribution of the drug. Crushing the glass orb in his hand, Vikir unveiled their scheme, leaving the merchant leader visibly rattled as their covert actions were exposed. Among the chaos, the merchant leader's friend whispered inquiries about the situation, to which he confirmed that someone had uncovered their secret. Ayan, filled with anger, questioned Vikir's previous words, seeking confirmation regarding drug, body, and harm. Vikir acknowledged her inquiry, prompting Ayan to turn her wrathful gaze toward the merchant leader. She demanded an explanation, linking the deteriorating health of many people to their actions. The merchant leader recognized the need to retreat from the situation and attempted to downplay the circumstances. However, before he could proceed, an arrow from Ayan's bow found its mark, piercing his shoulder. The merchant leader screamed in pain as Ayan fiercely accused them of fearlessly deceiving the Balaks. The merchant leader's face turned pale, his brow dripping with cold sweat as the pain from his wounded shoulder brought tears to his eyes. His response was a bitter expletive, reflecting his realization of the dire situation. The merchants swiftly mounted their horses, urgently rallying their group as they shouted to gather their belongings and escape. Vikir questioned Ayan's decision to let them go without consequences, given the merchant's reputation for avoiding losses. Ayan offered her perspective, comparing their situation to hunting techniques used on beasts in packs. Injuring and releasing them could lead them back to their group, allowing for more strategic confrontation. Meanwhile, the merchant leader, fuming with anger, continued to run, casting a final curse at the Balaks. The merchants eventually reached a camp where a group of mercenaries had set up. With frustration and desperation, the merchant leader ranted about the Balaks stealing their products and rallied the mercenaries for an impending battle. In the quiet of the night, a bird soared through the air, its keen eyes spotting a distant light cutting through the heart of the forest. Descending, the bird perched on someone's hand. Ayan's fierce gaze met the bird's arrival as it landed on her hand. She uttered a chilling declaration that resonated with the anger within her. They had provoked the Balaks, and in her eyes, there was only one way to deal with such a transgression: slaughtering their adversaries. A group of mercenaries moved silently through the dense forest toward their destination in the heart of the night. The leader of the mercenaries turned to the merchant leader accompanying them and addressed him, highlighting the unfortunate looting of his goods by the Balak group. He suggested that mere words wouldn't work with these barbaric raiders and that a more decisive approach, involving their annihilation or enslavement, was necessary. The merchant leader, however, countered that the challenge of defeating the Balaks in combat was not to be underestimated. The mercenary leader questioned his decision to hire them if he was so apprehensive, reminding him that they were initially meant to be a backup plan in case things went awry. He then lit a matchstick to ignite his cigarette and elaborated on their agreement to receive a share of the earnings in exchange for providing security, hinting at the possibility of taking spoils if the situation called for it. The merchant leader's response was a moment of silence followed by a reluctant approval of their intent. With the plan to ambush the Balaks under the cover of night and unleash a fiery attack, the mercenaries began discussing their approach. As the first mercenary passed the matchstick to his companion to light his own cigarette, a third mercenary chimed in, wanting to use the match as well. This prompted a discussion about battlefield superstitions, where it was asserted that only two people should share a match to prevent bad luck. Disregarding the superstition, the third mercenary confidently lit his cigarette. Suddenly, without warning, an arrow struck him in the middle of his forehead, ending his words and his life. Before the other could react, a second arrow found its mark, piercing the head of the companion who had just used the match. The mercenary leader, oblivious to this chaos, continued talking to the merchant leader about his past experiences of capturing and selling barbarians as slaves. However, his sentence was abruptly cut off as a shocking expression of fear spread across the merchant leader's face. An arrow had found its way into the mercenary leader's forehead as well, ending his tale and his life in an instant. The merchant leader urgently shouted as the Balak warriors approached, warning everyone to extinguish their cigarettes. Ayan, standing at a distance, expressed anger and a determination to target only the heads of the enemies to showcase their fearsomeness. Vikir was taken aback and questioned whether the Balak warriors could accurately shoot their arrows using just the light from the mercenaries' cigarettes. Ahan then arrived near Vikir, carrying barrels. He addressed Vikir as a slave, but Vikir corrected him, stating that he was now a commoner. Ahan brushed off his concern, implying that the distinction wasn't worth fussing over. Among the mercenaries, one individual blocked incoming arrows with a shield and issued orders for mages to gather and shield bearers to protect against the arrows. Aura users were told to prepare for a counterattack. Suddenly, a peculiar sight caught their attention. 2 arrows lodged into trees with a wooden barrel suspended between them by ropes. Soon, a barrage of similar combinations of arrows and barrels filled the sky above the mercenaries' position. The mercenary exclaimed in shock, realizing that the Balaks had launched barrels containing alcohol. However, he quickly grasped another layer of the plan. But before he could react, burning arrows ignited the alcohol-filled barrels, triggering a massive explosion that engulfed the entire area. The mercenaries suffered casualties as they were engulfed in flames, and amidst the chaos, cries rang out, attributing the fire to the Balaks. Taking cover behind a tree, the merchant leader contemplated the situation with a shocked expression. He understood that the Balaks had tied ropes to the arrows, allowing them to launch oil-filled barrels. He marveled at their unexpected intelligence. Just then, a figure approached him from behind, making rustling sounds. The merchant leader turned towards the newcomer, his fear evident as he accused the person of being a meddlesome Balak. Trembling, he warned that killing him would lead to regret. Desperately, he presented a paper stamped with an official seal, claiming it to be an exploration permit issued by the newly appointed deputy consul from the Underdog City. He threatened that the Baskerville family would seek retribution if he was harmed. Vikir was intrigued and questioned if the deputy consul in question was named Vikir. The merchant leader confirmed it, referring to him as the infamous Vikir. Vikir, with his red eyes, calmly replied that he didn't recall granting such a permit. The merchant leader was taken aback and noticed Vikir's changed appearance and deduced his true identity. Before he could finish his sentence, Vikir launched an arrow that swiftly ended his life. He then declared that those who forged the Baskerville seal are to be executed. Ayan arrived on her wolf, urgently shouting at Vikir to flee, addressing him as a slave. Vikir corrected her, reiterating that he was not a slave. Meanwhile, among the mercenaries, they continued to defend against incoming arrows with their shields. To their surprise, they realized that the Balaks had ceased their arrow barrage. This change in tactics led them to believe that the Balaks lacked confidence in their approach. Encouraged by this, the mercenaries resolved to pursue the retreating Balaks, expressing their intent to exact vengeance. Amidst their conversation, a sudden ominous event occurred. Something struck the area where the mercenaries were positioned. Their fear-filled cries echoed through the forest as they encountered a monstrous presence. Ayan turned her attention back to Vikir, acknowledging his strategic prowess and the utilization of fire as a tactic. She noted his transformation into a remarkable Balak. Vikir's response held a hint of humor, implying that he felt the same way whenever he saw Ayan. His gaze shifted to Madame Eightleg's menacing aura, and he remarked that the situation was a disaster. Matriarch's smile graced the scene as she granted permission for Vikir to enter the hero's spring. As she gazed at Vikir, she acknowledged his various achievements, addressing the food shortage, resolving battles without casualties using oil barrels, and uncovering the cause of the Balak warriors' infection caused by cheap drugs. The matriarch placed her hand on his shoulder and expressed her belief that he was a brave warrior. She then pointed out that tonight was a full moon, so she instructed Ayan to lead Vikir to the hero's spring. Ayan got up and responded, "Yes, mother." As they walked, Ayan playfully wrapped her arm around Vikir and commented on how Ahuman was remaining silent. She explained that Ahuman had previously attributed the warrior's ailments to a curse, and due to his actions, Ahuman's words no longer carried weight. Vikir remembered the words of the merchant leader who had spoken of the Balak shaman, the proxy of the forest god, permitting a sacred trade. Victor gazed at Ahuman, contemplating the notion of a curse. Later that night, Victor immersed himself in the spring, experiencing a profound sense of relaxation. He reflected on the purification of his mana, feeling his broken bones and muscles begin to heal. He recognized that the old shaman's concerns were not unfounded, given the spring's remarkable efficacy. He mused about the efficacy of the spring in comparison to the river Styx at Baskerville, acknowledging its advantage due to the absence of an age limit. Victor gazed ahead, observing Ayan also in the hero's spring. He mentioned that the spring's efficacy might diminish if she joined him. He pointed out that the matriarch had specified that only he could enter. Ayan dismissed his concern, remarking that true Balax didn't worry about minor details. She shifted the conversation to express gratitude to Sir Adonai for discovering the hot spring. Victor inquired about Adonai, prompting Ayan to describe him as the sole individual capable of battling Madam Eight Legs. She emphasized that Adonai was the most formidable warrior in their legends and advised Victor to respect him. Victor acknowledged that if Adonai had truly confronted the monster head-on, he deserved respect. Ayan exclaimed that she was telling the truth. She then turned away and muttered her frustration about the difficulties of communicating with outsiders. She recalled her mother's words about Victor, acknowledging his transition to a commoner, and his positive reputation within the village. Her mother had expressed that with Victor's recovery using the hero's spring, he had the potential to become the man he was meant to be and wasn't a bad choice for a husband. Ayan blushed as she gazed at Victor and firmly declared to herself, "Today, I'm going to make Victor mine." Ayan spoke openly, revealing her knowledge of the merchant's excessive profits and expressing her readiness to take action against them if he hadn't. Victor responded with a knowing smile, prompting Ayan to protest in embarrassment. She insisted that she genuinely knew about the price difference between diamonds and corn in the Empire. Curious, Victor inquired about the price disparity, and Ayan guessed that 1 diamond might be worth 20 corns. When Victor remained silent, she quickly revised her estimate to 30 corns. Victor remarked that her guesses were wrong, and he then revealed to her the number of corns she could get with 1 diamond. Ayan was taken aback by this revelation and exclaimed in shock at the immense number of corn she could exchange for a diamond. She quickly covered her mouth and tried to save face by dismissing her surprise, as if she had known all along. She remarked that the logic within the Empire was strange and questioned where they would use that stone. Victor told her that all that didn't matter. He then offered her a choice between addressing him by his name or as a slave. He emphasized that he didn't like keeping things ambiguous. Ayan considered her options, stood up, and moved closer to him, asking if he didn't like ambiguity. She took hold of his chin, lifting his face, and declared her desire to call him neither slave nor Victor. She moved her face closer to his and said that what she wanted to call him was. But before she could reveal her preferred name for him, their moment was interrupted by the joyful arrival of some children who jumped into the spring. The children approached Ayan with smiles, addressing her as commander and Victor as brother Victor. Ayan was surprised by their sudden appearance and asked how they had managed to get there, but the children ignored her question and enthusiastically invited her to play with them. Meanwhile, Victor wondered if it was neither his name nor slave, then how did she want to treat him? Ayan exclaimed at the children, calling them rascals and saying that if they entered the spring, its efficacy would be reduced by half. Just then, Victor reminded her that someone had said that a true Balak wouldn't be stingy with such things. 2 children stood behind Victor, echoed his sentiment, and playfully called her stingy. Hound stood with the small girls and explained that it was the matriarch's command for the sick children to enter the hero's spring due to the side effects of drugs inflicted by the merchants. Ayan couldn't help but wonder if her mother had intended to make a fool out of her with this situation. Ahun, standing behind Victor, thanked him for helping her younger sister, and her sister also expressed her gratitude. Ahun then apologized to Victor for misunderstanding him all this time. Victor responded with a simple yeah. Ahun shouted in frustration, stating that they were apologizing here, and questioned if that was all Victor had to say. Victor responded calmly, stating that Ahun had too much anger in him. Ayan smiled as she looked at Victor and thought that there was still a lot of time. She called out to Victor with a warm smile covering her face and cheered for him on becoming an official Balak member. About 2 years later, a punch landed squarely on Ahun's face, causing him to fall to the ground with a painful sound. As Ahun lay on the ground, his attacker, none other than the 17-year-old Victor van Baskerville, remarked that Ahun was more of a crybaby than he had anticipated. Despite the punch, Ahun was determined and challenged him for another round. Victor, however, began to walk away and stated that their sparring session had concluded for the day. Ahun accused him of running away, but Victor simply replied that he was going for a stroll. After Victor left, Ahun's 2 friends came to his aid and helped him up. Hound expressed his frustration, describing Vikir as an annoying and monstrous opponent who had become even more formidable after recovering from his injuries. One of Hound's friends mentioned hearing that Vikir's marksmanship had recently reached a level on par with Commander Ayan. The other friend, however, questioned the comparison, wondering how Vikir could be matched with Commander Ayan. He claimed that he could even make Ahan's nose bleed with a punch. However, Ahan surprised his friends by revealing that Vikir's punch hadn't actually hit him. It had stopped right in front of his face. The friend was shocked and asked if Vikir had made Ahan's nose bleed from the wind's pressure caused by his fist. Vikir was covered in sweat and let out a long breath. He then stated that now he could execute the sixth technique perfectly. He glanced at the wall riddled with enormous holes, proudly stating that he could now perfectly bear the sixth fang. Achieving this level at the age of 17 marked impressive progress, although he acknowledged that there was still a long way to go before mastering the 10th technique. He also possessed 6 mana circles, and with that, he could be regarded as a high-rank graduator. He contemplated the blessings of the river Styx, his demonic sword Beelzebub, and the marksmanship and assassination techniques he had acquired from Balax. With these abilities, he could go up against even the highest-ranked graduator. Vikir remarked that it had already been 2 years since he had set foot in the deep forests. He questioned whether he would be bidding farewell to the Balax once his preparations were complete. Sometime later, Vikir and Ayan were navigating through the forest when Vikir noticed a trail on the ground and identified it as the tracks of the deep forest snake, Mashasu. He emphasized that it was a large and ancient one. Ayan acknowledged this information, and Vikir mentioned that if they were able to catch this snake, it would provide enough food for the village for at least 4 days. Curious, Vikir looked at Ayan, who appeared lost in thought, and asked if she was thinking about something else while they were hunting. Ayan's face flushed, and she hastily denied it. To change the topic, she mentioned that another hunting group had asked her to inquire about something. Vikir regarded her with suspicious eyes, sensing that she might be hiding something. She then revealed a knife and explained that the hunting group had obtained it from an imperialist who had trespassed into the deep forest. She asked him if he knew anything about the emblem on the dagger. Vikir confirmed his knowledge and stated that it was a famous emblem. He knew that the emblem belonged to an extremely famous clan, the Leviathan clan, an incredibly renowned clan that was part of the 7 imperial clans, along with the Baskerville clan. Ayan explained that they had initially suspected the dagger might have belonged to someone from the mercenary group they had massacred 2 years ago. Fortunately, this was not the case. However, something was troubling her. She described how in various locations around the headwaters, they had found traces of a red liquid poured from a glass bottle, left behind by unknown individuals who quickly retreated. The hunting group had managed to capture someone, but that person had ingested a hidden poison and died, leaving behind only the dagger with the Leviathan clan emblem. Ayan hesitated for a moment and then asked Vikir a personal question, whether he wanted to return to his hometown. Vikir, taken aback by this sudden and oddly serious inquiry, asked why she was asking with such a peculiar expression. Ayan responded by expressing her dislike for secrets or lies and implored him to be honest with her. She revealed that another imperialist had recently entered the deep forest, and she believed that Vikir was their target. Vikir was visibly shocked, and Ayan closely observed his reaction. After a moment of silence, Ayan dropped a significant revelation, stating that girl had come to the deep forest. Ayan spoke honestly that 2 years ago when he had confronted Madam up until now, that girl, along with a search party, had gone to investigate the deep forests. Ayan suspected that she was searching for clues about Vikir. Ayan hesitated but eventually asked him a question that had been weighing on her mind. Would he go with this girl? Her thoughts raced as she contemplated his potential response. Would he be angry because she had kept this information hidden until now? What if he agreed to go with the girl? Should she try to prevent him from leaving by invoking the tribe's rules, or would that even work? Just then, Vikir spoke up, stating firmly that he wouldn't go back. Ayan asked if he was speaking the truth, and Vikir affirmed his decision. Her face lit up with a bright smile upon hearing his response, and she expressed her joy by hugging her wolf companion and assuring the wolf that Vikir wasn't leaving. In Vikir's mind, thoughts swirled. He believed that the Empire might not be aware of his survival. He resolved to return once he could perfectly conceal his power from Hugo without drawing any attention. He pondered Ayan's reference to that woman and whether it was Camus Morgue. He wondered if she still remembered that he had saved her life or if her interest was part of a diplomatic event. Observing how the Baskerville clan had granted permission for the Morgue search party to enter the deep forest, Vikir speculated that the alliance between the two families remained strong. He considered whether his death had played a role in forging this bond. With these thoughts in mind, he concluded that he should investigate what was happening outside the deep forest soon. As Vikir and Ayan stood by the river, a sudden, unexpected event unfolded. A massive fish leaped out of the water, leaving both of them in awe and shock. The fish landed on the ground, writhing in pain and making agonizing sounds before ultimately succumbing to its injuries, lying lifeless. Ayan, looking at the fish, questioned if it was a lungfish. She speculated that its leap out of the river might be an indicator of the upcoming rainy season. Judging by its size, she deduced that this year's rainy season could potentially be a lengthy one. However, their attention was soon diverted as Vikir noticed an arrow protruding from inside the lungfish's body. Bewildered, he examined it closely and proceeded to slice open the fish's stomach. To their astonishment, they discovered a human skeleton inside the fish, clutching the very arrow that had struck it. Ayan observed the clothing on the skeleton and wondered if it belonged to a member of the Lakoko tribe. She surmised that, since there were signs of resistance where the arrow had pierced the fish, the person inside must have put up a struggle after being eaten by the lungfish. She remarked that the lungfish was a stupid beast that ate dead things, so she found this situation a little strange. Vikir speculated that perhaps this individual had been severely weakened, to the point where the lungfish mistook them for a corpse. Ayan pondered why such a feeble person would be out hunting in the first place. Vikir suggested that the situation within that person's tribe might be dire, driving them to take such risks. He hinted at something significant occurring deep in the forest and prompted the need for an investigation. As Vikir and Ayan ventured deeper into the forest, they were met with a shocking sight that left Ayan's face contorted in disbelief. Spread before them were numerous lifeless bodies strewn across the forest floor. Ayan, horrified by the grim scene, questioned in disbelief whether all the Lakoko warriors were dead. Vikir, on the other hand, examined one of the deceased bodies and began to piece together the disturbing puzzle. He noted signs of vomiting, diarrhea, and red spots on the corpses. His thoughts raced, and he considered the possibility that this might be related to a deadly disease. Ayan pointed out another strange observation. Despite the time being well past mealtime, there were no signs of fires burning in the Lakoko village. As they continued their exploration, night descended upon the forests. Upon entering the village, Vikir couldn't help but comment on the eerie stillness. There were no signs of life, and the neglected state of the village was evident from the overgrown weeds. Ayan wondered aloud if the Lakoko tribe had relocated. But her inquiry was met with a grim discovery. As she pulled back the curtain of a tent, a swarm of flies emerged, and inside, she found a lifeless body. She urgently called out to him, saying that there was a corpse in front of her. Vikir, too, made a grim discovery on his end, confirming that there was another corpse near him. His mind raced back to a time before his regression when a deadly epidemic known as the Red Death had ravaged the deep forests. This highly contagious disease had affected both barbarians and various species alike. The symptoms of the Red Death included red spots covering the body, accompanied by vomiting, diarrhea, and excruciating pain. Those infected often became crippled and suffered a slow, agonizing death. The infection had spread so rapidly that it even crossed the empire's border, leaving devastation in its wake. Ayan, overcome with worry, urgently suggested that they needed to leave the place immediately, considering it a curse, a god's curse. Vikir, however, tried to reassure her, stating that it was actually an infectious disease, not a curse. Ayan, still alarmed, believed this made it even more serious. Vikir attempted to calm her, explaining that the disease wasn't extremely contagious. This revelation seemed to offer Ayan some relief as she asked if it truly wasn't a curse. Vikir told her that if she was that scared, she could go back first. Ayan questioned, what if he died because he got cursed? Vikir simply stated that if he were to die, then so be it. Ayan was taken aback and exclaimed that he couldn't just decide to die on his own. Vikir concluded that judging from the number of corpses, it appeared that the entire Lakoko tribe had not been wiped out. They must have relocated elsewhere, leaving behind the deceased and the sick. He planned to gather supplies from the Lakoko barracks and advised her to proceed and find a safe place to rest. Ayan looked at him and felt that he really wasn't sensitive at all. However, just as she turned to leave, a sudden shock gripped her. She looked back in fear, and a piercing scream echoed through the forest, reaching Vikir's ears and instantly drawing his attention. Ayan lay on the ground, tears welling up in her eyes from sheer horror. When Vikir asked what was wrong, she looked ahead in fear and stated that it was the curse. She pointed at a child standing nearby and claimed that the child was cursed, urging Vikir to run away. Ayan expressed her intention to follow him if he went ahead. But then she cried out in pain, complaining of leg cramps. Ignoring Ayan's distress, he proceeded toward the child. He knelt down in front of her, observing that she didn't appear to be from the Lakoko tribe and seemed to be around 5 years old. Victor noticed a pile of rocks with a flower nearby, suggesting that she had been mourning someone's death. Victor gently asked the girl who she was. In response, the girl replied with 3 simple words: Lakoko, slave, and kitchen maid. Victor concluded that she had been a slave of the Lakoko tribe. He then inquired about her name. The girl hesitated before revealing her name: Pomerian. Victor was intrigued by her name, which sounded imperial. He wondered if she had been an imperial child captured by the Lakokos. However, his shock was palpable when Pomerian completed her name by saying, La Baskerville. Victor questioned in disbelief what she had just said. Pomerian pointed to herself, her red eyes locked onto Victor's, and she declared that her name was Pomerian La Baskerville. There were 3 middle names within the Baskerville clan. Van was given to those from the extended lineage. Lo was given to the males from the direct lineage. The middle name given to the females from the direct lineage, although not frequently seen as most Baskervilles were males, was La. Pomerian introduced herself as Pomerian La Baskerville, which surprised Victor. He was taken aback because he knew that there weren't many who bore the La middle name in the family. However, his attention was diverted when Ian pointed out a pendant hanging from Pomerian's neck, which bore the symbol of Victor's clan. Victor caught the pendant, and Pomerian was shocked by this sudden turn of events. As Victor opened the pendant and saw the picture inside, shock was evident on his face. He saw the picture of Hugo inside the pendant. This revelation triggered anger and confusion in him as he wondered why Hugo's image was inside the pendant, and why he was there. Pomerian was visibly frightened by this sudden turn of events, and she clutched the pendant's chains in her trembling hands. Victor, consumed by anger and bloodlust, demanded to know who these people were to her. However, Ian intervened and told him that Pomerian wouldn't respond if he asked her like that, so she advised him to ask the question with a smile. Victor recognized that he had been too emotionally overwhelmed to control his reactions properly. Victor, taking Ian's advice, looked at Pomerian and realized that she hadn't done anything wrong. Despite his initial shock and anger, he began to consider a more composed approach to understanding the situation. With a smile, Victor gently questioned Pomerian about the people in the photo. Just then, Ian expressed her surprise at his ability to smile. Pomerian pointed to the picture in the pendant and identified the individuals as her mother, grandmother, and grandfather. Victor's thoughts raced as he tried to make sense of the revelation. He recalled a conversation he had with the butler Barrymore, in which he had shared a surprising revelation about the Baskerville patriarch Hugo. The butler had revealed that Hugo was once a loving family man, deeply devoted to his first wife, Roxana. Although Miss Roxana had passed away, that wasn't the reason why the patriarch had changed. The reason was that the only child of the bloodline that was conceived by the Patriarch and Roxana, Miss Penelope, was kidnapped by the barbarians. Patriarch, who was desperate to find her, had taken drastic actions. He volunteered to move to the borders, and the Baskerville clan that lived in the capital moved to La Rouge-et-Lenoir Mountain, the hideout of the barbarians. Despite Hugo's relentless efforts in sending numerous hounds, there had been no news of Penelope's whereabouts. After that incident, Hugo loathed the barbarians like a madman. He became a cold, killer machine who pursued a life of massacring monsters and barbarians. Victor had just brushed it off because he had thought it was impossible, but the proof that she was alive was right in front of him. Penelope was the daughter of the only woman whom Hugo loved, Roxana, and Penelope's daughter was Pomerian. If his speculation were correct, then Pomerian was Hugo's direct granddaughter. Victor knew that Hugo was someone who loathed the barbarians and used his children as tools, so he couldn't help but wonder what kind of expression Hugo would make when he saw his granddaughter, who was half barbarian. Victor gently patted Pomerian's head and offered her his support. He could tell that she hadn't been treated well by the Lakoko tribe. With a reassuring smile, he invited her to come with him. Pomerian observed Victor for a moment and then pointed at him, noting that her mother's hair and eyes were the same as his. Victor acknowledged that all the Baskerville hounds tended to look alike. He also playfully referred to himself as her uncle. The word uncle seemed to resonate with Pomerian, and she looked at her mother's grave, recalling that she had told her that if she ever saw someone with red eyes, she must follow them. Pomerian grabbed Victor and expressed her desire to go with him. This was the moment when the 2 stragglers of the iron-blooded sword clan had crossed paths. The next day, Pomerian exited the tent and asked Victor where he was going. Victor explained that he had a meeting to attend, called by the matriarch of the clan. Pomerian ran toward him and stated that she wanted to go with him. She climbed onto his arms, and Victor couldn't help but wonder if she was scared of being alone. He felt that it was great that she had opened up to him but realized that looking after a child was harder than he had thought. As he carried her on his back and contemplated their future, he knew that he couldn't raise her in the Balak's village. He had to find a safe place far from Hugo's reach but still within the bounds of the Empire's civilization. Victor looked at Pomerian, peacefully sleeping on his back, and made a decision to seek assistance from Chihuahua. He planned to leave the forest and eventually make their way to the city. Inside the matriarch's tent, a sense of urgency hung in the air as the matriarch herself wore a serious expression and inquired about the infectious disease that was spreading among their people. Addressing the gathered members, she expressed her concern, noting that the rainy season was approaching. She emphasized that if the disease were still present during the rainy season, the damage done would be even more lethal. The shaman, however, argued that it wasn't a disease but a curse and suggested performing a large ritual to lift it. Ayan had a different perspective, firmly stating that it couldn't be a curse, and advocated for an immediate relocation of the village to escape the spreading affliction. The elders countered this idea, emphasizing the importance of their sacred land where the ashes of their ancestors rested. They insisted that abandoning their ancestral home was not an option, as it had been their place of residence for 2 centuries. Ayan's group passionately argued that prioritizing the graves of their ancestors over the safety of their future generations was untenable. They pointed out the grim reality that the disease could continue to spread, especially among the children. The shaman's group continued to insist on the curse theory, believing that the ancestors were angered due to the neglect of their graves. Ayan's group, on the other hand, contended that the illness might be caused by consuming strange mushrooms or a contagious bug. With emotions running high and the community divided, they turned to the matriarch for a decision. However, the matriarch herself was uncertain about how to proceed in this complex and potentially life-threatening situation. Victor sat quietly in the back of the meeting, his thoughts focused on the dire situation they faced with the Red Death. The Red Death was an infectious disease comparable to the historical Black Death that had once ravaged the Empire. He recalled the key figures who had helped the Empire combat the disease: Camus from the Morg clan, who had cast a protective firewall to contain the disease's spread, and Dolores, a powerful saintess from Quo Vadis who had used her divine powers to purify the disease. However, these treatments were restricted to the Empire, and most of the barbarians who lived in the La Rouge-et-Lenoir mountains had perished. However, this crisis had been favorable for the Baskerville clan. With the disappearance of the barbarians, an influx of low-ranked monsters had disrupted the forest's ecosystem, leading to an increase in civilian casualties. The Baskerville clan, who protected the borders, received support from the Empire to combat the monster threat and began to subjugate the monsters. In the end, they were successful in protecting the border, and it became an opportunity for Hugo to further strengthen his political position. Victor, however, was determined not to let Hugo gain further influence through this crisis. Suddenly, Victor raised his hand and captured the matriarch's attention. With confidence, he announced that he knew a way to stop the Red Death. A goblin was tied upside down with ropes and submerged in a large water pot. After a few moments, the barbarians pulled the goblin out, and they observed red spots rapidly appearing on the goblin's body. Realizing that the goblin had contracted the dreaded Red Death, they promptly threw it into a fire to prevent the potential spread of the infection. Ayan turned to Victor and mentioned that all the goblins they had submerged in the infected water had indeed contracted the Red Death, confirming his previous warnings. She then inquired if the Red Death could truly be transmitted through water. Victor confirmed this, stating that the infected water was a significant source of the infection, but reassured that boiling the water should eliminate the problem. Ayan, looking at 3 tied goblins, sought clarification from him regarding the safety of boiled water. They decided to conduct an experiment by placing a goblin in boiling water. However, when the goblin was pulled out, it was lifeless. Ayan pointed to the deceased goblin, indicating the immediate fatality. Victor advised her to try placing the goblin in cold water. Ayan recognized her mistake and acknowledged his suggestion. Soon they subsequently placed 2 goblins in water that had been cooled after boiling, and nothing harmful happened to them. The barbarians observed this outcome and concluded that they had found a way to combat the Red Death, believing that water was the answer. Another barbarian inquired if drinking boiled water could prevent infection. The matriarch approached Victor and expressed her gratitude, acknowledging that she could see hope thanks to his efforts. Victor, however, remained cautious, reminding everyone that the Red Death could not enter their eyes or any mucous membranes but could be transmitted through the respiratory system. He urged them to exercise caution, especially when the fog was present at dawn. Ayan glanced at the shaman and sarcastically mentioned someone had once referred to Red Death as a curse. The shaman, visibly annoyed, responded, questioning the idea of avoiding water entirely, especially with the rainy season approaching. Vikir acknowledged that what he said was true. When the rain comes, there will be an overflow of water from the river, and the air will become humid. There will be limitations to the methods of how they boil water and wash up, as they go according to the preventative measures. So he proposed a drastic solution, relocating the village. This suggestion shocked the shaman, who reminded him that he had already told him that they couldn't leave the place where their ancestors lay. He questioned if Vikir was ignoring the word of the Council of Elders. However, Vikir confidently revealed that there was a method that would allow them to stay within Balak territory without the need to relocate. As the rainy season approached the La Rouge et La Noire mountain, the river flooded, transforming the once flat lands into vast torrents of swampy terrain. Deep within the forest, the torrential rain was an unprecedented event, even for the elderly, and it resulted in the flooding of everything within the deep forests. Everything, that is, except for the Balak village. Two barbarians exerted their full strength, pulling a rope tightly, while the one in front urged them to pull harder and tie it securely. These barbarians stood on opposite high grounds, working to construct a bridge between two platforms within the village. One side instructed the other to raise the fence and stabilize it to prevent it from collapsing. Soon, the bridge was completed, and it provided a means of moving between the many houses built on top of the huge trees. One of the barbarians marveled, noting that even with so much rain, the village hadn't flooded. Another barbarian credited Vikir for this accomplishment, stating that it was all thanks to him. They shouted in gratitude, thanking Vikir for his wisdom. Vikir, in his thoughts, acknowledged the fortune of having many tall trees within the Balak territory, enabling them to endure the rainy season. Pomerian crawled out of a hut and expressed her desire to be with him. However, Vikir suddenly noticed something approaching two barbarians who were waving at him. He shouted a warning, realizing the danger. Just then, a massive catfish leaped out of the water, attempting to devour the unsuspecting barbarians. They noticed the threat too late and let out fearful screams. However, an arrow struck the catfish, sending it flying back into the water. It was Ayan who had shot the arrow, and she sternly told the catfish to get lost, cursing it for its attempted attack. Vikir asked Ayan if the catfish was the Mashasu. She explained that this particular catfish had been known as the king of this area for dozens of years, and they called it Ka. Suddenly, the catfish collided with the platform where the barbarians were standing, causing them to start falling. Vikir, displaying determination, leaped toward the catfish and vowed to correct its habit of destroying their hard-built homes. His hand began to glow red, and soon, Beelzebub emerged from his hand. Vikir launched an attack, employing the Baskerville 6 technique, 6 lurking ambushes. The attack hit the catfish, causing it to emit a painful scream. It quickly retreated back into the water and swam away. The two barbarians who had fallen managed to grab hold of a tree trunk and were safe. Other barbarians, witnessing Vikir's successful defense, praised him for chasing Ka away, acknowledging how many times he had come to their rescue. They hailed him as the hero of the Balaks. The shaman, however, clicked his tongue in annoyance upon seeing Vikir being praised. Ahun, who stood nearby, wore a troubled expression. On the other side, Ayan raised her thumb in approval and acknowledged that Vikir had passed. As night descended, inside Vikir's hut, Pomerian enjoyed the food that Vikir had prepared. However, she wasn't alone. Ayan also joined in, and both of them wore blissful expressions as they ate. Pomerian complimented her uncle on the delicious food, and Ayan agreed, praising Vikir's cooking skills. Vikir, somewhat surprised by Ayan's presence, remarked that he didn't recall inviting her to his house. Ayan explained that she couldn't resist the enticing aroma of the food. Vikir humorously responded that he hadn't prepared her share. Ayan cheekily retorted, stating that what belonged to the slave belonged to the master, playfully asserting her right to share his meal. Vikir insisted that he was not a slave, but she countered, telling him not to pay attention to her. Pomerian, who had been observing their banter, made an innocent remark, suggesting that Vikir and Ayan seemed like a married couple. Ayan blushed and hugged Pomerian, calling her cute, and Pomerian reciprocated with a smile. Vikir couldn't help but wonder when they had become so close. Just then, a wave of cold air reached him, prompting him to turn toward the door with a questioning look, and he noticed a figure standing there. Ayan, with a hint of anger, asked the newcomer about the reason for his visit, addressing him as Ahun. Ahun stood in the rain, tears filling his eyes. He explained that he had come here looking for Vikir because he believed it might be possible, given his history of saving the village multiple times. Then, he made a heartfelt plea to Vikir, asking him to save his little sister. At night, heavy rain poured down relentlessly, casting a solitary glow inside the tent. Within its confines, a young girl lay on a bed, her body marked with red bruises, her breathing labored. Vikir, Ayan, and Ahun stood around her, deeply concerned for her well-being. Victor broke the silence and asked when it all began. Ahun explained that it had started yesterday when she ventured into the swamp while they were gathering wood for construction. Ayan chimed in, describing Ahul as a kind-hearted child who always helped others. She then asked him if he knew how to cure her. Just then, an unexpected guest entered the tent with a disapproving grunt. They turned around and saw that this guest was Ahuman, the shaman and Ahun's grandfather. He chastised Ahul for going around and not listening to his words. He then told Ahun that what goes around comes around, and this is what happens when he listens to the words of an imperial spy bastard. Ahun tried to defend her sister and Vikir, but the shaman's anger flared, and he slapped Ahun, berating him for being useless and likening him to his parents. The shaman made it clear that he believed this affliction was a curse from a god and could only be resolved by carrying out an ancestral rite. He urged Ahun not to tarnish the Balak's reputation by succumbing to the imperialists. As he departed, he mentioned that since things had come to this, the matriarch would likely permit the ritual. Ayan expressed frustration with the shaman's actions, while Ahun stood in silence, tears streaming down his face. In this tense moment, Vikir finally spoke up and revealed that if they were looking for a treatment, he knew about one method. Vikir turned to Ahun and issued his instructions urgently. He instructed him to sanitize the furniture Ahul used with boiling water, and to burn charcoal in the bonfire to clear the area of bugs and bats. Their goal was to create a clean environment to aid her recovery and buy some time in her battle against the disease. Vikir then looked at him and asked if he could carry out these tasks. Ahun wiped away his tears and agreed to carry out these tasks. Ayan approached Vikir, her worry evident in her voice as she asked if he could truly save Ahul. Vikir affirmed his intention but stressed that he would need her assistance. Ayan was determined to help and eagerly inquired what she could do. Vikir gazed at her and revealed his plan. He requested that she guide him out of the deep forest so he could obtain medicine to treat the infection. Ayan exclaimed and voiced her concerns, pointing out that even if he had been acknowledged as a member of the Balaks, there were conditions for venturing into a foreign land. Moreover, she doubted that her principled mother would permit such a departure. Vikir agreed that the principal matriarch would most likely give up on Ahul, but if the people present here kept it a secret, he could slip out and return without anyone knowing he had left. He locked eyes with Ayan and questioned if she would let him go. Ayan was taken aback by the question, and she hesitated. She tried to respond, but no words came out of her mouth. As the rain continued to pour, the forest was gradually submerged in water, and the flowing water covered everything in its path. Vikir leaped over makeshift planks that floated in the water as he pressed on. However, he suddenly sensed something and came to a halt, glancing back at Ayan, who stood there, seemingly determined. Vikir questioned her, asking why she was following him when she had agreed to let him go. Ayan, in a determined tone, suggested going together, but Vikir expressed concern that she might hinder his progress. She persisted and asked him to at least tell her about his destination, but he refused to do that. She then questioned him about why he was taking Pomerian with him, and Vikir fell silent after hearing this question. Ayan looked down, revealing that she had noticed his unique abilities, such as the sword emerging from his arm and his knowledge of Red Death, but she had never inquired about them. She reminisced about all her memories with Vikir and realized that from the first time they met, she knew she would always yield to him. She couldn't ask Vikir about anything because she was afraid that he would disappear once he told her the answers to her questions. She avoided eye contact, looked down, and said that she just wanted him to answer one thing. She then asked Vikir if he would come back, right? She closed her eyes and awaited his response, afraid that he would say he would not come back. Her eyes fluttered open as Vikir's voice reached her ears, saying that he would come back. Ayan looked ahead, but Vikir had already left, and she softly muttered that he'd better keep his promise. In the Deputy Council office of Underdog City, General Secretary Chihuahua sat at his desk, surrounded by paperwork that seemed never-ending. He expressed his frustration, remarking on how the numbers never seemed to decrease, no matter how much work he completed. Walking over to the window, he reminisced about better times when the Deputy Consul was present. He still remembered that even though the work was tiring, it was enjoyable. He still couldn't believe that the Deputy Consul was dead. His face reflected sadness as he muttered how much he missed him. Suddenly, Vikir's face appeared before him, hanging upside down outside the window, and he asked if he had called him. This unexpected appearance startled Chihuahua, and he looked at Vikir with a questioning expression, trying to comprehend the surreal situation. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as panic set in, but somehow he managed to keep his mouth shut. Vikir landed at the window and with a faint smile asked, "How have you been, General Secretary Chihuahua?" As Vikir calmly sipped his tea, Chihuahua began to question whether Vikir had encountered a monstrous entity from the deep forest, had suffered a severe injury, and had been in the company of barbarians. Vicar calmly affirmed the details. Chihuahua then changed the topic and, with a hint of disbelief, sought clarification. He wanted to know if Vicar was, indeed, a living being and not a ghost. Vicar chuckled at his lingering shock and questioned if that was the reason he had been shocked for so long. He then looked at him and said that he was still the same Secretary General. However, when Chihuahua gazed at Vicar for a moment, his emotions overwhelmed him, and tears welled up in his eyes. He expressed his relief at Vicar's survival. Then, he turned his attention to Pomerian and questioned the identity of the child who bore a striking resemblance to Vicar. He wondered aloud if she might be the offspring of Vicar and a barbarian. Vicar, recognizing the need for clarification, explained that their similar appearances were due to their shared bloodline but insisted it wasn't what Chihuahua was thinking. Chihuahua wiped away his tears and pondered the situation. He was now even more curious about the circumstances. Vicar then entrusted Chihuahua with the care of Pomerian during his absence, emphasizing the importance of providing her with a basic education. Chihuahua readily accepted the responsibility, noting that it had been a while since he had received an order from Vicar, and he assured Vicar that he would handle it. However, Vicar expressed concern about Chihuahua handling the affairs of Underdog City alone, and suggested seeking assistance from Cindy Wendy Sen Mesimaginero if needed. Chihuahua recalled that Cindy Wendy was the criminal whom Vicar had released 2 years ago during a plea deal, but he had no idea how to locate her, so he inquired of Vicar about it. Vicar questioned if he remembered the time when he was in the office and had given 10 billion to a girl. Chihuahua remembered that he had given it to a flower girl named Judy. Vicar explained that since no one was supporting her, approaching her would be easy. Therefore, he believed that Cindy Wendy must have gone with Judy. He then told Chihuahua that if Cindy Wendy didn't cooperate, he should inform her that he was alive. He believed that she was indebted to him and would likely assist. Chihuahua smiled and assured him that he understood and would carry out the task. He then asked when Vicar would be returning. Vicar gave a faint smile and replied that he would come back once he had completed his mission. He then thought that he still had a promise to fulfill. Vicar contemplated that treating Ahil's Red Death could be done quickly with a single drop of holy water from a certain clan. Meanwhile, Pomerian woke up and began playing with Chihuahua's beard. Vicar, standing near the window, determined his course of action. He had decided to go to the religious and holy Quo Vadis clan. At the city gate, 2 guards were posted. Suddenly, they noticed something approaching the gate and promptly crossed their spears to block the path. Soon, a carriage arrived near the gate, and the guards announced their intention to carry out a quick inspection. Turning their attention to the carriage driver, they recognized him as Sir Joseph, the manager of the oil shop on the first floor. They inquired about the contents of his carriage, and Joseph presented a document stating that it contained oil as specified in his import permit. One of the guards approached the carriage and requested to inspect its contents. Joseph, who was familiar with this checkpoint, expressed his frustration, asking if there was a need for such checks given his frequent visits. The guard explained that formalities were important as per the higher-ups' instructions and began selecting a barrel to open. Joseph, in a state of worry, hoped the guard wouldn't choose a specific barrel. However, the guard decided to open that very barrel, and Joseph's anxiety was palpable. The guard opened the barrel and found only oil inside, declaring it to be fine. He then returned to his post and allowed Joseph to pass. As Joseph entered the city, the guards welcomed him to St. Mecca. He continued on his way and arrived at a silent and uncrowded street. Glancing back at the oil barrels, he spoke to them, indicating that it was safe to come out. Suddenly, a dent appeared on the metal top of the barrel that the guard had inspected earlier. Joseph's face became covered in cold sweat as he watched the top of the barrel fall to the ground, and a figure emerged from the barrel, covered in oil and wearing a crow mask. Joseph hesitated before asking if he could leave now, believing that he had fulfilled his promise of getting the mysterious figure inside St. Mecca. The crowman simply replied, "Wait," causing Joseph to tense up. The crowman then handed him a bag, mentioning that it contained the ox-bear canine he had promised. Joseph stammered and expressed his thanks. He remained still as the crowman walked away into a dark alley and disappeared. After the crowman had left, Joseph expressed his surprise at how he had submerged himself in oil for 2 hours. He couldn't help but question whether the crowman was not a human after all. The crowman stood atop a high tower and gazed down at the city below. He then removed his mask, revealing himself to be none other than Vicar. Taking a deep breath, he remarked on the unusual experience of being submerged for such a long time, comparing it to his past encounter with the river Styx, where he had been submerged for 7 minutes. He then declared the success of his infiltration into the Quo Vadis territory. Saint Mecca was the central city of the Quo Vadis clan, boasting a population of 160,000 people. Due to the strong influence of the church, both sexual desires and greed were heavily restricted. Even if gold lay on the ground, the citizens would walk past it. These conscientious citizens were dedicated to maintaining order and public peace, and they strictly abided by the rules. Just then, a bell rang, and he looked up at the bell ringing above him. Victor then recalled that when the bell rang, it triggered a strange ritual where people stopped walking and began to pray. On the street, people dressed in white clothes stood still with their eyes closed as they prayed. Victor maneuvered through the motionless crowd, going unnoticed, and couldn't help but question how they could live such suffocating lives. As night fell, Victor found himself near a well and reached into his jacket's inner pocket. He retrieved a glass bottle and poured its contents into the well. What he was pouring into the well was the Red Death's infectious bacteria, which resided in Ahul's blood, sweat, and tears. It was a highly contagious plague, and he knew that people would become infected immediately upon exposure to it. Although it was an extreme method, the situation was very urgent, and every minute and second was precious. Additionally, being a religious and holy territory, he expected that the authorities would respond promptly to ensure the safety of the population before any casualties occurred. Suddenly, 3 children approached Victor from behind, curious about his presence by the well. Victor didn't immediately turn around, but one of the children remarked that there was a suspicious person by the well. Another child suggested they should leave as he appeared dangerous. Victor then turned to face them, his gaze sending a chill down their spines. The children who met his eyes were paralyzed with fear. Victor spoke, cautioning them about the well and declaring it cursed. He warned them that those who drank from it would not escape death's grasp and implored them to heed his words. The terrified children immediately started running away, shouting in panic. They believed Victor was a ghost who had placed a curse on the well. As they fled, they vowed never to drink from it. Once the children were out of sight, Victor felt satisfied, as he believed they wouldn't drink from the well again. He then threw a dagger near the well and claimed it was a weapon left behind by the Leviathan clan, renowned for their deadly poisons. Victor deduced that the Leviathan clan was probably responsible for spreading the Red Death in the deep forests. Victor knew that the religiously holy Quo Vadis clan and the poison-wielding Leviathan clan didn't have a good relationship for a long time. So, he anticipated that a huge fight would soon break out between them because of this incident. Victor smirked and declared that his preparations were now complete. Victor then remarked that it was almost time for the holy water to be poured, so he decided to pay Saintess Dollars a visit. Moonlight bathed the grand mansion, casting an ethereal glow on the scene. Outside, a large crowd had amassed, all yearning for a glimpse of the rumored Saintess residing within. The voices of the people melded together, expressing their desires to meet the Saintess and seek her miraculous healing. Their pleas echoed through the still night, reaching the mansion's door where the Saintess was rumored to be present. Responding to the clamor, a voice resonated from behind the door, questioning the lateness of their visit. The people recognized it as the Saintess's voice, causing a wave of excitement to ripple through the crowd. Individuals from the gathering stepped forward one by one, highlighting their prestigious backgrounds and substantial wealth in an attempt to persuade the Saintess to open her doors. The young man presented himself as the Lord of the Doorsmile region, emphasizing his status as the eldest son of the Jonathan clan, known for dispatching soldiers. He also mentioned his position as the son-in-law of the Alphonse clan. Following him, another young man boasted about his role as the overseer of the Ipsen Guild Association, responsible for managing the bourgeois family's exports. Additionally, he revealed his honorable service as a knight under Count Bastontrier Le Baskerville for 2 years. Lastly, an older man, seeking treatment, proposed a generous reward, including the entirety of his productive granary, a beachfront villa on the southern shore, and exclusive carriages. However, the Saintess remained unmoved, expressing her doubts about whether their status or wealth alone warranted her opening the gates at such an hour. With her firm refusal, she urged the crowd to depart. The people, understanding her decision, dispersed quietly. Yet, amid the thinning crowd, one figure remained rooted in place, separating himself from the others. It was Victor, donning a crow mask, an enigmatic presence in the moonlit night. Lost in thought, Victor remembered that before he had regressed, he had often seen the Saintess on the front lines of the battlefield. He had seen her covered in blood, desperately tending to the injured. Her once white clothes were now stained in crimson, and her divine powers continued to glow. The saintess he knew detested the allure of money and power. Just then, the saintess's voice reached him, inquiring about his identity and purpose. Victor knelt outside the door and replied that he was just a young lamb who had lost his way. Silence followed his words, but he maintained his position outside the door. After a while, the door opened, and a brilliant golden radiance spilled out. Bathed in this light, Victor heard the saintess invite him inside. As he entered, he found the entire hall bathed in bright lights, with an indoor water fountain featuring an angelic statue at its center. The saintess's voice emanated from the fountain, asking how he had lost his way. Victor questioned himself if the saintess was not going to personally meet him, but upon considering the situation, he realized that she had no reason to meet someone dressed as suspiciously as he was. Placing a leather pouch on the fountain's edge, he explained his purpose. He had come to report the epidemic spreading in the slums and had brought water from their well, contaminated with wicked energy. He believed that if she possessed divinity, she could detect this malevolence. The statue remained silent for a moment, and then, with a sudden exclamation, the saintess accused him of lying. Footsteps echoed through the chamber as night started to pour into the room, assembling on a higher level than where Victor stood. The situation was becoming increasingly tense. The leader of the knights observed that Victor's speech was rather aggressive for a young lamb who had lost its way, and in a cold tone, he inquired about his identity. Victor remained silent, but in his thoughts, he recognized him as Pietro Quo Vadis, an old comrade from his previous life. Pietro was a man known for his unwavering dedication to justice, even if it meant being more ruthless than demons. The interrogation techniques he had used on 7 young masters in the Underdog City were taught to him by Pietro. Victor finally spoke, expressing his surprise at seeing him here. Pietro, however, appeared perplexed by this comment. He acknowledged hearing about Victor's report on the epidemic but found his attire suspicious. He demanded that Victor remove his mask and show some courtesy before meeting the saintess. However, Victor was unwilling to remove his gas mask and turned to leave, stating that his task of reporting was complete and that he would take his leave. As he moved to depart, an object flew toward him, narrowly grazing his mask. Pietro held an open book in his hand and declared that he couldn't allow a suspicious person to leave. Victor realized that the object Pietro had attacked him with was a page from a book infused with divine power. He couldn't help but marvel at Pietro's use of such unconventional weapons. Pietro leaped down from the upper floor and landed directly in front of him. He accused Victor of carrying water pouches tainted with wicked energy, implying that he might be responsible for spreading the epidemic. Victor swiftly defended himself, questioning why he would come to report it if he were the culprit. Pietro, however, remained skeptical, proposing that it could be a tactic to lure the saintess out. In his thoughts, Victor admitted that every word Pietro said was true. Then, Pietro initiated an attack, using the pages from his book as weapons, aiming to apprehend him for further questioning. However, Victor was not one to be easily subdued. He swiftly started dodging the incoming attacks by jumping from one position to another. He considered using his aura but hesitated, fearing that it might reveal his identity as a Baskerville. Just then, he found an opportunity and used the wall to propel himself downward towards him. He then unleashed a powerful kick, but Pietro swiftly countered by raising his arm guard, which was topped with his book, to block the attack. The force of his kick caused the ground beneath Pietro to crack. Pietro looked at him with amazement. It felt like a boulder had fallen on top of him. He couldn't imagine how such strength was coming from Victor's small physique. Victor wasted no time and used his other leg to push him back and propel himself away. He reflected on a skill he had acquired 2 years ago after defeating the ox bear, the 600 kilograms stability, which he had just employed for the first time, and found it to be quite effective. As soon as Victor landed back on the ground, he charged straight at Pietro, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches. Pietro used his book as a shield to block the assault, but he soon realized that the situation was turning against him. Victor, no longer holding back, employed the Cerberus flame, launching a fiery attack at him. The flames quickly caught onto the book, spreading to Pietro's hands. Agonized, he threw the burning book away and plunged his hands into the flowing water of the fountain, attempting to ease the searing pain. Victor calmly asked if he wanted to continue, but Pietro was unable to give an answer. However, in the next moment, Pietro charged straight at Victor and accused him of being irreligious for using sorcery. He declared that he couldn't let him go. In response, Victor swiftly kicked the burning book that Pietro had thrown, sending it flying straight at his face. Pietro was taken aback as his vision was momentarily blocked by the book. Seizing the opportunity, Victor capitalized on the momentum and delivered a powerful, full-force punch straight to his chest. The impact was formidable, causing cracks to appear in his armor. Moments later, he was sent hurtling back, his armor shattered into pieces as he crashed into the fountain statue. Breaking past the fountain, he slammed into the wall, coughing up blood. The knights standing above were in a state of utter disbelief, struggling to comprehend the unfolding scene. One of them questioned whether they were merely dreaming, while another insisted that it was impossible for Sir Pietro to have been defeated. Amidst the confusion, a few knights quickly surrounded Pietro, their shields and swords raised, prepared to face Vikir. Vikir, reluctant to escalate the confrontation further, addressed the knights, indicating his willingness to continue if they desired. However, his words were cut short by the arrival of the Saintess, who commanded everyone to stop. She took a moment to observe Vikir before addressing him directly, inquiring if he was the lost young lamb. Vikir recognized her as Saintess Dolores and confirmed his identity. The Saintess remarked that he resembled more of a puppy than a lamb, a small puppy covered in injuries. A knight interjected, proclaiming that Vikir was not a puppy but a blood-crazed wolf. However, the Saintess disregarded the comment and instructed him to bring tea. Confused by the request, the knight sought clarification, only to be ignored as the Saintess started walking away. Her gaze remained fixed on Vikir as she expressed her intention to speak with him. Vikir and Saintess sat facing each other at a tea table. Pietro stood behind Saintess, his gaze fixed on him. Vikir estimated her age to be around 16 and recalled her full name, Saintess Dolores Lun Quo Vadis. Vikir remembered that during the war against demons, she treated patients on the front lines and saved countless lives. She was a living example of benevolence. During the time of ruin, every martial master who encountered her, including himself, held her in high regard. The Saintess broke the silence and expressed her recent stress, catching Vikir off guard. With a questioning gaze, he listened as she revealed that she had been enrolled in the Imperial Academy, Colosseo. Currently, it was the holidays, so she was taking a break from her studies and handling family affairs. Vikir was taken aback, wondering why they were suddenly engaged in such mundane conversation. Saintess, looking out of the window, described the relentless demands on her time, with nobles and merchants seeking her services at all hours. She lamented that the cases she encountered were often related to the aftermath of narcotics or sexually transmitted infections, with no severe illnesses to speak of. Taking a sip of her tea, she mused about the irony of how people often failed to see the broader principles of justice, righteousness, benevolence, and equality, instead focusing on immediate needs. In response, Vikir stated, "Theology is essentially the process of understanding humans, so it's inevitable." Saintess looked at him and stated the source of the verse, the Old Testament, Asmoser, chapter 6, verse 9, expressing surprise that someone who knows such ancient passages exists. Vikir remained silent for a moment and then turned the conversation into a pressing matter. He revealed the existence of an epidemic that had taken hold in the slums of St. Mecca. Saintess asked if the information was accurate, and Vikir presented a pouch containing the infected water that he personally collected from a well in the slums. Saintess gazed at him intently and inquired whether he was truly not involved in the incident. Vikir, with confidence, questioned whether he would have come forward on his own if he were involved. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that suspicion might be unavoidable, so he started contemplating his next move. As Vikir began to raise his hand, Pietro, alert to his movement, swiftly positioned himself in front of the Saintess, urgently instructing her to take cover. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. Vikir extended his hand, which was enveloped in a radiant golden glow. He then declared that he disliked harming innocent people, especially since this place was his hometown. Saintess and Pietro were visibly astonished by this, and Saintess recognized that Vikir was using divine power. Saintess couldn't contain her astonishment and questioned if he was a believer of Lun. Vikir, maintaining his composure, asked if they were willing to listen to him now. He recounted witnessing suspicious individuals pouring liquid from a glass bottle into the slum's waters, unequivocally identifying them as the culprits behind the epidemic. Saintess, visibly taken aback by his revelations, queried about the motives of the perpetrators. Vikir posited that the criminals likely sought the downfall of the Quo Vadis family and the advantages that would come with it. Retrieving a map, he laid it out on the table, pointing to 2 locations as he explained his reasoning. He singled out the deadly and poisonous Leviathan clan and the conglomerate bourgeois family as the primary beneficiaries of the epidemic. Vikir explained how the Leviathan clan would use the epidemic as an opportunity to collect samples from numerous patients for research purposes. Moreover, once the divine Quo Vadis family falls, it would work in favor of the Leviathan family, who were hostile toward them. Regarding the bourgeois family, he explained that valuables don't disappear during an epidemic. With the demise of laborers, landowners will face bankruptcy. Amid the presence of vacant fields, factories, and stores, the bourgeois family will diversify their real estate holdings and venture into a new business. In his mind, the culprits behind the spreading of the Red Death were undoubtedly the despicable Leviathan group, while the cooperative bourgeois merchants were complicit in the scheme for their own gains. The natives of the deep forests were being used as convenient scapegoats, allowing both factions to benefit from their devious plan. After outlining his hypothesis, he noticed the stunned expressions of Pietro and Saintess as they absorbed the gravity of the situation. Saintess's mind raced with the plausibility of his explanations. She couldn't help but wonder how someone who could predict future incidents so accurately could exist. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Just who on earth are you?" Vicar responded cryptically, suggesting they could call him Night Bloodhound. Saintess found the name slightly ominous, and Pietro remarked that it was blasphemous to choose a name so fitting to his attire. She acknowledged that everything that Nighthound had said was quite possible. She made a decision and told Pietro that they needed to visit the slums to investigate the epidemic further and report the situation to her father. Pietro readily agreed to her plan. Vicar observed the Saintess's resolve and thought to himself that meeting her was fortunate, knowing that things would now progress swiftly. Meanwhile, Saintess looked at Vicar and wondered why the man who had defeated the unrivaled Sir Pietro and the Holy Knights looked so small and pitiful. She observed him and detected the semblance of a beast exuding from his soul, the scent of blood, oil, and steel, along with violence and pent-up anger, the color of hatred. But deep within this whirlpool of numerous emotions lies immense sadness. Lost in a whirlpool of conflicting emotions, Saintess couldn't help but question the true nature of this enigmatic figure. In the church building within the slum area, the sisters greeted Saintess with relief as she arrived. One of the sisters, tears in her eyes, implored Saintess to save them from the horrific epidemic that had struck their community. Saintess was visibly shocked as she gazed upon the epidemic-infected individuals lying before her. She couldn't help but acknowledge the accuracy of Night Bloodhound's information. Vicar observed the afflicted people and felt a sense of regret for involving civilians due to the lack of time, although he was grateful that there were no children among them. He wondered if the fear he had instilled in the children at the well had worked to protect them. Realizing that they were in the initial stages of the disease, he had no choice but to leave the rest to Saintess. She, in turn, addressed the patients with compassion, assuring them that Godlund's most sublime love would heal them all. She began to pray, invoking the light of her life and the fire of her soul. She beseeched her sins and her soul to bear witness to the pitiful congregation that had gathered there. A tear rolled down her cheek, and as it met the ground, a golden radiance emanated from her, spreading through the room and eventually seeping out through the windows and doors of the church. The miraculous power of the Saintess manifested as an old man who had been panting heavily, with red marks covering his body. Suddenly, he experienced a stabilization in his breathing, and the red marks began to disappear. The sisters were astonished and joyfully exclaimed that he had been healed. Multiple others were also experiencing the same miraculous recovery. They showered the Saintess with gratitude. Meanwhile, Vicar watched the Saintess with an intent gaze and recognized the incredible power she possessed. He realized the need to bring the miracle of holy water to the forest. Saintess Dollars perched upon a study table, the gentle glow of a lit candle casting an ethereal light around her. Her focused gaze was fixated on a map before her, her hand deftly marking certain areas with precise intention. Contemplation consumed her as she acknowledged that treating patients with divine power was only a temporary measure, and she couldn't prevent new cases from arising. She attributed the emergence of these new cases to an infected source hidden somewhere within the slums. A glass tube positioned on her table drew her attention next. After examining the bodily fluid extracted from an infected individual, she recognized that it had a very short incubation period and it took a very long time for the infected person to die. Its malignancy caused the infected person to endure prolonged pain. Dolores understood that to completely stop the infection, she needed to focus and purify the deepest well. She envisioned the possibility of generating a drop by concentrating her divine power. A sudden wave of realization interrupted her thoughts, prompting her to exhale deeply. She rose from her seat and affirmed that this wasn't the time for her to lose herself in contemplation. She reminded herself that she should go and treat one more person. However, the next moment Dolores was struck by a sharp headache, causing her to falter. Clutching the edge of the table, she steadied herself, averting an untimely fall. Concern crept into her mind as she pondered over the possibility of anemia, wondering if it was a consequence of exerting too much divine power. Despite the physical strain, she gathered her strength, preparing to depart from the room with unwavering determination. With a steadfast resolve, she affirmed her commitment to alleviate the agonizing pain experienced by her patients as swiftly as possible. As Saintess Dolores emerged from her room, she was met by a group of 3 men who had evidently been attempting to win her favor. One of them joyously exclaimed her arrival, addressing her as Saintess and expressing their readiness to accompany her. Intrigued, Dolores inquired about their presence. One of the men eagerly responded, asserting that they had come to offer their assistance to her. Their voices resonated with a genuine desire to support her. They continued, expressing their concern for her well-being, emphasizing their inability to leave such a noble lady alone in a low and dirty place. The men proudly announced their gesture of bringing 3 wagons filled with donations and emergency relief, all the while humorously suggesting that the recipients had won the jackpot that day. However, an underlying mockery seeped into their words, raising questions about whether their excessive aid might undermine the slum dwellers' self-sufficiency. Amid their well-intentioned facade, Saintess Dolores discerned their true motives. She walked serenely past them as the trio declared their intentions to follow her, stating that it was a gentleman's duty to protect a lady. The men pledged their allegiance to her, suggesting that their actions had conveyed their true intent. With a gentle smile, Saintess assured them that she entrusted the task to their capable hands. Seeing this, their faces flushed with excitement, and their hearts skipped a beat in her presence. However, as time passed, the 3 nobles displayed expressions of disgust, struggling to contain their urge to vomit. The pungent smell of the camp, where the priests were tending to those afflicted with the epidemic, had overwhelmed them. They lamented the unpleasant odor and lamented the possibility of their expensive limited edition shoes being tarnished. One of them implored the priests to treat him first, while another fretted about the risk of becoming infected himself. The old noble demanded that the clutter be cleared immediately, expressing an urgent need to depart. Observing the noble's reactions, Saintess remained composed, foreseeing the inevitable outcome of their visit. She mused that it was blasphemous to approach a relief area with ulterior motives. She couldn't help but ponder whether they understood that empathy for the sick was the only essential requirement. For her, the embodiment of godly grace and love lay in absolute and pure altruism, in dogmatic sacrifice, in the voluntary spirit, in kindness, and in tenderness. Her gaze shifted toward another tent, emanating an ominous aura of dark energy. Anticipating the looming horrors within, she recognized that this was where the most critical patients were gathered. Among the sick and the clergy, everyone here would be in pain. Saintess moved toward the tent resolutely and silently sought forgiveness for not being present earlier. Bracing herself, she drew the curtain and declared her intentions to help since she was there now. However, she was met with a jolt of shock as a commanding voice pierced the air, urgently demanding the arrival of more saline. A priest stood in astonishment behind the doctor, witnessing the incredible scene unfolding before him. He found the doctor's method of treatment to be impossible, as according to his knowledge, only divine power should work on epidemic infections. He then marveled at the long hours the doctor had spent tending to these patients by himself. The doctor made a small incision in the infected area with his clinical knife, and then applied divine power by touching the wound with his 2 fingers. Miraculously, the wound immediately healed under his touch, and to the priest's amazement, the infection vanished as well. Contemplating the method employed by the doctor, the priest surmised that instead of merely blessing the skin, the doctor was enabling the direct flow of divine power into the infected area. This sparked a new possibility within the priest, making him realize that he, too, might be able to focus and utilize divine power in a similar manner. The saintess, closely observing the scene, recognized the doctor as the night hound, who was none other than Vicar in disguise. After curing the patient's infected area, Vicar administered some medicine to aid in the recovery. The saintess regarded him with awe, acknowledging his exceptional skill in both medicine and the use of divine power. With solemn determination, Vicar placed both his hands on the patient's chest and channeled divine power into the afflicted body. He knew that typically divine power was a cleric's prayer reaching a god, which God accepted and transformed into power for the cleric. The quantity of divine power bestowed upon an individual depended on their level of devotion to God, and the amount of divine power was directly proportional to the effort required to perform a miracle. One divine power equated to one miracle, while 10 divine powers could generate 10 miracles. However, Vikir knew of a method that allowed one to perform 10 miracles with 1 divine power, and 100 miracles with 10 divine powers. Vikir's thoughts delved into the turbulent past as he recalled the time of the fall when an overwhelming number of monsters assailed them, and the number of patients lying before the clerics had surpassed even the count of the monsters. The clerics had realized that the amount of divine power they possessed would not be enough to stop the disaster. The decision made by God, due to the desperation and faltering faith of the clerics, was to alter the equation used to perform miracles. The clerics now embraced a philosophy: take measures now and deal with the consequences later, perform miracles first, and address the aftermath afterward. It was a strange phenomenon where they could muster all the divine power they needed, even if the divine power they needed came with interest. People referred to this phenomenon as advanced divine power. Furthermore, it was a time when slaying monsters was deemed an act of faith. Therefore, even non-clerics could use advanced divine power by vanquishing monsters. Because of this, Vikir, who possessed a soul that had accumulated karmic energy from the past, was able to harness divine power within a divine region. Just then, a distressed little girl sat near her ailing mother and burst into tears, crying out for her mommy. Vikir, having completed the treatment of the previous patient, approached the little girl with gentle reassurance and promised to help her mother recover soon. He then handed her a gold coin and acknowledged that her mother was not only sick but also suffering from severe malnutrition. So he advised her to use the coin for food, firewood, and nursing her mother. The priest, who witnessed it all, intervened and mentioned that materialistic assistance was not permitted as monetary demands were endless. He expressed concern that if Vikir did that, he might end up giving all his money to them. In response, Vikir posed a philosophical query, probing the nature of endlessness and the concept of limitless demands. Perplexed, the priest struggled to comprehend the depth of his question. After hearing no response, Vikir continued and stated that there was a limit to how much money was in his pocket, so he could give all he had to the needy without repercussions. He paused for a moment as he gazed upon the sick mother, and then he apologized. Observing this exchange, Saintess Dolores wondered if he had just said he was sorry. She then questioned what he was sorry for and why he was apologizing. Recalling Vikir's earlier statement about theology being an exploration of human understanding, she connected the dots, considering the possible reasons behind his apology. She wondered if his reason was perhaps the same as her own, because, like herself, he too felt remorse for not being able to treat more people. Suddenly, her heartbeat intensified and a loud thump escaped her chest. Saintess Dolores was merely a 16-year-old girl, young and inexperienced. However, at that moment, Dolores's heart started racing for the mysterious man standing before her. After attending to the victims of the epidemic, Vikir sat outside, exhausted. He let out a weary breath and lifted his mask momentarily to take a sip of water. His respite was short-lived as he noticed Saintess Dolores approaching. Acting quickly, he lowered his mask and inquired about her well-being. Saintess settled beside him and asked if she could have a moment to talk. Vikir granted her request, saying that he didn't mind. She expressed her gratitude for his assistance and acknowledged that they had managed to treat all the casualties with his help. Vikir modestly replied that he had merely done what was necessary. Saintess smiled and remarked that she knew he would say that. An awkward silence followed as they had nothing to talk about. Saintess broke the silence, clutching her clothes as she confessed her inner turmoil. She argued that a strong person like him should have been born with divine power. She then honestly mentioned how she had been fortunate to be born with divine power, but lamented the weakness of her body, mind, and faith. She questioned why God had chosen a weak person like her to be a saintess. She argued that there were so many other people who had strong faith even though they weren't born with divine power. Once again, she pondered why God had bestowed upon her the overwhelming title of a saintess. Vikir's response shocked her as he said that the very fact that she was in anguish and guilt was the reason why God had chosen her. A smile appeared on his face as he emphasized that what the world needed was a light that could penetrate even the darkest and most ferocious places. Tears welled up in Saintess Dolores' eyes as she sought reassurance, questioning whether she could become the person who could embody those words. Vikir's response was gentle yet firm, assuring her that she would indeed be able to fulfill that role. The outcome of gathering the Quo Vadis family's clergy in one area for prayer was that all processes involved in the creation of holy water were successful. The result was a divine essence that could purify all those infected within the slums with just one drop. 3 drops of the concentrated holy water were produced and carefully stored. The name given to these drops was Pliny de la Verge, also known as Saintess Tyr. Amid a grand hall, Saintess sat, facing a podium that held a box containing the 3 small empty glass bottles. Initiating her prayer, a radiant divine light began to swirl around the hall. Her voice resonated through the space as she chanted, drawing attention to the woman who had the unique privilege of nurturing God's only son. She spoke of the sleepless nights filled with anguish and her heart's inability to keep pace with the profound sorrow she experienced. She proclaimed the day as the most painful and sorrowful for her. As Saintess concluded her prayer, the divine light descended upon the podium, enveloping it in an ethereal glow. Sometime later, holy knights appeared before her, carrying a box containing the 3 Saintess tears. The holy knight closed the box, expressing gratitude for her efforts, and assured her that they would store it securely in the basement's safe. Saintess Dolores entrusted them with the task, and as they departed, she found herself contemplating her next course of action. A priest stood solemnly before a statue of the goddess, engaged in prayer. Meanwhile, Saintess approached him from behind, addressing him respectfully as father and indicating her intention to report something about the Red Death. The priest called her his fairy and his daughter and told her to come closer. Saintess humbly acknowledged the order and walked towards him. The priest, Cardinal of the Loon Church, Humbert Lun Quo Vadis, placed his hand on her shoulder and with a warm smile commended her for the generous offering she had made this time. Recognizing that it was expected of his daughter, Saintess humbly accepted his praise and acknowledged his generosity. Cardinal implored her to share the details, and Saintess began by outlining their plan to utilize their newly created Saintess tier to cleanse the water flowing beneath Saint Mecca. In response, Cardinal inquired if she had found the source of the infection. Saintess confirmed this and mentioned that it originated from an unregistered well in the slums. She further added that children had testified that a spirit had cursed the well. According to their investigation, the well was severely infected, and they had also found a glass bottle that the criminal used to store and spread the infection. She then presented suspicious objects that were discovered during their investigation. Cardinal looked at the dagger and an emblem placed on the cloth, questioning where they had found these items. Saintess explained that they had discovered them near the well. Cardinal's gaze turned icy as he recognized the emblems of both Leviathan and Bourgeois engraved on the objects. This confirmed their collaboration in creating an artificial virus. A surge of aura engulfed him as he expressed his disdain for those who dared to insult divinity. His words echoed with righteous fury as he declared a holy war against these despicable poison addicts and misers. Saintess maintained her composure despite Cardinal's intense anger, but her demeanor shifted drastically when he mentioned the Night Hound and deemed him suspicious. In a commanding tone, Cardinal demanded that the Night Hound be captured immediately and forced to confess to every detail of his involvement. However, Saintess abruptly interjected, raising her voice to state that the Night Hound was innocent. Taken aback by her outburst, Cardinal regarded her with a questioning look. Saintess fervently argued that the Night Hound had devoted his efforts to treating the infected, emphasizing that his actions had prevented any casualties. She was resolute in her belief that he couldn't possibly be evil. Cardinal then acknowledged that he knew what was going on, but Saintess wore a confused look on her face after hearing this. Cardinal raised his hand toward the sky and remarked that it was all Night Hound's fault for his daughter, who had never gone against him, to utter those words to him. So he decided to personally interrogate him. Suddenly an overwhelming pressure surged around him that caused Saintess to cry out. Soon, a radiant beam of light shot skyward from his hand. The beam trailed up in the sky and then illuminated the entire city in a brilliant divine aura. Cardinal, with an air of finality, declared to Saintess that it was meaningless for her to oppose him, as he had already dispatched the paladins to pursue the Night Hound. In an inn where Vicar had been staying for the past few days, a group of holy knights had gathered outside his room. Communicating through sign language, they strategized their next course of action. With determined resolve, one of the knights forcefully kicked open the door, accusing the Night Hound of being a suspect in the outbreak of the Red Death. However, their words hung in the air, echoing in the empty room as they stood there in shock, realizing that their target was not even there in the first place. Meanwhile, at the location of Saintess Dolores and Cardinal, a priest hurriedly approached them. His voice was filled with urgency as he mentioned that something bad had happened. Cardinal remained calm and questioned him about what had gone wrong. The priest hesitated for a moment and then delivered the distressing news that one of the Saintess tears had disappeared from the basement safe. A bead of sweat trickled down Saintess's face as she pondered if this was the reason Night Hound had come here. Unbeknownst to them, Vicar stood atop one of the city wall watchtowers. He looked down at the Saintess tear in his hand with a smile. After sealing the pouch, he whispered his thanks for this gift. A few moments later, the figure of Vicar standing on the watchtower dissolved into the shadows. Ayan found herself at the precipice of a cliff, bow in hand, facing the menacing presence of a Cerberus. The creature, adorned with arrows, growled ominously. A barbarian, situated behind the Cerberus, shouted in an attempt to divert its attention. But the beast pressed forward toward Ayan, causing her to retreat instinctively. As she stepped backward, the ground beneath her betrayed her, giving way. Losing her balance, she tumbled backward from the edge of the cliff. Plunging downward, she broke through the tree branches in her descent. None proved sufficient to halt her fall, and with a final impact, she landed on the ground below. As Ayan regained consciousness, she heard some voices, but she couldn't decipher their meaning. She struggled to open her eyes, and when she managed to do so, her gaze was met with the sight of two men standing before her. One observed her condition, while the other wore a greedy smile. It became evident that this duo belonged to a merchant group transporting supplies. The discovery of Ayan, injured and prone on the ground, had seemingly interrupted their journey. At an indeterminate time later, Ayan, visibly nervous, gripped a sword tightly in her hand. Behind her stood a confining wooden wall, offering no escape. A raucous crowd, masked and exuberant, cheered loudly, creating an atmosphere of anticipation. Facing Ayan was her opponent, a robust man adorned with battle scars, a sinister smile on his face as he menacingly clacked his fingers, signaling the imminent clash. The air buzzed with tension as the battle commenced, the man charging at her with a thunderous shout, exuding confidence in his imminent victory. Despite her fear, Ayan displayed agility, evading his attack with a swift jump and retaliating with a slash of her sword, leaving a small wound on his shoulder. To her dismay, her opponent, seemingly unfazed, seized her midair by the leg and hurled her forcefully towards the wooden barrier. Ayan collided with the unforgiving wall, blood spraying from her mouth as pain surged through her body, tears welling in her eyes. The observers, hidden behind their masks, erupted in boisterous laughter, finding intense pleasure in the unfolding spectacle of the brutal battle. Her struggle against her formidable adversary was now a source of cruel entertainment for the masked onlookers. Ayan lay on the ground, tears streaming down her face, defeated and broken. Her opponent reveled in his triumph, letting out a victorious shout that reverberated through the arena. In this moment of despair, the silhouette of her mother and family materialized before her, a glimmer of hope amid darkness. Summoning every ounce of strength, Ayan resolved to rise. As she struggled to stand, the attention of the observers shifted back to her. The sight of her defiance captured their interest, and murmurs about her future began to circulate among the onlookers. Finally, Ayan managed to stand, drawing lines on her face with soil covered in blood. Unafraid and fueled by an inner fire, she gazed ahead at her opponent. The arena crackled with anticipation as observers licked their lips, savoring the prospect of an intense battle about to unfold. Now standing tall, Ayan prepared to face her adversary once more, unwavering in her determination to defy the odds. The air buzzed with tension as the stage was set for the next chapter in this brutal spectacle. Some years had passed, and Ayan found herself imprisoned behind steel bars, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of hopelessness. Even the images of her family, once a source of strength, had blurred into a distant memory. Overwhelmed, she closed her eyes, surrendering to the crushing weight of despair. Amid this bleakness, a sudden noise jolted her back to awareness. As her eyes opened, she discovered a glass tube with remnants of elixir lying before her. She recoiled in shock, fear gripping her as she noticed a figure standing before her. This figure was none other than Vicar. He opened her cage door and, in the rough language of the barbarians, instructed her to go. Reality shifted abruptly, and Ayan awoke from this distressing dream with tears covering her eyes. The matriarch looked at her daughter lying on her lap and inquired if she had experienced a nightmare. She then told Ayan that she kept looking for Vicar in her sleep. But the dream was not the only torment haunting her. With a heavy breath and a voice laden with pain, she confided in her mother about the worsening agony. Her chest ached, her body burned, and the sensation that her heart had dried up enveloped her. In a voice weighed down by despair, she questioned if she was afflicted with the Red Death. The pain was so overwhelming that it caused her to regret being born into this world. The matriarch sought to comfort her, gently placing her hand on Ayan's and recounting a tale. A long time ago, she and Ayan's father buried a small seed in the ground. Ayan's father planted the seed, while she watered it every day. Not long after, the seed sprouted, and after several months, it became a healthy and beautiful flower. Subsequently, they harvested the flowers, extracted the sap, and smoked it. They experienced euphoria and had fun, and that was how Ayan came into this world. However, due to her father committing a misdeed, he faced execution at the hands of her grandfather. Ayan, grappling with her deteriorating health, expressed her distress. In response, the matriarch, with a gentle smile, reminded her of the unpredictability of life and the need to endure its challenges. She reassured Ayan, urging her to wait for Vikir's return, convinced that he would find a solution to treat the infection. However, Ayan, in her despondency, rejected the comfort, stating her belief that Vikir wouldn't come back. Just then, a sudden shout from outside shattered the somber atmosphere. The exclamation revealed that Vikir had returned, bringing with him the much-needed medicine. The matriarch's face brightened with a smile as she reassured Ayan, pointing to the truth she had foreseen. However, when she looked down to share her joy with her daughter, she found that Ayan had already bolted outside. The matriarch appeared a bit annoyed and couldn't help but question whether Ayan truly had the Red Death. Meanwhile, fueled by a mixture of desperation and hope, Ayan ran at full speed, her thoughts racing back to the time when Vikir had helped her escape a life of slavery. The moment she witnessed Vikir standing boldly against Madame Eight Legs, she realized that facing one's fears head-on was a powerful force. It was Vikir's example that gave her the strength to stand back up, transcending the depths of her own fears and pain. Finally, Ayan arrived in the midst of the gathered barbarians. Her eyes soon fell on Vikir, who stood before her. Vikir expressed surprise upon seeing her, as he had heard from the warriors that she had contracted the Red Death. However, Ayan didn't respond with words. Instead, propelled by a rush of emotions, she leaped at him with full force, enveloping him in a tight hug. The impact sent Vikir flying backward, crashing to the ground, but she held on to him steadfastly. Vikir questioned her actions, stating that her fervent hug might have broken his back if he hadn't used mana. He then questioned how she could have such force when she had Red Death. Ayan simply stated that as soon as she heard he had returned, her body felt lighter. Confused but relieved, he inquired about her well-being, and Ayan reassured him that she was fine. Vikir then asked if she was just pretending to be fine, to which she nodded in agreement. Ayan then smiled with genuine happiness and welcomed him back. Vikir reciprocated her sentiment, saying, "I'm back." In the confines of a tent, Ahyul lay sick on a bed, her condition evidently grave. By her side sat Vikir, and a group of barbarians stood in the background, concerned expressions etched on their faces. Vikir, determined to aid Ahyul, retrieved a pouch and began to open it. A brilliant golden radiance emanated from the pouch as he held up the Saintess tear in his hand. The golden light cascaded onto Ahyul, who was laboring under heavy breaths. To the surprise of everyone present, the red spots on her body started vanishing. The barbarians erupted in exclamations, marveling at the disappearance of Ahyul's affliction. The potent light from Vikir's offering had seemingly eradicated the Red Death. Their awe was palpable as they acknowledged him as the bringer of the cure. Vikir inquired about the number of patients they had, and Ayan reported that, including Ahyul, there were around 30. Vikir then asked about the situation of other tribes, and Ayan revealed that the situation was really bad. Many other tribes were on the brink of annihilation. Vikir estimated that there should be around 10,000 affected individuals, and he urged her to tell other tribes to gather the sick. Ayan, expressing concern and questioning if there were large quantities of the cure, Vikir assured her that there was an ample supply of the cure, and they could use this opportunity to showcase their capabilities to other tribes. Barbarians, overwhelmed by his deeds, exclaimed in admiration and hailed him as amazing. Vikir focused on practical matters and shifted his attention to another issue. He spoke of a swamp monster named Ka, disclosing that he had defeated it during his journey. Instructing the barbarians to retrieve the monster for sustenance, awe filled the air once again. The barbarians couldn't help but feel that Vikir was truly amazing, realizing they couldn't even compare to him. Vikir redirected attention to the immediate task at hand and urged the tribes to gather around the river catchment area, signaling the need for a swift response. After some time, the diverse barbarian tribes gathered near a river, with Vikir prominently positioned at the forefront. Holding the Saintess tear, Vikir poured it into the river, and from the point of contact, a radiant wave of golden light emanated. Soon, this golden light flowed throughout the entire river, casting a resplendent glow that bathed the surrounding forest. Addressing the tribe leaders, Vikir revealed that all they needed to do was drink the water. The infected individuals, afflicted by the Red Death, began to partake, assisted by others when necessary. Laughter and joy echoed through the air as some marveled at the lightness they felt, while others exclaimed that the Red Death had disappeared, celebrating their newfound lease on life. Turning to the matriarch, Vikir explained that the purification process was extending from the catchment area, assuring her that the bacteria would soon vanish. The matriarch, impressed by his deeds, suggested appointing him as the tribe's shaman. Vikir, however, began to decline the offer when suddenly the ground shook as someone slammed their foot down, causing a crack to appear. All eyes turned toward the source, revealing one of the tribe leaders. With a thunderous voice, he posed a question to the people of the deep forest. What's the name of the hero who purified the forest? In response, the barbarians responded with a rhythmic chant, pounding their feet on the ground and proclaiming Vikir's name. A member of the Balak tribe inquired about the person who saved their family, and the resounding response was Vikir's name. The leader of the third tribe then questioned who brought a bright tomorrow for the deep forest, and once again, the resounding reply was the chanting of Vikir's name. The atmosphere resonated with the acknowledgement and gratitude of the tribes. A chorus of voices united in acclaim for the individual who had brought healing and hope to their home. In the mind of Vikir, the actions of the deadly Poison clan had inadvertently turned into an advantageous situation. The Baskerville clan, known for their dominance over the La Rouge et La Noire mountain, were pioneers and conquerors, but they harbored a deep-seated rivalry with the natives of the mountain. Vikir, contemplating this, couldn't help but smile sinisterly. Winning over the mountain natives, thanks to the situation created by the Poison clan, seemed like an opportunity to deal a significant blow to the entire Baskerville clan, especially Hugo. Just as he was plotting his next moves, the matriarch announced the commencement of a festival. However, Vikir interjected, signaling that there was one more critical task at hand. Both the matriarch and Ian regarded him with questioning looks. Vikir clarified his intention, emphasizing the need to identify and locate the individual responsible for spreading poison in the forest. Meanwhile, in a dark cave, another man reveled in his sinister thoughts. He felt that a lot of time had passed, so everyone should have been infected by now. He blamed the Imperial brat for the current predicament, as he wouldn't have struck a deal with the Imperial druggies if not for him. However, soon he smirked, confident that by infecting everyone and later providing the antidote, he would become the revered savior of the tribe. Ahuman reveled in his devious plan, pleased with the idea of infecting his own granddaughter, Ahul, as a masterstroke of deception. Ahuman, having emerged from the cave and rejoined the village, was met with a disconcerting reality. The villagers were bustling with activity, working happily, contrary to his expectations. Confusion gripped him as he questioned how everyone appeared fine, despite his belief that they were on the brink of suffering due to the Red Death. He had seen them gasping for air just before he commenced the ancestral rite. His bewilderment deepened as he observed Ahul, his granddaughter, cheerfully cooking food. This sight contradicted his assumptions, leading him to wonder what was happening. Driven by disbelief, Ahuman rushed toward the river, hoping to find an explanation. As he reached the riverbank, he was confronted with a startling revelation. The water was remarkably clean, allowing him to see his reflection. This raised more questions. How are the fish in the river alive? Has the river been purified, and how has the water become even clearer? Despair etched across his face. Ahuman grappled with the inexplicable turn of events. Just as the weight of his realization settled in, Vikir materialized behind him, commenting casually on the river's clarity. Startled, Ahuman recoiled and, in frustration, referred to him as an imperial bastard. Internally, he wondered when Vikir had arrived. But his shock was further intensified when he discovered that Vikir wasn't alone. A group of barbarians accompanied him. Vikir looked at Ahuman and realized that, as he had suspected, he was the culprit behind the spread of the Red Death in the forests. He then recalled that before his regression, there was a time when stories of an old man in the forest and his misdeeds were circulating. It was a horrible story of a man who had spread an infection within his tribe due to his desire to become a hero. However, in the end, he failed to cure it and ended up causing the death of most of his tribespeople. Meanwhile, Ahuman's mind raced as he tried to comprehend the situation. He refused to believe that Vikir could be aware of his devious plans. He tried to divert attention and address the gathering sarcastically, asking if everyone had come to greet the old shaman. The matriarch, however, stepped forward, questioning him about the completion of the ceremony. With feigned confidence, Ahuman asserted that the infection would soon disappear. The matriarch shared information about a war in the empire caused by the Red Death. The primary reason for this conflict was the discovery that the infection had been artificially created and deliberately spread. However, she found the whole situation perplexing, as there wasn't any connection between the Imperial clan and the Deep Forest, so this infection should not have spread in the Deep Forest. Ahuman, with a hesitant voice, claimed ignorance, stating that he had only come after performing the rite for the tribe's recovery. Noticing Ahuman's evasive responses, the matriarch questioned why he had come to the catchment area instead of the village. Her gaze shifted to Vikir, acknowledging that Ahuman had indeed arrived in the catchment area, thus validating his earlier statement. However, Ahuman didn't understand what both of them were talking about. The matriarch then turned back to Ahumna and said to Vikir that they should now see if whatever he had said next was also correct or not. Ahuman, now sweating profusely, couldn't help but nervously ask her about what they were talking about. The matriarch recalled Vikir's earlier assertion that Ahuman intended to use this incident to become the tribe's hero, ensuring he would definitively have the Red Death cure on him. Suddenly, a chilling aura emanated from the matriarch, causing Ahuman to tense up. She then demanded to see what was in his pouch. Vikir's mind revisited a conversation he had with Ayan some time ago, seeking insights into Ahuman's past. Ayan began unraveling the enigma of Ahuman's origins. Ahuman wasn't a native Balak. His birth and background were shrouded in mystery. Long ago, he had arrived as a slave under the dominion of the existing shaman. However, destiny took a dramatic turn when he killed the shaman plotting a coup d'etat and stole his sorcerer powers. Due to his contribution in thwarting the coup, he was elevated from a slave to a shaman. Subsequently, in order to assimilate into the Balak community, he undertook various tasks, including the unpleasant duty of cleaning up excrement. He bore the responsibility for all menial tasks within the village and even served as bait for dangerous prey during hunts. It was only as he aged, his hair turning gray, that he finally gained acknowledgement and respect within the society. In the present, as Vikir observed Ahuman, he pondered whether the aging shaman desired the privileges he had been denied in his youth. He suspected that Ahuman had overstepped the matriarch's authority in an attempt to seize control of the entire forest. The matriarch, her expression filled with anger, confronted Ahuman, demanding to see his pouch. Ahuman, visibly shaken, explained that the pouch contained flour he had saved to consume after a ceremony. As he attempted to retrieve the pouch, a mishap occurred. The pouch slipped from his grasp and tumbled into the river. Soon, the contents dissolved into the water. Ahuman, in shock, exclaimed that the old man had hand tremors, which resulted in the accidental loss of the pouch in the river. Simultaneously, the matriarch acknowledged Vikir's earlier suspicions, expressing disbelief that he would throw the pouch into the river. Vikir remarked that now they could no longer reveal the content of his pouch using the same method. Ahuman, in a fit of anger, denied having an antidote and stated that accusing him implied he was the one who had spread poison throughout the forest. He pointed an accusatory finger at Vikir, urging the matriarch to punish him for framing the honorable shaman. The matriarch agreed with his statement that you cannot frame someone without evidence. Since he believed he was innocent, she promised to protect his honor and pride. Ahuman smirked, confident that without evidence, even the matriarch would not be able to punish him. He felt untouchable. However, his confidence waned when the matriarch ordered an Iliad. An Iliad was a Balak tradition that served as a resolution for conflicts when opinions couldn't align. The victor of the Iliad was deemed competent, and the loser faced the consequences of incompetence. Ahun addressed Ahuman as grandfather and remarked that he had always emphasized the importance of tradition. The Iliad was also a tradition of Balak's, so Ahun asked him to demonstrate how to protect their traditions. Ahuman cursed him internally, but he reluctantly agreed, scheduling the Iliad for 4 days from now, during the night of the full moon. Vikir, however, challenged the time frame, asserting that tradition dictated that the recipient of the Iliad request determine the day. He then revealed his cunning plan, admitting that evidence and verification were meaningless. Cornering him into a situation where he had no choice but to request an Iliad was all part of his plan. Vikir smiled slyly and suggested initiating the Iliad immediately. Near the summit of the mountain, the Balak tribe gathered to witness the Iliad. The matriarch, presiding over the proceedings, declared the commencement of the Iliad within the warriors' circle, warning that those attempting to flee would face merciless execution by the warriors. Behind her was the warriors' mountain, housing the graves of ancestors, and since their ancestors were watching, any indecency would not be forgiven. She invoked the ancestors' judgment to decide the victor, urging the Balak warriors to prove their righteousness. Ayan, with a smile on her face, shouted encouragement to Vikir, requesting him to secure victory with a single attack. The sentiment was echoed by other members of the tribe, chanting his name. Meanwhile, Ahuman, frustrated by the apparent lack of support, bit his finger, letting a few drops of blood fall to the ground. He believed that everyone would stop chanting his name once he won, as weapons weren't the only things one could use in an Iliad. Soon, 3 skeletons emerged from the ground, and Ahuman ordered them to watch his blind spots and notify him of Vikir's movements. Armed with a bow and arrow, Ahuman smirked, confident that it was impossible for Vikir, who had only been here for 2 years, to beat someone like him, who had spent 7 years in the forest. There was no way Vikir could be more familiar with the terrain. All he needed to do was wait for Vikir to show himself, and he would shoot an arrow right through him. Unbeknownst to him, Vikir had already arrived and was hanging upside down from a tree branch behind him. Vikir pondered the utility of the silent heal skill acquired from killing the master of the swamp. It was a Mushasu skill that allowed him to silently target his prey's openings. He appreciated its ability to eliminate distracting sounds, making it particularly useful for assassins. Observing Ahuman's use of necromancy, he speculated on the possibility of him originating from Lakoko, a tribe of shamans. However, such details held little consequence for his overall strategy. With calculated precision, Vikir descended from the tree amidst the skeletons. His hand moved at an astonishing speed, leaving red slashes in its wake as the skeletons crumbled to pieces. Unaware of this swift action, Ahuman maintained a smirk, believing that Vikir was paralyzed by fear. However, in an instant, Vikir materialized behind Ahuman, thrusting Beelzebub into his chest. Ahuman, bewildered and coughing, questioned the sudden turn of events. He hadn't even heard any footsteps on the fallen leaves. With a push, Vikir sent him sprawling to the ground, his eyes vacant. Retracting Beelzebub, Vikir stood victorious. Ayan rushed towards him, elated by the outcome. The surrounding barbarians, shocked by the swiftness of the confrontation, acknowledged the instant decision. One noted that the ancestors had deemed Ahuman's words unworthy of consideration. The Iliad had reached its swift and definitive conclusion, leaving the mountain's summit in a stunned silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. Ahuman, writhing in pain on the ground, struggled with the burning sensation of his wound. Fearful of death, memories of enduring a shameful past to survive within the Balax flooded his thoughts. Unfairness overwhelmed him as he looked at Vikir, nursing a deep resentment for the things he believed were rightfully his. The Balak tribe, Lakoko, everyone who had scorned him seemed to bear the blame in his anguished perspective. Vikir, contemplating the ongoing suffering, turned to Ahun, suggesting that ending Ahuman's pain might be a merciful option. However, Ahun refused to deliver the mercy since he had almost lost Ahul because of the Red Death. Even though Ahuman was his grandfather, he could not forgive him and stated that a coward deserved to be in pain and wasn't worth pitying. Unbeknownst to everyone, Ahuman, at death's door, was drawing something on the ground with his own blood. As he neared completion, a purple aura emanated from the ancestor's grave, and the coffin's door creaked open. Simultaneously, the sky and ground were enveloped in a dark and eerie purple energy, catching the attention of everyone present. The sudden change in atmosphere raised alarm among the witnesses. They questioned the ominous energy emanating from the grave, with Ahun, in particular, displaying shock on his face as he observed his grandfather's cryptic actions. Vikir, registering the shock on Ahun's face, turned to see Ahuman on the ground. He was surprised to witness him moving, considering that he had surely stabbed his lungs. Barbarians nearby expressed their anger at Ahuman, accusing him of meddling with the grave and risking the wrath of the ancestors. Ahuman, now with purple eyes and an ominous aura, laughed and questioned whether he should truly be the one to fear the ancestors. Sensing something amiss, Vikir sprinted towards Ahuman, urgently shouting that they needed to kill him immediately. Just as Vikir reached him, an explosion occurred, pushing him back. With a worried expression, Vikir questioned himself if he was too late. Ayan, who arrived behind him, was shocked to see the source of the blast, an arrow covered in dark energy. Ahuman gazed towards a figure on the mountain and declared that, since they wished to defer the decision to the ancestors, it was now time for the great ancestors' judgment. Atop the mountain stood an undead woman wielding a bow. The message unveiled her identity as the Death Knight, with a risk rating ranging from A to S. The Death Knight was an existence that had reached the peak of their lives, but had been corrupted and transformed. They use one's soul and physical body to gather dark mana within their muscles and veins until it overflows. Ayan's eyes widened in shock as she gazed upon the Death Knight, questioning if she really was their ancestor. Meanwhile, Vikir observed Ahuman's actions and contemplated the impossibility of the situation. Resurrection sorcery on a Balak ancestor. It seemed beyond the capabilities of a shaman like Ahuman. His thoughts delved further, considering the unthinkable. Had he transformed himself into an undead being? Ahuman summoned skeletons and questioned whether they truly believed he was a shaman living among the Balaks without any countermeasures. He then revealed that it was too early to be surprised, as there wasn't only one grave here on Warrior's Mountain. Soon, numerous Death Knights started appearing, and Ahuman began to run away in his skeleton carriage while mockingly telling them to do their best in the fight against their ancestors. Ahun arrived behind him and questioned how low he was willing to go. He was about to fire an arrow at his grandfather when another arrow shattered his own. Ahun turned towards the source, discovering it was the Balak ancestor who had intervened. Suddenly, an arrow streaked from the forest, obliterating the undead ancestor's head. The matriarch, after defeating the undead, commanded everyone to prepare for battle. She enlightened the group that the figures in front of them were merely Ahuman's puppets, so she urged them to kill the undead ancestors without any hesitation and prioritize survival. The gruesome battle between the Balak tribe and their undead ancestors raged on, but the situation appeared dire for the Balaks. They suffered rapid casualties against their formidable ancestors, whose strength seemed insurmountable. Amidst the chaos, an undead let out a scream, only to have her head blasted off by a precise arrow. 2 more undead met a similar fate, their heads lost to the deadly accuracy of arrows. Vicar observed the matriarch using 1 arrow per Death Knight. She skillfully dispatched Death Knights who were on par with a high-ranked graduator, showcasing the formidable strength of the Night Fox, Aquila. It dawned on him that the rumors about her protecting the forests from the Empire weren't unfounded. Turning to Ayan, Vicar expressed confidence that there wouldn't be any problem with the matriarch present. He urged Ayan to follow him. When questioned about their destination, he clarified that their objective was Ahuman. Meanwhile, Ahuman retreated from the battlefield and laughed, certain that the Balaks would regret kicking him out. Suddenly, he looked at a skeleton and instructed it to handle a task. He then continued on his way, lost in thought. He acknowledged that, even though he had resurrected the ancestors, as long as Aquila was there, he couldn't act carelessly. After all, she was a genius who had been the strongest village head in history. A smirk appeared on his face as a devious plan formulated in his mind. Despite Aquila's brilliance, he believed she wouldn't be able to handle what he had in store. In their pursuit, Vicar and Ayan discovered Ahuman's location, where he sat in the middle of a magic circle, chanting something mysterious. Vicar, perplexed by the choice of location, questioned Ayan about the significance of the place with the pillars. Ayan didn't know much, but she was certain that they couldn't allow Ahuman to continue his suspicious activities. She took aim with an arrow infused with aura and declared her intent to kill Ahuman. The arrow soared toward its target, but before it could strike, Ahuman shouted, "I'm done." In a surprising twist, a hand emerged from the ground, catching the arrow between its fingers. Ahuman jubilantly announced his success in summoning it. According to legend, he slept alone deep within the forest, and he was the only one who had noticed him. He then welcomed his newly summoned ally, the divine archer Adonai. Ayan was in utter shock and couldn't believe that the undead in front of her was Adonai. Vicar, too, was astonished, contemplating the implications of summoning Adonai, the legendary archer of the Balaks. However, their surprise was cut short when Adonai fired an arrow at them. Vicar, quick on his feet, summoned Beelzebub and managed to alter the arrow's trajectory. Yet, when the arrow struck a tree, it triggered a massive explosion, leaving him shocked by the unexpected aftermath. Vicar's mind raced as he realized that it was an arrow created with aura, and even though he had deflected the damage it caused, it left him astonished. However, his concern shifted swiftly when he heard Ayan's pained voice. There was a cut on Ayan's thigh, and she expressed her pain by revealing that it felt like her leg was burning. Vicar suspected it might be poison, possibly from Adonai's arrow. Thoughts rushed through his mind, and he realized that the legend about Adonai dealing with that monster was true. He also realized that the bow Adonai was currently using was made from the remains of Madam Eight Legs. Before Vicar could fully process this revelation, Adonai launched a relentless barrage of aura arrows at them. Vicar, utilizing Beelzebub, deflected the arrows, and each deflection caused massive explosions wherever they landed. When the onslaught finally ceased, the ground lay split and scarred, but Vicar stood, albeit in a weakened state, shielding Ayan. Even Beelzebub seemed strained, emitting painful sounds. Ayan noticed his fatigue and expressed concern. She told him to stop protecting her, run away, and leave her. Ahuman's laughter echoed through the battleground as he reveled in his perceived triumph. His disdain for Vicar and Ayan was palpable, and with a sinister voice, he urged Adonai to end their lives. Adonai responded, firing an arrow that carried with it the aura of death, threatening to extinguish the lives of Vicar and Ayan. Vicar braced himself, preparing to block the impending arrow. However, a sudden twist of fate intervened. Before the deadly projectile could reach its targets, a mysterious figure appeared, catching the arrow with bare hands. Ahuman, Vicar, and Ayan were all struck dumb by this unforeseen turn of events. Matriarch Aquila emerged from the shadows, holding the arrow in her hand. With a display of formidable strength, she squeezed the arrow, dissipating the deadly aura. Ahuman felt a chill running down his spine as Matriarch Aquila locked eyes with him and said, "Let's have a talk." Ayan was shocked by her mother's sudden arrival and called out to her. The matriarch explained that she had sensed a powerful aura, and now she acknowledged that it was the right call for her to come. Ahuman was taken aback, uttering Aquila's name in disbelief. Ayan urgently informed her mother about the poisoned arrow and insisted that she seek immediate treatment. The matriarch, looking at her hand and acknowledging the presence of poison, extended her hand and clenched her fist, triggering an internal explosion. As she opened her hand, the poison dripped down, leaving Vicar astonished. He wondered if she had expelled the poison and contaminated blood by detonating the aura within her. The rarity of such a method surprised him. Matriarch called out to Ahuman, whose fear intensified upon hearing her cold tone, and he began blaming her for pushing him into a corner. However, she ignored his betrayal and asked him to answer her question. She looked at the undead and inquired whether this person was indeed the divine archer, Sir Adonai. Ahuman regained confidence and asserted that he was the legendary Adonai, someone she wouldn't dare to fight against. The matriarch smiled and acknowledged the information. She then praised Ayan and Vicar, instructing them to stay behind. Shifting her attention to the divine archer Adonai, she expressed her honor in meeting him, despite the circumstances, and proposed a showdown to determine the superior warrior. The battlefield was set, with Aquila on one side and divine archer Adonai on the other. Aquila took the initiative, launching 5 aura-infused arrows at him. Displaying extraordinary swiftness, Adonai effortlessly dodged each arrow. In response, he readied a dark aura arrow and fired at Aquila. However, she exhibited remarkable flexibility and skillfully avoided the incoming projectile. The intense battle continued, marked by massive explosions in the forest as the arrows detonated. Vicar, anticipating the danger, prepared to carry Ayan to a safer location. Contemplating the rarity of witnessing a duel between those possessing master-grade aura, a spectacle seldom seen during the time of the fall. Ahuman, concealed in a safe position, observed the battle and acknowledged Aquila's prowess as the Night Fox. However, he knew that challenging Sir Adonai would not be an easy task. Suddenly, he let out an evil laugh before exclaiming that she could never defeat Sir Adonai as he was already dead. Moreover, he could infinitely use Hell's dimensional aura, and the strength of a boundless arrow was too strong. Aquila, after sustaining some injuries, realized that she would be at a disadvantage in a ranged fight. Upon analyzing Adonai, she recognized his perfection in speed, power, and mobility. However, she also noticed that he was lacking something very important. As their arrows collided, a massive explosion enveloped the area. Aquila seized the opportunity presented by the dust cloud to close the distance and launched a kick at Adonai's neck. However, he skillfully evaded it and conjured a dark sword. As he swung the dark sword, it cut through the surrounding trees, but Aquila managed to evade getting hit. She then threw her dagger at Adonai's hand, causing the sword to fall. Capitalizing on his momentary imbalance, she aimed a kick at his knee, disrupting his stability. Seizing the chance, Aquila fired an aura-infused arrow at him, cutting through the forest with formidable force. As the dust settled, Adonai stood with his right upper half blown away by the arrow. Aquila addressed him as Great Ancestor and questioned whether his reluctance to fight stemmed from being dead or a desire to spare his descendant. Regardless, she expressed her intent to free him from his current state. She fired another arrow at him. He stood motionless, seemingly welcoming the impending hit. However, just as the arrow approached his face, a dark aura arm materialized, catching it. Adonai screamed as dark energy manifested in his right half, attempting to merge with his undead body. Meanwhile, Ahuman, now in control of Adonai, expressed astonishment at his ability to resist the necromancy spell. He came to the realization that legends were truly different. He expressed disdain for half-hearted actions, instructing Adonai to fight with all his strength until every threat against him was eliminated. Aquila, understanding the situation, called out to him in anger. Meanwhile, Adonai, covered in a dark aura, emitted an ear-piercing scream, a manifestation of the unsettling transformation. Adonai's transformation was complete, his entire form exuding a foreboding dark aura. Ahuman confidently asserted to Aquila that the entity before them could no longer be recognized as Adonai. However, the atmosphere was soon drowned in heavy noises, and 3 colossal monsters materialized in their vicinity. Ahuman observed and realized that they were rank monsters living in the forest, drawn by the commotion caused. In one moment, they stood tall, and in the next, Adonai unleashed 3 arrows, swiftly eliminating the rank monsters. Aquila was astonished as she hadn't even seen the arrows at all. Ahuman chuckled upon witnessing the full might of Adonai, and he himself felt a bit shocked seeing him kill the monsters in one go. He then urged Adonai to kill the woman in front of them. Adonai followed his orders and initiated his attack. Aquila skillfully evaded the barrage of arrows, sensing a potent murderous intent emanating from each arrow. With each strike, Madame's venomous poison permeated her body, inducing a sluggish sensation. Eager to swiftly conclude the confrontation, Aquila turned around decisively and released 2 arrows toward Adonai. The first arrow deviated off course, failing to find its mark, while the second arrow raced straight for his face. Nevertheless, Adonai effortlessly obliterated the approaching frontal arrow. The shock was evident on Aquila's face, but suddenly it changed into a confident smile. The arrow that had initially gone astray suddenly reversed course, piercing through Adonai's throat. Aquila explained that this attack looked like the first arrow missed, but the second one hit the target. However, the moment the opponent blocked the second arrow, the initially missed first arrow returned and penetrated the back of their head. It was a skill where the arrow reached maximum rotation midair, and upon reaching its peak, it returned and hit the opponent. It was her personal arrow skill that she had created after pondering about Adonai's fight against the Imperial Knight. But the satisfaction on her face vanished when Adonai extracted the arrow from his throat, and appeared completely unharmed. A human, reveling in the spectacle, mocked Aquila, saying that no matter how stone-hearted warriors she faced, she had never fought a corpse before. Sir Adonai was already dead, so there was no way he could be defeated by a single arrow to the throat. Some distance away on a cliff, Ayan anxiously observed the explosions echoing through the forest, her worry for her mother palpable. She felt the ominous forest shaking and wanted to go help her mother, but she believed that Vikir would soon resolve the unfolding chaos. She remembered his instructions for her to conceal herself while he planned to confront Ahuman and nullify his necromancy skills. Vikir sprinted through the forest and concluded that Ahuman was afraid of Aquila. Therefore, it was highly probable that he would be hiding behind Adonai to oppose her. Vikir finally spotted Ahuman hiding behind a tree. He immediately stopped in his tracks and charged straight at him. Vikir decided that he was going to kill him in one attack. However, before he could reach his target, a Death Knight materialized, launching a powerful kick in his direction. The ground blew apart from the force of the attack, but Vikir, nimble on his feet, managed to evade the strike and retreated to a safe distance from the formidable adversary. Ahuman's attention shifted to Vikir as the commotion caught his notice. He bellowed in recognition and started cursing him. With a triumphant air, he revealed that he had foreseen someone coming for him, so he had preemptively summoned his skilled Death Knights. All of them were so proficient that they had been buried in a warrior's grave. The next moment, under Ahuman's command, Death Knights swarmed Vikir from all directions. Meanwhile, Adonai's arrow found its mark, striking Aquila in the waist. She crumpled to her knees, a cry of pain escaping her lips. Ahuman, witnessing her fall, relished the moment and taunted her. He envisioned ruling the forest, viewing it as a reward for all the unfair treatment he had received in his life. He then started revealing his sinister plan. Firstly, he would kill all clan members who looked down on him. Before he could bask in his impending triumph, a deadly aura materialized behind him. Vikir employed the Baskerville Sixth technique and promptly eradicated all the Death Knights. As they dissipated, Vikir remarked that Ahuman's plan posed a bit of a challenge, given that the people of the forest would serve as his support system. Ahuman, with his mouth wide open, grappled with the impossibility of the situation. He could not believe that Vikir had defeated Death Knights who surpassed the level of a high-ranked graduator. He couldn't help but ask himself if this child was stronger than a high-ranked graduator. Vikir's cold eyes locked with his, and he questioned whether he had perceived every desire at that moment. Fear-stricken, Ahuman almost wet his pants and desperately called for Adonai's assistance. Adonai heard the command and prepared to unleash an arrow at Vikir. However, before he could fire the arrow, he was interrupted by Aquila, who kicked him from behind. The disruption caused the arrow to miss its mark, flying inches behind Vikir's back. Ahuman, seeing the killing intent in Vikir's eyes, pleaded for Adonai to act once more. In a sudden twist of events, Ahuman's hands were ruthlessly severed. As he looked down to grasp the situation, his head was swiftly and cleanly sliced off. Even in death, his face bore an expression of confusion, unable to comprehend the rapid and decisive turn of events that led to his demise. The Balak tribe was engaged in a fierce battle against the relentless Death Knights, and the tide was not in their favor. One Death Knight targeted a girl, severing her bow. The Death Knight prepared to fling her weapon at the girl, but before she could do so, her body began to crumble into ashes. Soon, the entire legion of Death Knights shared the same fate and were reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Aquila breathed heavily and gazed ahead as Adonai began to turn into ashes. She rested her hand on his, whispering a plea for him to rest in peace. On the opposing side, Ahuman voiced his frustration, lamenting the missed opportunity to claim the forest as his own. He directed his anger towards Vikir, accusing him of interference as the child of the Empire. Vikir, meeting his gaze with cold eyes, contemplated Ahuman's unexpected prowess. Not only had he embraced undeath, but he also displayed a heightened mastery of magic, controlling numerous Death Knights, including Adonai. He couldn't help but wonder what might have happened if Ahuman had strived to go down the path of a shaman. His thoughts were interrupted as Ahuman's maniacal laughter echoed. Ahuman threatened that this wasn't the end and that he would make him regret driving him out. But before he could finish, an arrow found its mark on his forehead, concluding his dark saga. Vikir looked back and saw Ahun holding a bow, panting heavily. Ahun expressed remorse to Vikir, acknowledging that if only he had listened earlier about the necessity to eliminate Ahuman. Vikir reassured Ahun, stating that it wasn't his fault and commending him for doing well. With the main culprit finally dealt with, a collective sense of relief swept over everyone. Vikir proposed returning to the village, but upon their arrival, shock awaited them. The once thriving village lay in ruins, reduced to debris. Ayan exclaimed in disbelief, questioning what had happened. The matriarch, visibly shaken, recalled that those who hadn't joined the Iliad had stayed behind in the village. Ahul, with teary eyes, explained that the madam had arrived. Ayan, in shock, questioned if madam had really come here. Ahun rushed to his sister, anxiously inquiring about her well-being. Meanwhile, Vikir was perplexed and wondered why the monster, which had been passive until now, would unleash such destruction during their battle with Ahuman. Ahul pointed in a specific direction, recounting how smoke had emanated from grandfather's ceremonial tent before the madam's destructive arrival. Later, at the location, Vikir examined burned leaves, realizing that Ahuman had likely burned a plant that attracted insects. The revelation left him astonished at Ahuman's calculated preparations. In a fit of rage, Matriarch struck a boulder, cursing Ahuman. Her subordinate tried to calm her down as her injury was worsening. Matriarch declared that they could rebuild the village and gather food again. She then commanded the uninjured warriors to tend to the fallen and rescue survivors. On the other side, Ayan gazed at her wolf, Bakira, who trembled in pain, his leg rendered useless by Madam's poison. With teary eyes, Ayan embraced him and apologized for leaving him alone. Madame Eight Legs was the evil goddess of the forest, striking fear into the hearts of all tribes. Her existence wielded a catastrophic and undeniable force of darkness. The Balak tribe recognized Madame as a natural disaster, rendering them powerless to seek revenge. However, Vikir harbored a plan that could change this dire situation. Later, under the cover of the night, Vikir entered Matriarch Aquila's tent and sought her counsel. When she asked him about the reason, Vikir, with a calm tone, requested her to tell him about Madame Eight Legs. Matriarch responded with a measured tone, questioning his interest in Madame. In response, Vikir presented a document, revealing it to be a record of Madame that he had discovered at the Lakoko tribe's village. The document contained various information about Madame's poison, witness statements detailing its battles with other monsters, and even disclosed the location of Madame's hideout. However, Vikir expressed confusion, stating that after reading it, he couldn't discern why the forest tribes feared Madame and why they hadn't attempted to subjugate it together. Matriarch explained Balak's long-standing knowledge of Madame, passed down through generations. She recounted the battle of the archer god Adonai and the Madame, where Adonai had successfully pierced one of Madame's legs with an arrow. However, instead of victory, it marked the onset of despair. The destroyed leg regenerated and multiplied. The more they attempted to destroy it, the more the Madame's legs increased. The legs were the only thing they could damage, but they grew stronger the more they were destroyed. Not even Sir Adonai's arrows could penetrate Madame's resilient body, and everyone engaged in the battle fell victim to the creature's poisonous influence. Her own lingering injury from the poison on Adonai's arrow served as a testament to Madame's formidable strength. Aquila emphasized the Madame's status as the evil goddess, a creation born from the efforts of countless warriors in the forest. She warned Vikir against any plot to attack Madame, expressing a heartfelt desire not to lose any more of her family. Vikir, deep in thought, recognized that the chances of him winning against Aquila and Adonai were very low. However, if it was a strong monster, then things were different. Although Madame was a rare monster at the moment, in World of the Fall, where demonic monsters invaded the human world, he encountered creatures on par with Madame. He had the experience of fighting against those demonic monsters. Vikir believed that no matter how strong Madame was, she was still only a monster. Monsters have habits and weaknesses. Vikir believed that by identifying her weaknesses, he could eliminate the Madame. Somewhere in the heart of the forest, a seemingly tranquil mountain suddenly revealed a flurry of monster legs erupting from its peak. Madame Eight Legs emerged, emitting an ear-piercing scream that echoed through the surroundings. Vikir, concealed nearby, observed Madame's departure and mused about the noise accompanying its awakening. After staking out Madame's lair for several days, Vikir deduced a pattern. The creature sought food at a specific time, taking about 2 hours to return. Swiftly navigating through the forest, Vikir reached the summit of the cave. Peering down, he observed spiderwebs intricately woven everywhere and realized that its exterior appeared as a calm stone mountain. But it was actually empty inside. Utilizing Beelzebub, Vikir cut a rock and retrieved a spider web attached to it. Examining the web, he noted its rough cross-section, concluding that a graduator's mana would struggle to cut through it. Recognizing the potential, he decided to use the spider web for his descent. As he descended, he contemplated the cave's structure. The entrance was just large enough for Madame to squeeze through, but it gradually widened as he went deeper. Considering Madame's size, it became evident that the lair's dimensions were perfectly suited for the monstrous inhabitant. Descending further into the depths, he encountered a haunting sight: figures entwined in spider webs, victims of Madame Eight Legs. The macabre scene featured both humans and monsters, some untouched and decomposed. Vikir pondered whether Madame used them as examples or simply brought them here for amusement. Realizing the urgency of his mission, he pushed aside his fascination. He needed to investigate as much as possible before Madame's return. Amid his exploration, he stumbled upon eggs adhered to a wall. He plucked one and identified it as Madame's egg. Now he understood the source of the multitude of spider demons during the world's collapse. So, he decided to take the egg and analyze it. However, his discovery coincided with the sudden appearance of Madame Eight Legs atop the lair. She examined her lair intently, then departed moments later. Hidden behind webs, Vikir breathed a sigh of relief and wondered if Madame sensed an intruder through instinct. He realized that if he didn't possess Mashasu's sound-dampening skill, things might have gone bad. So, he decided to conclude his mission swiftly and return before the situation turned dangerous. In Balak's village, the air was filled with the sounds of construction as people diligently worked on rebuilding their homes. Amidst the bustling activity, a question echoed through the crowd, inquiring about news concerning Vikir. A response came from someone in the village, stating that Vikir had constructed his own lodging and hadn't emerged for several days. Another villager chimed in, sharing that they had seen Vikir heading to another tribe at dawn. However, a peculiar observation arose. A scent of burning lingered around Vikir's lodging, prompting curiosity about his activities. Despite the mystery, some villagers dismissed concerns, expressing confidence in Vikir's planning and strategic thinking. However, a serious issue surfaced. Vikir had not met with Commander Ayan. Standing outside Vikir's tent, Ayan called out to him and acknowledged that she had heard from her mother about his inquiry regarding Madame. She cautioned against attempting to fight the formidable monster, emphasizing that no warrior could defeat it. With teary eyes, Ayan revealed that Bakira had to amputate his leg and that he might not be able to run as before. If something were to happen to Vikir too, she expressed that she might not be able to bear it. Before Ayan could finish her plea, Vikir called out to her, inviting her inside his tent, mentioning that he had something important to share. Ayan entered Vikir's tent, greeted by the sight of numerous documents affixed to a board. Perplexed, she inquired about the contents. Vikir explained that the records were gathered from various tribes in the forest, detailing information about Madame. He conducted research on the web and skin obtained from the creature's lair, as well as the egg it had laid. Ayan, filled with worry, questioned whether he had entered Madame's cave. She expressed concern that he might be planning to confront Madame directly and offered to join him in the battle. However, Vikir pointed out her lingering injury from the encounter with Adonai, stating that she would only be a burden. With determination in his tone, Vikir revealed that he was going to leave the forest soon because he had something he must attend to. Thus, he needed to return to Baskerville. Ayan, crestfallen, acknowledged that she was already aware of his impending departure. Interrupting her sadness, Vikir reassured her that he intended to return here after finishing everything he needed to do. He disclosed his plan to safeguard the place he wanted to come back to. Having finalized his strategy for hunting Madame, Vikir vowed not to let what happened to Bakira befall him. Ayan, contemplating his audacious use of the word hunt for Madame, expressed her concern. She recalled the various challenges Vikir had faced in the past, from helping them during the poison incident to the complexities involving Ahuman. He had always faced problems that could not be solved and always brought them back. Ayan, with a smile, took Vickers' hand and said that the word he used made her expect things, so she asked if it would be alright for her to look forward to results too. Vickers spoke with a soft voice, acknowledging and assuring her that it was indeed alright to look forward to the outcome. As night fell and heavy rain poured, the sound of raindrops filled the forest. Amidst this, Vickers found himself confronting a giant salamander. The creature attacked, but Vickers effortlessly sliced its arm with Beelzebub. However, to his surprise, the severed limb regenerated in a few moments. Vickers realized that it was indeed true that if the salamander's head remained intact, it could continue to regenerate itself. Vickers declared that this was the last thing he needed to confront the madam. Fixing his opponent with a cold gaze, Vickers demanded the salamander to bestow upon him its ability. Now, the three abilities in Beelzebub were Burn Injury, Silent Heal, and Regeneration. Hound wiped the sweat from his face and declared that the construction of the house was complete. One friend was shocked by his unexpected skill in house building, while another asked if this house was for Vickers. Hound proudly explained that Vickers was like a brother to him, emphasizing that building a house for Vickers was a genuine act of brotherly duty. Laughter filled the air as the friends reminisced about Hound's initial disdain for Vickers. Hound dismissed the teasing, highlighting that thanks to Vickers, the village had finally returned to its original state. Eager to share the news, they headed to Vickers' tent, only to find it empty. One friend suggested he might be out. Hound was a bit disappointed as he wanted to see Vickers' touched expression. The second friend, skeptical, questioned whether the Vickers would ever show such an expression. Meanwhile, Ayan observed from a distance, fully aware that the anticipated day had arrived. She prayed to the god of the forest, seeking blessings for the great warrior who was about to come face to face with disaster. Vickers stood near Madam's lair, observing the dark clouds in the sky. He predicted that it was going to rain soon. Vickers was certain that Madam would be sleeping now, making it the ideal time to hunt her. He had already considered dozens of variables that could arise during the hunt, and had planned out methods to handle each situation. Now, it was time to set his plan into motion. Jumping into her lair, Vickers declared the commencement of the hunt. Meanwhile, Madame Eight Legs peacefully slept inside, completely unaware that her demise was swiftly approaching. Vickers swiftly reached her, employing Baskerville's sixth technique to sever one of her legs. Madame's peaceful slumber was shattered by pain, and she let out a scream. Vickers landed safely and observed that her leg had regenerated. As mentioned in Adonai's records, the severed leg had doubled. In retaliation, Madame attacked, and Vickers decided that now he could use Plan 1. He moved like lightning and began systematically cutting her legs. Another scream escaped Madame as she spewed poison in his direction. Vickers, quick on his feet, skillfully started dodging the poison clusters. However, he couldn't avoid them forever, and a single drop of poison landed on his arm. A grunt escaped him as he realized Madame's poison was spreading rapidly. Reluctantly, Vickers decided on a drastic measure and cut off his poisoned arm. Moments later, to Madame's shock, his whole arm regenerated. Vickers calmly taunted her not to act surprised, mentioning that he was now in the same position as her. Undeterred, he charged at Madame, initiating a fierce battle. He focused on cutting her legs, expertly dodging her attacks and the poisonous onslaught. However, he couldn't evade her attacks forever, and one of Madame's strikes obliterated his arm and a leg. Rolling down onto Madame's leg, Vickers attempted to slow his fall. It was enough time for his arms and legs to regenerate. Without hesitation, Vickers resumed his assault, cutting down Madame's legs one by one. The battle continued for a long time as both opponents refused to give up. After a relentless struggle, Madame's severed legs lay on the ground, and Vickers panted heavily as his arm and leg regenerated once more. He had already forgotten the count of how many times he had regenerated, and he was now feeling tired as it took a lot of stamina to regenerate. On the other hand, Madame was doubling her legs effortlessly. Despite his fatigue, a sudden smile crossed his face. With swiftness fueled by determination, Vickers utilized spider webs for support and began ascending to the top of the lair. Madame noticed his actions and attempted to follow him, but she found herself unable to move upward. Vickers looked back at her with a sly smile and revealed that he knew he wouldn't be able to catch up to Madame. It was all part of his plan for Madame to double the number of her legs. He acknowledged that Madame's ability to duplicate her legs when they got cut seemed a godlike skill, but it could turn into a curse if she kept duplicating the same leg, as it becomes difficult to move. Madame retaliated with a web attack, but Vickers easily dodged it. He recalled that he already knew she would use her web when it came to this. Vickers, summoning Beelzebub, revealed that after observing her web, He had identified a critical weakness. A wide smile spread across Victor's face as he pointed out that while it resisted normal fire, it burned like wood when exposed to the purple hellfires from the underworld. And this place was filled with gas from all the corpses. He climbed onto the dead bear's corpse and mentioned that it seemed like the best condition for a fire to spread. With a sinister smile directed at Madame Eight Legs, Victor declared that she had stacked up too much karma because she was drunk on power. And now it was time for her to receive that karma. Victor thrust Beelzebub into the dead bear's head and ignited hellfire, causing a powerful explosion that reverberated through the lair. Some days ago, Victor stood at his study table, deep in thought. During his practical assessments, he encountered Cerberus, who had been chased from its territory, prompting a question to surface in his mind. He wondered why the tribe members went out of their way to chase away dangerous monsters from the La Rouge et La Noire mountain. But now he knew that the answer was because of expanding territories. The tribe members had been pushed away by Madame all the way to La Rouge et La Noire mountain. And knowing this, he finally understood Madame's hidden intentions. Madame had strategically employed the barbarians in the forest to drive away Cerberus and hellish monsters, distancing herself from her weakness, the dreaded hellfire. Victor had never expected that her very weakness was concealed right under his nose. With determination, he thrust Beelzebub into the bear's head and unleashed hellfire upon it. The flames spread, triggering a chain reaction that engulfed other bodies. The formidable Madame Eight Legs found itself shrouded in fire, prompting Victor to declare that it was time for her to take her trophies back. Victor, having exited the cave, turned to observe the explosions behind him. After realizing Madame's weakness was hellfire, he formulated a plan. The key was to ensure that Madame couldn't escape her lair. She wouldn't be able to climb up due to her duplicated legs, and she wouldn't be able to use her webs either. In that situation, it was impossible for her to escape. No matter how strong Madame was, as long as she was a living creature, her lungs would burn as she tried to breathe the hot air, and her skin and outer carapace would melt from the hellfire. All that remained was to wait for Madame to succumb. Once the fire extinguished, he planned to acquire her unique ability. However, his contemplation was interrupted as the ground beneath him trembled. When he turned his attention back to the lair, the tremors stopped, and in the next moment, the lair exploded. Victor watched in shock as Madame emerged from the wreckage. Bewildered, he realized that she had destroyed the mountain to escape. The Madame hissed and released a torrent of poison into the air. The poisonous substance exploded into fragments, scattering across a wide area. Wherever the poison touched, it began to dissolve and melt everything in its path. Victor stood beneath Madame and realized that she couldn't see him. He concluded that it was because the fire had burned away her eyes and the hair on her body, rendering her unable to perceive him. Furthermore, the destruction of the mountain had left a crack in her shell. With determination, Victor leaped into action, ascending into the air. As he began his descent, he focused on targeting the newly formed crack in the Madame's shell. Aligning Beelzebub with precision, he executed the Baskerville 6 technique, striking the crack. The impact pushed Victor back and elicited a cry from the Madame. Examining the crack, Victor realized that a single blow might not be enough. Undeterred, he steeled himself for another assault. However, his plans were abruptly halted as the Madame's burnt eyes and skin peeled off. Moments later, they regenerated right in front of his eyes. Victor was shocked by this unexpected development and had little time to process it as one of the Madame's legs reached him, sending him flying back through the forest. Lying on the ground, Victor realized that he had made a mistake. He hadn't expected that Madame could molt and regenerate selected parts of her body. Furthermore, both his legs had been blown away, and he sensed that he was regenerating slower than before, causing fatigue. As Madame closed in, Victor panted heavily, realizing that he had to hurry and get up. Amid his struggle, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts, questioning the purpose of his fight against such a monster. The voice suggested that he should have already left the dense forest to fulfill his goal. The only thoughts in his mind should have been revenge against Hugo and killing him. An image of his older self from his past life materialized, casting a cold gaze and asserting that his only desire was vengeance. Older Victor from the past admonished present Victor, accusing him of growing sluggish and dull since entering the forest. He bellowed a reminder, urging him to recall the seething hatred he harbored for Hugo, and the moment he sliced his throat. Victor van Baskerville, the only reason for his existence was to carry out the missions given by his master. No matter what the situation was, the mission was more important than his life. From the moment he was born, that was what he was taught. That was how things were, and that was the only way he felt fulfilled. Or so he believed. When he was beheaded by his master, he realized that his life was futile and vain. Older Victor revealed his desire to inflict upon Hugo the same despair he endured. He chastised present Vicar for messing up the plan and accused him of ruining everything. He exclaimed that the sole reason for his existence was to kill Hugo and destroy Baskerville. Vicar was confused and began to ponder the essence of his existence. He wondered if there had ever been a moment in his past life when he defied Hugo's will. And he found his answer: there was that one time. Vicar gazed into the forest as he entertained the idea of breaking away from the team. His mind wrestled with the decision, trying to figure out the right choice. Ultimately, Vicar remained rooted behind his comrades, following their lead. He recognized that he had merely followed the path dictated by his chains. After all, he was just another one of Hugo's well-trained bloodhounds. In a moment of defiance, Vicar declared his independence, refusing to be shackled any longer by Hugo's commands or his own thirst for vengeance. He declared that he would no longer grant them the right to do anything. With clarity, Vicar acknowledged the regret he harbored for his past decisions, especially at the moment of his execution by Hugo. He resolved not to live as a mere instrument of another's will, no longer content to be a hunter pursuing prey. Madame Eight Legs unleashed ear-piercing screams as she launched an attack toward Vicar, her leg aimed at him to terminate his life. Meanwhile, Vicar's fingers clenched the soil as he declared what he sincerely wanted was freedom. With agility born of desperation, Vicar narrowly evaded Madame's assault. Amidst the chaos, he contemplated his yearning for revenge and the longing to safeguard his home. All his aspirations converged into a singular point: the desire to live according to his own will. With steely resolve, Vicar focused ahead, determined to seize control of his fate. As Madame's attack bore down on him, he rallied himself, screaming internally to rise and fight, in order to no longer be controlled by anyone or anything. Before Madame's strike could land, an arrow pierced her leg, shattering it. Soon, a barrage of arrows rained down upon her, eliciting agonized cries. Vicar, astonished, turned his gaze toward figures standing on a distant hill, their intervention coming as a surprising relief in his dire predicament. On the hill, Ayan and the matriarch stood armed with bows. Ayan's voice echoed fiercely as she defended her husband candidate from Madame Eight Legs' onslaught. Calling out to Vicar, she declared their alliance, ready to fight alongside him. Ayan's command resonated among the Balak warriors, rallying them to support Vicar in his struggle against Madame. The air buzzed with anticipation as they readied themselves for battle, united in their determination to aid the hero of the forest. As arrows continued to rain down on Madame, she hissed in frustration. Meanwhile, Vicar's legs regenerated, empowering him to climb onto Madame's back. Despite his exasperation at her disregard for his warnings, Vicar expressed gratitude to Ayan for her timely intervention, acknowledging that her actions had saved him. Pressing forward, Vicar attacked the cracked spot with Beelzebub. However, the resulting blast pushed him back, and he realized that it was not easy to destroy Madame's shell. Undeterred, Vicar refused to succumb to despair, resolving to persist in his efforts. With determination burning in his heart, he vowed to continue trying until he found a way to overcome the seemingly insurmountable obstacle. But before he could make his move, Madame went rampant and started stamping her legs on the ground, causing huge explosions. Balak warriors retreated to a safe distance, warning each other of the impending danger. But Ayan recognized the significance of Madame's actions and concluded that Vicar had successfully cornered her. She urged her comrades not to falter and to continue fighting. Meanwhile, the matriarch remained atop the hill, her breaths labored as she watched the unfolding chaos. She had deemed Madame a disaster, so she never even thought of killing her. It was as if all the cells in her body thought that it was the obvious thing to do. But the young warrior in front showed her how to destroy that fear, and how to go against a disaster. Matriarch resolved to take action even if she had to vomit blood or if her injuries ruptured. As aura filled her body, her muscular physique was on full display. She prepared herself and unleashed an arrow, intending to open up a path for the warriors desperately resisting Madame. The arrow, created through aura, flew at an unbelievable speed and found its mark, striking Madame with explosive force. The resulting blast reverberated through the air, eliciting a resounding scream from Madame as she recoiled from the impact. Vicar saw this as an opportunity and moved with lightning speed, covering a vast distance in an instant until he stood near the cracked spot on Madame's body. He gathered all his power and unleashed the Baskerville First technique, Deeply Piercing Fang. The ferocious attack triggered a colossal explosion, rupturing Madame's shell and creating an opening. Ayan gasped in shock and realized that Vicar had entered Madame. But this was merely the beginning of his onslaught. Vicar pressed on, employing successive techniques with relentless precision. The second technique, Biting Fang, was swiftly followed by the third technique, Slicing Fang. He seamlessly transitioned into the fourth technique, Tearing Fang, and then unleashed the fifth technique, Shredding Fang. Madam's agonized screams echoed through the air as blood gushed from her mouth, evidence of the internal injuries inflicted by Vikir's relentless assault. Burning with power and determination, Vikir refused to live the life of a bloodhound led by its shackles. With each strike, the bindings that had restrained him began to shatter. Finally, he broke free, executing the Baskerville 6 technique, crushing Fang, delivering a final, decisive blow. Madam unleashed a piercing scream as Vikir's relentless onslaught of Baskerville techniques inflicted multiple injuries upon her. Suddenly, her eyes bulged, and Vikir burst forth from them, emerging from her body. The Balak warriors, witnessing this surreal event, stood in shock. Ayan exclaimed in disbelief at Vikir's emergence from Madam's eye. Madam fell to the ground, causing dust to blanket the area. The warrior watched in shock at this surreal scene. Vikir lay near Madam's body, exhausted. He writhed in pain as poison coursed through his veins. Vikir pondered the source of the poison and realized it must have been lurking in Madam's blood. His focus returned to Madam, who twisted in agony, fighting desperately to cling to life. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Vikir knew he had to act swiftly to cleanse the poison from his body. But before he could take any action, darkness overtook him, and his vision faded. Amid this darkness, Vikir's hand raised upward involuntarily, and Beelzebub emerged from it. The sword pierced Madam's body, beginning its gruesome feast. Madam Eightlegs found herself in an unfamiliar space and was confused by this sudden change. She was then confronted by Beelzebub and 3 bosses who had been absorbed by it. Cerberus lunged forward, its 3 heads biting at Madam's legs with ferocity. Under Beelzebub's command, Madam's soul began to be devoured, succumbing to its insatiable hunger. Meanwhile, Vikir heard someone calling out to him desperately, but people warned them not to get closer because of poison. However, Ayan pushed towards him urgently, pleading for him to hold on. Yet Vikir's eyes closed once more. Moments later, Vikir stirred and called out to Ayan in a subdued voice. He opened his eyes, addressing her with a hint of annoyance, urging her to quiet down as her voice was too loud for him to rest. Ayan, teary-eyed, expressed her relief and scolded him gently for worrying her. As the battle against Madam Eightlegs reached its conclusion, Beelzebub emitted a satisfied slurp after devouring her. The 3 abilities it now possessed were Deadly Poison obtained from Madam Eightlegs, Silent Healing obtained from Mashasu, and Regeneration obtained from the Swamp Marsh Salamander. Some days later, the Balak warriors lay sprawled on the ground, intoxicated from the festivities. The matriarch, along with another tribe's chief, sat atop Madam's head, raising their cups in a toast. Vikir sighed, observing the revelry around him. He couldn't help but wonder how many days had passed since the festival began. He found that these villagers certainly knew how to enjoy themselves. As Vikir approached Bakira, he was greeted with a cheerful expression. He inquired about Bakira's well-being and praised him for overpowering another wolf and finding his partner despite losing a leg. He reassured Bakira that he had avenged him and instructed him to rest now that justice had been served. Reflecting on his own growth, Vikir pondered the changes he had experienced since defeating Madam. Although unskilled, he was able to use the 7th technique. He wondered if this was due to the achievement effect he had obtained after killing Madam, or if it was due to his increased understanding of martial arts gained through the life or death experience. Despite acknowledging his progress, Vikir admitted that compared to Hugo's 7th technique, his own technique was still imperfect. It remained difficult to challenge Hugo, a skilled swordsman, head-on. Nonetheless, Vikir felt that he had grown significantly stronger compared to previous times. Breaking the garland around his neck with determination, Vikir declared that since he had accomplished his goal in this place, it was time to return to Baskerville. Some days later, Vikir, dressed properly and ready to depart, bid farewell to the village. He expressed gratitude to the matriarch for letting him leave readily. The matriarch, in turn, reassured him that she had no reason to stop him. She emphasized that once he had become part of their family, he would always remain so. Just because they were separating did not mean that their ties as a family were severed. Wherever and whenever he would be a Balak hunting commander. With a smile, Vikir acknowledged her words before scanning the crowd gathered to bid him farewell. Not seeing Ayan among them, he assumed she had chosen not to come, understanding her reluctance to see him leave. Turning to leave, Vikir expressed his departure, prompting heartfelt words of encouragement and support from the gathered group. They pledged their aid whenever needed, urging him to pursue greatness and remember them on his journey. Ahun, with eyes filled with emotion, told him to come back anytime and that he would wait for him there. Meanwhile, Ahul instructed him to keep them updated. As he ventured into the forest, the voices of his companions echoed behind him, bidding him farewell and wishing him well on his heroic path. Vikir left the forest with a smile, but his steps faltered as he spotted someone standing ahead. Ayan stood before him, holding something in her hand. Ayan questioned if he was really leaving, to which he responded with silence. Ayan approached him and handed him something that she had been holding in her hands. Vikir examined it but was puzzled about what this thing was. Ayan averted her gaze with a shy expression and explained that this was Anubis, the large bow once wielded by Adonai, which she had adjusted for him to use. Vikir wondered if this was why he hadn't seen her for the last few days. Ayan then surprised him once more, placing a choker around his neck. Vikir examined it and noted that the choker had a broken chain. Ayan explained that she had crafted it because he kept talking about bloodhounds during his collapse and subsequent sleep. She emphasized that he was not a bloodhound, since no matter what, a bloodhound wouldn't act like he does. She asserted that he was a wolf, and it was odd to see him dragged around by a chain. Vikir reflected on her words, touched by her thoughtfulness and understanding. His smile widened at her unexpected gesture of comfort. He began to express his gratitude, but before he could finish, Ayan grasped the chain of the choker, pulling him closer. Their lips met in a tender kiss, enveloping them in a moment of silence and emotion. Finally, after some moments, Ayan released him, and soon tears welled in her eyes. She turned away, walking back toward the village, her voice trembling as she spoke. She mentioned that she had heard it was a customary way to say goodbye in the Empire. Reflecting on their past, she remarked on how Vikir had once been weaker than her, but noted his substantial growth since then. She bid him farewell, urging him to take care. Vikir smiled and mentioned that it was the first time he had heard that this was a way to say goodbye in the Empire. He assured her they would meet again, bidding her farewell with a promise of a next time. Upon hearing this, Ayan stooped on her track and wiped away her tears. She turned to look back at him with a gentle smile and said, "See you next time." Vikir, having left the forest behind, arrived at a city. Standing at a vantage point, he gazed down at the familiar sight of Red All Castle, remarking on its unchanged appearance since his last visit. He saw the Morg clan's flag on the city wall and speculated that they were still here, likely continuing their ruby mining operations. This indicated their ongoing alliance with the Baskervilles. Just then, Camus Morg's image flickered in his thoughts, prompting him to wonder if she was still here. With a sigh, Vikir anticipated the inevitable criticisms he might face upon encountering Camus. Resolving to confront the situation, he leaped down from the city wall, landing gracefully. Surveying his surroundings, he acknowledged the lateness of the hour and decided to seek refuge in an inn for the night. However, his attention was soon captivated by a towering gold statue. Intrigued, Vikir questioned the origins of the statue, considering the substantial effort required for its construction and the need for approval from both influential families. He pondered whether Hugo had sanctioned its creation. His musings were interrupted by a guard's stern voice, admonishing him for approaching the hero's statue. The guard issued a stern warning, cautioning him against any attempt to tamper with the gold statue. He advised him not to touch it and to merely observe from afar. Intrigued, Vikir turned his attention to the guard and questioned whom he was referring to as a hero. The guard was visibly surprised and asked Vikir if he was a foreigner, and really didn't know whose statue it was. His eyes gleamed with admiration as he expressed astonishment at the fact that there were still people within the Empire who didn't know about the hero, and as someone who was there when it happened, the guard found himself unable to hold back. The hero had the power to slay countless barbarians with a mere sword, not to mention his chivalry and fortitude when he plunged into a deadly situation. He saved the weak and beloved daughter of the Morg family, and his sacred sacrifice bought time for the joined forces to escape while he bravely fought against the large monster. Overwhelmed by the emotional resonance of the hero's tale, the guard explained how the Morg family, in gratitude, had carved the gold statue. A realization dawned upon Vikir as he connected the dots, his thoughts racing. The guard, in his fervor, exclaimed the hero's name, Vikir van Baskerville. Vikir, caught off guard, concealed his reaction as a drop of sweat formed on his brow. His earlier suspicions about the story were confirmed, leaving him momentarily stunned by the revelation of his own identity. In a bustling bar elsewhere in the city, Morg's three flowers were indulged in liquor and reminisced about their encounters with Sir Vikir. Hysis, reflecting on her initial impression of Vikir, admitted to being captivated by him from the start, while Middleseas and Losis concurred, acknowledging his undeniable allure. Morg soldiers nearby chuckled at the sisters' infatuation, recognizing their admiration for the legendary figure. Losis confessed to being drawn to Vikir's magnetic charm, expressing a desire to draw closer to him, but she found it challenging. Middleseas reminisced about their conversations with Vikir when they first met, although the 3 mutts from the Baskerville family interfered. Hysis, in a moment of fervor, proclaimed Vikir as a source of rejuvenation, surpassing even the grandeur of the gold statue nearby. Meanwhile, Vikir sat at a distance, contemplating the stark differences between his recollections and the current reality. He pondered whether the accomplishments attributed to him were, in fact, the result of Adolf Morg's actions and the combined efforts of others. However, he acknowledged his confrontation with the madam at the end, and the valuable information gleaned through the conversations of the Morg sisters. Lost in his thoughts, Vikir recalled the events from 2 years prior when his disappearance had fueled Hugo Le Baskerville's fury, leading to multiple confrontations with the Morg family. Despite the significant compensation offered by the Morgs, Hugo's anger didn't subside. Vikir acknowledged that it was understandable as he had lost a useful bloodhound. Moreover, the compensation received from the Morg family wasn't satisfactory. Hysis expressed longing for Vikir, stating that if he were still alive, they would have made a great couple. Middleseas followed by asserting her own superiority and winning him over. Losis tried to intervene, suggesting that all three of them could date him. As the Morg sisters continued their banter, Vikir's patience wore thin. Deciding he couldn't bear their conversation any longer, he settled his bill and made to leave. However, Hysis noticed his departure and called out to him, labeling him suspicious. Her sisters, perplexed by her sudden outburst, attributed it to her inebriation. Ignoring Hysis's demands, Vikir continued on his way, inciting her frustration as she angrily protested his disregard for her command. Hysis, fueled by anger and frustration, unleashed a binding spell, causing veins to sprout from the ground in an attempt to ensnare him. However, Vikir displayed remarkable agility, swiftly evading the numerous vines, leaving everyone in the room stunned by his nimble maneuver. As Vikir gracefully landed on the ground, he found himself surrounded by individuals wielding weapons and spells, their attention fixed on him. A Morg mage demanded his identity, ordering him to remove his hood. Vikir felt that things were getting annoying, but it didn't matter as he was going to inform the Baskerville family of his return anyway. With a calm resolve, he lowered his hood, revealing his face to the astonished onlookers. The faces of the Morg three flowers flushed with surprise and admiration, exclaiming in awe at his appearance. However, their initial fascination quickly turned to confusion as a Morg mage noted the discrepancy between Vikir's expression and the statue's likeness, as well as his distinct red eyes and black hair. Realization dawned upon the Morg sisters as they pieced together Vikir's true identity. With incredulity and disbelief, they uttered his name in unison, Sir Vikir. The following day, as Vikir prepared to depart from the city, the Morg three flowers approached him. Hysis suggested he could have stayed in the fortress's VIP room, but Vikir brushed off the offer, citing the unnecessary expense. Losis expressed her belief in his survival, while Hysis teased that he had visited her first, quickly contested by Middleseas. Hysis then mentioned that, as per his request, they had sent valuable news through an owl. Vikir reminded them that he had only requested they contact the Baskerville family. However, Hysis defended their actions, insisting they thought it was good news. Vikir felt that the triplets were annoying and prepared to leave. Hysis expressed concern about his departure, offering to escort him. Vikir declined, stating they must have important tasks to attend to. Hysis countered, admitting they had no work and spent their time sleeping. Vikir, annoyed by their lack of responsibility, resolved to report their laziness upon his return. As Vikir prepared to depart, he couldn't help but inquire about Camus Morg's well-being, noticing her absence. Hysis relayed Camus's current status, explaining that she was deeply engrossed in closed-door training. She had suddenly withdrawn from Uncle Adolph's Hall of Light and then entered the Hall of Darkness. She was currently putting all her efforts into magic research. Vikir was taken aback upon hearing the mention of the Hall of Darkness. He recalled that before he regressed, Camus Morg had a bad relationship with Snake, the head of the Hall of Darkness. He wondered if this development was another consequence of the alterations he made to the future. Before leaving, Vikir instructed the triplets to inform Camus of his desire to see her, and advised her to leave the Hall of Darkness. The triplets were surprised to see that that was all he had to say, even though Vikir was in a relationship with Camus and was seeing her for the first time in 2 years. The news of the return of the hero of Red Owl Mountain spread rapidly throughout the Empire, eliciting various reactions from those who heard it. Chihuahua shed tears of happiness upon reading the letter, while Cindy Windy wore a smile. Adolf Morg remained stoic as he absorbed the information. In the Baskerville estate, an informant burst into the Patriarch's chamber, bearing urgent news. Hugo's fiery gaze burned with intensity as he interrogated the informant regarding the news' veracity. Before long, the word had spread like wildfire. Vikir van Baskerville had returned. Chihuahua greeted Vikir with a smile, noting his change in entry method from the window to the main door this time. Vikir sighed in response and asked why people had gathered outside. Chihuahua explained that news of his return had spread across the empire, prompting everyone to come and welcome him. Expressing annoyance, Vikir anticipated the forthcoming exhaustion from the welcoming crowd. Just then, Pomerian entered the room, calling out Daddy. Vikir corrected her gently, stating he was her uncle. Pomerian proudly presented a dead mouse to Vikir, excitedly showing off her catch. Vikir, amused, cautioned her about the dangers of the Black Death, despite the mouse being a cute rodent. Turning back to Chihuahua, Vikir inquired about the resolution of issues within Underdog. Chihuahua credited the successful resolution to Vikir's introduction of Cindy Wendy, noting her exceptional competence. However, Chihuahua mentioned a case that even Cindy Wendy couldn't crack, leaving no leads. Chihuahua presented a document detailing the alarming trend of children disappearing from the slums in recent years. These abductions lacked ransom demands or any trace of involvement with the black market, leaving the motive unclear. All the children had disappeared without a trace, ruling out the possibility of it being the work of monsters. Despite the absence of physical evidence, Chihuahua suspected that there was a single perpetrator behind these vanishings. Suddenly, he noticed a furrowed brow as he perused the document and called out to him, puzzled by his reaction. Vikir, lost in thought, drew parallels between this children's disappearance case of Underdog City and the one he was once framed for. However, he remembered that it happened several years later. He contemplated a potential connection but was interrupted by Pomerian's excited exclamation. Pomerian drew their attention to the previously deceased mouse, now miraculously alive. Vikir and Chihuahua were both left astonished. Vikir questioned her, wondering if she had brought the mouse back to life. Pomerian gleefully admitted to doing so. Vikir speculated about the possibility of Pomerian's act being a form of voodooism, tapping into mana from another dimension. He queried her about when she discovered this ability. Pomerian nervously counted on her fingers, revealing that it had been a few nights prior, and that she had learned by observing the tribe's people. Vikir's thoughts raced as he pondered the implications of her newfound abilities, particularly if they involved acquiring black and evil spirit magic. In the Baskerville and Morg families, renowned for their genius, children needed to be at least 8 years old to wield magic. Yet, compared to them, Pomerian, at 5 years old, demonstrated mastery over another dimension, a feat difficult to sense. This marked her as a magical prodigy from the Baskerville family, albeit with proficiency in black magic. Vikir couldn't help but wonder how Hugo would react if he found out. He imagined his fury upon learning of her ability to wield black magic and her lineage tainted with barbarian blood. He pictured Hugo ordering Pomerian's immediate execution. Vikir decided that it would be best to keep Pomerian away from him. Just then, a pigeon arrived at the window, delivering a letter. Chihuahua's shock upon reading the letter was palpable, and he called out to Vikir, informing him that something bad was going on. Vikir demanded to know what was wrong. Chihuahua attempted to convey news about the main house and the Patriarch but struggled to articulate his thoughts clearly. Sensing his distress, Vikir urged him to speak slowly and calmly. Finally regaining composure, Chihuahua revealed the troubling news. The Patriarch would soon arrive in Underdog City. In Deputy Consul's office, Chihuahua and head butler Rodwell stood silently on opposite sides while Vikir and Hugo faced each other, the room heavy with tension. After a moment of silence, Hugo broke the deadlock, acknowledging Vikir's return. Vikir confirmed his presence, and Chihuahua breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the breakthrough in communication. Mindful of Pomerian's safety, Vikir had hidden her in the adjacent room before Hugo's arrival, hoping to avoid any complications. Hugo inquired about Vikir's activities during his absence. Vikir explained that he had spent time recuperating with the barbarians in the forest. During that time, he had pretended to be friendly and had gained insight into the barbarians' ways. He had also devised a plan to eradicate them. Intrigued, Hugo asked Vikir to elaborate on his strategy. Vikir revealed that he intended to exploit the barbarians' dependence on the Empire's industrial goods. The barbarians highly valued items such as cheap glass orbs, woolen products, and basic commodities like vegetables and grains, considering them precious. Vikir proposed that by leveraging these goods, they could effectively subdue the barbarians. Hugo, however, questioned the approach, arguing that it sounded more like trading than suppression. Vikir countered, emphasizing that the barbarians would perish as a result of their reliance on these goods. As Vikir's gaze took on a sinister edge, He revealed his intention to request monster subjugation in exchange for the Empire's products. Hugo's face twisted into an evil smile, impressed by the cunning plan to have the barbarians eradicate the monsters while securing their territory and eliminating the barbarians in the process. He praised Vikir as his son, acknowledging his cleverness. Vikir confirmed that he had already laid the groundwork for the infrastructure required for the plan. Hugo, satisfied, delegated the task to him, entrusting him with the responsibility. Chihuahua struggled to catch his breath and wondered if this was truly a conversation between a father and son who had reunited. Meanwhile, the head butler observed Hugo's rare smile with a mixture of astonishment and concern, reflecting on how unusual it was to see the Patriarch smile after Vikir's disappearance 2 years prior. Vikir was determined not to let the Balak people suffer because of the Baskerville family. From Baskerville's perspective, it would seem like the natives are dying as they clear up the monsters, but in reality, they're just returning to the place where the madam was. By stopping the battle between the two of them, the Balak have time to increase their force. Hugo, who doesn't know about the madam's existence, would think that the natives will easily agree to this, without realizing that his enemy, the natives of the forest, are increasing their powers. Just then, Hugo spoke, and everyone's attention shifted to Hugo's teacup, which began to boil. The next moment, intense killing intent radiated from Hugo as he declared that they would not trade with the Lakoko tribe. He instructed them to take note, as he was going to annihilate that tribe. Chihuahua's soul almost left his body under intense pressure, while Vikir remained composed and acknowledged his command. Internally, he wondered if Hugo still held a grudge against the Lakoko tribe, which was one more reason why he should not let Pomerane meet him. Hugo calmed down and expressed regret that all he had been doing after meeting his son after a long time was blabbering bad things about the barbarians. He urged Vikir not to go overboard on the front line again. After he had saved Morg's daughter and gone missing, they had been able to obtain great diplomatic benefits from Morg's. When the imperial family heard about this moving story, they had to think highly of the Baskerville Knights. However, for a father who had lost his son, all that was meaningless. Obtaining things in exchange for losing a child was worthless. So, he advised Vikir not to overdo it from now on. Vikir, however, perceived Hugo's words as mere pretense. He recalled the night before his regression when he escaped after being framed. He remembered the feeling of being stabbed in the back and the cold stares from the bloodhounds with whom he had shared joys and sorrows. At that moment, he realized he had been abandoned by his master. Vikir's thoughts churned with unresolved emotions as he lamented the fact that he wasn't even given a chance to explain himself. He vowed not to let Hugo's pretense dull his resolve. As lightning cracked in the sky, Vikir expressed gratitude to his father for his concern. Suddenly, the room's door swung open, and a voice crying out for uncle entered everyone's ears. Both Chihuahua and Vikir were startled by this sudden appearance. Pomeranian, frightened by the thunder and rain, ran toward Vikir. She sought comfort from him, clinging to him and sobbing uncontrollably. Vikir was taken aback by her sudden arrival and realized the urgency of preventing Pomeranian from encountering Hugo. However, Vikir's shock deepened as he observed Hugo's reaction. Hugo looked at Pomeranian with a mixture of emotions as he recognized that face, his mind swirling with questions about her unexpected presence. Hugo Le Baskerville, the formidable master of the iron-blooded Baskerville family, renowned as one of the 7 families of the Great Rock Empire, had earned his reputation by driving barbarians far from the Empire's borders. He was the Empire's strongest sword saint, having slain hundreds of monsters. Once he made a decision, he never changed his mind, and he was known to be a man with iron blood. However, at this moment, Hugo's emotions began to fluctuate. Pomeranian clung to Vikir, sobbing and expressing fear of thunder. Hugo observed her face and hesitated, his composure shaken as he questioned whether she was Penelope. Pomeranian glanced at Hugo and began crying again, exclaiming about the frightening mustache. Vikir intervened, urging Hugo to calm down. He explained that he had brought the child, initially mistaking her for one of their own due to her red eyes. However, further investigation revealed her origins in one of the border tribes, indicating she was not a family member. Hugo regained his composure and accepted his mistake. He admitted that Penelope couldn't be that young if she were alive. So, he decided to leave, expressing weariness. Vikir bid him a safe return, and he was initially shocked to think that Hugo, who possessed the soul of a swordmaster, was that shaken up. This confirmed Vikir's suspicion that something was going on. Before departing, Hugo turned back and instructed his son to attend the grand banquet the following day. Chihuahua was stunned by the invitation as it was an exclusive dinner reserved for only a select few of the closest descendants. It was the dream of all Baskerville members to attend. Victor, acknowledging his father's command, assured him of his presence at the banquet. However, before leaving the room, Hugo cast one last glance at Pomerian. At night, Victor lay down on the floor near his bed and found that the comfort of a hot shower and a soft bed was so profound that he couldn't sleep. He wondered if this was the effect of living with the Balak warriors for 2 years. His body seemed reluctant to adjust to the luxury. Reflecting on Hugo's unexpected reaction earlier, Victor contemplated whether to report Pomerian's presence and the pendant to his father. He resolved to wait until after the grand banquet to assess Hugo's state of mind. Pomerian could potentially become a powerful trump card against Hugo, but he was determined to shield her from harm. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the room, stirring the curtains, and an assassin stealthily entered. Despite the absence of sound, Victor remained alert, sensing the intruder's presence. The assassin closed in on the bed, preparing to strike, but froze in shock as Victor's voice echoed in her ears, mentioning that it hadn't even been a day, yet information of his arrival had spread fast. Victor swiftly leaped up and used the bed as support to launch a kick at the assassin. Although she managed to dodge the fatal hit, the kick struck her hand, causing her weapon to fly from her grasp. Without hesitation, Victor moved to end the confrontation, but the assassin pleaded for him to wait and confessed that it was all just a joke. Fixing her with a cold stare, Victor recognized her identity and cautioned her to seek an audience next time, as he might have mistakenly killed her just now. The assassin remarked on his peculiar habit of disguising his pillow as himself and sleeping on the floor, noting that he hadn't changed despite returning from the dead. The assassin removed her mask, revealing none other than Cindy Wendy. She addressed Victor by name, acknowledging that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Despite Victor's distress and urging her not to make a scene, she ignored his remark. Cindy continued mentioning how he had sent Secretary Chihuahua after her, and she asked if he knew that she wouldn't take the $10 billion. Victor mentioned that he had taken her ability to generate wealth for capitalists, build trust, and ultimately squander it all in his decision-making. Cindy Wendy expressed that his remark was rude and asserted that as a financial planner who solely received commissions, she claimed credit for preventing Judy from losing the $10 billion he had given her. Victor clarified that he had assigned bodyguards to Judy to safeguard the funds, including a finance expert tasked with handling potential issues. Cindy expressed disbelief, noting that the bodyguards never interfered with her. Victor explained that he had instructed them not to approach her, leaving Cindy stunned by the revelation. It made her realize that she had been dancing in the palm of his hand from the beginning. Victor redirected the conversation, inquiring about the requested information. Cindy then took out some disorganized documents containing the desired data. Victor glanced at the documents with disbelief and noticed that her personality had changed a bit since 2 years ago. He advised her to submit documents in a folder next time. Keeping his promise, he granted her participation in the trade with the natives. Cindy smiled and agreed to address him as boss from now on. Victor knew that these documents contained information about the people attending tomorrow's banquet. He was already aware that he would be invited to the grand event due to his significant contributions. Victor skimmed through the first document concerning Hugo Le Baskerville, the patriarch of the Baskerville family, holding the title of Marquis and boasting the prestigious rank of Swordmaster. However, he found no need to delve further into information regarding Hugo. Turning his attention to the second document, Victor discovered the list of attendees. Among them were Bastontrier Le Baskerville, a commander of the Pitbull Order and a senator holding the status of Count, renowned for being the highest-ranked graduator in military prowess. Additionally, there was Great Dane Le Baskerville, another commander of the Mastiff Order and senator, also holding the title of Count, with similar military prestige. Notably, both were half-brothers of Hugo Le Baskerville, with differing dispositions. Victor was surprised to see that both of them were attending the banquet, as they don't usually participate in internal house events, so he began to question their sudden presence there. Cindy Wendy suggested they might be trying to meet the young legend of the Baskerville clan who had returned from the dead, perhaps to recruit him into their own orders. Contemplating the implications, Victor anticipated a tiring day ahead. He perused the next document detailing Osiris Le Baskerville's attendance. Osiris held the rank of Viscount and was Hugo's eldest son, positioned as the first in line for succession. Cindy Wendy remarked on Osiris's striking resemblance to Hugo, noting his exceptional swordsmanship, which rivaled that of the 7 counts. She also mentioned his imminent elevation to the rank of swordmaster. Reflecting on his past observations of Osiris, Vikir recalled him as aloof and distant, showing little regard even for his own subordinates, let alone his younger siblings of the direct bloodline. Cindy Wendy speculated that excluding Patriarch and 7 counts, Osiris was strongest within the Baskerville clan. She questioned Vikir whether it was true and who was stronger between him and Osiris. Vikir brushed off the inquiry, warning against attempting to gauge their combat abilities. Moving on to the next document, Vikir expressed surprise at the inclusion of Settle Baskerville, who was reportedly undergoing isolation training. Settle held the rank of Shadow Count and was Hugo's second son, positioned as second in line for succession. Vikir pondered on Settle Baskerville, noting his lack of talent in swordsmanship compared to his older brother, and that he was rather weak from a young age. Set's personality differed from other Baskervilles. He was gentle and kind. When he was younger, he was persecuted by Hugo for his weakness. Vikir recalled the time when the bloodhounds, who were dying and thought of as trash, Set was the only one who cried for them. He was the only person Vikir respected in the Baskerville family. As he examined the next documents, Vikir slammed them down on the table, surprising Cindy Wendy. She questioned why he was only briefly looking at them when she had invested effort into investigating. Vikir responded cryptically, mentioning that he knew the individuals mentioned very well. A sly smile covered Vikir's face as he anticipated the intriguing events that would unfold at tomorrow's grand banquet. Vikir arrived outside the banquet hall, pausing for a moment before pushing open the door. Inside, he found all the participants already seated at the dining table. Asserting his presence, Vikir announced himself as Vikir van Baskerville, attending the grand banquet as per the Patriarch's orders. All eyes turned towards him as he spoke. After a brief acknowledgement, Vikir bowed and expressed gratitude for the invitation. Hugo, with his luminous gaze, welcomed him and invited him to take a seat. As the banquet commenced, the guests began partaking in their meals, enveloping the room in silence. The tranquility was broken by the commander of the Pitbull Order, Boston Terrier Le Baskerville, who cleared his throat and remarked on the undercooked meat. In response, Hugo inquired if the meat didn't meet his taste. Boston Terrier clarified that he wasn't referring to his own meal but rather to the meat on the neighboring plate. The commander of the Mastiff Order, Great Dane Le Baskerville, appearing puzzled, questioned if there was an issue. Boston Terrier reassured him that there wasn't, explaining that he was simply pointing out the undercooked state of the meat. He found it concerning for his lovable nephew to eat undercooked meat. Great Dane acknowledged Vikir's lovable nature, asserting his role as his uncle and expressing a desire for him to tread the right path. Boston Terrier questioned why being placed in the Mastiff Order was deemed right for Vikir. Great Dane suggested it was a better fit than the Pitbull Order, which he deemed slow and foolish. Meanwhile, Vikir pondered if both of them had come here to recruit him. The Pitbull Order and the Mastiff Order were part of the 7 orders that represented Baskerville. If it was before his regression, he would have liked it as it was a great offer that guaranteed success. But right now the situation had changed. He views them simply as mutts. As Hugo raised his wine glass, the head butler poured the wine, mentioning that Patriarch was in a good mood considering his usually silent and aloof younger brothers were now showing affection to the young master. Vikir observed the situation, noting that the head butler always interprets things positively, while Hugo finds it amusing when his brothers fight. Boston Terrier turned to Vikir, inquiring about his exploits in the La Rougette La Noire Mountains over the past 2 years. He sought tales of battles with barbarians and monsters, eager to hear his experiences. Great Dane echoed the sentiment, expressing concern for his safety in the perilous forest but also curiosity about his nephew's growth. Hugo intervened, reminding his brothers to let Vikir eat in peace before bombarding him with questions. Great Dane and Boston Terrier both insisted on questioning Hugo about Vikir's growth. However, they recoiled in fear when Hugo sharply ordered them to stop. Standing up, Hugo adopted a cold tone, emphasizing his aversion to repeating himself. Boston Terrier apologized, while Great Dane fell silent with a grunt. Seizing the moment, Vikir rose confidently and asserted that proving his achievements wouldn't be difficult. Hugo acknowledged his long journey and expressed concern about his potential fatigue from visiting the drill hall. Vikir reassured him, stating that he was fine. Placing his finger on the table, he remarked that skills could be displayed anywhere, at any time, as one's daily life was an extension of training. Vikir noted Boston Terrier's overflowing wine glass and Great Dane's slightly undercooked steak. Without hesitation, he channeled aura through his fingers into the table, swiftly cooking the meat and evaporating the excess wine. Great Dane gazed in amazement at the cooked meat, while Boston Terrier chuckled at the sight of the wine glass. Boston Terrier remarked on his use of mana to cook the meat and warm the wine, marveling at Victor's achievement of reaching the mid-ranked graduator level at the age of 17, a feat typically accomplished at 33. Turning their attention to Hugo, they expressed admiration, suggesting he must be proud to have a son who had mastered such techniques. But even after hearing all the praise, Hugo remained silent, quietly sipping his wine. Meanwhile, Vicar found the situation strange. 2 years ago, he had revealed his mid-ranked graduator status when facing off against Madam, yet no one seemed aware of it. He wondered why the triplets, who should have known his skills, hadn't reported it. Just then, Ostris Le Baskerville, the first in line for succession and the eldest son of the Baskerville family, commended Vicar for his hard work and achievement, encouraging him to keep it up. Vicar thanked his elder brother respectfully. Internally, Vicar was taken aback, questioning Osiris's unexpected praise. As the first successor in line for the Baskerville family and someone who closely resembled Hugo, Osiris's commendation felt significant to Vicar. He couldn't help but wonder if Osiris was evaluating him for some purpose. Just then, Set Le Baskerville, the second in line for succession and the second oldest son of the Baskerville family, remarked on the rarity of Osiris praising someone and smiling so openly. Set also noted that he had a poker face like Osiris. However, after receiving no response from Vicar, Set asked him if he didn't recognize him. Vicar assured Set that he was aware of his identity. Set smiled warmly, explaining his frequent visits to the medical wing or isolation training hall due to his weak constitution. He mentioned that his training hall was close to Underdog, where Vicar served as the deputy consul. He expressed his intention to visit him soon to learn about his experiences in the forest. Vicar realized that Set's bright attitude, which was unlike that of a Baskerville, hadn't changed. During the fall, he had served under Set, so there were moments when they were together. Amid the chaos of battle, Set was the only one who comforted the fallen bloodhounds. Set had even comforted him, who was drenched in blood, wandering around the battlefield. Even when he was wrongly accused, Set stood by him and defended him until the end. Set's warm acknowledgement brought a sense of relief to him, and for Vicar, he was the only person he had wished to see at this banquet. However, the next moment, there was a sudden shift in Vicar's expression. He had detected a disgusting stench inside the hall for some time now. This horrific scent, one that only he who was there during the fall would know, the stench of demons. He knew there was a demon hiding among them. Vicar's mind raced as he surveyed the banquet attendees, searching for the source of this disgusting stench. His gaze darted from one person to another, his thoughts consumed by the unsettling presence among them. Vicar closed his eyes momentarily, then refocused his attention on someone. His gaze locked onto Set, who seemed enveloped in demonic energy. Set smiled upon noticing Vicar's stare and casually inquired if there was something Vicar needed from him. Vicar observed Set closely, noting his efforts to lighten the mood with small talk and engaging with the servants. Set's familiar demeanor stirred memories of their past interactions, yet Vicar couldn't shake off the unsettling aura of demonic presence emanating from him. Set looked at Vicar and spoke warmly about his recent appointment as deputy consul of Underdog City. He mentioned that citizens who admired Vicar had even protested for him to take over permanently. Set expressed eagerness to collaborate with Vicar upon his return as consul. After a moment of silence, Vicar raised his wine glass in acknowledgement, masking his suspicions. Set cheered, expressing his reliance on Vicar's support. Just then, Vicar noticed that he couldn't see Set's reflection in the glass. A chilling thought crept into his mind. Could it be that Set was already dead, and his body was now possessed by a demon? Despite the urge to disclose his suspicions in front of everyone present, Vicar reasoned that it wasn't the opportune moment. If he did so, he would be asked to provide proper evidence. Therefore, he resolved to gather evidence before taking any action. Set, maintaining his smile, queried Vicar about which order he was going to join. Meanwhile, Vicar was trying his best to endure the suffocating smell. Set continued and reminisced about his admiration for the Doberman Order's uniform during his youth. But just then, Ostris interrupted and urged him to focus on finishing his meal rather than indulging in idle chatter. Set was taken aback by Ostris' sudden intervention and looked at him in confusion. On the other hand, Vicar felt grateful for the interruption and silently thanked Ostris for freeing him from the unsettling smell. Hugo then directed the conversation towards Vicar, inquiring about his satisfaction with the meal and inviting him to the main house for a discussion. Though surprised by the abrupt invitation, Vicar agreed to comply. After dinner, Vicar strolled beneath the moonlight, releasing a sigh of relief. He reflected on the arduous 5-hour dinner spent with the peculiar company. He also recalled that the official papers for academy entrance had arrived, so he guessed that it might be the reason behind Hugo's invitation. Suddenly, a shadowy figure materialized behind Victor atop the castle wall, launching a surprise attack from behind. Victor recognized the assailant's technique as the Baskerville 6 technique and wondered if he should overpower the attack. After some thought, he concluded that since his revealed skill level was at a mid-grade level, he should not display power beyond that. Utilizing the Baskerville 4th technique, Victor intercepted the attack, intending to absorb the remaining force with the River Styx's blessing and his own aura. However, to his astonishment, his counterattack overwhelmed and dispersed the incoming assault, surprising even himself. Boston Terrier chuckled, impressed by Victor's resilience despite the two-tier difference in their techniques. As he leaped down from the castle wall, he commended Victor's growth and turned to Dane, questioning whether he agreed. In response, Great Dane emerged behind Victor, rebuking Terrier for swinging his sword in the main house. He condemned the act as barbaric and warned Terrier of the consequences, remarking that if Hugo knew about this, then at the very least he would be on probation for several months. Boston Terrier defended his actions as an expression of uncle-like concern for his nephew's safety, insisting that he adjusted the attack to ensure Victor remained unharmed. He then told Great Dane to go his way and stop interfering with pitbulls. Great Dane questioned when Victor belonged to pitbulls, asserting that he was clearly part of the Mastiff Order. Moreover, he couldn't let his precious nephew join punks like them. Their banter escalated, with the Boston Terrier mocking the Great Dane for crying to be saved when he gets a small cut on his paw, while the Great Dane mocked him for being chunky, suggesting he wouldn't have any flesh to get cut. The confrontation intensified as they both expressed their willingness to compete for Victor's allegiance, each claiming to do so for his well-being. Meanwhile, Victor, feeling annoyed by the squabble, made his exit, finding their bickering bothersome. Reflecting on the earlier attack, he felt that it wasn't that strong. Despite facing the 7th count's strongest attack, the highest grade graduator's Baskerville 6th technique, he remained confident in his abilities. He was also the highest grade graduator, but he knew the 7th technique, and with the addition of the River Styx's blessing and the demonic sword Beelzebub, he mused that he could easily contend with at least one count, but he soon changed his thought and felt that he could go against 2 now. His thoughts were interrupted as he found himself face to face with the Baskerville triplets. The triplets poised their hands on their swords, ready to draw them from their sheaths. Victor felt a surge of anger at their audacity, even after knowing the difference between their powers. Now, he had only one choice left, and it was to kill the bloodhound who bared their teeth without knowing their place. However, his fury dissolved into confusion as the triplets unexpectedly knelt before him, placing the tips of their swords at their feet. Victor recognized the gesture as the pledge, a position of vulnerability where a single press could result in the sword piercing their own foot, a symbolic act of placing their lives in another's hands. Perplexed by their actions, Victor questioned their intentions. In unison, the triplets expressed their desire to repay a debt. Highborough recounted his fear of Victor after an attack when he was 9. Middleborough acknowledged Victor's prowess during the hunt for Cerberus, and Lowborough admired Victor's feat in slaying the troll. The Baskerville triplets recounted their admiration for Victor when he went against the giant forest monster. That day, after they barely escaped with their lives, the 3 of them decided that they would become the 3 spears of Victor Van Baskerville from that day onwards. They pleaded with Victor to become their master, whom they, the Bloodhounds, would serve forever. Victor recalled that before his regression, these 3 had captured him when he had run away after being framed. The triplets were also known as Hugo's 3 Spears, and Victor knew they were merely bloodhounds carrying out their orders. Despite this knowledge, his feelings hadn't dissipated. Walking past them, Victor stated that he didn't need things like pledges, and since he was tired, he decided to postpone this for the next time. Secretly, he resolved to exploit their loyalty to his advantage. Before departing, Victor emphasized the necessity of discretion regarding their association and future plans, to which the triplets eagerly agreed, their faces lighting up with smiles of anticipation. Victor's mind raced as he pondered Set's body being taken over by demons, a variable he hadn't anticipated. He resolved to ask Cindy Wendy to swiftly investigate the matter, determined to eliminate the demon no matter the cost. However, before he could proceed with his plan, there was a pressing matter he needed to address. In Hugo's office, the head butler's face was drenched in cold sweat, his expression one of shock and apprehension. Hugo's voice cut through the tense atmosphere, icy and demanding, as he questioned Victor to repeat his words. Maintaining his composure, Victor calmly mentioned the late Miss Roxana, Hugo's first wife, and the daughter born from Hugo and Roxana. Victor sought information about their daughter, Penelope. Hugo's anger flared at the mention of Penelope's name, demanding to know how Victor was aware of her existence. Unfazed by Hugo's reaction, Victor remained composed, recognizing that this was just the opening act of his revenge. A few minutes ago, in the Patriarch's office, Hugo handed Victor a document and conveyed that they had received a notice from the Academy, reminding Victor of their previous agreement to enter the institution. Victor glanced at the notice for the students of the Colosseo Class 20, realizing that his intuition about the reason why Hugo had summoned him was correct. Academy Colosseo was the largest educational institution facilitated by the Grand Empire Rock. Graduation from the academy meant that one would start an elite course at the Imperial Palace or even higher. Before his regression, Victor had attended the academy as the triplets' servant. Back then, he had numerous scars on his face and a limp. He was scorned by the nobles from the academy. But these bad memories didn't bother him now. Hugo inquired whether Victor would be okay with the triplets he had asked for and if there were any others he wished to take along. Before addressing his question, Victor sought clarification about a letter Hugo had received 2 years prior regarding his disappearance. The letter stated that Hugo would obtain a significant benefit from the Mork family, and that Victor would also be given a reward. Confirming Victor's query, Hugo asked if there was something specific he desired as his reward. Instead of a material request, Victor expressed a wish for Hugo to share a story with him. Hugo was puzzled by the request and inquired about the nature of the story. However, Victor took it as if he had been granted permission to ask. After a moment of silence, Victor expressed his desire to learn about Miss Roxana and Miss Penelope. The head butler reacted with shock, while Hugo, in a solemn tone, questioned Victor's words, demanding clarification. Victor reiterated, referring to Miss Roxana as Hugo's late first wife and inquiring about their daughter, Miss Penelope. Hugo clenched his fists, his anger evident as he demanded to know how Victor knew those names. Despite Hugo's rising anger, Victor remained composed, insisting that he needed Hugo's answer before explaining his reasons. He assured Hugo that his inquiry wasn't driven by mere curiosity, and requested his trust. Though still enraged, Hugo struggled to contain his emotions, emitting a frustrated grunt as he fell silent. Victor knew that he needed to understand Hugo's thoughts about his first wife, whom he married through an arranged marriage, and his eldest daughter who had been abducted by barbarians. This was all crucial information necessary to reveal Pomerian's existence to Hugo. He recalled a fantastical tale Butler Barrymore had shared with him. The head butler had mentioned that Hugo used to be an affectionate family man. He had loved his first wife, Miss Roxana, very much, although she had passed away due to an illness. However, Victor acknowledged that he couldn't let Hugo meet Pomerian solely relying on hearsay. He needed to verify the truth for himself. Just then, Hugo, who had remained silent for some time, spoke with a hint of pain in his voice, revealing that Roxana was his only darling, whom he had loved with all his heart, and Penelope was his most precious treasure. Victor was taken aback and wore a confused expression, his mind swirling with disbelief after hearing the word darling from Hugo's mouth. Continuing, Hugo disclosed that his relationship with Roxana wasn't an arranged marriage, and she was a commoner with nothing to her name. He still clearly remembered the day they first met, and it was love at first sight. Victor observed Hugo's narrative, recognizing that he was starting from the first time he met her. Hugo delved further, explaining that their love was very difficult. Roxana tried to distance herself from him because of her humble background, but he abandoned everything and went with her. For her, he was willing to throw away everything, not only his physical body but also his soul. Victor expressed gratitude for Hugo's openness and attempted to transition to the next topic. However, lost in his memories, Hugo continued his tale. He recounted how their love was tested when the Baskerville family sent pursuers to capture them while they were on the run. For the sake of protecting her, Hugo fought with his life and navigated the thorny path where their love was not blessed by anyone. Despite the trials, they persevered, fueled by their mutual love for each other. Eventually, they overcame familial objections and got married, marking the beginning of their challenging yet enduring journey together. Through their love, Penelope was born. He wanted to protect this happiness that he had obtained through struggle. However, Roxana's health rapidly declined after giving birth, and she passed away, leaving young Penelope behind. Thankfully, Penelope grew up to be a bright and charming child. She inherited her father's astute mentality and Roxana's loving heart, receiving affection from the entire Baskerville family. Hugo's expression shifted to anger as he recalled Penelope's abduction by the Lakoko tribe while she was out for a walk. To this day, he still couldn't figure out how those barbarians had entered the middle of Baskerville territory and kidnapped his daughter without a trace. Vicar pieced together Hugo's motivations, understanding that Hugo used Penelope's disappearance as justification to expand the Empire's reach, seeking both to locate her and subdue the barbarians. Hugo must have felt that doing this alone was difficult, so he increased the number of his wives through arranged marriages and started to mass-produce offspring. Decades later, although stationed at the border, he created a powerful family that no one could look down on. That was how the Ironblood Baskerville family was born. To everyone, it would seem like Hugo's cold-bloodedness to restore the family and the Empire's glory. But behind his calculated actions lay the pain of losing the family he cherished dearly. However, Vicar remained unmoved by Hugo's tragic backstory. He recognized that all villains had tragic pasts, but the evil deeds they committed are all that remain. In his view, Hugo was a heartless human who mass-produced offspring and sent them to the battlefield. Despite his hatred toward Hugo, he could understand just how precious Roxana and Penelope were to him. Hugo stared at him with a cold gaze, saying that he was done with the story, and now it was his turn to tell him the reason behind his inquiry. Vicar retrieved a pendant from his pocket and placed it before Hugo, asking him to take a look at it. Hugo examined it and immediately recognized it as the one he had crafted for Roxana, and Penelope was wearing it last. His emotions fluctuated when he opened the locket to find a picture of himself, Roxana, and Penelope inside. Vicar posed a question that stunned Hugo. If Penelope's successor was alive, what would he do? Confused, Hugo pressed for clarification as Vicar moved towards the door, revealing that Miss Penelope's daughter, hence Hugo's granddaughter, was indeed alive. Before Hugo could fully process this revelation, Palmyrean burst into the room, grasping Vicar's hand and addressing him as uncle. Hugo was struck by shock, remembering that she was the child he had seen in Underdog City. Vicar confessed that he had lied to Hugo and revealed that while he was in the forest, he had encountered a child in the Lakoko tribe's territory. The child referred to the person who gave her the pendant as mommy. Shocked, Hugo looked at the picture and the pendant and then at Palmyrean, his hand trembling with emotion. Vicar observed Hugo's reaction and wished him to be confused. Palmyrean was a child whose blood was mixed with someone Hugo loved and something he despised. Vicar wondered if Hugo would be able to keep his composure in front of Palmyrean. As Hugo approached Palmyrean, his demeanor turned cold, and he questioned if this meant that she was born from his daughter and a barbarian. Vicar gazed at Hugo trembling and confirmed his suspicions. As Hugo reached out towards Palmyrean with his trembling hands, Vicar wished for him to be shaken with rage and despair. Once Hugo became so ruined, his revenge would begin. The next day, laughter echoed through the garden, catching the attention of Vicar, Ostris, and the head butler. They stood side by side, their gaze fixed on the source of the laughter. In front of them sat Palmyrean, comfortably nestled on Hugo's lap. As she innocently played with his beard, Hugo chuckled heartily, amused by her antics, and asked if his beard was that interesting to her. Palmyrean, with childlike honesty, remarked that Grandpapa's beard was dirty. Surprised by Palmyrean's address, Hugo questioned if she had just called him Grandpa, his eyes shimmering with happiness. Ostris expressed astonishment, admitting that even though he hadn't lived for a long time, this was the most surprising moment of his existence. The head butler echoed Ostris's sentiment and admitted that even though he had lived for a long time, this was the most surprising moment for him. Meanwhile, Vicar watched in silence, his eyes wide open with wonder at the scene unfolding before him. This wasn't the Hugo he knew or remembered. The image of Hugo he held in his mind crumbled into pieces. Tears of joy welled up in Hugo's eyes as he embraced the realization of his new role as a grandfather. Unable to reconcile Hugo's emotional outpouring with his perception of the stoic patriarch, Vicar lowered his gaze, his face contorted with a mixture of anger and confusion. Vicar couldn't help but question why Hugo Le Baskerville had that expression on his face. Vicar Van Baskerville, 15 years old after regressing, found himself pondering a daunting question as he stood before Hugo. Could he assassinate him? Yet, the resolute answer that surfaced within him was impossible. When one reaches the level of Swordmaster, their mind becomes unwavering, making it nearly impossible to find an opening even in Hugo's everyday life. Resigned to this reality, Vicar abandoned the notion of assassinating Hugo, and, after many years, stumbled upon Palmyrean. As the daughter of Penelope, whom Hugo cherished deeply, the mere thought of meeting Palmyrean stirred a wave of emotions within him, knowing it could potentially affect the Swordmaster. With refined swordsmanship, the assistance of Beelzebub, and the Madam's poison, the possibility of assassinating Hugo grew with each passing day. and today was meant to be the pivotal moment for Hugo's demise. However, as Victor gazed upon Hugo's face, aglow with joy, confusion seized him. Why was Hugo laughing as though he were happy? He couldn't fathom it. Why was Hugo not bewildered? Yesterday, when he revealed Pomerian's identity, Hugo approached her and extended his hand toward her while asking Victor if she was truly Penelope's child. Pomerian looked at Hugo's hand approaching her and said that Penelope was her mommy's name. She caught his finger with her small hands and revealed that her mommy always said she missed her daddy, and that she always kept looking at her necklace. She looked at Hugo and asked if he was her grandpa. Hearing this, Hugo recalled his daughter's cheerful face, and the next moment tears streamed down his face. He collapsed to his knees, overcome with grief, and let out a heartfelt scream. Back in the present, head butler glanced at Victor and expressed gratitude. Victor found himself perplexed by this acknowledgement, but head butler continued. It had always been a far-fetched dream of his to see the patriarch smile like that, but now it had been fulfilled thanks to him. As Victor observed Hugo's cheerful expression, he couldn't help but wonder if it was truly all thanks to him. Standing before Hugo, who had numerous openings, he felt utterly helpless. Later that night, Victor lay on his bed, his eyes wide open. His mind drifted back to the memories of the Hugo he once knew. Victor, on his knees, claimed that he was innocent and asked Hugo why he wasn't even listening to him. He asked if Hugo was really going to put the blame for Baskerville's sins on him. However, Hugo remained indifferent and stated that he didn't want to listen to a sinner. He accused him of not only communicating with demons in secret but even going as far as kidnapping innocent children and offering them to demons. Victor tried to deny these accusations, but a swift stroke of Hugo's sword ultimately silenced him by severing his tongue. With a cold gaze, Hugo admonished him, forbidding him to speak with his filthy tongue, branding him as nothing more than trash. Victor's mind swirled with conflicting emotions as he recalled Hugo as the man who had condemned him to a life of sin and ultimately executed him. Yet, he found himself hesitating to exact revenge. Just then, Cindy Wendy entered the room through the window, commenting that it was rare to see such a lethargic expression on his face. She then questioned why he was lying in bed when he was the one who had called her. Victor remained silent for a moment and then asked why she had come here. Cindy Wendy slammed documents on his face and remarked that she had brought the results of her investigation into Setla Baskerville. She detailed her findings. Setla Baskerville had sponsored numerous orphanages under a fake identity, assuming responsibility for the adoption process. However, there was no information available regarding the individuals who adopted the children, and she was unable to locate any of the adopted children. If Set was truly a demon, as Victor had said, then the situation was dire. It was obvious why a demon would kidnap children, either to use them as sacrifices or as food. Cindy speculated that Setla Baskerville might be connected to the case of Underdog's missing children. Victor, who was looking through the documents, suddenly clenched them tightly. He realized that if the current Set was a demon, then it meant that the Set he had served before regressing was also a demon. He recalled that it was Set who had informed him that Hugo was going to frame and kill him. Victor seethed with anger as he recalled the moment when Set visited him in prison, feigning sympathy while secretly orchestrating his downfall. The realization hit him like a thunderbolt. Set, who had offered comfort in his past life, was the true mastermind behind his predicament, and had used him as a scapegoat. Elsewhere, in the depths of a dark forest, a man holding a lamp led a child toward their destination. The child was confused and questioned their whereabouts, only to receive a cryptic reply that this was their new home. The child, in shock, mentioned that the headmaster had told him that he had been adopted into a good family, but in front of him was just a cave. Set smiled and mentioned that there seemed to be some misunderstanding. Soon, he revealed his true demonic form and remarked that this cave wasn't the house he would be staying in but the place he would be going to. Terror gripped the child's heart as he witnessed the demon's true form. He let out a cry for his mother, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. The demon devoured the child and let out a satisfying smile, stating that children are the tastiest. This wasn't Setla Baskerville but Demon's 10 elite corpse's 10th corpse, Andromalius. Set, whose body harbored Andromalius, sat upon a throne within the dimly lit cave, illuminated only by moonlight filtering through holes in the ceiling. A crow perched upon a nearby table. Set spoke aloud, voicing his concern over the inadequacy of the human supply. He pondered the idea of cultivating humans as a form of livestock and establishing an organization for this purpose. He then turned to the crow, whom he addressed as 8, and asked for his opinion. 8 was one of Demon's 10 elite corpses, known as 8 corpses, and he expressed his dissatisfaction with the idea. He cautioned against escalating matters and raising the risk of humans discovering their existence. Additionally, 8 noted Set's apparent preference for consuming children and warned against leaving any traces that might attract the keen senses of Baskerville's hounds. But Set dismissed the concerns, assuring him that he had laid traps to prevent intrusion into the cave. However, he acknowledged that at this rate, in order to gather enough magic power to open the gate, he would need to suck human blood for 12.5 more years. 8 persisted and advised Set to avoid drawing undue attention from humans. He then changed the topic and inquired about any developments within Baskerville. Set assured 8 that all was well on his end and reminded him to take care of the morgues. 8 assured that he would do his part, and now they, the 10 elite corpses, just need to focus on opening gates that will lead to downfall, since they were the bridges between the human and demonic realms. After 8 departed, Set remained in the cave, brooding over the internal affairs of Baskerville. He hadn't mentioned to 8 how Hugo had become an idiot for his granddaughter. He knew that to weaken the Baskervilles, who posed a threat to their plan, they needed Hugo to maintain his coldness. He wanted Hugo to keep treating the young Baskervilles as perishables, as it would not cause any fuss when he took them. He was sure that this wouldn't mess with the plan, but he wasn't fully confident anymore. Set's eyes gleamed with malice as he harbored deep-seated animosity towards Vicar van Baskerville, whom he blamed for numerous setbacks. He recounted how Vicar had survived a venomous snake's attack in his childhood, and when he thought Vicar had died in the forest, he returned with Hugo's granddaughter. Set felt frustrated that all his plans to destroy Hugo were failing now. With palpable hostility and frustration etched upon his face, Set vowed to eliminate the obstacles in his path, determined to rid himself of the persistent nuisance posed by Vicar and anyone else who dared to thwart his ambitions. In the morning, Vicar and Hugo walked side by side through a hallway. Vicar's mind raced with suspicion as Hugo was the one who had invited him, yet they had been walking in silence for the past 5 minutes, so he couldn't help but wonder why Hugo had summoned him. He observed Hugo's demeanor, noting that he was full of openings and the chances of such a situation happening again were low. Now was the perfect chance to kill Hugo. However, Vicar quickly suppressed such thoughts, acknowledging that while in the past he might have considered such action, he now recognized it wasn't feasible. Just then, Hugo spoke and admitted that he knew Vicar hated him. Vicar was taken aback and wondered if Hugo had sensed his murderous intent. Hugo confessed that he was a father who referred to his sons as bloodhounds and put them in dangerous situations. This was why he always thought that his sons despised him. He had been cruel to Vicar since he was young, even though he did everything well, so his hatred toward him was his burden to bear. All of this stemmed from his vengeance toward the barbarians. It was his carelessness to only know how to live by displaying his anger. Vicar's cautiousness grew. He knew that there was no way Hugo would talk badly about himself, so he guessed that he was trying to test him. But the next moment, Vicar was left speechless when Hugo bowed in apology and thanked him. He had heard from Pomeranian that Penelope was happy till the end. After learning that his daughter wasn't unhappy in her final moments, his heavy heart lifted a little. He felt as though he had been saved. Grateful for Vicar's role in bringing Pomeranian to him, Hugo expressed his indebtedness, offering Vicar anything as a token of gratitude, not merely as a reward for a bloodhound's service, but as a genuine gesture of thanks. Vicar's mind swirled with conflicting emotions as he contemplated Hugo's unexpected humility and gratitude. Memories resurfaced, instances where Hugo had shown him unexpected kindness or trust, leading Vicar to question whether the Hugo before him was different from the one he had known. The cold Hugo might not even exist anymore, and it was a strange thing that had happened after his regression. Because of this, Vicar was even more confused. For the past 17 years, he had only thought of revenge, but now he was able to forgive him. The person who framed him might not have been Hugo, but the person who ordered his execution and didn't trust him was definitely Hugo. He felt conflicted about whether to choose revenge or forgiveness. Despite the turmoil within him, he decided to address his immediate objectives first. He urged Hugo to lift his head and confirmed whether he could truly ask for anything. As Hugo complied, Vicar outlined his request. Internally, he resolved to determine his course of action regarding Hugo once his task was complete. In a serene garden, a man tied up Pomeranian's hair and engaged her in conversation, remarking on the pleasant atmosphere of Baskerville. Pomeranian agreed enthusiastically, noting that Uncle Vicar, Grandpapa, and Uncle Osi were all present. Observing the omission of his own name, the man gently reminded Pomeranian to recall her uncle's name. After a brief moment of contemplation, Pomeranian, with an innocent smile, pointed to the man and declared him Uncle Set. Their exchange was interrupted by the arrival of a maid, who reminded Set that he hadn't begun his isolated training as instructed by the Patriarch. Set admitted his desire to see his niece before starting, but the maid pointed out that the Patriarch had instructed that no one was to approach the young lady. Set knew this and asked them to keep his visit a secret. Pomerian eagerly agreed to keep the secret. Set, noticing Pomerian's hair, remarked on their resemblance to Sister Penelope's. The maid was taken aback upon hearing this and questioned if he had met Miss Penelope before. According to her knowledge, he wasn't even born then. Set's reaction was one of stunned silence, freezing momentarily as he processed the implication of the maid's words. In an instant, Set's demeanor shifted. His head transformed into a demonic visage as he informed the maid that his father was looking for her, urging her to hurry and go see him. Overwhelmed by fear, the maid found herself unable to speak or move, tears of terror streaming down her face. Pomerian suddenly looked back and was shocked to find that Grandma was gone. Set attributed the maid's departure to an urgent matter. Changing the subject, Set asked Pomerian if she liked Grandpa Hugo. Pomerian, with a smile, admitted to it. Set, in response, insidiously remarked that Grandpa also liked her very much and mentioned that she really looked like his deceased wife and daughter. With an evil smile, Set extended his sinister claws towards Pomerian, while pondering the potential devastation her demise would inflict upon Hugo. Before Set's claws could ensnare Pomerian, Osiris arrived on the scene, questioning Set's presence and the whereabouts of the nanny. Set, realizing his plan had been foiled, grunted in annoyance. On the other hand, Pomerian, upon hearing the voice, turned with a smile, addressing him as Uncle Osi. Set explained the situation, stating that the nanny wasn't present when he arrived and found Pomerian alone, so he took it upon himself to look after her. Osiris expressed concern, warning Set that their father would be furious if he found out, and suggesting they keep the incident secret. Agreeing with Osiris, Set promised to resume his isolation training the following week, though internally he vowed to one day exact revenge on Osiris. Osiris, patting Set on the shoulder, expressed worry that he was pushing himself too much and offered his assistance if needed. Set was taken aback for a second and wondered if Osiris was worried for him. But Set hated him because his father had been pressuring him. He was always compared to Osiris, who was a genius, and if Osiris didn't exist, then his life would have been better. Set's thoughts were interrupted as Osiris called out to him. Set covered his face immediately, realizing his emotions had nearly spiraled out of control due to the memories of the original Set. With a composed facade, Set excused himself, citing Osiris' presence as a reason to depart. After Set left, Osiris released a long sigh, realizing that this was his first time admitting to him that he was worried about him. As the Vice Patriarch, it was a given that he had to act like Hugo. That was how he was taught, so he had grown up trailing his cold-hearted father's footsteps. But now, having witnessed his father showing emotions, Osiris couldn't help but wonder if he too would be able to express these awkward feelings that existed within him. Expressing gratitude to his niece, Osiris patted her on the head, stating that all this was happening because she had come to Baskerville. Meanwhile, in his cave, Set vented his frustration by slamming his foot in anger. He lamented Hugo's constant presence by Pomerian's side, which prevented him from carrying out his plans. He then cursed Osiris for interfering and depriving him of the opportunity he had sought. Despite his setback, Set reassured himself that there was ample time before the gate opened, allowing him to bide his time. He realized that it might be more effective to kill Pomerian when she was more valuable to Hugo. He then began to wonder how to execute her when the right time arrived. Should he poison her as he had done with Roxana and make it look like she had died from an illness, or should he employ the barbarians as he did with Penelope? A sinister smile crept across his face as he imagined inflicting a harsher fate upon Pomerian, relishing the prospect of her demise. But he remained unaware that his own demise had arrived outside his cave. Vicar summoned Beelzebub and slashed it toward the cave. Inside his lair, Set was startled by the sound of something breaking outside. Rising in shock, he realized that someone had made a crack in the trap he had set. Panic surged through him as he realized someone had come inside through this crack. He began to wonder who it was that had made their way inside. Moments later, Vicar's figure slowly emerged through the dark passage, confidently announcing his presence, stating that as promised, he had come to visit him. Set was bewildered by his sudden appearance and questioned how he had arrived there. Vicar simply answered that he had followed him all the way, but Set hadn't noticed him at all because he was lost in thought. Set couldn't comprehend how a mere mid-grade graduate had managed to crack his trap. What concerned him more was the possibility that Vicar might know about his identity. Vicar felt that his sudden visit might have caused him trouble. He looked at the bones lying around and asked what Set had been doing in such a chaotic place. He sarcastically remarked that it seemed like Set was the demon behind the missing children's case in the Underdog City. Set let out an evil laugh as he realized that Vicar knew everything from the start. He asked him how he knew this. Vicar looked at him with a cold gaze, acknowledging Set's lack of intention to conceal himself any longer. Undeterred, Set advanced towards him, drawing his sword with malicious intent. He remarked that he had no reason to hide anymore, as there was no one else there. With a manic laugh, Set swung the blade, questioning Vicar's confidence in coming here alone and empty-handed. But it mattered little, as Set intended to kill him anyway. As the sword arced through the air, it left a trail in its wake. Set let out a joyous laughter, confident in his victory and his opponent's demise. However, confusion clouded his mind as Vicar calmly questioned his laughter. Set's questioning look turned to horror as he saw a sword falling down some distance away. His gaze fell to his arm, where horror dawned upon him as he realized his hand was missing. Set collapsed to his knees, clutching his severed arm in agony as a scream of pain tore from his lips. The sensation felt as if his very soul had been cut apart. He began to wonder when Vicar had taken out a weapon, and soon he realized something. Set identified the sword as Beelzebub, the sword of gluttony. In shock, he questioned how Vicar had gotten his hands on the relic of the Grand King of Flies, the holy constellation of the ancient devil. Vicar praised Set for identifying his weapon and realized that, as he had expected, demons are knowledgeable when it comes to themselves. But then he questioned if he should refer to Set as one of the 10 elite corpses who had come to the human world to open the gate to the demon world. Set was shaken by this revelation and demanded to know how Vicar had acquired such information. However, his shock intensified as he looked at Vicar's soul. In horror, he questioned how his young soul smelled like the blood of their people. Set couldn't help but ask if Vicar had been to hell before. Vicar's gaze burned with hatred as he realized that Set was the one who had framed him in his previous life. Not only had Set fooled him into thinking that he was his savior, but he had even executed him in the end. With an evil smile, Vicar told the demon to wake up and promised him that he wouldn't let him die comfortably. Vicar recalled the destruction that had befallen the world before his regression. The gate connecting the demon realm and the human realm had appeared in the sky, and the demons began to invade, marking the onset of what was termed the fall. The gate was opened by the 10 high-ranked demons, known as the 10 elite corpses, who first descended to Earth. During the prolonged war against the demons, Vicar had encountered one of these formidable beings. The outcome was catastrophic. Out of the 671 warriors who fought, 666 perished. Of the 5 survivors, 4 were unconscious, leaving practically 1 survivor. And the reason there was a survivor was because the demon's desire was to match the number 666. The overwhelming power of the high-ranked demon of the 10 elite corpses was destruction itself. Vicar now stood before Demon Set, astonished to confront one of the 10 elite corpses a decade earlier than expected. Observing the skeletons scattered around the cave, he pondered whether Set had devoured young children. Set sensed his emotions and mocked him for getting enraged after seeing children's corpses. He suggested that Vicar didn't need to worry as the children were still alive in his stomach and even offered to bring them back. As Set extended his hand, the haunting voices of children cried out for their mothers. Without hesitation, Vicar swung his sword, severing the demon's arm. Set screamed in agony, but Vicar coldly told him to shut up and declared that the dead could not return. Set cried out in agony, mourning the loss of his arms. However, within moments, a sly smile spread across his face as he showcased his regrown arms, announcing that the regeneration was complete. Rising to his feet, Set remarked that both he and Vicar harbored numerous secrets. He noted that even Osiris, hailed as a genius, had only reached the rank of mid-rank graduator at the age of 30, whereas Vicar had attained it at 17, marking him as an irregular. Since Vicar possessed the devil's holy constellation, Beelzebub, there was a high possibility that he would be a significant variable in the future. Thus, Set declared his intention to eliminate him immediately. Vicar met Set's gaze with a cold glare, asserting that it was Set who would meet his end. Without delay, Set launched an attack, which Vicar deftly defended against. As they clashed, Set smirked, reflecting on the supposed advantage his middle name, Love, gave him over Vicar, whose middle name was Van. Set knew that there was a clan rule where collateral line and illegitimate children were only allowed to learn up to the 4th technique. Therefore, he believed that Vicar couldn't possibly defeat him, having mastered the 6th technique. Set, with full confidence, attacked using the Baskerville 6th technique. But to his astonishment, Vicar countered with the same advanced technique. Set's disbelief was palpable as he wondered how Vicar could know the 6th technique. However, he quickly recovered and smiled again, having already predicted that Vicar still had more secrets hidden up his sleeve. Set launched a secret attack on Vicar while their swords were clashing. Just as Set's sword was about to strike Vicar, Beelzebub erupted with aura, momentarily stunning Set. Vicar sent Set flying by using the Baskerville 7th technique. Set let out a pain grunt and coughed up blood, unable to believe that he had just been hit by the 7th fang. He thought in disbelief about how Vicar could have known the 7th technique, a skill supposedly reserved only for the Patriarch. Vicar didn't wait and charged forward, thrusting Beelzebub into the demon's chest. He then mocked the demon, saying that demons think they are above humans and look down on them. But fooling big-headed demons was just a piece of cake. Vicar recalled that even the heroes who had closed the gate and ended the fall hadn't managed to locate and punish all 10 of the elite corpses. But the situation was different now. The fall had not yet begun, and the 10 elite corpses lacked power and were in hiding. So he realized that it might be possible to defeat them now. Leaning in close to Set's ear, Vicar whispered about the demon's plan to connect the human realm to the demon realm. With murderous intent, he continued, questioning if he might feel some relief by killing Set and his companions, thereby thwarting their plan. Set's entire body shuddered in fear, unable to accept that a mere human was scaring him. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Set shouted in fury, calling him a damned human. Vicar sensed imminent danger and dashed back. He saw Set now covered in a red substance and wondered if it was a thorn made of blood. Soon, the demon revealed his true form, introducing himself as Andromalius. He acknowledged Vicar's unexpected power but declared that this would be the end of the confrontation. Andromalius extended his hand, releasing numerous serpents that lunged forward to kill their prey. Vicar began slicing through them, but Andromalius taunted him, urging him to continue and keep slicing. Despite his efforts to avoid them, a serpent managed to attack from behind, biting his shoulder. Vicar reacted swiftly and cut the serpent apart. Just then, Andromalius's laughter filled the air as he declared that Vicar was finished. Vicar questioned the meaning of this declaration, dismissing the injury as insignificant. However, Andromalius then activated his endless blood absorption ability. Blood began flowing from Vicar's shoulder into Andromalius's hand. With a sense of pride, Andromalius explained that his ability allowed him to control blood. As long as he was up against a living creature, his ability was undefeated. He declared that if Vicar lost all his blood, he would wither and die a painful death. Andromalius reveled in his strength, which granted him the power of a half-immortal. Vicar, however, remained calm, observing his blood flow with a composed demeanor. Suddenly, a chuckle escaped Vicar, prompting Andromalius to angrily question his sanity and the reason behind his laughter. Vicar replied coldly, saying he found it amusing to see the demon obliviously enjoying himself without understanding what he was absorbing. At that moment, Andromalius spat out blood and collapsed to the ground, bewildered as he realized this wasn't ordinary blood. Vicar, with a smirk, offered to show him something impressive. He made a cut on his wrist, allowing the blood to drip to the ground. As Andromalius watched, the truth dawned on him. Vicar's blood was laced with poison. But Vicar wasn't finished. He revealed it wasn't just poison, and in the next moment, his wrist fully healed. Andromalius's disbelief grew as he struggled to comprehend how a human could possess such an advanced level of regeneration, and a poison potent enough to harm demons. Such potent toxins were believed to exist only in the cunning spider from La Rouge et La Noire Mountain, the 9-headed snake from the land of the Titans, and the massive jellyfish from the Black Sea. The idea that a lowly human could wield such power was unfathomable. Andromalius let out a scream as Vicar dropped his blood on him. Seeing the demon howl, Vicar noted that the madam's poison was effective even on the 10 corpses. Beelzebub made a sound, and Vicar deduced that the madam was infuriated because her poison had failed to kill him. This realization confirmed to Vicar that with the Baskerville's 7th technique and Beelzebub's abilities, he, the highest-ranking graduate, could indeed defeat the 10 corpses. Vicar slashed the demon with his sword. Andromalius was bewildered by his opponent's strength, wondering how this monster had become so powerful. His immediate priority was survival. He needed to inform the other corpses and reclaim his dispersed mana. Sensing the impending danger, Andromalius dispersed the barrier, a move not missed by Vicar. In the next moment, Andromalius commanded the water in the cave to turn into blood. The water floated into the air and soon turned red. Vicar observed the transformation, recognizing Andromalius's ability to turn water into blood. Even though Andromalius wasn't at full power, a high-ranking demon was still formidable. However, Vicar remained confident, believing that despite this ability, Andromalius would not be able to absorb the blood. Andromalius, however, pointed out that even if he infused the water with his poisoned blood, it would be pointless. He hadn't turned the water into blood for absorption. With a command, Andromalius summoned his Blood Knights. As the blood pooled on the ground, numerous Blood Knights began forming in the cave, surrounding Vicar. Andromalius revealed that these Blood Knights could use the Baskerville's 6th technique, which he had mastered. In his opinion, even if Vicar used the 7th technique, he couldn't possibly contend with all the Blood Knights wielding the 6th technique. With a sinister tone, Andromalius vowed to kill Vicar and then eliminate everyone he loved, one by one, making him regret challenging the 10 corpses. Vicar, seemingly nonchalant, put his hand in his pocket and remarked that if these Blood Knights could all use the 6th technique, then the situation was going to be dangerous. But he hadn't come here without any preparations. Vicar recalled a conversation with Hugo in which he was granted anything he desired. Pulling out a whistle from his pocket, Vicar showed it to Andromalius, mentioning that since he had lived in Baskerville, he would surely recognize it. Just as expected, Andromalius was taken aback upon seeing the whistle, and sweat drops dripped down his face as he realized its significance. With a smile, Vicar placed the whistle in his mouth and blew it. The sound resonated throughout the vast cave and escaped through the cave entrance, spreading far into the distance. On a distant cliff, a man with long white hair stood, listening intently to the whistle. After listening to the sound, he placed his hand on his sword, ready to draw it. Meanwhile, Andromalius ordered his Blood Knights to kill Vicar quickly. However, Vicar remained motionless, explaining that the whistle granted him the power to issue the orders of Baskerville. Additionally, another function of the black whistle was that it allowed him to utilize the entire Baskerville force. Just then, a red line suddenly appeared inside the cave, slicing it apart. The red line cut the mountain into 2 halves. Vicar stood still as the cave exploded, and the Blood Knights disintegrated into thin air, with debris falling around him. Andromalius struggled to shield himself from the falling rubble. In shock, Andromalius looked up and saw that the entire upper half of the mountain had vanished. The cave had become a wide open field, a testament to the immense power that had struck it. Hugo looked down from the nearby cliff and praised his son upon realizing that his request for the power to control all of Baskerville was meant to hunt a demon. Vicar bowed in respect, while Andromalius took a step back upon seeing Hugo's cold gaze. He was shocked to realize that not only Hugo Le Baskerville but also the commanders and Vice Patriarch Osiris were present. It was safe to say that all the Baskervilles were there. Hugo issued a command, declaring that for the next 6 hours, Vicar Van Baskerville, the possessor of the whistle, would have full command over their entire force. With a cold gaze, Vicar looked ahead and commanded the Bloodhound to rip the demon to shreds. The Baskerville hounds, fearless and unwavering, charged at Andromalius, their swords slicing from all directions. Andromalius let out a piercing scream as swords impaled his body from every direction. Vicar warned the others about the demon's ability to drain blood and regenerate using magic power. He ordered that those who were injured should leap into the poisonous river, as they couldn't afford to help the demon in any way. Therefore, he commanded them not to get a single scratch. With fierce determination, the bloodhounds acknowledged the command and charged at the demon. Nearby, on a cliff, Bostonterier laughed as he noticed the surge in the knight's killing intent. Great Dane, observing the scene, remarked with surprise at his nephew's skill and leadership. Meanwhile, Hugo had a solemn expression, unable to believe that he hadn't even noticed his son had turned into a demon. He couldn't help but wonder if this was the current reality of Baskerville. Amid the battle, Andromalius lashed out at the bloodhounds with his snake-like arms, cursing them. However, his arms were continuously being severed one by one, spitting out blood. Andromalius acknowledged the persistence of his attackers despite their knowledge of his powers. The bloodhounds of Baskerville were more skilled than he had anticipated. Even with his regeneration abilities, the relentless attacks were depleting his magic power, and he knew he needed to find a way out. Just then, his eyes fell on Osiris standing nearby, and a cunning idea began to form in his mind. Andromalius shouted a proposal. He would leave Set's body in exchange for his life. He appealed to their familial bonds, believing they wouldn't easily abandon the Baskerville family's second son. But Vicar, maintaining a cold demeanor, dismissed the offer, questioning whether Andromalius truly believed the Baskervilles would agree to such a deal. Frustration gripped Andromalius as he recognized the futility of his plea. However, his true aim was different. He only needed to sway one person. Turning to Osiris, Andromalius made his appeal, reminding him that Set, his younger brother, had once followed him loyally. Andromalius knew that Osiris was reputed to be the kindest soul in Baskerville. If he could convince him, there might be a chance to survive. Andromalius declared that this was his final opportunity to save Set. After a tense moment, Osiris began to approach him. Vicar cautioned him against falling for the demon's deceit, but Osiris continued until he stood face to face with Andromalius. With a grave expression, he asked if Set's soul was truly present and whether he could still help him. Andromalius smirked, sensing his opportunity. As he looked up, Set's face emerged on his own. In Set's voice, he called out to his brother, claiming to still be alive. With tears streaming down his face, Set confessed his regret, revealing that the pressures of being compared to Osiris and judged by their father had driven him to a desperate decision: to sell his soul to the demon. He showed remorse for selling his soul and admitted that the chaos that had ensued until now was all his fault. So, he asked for a chance to atone for his sins. But before he could finish his plea, Osiris, with unwavering resolve, swung his sword, severing the demon's head. As it fell, Osiris softly expressed his bitterness, lamenting that this was the only thing he could do for Set. Vikir, standing beside him, reassured his eldest brother, telling him not to blame himself. He explained that Set's soul had already passed on, and the demon was merely playing a cruel trick. Osiris, however, couldn't shake the guilt. He admitted that his failure to properly care for Set in their youth had allowed the demon to corrupt him. He lamented not only the loss of his brother but also the tragic fate of the Baskerville bloodline. As Vice Patriarch, he felt ashamed for not recognizing the demon's influence sooner. The weight of knowing that future generations of Baskerville had been sacrificed left him deeply saddened. Suddenly, one of the bloodhounds looked to the sky and shouted in alarm. The severed head of Andromalius was flying away, attempting to escape. Andromalius laughed maniacally and called them idiots. He acknowledged that even though the opening of the gate was delayed, it couldn't be helped now, and his other brothers would do a better job. He promised to return and kill them once his body recovered. Vikir watched in panic as the demon's head escaped into the sky, realizing there was no way to strike from such a distance. Just then, Hugo spoke in a cold tone, reminding his son of a crucial lesson: a swordsman should never show his back. Andromalius felt an unexpected shiver run down his spine, gripped by a profound sense of dread. He couldn't understand it. Set was dead, yet the fear Set had felt toward Hugo seemed to linger within him. Then it struck him. This was genuine fear of a truly powerful individual. As Hugo unsheathed his sword, all eyes turned toward him. Andromalius, still trying to escape, felt a surge of shock as Hugo swung his blade. For a moment, nothing happened, and Andromalius began to laugh, mocking the idea that even if Hugo was a swordmaster, there was no way he could reach him in the sky. But his laughter was cut short as Hugo's sword unleashed a series of slashes that streaked through the air with incredible speed and precision. Andromalius's head was suddenly marked with bloody lines, and before he could fully comprehend what had happened, his form began to disintegrate into pieces. In his final moments, he uttered in disbelief, finding it impossible that he had lost to a mere human. Vikir watched the scene unfold, stunned by the display of power. He gazed at the aftermath of the slashes and wondered if this was the true power of a swordmaster's blade. After a few days, a notice was posted in the squares of all territories under the Baskerville family's control. It announced an investigation into the case of the missing children and related serial incidents, along with a process for compensation according to the special Vikir law. The news caused a shockwave throughout the community. While the arrival of a Demon King-ranked demon on Earth wasn't disclosed, it was openly stated that the horrific incidents were attributed to the Baskerville family's second oldest son. Shortly after, the trial for Newt, Set's mother, commenced. She faced charges including poisoning the children's rooms, poisoning the first wife, kidnapping the Patriarch's eldest daughter, and aiding Set in the abduction of children. Newt was sentenced to immediate execution on a total of 1,642 charges. The most unexpected revelation was that Newt had not been brainwashed by the demon. Even up until the end, she cried out for a final chance to see Set. Following the trial, Set's henchmen were also executed. The person in charge of this case, who managed and controlled everything, was the Vice Patriarch, Osiris. However, there was another person to whom he temporarily handed over his authority, Vikir van Baskerville. Rumors circulated about Vikir's pivotal role in the war against the barbarians and his significant contribution to resolving the incident. Public sentiment was initially filled with discontent. However, it began to shift as people started to revere Vikir. It didn't even take a week for Osiris and Vikir to finish things. The execution of a high-ranking person within the Baskerville family left many citizens in shock. The situation reinforced the idea that even members of the Baskerville family were not exempt from the law, reaffirming the authority and reach of the Baskerville legal system. Meanwhile, at the Baskerville villa, Hugo turned to Pomerian and asked what had changed about him. Pomerian thoughtfully replied that Grandpa's beard was gone. Hugo then asked her opinion on his own lack of a beard, and Pomerian remarked that it looked so empty. Vikir saw the scene and felt as though the previous chaos had never happened. But then he realized that since everyone and everything related to Set had almost been purged, the traces of the demon had vanished from the Baskerville territory. Vicar had tasked Cindy with gathering information on other demons, so now he just needed to wait for the results. However, his thoughts were interrupted when Osiris praised him for his efforts. Vicar responded by complimenting him in return. Osiris then reminded him that since his entry into the academy had been delayed due to recent incidents, he should start preparing for it. Vicar expressed concern about the ongoing chaos within the family. Osiris reassured him, noting that their father had also made this decision. Vicar was taken aback by the decision to send him to the academy given the current situation. In his opinion, Hugo should be utilizing him to finish the task, as it would be more effective. He couldn't help but wonder what Hugo was planning. Osiris, with a reassuring smile, explained that their father was likely concerned about Vicar getting caught up in the power struggles. He shared his understanding of their father, asserting that, despite his difficulty in expressing himself, he genuinely cared for Vicar. Osiris emphasized that, as someone who closely resembled their father, his insights were trustworthy. Vicar's attention shifted back to Hugo, who was struggling to braid Pomerian's hair under the head butler's guidance. After some effort, Hugo completed the task, and Pomerian chuckled at the result. When Hugo asked if she liked it, Pomerian happily affirmed. This scene made Vicar realize that he had been viewing everything through the lens of his past. In his previous life, he had always watched Hugo's back, following him as if led by a collar. That was why he had failed to notice that Hugo also had a collar chained around his neck. Now, the things he once knew were changing. Vicar reflected on his journey in this life, contemplating experience, fate, and despair. His gaze then settled on Hugo, who was smiling and hugging Pomerian. Vicar realized that such an expression was only possible when one wasn't shackled by chains. At that moment, he understood that the Hugo he once sought revenge against no longer existed. Vicar was no longer restrained by his past self. With this acceptance, his thoughts unfolded, and his past gradually faded away. With newfound clarity, he informed Osiris of his decision to attend the academy. Osiris nodded in approval of his wise choice. Suddenly, he turned and grasped the chains that had once bound him. On the other side, the chain was held by numerous demons. With a determined expression, Vicar declared that his true revenge had only just begun. In the dead of night, moonlight bathed the clock tower, and silence filled the air. Suddenly, a monster burst forth from the clock tower. It landed on the ground and demanded to know who its opponent was and how they had discovered information about its contract with demons. Frustrated, the monster launched an attack, shouting curses at Vicar. But Vicar remained unfazed. He summoned Beelzebub and asked rhetorically, "Who am I?" Vicar's sword swung swiftly, leaving numerous cuts on the monster's body. He then leaped high into the sky and delivered a powerful kick to the demon's chest, sending it crashing to the ground. The monster's body lay still and silent as Vicar walked away, his silhouette illuminated by the moonlight. As he departed, he revealed that he was the Night Hound, the Avenger of Demons. On the day when countless people flocked to the city of water, Venecer, the capital of the great empire of rock, excitement filled the air. It marked the entrance ceremony of Colosseo Academy, the most prestigious university in the world. The first day buzzed with activity as clubs vied for the attention of new students. Seniors stood at the forefront, shouting to gather recruits. One called out about a meditation group, offering something enticing, while another waved surveys, asking freshmen to fill them out. Others instructed students to stamp their fingerprint and registered seal on recruitment forms. Amidst the lively recruitment atmosphere, two seniors engaged in conversation. One acknowledged that the freshman recruitment was more competitive than the previous year. The other agreed and mentioned that it was because the freshmen entering both the Fire Corps and Ice Corps were no joke. At Colosseo Academy, there were two distinct classes. The Ice Corps focused on the mastery of physical weapons, swords, bows, spears, and more. Meanwhile, the Fire Corps specialized in the use of magic. Over the course of 4 years, students would not only hone their expertise in their respective fields but also gain a wide breadth of general knowledge. The seniors began discussing the freshmen who had quickly gained the spotlight at Colosseo Academy. At the top of the list were Tudor from the Don Quixote family, renowned for his exceptional skill in spearmanship, and Bianca from the Usher family, known for her mastery of archery. Both had tied for first place in the Ice Corps practical exam and were considered the most sought-after students. Following closely behind them, in 3rd, 4th, and 5th place, were the Baskerville triplets from the prestigious Ironblood swordsman family. Their reputation alone spoke volumes, and the seniors agreed that no further explanation was needed when it came to the Baskervilles. There was one person who was gaining all the attention in the Fire Corps. She was a particularly talented freshman named Sinclair. She had secured first place in the practical exam and second in the theory test, earning recognition for her outstanding performance. The student who came first in the theory exam was Vikyr. The seniors, however, dismissed the significance of this achievement. They speculated that someone who ranked first in theory might be nothing more than a nerd who would likely disrupt the club's atmosphere. With more than 10 freshmen sharing the name Vikyr, the seniors found the idea of tracking him down to be an unnecessary hassle. Meanwhile, Vikyr, overhearing the seniors' discussions, reflected on his decision to drop the Baskerville surname and enter the academy as a commoner. He had hoped this would help him avoid drawing attention, yet it seemed he had failed. Despite the challenges commoners faced in gaining admission, his exceptional performance in the theory exam had inadvertently put him in the spotlight. He resolved to do everything he could to avoid attention so he could move around more freely. His attention shifted as he noticed a group of freshmen gathered around a senior. They clamored for her attention, showering her with praise. One declared himself a fan, exclaiming he had joined the academy just to meet her, while another complimented the senior's beauty. The senior, with a gentle demeanor, urged them to calm down. This senior was none other than Dolores Lund Quo Vadis, the school president and vice president of the newspaper club. She seized the moment, asking the freshmen if they were interested in joining the club. However, they enthusiastically revealed their true intentions. They were just interested in her. Vikyr recognized Dolores and decided it would be wise to avoid her as much as possible. Just then, Dolores sensed something and turned slightly, but by that time, Vikyr had already slipped away, blending into the crowd and leaving the scene behind. After some time, Vikyr arrived at his dormitory and stood outside a room, wondering if it was the correct one. Just then, a cheerful voice called out to him, expressing surprise that they were roommates. The boy, radiating enthusiasm, introduced himself as Piggy. As they exchanged introductions, Vikyr recognized Piggy from his past. Before his regression, Piggy had been a kind person who frequently helped him while he was aiding the triplets at the academy. Back then, Piggy had been bullied by a cruel roommate, which marked the start of his misfortunes. Vikyr silently hoped that history wouldn't repeat itself. Once inside the room, Piggy pointed out the bunk bed arrangement and invited Vikyr to choose a bed. He then asked Vikyr if he planned to attend the freshman welcome party after dinner. It wasn't mandatory, but all the freshmen would be there. It was well known that if you didn't get close to your peers or seniors, life over the next 4 years could become difficult. Vikyr, however, declined the invitation without hesitation. Piggy was surprised by his decision and seemed concerned. He insisted that not attending the orientation would lead to being singled out by the seniors, and Vikyr would also become a loner among their peers. Piggy excitedly shared that many distinguished seniors would be present, including the president, Saintess Dolores. He emphasized the caliber of their classmates, mentioning Tudor, the eldest son of the Don Quixote family, and Bianca, the eldest daughter of the Usher family. Then the Baskerville triplets were attending, along with Sancho from the North Mercenary Guild, who had turned down a top position at Varangian to join Colosseo Academy. Vikyr also noticed Sinclair, who had achieved the highest score at the Magic Tower and excelled in the Fire Corps. Piggy couldn't believe that such remarkable individuals were his peers. Vikyr recalled that Piggy had an impressive ability to gather and analyze information even in his previous life. After sharing all of this, Piggy enthusiastically asked if he would attend the party. However, Vikyr firmly reiterated his decision not to go, leaving Piggy dumbfounded. Calmly, Vikyr walked out of the room, stating that he simply didn't want to go and wished him a good time. As Vikyr walked out, Piggy admired his cool indifference and wished he could learn to do that too. At night, Vikyr perched atop a building, cloaked in his night-hound disguise. Below, in a dimly lit alley, 3 men gathered around a fire, engaged in conversation. The group leader expressed relief that he wouldn't have to hear the children's whining anymore, as they had recently filled all the storerooms with them. His companion inquired whether all the children were headed to their location, to which the third man replied that a carriage had arrived at dawn to transport them, presumably to an orphanage in Quo Vadis. The leader cautioned his friend, warning that curiosity could be dangerous. Suddenly, a fierce man arrived at the scene and berated the trio, demanding they stop their idle chatter and assume their posts if they wanted to get paid. This man was flesh grinder Ron Badison. He called them trash and scorned their lack of fighting spirit, boasting that with his status as a graduator, low-ranked mercenaries like them, who had no mana, were no match for him. He expressed a desire to engage in battle, craving the thrill of combat. Just then, he heard a voice behind him asking if he was Ron Badison. Ron instinctively readied his weapon, turning to confront the source of the voice, his anger flaring at the audacity of a low-ranked mercenary uttering his name. Ron was left in shock when he noticed that all three of his underlings lay motionless on the ground. The realization sent a chill down his spine. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling out to him again, causing him to tense up and draw his weapons defensively. The voice calmly recounted his past deeds, detailing how 4 years ago he had killed a neighboring family, using them as sacrifices in a dark pact with a demon. It continued, revealing that he had joined the Northern Guild Association, gathering intelligence and giving it to the demon. Lastly, he had extracted information from the mankind allied forces. Moreover, while on guard duty, he had used a hand mirror to disclose the location of the platoon's camp. Ron shouted for the voice to stop fabricating baseless accusations and demanded to see its owner. Just then, Vicar emerged from the shadows behind him, revealing that this was how the ally platoon had met their demise. Sensing a presence behind him, Ron instinctively attacked. He was shocked to think he had won easily. But in an instant, 2 sword strikes struck his arms, and to his horror, both of his limbs fell to the ground, leaving him in a state of disbelief as he realized the true threat he was facing. Ron fell to his knees, his voice filled with pain as he shouted about his severed arms. In agony, he insisted that he had no knowledge of the mankind allied forces, questioning why Vicar was inflicting this torture upon him. Vicar, unfazed, replied that the reason Ron had no knowledge of it was because these things hadn't happened yet. He then lifted Ron's head by his hair, demanding information about the contracted demon he had allied with. Ron stammered that he didn't know anything, but before he could finish his sentence, his head began to deform and then exploded. Vicar, however, remained calm and said that another one had died with their head exploding. Pulling out a small diary, he crossed off a name from a list and remarked that this was the third one. The diary, known as the Blacklist, had been created from his memories of his past life and the information gathered by Cindy-Wendy's investigations. It catalogued the names of demon worshippers who had sided with demons and betrayed humanity before the fall. Vicar contemplated the fact that the 3 demon worshippers had their heads explode before he could kill them. He deduced that if this was the demon's skill, it meant they were hiding within the capital, one of the 10 elite corpses who had contracted with them. At night, Vicar stood atop the clock tower, Beelzebub dripping with blood, and lifeless bodies lay behind him. His voice was cold and detached as he acknowledged the count, 29. Reflecting on the situation, he realized that those he had interrogated either died or had their heads explode upon mentioning the demon, likely due to some binding condition in their contracts. Despite the bodies piling up, he had uncovered no valuable information about the location of the elite corpses. Vicar knew this would be a long, grueling fight, and he hadn't expected success on the first day. He then wondered if he should return to the academy. With swift, deliberate motion, Vicar made his way to a nearby venue. Gazing through a window, he noticed that the freshmen's welcome party was still ongoing. After changing into more casual clothes, he debated whether to make an appearance, just in case. Inside, the celebration was lively. Laughter echoed through the hall as students indulged in food and drink. A crowd of freshmen had gathered around Dronzer, enthusiastically showing their overflowing admiration. Vicar's gaze locked onto 2 individuals in the crowd. He hadn't expected to see these 2 figures in the same year as him, great heroes who had fought alongside Camus Morg during the fall, guiding humanity to victory. One of them, a tactical genius from the Azure Spearman family, stood at the forefront of every battlefield, tutor Lama to Don Quixote. The other, from the mystical archer family, was Bianca Foasher, an archer renowned for having vanquished countless demons. As Vicar scanned the party, more familiar faces from the battlefield caught his eye. He smiled inwardly, surprised to see so many of them in this unexpected setting. His thoughts briefly drifted, and he wondered if Camus Morg had also enrolled at the academy. Meanwhile, in the corner of the room, Piggy looked distressed as a senior berated him for not following orders quickly enough. Surrounding him were more seniors, applying subtle pressure. A female senior approached Piggy, carrying a massive beer glass, and offered it to him with a mischievous smile. She teased him, saying that if he could drink it all in one go, he wouldn't have to sing. Piggy, wide-eyed with shock, hesitated, stammering in disbelief at the sheer size of the glass. But the seniors, their voices laced with mock impatience, urged him on, questioning whether he would dare defy their orders. Piggy finally gave in to the pressure from the seniors. He lifted the enormous glass to his lips, forcing himself to drink as they laughed and cheered him on. It wasn't long before Piggy collapsed, unable to handle the alcohol, and began vomiting uncontrollably. The seniors roared with laughter, mocking him mercilessly and calling him a crazy bastard and disgusting. Amid their taunts, they branded him with a cruel nickname, Vomit Piggy. Just then, Vicar intervened. Without saying a word, he stepped forward and draped his coat over the mess. The seniors were taken aback by his sudden appearance and questioned his identity. But Vicar ignored their question, his focus on Piggy. His mind flashed back to the past, recalling that before his regression, Piggy had dropped out of school because he couldn't endure the bullying. He ended up as a low-ranking government official, living a difficult life while caring for his parents. Despite his hardships, Piggy volunteered to fight on the front lines when the time of the fall began. With his exceptional strategic and analytical skills, he saved many lives, and Vicar was one of them. Vicar considered Piggy a friend, someone worthy of respect, and he refused to stand by while he was humiliated like this. Looking at Piggy, Vicar spoke calmly and assured him that he would handle the situation so he could go to the dorms first. Just then, a senior stepped forward and placed his hand firmly on Vicar's shoulder, glaring at him. He questioned whether Vicar was crazy for daring to interrupt a senior while they were speaking. Without warning, the senior slapped Vicar across the face and asked if he was Piggy's classmate, berating him for being so arrogant and stepping in. Nearby, the triplets, hidden in the crowd, nearly exploded with rage, their eyes blazing with fury. They were ready to leap into action to help their master. However, they hesitated when they saw Vicar's cold gaze and remembered his stern warning. He was a commoner at the academy, and he would kill them if they revealed his identity. His words echoed in their minds, freezing them in their tracks. Just then, the sly female senior approached and told her comrade not to be so rough on the freshmen. As seniors, she said, they should treat them with kindness. Smiling mischievously, she added a solution to the situation. Her eyes landed on a massive beer glass, and she told Vicar that if he could drink all of it, they would let both of them go. Piggy looked at Vicar, trying to insist that he was fine and didn't want him to take the challenge. But before he could protest, Vicar picked up the large glass without hesitation and began drinking. The entire room went silent, stunned by his boldness. The female senior watched with amusement as she had mixed the drink with high alcohol content, like vodka and rum. She was sure no human could drink more than a liter of that. However, her face turned pale as Vicar effortlessly downed the drink. Calmly wiping his mouth, he set the empty glass on the table. Without giving the seniors another glance, he began to walk away with Piggy simply saying, "Bye." But before they could exit, a senior shouted from behind, telling them to wait, and grabbed Vicar by the shoulder. At that moment, both Tudor and Bianca, observing from the sidelines, felt a sudden chill run down their spines. Vicar halted in his tracks and turned slowly, his voice cold and piercing as he asked the senior, "Do you need something?" The senior froze and trembled in fear as cold sweat dripped down his face. Suddenly, Dolores arrived at the scene and questioned why there was such chaos. The seniors, still shaken, quickly responded that a freshman had vomited and that they would take care of it. Dolores frowned and, with a sharp tone, reminded them that they couldn't treat the freshmen cruelly, and that they needed to uphold the image of the academy. Meanwhile, Vicar continued out of the room, helping Piggy, who muttered his thanks. The triplets, watching from a distance, gave him a thumbs up, their admiration clear. Tudor and Bianca were still rattled by the strange sensation they had felt earlier, wondering if they had misinterpreted it. Sinclair, the top-ranked student in the Ice Corps practical exam and second in the theory exam, watched Vicar leave, her face slightly flushed. With a glimmer of admiration, she thought to herself that she had found a good person. At the academy, the Ice and Fire Corps attended classes together, fostering a competitive environment among the confident elites. This rivalry sharpened the students' focus, a strategy deliberately employed by the academy as part of its educational policy. In a combat theory class, Professor Vencymore closed his book and ended his lecture on the culture of the barbarian tribe. He then asked if anyone could hypothesize the location of their stronghold based on the known locations of the barbarian tribe. Tudor silently mulled over the past clashes between the Balak and the Empire. He remembered that some battles took place in the highlands situated on the southern front but couldn't recall more details. Meanwhile, Bianca contemplated the fact that most of these clashes occurred in low-altitude areas, leading her to conclude that the stronghold might also lie in a region of low altitude. Just then, Sinclair confidently raised her hand to answer the professor's question. The professor acknowledged her, noting her status as rank 1 of the Fire Corps, and invited her to speak. Sinclair began by referencing military records and academic publications, pointing out that clashes between the barbarian tribe and the Empire had occurred in the highlands. She highlighted that, aside from Highland 8, which was situated on a high mountain peak, all the other locations were within troughs. Meanwhile, Vicar was deep in thought. The 29 from the previous day had all carried a pungent stench of demons, and before their deaths, their faces had exploded. If this was the work of the elite corpse lurking in the capital, one location came to mind. He made a mental note to ask Cindy to investigate that area. His thoughts were interrupted when Piggy hesitantly called out to him. Victor looked up and noticed everyone staring at him. The professor guessed that the ice core was not as good as the fire core, since they had a student who had dared to sleep during the first class. Victor, however, calmly stated that he wasn't sleeping. The professor, struggling to maintain his composure, asked for Victor's name. Victor responded, stating it clearly. The professor pressed on, noting that everyone had seen him with his eyes closed, questioning why he was giving excuses. Victor clarified that, although his eyes were closed, he wasn't sleeping. The professor, taken aback, conceded that it seemed he had made a mistake. Victor dismissed it, adding that it was understandable. Inwardly raging, the professor wondered what kind of psycho had managed to get into the academy. The professor calmed down and addressed the class. The ice core had earned 1 point out of 10 for behavior, thanks to the correct answer given by their rank 1, Sinclair. He then presented a challenge. If Victor could answer the next question correctly, both he and the ice core would be awarded points. However, an incorrect answer would result in negative points for the entire ice core. Victor immediately protested, calling the challenge unfair, but the professor ignored him and pressed on. The question was about the location of the Empire's military conflict with the Balak tribe and the location of their stronghold. Sinclair knew that information on the Balak tribe was notoriously scarce, making the question highly challenging. Meanwhile, Bianca grew increasingly frustrated, knowing that everyone in the ice core would suffer because of him. Victor, however, was unaffected by the pressure. His mind drifted to the happy faces of the Balak people he once knew, causing a faint smile to form on his lips. He then confidently answered, stating that the clash between the Balaks and the Empire took place in the southern region's Highland 1. He continued with more details, recounting specific information about the Balaks that left everyone stunned. Victor knew that after the Ahuman incident, the Balaks had relocated their stronghold, making it safe to reveal what he knew. Meanwhile, the professor was taken aback, recognizing that the information was spot on. He couldn't help but wonder how Victor knew about the thesis that hadn't even been verified by the academic world. Just then, he realized that this was the Victor who had placed first in the theory exam. The professor announced that Victor would receive 10 points for his answer, while the rest of the ice core would receive 1 point. However, he added that despite Victor's impressive performance, he could not overlook the fact that Victor had his eyes closed during the lecture, resulting in a deduction of 10 points. Victor acknowledged the professor's remark and promised to be more attentive in the future. Sinclair hadn't noticed it before because Victor was a common name, but now she saw him in a different light. Just then, the entire class erupted in chatter as they realized that he was the Victor who had placed first in the theory exam. Some grumbled, as they had almost lost points because of him. Tutor observed him, wondering if his knowledge of theory would be useful during the practical lessons. Run Flat is a high-energy sport featuring 20 players on each team. Points are scored when the ball crosses into the opposing team's goal area, and players are prohibited from using mana or weapons. Despite these restrictions, any method can be employed to score, making the game chaotic and thrilling. As the match unfolded, Tutor charged forward, skillfully maneuvering through a group of players. He declared himself the best at Run Flat and insisted it was his time to shine. His enthusiasm drew cheers from the girls on the sidelines, fueling his confidence. The triplets blocked his path, calling him an arrogant bastard for thinking he could break through them. Tutor recognized them and smirked, saying he wasn't interested in fighting head-on against monsters like them. With agility, he sidestepped 2 of them effortlessly. However, the third triplet positioned himself to block Tutor's advance, demanding, "Give up the ball." In response, Tutor unleashed a charged fist, sending the triplet flying across the field. With a confident grin, he stated that he didn't plan on losing. Spectators started praising Tutor for being so amazing and for being so strong even without mana or weapons. Someone mentioned that they had heard he was Don Quixote's Run Flat prodigy. As Tutor sprinted forward, he thought to himself that there was no point in memorizing theory. If you're a true fighter, you need to win with strength. Just then, he spotted Victor standing ahead and decided to tease him a little. Victor felt frustrated as he had told the triplets to stop him from coming his way, and now he might have to step aside. Tutor charged at him, ready to slam his shoulder into him. Confident that with this strike, Victor would realize that studying wasn't enough, one must focus on training too. But Victor remained motionless, and when Tutor collided with him, he was unexpectedly sent flying through the air, losing consciousness mid-flight. The spectators watched in shock, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Tutor landed flat on the ground, and the crowd gasped. Vicar had planned to dodge, but for some reason, Tutor had suddenly run into him. Deciding to play along, Vicar fell to the ground as well, making a sound that suggested he was hurt. Tutor abruptly regained consciousness, his eyes snapping open in shock. He questioned his state, wondering if he had fainted or even fallen asleep during the match. Fragmented memories rushed back. He had intended to lightly shove Vicar, the top theory student, during their confrontation. However, his recollection was hazy, and the next thing he knew, he had been knocked out. Him, Tutor Don Quixote, defeated in a physical confrontation. With renewed resolve, Tutor fixated on Vicar and decided to test himself again. As the next game began, Tutor ignored the goal and sprinted directly toward Vicar. The spectators were baffled by his actions, wondering what he was doing. Tutor shouted, calling out to Vicar and the triplets. The triplets responded, declaring that he couldn't get past them, but Tutor, driven by sheer determination, powered through with all his might. Vicar observed the scene unfold, despite having instructed the triplets to keep Tutor away. Yet, here Tutor was again, charging directly at him. Tutor, convinced this was no mere accident, unleashed the Azure Spearman family's secret technique, the Saint Spear Tackle, hurling himself toward Vicar, who remained still in the face of the oncoming force. The world spun and faded to darkness for Tutor once more. After a while, he opened his eyes to find Sancho standing over him, asking if he was awake. Tutor was still in shock and scrambled to sit up, bewildered by the realization that he had fainted again. Frustration welled within him as he demanded to know what had happened. Sancho calmly explained that after his high-speed tackle, he had ricocheted off Vicar at an equally high velocity. He understood why Tutor was so fixated on him. Vicar was definitely hiding something. Before Tutor could respond, Sancho declared that this time, he would face Vicar himself. Watching his friend be outmatched twice was something he couldn't stand by and allow any longer. Sancho Barataria was a transfer student from the Mercenary Guild Association in the north. Due to his overwhelming physique, he was not considered eligible for his age group in the league, which was why he had refrained from participating and run flat until now. With fierce determination, Sancho picked up the ball and spoke of his homeland, the frozen lands of the north, where even the newborns and the elderly, on the brink of death, fight with everything they have. It meant they were all warriors. The triplets braced themselves, determined not to let him pass this time. But as Sancho charged toward them at full speed, his powerful tackle sent them flying effortlessly. Vicar glanced at the triplets, his cold eyes silently questioning if they had a death wish. The triplets, with teary eyes, silently apologized. With unstoppable momentum, Sancho closed the gap between himself and Vicar. But even as Sancho approached, Vicar stood motionless, watching him calmly. Just as Sancho reached him, he shouted, challenging Vicar to withstand his full power. His hand made contact, but instead of meeting resistance, it felt as though he were pressing against an immovable mountain. His whole body trembled in shock, while Vicar decided it would be best to play along. Allowing himself to be pushed back, he was sent flying through the air. The crowd erupted in shock and excitement, cheering for Sancho, who had seemingly broken through the unyielding defense. Concern about Vicar's condition after the hit flickered among a few, but most were fixated on Class A's imminent victory. Sancho, still feeling the tremors in his hands, was perplexed by the collision. The impact with Vicar left him questioning if his opponent was even human. Lost in thought, he failed to notice the triplets sneaking in to steal the ball from his grasp. As the triplets ran toward the goal, the final whistle soon blew, and they erupted in victorious shouts. The score was 0-1, and Class B had won the match. Meanwhile, Vicar calmly stood up and dusted himself off. Sancho approached him, remarking that he had been the secret contributor to Class B's victory, and shouldn't just stand there. Tutor told him to be happy, as his victory had allowed him to retire. He admitted that, initially, he had planned to teach Vicar a lesson during practical lessons out of jealousy. However, he now realized how shameful that was and apologized for his behavior. Sancho, impressed by Vicar's solid build, asked about his exercise regimen, even assuming Vicar must use mana. Vicar, however, simply replied that he was a commoner and, therefore, unable to use mana. Tutor, a bit disappointed, remarked that it was unfortunate. With such a naturally gifted physique, had Vicar received proper training, he might have become an expert on par with Tutor himself. Just then, a group of girls approached, offering towels with eager smiles. Tutor graciously thanked them as he joined their side, while Sancho handed a towel to Vicar. One day, both the Azure Spearman family's hero, Tutor, and the Mercenary Guild's ace, Sancho, would become saviors of mankind by hunting countless demons during the fall. Victor couldn't help but smile upon learning about their past like this. Lost in thought, he didn't notice that all eyes had turned to him. The boys stared in shock, while many of the girls blushed slightly. As Victor casually wiped his face with a towel, only one word echoed in everyone's mind: handsome. Little did Victor know that from this moment on, his days at the academy would become much more complicated. That night, Victor stood before an older man, listing the crimes of 52-year-old Lloyd Doxler. As the leader of the information house and headmaster of the orphanage, he had conspired with the demon and sold children from high-ranking families. Victor summoned Beelzebub, his voice icy as he questioned whether Lloyd thought he could go unnoticed. Fear gripped Lloyd as his eyes fell on the solid aura surrounding the sword, and he realized that his opponent was a swordmaster. Victor knew that his aura was indeed nearing a solid state, but it was still closer to liquid. To be specific, he was at the highest level for a graduator, not yet a full swordmaster. Victor offered Lloyd a bargain to work with him to capture the demon, and in return, he would compensate him accordingly. Lloyd hesitated, unable to muster the courage to respond. Before either could act further, the top of a massive building came crashing down toward their location. A huge cloud of dust erupted upon impact, but Victor swiftly evaded the attack. As the smoke began to clear, Victor looked up to see a figure standing atop the remains of the collapsed structure. His senses immediately sharpened, recognizing the overwhelming energy emanating from the figure, even from a distance. With his gaze locked on the figure, Victor asked with steely resolve if he was an elite corpse. The elite corpse lunged toward Victor, his hammer poised to strike. The ground shattered upon impact, but Victor nimbly evaded the blow. Without hesitation, the corpse swung again, yet Victor dodged once more and retreated to a safe distance. He quickly recognized the aura of a high-ranked graduator, and the Quo Vadis' holy bludgeoning technique. This was enough to confirm that his foe wasn't an elite corpse. A thought crossed his mind: had a demon infiltrated this holy nation? Corruption had festered in parts of their ranks for some time, so it wasn't out of the question. The enemy before him was likely a servant working under the 10 elite corpses. Victor was confident that by eliminating this demon, he would finally be able to face the 10 elite corpses. Until now, all he had been doing was dealing with trash, but now it was his time to let loose. Without warning, the demon lunged at him, but Victor intercepted the blow with a powerful kick, halting the weapon mid-strike. Seizing the moment, his fists blurred into action, delivering a rapid series of strikes that battered the demon within seconds. The force sent the demon flying backward, crashing through the structure behind it. He pursued the demon into the building, but the demon had already regained its posture. It began to launch another assault, but Victor's speed outmatched it. With a swift strike to its arm, the demon's hammer clattered to the floor. Victor wasted no time, spinning to its front and delivering a powerful blow to its chest, sending the demon crashing once more. The impact drove the demon into the wall, where a metal rod pierced its chest. As Victor approached, he noticed the name Ephebo engraved on the creature's torso. Victor questioned it about its master, but the demon responded only with a guttural growl. He deduced that Ephebo's actions and speech were likely controlled by someone else. Realizing this, he calmly stated that there were other ways to extract information besides questioning. He would dissect its body into smaller pieces. Its intestines, bone structure, injuries, the freshness of blood in its veins, and the concentration of mana could reveal a lot of things. But before he could begin the interrogation, a terrified voice shattered the tension, screaming for help. Victor turned his attention outside, drawn to the desperate cries emanating from a collapsed pile of rubble. As he cleared the debris, he uncovered Lloyd, remembering him as a poison seller. The chaos had spared Lloyd, but survival came at a cost. Victor made it clear, if Lloyd wanted to live, there was only one option. He had to reveal everything he knew. Lloyd hesitated, then nervously asked if he would let him go in exchange for information. Victor replied that it would depend on the value of what he had to offer. As this exchange unfolded, neither of them noticed a mysterious figure observing from the shadows. In desperation, Lloyd shouted that he would tell everything, mentioning a safe hidden in the headmaster's room. But before he could finish, a strange symbol flashed across his eyes. At the same moment, Victor sensed something was wrong and glanced back briefly. In doing so, he failed to notice the eerie, unnatural substance seeping from Lloyd's mouth. When he finally caught sight of it, it was already too late. A massive explosion erupted, engulfing the area in a fiery blast. The explosion was so intense that soldiers patrolling some distance away heard the deafening roar. It didn't take long for them to realize that something catastrophic had just occurred. The blast's magnitude was impossible to ignore. Dolores, who was present at the scene, urgently inquired about the situation and the number of casualties. A soldier informed her that they were still investigating, but the remnants of the explosion were troubling. Soon, the soldiers flooded the explosion site, trying to uncover the truth behind the chaos. Dolores moved through the debris, her mind racing with thoughts. The explosion felt abnormal. Its intensity and aftermath were unlike anything she had encountered before. Traces of a fight were imprinted on the orphanage, and she could not even imagine what kind of evil had been fought against here. Amidst her search, she spotted a half-burnt mask lying on the ground. Recognition hit her like a jolt, and she suddenly sank to the ground. A nearby soldier noticed her distress and asked if she was all right. Dolores took a moment to collect herself before replying that she was just a little anemic. The soldier, sensing her unease, urged her not to push herself, noting that there appeared to be no casualties. As she sat there, cold sweat dripped down her face. She had become flustered earlier, so she had hidden the mask, but now, as she looked at it, one name came to her mind: Night Bloodhound. The professor scrutinized Victor with a sharp gaze, acknowledging that he had been wondering who had written this report, only to realize it was him. According to Victor's report, Venopians possess an undiscovered second venomous fang. The professor warned him sternly, emphasizing that any fabricated data would lead to a penalty for the entire ice core. Victor realized he might have made a mistake, as this discovery had yet to be verified. The professor then retrieved a surgical knife, prepared to test whether there truly was a second fang in the creature's abdominal exoskeleton. As the blade sliced through the exoskeleton, to everyone's astonishment, a venomous fang emerged, lunging directly toward the professor. The professor stumbled backward, collapsing in fear. Meanwhile, Victor calmly held up a book that had intercepted the fang, shielding the professor from harm. In a composed tone, Victor questioned if that was enough proof. The professor was shocked upon realizing that there truly was a second venomous fang. This discovery, made by a mere student, could shed light on a series of mysterious deaths that had puzzled many. Regaining his composure, he announced that each member of the Ice Corps would receive 1 point. He then instructed Victor to visit his research lab after class to provide a full account of his findings. Victor acknowledged the request with a quiet nod. Meanwhile, the whole class began murmuring among themselves, their admiration evident. They used to think only those good at sports were cool, but now it looked like being smart was also cool. Victor was smart and also good at sports, as he had gone up against Tudor and Sancho. More importantly, his face, which was often hidden behind glasses and hair, was amazing. Meanwhile, Victor's thoughts drifted to the explosion from the previous day. His arm had been blown off, his skin charred and damaged beyond recognition. But his body soon started to regenerate, and in a moment, it was fully healed. Victor recalled that right after the explosion, Ephibo had disappeared without a trace. The only thing he had from that encounter was the ledger in the headmaster's safe. The ledger contained the locations of children who were being used as food for the demons. Noticing no clear pattern among the sites, Victor speculated that multiple elite corpses might be hiding within the capital. But what concerned him more was the man he had seen in passing yesterday. Victor looked at his class with a suspicious gaze, realizing that one of the 10 elites might be hiding in the academy. At the academy, a renowned publication circulated throughout the capital, an influential newspaper that sold out as soon as it hit the stands. This widely respected news source was produced by the academy's own newspaper club, known as Lucan. The president of this club was third-year student Dolores Lunquo Vadis, recognized for her charisma and unyielding leadership. With a cheerful expression, she addressed the new members of Lucan, expressing her excitement to have them on board. The fact that they had applied to Lucan, which was difficult to enter, meant that they were persistent. With a smile, she suggested they begin by introducing themselves. Tudor spoke confidently about his ambition to excel both in his classes and in the club, while Sancho admitted he wanted to dispel the assumption of being just a dumb brute by proving his intellect. Sinclair recognized the powerful connection between wealth and information, but valued the latter above all else. Bianca simply stated that she joined for the club's clear sense of purpose. Piggy, modestly, expressed his enthusiasm for gathering and analyzing data, making the newspaper club an ideal fit for him. Victor plainly stated that club participation was mandatory, so he simply followed Piggy. Internally, he knew that by joining this club, he could easily obtain various information. However, he still felt uncomfortable due to the presence of the Saintess. Dolores, unimpressed by his detached attitude, challenged him, questioning whether someone with so little interest could truly contribute as a Lucan reporter. Just then, a girl from the group stepped forward, holding up a recent issue of the Academy's newspaper. She excitedly pointed to an article featuring Victor, surprised to see a student of his reputation joining their club. Dolores asked in confusion when this particular report had been published. Anna, the vice president of Lucan and a third-year student, explained that, Having heard about a striking new freshman, she felt compelled to publish the story. Anything less would make her unworthy of being a reporter. She then changed the topic and mentioned that, since the senior members had gone out to collect news, they should start their activities with everyone currently present. The group's topic was a mysterious assailant who had appeared at the dawn of night and burned down an orphanage. Peggy questioned if this was related to yesterday's explosion, to which Anna confirmed that it was indeed connected to that incident. Anna went on to reveal her hypothesis. The person responsible for the arson could be the same individual behind a recent murder in the capital. The most shocking thing was that the majority of the children's bodies at the orphanage had already been identified. Peggy turned to Victor, asking if he believed a mysterious person was responsible for all this. While skimming through the documents, Victor quietly considered that the fate of the dead children was the work of a demon, not a human. Anna then encouraged the group to brainstorm a headline for the article that would capture the shock and tragedy of the incident. The members began brainstorming, each trying to convey the gravity and horror of the orphanage event. Suggestions poured in, ranging from the birth of a terrible villain to a monster emerges, causing chaos outside the academy. Bianca felt that none of them were impactful enough, to which Tudor guessed that it was because the villain's name was unknown. For cruel criminals, nicknames like Jack the Ripper or Bluebeard were often given. Bianca agreed with his reasoning, and Tudor proudly suggested the name Death-Size Shadow Master, only to be met with blunt rejection. The brainstorming continued, with ideas ranging from the explosion demon that brings misfortune to orphanage killer, and even Mr. Terrorist. Just then, Dolores, lost in her own thoughts, suddenly muttered a name aloud, the Night Bloodhound. She recalled the mask she had picked up, which unmistakably belonged to the Night Bloodhound. She couldn't figure out why he was there. In her view, the Night Bloodhound had consistently shown kindness and dedication to the slum dwellers, tirelessly treating those afflicted by the Red Death. His devotion and love for the poor people were real. That's why even she believed that, despite stealing the Saintest here, it was for a great cause. She questioned whether he could truly be responsible for the death of the headmaster and the children at the orphanage. What she saw was accurate, and he wasn't evil. If the Night Bloodhound was a criminal, then she was sure he had his reasons. Just then, someone remarked that Night Bloodhound was a good suggestion. Dolores looked up to see everyone discussing the name with interest. One member observed that it carried a barbaric tone, making it sound fierce and violent, while another noted its dark, ominous quality. Sinclair seized the momentum and suggested they settle on it. Dolores instinctively covered her mouth, realizing she might have let her thoughts slip. Anna quickly picked up on the moment and suggested a headline. Who is the Night Bloodhound spreading fear across the capital? Dolores shot back, emphasizing the importance of truth in Lucane's articles. She reminded Anna that they hadn't yet confirmed the Night Bloodhound's criminal status. Tudor turned to Victor and asked for his opinion on the Night Bloodhound, curious to know whether he believed the figure to be evil or not. Victor was uninterested and replied that he didn't care. But internally, he wondered why the Saintess had mentioned the Night Bloodhound. Tudor pressed further, asking what he would say if he had to choose. Victor replied that he could say with certainty that they were not virtuous, so they were evil. Tudor nodded in agreement. However, just then, Dolores slammed her hand on the table, demanding their attention. In an authoritative tone, she challenged Victor's assertion, questioning how he could be so sure the Night Bloodhound wasn't virtuous. She asked again how he could be so sure, but Victor remained silent, meeting her gaze with a questioning look. Several minutes passed and everyone remained silent, creating tension. Dolores asked Victor and Tudor again if they thought the Night Hound was not a good person. Sancho, who had his arms crossed, and Tudor, who had his hand behind his head, were somewhat surprised and could not help but start to sweat. They did not know why she was asking this question. Victor simply kept calm and stayed silent. Piggy, who was next to him, became somewhat nervous and thought that this was not good. With an angry look, Dolores asked him why he was so sure that the Night Hound was a bad person. She called Victor's attention, asking him to respond quickly. A drop of sweat began to fall from his cheek. He remained silent without saying a single word. Tudor, who was next to him, started to observe him and with a regretful look realized that he had made a mistake. Several seconds passed, and silence continued to reign. Dolores stood up, placed both hands on the table, and she assumed that he could not respond to that. He had asserted it based solely on testimonies, without any proof. As a journalist, if one said something that was not clear, one should not forget that this was a position in which one could ruin the innocent life of someone. Tudor interrupted, and with a serene look argued that the guards had also testified. The Night Hound had been the one who destroyed the building and killed the director of the orphanage. Upon hearing this, the attention of the saintess fixed on Tutor. With a serious look she explained that what the Imperial Guard had said was just a speculative statement, without physical evidence yet. Somewhere in the orphanage, which was connected by metal stairs, there was a bunch of hands full of blood. She argued that this incident had taken place in the basement of the orphanage. The mystery of the discovery of ancient corpses of boys and girls still remained unanswered. There were many strange things about that the Night Hound, the assailant, would harm children. Upon hearing this, both Anna, Banka and Sinclair began to observe her and could not help but be somewhat surprised. Dolores' gaze was filled with firmness and confidence. Although the incident had occurred in an orphanage run by her family, no one knew why she remained neutral. She turned her head towards Anna and with a serious look explained that she needed to review the article little by little so that it was as objective and impartial as possible. Anna, who was somewhat nervous, reached out to one side and assumed that if that was the case, then there was nothing more they could write. Dolores replied that it wasn't too late to publish a critical article when the reason why the Night Hound did what he did became clear. With a lost look, she started looking at the ground and began to think about the Night Hound. Several seconds later, her face filled with a smile. If the Night Hound was truly evil, then they were going to criticize him very harshly. Vicar, who was sitting next to her, started to look down and fell silent. Then he raised his head and his gaze fixed on Dolores. At that precise moment, another club member opened the door and interrupted the conversation, calling Dolores' attention. Dolores, who had both arms resting on the table, felt somewhat confused and couldn't help but wonder what was happening. The student approached her and with a calm look explained that Professor Banshee, the club advisor, was calling her. He wanted them to edit the article again to say that the Night Hound would clearly be the bad guy. Dolores put her hand on her face, closed her eyes, and remembered that Guy liked to create problems. She decided to meet with him and talk. Not long after, she left the room and closed the door. Tutor, who was watching the door with a surprised look, mentioned that the club president was very determined. Vicar started looking at the ground and replied that she used to be like that too. Upon hearing this, Tutor looked somewhat confused. Vicar began to remember the Dolores from his past life. She had the same appearance as the saintess who had led the holy knights at the front of the battlefield. While with one hand she was invoking a spell, she extended the other forward and with a determined look, she ordered the holy knights to keep pushing the front line harder, since nowadays, religious women were only corrupt. While two knights who were taking a break were talking among themselves, she appeared, clenched her fist and asked them if they could not save at least one more person during their break. She started to scream and revealed that in her time, if a demon appeared, she would immediately run to crush it. Remembering this, Vicar, who had his eyes closed, couldn't help but smile and feel an inner peace. He hoped that his actions would be seen as those of a villain, but it wasn't a bad feeling when someone wanted to know the truth. Dolores met with the professor and they both began to discuss among themselves. Vicar thanked her from the bottom of his heart. The next day, it dawned and the academy's speaker began to sound so that all the students would wake up. Upon hearing the sound, Piggy, who was sleeping like a log, started to open his eyes. Although he was very sleepy, he still decided to get up and sat on the bed. Vicar, who had gotten up before him and was doing some exercise, said good morning to him. Piggy started to remove the sleep from his eyes and returned good morning to him. In the academy, everyone had to wake up at 6 a.m. When the alarms went off, the students headed to the training area in front of the dormitories. The students arrived at the training area and began to run to warm up. They participated in the exercises, following the instructor who was at the front to wake up, and then started their day with a light run. Once the exercises were finished, everyone took separate paths. Some were going to catch up on their sleep and some were going to take a shower while others were going to go to the cafeteria. After doing this, Piggy was quite tired. While he was walking next to Vicar, he closed his eyes and sighed. He believed that his brain would be more active if he slept during morning exercises. Vicar, who was next to him, explained that moving the body helped keep one's brain active. Piggy replied that he didn't need to be told what was right. Behind them were Sancho and Tutor. He started looking at Vicar, and with a cheerful smile asked how someone like him would be popular with girls without being empathetic, advising him to improve his empathy towards Piggy immediately. Piggy refused. Tutor put his hand inside his pocket, turned his head towards Vicar and asked if anyone was free this weekend. He wanted to go have fun in the city. Piggy started to show a smile since for him this sounded good. There was actually a book that he wanted to buy in the city. Sancho, who had his arms behind his head, mentioned that there was a restaurant that he wanted to try. Vicar simply started to walk in silence. Upon seeing this, Tutor asked if he was free this weekend. Victor came out of his trance, and with a calm look replied that he needed to do volunteering during the weekends. Sancho, who had his arms behind his head, was somewhat surprised to hear this. Piggy started to touch his neck, closed his eyes, and thought that Victor had many deductions. Tudor crossed his arms and began to smile and asked if it was Professor Vency Morg again. He was messing with Victor even though Victor wasn't doing anything. Victor started to walk, turned his back on them and fell silent. He began to move away from them and told them that they could go to the city without him, leaving them all somewhat confused. They also started to walk and Tudor thought that volunteering sounded fun. Piggy didn't want their friend to do this alone and they also decided to go with him. According to Sancho, the more they were the better. Tudor put his hand under his chin and with a confused look thought that this was very unusual. Sancho was somewhat surprised and asked him what it was. Victor began to move away from them, and Piggy started to follow him. When Victor was close, Tudor naturally felt drawn to him. It was as if he were his older brother. According to Sancho, he was someone quiet but exuded charisma. When Sancho was a mercenary, people like Victor were natural leaders. Piggy, who was walking behind Victor, could not help but start to smile and feel an inner peace since for him Victor was amazing. Tudor and Sancho began to follow Victor and Piggy, and at that moment a student who was accompanied by two women passed by their side. Incredible people like Tudor, from the physically large family of Don Quixote, and Sancho, the transfer student from the Northern Guild of Mercenaries, were approaching Victor first. For Piggy, he was also kind since he had helped him at the welcome party when he had difficulties, and he was someone perfect in his studies and training. Piggy approached Victor and couldn't help but start to smile since when he was near him, he could feel that he could do anything. At that moment, Victor turned his head back and his eyes filled with rage. Upon feeling his gaze, Piggy panicked and couldn't help but start to feel fear. The student, who was accompanied by the two women, began to emit a sinister aura of green color, which started to expand everywhere. Upon feeling this aura, Victor turned around. With a smile, he began to walk away from them, and Victor started to stare at him intently. With a calm look, he remembered that Piggy knew the students well, so he asked if he knew anything about this guy. Upon hearing this, Piggy was somewhat surprised. He mentioned that the guy who was in between the two female students was the most handsome student in this school, named sophomore Bane Kudzak. Victor started to stare at him with a murderous look and couldn't help but clench his teeth tightly. This guy was exuding the same aura as the 10 elite corpses. No one would have thought they would be so active within society. Bane prepared to turn the corner. Victor and the others turned around and their gaze fixed on him. Victor didn't know whether to attack now, but for now he decided not to do it since there were going to be many casualties. He couldn't let the future heroes get hurt. Sancho, Piggy, and Tudor were somewhat surprised and called his attention. Victor started looking at Bane and decided to follow him under the pretext of going to rest since he wasn't feeling well. He began walking towards him with the intention of gathering some information first. He activated the second slot skill called Silent Heal Mushusu of rank A+. Victor began to take off his glasses and with a determined look decided to follow him. And at that moment, Dolores started to go down the stairs and she was somewhat surprised to see how handsome RMC was. Her eyes filled with surprise and she began to scream. Upon hearing this, Victor turned his head to one side and upon seeing Dolores he couldn't help but become alert and think that this was not good. Upon hearing the scream, the attention of Piggy, Tudor, and Sancho shifted towards them, and they were shocked to see what their eyes were seeing. Dolores fell from the stairs to the ground. Victor took off his glasses and approached her to help her. Tudor and the others began to run towards her asking her if she was okay. Tudor touched Victor's shoulder with his hand and with a serious look gave him the order to hurry up and apologize. Victor decided to obey, lowered his head and with a sincere look apologized to her. Sancho helped Dolores get up, and she forgave Victor since she was also careless. According to her, he was so muscular that she had thought she had collided with a wall. Victor put on his glasses again and looked away. Dolores began to observe him and her eyes filled with confusion since she had not felt his presence. She did not know who the hell he was. Victor started to look down. There were many people, so it was better for him to delay his plans to follow him. The student Bane went down the stairs. Victor turned his head to one side and remained silent, watching the stairs. As night fell, Bane, who had his arms around the girls' necks, took them to a dark place. They thought he was much more cunning than he seemed. Bane suddenly stopped walking and decided to tell them some bad news. Upon hearing this, the two girls were somewhat confused. He revealed that recently a boy had appeared and had been bothering him. Because of him, he hadn't been able to eat properly. Upon hearing that he was harassing Bane, the girl with purple hair decided not to forgive him. He explained that he was going to see who that guy was, but because he had mistakenly worn his school uniform, he had run instead. He could have seen that one of Bane's students from the academy was there. The blue-haired girl asked him not to worry, since if that guy came to the academy, they would stop him, as they would always be on Bane's side. Bane began to look down and thank them from the bottom of his heart. According to him, their hearts were beautiful like their faces. At that moment, he put his hands on their faces, leaving them in shock. Bane began to imagine the Night Hound wearing a pandemic mask. He knew that Vikir had the ability of a high-ranking graduate, so he knew that he had not died in an explosion like that. Gradually, the faces of the two girls began to deform. Seeing that the Night Hound was attacking places connected to locations where he had eaten, he knew that he was a human who had felt the presence of a demon. The demon Bane, who had his hands on the girls' faces, slowly began to devour them, and his eye turned green. The face of one of the girls appeared on Bane's face. She was very scared and started to ask for help. His eye began to shine as he realized that the Night Hound had something to do with Andromalius's death. He belonged to the demon's 10 elite corpses, and he was the 9th corpse named Dantalion. The next day, Vikir returned to the journalism club along with the others, and despite being here, his eyes showed that in reality his mind was thinking about the demon Dantalion, who was disguised as a student named Bane. The news about the incidents that did not cease reached the club. Everyone started to talk among themselves about this topic, and Vikir simply remained silent, lost in his thoughts. Next to our boy were Tudor and Bianca, who had their hands resting on the table where there were a bunch of reports. While they were reading, Anna placed her hands on the table and explained that she had compiled the incidents that occurred inside and outside of the academy. Now that there was a shortage of manpower in the club, she wanted new first-year students to participate in activities to lend a hand. Upon seeing the enormous amount of reports, Tudor was somewhat surprised, while on the other side Bianca and Vikir remained calm. Dolores was next to Anna, and she was absorbed in reading a report. Anna, who had both hands resting on the table, started looking at them and gave them the order to choose a report, investigate it, and bring an article. Piggy picked up one of the reports, and his eyes filled with fear, and he couldn't help but get nervous since this was going to be his first article after joining Rukan. Bianca took 2 reports, started to read, and with a serene look realized that many incidents had occurred. She did not know what was happening in the ecliptic. There were a large number of incidents. One was about the premonition of terrorists. It was said that a terrorist announced he would poison the river of Venzir, the capital of Rock. The imperial capital was investigating the case centered on Leviathan. Another incident called a handsome theater actor disappears. Actor B disappeared when returning home after a play. It was very likely that the crime had been committed by a fanatic. Also occurred a strange murder case where the head of the family disappeared without leaving any trace. There was an incident called Don't Ask Questions on the Street. Mr. A, who had injured several people on the street, was sentenced to death. He still complained that he had not committed any crime and that his face had changed. The last but not least was called Rapid Increase in Disappearance Cases. The disappearance cases in Venzir were increasing. It could still not be identified the culprit, and many thought it was the work of the Night Hound. After carefully examining each report, using his hand, Vikir picked up a particular report that caught his attention quite a bit. The title of this report was Case of Disappearance Within the Academy. 3 students from the academy had disappeared. There were many witnesses, since normally the 3 went together, concluding that it had been an escape for love. Upon reading the report, Vikir's eyes filled with rage and he clenched his teeth tightly. On the report was the photograph of student Bane, better known as Dantalion. Vikir was fully aware that this bastard was one of the 10 elite corpses. Several hours later, night fell and the moon emerged, illuminating every corner of the dark city. In some middle-class neighborhood there was a small house. Inside were the husband and wife sleeping peacefully. Suddenly the husband opened his eyes and began to gaze at the ceiling in silence. Several seconds later, while the wife was sleeping like a log, he removed the sheet and quietly sat up. On the upper floor, there was a wooden window and the light from the streetlights outside was coming inside through it. The husband went up to the second floor, sat on the sofa, started looking at the ground and remained thinking in silence. After a while, he lifted his head and his pupils changed completely and turned green just like those of demons. In front of him appeared several masked demons. Among them was a Phoebo, a guy who wore a tie, another guy who carried giant scissors as a weapon, and a woman with red hair. The husband began to observe them and asked if they had discovered anything about the plague mask that was following them. Here we are revealed that Phoebo is the 9th corpse, Dantalion's subordinate. He began to speak in demonic tongue and started to reveal everything he knew. The woman was named Geronto. She was also the 9th corpse, Dantalion's subordinate. She stayed listening in silence. The guy who carried giant scissors as a weapon was named Heave. He also began to speak in demonic tongue. And finally, the guy wearing a tie was Fido. The husband who was sitting in the chair was the ninth corpse, Dantalion. He put his hand under his chin and concluded that the guy with the plague mask was very careful since they had not seen the mask after that day. He extended his hand and his 4 fingers transformed into the sharp faces of the victims he had devoured. With a serene look he thought that this could not be avoided and ordered them to expand the scope of work from now on. He pointed his fingers at his subordinates and fired 4 powerful shots, which hit them squarely in the faces. The faces that Dantalion had on his fingers began to merge with the masked demons. He decided it was time to share his faces. In the blink of an eye, the faces of the victims that Dantalion had devoured merged with the demons, who now appeared to be simple humans. Now they could work without having to worry about being discovered. He gave his subordinates the order to go to the areas with more light and find the mask of the pandemic. While Dantalion was explaining this, the door of the room slowly began to open. It was his wife. Upon opening the door, she saw her husband sitting in the chair and the demons, wondering what was happening. She put her hand near her mouth and couldn't help but sweat as she didn't know what he was doing awake at this hour in the morning. With a worried look, she asked who these guys were. Dantalion began to stare at her with a calm look and remained silent for several seconds. Then he closed his eyes and sighed as he wanted to admire that lively face a little longer. At that moment, Fido drew his weapon, appeared behind the wife, placed the blade on her neck and with a cold expression prepared to end her life. Dantalion asked him to make sure to leave her face untouched. Upon hearing this, the wife's eyes filled with fear. She did not know what was happening, and just before she could do anything about it, Fido followed his master's order and slit the woman's throat, causing blood to splash everywhere. The head of the wife fell to the ground and her eyes filled with tears. The plan to open the door had gradually been delayed due to the death of Andromalius and the appearance of the pandemic mask. Dantalion put his hand over his face and his face began to merge with the other faces. He was very upset. His hairstyle changed, and he asked Ephibo to follow him since they had to see her. Upon hearing this, Ephibo started observing him and upon seeing his new face, he couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. The face of Dantalion changed again. Now he was a handsome man. He put his hand under his chin and with a smile decided to go and relieve his accumulated stress. After a few hours, he dressed like a priest and went to the church that had a candle lamp on the ceiling. He closed his eyes and began to show a kind smile. At that moment, a woman appeared and asked why he was smiling. Dantalion, who had his hands resting on his abdomen, continued smiling. This woman was none other than Saintess Dronzer. He replied that he could not help but smile having the beautiful Saintess standing in front of him. She began to stare at him with a calm look, called Dantalion Sir Quilty and explained that she had not come to see him to make jokes. He reached out his hand to her and with a smile changed the subject. He was worried because her visits had become scarce lately. She approached him and with a serene look replied that recently there had been many murders and missing persons, so she had been busy covering them. The bastard Dantalion began to pretend, saying that the activities of her academy club had become busy. The world was becoming increasingly brutal. On the outside he started to show a kind smile, but deep down he was happy since he was the one responsible behind those cases. Dronzer started to look at him with an insecure gaze and she remained silent. Quilty Lun Indulgentia was the head of the Indulgentia family, the collateral line of the Quo Vadis family. They were currently volunteering and managing the resources of Quo Vadis in the orphanage, monastery, and hospitals, but they were supporting the exemption system that erased the profits of rich sinners. She knew that this two-faced bastard was hiding something. He approached her and with a smile asked why she had to talk to him. Dronzer began to stare at him and remained thinking in silence. With a serious look she extended her hand to one side and replied that she had come to request that the exemption system be abolished since it was wrong to exempt someone from all sins just because one was rich. He opened his eyes and with a serene look asked what was wrong with this, since the exemption was a policy that had been in the church until now, asking if donating a large sum of money wasn't already sufficient punishment. With a look full of determination she mentioned that sins were something one must expose oneself to God for, and forgiveness was granted once one had received the appropriate punishment. She placed her hand over her chest and with a determined look revealed that the people affected by the exemption could not be saved. Her words left this bastard in shock and speechless. Several seconds later, he closed his mouth and realized that this was getting out of hand. He put his hands on his abdomen, turned his back to her and explained that he was just following the doctrine of the church. According to him it was better for her to talk to her father, the cardinal. She remained listening in silence, and he asked her to please leave since he had heard that the students from the academy were coming to volunteer today, so there was no need to have a dispute within the Quo Vadis family in front of her juniors. She turned her back to him, looked back with a calm gaze and decided to come back later so they could talk a little more about this. After saying this, she began to head towards the exit of the church. The bastard Dantalian put his hand over his face, and his eyes transformed into those of a demon, and he couldn't help but smile. His gaze fixed on our girl as he thought this was beautiful. Some veins appeared on his face, causing him to grit his teeth and start bleeding. He had almost given in to his impulse to collect her face, but he couldn't do this yet and needed to hold himself back. He started to imagine her lying on top of some masks filled with blood. The saintess was the finest product he had discovered in this world. He wanted to collect her face when her face was in despair after chaos descended into this world. He began to hug himself and his body started to tremble. He was so anxious for that moment to arrive that a demonic eye appeared behind his head. They had to open the door as soon as possible for chaos to descend as soon as possible. After a few hours, someone wearing boots stood up. This was our boy Vikir. He was in front of the entrance of the orphanage. This was the orphanage that Cindy had found after analyzing the books of Andromalius. It was very likely that it was connected to the 10 elite corpses. This orphanage had the flag of the Quo Vadis family, and if a demon was planted within the Iron Blood family and the Holy Divine family, then it was also very likely that there were demons hidden within other families. After the explosion, Night Bloodhound caught attention, so he wanted to use volunteering as an excuse to slowly investigate the students. While Vikir was distracted, Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy appeared with a cheerful smile. Sancho began to observe Vikir. Tutor and Piggy started to look at the orphanage and were somewhat surprised to see that this was the orphanage where they had come to volunteer. Tutor put his arm over Vikir's neck and said that he was very lucky to have friends who were willing to volunteer with him, to which Vikir responded that he had never asked them to come. He sighed and fell silent, his eyes filled with concern as things had become bothersome. Dolor's family had control over the orphanage and Dantalian's bastard was the priest of the church. The 10-day vacation of the academy had begun, called the Golden Vacation, which had been created due to the school anniversary of Easter of the Loon Church and the weekend. The students equipped themselves with their backpacks and began to leave the academy to visit together the imperial capital or visit their families, and everyone was having a lot of fun. However, not all students were enjoying this vacation. At the same time, Vikir and the others entered the orphanage, and according to Tutor, Vikir should be grateful since they had also returned by refusing to take a break. Tutor, who was walking behind everyone, started looking at Vikir with a cheerful look and with a smile explained that the reason behind this was that they also needed to fill their volunteer hours. Sancho, who had his hands behind his head, turned his head towards Tutor and couldn't help but smile as it wasn't a bad idea to end this now. Piggy, who was walking next to Vikir, started to show 4 fingers and with a cheerful look said that he was fine since he liked to volunteer. Vikir, who was walking in front of everyone, started to look down and thank them. This orphanage was gigantic. It had luxurious lamps hanging from the ceiling and a lot of windows, which allowed the light from outside to enter the interior. Tutor began to observe the place with a surprised look and asked if this was really the Indulgentia orphanage. He was impressed since it was on a different scale than the rest of the orphanages. This orphanage was considered the largest in the capital. With a kind smile, Piggy mentioned that the headmaster here was the founder of the Foundation for Orphans and he was also an external teacher at the academy. Sancho, who had his arms crossed, seemed somewhat surprised and asked who that headmaster was. Piggy began to point sideways with his finger and explained that he was the person in the painting. Next to them was a wall, which had a painting of Quilty Lun Indulgentia, who was smiling. What nobody knew was that Dantalian was the headmaster of the orphanage. Tutor and Piggy approached the painting and began to observe it, and Piggy explained that he was the head of the Indulgentia family, a family on the mother's side of the Quo Vadis family. He was popular and seemed to have a lot of influence within the Loon Church. They started to imagine Quilty and Dolores. And speaking of the Loon Church, apparently it was well known that there was a conflict between him and Saintess Dolores due to differences in religious views. With an indifferent look, Tutor mentioned that he did not want to get involved in a fight between families. Piggy, who was standing next to him, simply started to observe the painting with a smile. Vikir, who was behind them, simply remained silent. He began to stare at the painting and his eyes filled with suspicion as he remembered that this guy was the popular headmaster of the orphanage. The rays of sunlight began to enter the room, illuminating Quilty's painting. Vikir decided to find out what this guy was like once he met him. After a few hours, Vikir and the other students who had come to volunteer arrived in the main hall. A nun and a monk appeared alongside the orphaned children who were wearing white clothes. The nun, who had her hands resting on her abdomen, with a kind smile explained that she would like the volunteers to be teachers for the children during the next 10 days. With a look full of confidence, she mentioned that if they took good care of the children, they would never forget their kindness. She asked them to please treat them with the heart of parents. Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy began to look aside and could not help but feel somewhat confused. Next to them were also Bianca and Sinclair. With a confused look, Tutor asked what those two were doing here. Bianca started to look at him with a gaze full of rage. She clenched her teeth tightly and couldn't help but get furious, while on the other side, Sinclair simply remained calm, without losing her composure. With an angry look, Bianca explained that they were doing volunteer work and also that she should be the one asking why they were here. Tutor extended his hands to the sides, closed his eyes, and with a mocking smile asked if a hero needed a reason to do good things. Upon hearing this, at first Bianca got even angrier, seeing that once again he had brought up the topic of heroism, but then mocked him, saying that this was something to be expected from a Don Quixote. While they were talking, Sinclair approached them and explained that meeting like this by coincidence must be a matter of destiny. Upon hearing this, the gaze of Vikir and Piggy was fixed on her. She brought her fingertips together, began to look at Vikir with a tender gaze, and while she was blushing, she caught his attention. She lost her composure, panicked, closed her eyes, extended her hand towards Vikir to greet him. It was a shame that they hadn't been able to talk much, but she hoped that they could get along well in the next 10 days. Seeing her behavior, Piggy was left speechless as he didn't know what was happening, and Vikir, who was standing next to him, became alert and looked somewhat surprised. Vikir shook her hand and replied that he also hoped the same. Once they stopped shaking hands, Sinclair turned her back to them and began jumping for joy. She couldn't believe that Vikir had shaken her hand. Piggy brought his hand to his mouth and with a serious look revealed that he had a piece of information for him. Upon hearing this, Vikir turned his head towards him and with a curious look asked what piece of information. Sinclair started to blush like a tomato, brought her hand to her face, and she couldn't help but smile and feel happy. Piggy revealed that he had seen Sinclair looking for the person in charge of assigning volunteer work and making a request. She had asked where Vikir was going to volunteer, and she had requested to be assigned to the same place as him, asking if Vikir knew what this meant. Vikir began to observe her with a serene look, and he did not take long to realize that she had approached him under the pretext that it was a coincidence. He decided to be careful with her in the future. At that moment, Vikir turned his head to one side as something caught his attention. In the room they were in there were several monks and several nuns. While some were conversing, one of the monks began to go up the stairs. Upon looking with a little attention, Vikir saw that the headmaster was not here. The time for the children to choose their teachers arrived, and all the children, some nervous and others excited, began to run towards Tutor and the others. Tutor picked up a girl and a boy in his arms, who were very excited. Tutor couldn't help but smile, and with a cheerful look, he thought that they were all very social. Two children became friends with Sancho, and he started to carry them on his back. Bianca, who had a somewhat conflictive personality, calmed down and felt at ease seeing the children. With a calm look, she began to stroke the head of a gray-haired boy, thinking that he was very cute. Sinclair also chose two children. She sat on the floor, opened a storybook, and with a smile began to tell them the story, making the children's eyes fill with joy. While on the other side, Vikir, with a penetrating gaze, caught the attention of several children and asked what their names were. Upon feeling Vikir's gaze, the children's eyes filled with tears and fear. Without hesitating for a second, the children ran towards Piggy. He began to pet one of their heads, closed his eyes, and with a forced smile, asked Vikir to try to smile a little. Vikir started observing him with a confused look and remained thinking in silence. He began to imagine the small and cute Pomerian, and with a serene look he remembered that she used to listen to him well, but now for him talking to these children was very difficult. At that moment, a blonde girl ran past him, and upon feeling her presence, Vikir's gaze fixed on her. The girl ran out, approached the door, and using her hand opened it. Vikir turned back, started to observe her, and couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. The girl went outside and leaned her body against a pillar. While the sunlight was coming through the gaps of the pillars, she simply began to look down at the ground and remained silent. Her eyes were filled with sadness, as she could not find a teacher to her liking. While she was distracted, Vikir appeared, crossed his arms, leaned his back against the pillar, and mentioned that he felt overwhelmed in places with a lot of people. Upon hearing his voice, the girl couldn't help but go into shock. She didn't know how Vikir had gotten here. With a calm look, Vikir began to look at her and explain that if he wasn't careful, people might think negatively of him, asking why she had left. The girl's eyes filled with worry. She began to observe him and stayed thinking in silence. Without a second of doubt, she looked away, turned her head and closed her eyes. She did not want to talk to Vikir. Vikir, who had his back against the pillar and arms crossed, realized that his plan had not worked. He began to remember what once his friend from the tribe had explained to him. She started moving her cheek using her finger to show a smile, and with a serene look explained that if he asked like that, the child was not going to respond, so he should try asking while smiling. The girl wore a golden pendant with her name. She was called Peri. Vikir approached her, sat in front of her, rested his hand on the ground, started looking into her eyes and called her by her name. The girl opened her eyes and they filled with surprise. She was somewhat confused and did not know how Vikir knew her name. Several seconds passed and she did not respond, and seeing this, Vikir began to show a kind smile, and with a cheerful look asked if Peri was her name. Upon feeling Vikir's gaze and smile, the girl's eyes filled with astonishment. She knew that she could trust him. But far from responding, she turned her back on him and without hesitating for a second, ran away, leaving poor Vikir somewhat confused. He began to observe her and couldn't help but wonder if he looked that bad when he smiled. While he was distracted, someone wearing white clothing started walking towards him saying that she didn't believe the girl had run because she hated him. She was none other than Saintess Dollars. With a cheerful look, she revealed that she had seen everything. Her eyes filled with surprise and she couldn't help but smile. She didn't know why he was grotesque, but now she realized that our boy was quite kind. Vikir stood up and with a calm look asked what President Dollars was doing here. She approached him, placed her hands on her abdomen, and with a sincere look revealed that Peri's heart had been hurt before, so for this reason she had closed it off. As a result, she developed aphasia and lost her voice. Vikir turned to her and with a curious look asked what had happened to her. Dollars began to look down and with a sad expression mentioned that she didn't know the exact details, but she had been born in the orphanage, and in the last 13 years she had met countless volunteers who had passed through here. In front of them, there was a dark hallway and Dollars explained that at first, everyone had approached her in a friendly manner. But after one day, they stopped coming due to their busy schedules, so she assumed that Peri must be tired of attaching to someone in a short period of time and then mourning their disappearance for a long time. Vikir began to look at Peri with a sad expression and fell silent. At that moment, the previously dark hallway filled with footsteps. Someone wearing boots started to walk. Upon sensing this presence, Vikir's eyes filled with fear causing him to start sweating like crazy. While he was distracted, Dollars put her hand on her chest and with a happy look explained that Peri had reacted very well to him. She assumed that she was going to be fine with him, so she asked him if he could take care of Peri. At that moment, Vikir put his hand over her mouth so that she would stop talking, causing her eyes to fill with confusion. She couldn't help but panic since she didn't know what was happening. Two men started walking down the hallway. The man in the green suit turned his head towards the other and mentioned that he was so busy that they rarely got to see each other. The other man simply started to walk in silence. He was none other than Dantalion, or better known as the headmaster Quilty. While he had his hands behind his back, he closed his eyes and with a smile explained that there had recently been a sudden increase in the number of people who had requested face-to-face talks to confess their sins. Behind him was his subordinate, Ephibo, who now had the face of a human. The man wearing a green suit said that for this reason he also needed to buy the exemption. Quilty opened his eyes, began to observe him and with a calm look asked how long he needed it for. Vikir covered Dollars' mouth with his hand, and took her hand with the other hand and leaned back against the pillar to avoid being discovered. While Ephibo was walking behind them, the man and Quilty who were walking ahead started to converse with each other. The man wanted to buy 1 billion worth in gold. Quilty asked if he had recently killed someone, to which he replied that he had killed a barbarian slave that he had bought not long ago who had escaped, and on the way back to capture him, he had been disciplining him but unfortunately the barbarian died. Quilty was left somewhat confused and asked if he was buying 1 billion in exemption just for having killed a slave. But the man revealed that on the way back, as he was still angry, he had burned an entire village of slash and burn farmers. Vikir turned his head towards them and quietly asked her to please be silent. Dollars' eyes filled with surprise as she did not know why he was doing this suddenly. Vikir began to feel a strong smell and his eyes filled with rage, and started to shine. Quilty and the man who were conversing among themselves began to move away from them, and the smell that Vikir was feeling came from Quilty. Quilty, who had his hands behind his back, said that $500 million was fine for something like this. The man extended his hand forward and decided to give the other half as a tip to God, who was forgiving his sins. The smell that Quilty's body was giving off was the same as that of the elite corpses. Seeing that the man wanted to give a tip to God, Quilty couldn't help but smile with joy and think that it was sacrilegious, explaining that giving offerings to God would make God forgive everything. Upon hearing this, Dolores couldn't help but go into shock and her eyes filled with surprise. She didn't know what was happening here. The man started to laugh since he felt that he was always learning about faith from him. Quilty, who had his eyes closed and arms behind his back, could not help but smile even more, thinking that he was too kind. Dolores began to lose her composure and could not help but get angry. She wanted to give Quilty a good lesson, but Vicar forcefully covered her mouth to prevent her from making noise. Vicar asked her to wait since if she made a move now, they were going to be discovered. Dolores started moving her feet, asking Vicar to let her go. At that moment, upon hearing the noise, Ephibo appeared and with a penetrating look began staring at them. Upon feeling the presence of Ephibo, Vicar, who was covering her mouth with his hand, panicked and his eyes filled with fear. He knew that this was not good, while on the other side, Dolores remained silent as she did not know what was happening nor who this guy was. Upon feeling a strange presence, Vicar and Dolores looked to one side and saw Ephibo standing next to them, staring at them intently. Dolores' eyes filled with confusion as she did not know who this guy was. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vicar went on alert and realized that they had been discovered. Several seconds passed and nothing happened. Vicar began to stare intently at Ephibo and noticed something strange. While Ephibo was staring intensely at Vicar and Dolores, our boy realized that this guy emitted a rather familiar smell. Now that Dantalian had modified Ephibo's face to have the same one as a human, Vicar could not discover his true identity for now. Upon seeing that Ephibo had stopped, Dantalian, who had his hands behind his back, turned around, closed his eyes and couldn't help but smile since he did not expect to find the Saintess here. He was somewhat disappointed as he did not know she had the bad habit of eavesdropping on others' conversations. The rich man with whom Dantalian was conversing placed his hands over his abdomen and remained silent without interrupting. Upon hearing this, the Saintess's eyes filled with surprise, while on the other side, Vicar, who knew that this bastard was a demon, began to gaze at the ground and started to think in silence. Seeing that she was with Vicar, Dantalian asked if she was having a secret romance with a classmate. Dolores became somewhat nervous, turned around, placed her hands over her abdomen and with a nervous look explained that this was a misunderstanding. Vicar, who was next to her, also turned around and began to observe Dantalian in silence. The eyes of the Saintess filled with concern. This ambiguous situation had made her be discovered eavesdropping. Dantalian approached Vicar, began to look him in the eyes and with a smile realized that, judging by the academy uniform, he seemed like someone who had come to volunteer at the orphanage. With a firm gaze, Vicar returned the look to the demon, creating tension in the atmosphere. Dantalian's eyes began to shine, emitting a demonic aura. An exciting smile appeared on his face. He hadn't noticed because Vicar's face was covered by glasses, but looking closely, he had quite a handsome face. This made Dantalian excited since he liked collecting the faces of his victims. The face of Vicar was at the upper level of his collection. He wanted to have it. Vicar began to stare intently at Dantalian with a serene look and remained silent, holding back his internal hatred towards him. At that moment, the man who was conversing with Dantalian brought his fist close to his mouth, closed his eyes and coughed, indicating that it was time to continue with the conversation. Upon hearing his voice, Dantalian, who had one eye closed, came out of his trance, began to observe the man with the other one, and with a smile apologized for having kept him waiting. The man turned his back on him and began to walk away. Dantalian started to turn around, extended his hand towards them and with a kind smile explained to the Saintess that he was going to leave since today he was busy. Upon hearing this, Ephibo turned his back on Vicar and Dolores and began to walk towards them. Vicar and Dolores simply started to observe them and remained silent. Once they had moved away a little, Vicar clenched his fists, and his gaze fixed on Ephibo, who had a rather strange and familiar smell. Dolores clenched her teeth tightly due to frustration. She began to look at the ground and thought about corruption. Even after seeing him shamelessly sell indulgences, she couldn't say anything. Even after hearing blasphemous words against God, she turned to Vicar, extended her hand to one side, got angry and asked him why he had done this. Vicar turned towards her and remained silent. The reality was that he felt an uncontrollable inner fury. Several seconds passed and he did not respond. Seeing the fury in Vicar's eyes, Dolores was somewhat surprised and speechless. She did not know what was happening. Victor began to look at the ground and with a sincere expression apologized to her for his behavior, explaining that from now on he would be more careful. After saying this, he turned his back on her and while walking away explained that he had been gone for a long time, so he had to return to the orphanage. While the sunlight was illuminating the area, Dolores began to observe Victor and remained thinking in silence. Dolores' eyes were filled with surprise and confusion. While Victor was moving away from her, many questions came to her mind. She did not know why Victor seemed angry. Quilty Rune Indulgentia had an average stay time in the orphanage of approximately 2 hours per day. His main task was to sell indulgences to nobles and merchants. One day, like any other, a noble came to the orphanage and after talking with him, he handed over a box. Quilty took the box and began to show a kind smile. Occasionally, he also sent by letter investment reports or sales accounting books of indulgences to the Quo Vadis family. He sent these letters through a white dove. Victor killed the dove and after checking the mail, it was confirmed that the recipient was Cardinal Humbert Rune Quo Vadia, head of the Quo Vadis family. He also noticed that Quilty was always accompanied by someone when he engaged in external activities. The rotation was of 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. Victor began to imagine a Phoebo when he wore a mask and when he did not wear it. The mask that one of the guards had found during the explosion of the orphanage had been confirmed by smell to be from the same person who was called a Phoebo. Back to the present, Victor lowered his head and with a lost look began to stare at the ground. It was expected that the remaining 3 people would be at an advanced graduate level or higher just like a Phoebo. It was a high risk for our boy to take on 4 advanced graduates along with one of the 10 elite corpses. In conclusion, to eliminate Quilty, first it was necessary to deal with the 4 guards. Sancho, Tudor and Piggy arrived in the area and could not help but be left speechless and confused at the same time upon witnessing what was happening before their eyes. Before them was Victor, who was washing clothes with a wooden board using water from the river. Next to him there was a large basket with dirty laundry. Seeing this, Tudor, Sancho and Piggy could not help but feel somewhat surprised and asked why he was working so hard. Sancho crossed his arms, closed his eyes and felt embarrassed for trying to earn points by completing hours of volunteering. Tudor clenched his fist, and his gaze filled with determination. He couldn't believe that Victor was doing all this to help the children. He decided to follow his example and work harder to become a true hero. Piggy began to observe Victor and fell silent. Several seconds later, the 3 raised their fists and decided to follow him. Upon hearing their voices, Victor, who was washing clothes by hand, turned towards them and was somewhat surprised. Victor began to clean his cheek with his hand and with a lost look he began to gaze at the ground. He was so lost in his thoughts that he hadn't even noticed that his friends had come. It was difficult to act during the day. He had to wait for night to arrive. For now he decided to concentrate on the day. Today it was a wonderful day, and the sky was clear. After a few hours someone threw the run-flat ball into the air. The ball had been thrown by the children of the orphanage who were happily playing run-flat. With a smile one of the children extended his hands to catch the ball, while being followed by the others. In the area there was a tree. While all the children were playing, a girl sat next to the tree and began to watch the game in silence. This child was none other than Perry. Several minutes passed and instead of going to play with the children, she stayed watching. At that moment, she turned her head to one side and her eyes filled with surprise. Someone wearing academy boots sat next to her and threw a ball on the ground, which bounced against it and flew away. This person was none other than Victor. He sat on the tree next to her, and while he had one hand resting on his knee, he began to bounce the ball with the other. Perry started to look at Victor and remained thinking in silence. She did not know what he was trying to do. Victor kept bouncing the ball and this awakened Perry's curiosity. Her eyes filled with curiosity and her gaze fixed on the ball. Seeing this, Victor could not help but smile and with a cheerful look remembered that the children of Balak also liked to play with this ball. He picked up the ball, and the reality was that it was not a ball, but the madam's egg. It had not shown signs of hatching, and the grip was not bad. Victor always carried the egg with him just in case, but he had never thought he would use it for something like this. Victor threw the ball again, and curiosity in Perry's eyes increased dramatically. She was stunned to see how well this ball bounced. Her gaze fixed on the ball and her desire to play with it grew stronger. She tried to hold back but was unable. Several seconds later, she picked up the ball and with a pleasant and excited smile, she prepared to bounce it. She began to happily bounce the ball, and Victor, who had his hand over his mouth, started to watch her and couldn't help but smile upon seeing that his plan had worked. Behind them were some stairs on which Sinclair was sitting. While she had one hand resting on her knees, she rested her head on the other hand, closed her eyes, and couldn't help but smile since, as expected, Victor was kind. Upon hearing her voice, Victor came out of his trance, broke his hand from his mouth and couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. When he turned around, he saw Sinclair. She began to blush and with a happy look, mentioned that he had a somewhat blunt side. Victor didn't even look at her, turned his head to the side and asked what she wanted. She stood up, put her hands behind her back and started walking towards him, explaining that the reason was obvious. She approached Victor, closed her eyes and with a pleasant smile revealed that she simply wanted them to be friends. She was a year younger than Victor, and if he didn't mind then she could talk to him formally. Victor started looking straight ahead and remained thinking in silence. Then he turned his head back and with a calm look gave her the order to do what she wanted. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on her face, causing her to start blushing. While Perry was happily playing with the ball, Sinclair got even closer to Victor and realized that she could be more informal, calling Victor brother. Victor replied that he felt a little uncomfortable being called brother. She decided to think of another way to call him until the next time they met. While they were conversing, Perry continued happily playing with the ball. She threw the ball again. But at that moment, it began to move in the air, leaving little Perry somewhat confused. At that moment, the ball bounced forward. And seeing this, Perry's eyes filled with concern and she started to follow the ball. In the grid that was next to the estuary canal, there was a small hole. Unfortunately, the ball went through the hole and fell into the water. Upon hearing the sound of water, Victor's and Sinclair's attention shifted towards little Perry. Both were somewhat surprised. Both approached the grid where Perry was. Sinclair put her hands on her knees, bent down a bit and explained that the ball had gone to the estuary, so there was nothing they could do about it. Little Perry put her hands close to her mouth and her eyes filled with worry. Upon hearing that they could not retrieve the ball, Perry's eyes filled with tears. She began to look at Victor hoping that he could do something about it. With a serious look, Victor asked her not to worry since it was just a ball. With a sad look, Perry began to look down and started to cry. Victor began to observe her and started to think. With a smile, he began to unbutton his academy uniform. He couldn't help it. He wanted to make little Perry happy. At the same time, someone wearing white boots began to walk through the area. This person was none other than Dronzer. She grabbed her elbow with her hand, closed her eyes and sighed, as she was still upset about it. Several seconds later, she opened her eyes and with a lost look began to think about Victor. She started to remember the conversation about the night hound that they had had at the club. She had not had a good impression of him because he was judging someone with prejudice. Moreover, his behavior was so bad that he even received negative points to the point where he needed to do volunteer work. But the feelings about him were changing. A few hours ago, at the orphanage she met Tudor, who was carrying a child on his back. He extended his hand to one side and with a smile explained that the kitchen needed more hands. So Victor had offered to go there first. She went to the kitchen where she found Tudor, who was dressed like a cook, while he was holding a ladle in his hand. With a kind smile he explained that they had been distributing food until just now, and hot water wasn't coming out, so Victor had gone to check the pipes. He hadn't even been able to eat because he had been busy giving out food. She went to the pipe room where she found Piggy. He had a towel around his neck. Upon seeing the president, Piggy became happy and explained that Victor had gone to do laundry not long ago. Victor had been able to fix the pipes recently, so now they could boil the laundry. After this, she went to the laundry where she met Bianca. With a calm look she mentioned that Victor had been hanging the clothes next to her until now. But the children had asked him to play, so he had gone to prepare the gym. Back in the present, Dronzer started looking down with an insecure look. Everyone thought that Victor was a good person. She had thought that her judgment of him was not accurate. But in reality she could not be more wrong. She actually had her own prejudices about him. As the sun was lighting up the area, she left the orphanage and approached some stairs. She put her hand behind her head and remembered that many were aware of the fact that Quilty and she did not have good relations. So if Victor had been considerate by hiding with her because he had noticed Quilty, then she should apologize. Several seconds later, she saw Victor, Sinclair, and little Perry standing in front of the estuary grate. She began to observe Victor and her eyes filled with confusion as she did not know what was happening. Victor started to take off his shirt. Sinclair put her hands over her eyes, but still continued looking and she couldn't help but start blushing. Perry, who was next to her and had her hands over her chest, began to cry as she wanted to get her ball back. Victor took off the academy uniform and the boots and left them on the ground. After doing this, he gained momentum and made a big jump over the grate and threw himself into the dirty water of the estuary. Upon seeing this, both Sinclair, Dronzer, and Perry were surprised and open-mouthed at the same time. A while later, Victor pulled out the ball from the estuary, which was covered in dirty water. While he was holding the ball with his hand, he started to observe it and told Perry that he had found it. Now his whole body was also covered in dirty water. He turned his head back, started to look at Perry, and with a smile explained that she no longer had to feel bad. Sinclair put her hand over her mouth, and her eyes filled with surprise, causing her to start blushing like a tomato. Upon seeing Victor's body, Dolores couldn't help but start to blush. She was speechless as she couldn't believe that Victor had jumped into the estuary to find the ball for Perry. Seeing that Victor had found the ball, Perry was shocked and couldn't help but feel an inner peace. No one had ever done something like this for her before. After a few days on a sunny day, Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy also finished the tasks and went out to the yard to play with the children. Everyone was very happy. A little while later, Tutor, who was wiping the sweat from his forehead with his hand, started to look at the children and with a smile mentioned that today was the last day of volunteering. Sancho, who had one hand on his waist, began to smile and with a cheerful look replied that time had passed very quickly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Piggy, who was very tired and panting heavily, remained silent. Tutor clenched his fist, raised it to the sky, and decided to play until he ran out of energy. Next to them was the tree where Victor was sitting. He intertwined his hands and remained thinking in silence. Next to him sat Perry. While the sun was illuminating the area, Victor began to gaze at the ground with a lost look. Perry, who was sitting next to him, was holding something made of flowers. Her gaze was filled with sadness as today was our boy's last day of volunteering. Perry was red and sad at the same time. She lifted her head and started observing Victor in silence. Victor raised his head and with a serious look began to think of some way to kill that bastard Dantalian. While he was distracted, Perry approached him and without making a sound, she placed the flower crown on Victor's head. Upon feeling this, he came out of his thoughts and couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. He started to touch his head with his hand, and with a confused look asked if this was a crown. Upon hearing this, Perry panicked, began to sweat, and with a surprised look started to shake her hands in denial. She approached him and took his hand. Upon feeling this, Victor became even more confused as he didn't know what she wanted to do. She took our boy's hand with one hand and using the finger of the other began to write on the palm of his hand, thanking him for everything. Victor started to observe her, and his eyes filled with surprise. Today was a wonderful day. Perry thanked our boy for always being with her and for finding the ball. Victor replied that it was not necessary to thank him since he simply enjoyed doing it. At that moment, Perry moved her hand away and started thinking for several seconds. Then she wrote again on the palm of our boy's hand with her finger. After doing this, she moved her hands away, brought them close to her chest and with a sad look asked if they were going to see each other again someday. Victor's gaze also filled with sadness. He began to remember what Dolores had told him about her. A few days ago, when Victor ran into her, she started touching her cheek with her finger and with a sincere expression explained that at first everyone was friendly with her. But after a few days everyone was so busy that they couldn't even come to see her. She was tired of the temporary affection and the long separations. Perry sat back down, rested her hands on her abdomen and began to look at the ground with a gaze full of sadness. While our boy was hunting demons, he had to be prepared for death at all times. He could not promise that he would return. But still he answered that they were going to see each other again. Upon hearing this, Perry lifted her head and her eyes filled with happiness. While the wind was blowing the leaves, with a sincere look, Victor promised that as long as there was a tomorrow for him, he would come here. Perry began to watch him and fell silent. She couldn't believe that Victor had promised her this. She closed her eyes and started to show a happy smile. Thanking our boy, she decided to wait for that day eagerly. After this, both remained contemplating the views in silence for several minutes. Several hours later, in the main auditorium of the Indigentia orphanage, all the students who had come to volunteer gathered together. Among them were Sancho, Piggy, Tutor, and Bianca. Someone thanked everyone since for the children who had been separated from their parents and lived in the orphanage this was priceless. By knowing them, the children had felt their parents' presence and had been able to fill the void they had in their hearts. These words made everyone start to cry. The person who was thanking them was Quilty. He extended his hands to the sides, closed his eyes and with a smile explained that if the children grew up well it would be thanks to the wonderful volunteers. At that moment, a worker who was pushing a box of donations appeared and began to approach them. Quilty extended his hand towards the box and with a kind smile asked them to share with the children the love they had felt for them over the last 10 days. Upon hearing this, Piggy put his hands over his eyes and began to cry even more out of sadness. Next to him was Victor, whose eyes filled with surprise upon seeing that Quilty had attended. Victor started to touch his glasses and thought that this bastard was good at giving thanks with the tongue of the devil, appropriately subtly stimulating respect and a sense of debt towards the parents. He knew they were planning for the young students to donate to the orphanage. Next to Quilty were his 4 subordinates, who now had human faces. They simply remained silent. Quilty began to show a kind smile. Now that the 4 were here, it was going to be complicated to carry out an incursion. Vicar started to stare intently at Quilty with a penetrating look and decided not to let this guy do whatever he wanted. With a smile, Quilty began to persuade the students to donate to the orphanage. All preparations had been completed and today Vicar was going to hunt one of the 10 elite corpses as planned. Quilty's persuasion plan worked as the students began donating gold coins. A long line formed in front of the donation box. Everyone was happy to donate, even Piggy, Tudor, Bianca, and Sancho. Vicar did not get in line, and upon seeing this, Sinclair approached him, called him brother, put her hand over her mouth, and with a confused look she asked if he was not going to donate, to which he replied that he had no money. She was somewhat surprised and asked why he had no money being a student of the academy. The real reason behind this was that he did not want to give money to a demon. Vicar began to observe the others and with a calm expression asked why she was calling him brother. She approached him and with a smile reminded him that he had said that she had to call him something else. According to her, it was too cold not to donate money since they were rich, so they should help the children of the orphanage even if it was just a little. Vicar started staring at Quilty and explained that there was no need for parents since anyway, the world was a place where one had to overcome it on their own. Parents were only necessary during childhood when the help of others was essential, and apart from that, according to our boy, they were not needed. Upon hearing this, Sinclair's gaze filled with concern. She began to look at Vicar and fell silent. She took Vicar's hand with both hands and with a sincere look realized that he had been through a very difficult time. Feeling this, Vicar's eyes filled with confusion as he did not know what she was doing. With a tender look, she took Vicar's hand and asked him to come visit her house later to eat together with her family during the holidays or vacations. After saying this, she turned her back to him and ran away, saying that for today she was done, with the excuse that she was going to see the children, asking him to make sure to take time after his volunteer work. Vicar began to look at her and remained thinking in silence. He brought his hand close to his face, started observing it, and with a perplexed look thought that she was a very strange person. Sinclair approached the children and with a kind smile began to pet their heads with her hand. Vicar realized that the identity she had sent to the academy was false. Before his regression, she had been the top genius of the class and had never lost first place in written and practical exams during 4 years, but for some reason, she disappeared as soon as after graduating, and the reason was never revealed to the world. All the children began to approach the students with happiness to give them a hug. Quilty, who was on the first floor, extended his hands to the sides and mentioned that from now on, they were going to take the time to thank the parents who had been with their children for the last 10 days. Tudor hugged a child, closed his eyes and started crying out of sadness, and swore to visit him every week until the day he became a great hero, and of course he was going to keep doing it after that. Sancho bent down, rested a hand on a child's shoulder, started stroking his head, and with a sincere look mentioned that in the north, the children, the young people who were going to lead the future, were the most beloved, saying that the future of the empire depended on him, asking him to work hard. 3 children approached Piggy. He extended his hands towards them and began to cry, promising that he was going to come back and was going to bring a lot of delicious food next time. Bianca started to stroke the head of a girl who was crying, and her eyes also filled with tears. For her, the 10 days had finally passed very quickly. She had become very attached to this girl. While everyone was saying goodbye to the children, Vicar stayed watching in silence. With a curious look, he began to look one way, and then the other. In front of him was Dolores, who was stroking the heads of 2 children. Vicar approached her and called her attention, and upon hearing his voice, her eyes filled with surprise. She did not know what was happening. She turned her head back and began to blush at the thought of Vicar. She started to remember Vicar when he had taken the ball out of the estuary. She did not know why this image kept coming to her mind. With a serene look, Vicar said that he had a question. He began to observe her and asked if she had seen Perry. She started looking at Vicar and remained thinking in silence. She put her hand on her cheek, looked away and replied that she could not see Perry around the area. For her this was strange since she had seen her that morning. Upon knowing this, Vicar's eyes filled with alertness and rage. He knew something bad had happened. Seeing that even she did not know, Vicar turned his back to her and as he was walking away said that he had to go. Dolores reached out to him and could not help but feel somewhat confused. Vicar began to remember Perry's happy smile and could not help but wonder why she had not appeared. His eyes were filled with rage. He stopped walking and turned his head back and his gaze fixed on Quilty. Quilty began to stare at Vikir and started to show a smile. Seeing his expression, Vikir realized that this bastard was responsible for Perry's disappearance. After a few hours, night fell and the sky filled with clouds which began to cover the moon. At the same time, in the room for the volunteer work, Sancho and Tudor were sleeping like a log on wooden beds. Tudor was dreaming of the orphanage. He did not want to leave here. Next to them there was another bed. The person who was sleeping in it took off the sheet and got up. At the same time, in the fourth building of the orphanage Indulgentia known as the children's dormitory, Quilty's subordinates arrived, all carrying weapons and ready to act. Without making a sound, the four began to walk, taking different paths. The dorm had 4 hallways, and the four took one hallway and started to walk. Several seconds later, Ephibo moved quite far from the area. It was night and the hallway behind him was very dark. Ephibo remained silent. And at that moment, Vikir, who wore the night hound mask, appeared from among the darkness and began to stare intently at Ephibo, who was distracted. He did not take long to feel Vikir's presence and quickly turned around. But to his surprise, Vikir disappeared. Ephibo's eyes filled with alertness. He knew that someone was following him. When he turned to the front, there was Vikir. With a penetrating look he said that he had a question. Upon seeing him, Ephibo couldn't help but be somewhat surprised since he didn't know what was happening. Vikir asked where the children were who were locked up for the purpose of being the food supply for the demon. Upon hearing this, Ephibo drew his mace and prepared to attack. He knew that this was not good at all. Using all his strength, he swung the mace forcefully towards Vikir. As little by little the attack was getting closer, Vikir began to stare intently at Ephibo and fell silent. Just before he could make another move, Vikir moved at inhuman speed, and in the blink of an eye, cut off Ephibo's head. Vikir grabbed Ephibo's lifeless head by the hair and realized that this bastard could not speak. Vikir unsheathed the sword Beelzebub, causing the blade to begin to emit a demonic energy. He started to observe the blade, and upon seeing that this bastard did not want to talk, he decided not to waste any more of his time playing with him. While Ephibo's lifeless body lay on the ground behind him, Vikir grabbed his head by the hair and stood silently thinking. At that moment, Vikir began to look down, and his eyes filled with confusion as something caught his attention. Ephibo's face started emitting smoke and slowly began to melt, but even so, Vikir did not let go of the head. As Vikir was holding onto the hair of the face, Ephibo's real head emerged from the disguise, fell to the ground, and started rolling. Our boy simply stood there in silence, trying to understand the situation. Once Vikir looked at his hand, he saw that it was not his face but the mask that Ephibo was wearing. He began to observe the mask, and after analyzing it, he realized that this bastard had disguised himself as a human with a fake face. Vikir tightly grabbed the mask and his attention focused on Ephibo's head. He started staring at it intently, and Ephibo's real face was disfigured. He was missing an eye and half of his face had no skin. Upon looking more closely, Vikir realized that this was Peter's face, but when he examined further, he saw that there was a mole under the eye. He dismissed this theory since Peter did not have this mole. Before regressing, Vikir and Peter went to the jungle, and in the middle of the night they lit a bonfire and began to happily converse with each other. Back then, Peter often talked about his missing younger brother. He had disappeared after going into isolation training. But now Vikir knew the real reason. He hadn't disappeared because of isolation training, but because a demon had chased him and turned him into an undead. Vikir raised his head, and his gaze filled with seriousness as something was approaching. He was in a dark hallway, and beside him lay Ephibo's corpse. From the darkness emerged Heave, who unsheathed her scissors, and Fido, who unsheathed his swords. Both began walking slowly toward our boy. He turned towards them, started observing them, and it didn't take long for him to realize that they could be people he knew. Heave, who had the blade of the scissors resting on his shoulder, and Fido, who was behind him, began staring intently at Vikir and remained silent. Several seconds later, with a piercing gaze, they adopted an offensive stance, indicating that they were ready to attack. Upon seeing this, Vikir decided not to stand idly by. He drew the Beelzebub sword and began to run quickly towards the demons. This was something they did not expect, and upon seeing that he was ready to attack, both changed their stance and adopted a defensive pose. Vikir extended the sword backward, causing the blade to start emitting a powerful red energy, and our boy's eyes filled with rage. He wanted to kill these bastards at all costs in order to finally end the life of the demon Dantalion. Vikir approached them, and using all his power, launched a powerful slash. But luckily for them, the demons jumped away, dodging the attack at the last second. Now that our boy was defenseless due to the attack, the demons decided not to waste this opportunity. Fido appeared above and began approaching Vikir, preparing to strike, while on the other side, Heave appeared on the ground and prepared to swing the scissors with force. Luckily, Vikir turned around just in time, and upon seeing that they were ready to attack, he realized this wasn't good. The demons launched a powerful attack, creating a large smoke screen and making a lot of noise in the middle of the night. At the same time, somewhere else, there was a statue of a goddess praying. This scene was beautiful, as there was a hole in the ceiling and the moon was illuminating the area. Near the statue stood a blonde-haired woman who clasped her hands together and addressed the woman in the statue as Loon. This woman was none other than Dolores. She had come to this place to pray while the moonlight illuminated the area. She began to pray and asked Loon, who resided in the heavens, to forgive them for their sins just as they forgave those who sinned against them. While she was praying, the image of Vikir holding the ball and covered in water from the estuary appeared in her mind. She tried to stop thinking about this, but Vikir's figure became even larger. She clasped both hands tightly, brought them close to her face, closed her eyes and began blushing like a tomato, and asked Loon not to let them fall into temptation and deliver them from evil. But instead of disappearing, the image of Vikir became visible in her mind. She put her hands over her face and while red as a tomato with a lost look started wondering why she kept thinking about him. She was in love with Vikir but didn't want to admit it. She decided to leave the prayer for another day, turned her back on the statue and decided to calm down a bit, since after all, Vikir was just a good junior. She placed her hand on her chest and with a loving gaze, began thinking about the night hound and our boy. But these thoughts were interrupted when suddenly there was a noise. She turned to one side and with a confused look started wondering what was happening. Next to her there was a hallway. The wall broke into pieces and someone's body came flying towards her. Dolores began observing this silently, not knowing what was going on. This person was none other than Vikir. She looked with a bit of attention and saw that he was wearing the pandemic mask. Her gaze filled with confusion and surprise, leaving her speechless, realizing that he was the night hound. Using his feet, Vikir managed to stop his moving body, and once the smoke curtain began to disappear, Heave and Pedo appeared. They started approaching him and prepared to attack again. Many questions came to Dolores' mind. She didn't know why the Night Bloodhound was here or why he was fighting against Quilty's guards. She placed one hand over her chest, extended the other towards him and called him by his name, Night Bloodhound. Upon hearing this, Vikir's body began to tremble and his gaze filled with fear. Quickly he started to turn around and upon seeing Saintess, his expression became confused as he didn't know what she was doing there. While he was distracted, Heave threw the scissors at his chest, causing them to pierce into his body without even giving him time to react. Vikir's body was thrown backward and crashed against the edge of the statue. Dolores turned around, and upon seeing this, her eyes filled with concern as she knew this wasn't good. The attack was so powerful that Vikir lay on the ground, and seeing this, Heave and Fido began to approach and decided to deliver the final blow. But Dolores wasn't going to let this happen. She stood in front of them, extended her hands to the sides, and with a look full of fear asked them to stop. Even though she didn't know what was happening, she was sure that if they talked it out they would reach an agreement. Her persuasion plan did not work against the demons. Both of them started staring at her, grabbed their swords tightly and prepared to take her out of the way. At first she was paralyzed with fear, but then she closed her eyes, clenched her teeth tightly and stood firm, ready to receive the attack. She didn't want to step aside and let Night Hound die. The demons attacked her and Vikir asked her to move aside. Using the Beelzebub sword he blocked Heave's attack, but unfortunately he didn't have another sword, so he blocked the other attack with his own arm, causing Fido's sword blade to sink into his arm. Despite having received so much damage, Vikir's gaze was firm. He began to look at the demons and remained silent. In a matter of seconds, the wound made by the sword caused him to start bleeding. The Saintess, who was behind him, opened one eye to see what was happening, and her gaze filled with fear and sadness upon seeing the wound on Vikir's arm. With a confident look, Vikir asked her not to worry about this. After saying this, he quickly began swinging his sword, breaking Heave's scissor blade into pieces. The demon started watching the fragments of the broken blade in the air, and his eyes filled with confusion. Just before Heave could understand the situation or make a move, Vikir stabbed the sword into his neck, not even giving him a chance to do anything about it. He drove the sword even harder into this bastard's neck to ensure he died, and seeing this, Fido pulled the sword from our boy's arm and prepared to deliver the final blow. thinking he was defenseless. Vicar swung the sword forcefully, cutting Heave's neck, and just before Fido could take advantage of this opportunity to attack, with a piercing gaze, Vicar turned around, swung the sword precisely, and also cut his neck, causing blood to fill the place. While the blood of the demons was falling to the ground, Dolores grabbed her shoulders, clenched her teeth tightly, and her gaze filled with fear. She couldn't believe that the Night Hound was so powerful. Vicar's suit was now covered in blood. Several seconds later, the heads of the demons fell next to their lifeless bodies. Vicar approached, began observing them, and remained silent. Dolores put her hand near her mouth and with a worried look remembered that he was injured. She approached him, clenched her fists, and with a look full of concern asked if he was okay, advising that it would be better to treat his arm right now. Vicar stood firm and told her not to worry about it. After saying this, he turned his head back and began to observe her with a serene gaze. He never would have thought he'd see the Saintess here, nor what she was doing here so late at night. With an expression full of terror, she started looking at the corpses. She didn't know why Quilty's guards had tried to attack her despite knowing who she really was. Vicar started pointing at the heads with his finger and asked her to pay attention. Fido's face began to slowly melt. Dolores put her hand over her mouth, and she couldn't help but feel disgusted. Vicar began to observe the head and revealed that they were undead who were using other people's faces. Dolores started looking at Fido's head, and with a trembling body, she asked why something like this was happening to people affiliated with the Quo Vadis family. With a calm expression, Vicar replied that the Saintess of Quo Vadis should know better than him. Her gaze filled with fear and confusion upon realizing that the bastard Quilty was behind all of this. Vicar removed the masks that Heave and Fido were wearing. He began to observe carefully and remained silent. Fido was a man with black hair and a beard, and his face was familiar to our boy. He was Staffordshire Baskerville from the Pitbull Order. He began to remember Staffordshire when he was alive, when our boy had disappeared into the forest. This guy was able to avoid exemption thanks to Adolf Morg's defense, but he had heard that voluntarily he had gone into isolation training. Vicar clenched his teeth tightly and his eyes filled with fury. He started looking at Heave's corpse and saw that he had a tattoo on his chest, and judging by this he realized that this guy was from the Don Quixote family. He began to remember the bastard set smiling and recalled that this guy was also in isolation training, and people from prestigious families had cut off contact with outsiders. In the past, he came across the three sisters who were very tired, and with a sincere look, one of them mentioned that they had just started isolation training. But, by Uncle Adolf's orders, he withdrew, entered the room of darkness, and was currently dedicated to magical research. At that moment, someone wearing bandages extended their hand and summoned a fireball. This person threw the fireball at the corpses of the demons, creating a great explosion, leaving Vicar and Dolores somewhat confused. This person began to throw more fireballs, destroying the place in pieces. Several seconds later, debris started flying everywhere. The entire place was now in flames. Vicar approached Dolores and began to cover her with the cloak. The flames started spreading everywhere, and seeing this, Vicar thought that this was not good. They began to look to one side and their eyes filled with surprise and confusion upon seeing what was in front of them. Someone wearing leather boots started making their way through the fire towards them. It was a woman with red hair. She began walking slowly towards them. Vicar began to observe her and couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. He gave her 0 points. He didn't know what this attitude of his future wife was, giving her 0 points out of 100. She started staring at Vicar, extended her hand towards him, summoned a fireball and prepared to attack. While the flames were slowly consuming the entire place, Camus began to stare at them intently, extended her hand and started to summon a fireball. At first, Vicar and Dolores remained silently watching her. But then Vicar's gaze fixed on her, creating tension in the atmosphere. No one knew what Camus was doing in this place. Dolores began to observe Vicar with a surprised expression and couldn't help but blush upon seeing that the Night Hound had protected her. She became nervous, turned her head to one side, and her eyes filled with surprise. In a matter of seconds, the flames consumed most of this place, and the fireball that Camus had summoned slowly began to grow larger. Dolores' attention was fixed on Camus, and she soon realized that her attack was not only directed at the Night Hound but also at her, asking if she too was an undead. Vicar put the cloak in front of her to protect her from the attack and mentioned that she probably was also an undead. He began staring intently at Camus and asked Dolores how long this woman had been with Quilty. She clenched her fists, turned her head towards Vikier, and with an insecure and uncertain expression revealed that she had recently heard that this woman had been hired by Quilty. After saying this, with a lost gaze she sank into her thoughts. She was not willing to stand idly by, so she clasped both hands together, causing a golden glow to appear. With a firm look, she mentioned that as a servant of God, she could not stand idly by if the opponent was an undead, deciding to provide support to the Night Hound. Camus, who was standing in front of them, prepared to attack, but our boy started walking towards her and ordered Dolores to step back since he wanted to verify something about this woman. Upon hearing this, Dolores decided to at least offer support with a healing spell, but our boy refused, explaining that it wasn't necessary. Seeing that Vikier was approaching, Camus, who had her hand extended towards them, decided to change her method of attack. She used her power, making the flames grow more intense, and at that moment, spikes made of explosive energy emerged from nowhere. She began to control the spikes and hurled them forcefully toward Vikier. As the attack slowly approached, Vikier unsheathed the Beelzebub sword and continued walking toward her without the slightest intention of backing down. Just before the attack could hit him, he swung the sword with precision, cutting the spikes into small pieces without much effort, and with a piercing look indicated to Camus that this type of attack was not going to work against him. But to Vikier's surprise, the spikes exploded behind him, creating small but powerful explosions. Our boy began observing her in silence, realizing that he had narrowly escaped. With an angry expression full of rage, Camus prepared to attack again. She was not willing to give up so easily. Vikier recognized her long, straight red hair. She was using magic that seemed to be at least level 6, combining iron and fire. It wasn't common to find someone capable of using that level of magic at such a young age, even within the prestigious Morg family specialized in magic. Our boy was quite injured and decided to change plans, sheathing the Beelzebub sword. Noticing this, Camus decided to take advantage of it. She extended her hands backward and used her power to summon more spikes again. But Vikier stood firm. Due to the fire, pieces of wood from the ceiling were now stuck in the ground. She threw the spikes at him, creating large and powerful explosions near him. But once the smoke curtain created by the explosions began to fade, Vikier emerged unscathed. And with a murderous look he grabbed one of the pieces of wood. Camus attacked again, and the explosive spikes passed close to Vikier's shoulders, creating small cuts on his shoulders, and despite being injured, he continued walking firmly towards his target. She attacked again, but Vikier slightly turned his head to the side, causing the attack to destroy part of his hood. He began staring at her, indicating that he was not ready to give up so easily. Seeing this, Dolores panicked and her gaze filled with concern. She didn't know why the Night Hound was heading straight into the attacks. Camus did not stop attacking. She extended her hand towards them and started launching a chain of spikes. Several of them struck Vikier's body, but despite this, he stood firm and continued walking toward his target. Dolores began to observe our boy, and it didn't take long for her to come to the conclusion that Vikier was planning something and knew this woman. Many questions came to her mind, questioning what the relationship between them was. Vikier began staring at her, remembering the past. He started imagining Camus sitting in a chair, and next to her uncle. Before regressing, it was known that she got along well with Adolf Morg, so in that case, there would have been no reason for her to go into closed-door training. When Vikier was a child, one day he ran into Camus, who was furious, asking what he had just said. Our boy remained calm and stayed silent. On another occasion, she began pointing at the city map with her finger, and with a furious expression she made sure he understood where the blonde's mineral property was. In the past, during a fight, she fell to her knees on the ground. But Vikier appeared to protect her, and some time later, when they both grew up a little more, they rode horses, and with a happy smile Camus gave our boy 8 out of 100 points for knowing well the ecology of barbarian tribes. Some time later, Vikier extended his hand towards her. One day someone tried to attack her, but Vikier intervened and put his hand in front, blocking the attack. In the forest where Madame was, Vikier prepared to fight, while on the other side, Uncle Adolf and another boy took Camus away to keep her out of danger. She extended her hand towards Vikier, asking them to stop. The giant spider known as Madame emerged from the forest and began staring at our boy. He drew his sword, and while his body was surrounded by a powerful energy, he prepared to fight. While the ground was in flames, Vikier took a step toward her and began imagining innocent Camus. In conclusion, if he hadn't made contact with that girl, if he hadn't built a relationship with her, if only he hadn't used her for his plan, this wouldn't be happening. But due to the decisions he had made and the things he had reversed, they had been accumulating. so there was a possibility that the brilliant future of the heroine Camus Morg had disappeared. Back in the present, Camus began to look at Vickir with a piercing expression, being totally different from before. Vickir approached her, and her eyes filled with confusion and sadness, and upon seeing this, he couldn't help but wonder what he had done to her. Camus, who was now an undead, stood firm, and with a serious expression, she extended her hand towards Vickir, summoned a fireball and prepared to attack. But just before she could make another move, Vickir grabbed her hand, and just before she could do anything about it, he placed his other hand on top of her head, causing her eyes to fill with confusion and alertness. Now that she was immobilized, Vickir firmly grasped her face and without a hint of remorse, forcefully tore off the mask she was wearing, revealing the true face of the undead. Dolores put her hands near her face and couldn't help but be both terrified and astonished at the same time. Upon seeing the true face of Quilty's subordinate, Vickir's expression changed and his gaze filled with disappointment. The demon prepared to attack and began summoning a fireball in her palm. With a murderous look, Vickir grabbed her hand tightly, pushed it aside, and upon seeing that she was preparing to attack, he thought this wasn't good. But just before she could make another move, he drew his sword and swung it forcefully, cutting the demon's neck. The demon's body began to fall to the ground, and the head flew off to one side until several seconds later, both the lifeless body and head hit the floor. Vickir silently watched for several seconds until, due to his injuries, he fell to his knees on the ground. Seeing that the night hound was injured, Dolores, who was behind him, panicked and thought this wasn't good. Vickir, now covered in blood, placed a hand and knee on the ground to rest a bit. Dolores approached him, sat down next to him, started using her healing powers as her eyes filled with tears upon seeing that he was hurt. While the lifeless corpse of the demon lay before them, Vickir began observing it in silence. Her attention shifted toward the corpse and with an expression full of fear she asked if he knew this person. With a lost gaze, Vickir remained thinking in silence. The reality was that this undead really was Camus Morg. Half of her face was decomposed. Vickir began to lie, saying that fortunately it was an unknown face. Even with his body full of wounds, Vickir began to stand up, saying that it was enough already. Dolores, who was using her power to heal his wounds, panicked and mentioned that the wound was still open. But our boy responded that just with this he already felt perfect. Dolores' mind filled with questions. With an anxious expression she asked why he kept fighting until reaching such a horrible state, asking him to explain a reason. Vickir stood up, clenched his fist tightly and responded that the reason was demon hunting. With a fearful and confused look, she began to stare at him and ask why he was hunting demons. He turned his back on her and mentioned that it was just personal revenge. After saying this, he approached the corpse and gently picked up Camus Morg's mask. He started observing the mask and began recalling the masks of other demons. This one also emitted a powerful demonic energy, but they were only sacks being used by Quilty's guards. He decided it would be better to investigate further about it. But at that moment, a voice emerged from Camus Morg's corpse asking Vickir to return the mask. Upon hearing this, both Vickir's and Dolores' attention shifted towards the corpse. They were both terrified and confused at the same time. A mouth appeared on the corpse, and it mentioned that Ephibo, Heb, Fido, and even Geronto had been borrowed from that woman, revealing that she was going to be furious. Dolores put her hand under her chin and couldn't help but remain open-mouthed and terrified upon seeing a mouth emerge from the body. The mouth recognized Vickir's pandemic mask and quickly realized he was the guy who had been attacking their branches lately. Vickir began staring at the corpse, recognizing it as one of the 10 elite corpses and asking why they were asking if they already knew. With a gaze full of rage, Vickir realized that he was Quilty. Dolores was left open-mouthed and shocked at the same time. She began to observe his mouth, and with a surprised expression realized that this voice belonged to the bastard Quilty. For the demon, it was unexpected to be discovered by the Saintess. A smug smile appeared on his face since his plan had worked. For the sake of a great cause, he had no choice but to give up his identity as Quilty, revealing that he had been avoiding touching the Saintess out of fear of increasing people's vigilance. But it was no longer necessary. Both remained silent for several seconds until her body began trembling in fear. She had never thought that Quilty was a demon. With an evil smile, Quilty suggested to her to maintain an expression dominated by despair and fear, as he wanted to see this expression when he would remove the soft skin from her face. The Saintess clasped her hands and began to pray, causing a powerful golden aura to appear around her body, leaving the demon somewhat confused. She decided not to stand idly by doing nothing, and with a determined look she swore by her soul that she would make the wicked feel the weight of their karma twice. She used the Holy Light ability, causing a powerful light to emerge from the sky and strike against the corpse. Her divine power slowly began to consume the corpse, until several seconds later it completely disintegrated the demon's mouth. Her power not only disintegrated the demon but also Camus Morg's corpse, leaving only ashes on the ground. Vikir, who was standing next to her, began observing Camus Morg's head and remained silently thinking. Dolores, who had her hands clasped together with an angry expression, asked the demon to reflect in the afterlife. But at that moment, someone who was behind them began licking their lips with a smile, revealing that after all, the saintess's face was rare. Upon hearing this, she didn't take long to recognize the voice and her eyes filled with fear and despair. And just then, a powerful light struck Vikir's body, piercing his chest without even giving him time to react. Vikir, who was wounded, fell to his knees on the ground, and seeing this, Dolores approached to help. At that moment, someone started approaching them. It was none other than the bastard Quilty, or better known as Dantalion. He put his hand in front of him, making the mouth that Dolores had just disintegrated appear on his palm. He began to smile and with an excited look mentioned that it wasn't polite to interrupt someone in the middle of a sentence. She got angry and asked the demon how he could disguise himself as Quilty and commit such a horrible act. Quilty started walking towards them and with a smile explained that the reason was because he was a demon after all, asking if she was sure about fighting him. Vikir, who was wounded, fell to his knees on the ground, but Dolores stood in front of him to protect him. She extended her hand to the sides and despite being afraid, she accepted the fight. The demon placed a hand over his chest, extended the other towards her and with a confident smile mentioned that she was still an immature novice, questioning if a dying swordsman could face someone like him. At first, Dolores stood firm, but then tears and despair appeared in her eyes. Quilty grabbed her chin and explained that she was trying to act strong without realizing that fear was escaping through her face. The demon approached her, began to look into her eyes, stuck out his tongue and with a smile revealed that she couldn't fool anyone with a face like that. Having the demon so close made her start to feel a fear she had never felt before. Quilty began to show his true nature while drool was falling from his mouth. He started staring at her and couldn't help but smile since he finally had the saintess's face in his hands. But his happiness didn't last long, as Vikir stabbed the Beelzebub sword into the demon's neck, causing his eyes to fill with confusion. He didn't know how Vikir could keep fighting being so injured. The attention of the demon and Dolores shifted towards Vikir. He revealed that he had noticed something about him while following his trail. With a gaze full of rage and thirsting for revenge, he revealed that Quilty was a coward who easily sacrificed his subordinates, and who never wanted to fight head-on, so he had thought that he wouldn't appear unless Vikir was injured. The wound Vikir had on his chest because of Quilty's attack had now healed. With a confident expression, he explained that he had simply pretended to be hurt, revealing that healing wounds like this was nothing for him. Vikir was thirsty for revenge and asked the demon what he thought of his performance. Our boy's sword pierced the demon's head, making his eyes turn red. It seemed that the demon was now dead, but several seconds later, this bastard's eyes began to glow, and his gaze fixed on Vikir. With an exciting smile full of rage, he called Vikir a damned brat and asked him to call him Dantalion. Upon seeing that the demon was still alive, Dolores' gaze filled with confusion and fear. While Vikir had the sword stuck in the demon's head, Dantalion's gaze fixed on Dolores, and he couldn't help but show a confident smile. Her mind filled with many questions, she began to observe the demon and asked Vikir why he wasn't dead despite having his head pierced. Vikir's gaze fixed on the demon, and he remained silent in thought. It didn't take long for him to realize that this guy was Dantalion, one of the 10 elite corpses. Dantalion's eyes filled with emotion, and with a smile, he realized that Vikir was the person who had killed Andromalius. The back part of Quilty's head began to open, and the true demon Dantalion started to emerge, revealing that this was the face of the priest for whom he had worked so hard. But it was a shame because now he could no longer use it. Upon hearing this, Vikir's gaze filled with concern, and he couldn't help but go on alert, realizing that this was not good. Dantalion, who was now in the body of a woman with white hair, began to emerge from the body of priest Quilty, and with a smile revealed that he only confiscated faces, being able to collect faces and obtain the memories and vitality of those faces. The demon placed his hand on the shoulder of Quilty's lifeless body, turned his head backward, started staring intently at Vikir, and with an evil smile explained that what he had just killed was an entity called Quilty Rune Indulgentia. He was just one of the many faces the demon possessed, thus Vikir could not kill the true demon until all the faces were destroyed. Vikir, who was thirsty for revenge, jumped, appeared behind the demon and with a murderous look, prepared to attack. He was determined to do what the demon had said and kill all the faces. Upon hearing this, the demon turned around and upon seeing that Vikir was ready to attack, went on alert. And just before he could react, Vikir swung his sword forcefully, stabbing it into the demon's abdomen. But then something happened again. Dolores placed her hand near her chest, and her gaze filled with fear and sadness as she saw what lay before them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vikir began observing in silence without losing his composure. Vikir forcefully drove the sword into Dantalion's chest, causing the woman who owned the body to regain consciousness. She began to cry and told Vikir that she did not want to die, asking why she had to die. Her eyes filled with sadness and despair, causing blood to start coming out of her mouth. In a desperate attempt to save her life, she begged Vikir to spare her life. And not long after she lost her life, Vikir pulled his sword from her body, causing it to collapse onto the ground. Vikir began to observe the corpse in silence, while on the other side, Dolores placed her hands over her chest and she couldn't help but panic, not knowing what was really happening. Several minutes passed and the woman's corpse did not move. Until then, the corpse opened up and a man began to emerge from within. An ordinary man came out of the woman's corpse, sat down, started turning his head from side to side and with a confused expression asked what this place was. Vikir did not lower his guard, and his gaze fixed on the man. He was ready to attack. The expression of Dolores was filled with surprise and confusion. She could not believe that the demon Dantalion had so many faces. The man put his hand on top of his head and with a surprised gaze remembered that he was buying the meat empanada that his daughter liked. When suddenly on the way home, something had happened. Just before the man even had time to finish the sentence, Vikir, who was full of rage, forcefully swung the sword and cut off the man's head, making it fly through the air. To Vikir, the demon was very arrogant. The eyes of Vikir, which were full of rage, filled with surprise upon seeing a small child crying. Once the man's corpse fell to the ground, Dantalion re-emerged from within, now taking the form of a child. The child put his hands over his face and began to cry, asking why Vikir was so mean. Vikir clenched his fist tightly and tried to attack the child, but his body would not move. The child started rubbing his eyes with his fists, and, with a sad expression, explained that he had done nothing wrong, asking why Vikir was bullying him. Vikir began to observe the child in silence. The child started crying even more to gain Vikir's trust. But then our boy told the demon that he could stop acting. Vikir began to recall the time when children's faces had appeared on the face of the demon Andromalius. He started showing the powerful blade of Beelzebub's sword to Dantalion and with a gaze full of rage revealed that he was already immune to it thanks to his friend. Seeing that the act wasn't working, the demon took control of the child's body, began gazing at Vikir, and couldn't help but start smiling. The demon began to use his power, causing the child's finger to transform into a spike. With a smile, the demon launched one of his faces toward Vikir, which struck directly against his hand, making the face merge with his wrist. This caught Vikir off guard. He started observing his hand, and his gaze filled with surprise. He didn't know what was happening. With a grin, the demon said that it was a gift, and just before he could finish the sentence, Vikir cut off the child's head with the sword. The child's head flew through the air, but the demon's gaze filled with excitement, causing a confident smile to appear on his face. The child's head began to spin rapidly, causing limbs to start emerging from it. The demon changed shape again. Now he had the body of a young man with gray hair. Using his hands and feet, the demon stopped his moving body. With a demonic gaze, the man began to show his hand, causing the true mouth of the demon Dantalion to appear. Both started looking at Vikir and couldn't help but begin laughing. The power of the demon began to take effect on Vikir's body, making his expression fill with terror. And not long after, he started feeling dizzy and fell to his knees on the ground. Seeing this, Dolores couldn't help but worry about him, and with a surprised expression asked if he was okay. The demon began to stand up, and several eyes and mouths appeared on his face. He started showing his palm to Vikir, causing the eye of the true demon to begin shining, revealing that he had planted a face on Vikir, and now he was going to show him the emotions and memories of the face. The face that the demon had planted on Vikir belonged to someone who had suffered from paranoia and schizophrenia, resulting in him ending up killing his precious family. The face that the demon had planted on Vikir began covering half of Vikir's own face. He tried to resist but was unable, causing a smile to appear on half of his face. The demon mocked him by asking how it felt to have the memories of two people colliding in a single body. Vikir's memories and that person's trauma were going to mix, causing his consciousness to begin disappearing. As the demon had mentioned, little by little Victor's memories began to merge with that person's trauma. The demon placed his hand under his chin, and his expression turned surprised. In a desperate attempt to save himself, Victor cut off his own arm and began showing a confident look, revealing that he was not going to give up so easily. Upon seeing this, Dolores put her hands over her mouth and was shocked. She couldn't believe that Victor had cut off his own arm. Her gaze filled with sadness and concern, but our boy asked her not to worry about him. Victor's arm began to regenerate until, several seconds later, a completely healthy arm appeared as if it had never been damaged. He revealed that he was fighting against a demon, but that didn't mean he was an average human. Far from being astonished, the demon remained calm, began to observe Victor, and now understood why Andromalius had been defeated. His attention was fixed on the Beelzebub sword, and upon seeing the demonic energy, he realized that it was the demonic sword Beelzebub. Victor's body was surrounded by an aura of a graduate of the highest degree. An excited smile appeared on the demon's face since our boy was a difficult opponent to face directly. He began to use his power, making more faces appear on his hand. He started pointing at Victor with his finger and decided to change plans. Seeing this, Victor adopted a defensive stance, ready to block the attack, while on the other side, Dolores was paralyzed with fear. Instead of pointing at Victor, the demon began to point at Dolores, leaving her shocked, not knowing what was going to happen. The demon shot a face toward her. She closed her eyes and prepared to receive the attack. But Victor was not going to allow this to happen, so using the sword, he deflected the attack without much effort. The demon's fingers transformed into faces. He began observing Victor and with a smile revealed that he knew he was going to protect the Saintess, realizing that he had a weakness right by his side. The demon shot several more faces toward Dolores, but Victor stepped in between and started blocking the attacks. Dolores panicked and with a sincere expression asked our boy not to worry about her, and she advised him to fight against the demon. But Victor stood firm and refused to lose the pillar of the heroes. Hearing this, Dolores' eyes filled with surprise, but then she swallowed hard, thinking that she couldn't be a burden to him. The demon launched more attacks again, but Victor began blocking once more. This fight was cruel and frightening. The Night Bloodhound was fighting alone right now, making her start to wonder if he would also have to fight alone in the future. She filled herself with determination and clasped her hands. She had to strengthen her determination, but she was so afraid that she couldn't stop trembling. She closed her eyes and calmed herself, causing a golden aura to appear around her. She wanted to help the Night Bloodhound at all costs. She prepared to use her power, but just then, one of the faces that had been shot by Dantalion fell near her. She opened her eyes, and her gaze fixed on the face, leaving her stunned. Tears appeared in the eyes of the face, and a familiar voice began to sound. She separated her hands, and her eyes filled with terror as this voice was Quilty's. Fear and panic took control of her, making her start to feel guilty about everything. The demon's plan had worked. He couldn't help but begin to smile. His arm transformed into tentacles with faces. He prepared to attack, thinking this was too easy. The demon extended his arm toward them, causing thousands of faces to shoot out at them. Having one transplanted person was already painful enough. No one knew what would happen to a human when there were hundreds of transplants. As the attack slowly approached, Victor adopted a defensive stance, began watching the demon, and prepared to defend himself. With a confident expression, he explained that he could simply slice them all. The tentacles reached him. Our boy started swinging the sword with precision, cutting through many of the faces. The demon once again launched even more faces toward them, and with a smile, asked him if he truly believed he could cut through thousands of faces. Victor did not lose his composure and continued cutting the faces, but just then, his attention focused on something, causing his eyes to fill with surprise. Among the faces was the face of a girl who was very familiar to Victor. This face belonged to Perry. The memories of the orphanage came to Victor's mind. She had placed a crown of flowers on our boy's head. Then both had sat next to a tree to talk. The image of Perry happily smiling filled our boy's mind, and Victor began to see the same smile on the face that was in front of him. Victor was paralyzed upon realizing that the demon had also killed Perry, causing his gaze to fill with sadness and guilt for not having protected her earlier. Victor's mind clouded, and this was enough for the tentacles to successfully strike Victor's body. Our boy was left defenseless, and thousands of faces began to enter his body. Due to the fact that our boy had been hit by the demon's attack, he now found himself in a very dark place. Victor clenched his fists tightly and kept his eyes closed. But several seconds later, he opened his eyes and his gaze was filled with determination. He was not willing to give up so easily. He appeared in a small tunnel, which was full of water, and in front of him there were a bunch of people sitting with their arms resting on their knees. Upon observing this, he couldn't help but remain somewhat confused, not knowing what was happening or what this place was. The people who were in front of him seemed to be depressed, and none of them appeared to have a face. Our boy remembered being absorbed by Dantalian's ability, realizing that this was the effect of the ability. His mind filled with curiosity and confusion. He began to observe them and with an uncertain expression started questioning himself if they were the people who had been devoured by the demon. But then, something happened and veins began to appear on his face, reaching his eyes, making him start to feel fear. The green-colored water that was flowing through the tunnel seemed to be a kind of poison, since thanks to it, slowly the veins began to expand throughout his body. The water started shaking violently, creating small waves. Victor began observing the people who had been devoured by Dantalian and couldn't help but feel the same sense of discomfort as when Dantalian's face had been implanted on his body. Thanks to the water from the tunnel, memories and traumas slowly began to mix with Victor's consciousness. Some had killed their partner, others their beloved family members, some had lost their minds, and others had been consumed by evil. Among the people was a small boy who was very sad. The boy's eyes filled with sorrow as he begged Victor not to do it because he did not want to die. Our boy now had visible veins all over his body, and while the child was crying, he approached and gently placed his hand on top of his head to try to console him. The child fell silent. Victor began to gaze at the ground with a lost expression and slowly started to stand up. The image of Perry's face when Dantalian had attacked came to our boy's mind. He raised his head, began to observe them, and his gaze filled with determination. The tunnel seemed to have no end and was filled with the victims who had been killed by the demon. Victor stood up, and upon seeing that those who had been devoured by Dantalian were here, he came to the conclusion that Perry must also be in this place. At the same time, among the victims, children who had their hands resting on their knees lowered their heads, and their gazes were filled with fear. Some were afraid of dying while others were very tired. Among them, there were also people who were tired of being in this place and preferred to die rather than stay here. After Victor was consumed by the attack of Dantalian's faces, not long after, it was Dolores' turn who was also consumed by the attack, as she was unable to fight against such a strong demon. She also arrived at this place, and upon seeing so many people in front of her, she couldn't help but remain in shock and start wondering what this place was. Soon the cries and pleas consumed her mind, making her lower her head and begin to feel guilty, realizing that these were the vengeful spirits of the people who had been devoured by the demon. She fell to her knees on the ground, started gazing at the floor while trying to process the situation. Someone emerged from the water, began walking toward her, asking what Saintess thought about his collection of human souls he had devoured so far. Fear and despair took control of Dolores. She didn't even move. The demon Dantalian appeared behind her, now showing his true form. His face was formed by a layer made of tentacles, which acted as a mask. With an excited look, the demon extended his hands to the sides and with a smile explained that after thinking about it quite a bit, he did not want to eat something as despicable as a human. A wicked smile appeared on his face, and his gaze fixed on her, making his eyes fill with joy. For him, the sound of humans' cries and pleas was moving to his heart. This demon was the 9th corpse of the 10 elite corpses, with an S+ danger level. He had been located deep within the gate of destruction known as Womb of Serpent. This demon was humanity's natural enemy, one of the 10 disasters known as incomprehensible and impossible to kill. While Dolores was looking at the ground, rage took control of her. Among the victims, there were also children from the orphanage. She couldn't believe that someone could commit such a crime. Dantalian began to observe her and revealed that when it came to feeding, there was no need to give a reason. Then, he put his hand inside his suit to show something, saying that he wasn't at fault. He pulled out a golden paper about indulgence, started staring at her, and with a smile revealed that he couldn't be blamed since he had this indulgence. A proud smile appeared on his face, mentioning that it had been the human's idea that sin could disappear with money. Human ideas always excited his brain. He extended his hand to one side and revealed that he had also taken from them the idea of using orphanages to supply food, borrowing the method of food supply from humans who raised livestock to later eat it. If he had committed a sin, then it meant he had learned much from humans. Dolores, who was kneeling in front of him, began looking at the ground and remained silent. Dantalian approached her, started observing her, and with a smile mocked her by revealing that she too was one of those wicked people who harmed others. She simply had the luck to be born with divine power, but deep down she was weak, useless, and only caused problems for others. The tentacles of Dantalian approached her head, and with an evil grin, he explained that without her, it would have been impossible to trap the Night Hound in this inner world, all thanks to her making him weak. Dolores remained silent. For the demon, it was thrilling to see the saintess unable to say anything. In his mental world, the negativity of the dead devoured the self. He was so eager to see her expression tainted by negation. At that moment, Dolores raised her head, began to turn around, and with a confident expression responded that there was nothing wrong with what he had said. Indulgence harmed other lives by coexistence, explaining that her flaws were also a human weakness, which accumulated and eventually would create despair. Upon hearing this, the demon began to smile like a madman and with an exciting look, said it was true since humans were weak. With eyes full of tears, Dolores turned back, and while her body was surrounded by golden energy, with an expression full of confidence, she asked if he believed they could not go in a good direction from that despair, revealing that it was also a strength that humans had. Upon seeing divine power, Dantalian put his hands in front of his face and couldn't help but enter into alertness and confusion, not knowing why her body was surrounded by divine power, remembering that she had been tainted by trauma. While she was crying, with a grateful look, she thanked the demon because thanks to him now she was sure of how indecisive she had been until now. She began to imagine her father and Nightblood Hound. She was afraid of her father, and that's why she could force the abolition of indulgences. She was so afraid of demons that she hadn't been able to help Nightblood Hound, letting him fight alone, realizing how useless she'd been until now. In the past, Vikir and Dolores sat on top of a wooden fence, contemplating nature. She asked our boy why God had chosen someone as weak as her to be saintess. Even without being born with divine powers, there were many others who had stronger faith than her, not knowing why she had been given the title of saintess. At first, Vikir began to think silently, and then with a calm voice, he explained that the fact she was suffering and repenting could be the reason why God had chosen her, because what this world needed was something that would shine when it reached the lowest and fiercest place. Hearing this, her eyes filled with surprise, she was left speechless, thinking that he was right. Back to the present, she clasped her hands, causing the divine power to begin emerging from her body. He had been fighting alone against the demons, but she could no longer let him fight alone. She began to use her power, causing her body to start releasing an immense amount of divine power, which began expanding everywhere. She was determined to help in any way possible. Upon seeing the energy, the demon put his hands in front of his face and couldn't help but go on alert and remain open-mouthed. His eyes filled with concern since he couldn't allow her to use her divine power in this way. In a desperate attempt to stop her, Dantalian explained that the humans who were here could still survive, but the souls that had been expelled with divine power would not be able to do so. Dolores paid no attention. She focused even more, and the divine power slowly began to destroy the souls of the victims. She clenched her teeth and kept praying. She couldn't let herself be swayed by the demon's words. And just when she was about to give up, someone approached her and placed their hand on top of hers. Upon feeling this, she opened her eyes, and her gaze filled with surprise, leaving her in shock, not knowing what was happening. One of the children from the orphanage who had been devoured by the demon appeared and placed his hand on top of hers, staring intently into her eyes. Then, more children from the orphanage appeared and began to greet her with grateful smiles, asking her not to give up. Seeing the children, Dolores' eyes filled with tears and guilt. She began to ask for forgiveness for not having been able to save them. Thanks to the children, she began to concentrate even more and started praying more devoutly, causing her body to start releasing even more divine power, which began to spread everywhere, and in a matter of seconds, she freed the souls that were trapped in this place, leaving the demon in shock. At the same time, somewhere in the tunnel, there were still more people sitting, and among them was a blonde-haired girl. This girl was none other than Perry. With a lost look on her face, she began staring at the ground. Not long after, Vikir arrived at this area. He sat right behind her, placed his hands on the ground and felt relieved to have found her. The traumas and memories of the victims were beginning to consume the body of our boy. With a gaze of guilt he explained to her that along the way he had been thinking about the reason why he wanted to see her again. Vikir's face began to slowly disintegrate, and his eyes filled with fear and guilt. He wanted to tell her something. He had sworn to dedicate his entire life to avenging himself on demons, and the reason why he had visited the orphanage had simply been to hunt demons, without ever thinking about what was behind this. But that chain had broken. He began to remember when they were both sitting near the tree, and Perry had started showing a grateful smile. Thanks to being at the orphanage he had met her, and thanks to her smile he saw that this revenge had meaning. With a tired gaze, he explained that the meaning of his revenge was that the seeds of the future like her could live in a world where she could have a smile. The divine power of dollars began to expand throughout the tunnel, and our boy thanked Perry for giving meaning to his journey. The divine power began to illuminate her body, and Vicar asked her forgiveness for not being able to protect her, and she was somewhat surprised to see that he had come again to see her. Upon hearing her voice, Vicar's eyes filled with surprise. He couldn't believe he had heard Perry's voice. Dolores' power began to free the souls trapped in this place, and as he turned around, Vicar saw Perry crying and the other children smiling. Perry started crying even more, put her hands over her face, and thanked our boy for coming since she was very scared. Upon seeing this, slowly the traumas of the victims stopped mixing with Vicar's consciousness, freeing him from the poison. He was shocked to hear this. Without hesitating for a second, he gave her a strong hug, and while the divine power was releasing all the souls, he closed his eyes and promised never to forgive whoever had made Perry cry. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Perry's face, thanking our boy once again. The divine power of dollars was so powerful that the windows of the orphans' dormitories began to shine intensely. The demon put his hands in front of his face to avoid going blind, and his body was thrown backward. He started staring intently at the saintess and couldn't help but go on alert upon seeing that she had so much power, realizing that she had awakened all her power. Dollars stood up, and Vicar appeared beside her, and Dantalian was in shock upon seeing that she had purified the mental world and all the souls that were there. She clasped her hands together again, closed her eyes, and began to use her power once more, which started to expand throughout the area. Vicar, who was standing next to her, began staring intently at the demon. His body was surrounded by Dollars' divine power. He started looking at the palm of his hand, and upon seeing this, he was somewhat surprised. He clenched his fist and his body began to release a powerful energy. Now his aura was overflowing, and the divine power of the saintess was amplifying his aura. Vicar was a rank 6 swordsman, but thanks to her help, he was sure that he would be able to reach rank 7. He dropped his hand, and several seconds later, he focused, causing his aura to solidify like a stone. Vicar drew the sword Beelzebub, which was now surrounded by a powerful aura. Seeing this, Dantalian took several steps back and couldn't help but go on alert upon seeing his aura, realizing that he had the aura of a sword master. Our boy adopted an offensive stance and began to stare intently at the demon, his gaze full of rage. He clenched his teeth tightly and, thirsty for revenge, told Dantalian that he didn't think he would be able to die peacefully. Dolores, who was behind Vicar, joined her hands and began to use her power, causing a powerful golden energy to appear around her body, and thanks to this, Vicar's body began to emit an aura similar to that of a sword master. Seeing this, Dantalian couldn't help but clench his teeth tightly and take several steps back. Dolores, who had her eyes closed and was focused, started blushing as she could feel the sadness for the loss of so many children and the anger against the demon who had made such a sacrifice. She shared the feelings of the Blood Knight Hound. She began to imagine a knight holding a sword and a saint praying. The Pope of the Church had once said that a saint could awaken upon meeting her true soulmate. She clasped her hands and began to gather divine power. The energy gradually became more intense as she was willing to give all the divine power she had to the Night Bloodhound. A powerful surge of divine power began to emerge from her body. Soul resonance was a blessing that temporarily maximized the target's abilities. She passed her divine power to her soulmate. Vicar's gaze, thirsty for revenge, fixed on the demon. He wanted to kill him at all costs to avenge all the children in Perry. Dolores closed her eyes and began to concentrate even more, while on the other side, Vicar, who had unsheathed the Beelzebub sword, started staring intently at the demon, ready to attack. Now that she had passed her divine power to him, she realized that he was Vicar, and in the moment when he first awakened as a master of the sword, was called Supreme Realm. Dantalian took several steps back, and upon seeing our boy's powerful aura, his eyes filled with fear. He couldn't believe that Vicar was a master of the sword. He panicked and began sweating like crazy, remembering that among humans only a few chosen ones could reach that level, and even if it were just as a precautionary target, it would only be heads of prestigious families. Vicar clenched his fist tightly and with a piercing gaze began to walk toward the demon. Dantalian couldn't believe that a boy like him had been able to reach the level of sword master at such a young age. Seeing Vicar upside down, Dantalian's eyes filled with confusion. He was somewhat incredulous, asking why he was upside down, but the reality was that it was his head that was upside down. Vicar had cut off his head without him even noticing. Our boy started unleashing a chain of powerful slashes towards him. which began cutting his body into pieces as if it were mere straw. In the blink of an eye, Vicar cut Dantalian's body into pieces, and his head, which now no longer had tentacles, struck the ground forcefully, causing him to clench his teeth tightly due to the intense pain. Just before he could comprehend what had just happened, Vicar approached him and stomped on his head. Now that the souls he had collected had been purified and disappeared, he no longer had extra faces, having no choice but to fight. Vicar began to observe him intently with a piercing gaze, knowing that the demon must now be feeling useless. His eyes filled with fear, he began to feel a terror he had never felt before. He had not noticed the presence of Vicar's attack at all, wondering if he was really going to die. Vicar began to step on his head even harder and started savoring the moment. Dantalian began watching him and clenched his teeth tightly due to fear, and upon seeing his murderous gaze, he started sweating like crazy. His mission was to gather magical power to open the door to the world of demons. He had thought that soon he would be able to easily conquer the human world, but he had never thought there would be a human who would interfere with them, the demons. He had to kill our boy, even if it meant giving up his own life. Vicar prepared to deliver the final blow, but at that moment his gaze filled with surprise as he noticed something. Dantalian's face began to deform, making several mouths and eyes appear. With a smile, he asked why Vicar believed he no longer had more faces. His head started to mutate and became gigantic. He began staring intently at Vicar with an aggressive gaze, revealing that he still had a face hidden up his sleeve. Vicar immediately withdrew his foot. He couldn't believe this. Dantalian was planning to explode and take Vicar and this orphanage with him. Upon hearing this, Dolores opened her eyes and her gaze filled with surprise. She panicked, realizing that this aura was very dangerous as she felt tingling on her skin. She didn't know what to do now since at this rate the entire area was going to be devastated by the explosion. Vicar remained calm and asked her to calm down as well. Seeing what was in front of her eyes, she was shocked. The demon prepared to explode, being sure that our boy would not be able to do anything about it. While our boy's body was surrounded by the aura of a sword master and divine power, he turned towards Dolores and with a determined gaze said there was nothing to worry about. His eyes were full of determination as he had confidence that he would be able to defeat the demon before it could explode. Now he had achieved the state he had yearned for all his life but had not been able to reach before regressing. He began to recall the moment when Hugo had even cut through the clouds in the sky with his sword. Now he possessed the same power his father had shown. Dantalian decided it was time to end this, and he asked his demon brothers to please complete the mission, swearing that the era of destruction was going to reach the human world. His face began to deform, preparing to explode. But just at that moment, our boy used his power, and remembering his father's sword, launched a powerful slash toward the demon's head. Vicar's attack was so powerful that it cut through the roof of the orphans' dormitories, and not long after, a powerful explosion occurred in the area. Upon hearing the sound of the commotion, Bianca and Sinclair took off the sheets and woke up, wondering what was happening. The explosion created a great earthquake that shook the entire area. Piggy and Tudor woke up in panic, wondering why an earthquake had occurred, while on the other side, Sancho was still half asleep. Dolores, who had her hands together, eyes closed and was blindly trusting Vicar, remained silent. Several seconds later, she stopped praying and opened her eyes, and upon seeing what was in front of her, it made her expression change. She couldn't help but be left open-mouthed. She couldn't believe what her eyes were seeing, and not long after, she fell to her knees on the ground. In front of her was Vicar, with his knee and hand resting on the ground. Our boy's attack had cut through the ceiling of the dormitory and left a large crack in the floor. And just like his father, it had sliced through the clouds in the sky, revealing the starry heavens. Sinclair looked to one side, and her eyes filled with surprise. She opened the window and was shocked since she didn't know what was happening. Vicar's attack had cut through the clouds, revealing a beautiful sky. The incident that occurred at the Indulgentia orphanage in the middle of the night caused the royal capital to be engulfed in fear, and another terrorist attack at an orphanage of the Quavades family. Like the previous incident, the night bloodhound had been identified as the culprit, and a large crowd had gathered at the scene. Vicar's attack had even destroyed many houses in the area. Many investigators gathered in the area, and upon observing this, Bianca was somewhat surprised. She would never have thought that the night bloodhound would come to an orphanage like this. Behind her was Sinclair, who had her hands resting on her abdomen with a calm gaze. She mentioned that it was frightening for a terrorist attack like this to have occurred where they were. Piggy put on the backpack, and couldn't help but start to feel fear, remembering that many things had happened the last day. Tudor began to observe the crowd with a furious gaze, clenched his fist tightly and couldn't help but feel frustrated since he had wasted an opportunity to catch the night hound and prove his qualities as a great hero. With a serene gaze, Sancho mentioned that it was a bit strange since there were no victims in the explosion. Upon hearing this, Piggy, who was somewhat surprised, turned towards him and with a serious gaze asked him to be careful with his words. In front of them was Dollars next to a man. Both began to move away from the area. Piggy started watching her and explained that Quilty, the director of the orphanage, had disappeared along with his escort knights, believing that he had been a victim of the night bloodhound. Sancho's attention fixed on them, and he began to think silently. Once Dollars and the man moved away a bit, she placed her hand on her elbow and, with a lost gaze, began looking at the ground. The man placed his hand under his chin and began thinking. Thanks to her he knew that Quilty was guilty. He had always thought Quilty was a guy with many oddities, but never that he could be a demon. He moved his hand away from his chin, and with a serene expression, began to turn his head to one side. According to what he knew, the person who had solved the problem had been the night bloodhound. Attacking a certain part of the family was an unforgivable act, but for him it was refreshing to eliminate the rotten parts of the family. They approached the entrance where there were several reporters. The man was not sure if the public would believe this. Dollars remained silent, thinking for several seconds until she turned her back on the man and began to walk away. She apologized in advance to Pietro for what was about to happen from this moment on. Upon hearing this, Pietro, who had his arms crossed, was somewhat surprised, not knowing what she was planning to do. She approached the reporters. Some had cameras and others were ready to jot down everything she said. To everyone gathered there, she asked them to listen to her story. She placed her hands over her abdomen and began walking toward them, and it didn't take long for the reporters to recognize her as Saintess Dollars, realizing that she had something to say about the incident. With a lost gaze, she put her hand inside her shirt and began to take out a notebook, thinking about the night bloodhound. The day before, the night of the explosion, Victor took out this notebook, approached her and handed it to her, revealing that in it was the truth about the Quavades family, and it depended on her how to use it. She placed her hands over her chest and began to observe it in silence. Back in the present, she took out the notebook and began showing it to the reporters. She opened the notebook, and with a furious gaze, started revealing the history of indulgence sales. Pietro, who was behind her, couldn't help but remain somewhat surprised. With a determined expression, she revealed that the sender was Quilty Rune Indulgentia, and the recipient was Cardinal Humbert Runer Quavades. She explained that Viscount Bicoin had killed parents who wanted to donate their inheritance instead of passing it on to him, and had stolen the inheritance after disguising the death as an accident. All sins had been forgiven with the donation of 1.5 billion gold coins. Upon hearing this, Sancho, Piggy, and Tudor were left speechless. They could not believe what they had just heard. Dollars also revealed that Baron Lagiso had done something cruel to a maiden. He had killed her and secretly buried her in the sewer. All his sins had been forgiven with the donation of 200 million gold coins. And Sir Fingig had murdered his business partner to keep all the investment money, and all his sins had been forgiven with the donation of 800 million gold coins. Upon hearing this, Sinclair's and Bianca's attention focused on her. They could not go into shock. The reporters began talking among themselves. They were somewhat surprised. The brown-haired man couldn't believe that the church had sold indulgences to some demons. The brown-haired woman mentioned that they had crossed the line of forgiveness. The gray-haired man mentioned there was no way Cardinal Humbert and Quilty could have done such a thing. But the woman argued that the Saintess was saying it directly. Dollars began to point at the date with her finger, revealing that Count Escicil had committed tax evasion close to 100 billion gold coins. But all his sins had been forgiven with a donation of 300 million gold coins. She was no longer willing to stop out of fear of her father. She wanted to become someone who would be ashamed of him. With a gaze full of determination, she revealed that she, Dollars Runer Quavades, believed that sin was something that could neither be bought nor sold with money, and that the act itself was an insult to God. She swore not to forgive that more atrocities occurred in Quavades. At the same time, not far from the area was the zone where the children played. And Vicar was sitting with his hands resting on the cement where he and Perry used to sit. He began to gaze at the sky and started thinking about the Saintess. The sunlight was illuminating the tree. Even after regressing, her righteous mentality had not changed. Vicar began observing the rays of sunlight with a calm expression. With this, now 8 of the 10 elite corpses remained. Vicar's eyes filled with sadness, and as the leaves were blowing, he turned to one side. He rested his hand on the spot where Perry used to sit. He stood up and began to walk, vowing that at the end of this path, he would create a future where children like her could live with smiles. Next to the tree, there was a cross stuck in the ground, with flowers around it and Perry's name hanging on it. It was her grave. Vicar hoped that she could smile comfortably in heaven watching that future. After a few hours, Piggy and the others returned to the academy, and somewhere in the academy was Professor Banshee Morg's research office. Dolores entered the office, placed her hands on top of the table, and with an angry gaze, began staring intently at the professor, asking why he had not published her article. She had written the truth as it was. She couldn't believe that he had published an article criticizing Night Bloodhound instead of hers. Professor Banshee, who had his hands clasped together, began staring back at her intently, questioning if she was asking this because she didn't know the truth. He explained that her article had been quite offensive to certain groups, reminding her that the academy maintained a politically neutral stance. Even though she was somewhat furious, she remained silent and listened without interrupting. The professor took out an article from a drawer, placed it on top of the table, and slid it toward her with his hand. This article accused Night Bloodhound of committing terrorism and bringing darkness to the Quo Vadis family. With a serene voice, she mentioned again that she had written the facts as they were. The professor closed his eyes, turned his head to the other side, sighed and argued that her father, Cardinal Humbert, had denied all these facts, and furthermore the leading figures of society who were on the list of indulgences had also declared that the information was not true. Dolores' eyes filled with sadness and distrust, she began to gaze at the ground, explaining that all the information was in the Book of Indulgences. The professor raised his head and with a calm expression responded that the origin of the book was not very clear. Her mind filled with questions, questioning why he was on Quo Vadis' side and if he was being pressured by someone external. The professor's gaze filled with surprise. He went on alert upon seeing that she was getting closer to the truth. He stood up, moved the chair aside using his hand, and began staring at her intently, deciding there was no need to lie. He had been told to focus this article on the terrible act of terrorism committed by the Night Bloodhound, revealing that thanks to her, the dean was also quite perplexed. Upon hearing this, Dolores' expression changed drastically. She started touching her arm out of nerves and began looking at him with a surprised look, not fully understanding what he meant. She remained calm, asking if Cardinal Humbert was so powerful that even the dean of the academy could get into trouble. The professor grabbed his nose and with a confident smile mentioned that if it had only been Cardinal Humbert, there would have been no way for the dean to listen to him in the first place. Dolores' expression turned surprised. She couldn't help but go into shock and realize what was really happening. She began to imagine the Pope of the Church smiling, finally realizing that there was only one person in Quo Vadis who was superior to Cardinal Humbert, and that person was none other than the Pope himself. She placed her hands over her chest and, with an empty gaze, began to think in silence. Even though everyone else was corrupt, she firmly believed that he was not someone who would lose his integrity. She had heard many people say that his judgment had become a bit blurry as he aged. She didn't know if Cardinal Humbert was taking this opportunity to cover the Pope's eyes and ears from the church. With a serene expression, the professor snapped his fingers and began pointing at her with his finger, arguing that, first of all, her article was not suitable for publication in a newspaper since while reading it, he couldn't help but get the impression that she was secretly siding with the Night Bloodhound, reminding her that he was someone bad who had committed terrorism. Dolores could not avoid feeling internal rage, but even so, she showed no emotion, firmly thinking that the Night Bloodhound was not someone bad, rather, the bad ones were Quo Vadis and the demon hiding within the family. The day before leaving, Vicar revealed to her that demons still remained in the world. He had been fighting a difficult battle alone and there were going to be many more in the future. Today, after speaking with Professor Banshee, she believed she knew why the Night Bloodhound risked his life to kill demons without letting people know. She turned her back to the teacher and started walking towards the door. He began to look at her and asked her not to delve further into this. She opened the door with her hand and promised not to do so. Her eyes filled with determination. She also decided to help the Night Hound so that he would not fight alone. Tudor, who was stretching his arms, closed his eyes and concentrated, making his whole body tremble. He started walking next to Sancho, and while stretching his arms due to exhaustion, he explained that it had been a while since he had gone to class. So now he was exhausted. Now he knew why volunteering work was a good option for him. Sancho, who was next to him, began observing him with a confused gaze, thinking that this guy was very strange. In front of them was Piggy. With a cheerful expression, he turned towards Vicar, promising to go together next time. Vicar started walking silently without saying a single word. Tudor approached our boy, placed his hand on his shoulder, and with a kind look mentioned that today he was going to practice Neftali, asking if he wanted to go with them. Victor didn't even look him in the eyes. With a lost gaze, he replied that he wasn't feeling well and preferred to spend some time alone. Upon hearing this, Tudor's look filled with fear and confusion. He didn't know why Victor wanted to spend time alone. With a happy expression, Piggy began pointing at himself with his finger, deciding to go to the room with Victor. Sancho's attention, who was behind them, focused on Piggy. Tudor started covering poor Piggy's mouth with his hand and, with a forced smile, decided to leave Victor alone since alone time was important. Poor Piggy couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. With a calm and lost expression, our boy thanked them. Some time later, Victor went to his bedroom and closed the door. He sat in front of the table, and using his hands, he began to open the backpack. He couldn't help but feel calm since that day. He hadn't had time to be alone and hadn't even been able to organize himself properly. With a lost gaze, he started observing his backpack. The level of sword master that he had reached with the blessing of the Saintess had faded because after that day, he had returned to being a supreme graduate. But after all, it had been good for him to experience the level of swordmaster. He reached into the backpack and began rummaging around, and the greatest reward from this fight was what he had obtained while battling against the knights. He took out the masks that Dantalian's guards were carrying. These were leather sacks, and when the 4 sacks came together, they formed a large mask, and according to our boy's memory, this relic was something special. Once the masks were joined, it transformed into a mask with the face of a dog. It was a mask of human faces and from the depths of the heart, of rank O+ called human face in beast form. He would never have thought he would obtain a relic comparable to Beelzebub's demonic sword. He had seen in a book before regressing that it was a mask whose power grew stronger the more it killed its own people. It was said that the more people the user killed, the more powerful it would become. And furthermore, it had an inexplicable level of recovery and aura accumulation. Victor took the mask out of the backpack and began to observe it with a curious look. He decided to try it on. And despite believing that it was written there were some side effects, for him it was better to take the risk. Without wasting a second, he put on the mask, and his eyes became those of a bloodthirsty killer. His resistance and aura, which had been stripped away during the fight with Dantalian, had recovered. Unlike the regenerative abilities of swamp salamanders, which were excellent at regenerating limbs, this mask restored our boy's stamina and fatigue. Victor now felt that he was in a dark place. He went on alert and his gaze fixed to one side. He felt a strange sensation. Now the table seemed much bigger. Victor's attention focused on the backpack. He didn't know why his gaze had become so low, and moreover now his vision was in black and white. The reality was that our boy had turned into an adorable dog, and now his clothes were somewhat big on him. Victor's eyes filled with confusion, realizing that these were the side effects of using the mask. He got down from the chair and started running in circles. If his body didn't return to normal, he was going to be in serious trouble. He had to take off the mask as soon as possible. Little by little, Victor's method began to take effect, and the mask started coming off. Feeling this, he began to gaze at the ground in confusion. In a matter of seconds, the mask detached from his body, making him return to normal. He began to observe his hand, and his eyes filled with curiosity. If he showed the will to remove the mask, it would come off. The mask fell to the ground, and our boy's attention fixed on it. If the mask had the ability to turn our boy into a dog at any moment he wanted, he realized that it was more of a sub-ability than a side effect. Luckily, there was no rule stating that animals couldn't be kept inside the academy dormitory. Thanks to this, he would be able to use the mask easily here. At that moment, he began to feel a strange energy. His attention fixed on the open backpack that was on top of the table. Victor became curious, not knowing where this energy was coming from. Our boy put his hand inside the backpack and took out an egg that was hatching. He started observing the egg carefully, placed his hand over his chest, and remembered that this was Madam's egg, and the movement at this moment was a sign of hatching. Previously, while playing, Perry had dropped the egg into the water. The 8-legged Madam was a super high-level monster against whom our boy had almost died several times during their fight. Even for the ancient demons who ruled hell, she was someone difficult to deal with. There also existed a story that monsters like her were guaranteed a space to live in a corner of the depths of the abyss. One of the descendants of this monster was waking up now. At that moment, little by little a small spider began to emerge from the egg. Several seconds later, the egg hatched completely, and out came a small and adorable spider, very different from her mother. With a tender look, the little spider started to look at our boy. Victor began to observe the spider. He couldn't believe that this little thing resembling a cotton ball was Madame's baby. The little spider began to cry, and upon seeing this, Victor's mind filled with confusion. But it didn't take him long to realize that this crying was something she had learned from the wolves while the egg was in the deep forest. The little spider's eyes filled with sadness, and then she began to cry and lose strength, and upon seeing this, our boy realized that she was hungry. He took out some meat he had stored in his backpack, broke it into small pieces, and left it on the table. The little spider jumped onto the table and started shaking her body. Victor began to observe her carefully. He had thought that she ate meat just like her mother, but now he realized that the young ones did not eat meat. The spider climbed back onto Victor's hand and started to feel dizzy due to hunger. With a calm look, he decided to take this opportunity to raise an S-rank monster from the deep forest. But for now, he needed to find some food. He hid the small spider in his clothes, left his room, and started walking down the hallway. But just as he was about to turn a corner, something caught his attention. Someone asked a commoner not to muddy the waters of the academy. Our boy hid behind the wall and peeked his head around the corner. Several intimidating boys were standing in front of poor Piggy. The boy with the ponytail grabbed Piggy by the shoulder and started to smile, and upon seeing this, poor Piggy couldn't help but panic and start to feel afraid. While on the other side, the man with purple hair who had his arms crossed began to stare at him silently. He was Granuel from Leviathan of the Fire Corps, among the 7 families that represented the Empire. He was from the Leviathan family, an extremely venomous hermit. Victor had heard that he was the first-year vice president of the Fire Corps and was considered to be the most arrogant person. Piggy began to touch his neck with his hand, and with a forced smile, he turned his back on them and started to walk away, apologizing and explaining that he had just come to the bathroom for a moment, and that his friends were waiting for him. At first, they remained silent, but just then, Granuel and his friend appeared in front of Piggy and began to look at him with a piercing gaze. The boy with the ponytail put his hand in front of Granuel, indicating not to act, and with an arrogant expression called Piggy a commoner, and asked where he was planning to go. Granuel approached Piggy and couldn't help but get angry upon seeing that someone with such a simple appearance thought so highly of himself. For him, having to go to the academy with people like Piggy was disgusting, asking if he realized the great insult this represented for someone like him, a descendant of the 7 great families. Piggy's eyes filled with fear. He began looking down at the ground in silence. With an arrogant look, Granuel mentioned that his existence did not fit in this place, asking him to leave the academy. He didn't even want to imagine what Piggy's friends were like, thinking they must be just like him. Upon hearing this, Piggy's gaze turned furious. He could not allow this bastard to insult his friends. Without losing a second, he grabbed Granuel by the collar, and upon seeing this, he couldn't help but clench his teeth tightly in rage, as he couldn't believe that a commoner was doing this. Fury consumed Piggy's mind, and with a piercing look, he made it clear that he didn't care if they spoke like that about him. But he wasn't going to let anyone insult his friends. Granuel began observing Piggy's behavior in silence, and then veins appeared on his face. With an enraged gaze, he asked if Piggy really thought he'd leave him alone after this. Using his hand, he pushed Piggy back, turned to his friend, and gave the order to crush him. Upon hearing this order, his friend clenched his fist and prepared to strike. Piggy closed his eyes and braced himself for the blow, but several seconds passed, and he was never hit by it. Consumed by curiosity, he began to open his eyes. It was Tudor who had blocked the attack from Granuel's subordinate. He turned to Piggy and with a worried look asked if he was okay. At that moment, someone muscular placed his hand on top of the head of Granuel's other friend, causing the boy to panic, not knowing what was happening. It was Sancho. He grabbed the boy's head firmly, and his eyes filled with rage, revealing that if what they wanted was a test of strength, they had chosen the wrong opponent. The boy began to scream in pain. Seeing this, Piggy's eyes filled with surprise. He couldn't believe that Tudor and Sancho were defending him. Piggy fell to the ground, and at that moment Victor appeared behind him and placed his hands on his shoulders to help him stand up. Upon seeing Victor, Piggy couldn't help but be left speechless. He couldn't believe that even Victor had come to defend him. Upon seeing Tudor, Granuel couldn't help but clench his teeth tightly, and his eyes filled with rage. Tudor, Sancho, and Victor stood next to Piggy with a piercing expression. Tudor finally realized why Piggy was taking so long to return. Sancho began staring intently at Granuel, and Piggy couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. Tudor's eyes filled with rage. He couldn't believe that Granuel had dared to touch his friend. Piggy panicked upon hearing this. Sancho started cracking his fingers and began showing a piercing expression, ready to fight, while on the other side, our boy showed no emotion. While the sunlight was entering the hallway through the window, Tudor clenched his fists and began to look at the floor in silence. Sancho crossed his arms without making a move. Piggy and Vicar remained silent, creating tension in the atmosphere. Granule started staring at them with an arrogant gaze and with a smile mentioned that they said you could know a person's level by looking at the people they hung out with, and by looking at his plebeian friends he could see Tudor's level. Despite having his mind full of rage, Tudor tried to stay calm, and with a piercing look asked if he had forgotten that he had taught him that there was no distinction between nobles and plebeians in the academy. Granule extended his hand to the side and mocked him by asking what he was doing, frowning, revealing that he was just someone who had been at the scene of the night bloodhound incident, but had not been able to do anything. Sancho's eyes, as he stood with his arms crossed, filled with confusion, not knowing how this guy knew this. Tudor's expression changed from rage to surprise. With a serene look, he responded that he hadn't been able to do anything because he was sleeping at that moment. The eyes of Granule's subordinates filled with fury, and they began putting on masks. He placed his hand over his chest, and his body started releasing a toxic gas. He stared intently at Tudor and, with an arrogant smile, said that losers always had excuses. If he had been there, he would have caught the night bloodhound. In the blink of an eye, his body began to release a large amount of toxic gas, which started spreading throughout the room. Seeing this, Piggy's eyes filled with fear since he didn't know what was happening. Tudor, who was standing nearby, began observing Granule and couldn't help but go on alert without knowing what this guy was planning to do. He put his arm in front of his mouth and his eyes filled with fear and surprise, asking if Granule intended to show his skills inside the academy. Vicar, who was behind, began to observe the gas and it didn't take long for him to realize that it was paralyzing poison. At that moment, the small spider emerged from our boy's clothes, and her attention fixed on the gas. Upon feeling her touch, Vicar couldn't help but fall into confusion without knowing what was happening. In the blink of an eye, the entire room filled with gas. Granule, whose eyes were full of rage, put his hand in front of his face and with a piercing gaze revealed that he was only playing. He was merely demonstrating the difference in level between them and him. His subordinates, who were wearing masks and standing behind him, began to show a piercing gaze, ready to attack. Granule wanted them to feel the difference in status and despair. Piggy started covering his mouth with both hands. Sancho began pinching his nose with his finger, and his attention fixed on Granule without knowing what this guy was planning to do. Tudor's eyes, who had his arm in front of his face, filled with worry, making him clench his teeth tightly, realizing that this was not good. The little spider, who was hungry, opened her mouth and prepared to eat. At that moment, she began to devour the paralyzing poison that was in the room. Our boy was in shock without knowing what was happening. The little spider was devouring the gas so quickly that Tudor closed his eyes. Vicar started watching her with a surprised expression. He couldn't believe that Madame's offspring was rapidly inhaling the poisonous mist. To prevent her from being discovered by the others, Vicar grabbed her with his hand, and he soon realized that her staple food was eating poison. Tudor, who thought he was going to die, opened his eyes, and his gaze filled with surprise and confusion upon seeing what was happening. In the blink of an eye, the little spider devoured all the poisonous mist. Now the room looked as if nothing had happened. Tudor, Sancho, and Piggy were somewhat confused, not knowing what had just occurred. Tudor had been scared for no reason, but luckily Granule also had common sense. Granule's subordinates were in shock and couldn't help but feel fear upon seeing that the poisonous mist had disappeared without a trace. Granule's eyes filled with surprise and confusion. He could not avoid going into shock and starting to sweat without knowing what had just happened. Vicar hid the little spider back inside his clothes, and she started burping, causing a bit of venom to come out through our boy's collar. He quickly looked away to avoid drawing attention. Granule's gaze fixed on him. He felt as if all the fog had been absorbed by our boy. He didn't know if he had seen wrong. He crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and a smile spread across his face. He had shown a generosity deeper than the abyss, and it was a waste of poison to use it on idiots from the ice core who were full of muscles instead of brains. Tudor began to walk toward him and with a serene expression explained that he knew that he had been looking down on them for a long time. He approached, clenched his fist tightly, and began to stare him straight in the eyes with a piercing gaze, asking if he didn't want to fight under fair conditions. Granule's eyes filled with seriousness. He returned the gaze and began to think silently. With a gaze full of rage, Tudor mentioned that the midterm team competition was about to take place, and the team with the lowest score would have to run a lap around the academy naked. Granule remained calm and accepted with a serene expression. His eyes filled with excitement as he turned around, started waving goodbye to them, and with an arrogant smile accepted the bet, because he believed it would be good training to see how they were going to lose. While little by little he was moving away, Tutor stayed watching in silence, eagerly waiting for the day of the competition. Piggy, whose mind was full of guilt, approached, started looking at the ground and with a sad gaze, asked for forgiveness. Upon hearing this, Tutor came out of his trance and with a calm expression explained that everything had gone well since he was going to crush Granuel's ego. Piggy's eyes filled with tears. He was just a low-ranking expert, so he didn't know if he would be of any help during the competition. With a kind smile, Tutor placed his hand on Piggy's shoulder and told him not to worry since he was someone intelligent and had excellent observation skills. Everyone started walking down the hallway, and along the way, Tutor extended his hand and with a cheerful smile explained that since they were going to be four in the midterm team competition, Sancho and he would be the vanguard, Piggy would be the middle commander, and Vikir, who specialized in bows, would take care of the rear guard. Therefore, achieving a high score was going to be a piece of cake. Upon hearing this, Piggy's eyes filled with excitement, bringing a smile to his face. Sancho began observing Piggy and upon seeing his smile, he couldn't help but feel inner peace. Meanwhile, on the other side, our boy remained silent. They were not willing to lose against someone like Granuel. Piggy clenched his fists and couldn't help but smile. His eyes were full of determination and admiration, but Vikir broke his smile. He raised his hand and with a cold expression explained that he already had a friend with whom he had decided to form a team for the team competition, so he was not going to be part of their team. Tutor went into shock, turned around and with a surprised expression started asking why. Vikir began pointing towards the ceiling with his finger and repeated again that he had a friend with whom he had decided to form a team. Piggy panicked, extended his hands to the sides, and with a confused gaze asked if Vikir couldn't reject him, to which he replied that promises were important. Everyone got mad at Vikir since they wanted him to pay attention to the situation. If they lost, they would have to run naked through the academy. Vikir showed no emotion, looked away and said nothing. A week later, it was a wonderful day. The sun was shining high in the sky. All the students of the academy went to the stadium. The eyes of the students were full of excitement, and everyone was eager for the competition to begin. Several students emerged from the door. It was Dolores' team. There was a man carrying a shield, a woman carrying a staff, and another man carrying a crossbow. Everyone started cheering for her since she was the pride of the imperial capital. Dolores' eyes were full of emotion and seriousness. Once she entered the field, a blue barrier appeared around her body. The partial exams of Colosseo Academy were open to the public. There were a total of 3 subjects for the partial exam. The first team test that served to evaluate defense, the second individual test to evaluate offensive strength, and lastly there was the written test where every year many students struggle to pass. In the defense test that was going to take place today, a dungeon was created in the stadium using holographic magic, in which they were going to have to fight against fictional monsters created by applying holographic magic to a clay golem. The magic began to take effect, and in the blink of an eye, giant ants made of clay emerged from the ground. The man carrying the giant shield was the team's tank. He stood at the front to block attacks. Dolores positioned herself behind him, closed her eyes, extended her hands, and began using her power. The boy carrying a crossbow prepared to attack, while the girl holding the magic staff summoned a fireball and got ready for long-range combat. The magic shield was going to cover the entire body of the students, and when they received a certain amount of impacts, the damage taken would be displayed on a distant panel. The students formed a team of 4 to defend themselves from the wave of monsters approaching, and the test performance was measured by their contribution and how long they managed to resist. The fight began, and Dolores summoned a large magic circle behind them. The HP points granted to the students were deducted each time they were hit by monsters, and when their HP points reached 0, the test would automatically end. There were 3 rounds, 20 minutes each. If one survived a total of 60 minutes, they would achieve a perfect score. The audience began to cheer her team with excitement, and the best grade of this term had come from the third-year students, more precisely from the team of the school president, Dolores, who had managed to endure for 58 minutes, achieving the best record among the third-year students. Her team members were sitting and exhausted. Dolores was the only one still standing but had all her clothes full of scratches. With a tired gaze, she began to pant heavily. Somewhere else was Piggy, who was writing something in a notebook with a surprised expression. He realized that the fourth-year students were not taking the test. He was sure that Dolores Senior's team would be the best team and would achieve the highest score on the midterm test. Behind him was Sancho, who had his arms crossed and carried an axe on his back. Next to him was Tutor, who carried a spear. Piggy, who was jotting down notes in the notebook, mentioned that generally third-year students reach the third round and second-year students reach the second round. So they, as first years, if they could last 20 minutes, would be at the top. With a smile, Tutor replied that they couldn't be satisfied with that. He began observing the competition with a cheerful expression and explained that if they wanted to crush Granuel's ego, they needed to at least make it halfway through the second round. Sancho also started enjoying the competition with a smile. At that moment, someone with their hand on their hip appeared and explained that she was going to be with them so it wouldn't be a problem anymore. Upon hearing this, their attention turned to her. It was Bianca, who carried a bow as her weapon. She began walking toward them and, while touching her hair with her hand, asked Tutor to make sure he played his role well so the monsters wouldn't focus on her. With a confident smile, she revealed that she was going to hunt all the monsters. Tutor's eyes filled with insecurity. He didn't know whether to trust her. With a calm expression, he mentioned that teamwork wasn't about being a princess and having 3 servants. He would have to strip if he lost, so he asked her to take it seriously. A smile appeared on her face as she mocked him by saying that she didn't want to see him naked either since her eyes would rot. She then urged him to give his best effort. Sancho kept calm and did not lose his composure. With a serious expression, he explained that they were going to have to fight against the enemy on the battlefield. Tutor and Bianca turned their backs on each other. Piggy's eyes filled with confusion, and it didn't take him long to realize that Tutor and Bianca were secretly on bad terms. His attention fixed on the sky, and his mind filled with many questions, not knowing why Victor had gone to another team. Somewhere else in the stadium was our boy. With a serious look, he mentioned again that he didn't like people noticing him too much. He carried a bow on his back. Victor crossed his arms and with a serious expression explained that things had happened and he had received some attention, so it would be bad if he got more than this. So, he gave permission to the other members of his team to go crazy so that he wouldn't have to do anything. In front of him were 3 boys with blonde hair. They were the triplets, who promised to protect Victor so that he wouldn't have to do anything. The eyes of Highborough, Middleborough, and Lowborough were full of excitement, and a smile spread across their faces. Their attention was fixed on Victor, and they couldn't help but blush. It was the first mission their master had given them, so they had to do it well. While Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy were waiting bored to death, someone wearing white boots appeared and caught their attention. They knew that Tutor had abandoned his plebeian friend and taken Bianca from the Usher family, being a natural decision to make in order to win. Granuel was a second-year student. With a confident smile, he was sure it would be impossible for them to win. But he was also a little annoyed since they had also recruited someone new to the team. Someone with white hair asked him if he could stop smiling sinisterly. Somewhat annoyed, Granuel turned around and, with an angry expression, mentioned that she should be grateful for being accepted, calling her a commoner. It was Sinclair. She clenched her fist and with a surprised gaze responded that she didn't feel like it, but as teammates they were going to work hard to improve each other's grades. She put her hand on her chin and couldn't properly say Granuel's name, something that made him angry. She started looking around, not knowing where Victor was. Granuel's subordinates began to observe her and thought she was someone very strange. His eyes were full of confidence. He firmly believed that the first place among the first-year students belonged to them. They were Team 69. Victor's team was Team 108. Highborough, Middleborough, and Lowborough carried swords as weapons while our boy carried a bow. Tutor's team was Team 109. While Bianca was waving at the audience with her hand, Tutor started cracking his fingers and with a confident smile decided it was time to begin. The audience went wild, and all the students began cheering for their favorite teams. Once a team entered the arena, a blue barrier appeared around the ring to prevent monsters from escaping and attacking the spectators. Victor, who was waiting for his turn with a lost gaze, started looking at the ground since he didn't remember seeing the academy exam in his previous life. He only knew one needed to fight but didn't expect to do so against monsters. Highborough, who was standing next to him, noticed this, and the 3 brothers were somewhat surprised, not knowing why Victor was so deep in thought. With a kind smile, Highborough extended his hand toward our boy, and, seeing that he had no information about the exam, explained that upon entering the stadium, the virtual reality magic circle was activated, and the surroundings turned into something like a dungeon. When monsters swarmed in masses, the exam began. Inside the stadium, a horde of mud ants emerged, releasing a curtain of poisonous gas. The students who were fighting covered their noses to avoid inhaling the smoke and dying. The rules were simple. One only had to endure as long as possible until their HP dropped to 0. The poison released by the monsters was diluted real poison, so even if one didn't receive a physical attack, They had to be careful with the poison since it could continue consuming their HP points. Upon hearing this, Vicar came out of his trance, turned around, and with a serene expression asked if they were really using poison. Hybero mentioned that he had heard that when an accident occurred, the academy instructors deactivated magic and then intervened. Vicar realized that they knew a lot, so he asked if they had ever practiced before. With a smile, Middleborough admitted that when Vicar was away from the family home, they had practiced several times at the family training center. Vicar's eyes widened with excitement, and with a kind smile, he decided to leave this in the hands of the triplets. They should run as wildly as they wanted so that Vicar wouldn't have to move. Upon hearing this order, the triplets couldn't help but clench their fists and feel admiration for our boy. With an excited smile, they swore to protect him firmly. This was the first mission given by the master, so they had to do it well. While they were talking, Tudor and the others arrived at the area. He began waving his hand and caught Vicar's attention. Our boy snapped out of his trance and turned toward them. With a kind smile, Piggy started greeting our boy, while on the other side, Sancho, who had his arms crossed, began showing a cheerful smile. Tudor began to touch his head with his hand and, with a nervous expression, realized that Vicar had prepared well for the exam. He approached our boy, put his hand near his mouth, and with a calm gaze explained that he would never have thought that Vicar would associate himself with the Baskerville triplets, questioning if he was really okay. Upon hearing this, the triplets couldn't help but feel furious, creating tension in the atmosphere. Vicar did not lose composure and responded that he had formed a group together not because they had forced him to do so but because it had truly been a prior agreement. Tudor's eyes filled with confusion and concern, asking if this was true. Vicar didn't even look him in the eyes and replied that a few weeks ago they had asked him for help to learn more about the monsters. Tudor thought they were intimidating Vicar, but he refuted this idea, explaining that he was fine. Piggy's attention was fixed on the sky as the virtual magic barrier had disappeared, leaving him somewhat surprised. In the stadium were the corpses of mud ants, and in the middle were 3 students who were somewhat injured and exhausted. They were Team 68 of first year. It was the turn of Team 69 from the first year to come to the stadium. A confident smile spread across Granule's face as it was his team's turn. With a confident expression, he began walking toward the stadium and decided to show what they were capable of. The 2 men couldn't help but smile, while on the other side, Sinclair started following them. She was excited. Once they entered the stadium, fierce mud ants appeared and began roaring. The virtual magic barrier was activated, causing the ants to charge against Granule's team. He activated his power, making a magic circle appear which began to release poisonous gas. Seeing that the ants were ready to attack, he couldn't help but go on alert. He turned around and asked Sinclair if she was ready. She extended her hands, closed her eyes, and concentrated, making a magic circle appear behind her. Sinclair opened her eyes and with a serious expression began to use her power. The magic circle began to release energy which started to concentrate in front of her. The glow became intense and her gaze fixed on it. Her eyes were full of determination. She wanted to show the world what she was capable of. Several ants charged at her, but just then she stomped hard on the ground and counterattacked, causing the bodies of the ants to be flung backward. Upon seeing this, the audience couldn't help but go wild, and everyone started cheering for her. Her power even caught Vicar's attention. He raised his head, and his gaze fixed on her. The combat was fierce, so she began to invoke another spell and prepared to attack again. There was a reason why she was in the first place. With that level of skill, she would have become a famous mage in the future. However, there were no records of her in the era of destruction. A while later, the exam for Team 69 of the first year ended, and the virtual magic barrier was deactivated. Granule, who had his hands on his hips and whose men were exhausted, Sinclair was lying on the ground with her clothes full of scratches. She began to wipe the sweat from her forehead with her hand and sighed, as the exam had been difficult. According to the results, they had set a new record with 19 minutes and 55 seconds, being the highest time among first-year students. Seeing this, Tudor couldn't help but clench his fists and feel frustrated, his eyes filled with rage. He was furious to see that the bastard Granule had achieved a new first-year record. Despite being somewhat surprised, Sancho and Piggy remained silently watching without saying anything. At that moment, Tudor's eyes widened in surprise as something caught his attention. It was Granule. While he had one hand resting on his waist, he began to point at Tudor with the finger of the other and with an evil smile said that he couldn't wait to see him run naked. Seeing his expression, Tudor, Sancho, and Piggy couldn't help but get angry and clench their teeth tightly. Their eyes were full of rage and they swore not to lose against him. At the same time, someone wearing white boots descended into the stadium. It was Team 108, Vicar's team. While our boy was walking calmly, the triplets moved ahead, started observing their surroundings, and couldn't help but smile. The three were excited since their master had entrusted them with a mission. Once Vicar entered the stadium, Tutor, who was among the crowd, placed his hands near his mouth and began cheering him on with a smile. Meanwhile, on the other side, Piggy started waving his hand, saying that they trusted him. Our boy simply kept walking without paying attention. He was more focused on what was about to happen next. The triplets became serious and filled with determination since they wanted to take the first place for Vicar. The mud ants emerged from the cave, their piercing gazes fixed on Vicar and the others. Bianca, who had her arms crossed, was somewhat confused. She began observing Vicar and asked what was happening to him. Piggy's attention focused on her, his eyes filled with surprise and confusion as he did not know what she was referring to. A shield appeared around Vicar's body. With a calm attitude, he drew the bow and grabbed an arrow. Bianca couldn't believe that he was going to use a bow. Piggy explained that Vicar had registered the bow as his main weapon in the ice core. The ants prepared to attack, and upon seeing this, Vicar also prepared to shoot the bow. Bianca and the others wanted to see how well he handled the bow. In the blink of an eye, our boy shot a barrage of arrows at the monsters. Bianca was speechless, Piggy was open-mouthed and surprised at how fast he was. Bianca's eyes filled with fear, and her attention fixed on Vicar. She didn't know what that rapid fire was. Highborough, Middleborough, and Lowborough drew their swords and began to fight against the ants. Vicar was behind them, shooting arrows. Even though he was fast, his power was weak, and he also lacked precision since once the arrows reached the ants, they lost a lot of speed. Vicar prepared to attack again, but at that moment he began to feel a sense of unease. He froze for several seconds, and his eyes started to shine with seriousness as he began thinking silently. The tip of the arrow began to shine, and not long after, Vicar released his powerful mana and enveloped the tip with it. He knew he was giving a bad impression, so he attacked again and the mana arrow struck an ant, destroying its body into pieces. Highborough stood in front of Vicar and with a serious expression prepared to defend him from the ant's attacks. Vicar began to gaze at the ground. If he didn't hide his abilities, it was going to be a nuisance. But it was uncomfortable for him not being able to show his abilities. He began to remember what his friend from the tribe had told him. She clenched her fist and with a furious gaze promised not to let Vicar go if he went somewhere and didn't give everything he had. His eyes filled with joy, bringing a smile to his face. He apologized for not being able to keep his promise. The little spider emerged from his clothes and began to show a tender expression. Vicar's attention fixed on her. With a determined smile, he decided it was time to let her act. The corpse of the mud ants began to release poisonous gas. The small spider descended from Vicar's shoulder and started bouncing on the ground. Her eyes filled with happiness. She couldn't help but feel joyful at seeing food. Without wasting a second, she began to absorb the poison. Vicar turned his back to her and started observing in silence. He had heard that the poison came from the ants. He assumed this place was no different from a buffet for the baby spider, so he decided to let her have fun until the exam was over. Several minutes passed and the virtual magic barrier did not disappear, and Vicar and the others continued fighting. Some time later, the exam of Team 108 came to an end. Highborough, Middleborough, and Lowborough fell to their knees on the ground due to exhaustion, while on the other side, Vicar was standing and not at all tired. They had managed to endure 19 minutes and 50 seconds, obtaining second place among the first-year students. A smug smile appeared on Granule's face and his eyes began to shine with confidence. He started laughing like a madman since no one could beat his team's record. He and his friends started laughing, pointing at Vicar with his finger. He said there was no way a commoner could defeat him, revealing that this was the difference in rank between them. Sinclair, who had her arms behind her back, began to show a forced smile, thinking that phrase sounded like something from a third-rate villain. Consumed by humiliation, Highborough, Middleborough, and Lowborough stood up and placed their swords on their necks. They were sad and thought that the crime of not giving first place to Vicar was decapitation. However, Vicar, who was somewhat confused, turned around and gave them the order to stop since the second place was also too high. It was team number 109's turn to enter the stadium. The doors opened. Sancho, who carried an axe on his back, mentioned that Vicar had obtained second place. Piggy, who was next to him, thought it was an achievement worth celebrating. Tutor prepared to enter the stadium. The team entered the stadium. Bianca closed her eyes and with a smile began waving her hand. Piggy couldn't help but feel nervous seeing so many people, while on the other side Sancho started showing a calm smile. Tutor's eyes filled with emotion, bringing a smile to his face. To defeat Granule, who held the record of 19 minutes and 55 seconds, They had to achieve a better time. A mud ant opened its mouth and lunged at them, but Tutor drew the spear and attacked the monster's head, shattering it into pieces without much effort. Bianca drew her bow and began attacking from a distance. Piggy was the captain and was giving orders. Tutor, who wielded a spear, was on defense, and Sancho, who was the tank, stood in front massacring the monsters with his axe. Victor began to observe and his eyes filled with surprise. Tutor and Sancho were fighting against the monsters at the vanguard. Bianca was attacking from behind with the bow, and Piggy was pointing at the monsters with his finger. He was a lieutenant who observed all the situations and gave instructions. Our boy crossed his arms and realized that judging by their good teamwork, they had prepared a lot, and he believed they could obtain first place. Victor began to touch his neck with his hand as he felt a sense of emptiness. He placed his hand over the collar, and couldn't help but go on alert, his eyes filled with fear upon realizing what was happening. His eyes widened in surprise and panic. In front of him, there was a corpse of one of the ants. His attention fixed on the corpse, and upon looking with a bit of attention, he saw that there was something small on top of the monster's head. It was the little spider. She opened her mouth and began to absorb the venom from the corpse. She was happy and her eyes were shining with excitement and joy. Our boy did not know what she was doing in the stadium. The little spider descended from the ant's corpse, opened her mouth, and began inhaling all the poisonous gas that the beast's corpse was releasing. Seeing this, Victor's eyes filled with rage and concern, causing him to clench his teeth tightly and tense up. He was furious because he remembered having kept her in his pocket after finishing the exam. He did not expect that the small creature would be unable to resist the desire to consume poison and run off. Behind the little spider was her old skin. She opened her mouth and, with a hungry gaze, began devouring all the poison in the area. Seeing that she had shed her skin in such a short time showed that her growth speed was extraordinary, something common since, after all, she was Madame's baby. A virtual barrier appeared around the stadium, and Tutor's team began to fight against the ants. Now they were surrounded on all sides. Victor started watching without being able to do anything, knowing that now there was nothing that could be done with the baby spider since they were in the middle of the exam. Tutor gripped the spear tightly, making a powerful blue-colored mana appear. Now, the only thing our boy could do was wait for the exam to end so as not to cause problems. An ant tried to attack Tutor, but he moved at great speed and with a determined gaze attacked the beast, piercing its body into pieces as if it were a balloon. While the pieces of the beast's body were falling to the ground, Tutor rested the spear on his shoulder, and his eyes filled with joy. He placed his hand on his waist and began to show a confident smile. Bianca, who was behind him, closed her eyes and with a confused and somewhat annoyed expression mentioned that Tutor was wasting energy that didn't need to be used, questioning whether it was really necessary to cut the ants into pieces. Upon hearing Bianca's irritating voice, Tutor's smile disappeared. He began staring at her with an angry gaze and clenched his teeth, thinking she was very annoying. With a confident gaze, Bianca prepared to shoot the bow, and with an arrogant smile mentioned that Tutor couldn't even control himself. There was nothing she could do for him, so she decided to show him how things were done. While they were talking, an ant started charging toward them, but just then, Bianca began releasing mana and launched a powerful arrow imbued with mana toward the beast at great speed, her arrow cutting through the air as if it were a fighter jet. Just before the poor ant had time to react, in the blink of an eye, the arrow lodged into its head, causing it to start screaming in agony. Upon seeing this, Tutor decided not to stand idly by. He started running towards the ants, turned around and with a competitive smile explained that although she was doing well, he couldn't lose. Bianca's eyes filled with excitement. She prepared to shoot another arrow, and with a smile asked him to try to keep up with her pace. Using the giant axe, Sancho cut an ant's head in half. The atmosphere became somewhat competitive. Tutor, Bianca, and Piggy began fighting against the ants. Sancho, who was in front of her, turned around and his mind filled with confusion. He didn't know if those two really got along or not. Piggy decided to take a step forward. He put his hand near his mouth, and with a serious expression revealed that the ranks were disorganized, asking everyone to stop for a moment to organize them again. Now there were a lot of corpses in the area, and the poison was spreading more and more through the air. Everyone heard the order and stopped attacking to pay attention to Piggy. He extended his hands and told Bianca that she didn't have to kill. He believed it would be better for her to aim at the joints of the front legs as much as possible. He also pointed out Tutor's mistake, mentioning that it was effective to attack when the ants' ranks were broken. He also advised Sancho that instead of blocking in the center, he should try to push a little more. They decided to follow Piggy's orders and began following his instructions. Tutor started to smile and couldn't help but be somewhat surprised since Piggy was craftier than he had imagined. Sancho, who was running by his side, also began to show a cheerful smile, explaining that Piggy was a warrior after all. Upon feeling these praises, little Piggy couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed and happy at the same time. With a nervous expression, he explained that he didn't want to cause trouble, but he was happy since his research had been worth it. Sancho's eyes filled with emotion. He gripped the axe tightly and charged at the beasts. An ant tried to attack by surprise, but with a confident smile, Tutor blocked the attack using the spear. Piggy, who was behind him, extended his hand and began pointing out the weak spots of the beasts, while on the other side Bianca started shooting at the ant's joints with her bow. They firmly believed that this team could break a new record. A few minutes passed and now there were even more mud ant corpses on the ground, with the poisonous gas spreading through the air. The exam of team number 109 came to an end. They managed to endure 19 minutes and 55 seconds, tying for first place among the first-year students. Piggy was exhausted and sitting on the ground. Tutor had his hands resting on his knees and was somewhat tired, while on the other side, Sancho and Bianca were standing and were the ones with the most physical endurance. Granuel, who was among the audience, clenched his fists and teeth tightly, and his eyes filled with rage as he could not believe that Tutor's team had lasted the same amount of time as them. His friends were in shock, unable to believe that they had managed to endure so much. Consumed by depression, Bianca turned her back on everyone, sat down, and with a lost gaze began lamenting for having tied in first place. Piggy, who was panting heavily and exhausted, couldn't help but feel somewhat furious because if only they had held on 1 second longer, they would have taken first place. Tutor, who was wiping the sweat from his chin with his hand, stood up and began to feel worried since he knew that now he would have to run naked. With a disappointed expression, Bianca started touching the HP shield. The fact that her HP had dropped to 0 meant that if this had been a real battle, she would already be dead. Sancho turned toward Tutor and with an excited smile swore to one day become a warrior who could last an hour like President Dolores. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Tutor's face. He decided it was time to leave this place. Dolores, who was sitting among the audience, couldn't help but smile and feel proud. Although they were her juniors, they were all incredible. She didn't know how they would grow in the future. Phase 1 of the exam ended, and these were only monsters for first-year students. Phase 2 began, and from now on, these monsters were only for second-year students. The eyes of Dollars filled with surprise upon seeing what had appeared in front of her. A horde of mud ants began to emerge from the cave, much more powerful than the previous ones. The attention of our boy fixed on the ants, and his eyes filled with fear. He did not know what was happening. Even Granuel clenched his teeth and could not avoid being afraid. No one knew what was happening. Just when Tutor's team was about to leave the stadium, the ants began to surround them. They couldn't help but panic, not knowing why the ants were coming back if the exam had ended. Their gaze fixed on the ants, they tensed up and couldn't avoid feeling fear. And even though Tutor didn't know what was happening, he asked the others to be careful since any injuries they received from now on would be real. Sancho clenched his teeth, knowing that if the ants attacked, they would die. The powerful mud ants rose and prepared to attack. Sancho and Tutor drew their weapons, adopted a defensive stance, and got ready to fight. They had no choice but to wait until the academy responded. Somewhere in the city, there was the magical control room. All the staff inside were in panic. They were monitoring and controlling everything that was happening in the stadium. The students' HP points were at 0, but the exam had not yet ended. They were first-year students, and no one knew why Phase 2 had been activated. Even if they excluded the students from the exam room, the strong life reaction would remain, so it seemed that an error had occurred. One of the men holding a tablet mentioned that if the suit's HP points reached 0, it should be normal if there was no vital reaction. However, data showed there was a being full of vital force capable of fighting a battle. The attention of the man with a mustache fixed on the tablet, and his eyes filled with surprise. Just then, Dollars entered the room running. She extended her hand to one side and with a worried gaze revealed that there was a problem with the exam. Upon hearing this, everyone turned around and their attention focused on her. She asked them to please rescue the students who were inside as soon as possible. The bodies of the teachers began to tremble. They remained silent, not knowing what to say or what to do now. Everyone looked away inside. The long-haired teacher turned towards them and with a sincere gaze explained that they were only a pattern management department, and checking vital responses was not their responsibility. Dolores was in shock, not knowing what to do now. The teachers began to talk among themselves. One of them revealed that it would be faster to stop the golems than to write and solve the code of the magic circle. Another teacher thought he was right, since from this year on, the creation and movement of the golems were automated. With an indecisive gaze, the man mentioned that the code of the magic circle related to this was also linked to the magic stone, and permission from above was required to dismantle it. Furthermore, even if they dismantled the magic circle, there would still remain dealing with the magic wall, and dismantling the magic wall required a key. Upon hearing this, Dollar's eyes filled with fear and despair, thinking that Tutor and the others were going to die. The teachers knew that even if they had a key for the magic wall, it was impossible to dismantle it with just one key. She couldn't help but clench her teeth tightly and feel desperate. Professor Sadie, who had the B key, had said she was going to the bathroom and they had lost contact. Victor was sitting on one of the stadium windows, worried about the little spider and the others. He remained calm and with a tranquil expression began to wonder if there was some error with the magical device. When he had taken the test, no vital reaction had been detected. It didn't take him long to realize that this could only mean that the baby spider had grown after eating poison and it had been affected by the life detection of the magic stone. His attention fixed on the magical barrier, he started observing carefully and thought this must be an error. He noticed that the fog had begun to increase. If he didn't hurry, someone was going to get hurt. Then, his eyes widened in surprise as he realized something. Next to the magical barrier, there were some tubes. His attention focused on them. Those were holes made for air circulation. The entrance was small, but our boy had to try to get in. Sinclair turned around and couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. All the students were talking among themselves about the situation. She began touching her cheek with her finger, and her mind filled with confusion since she didn't know why there was so much commotion. She thought someone had defeated their team and set a new record. At that moment, someone with 4 legs started running, jumped, and passed by her side. Sinclair stepped aside, closed her eyes, and began screaming. She panicked without knowing what was happening. Due to the impact, she fell on her butt to the ground. The attention of others was fixed on the small animal. Everyone was somewhat surprised and in shock. Sinclair began to turn around and saw a small dog running with some pants in its mouth. With a confused gaze, she couldn't help but wonder where this little dog had come from. In the magical control room, someone forcefully hit the magic stone. Upon seeing this, the teachers couldn't help but go into shock and their eyes filled with surprise. It was Dolores. She drew the sword and began to strike the magic stone with force in a desperate attempt to break it. Just before she could continue, the professors grabbed her by the arms. With a worried expression, one of them asked her what she was doing. The other mentioned that the magic stone was something very ancient, extremely rare, and expensive. Dolores' eyes were shining with determination. She didn't care about this since they had to cut off the magical energy supply and save the students. If she broke the magic stone, not only would she end up being expelled, but also the Quavati's family would have to pay compensation. She started staring intently at the magic stone, clenched her teeth tightly and asked Tutor and everyone else to hold on because somehow she was going to help them. Inside the stadium, a mud ant lunged at poor Piggy, who couldn't help but panic. Just before he could defend himself, the beast attacked, causing Piggy to open his mouth and lose consciousness. His body fell several meters back, hitting the ground hard. Tutor and Bianca turned around and couldn't help but panic and feel worried about him, not knowing if he was okay or not. Piggy lost consciousness, and the poisonous gas began to approach his body. In a desperate attempt, Tutor and the others started asking him to get up. They decided to go help Piggy, but just then, a giant ant appeared. Everyone's attention was fixed on it. Sancho and Bianca couldn't help but feel fear, while on the other hand, Tutor stood firm, and his eyes began to shine with determination. He hadn't become a hero yet and didn't want to die in vain. The giant ant started staring at them with a murderous gaze and began releasing poisonous gas. Tutor and the others were paralyzed with fear, unable to move. A beast attacked Sancho and Tutor. Upon seeing this, Bianca panicked, her eyes filled with tears and fear. She couldn't believe that her life was going to end like this. The ant prepared to attack and finish her off. Bianca closed her eyes and clenched her teeth, ready to face the cruel fate. But at that moment, someone with shining eyes began to emerge from the poisonous gas. And just before the beast could attack, someone struck forcefully, shattering its head into pieces. The attack was so powerful that the body of the beast was sent flying backward at great speed. Several seconds passed, and seeing that nothing had happened, Bianca began to open her eyes, not knowing if she was in heaven or not. The poisonous gas started to take effect, making her feel dizzy. She fell to the ground, and the last thing she saw was our boy standing in front of her. Victor's eyes began to shine, and his gaze fixed on the beasts. He clenched his fist and started releasing a powerful red mana, asking Bianca to rest as he would make sure nothing happened to them. In the magical control room, several men grabbed Dolores by the arms to prevent her from continuing to hit the magical crystal. Her eyes were shining with rage as she wanted to break this thing at all costs, to save the students. One of the men explained that if she didn't stop, the magical crystal was going to break. Consumed by despair, she ordered them to let her go since she wanted to save her friends. She prepared herself to attack again, and the men held her more tightly. Behind them was another man holding a tablet which was projecting the map of the stadium. The man began observing in silence and couldn't help but fall into shock. Just before the Saintess could continue, the man revealed to everyone that an additional life reaction had been detected inside the stadium. Upon hearing this, Dolores and the others' eyes widened in surprise, causing them to turn toward the man. Everyone was in shock as they couldn't believe someone had managed to enter the stadium despite the virtual barrier. The bald man wearing glasses and the long-haired man with a mustache began observing the map and couldn't help but be left speechless. With a surprised expression, the bald man realized that someone had broken into the arena and killed a mud ant. The eyes of the man with a mustache were full of confusion since he could not believe that someone had managed to cross the virtual magic barrier. The tablet was projecting in real time what was happening inside the stadium. On the map there were several red dots and many green dots. The reality was that no one knew what was going on inside. The scene changed, and inside the stadium, Piggy's and Bianca's unconscious bodies were on the ground, and the area was filled with poisonous gas. Before there wasn't any problem, but now that they no longer had HP points, the gas could be deadly if the ants weren't defeated. Not far away were also the unconscious bodies of Sancho and Tudor, and in front of everyone stood Victor. He clenched his fist and with a determined expression began to stare intently at the ants. Just then, his eyes filled with alertness and he turned around. Behind him was the small spider hidden under the corpse of one of the ants. Victor noticed the presence of the spider, but instead of turning back, he did not move and mentioned that according to the family motto, the fate of an untamable beast was only death. Despite the fact that the little spider was just a baby, she understood what was about to happen now, and couldn't help but feel fear, realizing that she had made a mistake by entering the stadium in search of food. Victor's eyes began to shine intensely. He turned towards the little spider and decided to give her a lecture later, and gave her the order to devour all the poison around to protect others. With a grateful expression, she placed her paw on her forehead, indicating that she was ready to obey his order. She opened her mouth and began inhaling all the poisonous gas in the area. While Victor was distracted, one of the giant ants appeared above him and started staring at him intently. But our boy didn't take long to sense its presence. He clenched his fist and with a serene gaze asked the beast if it didn't have even a bit of shame. In response, the ant opened its mouth and prepared to attack. But as usual, just before the beast could even make a move, Victor moved at great speed, activated his mana, and without much effort, struck the beast on the neck using his leg, separating its head from its body. In the magical control room, the bald man and the others were in shock. The other man began observing the map closely and couldn't help but feel confused upon seeing that there was suddenly a vital reaction. Victor's attention focused on the ant's corpse, and his eyes filled with concern. He didn't remember that in this place one could sense vital energy. Meanwhile, the small spider was devouring all of the poisonous gas. He placed his hand on the ground and adopted an offensive stance. Considering that he was 18 years old and an intermediate beginner-level sword expert, if his level as a graduate were discovered it would cause a great commotion. In front of him were two powerful killer ants which were soldier ants, specialists in fighting. One of them had a risk level of B+, and the other had a C. Victor began to observe the ants carefully, realizing that these fictitious golems had been made to look exactly like real monsters. Not far from him was Sancho unconscious on the ground. Victor approached him and grabbed his axe firmly, then he picked up all the others' weapons. Now he carried Bianca's bow, Tudor's spear, and Piggy's sword on his back. His eyes were full of determination. He began to stare intently at the ants and came to the conclusion that if he used the strategy of the killer ants he had known in his previous life, he would be able to face them as if he were an advanced sword expert. His gaze fixed on the ant's neck. The weak point of these beasts was the dorsal cover, which was the connection between the head and thorax. Just before the ants could attack, Victor wrapped Sancho's axe with mana and hurled it forcefully toward the ant. The axe began spinning at great speed and struck hard against the beast's dorsal cover, causing it terrible pain. Our boy began to gaze at the ground and remembered that in this part was located the biometric compass of the killer ants. Upon witnessing Victor's terrible power, the ants couldn't help but feel fear, and their bodies began to tremble. Victor moved at great speed, and using Sancho's axe he attacked 3 of the ants again on their dorsal cover. The reality was that if it broke, they lost their sense of direction and started walking backward. He drew Bianca's bow, began aiming at the ants, and his eyes started to shine with a penetrating aura. He remembered that these beasts still had one more weakness. His attention focused on the ants' skulls. The skull was divided into 2 pieces, with a small link the size of a finger located in the lower central part. He wrapped the arrow with mana and shot it. The arrow flew like thunder and struck the ant's skull, shattering it into pieces. The shell in that area was considerably less hard than in other places. Victor drew Tudor's spear, jumped, and appeared above the ants he had incapacitated earlier with the axe. The ants raised their heads, started looking up, and upon seeing him, they couldn't help but panic. Victor moved like lightning and first struck the beast's skulls, then attacked their necks, and finally cut off their legs. After attacking, he descended back to the ground, placed one hand on it, and began staring intently at the other beasts, ready to finish them all. But then something happened, and his eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. A shadow much larger than that of the other ants appeared above him. Victor stood up and his attention was fixed on it. Despite being in front of the beast, he remained calm and began to observe with a curious gaze. A giant red ant appeared, its attention fixed on our boy and its mouth watered. This was another one of the killer ants, more precisely a general ant, with a risk level of rank A. Upon seeing this, our boy dropped the spear to the ground and his attention was fixed on it. He was somewhat surprised to see that this monster was also in the exam. His eyes filled with emotion, causing a smile to appear on his face. He grabbed the hilt of Piggy's sword and slowly began to unsheath it. The curtain of poisonous gas had spread throughout the magical virtual barrier, making it impossible for the spectators to see what was happening inside. Everyone was silent, not knowing what was going on. All the students began discussing among themselves. Now nothing could be seen due to the poisonous fog. The time for the 3rd pattern was already running out, and there was no way that first-year students could withstand the 3 patterns that even 3rd-year students couldn't endure. In the magical control room, one of the men who was monitoring the stadium went into shock. Seeing this, the man with a mustache turned toward him and, with a curious and fearful expression, asked what the problem was. The bald man began sweating like crazy, not knowing what was happening or what to do now. The man turned around and, with an expression full of panic, revealed that the general ant had been defeated. Moreover, the vital signs of those being examined were still normal. Professor Morg appeared, and his eyes widened in confusion. No one could believe that the powerful general ant had been defeated. Morg began to recall one of the general ants, and his eyes filled with fear because this beast was not a golem that academy students were supposed to defeat. It was a cheat that had been placed to make it difficult for students to last easily for an hour. He put his hand under his chin and with a curious gaze began to wonder what was happening inside the stadium. Just then, a man carrying a woman with purple hair on his shoulders appeared. He started shouting, informing that he had found Professor Sadie who had the key to the magical wall B. One of the superiors asked where she had been. The man panicked and with a nervous gaze replied that she had come here after the owner of a bar in an alley reported her for vandalism and interference with business. Professor Sadie was completely drunk and drooling. She was unable to stand on her feet. In conclusion, she was crazy. Dolores turned towards them, clenched her fist, began to point towards the magic barrier with her finger and with a furious gaze gave them the order to open the magical wall B. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the others were full of concern as no one knew if Tudor and the others were still alive or not. They used the key, and little by little the magic barrier began to disintegrate, releasing the poisonous gas to the outside. The incident that occurred during the Academy's midterm exam ultimately ended with the release of the magical wall after 42 minutes and 13 seconds. The instructors, who were panting heavily, descended to the stadium. The eyes of everyone were full of surprise and confusion. In front of them were the corpses of the ants lying on the ground. They could not believe that some first-year students had defeated all these ants. Just then, Dolores, who was very worried, also descended to the stadium, and with a gaze full of concern started running asking where Tudor and the others were. Her eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't help but be left open-mouthed. In front of her was Vicky's unconscious body lying on the ground, surrounded by the corpses of ants. Her attention fixed on our boy, she began to observe him in silence, not knowing what was happening. We don't know if Vicar was really unconscious or just pretending. A question came to Dolor's mind. She didn't know what he was doing here. Well, the reality was that Vicar was pretending. He closed his eyes to appear even more so, and although it was somewhat uncomfortable, it was better to pretend that he had fallen while fighting with the boys. Dolores was somewhat surprised, but she couldn't help feeling somewhat relieved, and despite this being a little complicated to understand, she was satisfied with not having lost any great future hero. Her friend appeared with a camera in hand. She started smiling, ready to take pictures and publish everything in the newspaper. She turned on the camera and carefully took a photo of Vicar, who was lying on the ground. He was known as a hero who had jumped into danger to save his classmates during the midterm exam at Colosseo Academy. The photograph of Tudor, Bianca, Piggy, and Sancho was also made public in the newspaper. Bianca revealed the heroic feats of Vicar that she had seen before fainting. After that, Vicar was interviewed. He began to touch his chin with his finger and, with a confused gaze, mentioned that this was the result created by combining the power of his friends and himself. He was a humble hero and was flooded with praise. A photo of Vicar wiping sweat after a match was also published. He became a topic of conversation for being handsome and was re-evaluated in his honor rank as a high-level expert swordsman. The head of the Monster Research Center raised suspicion, saying it was impossible for a high-level expert swordsman to defeat an ant general. But Vicar explained that he knew killer ants had a vital point in their skulls. The very prince summoned Vicar, and because he had revealed the secret behind the killer ants, it was predicted that the mortality rate of Imperial soldiers would decrease, and as a result, the Crown Prince awarded our boy a certificate. His expression showed that he did not want to be in this place. Vicar was named this year's Hot Star, but he wasn't very sure about it. Someone who was reading the newspaper tore it into pieces with their hands. It was nighttime, and this person was none other than Vicar. He was sitting on top of the academy roof, and while the moon illuminated the area, he began to gaze at the ground with a lost look and sighed. His eyes were full of concern, since no one would have thought that his quiet student life would end up becoming so problematic. The baby madam appeared. She closed her eyes and with a smile began to jump for joy. But our boy told her that this was not something she should be celebrating. Despite the fact that everything had changed, he was happy that the others were out of danger. While he was distracted, an owl started flying toward them. Vicar couldn't help but feel tense and confused, while on the other hand, the baby madam got scared. Quickly, the little spider hid in Vicar's clothes. He extended his arm and the owl perched on it. His attention focused on the owl's leg, which had a note rolled around it. Our boy quickly realized it was Cindy Wendy's regular report. He took the note and began to read carefully. She had acquired the vital training of the 10 elite corpses, but she needed time to analyze, at most a month. Regarding the Night Hound, imitators had appeared. One did it for glorification, and the intentions of the others were unknown. Osiris of the Baskerville family was far from the estate, and it was assumed that he was heading to the imperial capital. And last but not least, one of the first-year students at the academy was hiding their royal lineage. After delivering the message, the owl started flying away and little baby madam re-emerged from our boy's clothing. Our boy's gaze fixed on the paper, and his eyes widened with curiosity. He didn't know if she had found clues about the 10 elite corpses. Seeing that she was asking him to wait a month made it evident that she was approaching this matter cautiously. He began to remember when he had defeated the demon alongside Saintess Dolores. Better than anyone, he knew that he had defeated it easily thanks to borrowing the power of the Saintess. But during the next month, he needed to diligently improve his skills. With a worried expression, he started imagining the Night Bloodhound. He was concerned about the matter of the Night Bloodhound before, but now there were imitators, and it would be bad if they drew attention from the palace or if their actions overlapped. He needed to investigate this as soon as possible. As for other news, his brother Osiris Le Baskerville, who had a piercing gaze, had left the family estate. Additionally, there was a member of royalty at the academy. While little baby madam was hiding inside Vicar's neck, he began to imagine Cindy giving a thumbs up with a smile. He hadn't asked her to do the fourth thing, so he didn't know why she had told him this. To him, she was a somewhat strange woman. To prevent the information from being revealed, using his hand, he burned the sheet. He didn't care about knowing it, since it wasn't as if he were losing anything by knowing it. In the blink of an eye, the sheet turned to ashes and began flying with the wind. The wind directed the ashes to one side, and at that moment, a woman wearing a skirt appeared. She couldn't believe she had met the hero of the academy in a place like this. Upon hearing her voice, Vicar came out of his trance and fixed his attention on her. It was none other than Sinclair. While the sky was filled with stars, she began to show a smile. She closed her eyes and blushingly asked if this was what they called destiny. Sinclair, somewhat nervous, sat on the roof and with a smile began to enjoy the view. She was someone who had been evaluated for her sincerity and talent, a talented person who had maintained the top position in the Fire Corps with an overwhelming performance. Victor did not lower his guard, and with a suspicious expression, began to observe her closely, not knowing what she was doing here at this hour of the night. The sky was beautiful and filled with stars. Sinclair decided to break the tension. She was somewhat surprised to find Victor here at this time. This was her special place where she came to see the Milky Way when she felt depressed. The expression of our boy changed. He was speechless as he had misunderstood the situation. Sinclair turned her head towards him and her eyes filled with love, making her blush like a tomato. She hoped to find Victor here again if she came to this place in the future. Victor felt her gaze, and with a worried expression, began to stare at the ground. He knew it was better to change the place where he received messages from Cinderwendy. With a kind smile, she extended her hand, revealing that lately at the academy everyone was talking about him. Victor didn't even lift his head and with a cold gaze responded that this was something he didn't want to know about. But she commented that there was no reason to feel embarrassed since there was always public interest in extraordinary people. With a somewhat amused expression, she began counting on her fingers, revealing that if being number 1 wasn't enough, there were also 3 research articles that were going to revolutionize the academic world. He was an irregular of plebeian origin but whose aura was at the level of an expert. Victor's eyes widened with concern, making him sweat. Sinclair also commented that in many ways, he was someone who intimidated his peers. Our boy sighed and revealed that grades were nothing more than something useless, so he advised her not to worry too much about them. Sinclair tilted her head to one side, and her mind filled with confusion. She couldn't believe that grades didn't matter in an academy. Victor was more aware than anyone that money, power, honor would soon become useless things. When the era of destruction began, all existing order would collapse, giving rise to an era where the only thing that mattered was survival. With a smile, she admitted that Victor spoke as if he had lived a long time and seemed like an old man. This sparked curiosity in our boy. He was somewhat surprised to see this. According to him, she was someone intelligent. Sinclair decided to change the subject and with a curious gaze asked what Victor was going to do after midterms. In response, he started showing one finger and with a confident expression mentioned that he was going to train his back and lower body. She was somewhat confused, asking if he had just hit his head. She closed her eyes and sighed, while on the other side, our boy adjusted his glasses with his fingers. He remembered that she was also someone who hid many things just like him. Before returning, she had graduated as the top of her class without ever losing first place despite being of plebeian origin. And not long after, she disappeared from history, cutting off contact with everyone and no one heard from her again. While the moonlight was illuminating everything, little by little Sinclair began to open her eyes, and a smile appeared on her face. It was strange that she was of plebeian origin, and Victor didn't know if she could be a member of royalty disguised as a plebeian and hiding her identity. Remembering that Cinderwendy had mentioned that a member of royalty had entered the academy. The next day, the sun emerged at the academy. Tutor, who had just gotten up, began to stretch his arms and let out a sigh of exhaustion since he never thought the exam period would be so long. They put on their backpacks and started walking toward the academy with a smile. Tutor, who was stretching his arms, explained that with the attack test taking place today, midterm exams would come to an end. Sancho, who was walking beside him, turned around and with a serious gaze reminded everyone that due to injuries they had suffered in the accident during the defense exam, the exam schedule had been postponed, making it inevitable for the period to become longer. Victor and Piggy, who were in front, kept walking in silence. Tutor's eyes were full of hatred. He began to imagine the bastard Granduel. It was a bit disappointing that the bet with that guy had ended in a tie. He started massaging his shoulder, and his attention focused on one of them. With a cheerful and confident expression, he said that this time he had realized who was going to be his rival. For him, the exam had been a great test. Our boy was somewhat confused, not knowing what was happening. Thanks to Victor, they had gotten hurt less, but it was annoying that he was hiding his abilities. He was an expert of superior level who had been concealing his true power from his friends. Victor turned his back on them. The 3 clenched their fists and gave him a soft punch as punishment. Victor turned his head and with a serious expression mentioned that they didn't remember, but he hadn't done it alone. Tutor extended his hands, closed his eyes, and replied that Victor was very humble. They decided to change the subject, and Tutor asked if they had heard that the Night Blood Hound had committed another terrorist act. Victor's eyes widened in surprise, leaving him in shock. Piggy opened the backpack and took out a newspaper. With a calm gaze, he revealed that this time the students from Varangian's training center had been hurt by the Nightblood Hound. Victor and Sancho's attention was fixed on him. Both remained silently staring. Piggy opened the newspaper, and his eyes widened with seriousness. It was said that damage had occurred during the process in which the students had discovered and restrained the Nightblood Hound. According to the latest news, the Nightblood Hound had committed endless evil actions. He was the worst villain of all time. He had shown his fangs once again. Early last night, students from Varangian's training center who had come on an excursion to the Yellow Sea were attacked by the Nightblood Hound, suffering great damage. 10 people were slightly injured, and 10 people were seriously injured, among them being the head of Varangian's training center. They started talking among themselves. Sancho crossed his arms and asked if the scope of activity of the Nightblood Hound was not being expanded. Piggy, who was reading the newspaper, mentioned that nowadays there were people who supported someone like him. Tudor put his hand under his chin and couldn't help but wonder what the purpose of that guy was. Victor began to gaze at the ground with a lost expression and clenched his fist, realizing that his imitators had set things in motion. His eyes filled with rage. There were 2 imitators. One of them seemed to have become less active recently, while the other had been gradually increasing their activity. Everyone set off towards the academy. Sancho, Tudor, and Piggy were happy, while on the other hand, Victor was tense. The problem was that surveillance against the Nightblood Hound had become stricter, and if things continued like this, a future assassination could also be thwarted. It was early in the morning and all the students were entering the academy. Victor decided that once the exam ended, he would get rid of the imitators. Somewhere in the academy was the area where attack exams were conducted. Unlike the defense exam, which required teamwork and was carried out in groups of 4, the attack exam was a test where individual skill was most important. It was a one-to-one combat between professor versus student, where they would fight against the golems controlled by the professors, and one would earn points for valid hits, evasion, etc. The professor summoned a golem. It was Sancho's turn. He imbued his mana into the spear and attacked with force, striking hard against the barrier. By fighting against golems that mimicked the movements of professors who were masters of combat, the goal was for students to gain practical experience against strong opponents. Behind the golem stood Professor Morg, who crossed his arms in front of his chest while controlling the golem. The fatal flaw of the exam was that the number of students a professor could teach was limited to 50. Tudor clenched his teeth and his eyes filled with determination. Using all his strength he attacked the golem, breaking it into pieces. The criteria for evaluating the students' tests changed depending on the fighting style of the professor in charge. He was very exhausted and began to stare at the golem, somewhat surprised to see that his attack had worked. Professor Morg's eyes were full of seriousness. He began to stare silently at Tudor, creating tension. He revealed that there was still a long way to go. At that moment, several green roots emerged from the ground, causing Tudor to tense up. The roots were fake, and while Tudor was distracted, the professor's golem appeared in front of him and prepared to strike with its fist. He gripped the spear tightly and soon realized that its speed had increased, not knowing if the professor had physically strengthened the golem. As the fist was slowly approaching, Tudor put his arms in front of his face to defend himself. But the reality was that the fist was also a feint. Now that Tudor had let his guard down, the golem launched a powerful kick, which landed squarely against his ribs, causing his eyes to fill with fear. Tudor's eyes turned white. He opened his mouth and began screaming in pain and shortly after collapsed on the ground, writhing in agony. The golem stood before him, and the professor mentioned that he shouldn't have thought he couldn't use fists and feet just because he was a mage. The golem gave Tudor a hand and helped him to stand up. The only purpose of a fight was victory. He had to remember that. Even as a mage, one must use their fists, feet, and teeth to win. Tudor thanked the professor. The total points were calculated, and all the students went to the stadium, and Tudor, who was somewhat exhausted, sat down. From Ice Corps Class A, Cadet Tudor Lamancha Don Quixote, evaluated by Professor Vinci Morg, managed to land 12 attacks, execute 20 dodges, block 3 attacks and score 0 critical hits, obtaining a total of 35 points. Bianca was in shock and somewhat confused. She extended her hand, unable to believe that Tudor had defeated her. From Ice Corps Class A, Cadet Bianca, evaluated by Professor Vinci Morg, managed to land 7 attacks, execute 24 dodges, block 0 attacks, and score 0 critical hits, obtaining a total of 31 points. She became furious, stood up, and while pointing at Tutor with her finger explained that all of this was the fault of how this test was set up. A one-on-one combat was disadvantageous for an archer. Tutor, who was sitting, turned towards her and with a confused expression responded that he didn't remember anything about fairness when she had taken all the individual points during the defense exam. While they were arguing, someone started laughing, and upon hearing this, their attention turned to the back. It was Granuel. While he had one hand resting on the seat, he extended the other and with a smile mocked them, revealing that this made it clear that he was the best of the two. From Ice Corps Class A, Cadet Granuel, evaluated by Professor Vency Morg, managed to land 11 attacks, execute 22 dodges, block 2 attacks, and receive 0 critical hits, obtaining a total of 35 points. With a confused gaze, Tutor asked what he was talking about, letting him know that both had obtained the same score. Granuel got angry, started pointing at him with his finger, and with a furious expression mentioned that they both had the same score in both the defense exam and in the attack exam. His eyes began to shine with joy, and with an evil smile, he said that this was his victory since his theoretical grade was higher than his. Upon hearing this, Tutor couldn't help but go into shock and feel desperate. He became depressed upon seeing that he had lost against Granuel. Bianca, who was sitting next to him, placed her hand on his back to console him, explaining that they were lucky because their teacher was Vency Morg. She began touching her chin and, with a calm expression, revealed that the others had Professor Sadie. Tutor's expression changed, and his eyes widened with curiosity. She began to imagine Professor Sadie smiling like a lunatic. Bianca couldn't help but feel fear and disgust since she was a pathetic and drunken teacher who had disappeared with the key of the magic wall. The older ones described her as strange and unprofessional. She was the #1 teacher students avoided. Tutor started looking at her and couldn't help but be somewhat confused. He panicked and asked how someone like her had become a professor at the academy. Bianca moved her hand away from her chin, and with an insecure gaze, mentioned that she was very skilled. So when she wasn't working as a teacher, she helped authorities catch criminals. She began to imagine the night bloodhound with the Beelzebub sword, revealing that she was in charge of helping capture criminals like the night bloodhound. Tutor's eyes filled with seriousness and concern. He knew that his friends were strong, so he thought they were going to be fine. Bianca placed both hands on the seat and began to observe the sky, revealing that this was the reason why she was also worried. With a lost gaze, she revealed that Professor Sadie was the last relative of a fallen marquis, and felt envy towards talented students who came from a good family. And the problem was that because of her envy, there was a rumor saying that she completely destroyed talented students. At the same time, somewhere in the academy, Piggy's body was lying on the ground and covered in blood. A woman wearing heels placed her foot on top of his head. A golem that had the same appearance as the woman stepped forward, creating tension. In front of her were several students. They were in shock and very scared to see that another student had fainted. They could not believe this was truly a test. The door of the room closed, and the students started banging on it to try to open it. They wanted to leave this place and take the exam with another teacher. Professor Sadie, who had her hand resting on her hip, began touching her lip. She was stepping on Piggy's head, who was unconscious on the floor. To her, this year's students were all cowards. Cadet Piggy from the Ice Corps, Class B, had been evaluated by Professor Sadie. He managed to score 0 attacks landed, 0 dodges executed, 0 blocked attacks, and 0 critical hits, obtaining a total of 0 points. Next to her was Sinclair's unconscious body, covered in blood. She managed to land 0 attacks, execute 0 dodges, block 0 attacks, and achieve 0 critical hits, obtaining a total of 0 points. Not far away was also Sancho's body. Covered in blood, he managed to land 0 attacks, execute 0 dodges, block 0 attacks, and achieve 0 critical hits, obtaining a total of 0 points. Sadie pulled out a whip. She began observing the students and thought that continuing with this was a waste of time. All the students had fled except for one who stood up ready to take the exam. It was none other than Vikir. He started staring at her with a piercing gaze. Professor Sadie placed her hand on her cheek, stuck out her tongue, and with an expression thirsty for blood gave our boy the order to approach her. 30 minutes earlier, Vikir and the others were sitting, waiting for their turn. Sancho started cracking his fingers, and his eyes began to shine with excitement. He couldn't help but smile since the attack exam was finally about to begin. Next to him sat our boy with crossed arms, who started observing Sancho in silence. Behind him was Piggy, who seemed somewhat confused. Beside them was Sinclair. She extended her hand and realized that Sancho appeared confident about this exam. Sancho began showing a finger and responded with a cheerful smile that the one-on-one duel was a virtue of warriors. He was very enthusiastic and couldn't help but look forward to the start of the exam. Piggy's attention fixed on Sancho, and his eyes widened in surprise, and he casually mentioned that his tutor had said if they didn't use aura in a hand-to-hand combat, the strongest of the ice core was Sancho. Vicar began to gaze at the ground, lost in his thoughts. But then, something happened and someone asked Professor Sadie what she was doing. This caught Piggy's attention, leaving him in shock. In front of them was a student and Professor Sadie who was holding a bottle of wine. The boy started staring at her and upon seeing alcohol, he got angry and with a furious expression full of hatred asked how she could be drinking alcohol during an exam where the students' lives were at stake. Sadie said nothing and remained silent, but the boy mentioned that he could smell the alcohol from afar, and it was evident that she was drunk. Sadie grabbed the bottle of wine and opened her mouth, ready to drink again. In an instant, she drank all the alcohol. According to her, the boy was someone very annoying. She placed her hand on her waist and with a demonic smile began eating the glass bottle in bites as if it were bread. Seeing this, the boy's eyes widened in fear. He took several steps back and couldn't help but panic. The mouth of Professor Sadie was full of pieces of glass. She stuck out her tongue and began to lick the wine that was on her cheek. Then, she wiped her tongue with her hand and started staring intently at the boy with a piercing and evil expression. She made it clear that the alcohol content was only 76 degrees, so it was a bit exaggerated to say it was alcohol. Feeling her expression, Sinclair put her hand over her mouth, and her eyes filled with fear. Piggy, who was next to her, was open-mouthed, realizing that Professor Sadie was in charge of them, and that she was just as the rumors said, a strange person. As always, the only one who was calm was Vicar since he had seen people like her many times in his past life. He was somewhat used to this type of person. Sadie took out a sheet, began pointing at the name of one of the students with her finger, and with an excited smile, decided to start the exam. The first student she called was Sancho Barataria. Instead of feeling fear, Sancho grabbed his weapon, and with an excited gaze, stood up and started walking towards Sadie. Sinclair and Vicar stood up. Piggy brought his hands to his mouth and started shouting at Sancho to be careful since there was a rumor that many students who had taken the exam with Professor Sadie could no longer attend the academy. With a confident smile, Sancho asked his friend not to worry about him. Professor Sadie summoned her golem, which appeared in front of her. Sancho approached, began observing the golem, and revealed that the will of a warrior was unbreakable. He gripped his axe tightly and adopted an offensive stance. His eyes were shining with excitement instead of fear. He showed admiration towards her, saying that he was looking forward to her teachings. And then, the exam began. In an instant, Sancho leaped and started descending from the sky toward the golem at great speed, ready to attack. Professor Sadie began to gaze at the ground, and a smile appeared on her face. She stood still for several seconds and then started to show an evil smile, repeating Sancho's words, "The will of a warrior is unbreakable." Sancho attacked with all his strength, but then something happened. Sinclair put her hand over her mouth, and her eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe what her eyes were seeing. Piggy took several steps back. He was in shock and open-mouthed. Vicar, who despite being the calmest one, was also in shock. He had never seen anything like it before. The eyes of Sinclair and Piggy were full of confusion, and then they saw something horrible and could not avoid feeling a fear they had never felt before. Once the smoke curtain disappeared, Professor Sadie's golem could be seen standing and holding Sancho, who seemed to be unconscious and covered in blood by the neck. The students were paralyzed with fear. Her golem lifted Sancho by the neck. She couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed to see that her toy had broken. She was controlling the golem using her hands and with the help of 2 magic circles. Her eyes were shining with malice. She began looking at the other students and, with a smile, asked if this meant that Sancho was disqualified as a warrior. Vicar's expression changed drastically. He began to observe Sadie with a serious gaze, not knowing what this girl was plotting. The golem released Sancho's body, causing him to fall on his back against the ground. His friends, who were somewhat worried, ran out to see if he was okay. Vicar and Piggy lifted Sancho's body, putting his shoulders on their own shoulders. Piggy asked Sancho to wake up. With an angry expression, Sinclair stood in front, extended her hand to one side, and asked the teacher what she was doing. Her gaze fixed on Sadie, she clenched her fist tightly, questioning how she dared to hit a student until they fainted during an exam. Sadie did not lose her composure and calmly responded that the purpose of this exam was to provide students with real-world experience. She began to raise a finger and with a confident smile made it clear that these were the words of the Academy's first president, asking if she was going to protest in a real fight. Sadie began pointing at Sinclair with her finger, revealing that she was the next to take the exam. She wanted to see the skills of the leader of the Ice Corps. Sinclair's eyes, who had clenched fists, were filled with confusion and fear, not knowing what Sadie was plotting. Just before she could make a decision, someone behind her suggested that she refuse the exam. Upon hearing this, she snapped out of her trance and, somewhat surprised, turned around. Behind her was Vikir, who had Sancho's shoulder resting on his own. Our boy's attention was fixed on her. With a sincere gaze he mentioned that Sadie's actions were clearly unfair, and that if she complained to the Academy, it might be possible for her to retake the exam. She began to gaze at the ground with a lost expression and thanked Vikir for worrying about her. Her eyes were shining with determination. She swore not to avoid the person who had hurt her friend. A silence took control of the situation. Sadie mocked her by asking why she was making such a pretty face, causing Sinclair's eyes to widen in hatred. She clenched her teeth and couldn't help but feel even angrier. Sadie's gaze fixed on her. With a confident smile, she decided to fix Sinclair's pretty face. The exam began. Sinclair adopted an offensive stance, and with an expression thirsty for revenge, used her power, making several circles appear around her body. She extended her hands toward the sky, and her body began to release a powerful energy. Seeing this, Sadie couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. She was speechless upon seeing that she was capable of using 3 third-class spells at such a young age. For her, this was expected from the next accessit. Her eyes began to shine with malice, and a smile appeared on her face. She controlled her golem, and in an instant, it appeared beneath Sinclair, ready to attack with a powerful punch. Sinclair, who was preparing the attack, started to notice how little by little the golem was approaching and couldn't help but go into shock. Sadie asked if she had ever experienced a mana backlash because her magic was forcibly cancelled. Just before she had time to block the attack, the golem struck forcefully, landing a strong blow to her stomach. The attack was so powerful that the magical circles she had summoned shattered into pieces. There was a backflow of mana in her body, and the mana started to come out of her mouth and eyes, causing her to bleed from the nose, giving her terrible pain. She fell to the ground and placed her hand on her chest. Her entire body was trembling, and she was drooling from the pain. The golem approached her and began observing closely. Sadie asked how it felt, realizing that it hurt much more than Sinclair had thought. Her attention fixed on Sinclair, and an evil smile spread across her face. If she was unlucky, she might not be able to use magic again. For her, it would be fun if the next accessit of the Ice Corps could no longer use magic. The golem gave her a strong kick, making her body roll backward. She had to pray for that not to happen, since after all, she had worked hard to be the next accessit because she was a commoner. Seeing this, Piggy couldn't help but feel somewhat worried about her. He started running toward her to see if she was okay. Our boy began to gaze at her with a serious expression in silence. It was time for the next student to take the exam. It was none other than Piggy, who drew his sword, and despite showing a confident expression, his body was trembling with fear. Piggy grabbed his sword tightly. Sadie put her hand on her waist, extended the other one, and asked who this trash was who didn't even know how to hold a sword. He began to sweat profusely, but even so he did not lose his composure. His eyes were full of determination. He was not a coward, and he was not going to back down. Sadie's golem started walking toward Piggy. This trial was his opportunity to bring to light the courage hidden beneath his weak exterior. Just before Piggy could even prepare his attack, the golem moved quickly and struck with force, breaking the blade of the sword into pieces, making Piggy's eyes widen in surprise. The blade of the sword stuck in the ground several meters back. Piggy was in shock to see that the golem had broken his sword with a simple kick. Piggy's gaze fixed on his broken sword, and he couldn't help but feel fear and confusion. Just before he could understand what had just happened, the golem moved like lightning and gave him a strong kick under the jaw, sending his body flying into the air. While his body was in the air, the golem raised its foot and brought its heel closer to Piggy's head. Sadie mocked him, since no matter how much trash fought, in the end it remained trash. These words made Vikir angry, and veins appeared on his face. Piggy's body fell to the ground. Sadie approached and placed her heel on his head, which was full of blood. Seeing that another had fainted, the blonde-haired student couldn't help but be in shock, while on the other side, the black-haired student put his hand on his head. He couldn't believe this was a test. All the students who were going to take the test with Professor Sadie ran toward the door. They started banging on it, but the door didn't open. They wanted to bring another professor here. Piggy's body was lying on the ground, and his head was full of blood. Victor approached and began to observe in silence. Sancho had a black eye, and Sinclair was very injured. The true nature of Victor began to show. He couldn't help but feel furious. Sadie extended her hand toward them, looked away, and with a smile mocked them since this year's students were all cowards. Then she called the next student. But then, something caught her attention, filling her mind with curiosity. Victor, who carried arrows on his back, drew his bow and stood in front of her, indicating that he was ready. He began to look down at the ground, revealing that he was next to take the exam. Upon seeing this, Sadie's eyes widened in surprise. She was happy to see a passionate student. According to her, Victor was very impatient. She was somewhat annoyed since she was about to eat the main course now. Victor stood silently, and the attention of the students who were trying to flee the room focused on him. He was the famous hero of the academy, and rumors said he was a high-ranking sword expert. With an expression thirsty for revenge, Victor grabbed one of the arrows he carried on his back. Professor Sadie was at least a graduate, so there was no way a high-ranking sword expert could defeat her. Besides, bows were the worst weapons to use in a one-on-one fight. The exam began, and Sadie's eyes were full of excitement since crushing talented students was very fun. She controlled her golem, which started to advance quickly toward Victor. He was currently the highest-ranking student in the academy. If she gave a beating to the best student, it would be very pleasurable. Victor, who with one hand was holding the bow, took the arrow he carried on his back with the other and began to observe how little by little the golem was approaching. It started to extend its hand toward him. Sadie wanted to enjoy Victor's cries after breaking his arm. Victor took out an arrow, and just before the golem could get closer, he placed it on the bow, and with an expression full of hatred, prepared to shoot. Then, something happened and Sadie's eyes widened in confusion. Victor shot the arrow at the golem's shoulder, but instead of hitting it, the arrow slipped and changed direction. The arrow was so powerful that it left a deep wound in the golem's body. Our boy began to gaze at Sadie in silence. Her body moved backward. She stopped controlling the golem, causing it to come to a sudden halt just before reaching Victor. The students who were at the door turned around in shock. All of them were open-mouthed upon seeing that he had stopped Sadie's golem. The reality was that the arrow had lodged in Sadie's eye, which was now full of blood. She grabbed the arrow, opened her mouth and began to scream in agony. Due to the intense pain she felt in her eye, she fell to her knees on the ground. Victor released the bowstring and began to enjoy this moment in silence. And so as not to draw attention, he started pretending. With a worried expression, Victor explained that he was trying to shoot at the golem and had no idea how the arrow had reached her. Victor's eyes began to shine with malice, and with an evil smile he asked if Professor Sadie was okay. Sadie put her hand over the eye where she had the arrow stuck, clenched her teeth, and her mind filled with hatred and fury. The arrow stuck forcefully in Sadie's right eye. She put her hand over it and couldn't help but clench her teeth in pain. The pain became more intense, causing her to scream. Vinci Morgue, who was controlling his golem with a magic circle, heard the screams, and his eyes widened in confusion, making him turn around to see what was happening. With a worried expression, he couldn't help but wonder if crazy Sadie was doing something to the students. Back in the room where the exam was taking place, the eyes of all the students were filled with surprise and fear, making their jaws drop. Not long after, Vinci Morgue, who was somewhat worried about the safety of the students, appeared and forcefully opened the door that previously seemed to be blocked. The eyes of Vinci Morgue were shining with rage. He extended his hand and couldn't help but get angry upon seeing that Professor Sadie had even locked the door, questioning if she was treating the students harshly again. Tutor, who was next to him, began to observe in silence, not knowing what was happening. Once Tutor, Bianca, Dolores, and Professor Vinci Morgue entered the room, they saw Sadie kneeling on the ground with an arrow stuck in her eye, writhing in pain and rage. Upon seeing this scene, everyone froze without knowing what had happened. Vinci Morgue's eyes widened in surprise, his attention fixed on Sadie. He couldn't believe she was bleeding and had no idea how on earth it had come to pass. The gaze of Tutor, who was behind him, filled with concern when he looked to one side and saw something terrifying. Not far from the area were the unconscious and blood-covered bodies of Sancho, Sinclair, and Piggy. Upon seeing this, Tutor did not hesitate for a second and started running toward them to see if they were okay. Professor Sadie was lying on the ground writhing in pain. Our boy, who was holding the bow, began walking toward them with a calm demeanor. Vinci Morgue's attention fixed on him. He asked what had happened here. Professor Sadie's golem was standing behind them. Vicar turned around and with a sincere expression explained that during the exam, the golem had surprised him by charging at him, so he had shot an arrow that went through the golem and struck Professor Sadie in the eye. Vensy Morg, somewhat confused, turned around and began to observe the golem in silence. He was not very sure whether to believe Vicar. His attention focused on Professor Sadie. His eyes widened in surprise since he had seen many students get hurt. But this time it was the first time he saw a teacher get hurt. Sadie's eyes were shining with hatred. She clenched her teeth and started staring intently at Vicar. The injured teacher was Sadie, so Vensy Morg didn't know if this could be considered karma. Vicar clenched his fist and stood in front of Sadie, looking at her with an expression without remorse. The point compilation was completed. From Class B of the Ice Corps, Cadet number 256 Vicar managed to land 1 hit, 0 evasions, 0 defenses, and 1 critical hit, obtaining a total of 11 points. They gathered the injured and unconscious bodies of Sancho, Sinclair, and Piggy. Dolores knelt down, extended her hands and began using her power to heal them, making golden energy appear around their bodies. Her attention fixed on them, she began observing them with a worried expression in silence. Little by little, their wounds began to heal. After analyzing carefully, she realized that Sinclair had suffered internal injuries due to the reverse flow of mana. Sancho had bruises all over his body, and Piggy had an impact that had shattered his jaw. She focused even more on healing the wounds, making the golden energy grow more intense. She knew better than anyone that these were not injuries students taking an exam should have. With a worried expression, Tutor asked the Saintess if Sancho and the others were okay. Upon hearing his voice, Dolores turned toward him and with a sincere gaze mentioned that thanks to Tutor calling her quickly, everyone would recover from their injuries and would not have any after effects. Bianca, who was next to Tutor, remained silent. Tutor crouched down to observe them closely. He and Bianca couldn't help but feel relieved to see that they were going to recover from their wounds. The Saintess Dolores stood up, clenched her fist and with a lost gaze, turned her back on them and began to walk away from the area. Professor Sadie, who had her hand over the wound on her eye, sat on the stairs and took off her hat. Dolores approached her, extended her hand and in a very calm manner asked if she could see the wound. She began to look at Sadie and with a serious expression mentioned that when her wounds improved, she was going to file a disciplinary complaint against her before the Student Council for excessive use of force against students. Far from feeling fear, an evil smile spread across Sadie's face. She asked if Dolores was the Saintess of the prestigious Quo Vadis family. With a worried gaze, Dolores began to extend her hand toward her and decided to quickly heal the wound. But then something happened. Professor Sadie pulled out the arrow that was lodged in her eye, causing blood to emerge from it. Upon seeing this, Dolores' eyes widened in surprise and confusion, leaving her in shock. Professor Sadie put the arrow into her mouth and her eyes began to shine with malice and excitement. With an evil smile, she refused to accept the help of the Saintess. Upon seeing this, all the students began to feel fear and repulsion, while on the other side, Vensy Morg started staring at her with a furious expression and clenched his teeth. Professor Sadie stood up, and with her eye bleeding, turned her back to Dolores and as she was walking away, mentioned that if she was going to punish her for this, then she could do it, but advised her that it would be better to wait for the day when she lifted the punishment from her. Dolores began observing her in silence, not knowing what was happening. A smile appeared on Sadie's face since there were many things that amused her these days, including the night bloodhound that stirred up the night of the Empire. She passed by Vicar's side, raised her head, and with a cheerful smile asked if his name was Vicar. Our boy did not turn to her and with a lost expression, began to look at the ground in silence. She started to walk away from them and with an arrogant tone, promised to remember Vicar's name, vowing that they would meet again. Our boy raised his head, and his eyes began to shine with anticipation. He could not wait for that day to come. Finally, the curtain fell on the long midterm exam, and the results were published, causing many curious students to gather to see them. In first place was Sinclair, in second Granule of Leviathan, in third Tutor, in fourth Hyboro, in fifth Bianca, in sixth Middleborough, in seventh Sancho, in eighth Lowborough. Vicar was 21st and lastly Piggy was in 199th place. The students who had lost many points after encountering Professor Sadie during the attack exam were able to retake it thanks to the other professors. Among them were Sancho, Piggy and Sinclair. All seemed happy, and Sinclair, whose scores were restored, became the best student of the first year. However, everyone's attention was not on the first place but on another person. Just then, a brown-haired student passed through the hallway. Upon seeing this, one of the students placed his hand on his friend's shoulder and, while pointing at the student with his finger and with a surprised gaze, asked if he was the famous student. It was none other than Vikir. While our boy was walking down the hallway, everyone's attention focused on him. Now he was the center of attention and liked by all the girls since he had been the only one who managed to land an effective hit on Professor Sadie. Not only that, but he had also destroyed one of her eyes. All the trauma they had received from Demon Sadie was now disappearing. Our boy was nicknamed the Eye Slayer and considered an authentic hero. Vikir, who was holding onto his backpack strap with one hand, showed no emotion because he knew this was the price for acting emotionally. Once he moved away from the students, he became serious and started imagining the night bloodhound. Life during the day existed only to continue his life at night, and for this reason, he tried not to get too involved in these matters. But when he had seen the kids being treated like trash, he had acted without realizing it. While our boy was distracted, a red-haired girl approached him and, while adjusting her hair, closed her eyes and with a nervous expression handed him a love letter. Upon hearing her voice, Vikir snapped out of his trance and fixed his gaze on the letter. At that moment, a student began running toward them. Just before she could hand over the letter to Vikir, Hybero appeared and with an angry gaze snatched the letter with his mouth, leaving both Vikir and the girl confused. Hybero tore the letter like a dog with his teeth. Middleborough and Lowborough also appeared, stood in front of the girl, and with a piercing expression asked who she was to block their way, making the girl start to feel fear. Vikir's attention fixed on them and his eyes widened in confusion. The triplets of the Baskerville family began escorting Vikir through the hallway, and they started pushing people aside saying that if they got in their way, they would disappear silently. Seeing this, all the students couldn't help but feel afraid. A smile appeared on the faces of the triplets. They started seeing themselves as heroes, thinking they had perfectly handled the situation. Our boy, who was walking behind them, couldn't help but praise them for having done a good job. Vikir went to the newspaper club. He opened the door and took off his backpack. With a confident expression, he decided to be careful and not let his day be affected. When he looked forward, his eyes widened in surprise. In front of him was Dolores sitting and reading a newspaper while the sunlight was illuminating the room. She began to read attentively in silence. She was so distracted reading that she didn't notice Vikir's presence. He sat on the chair and with a surprised expression asked what she was reading to be frowning like that. Upon hearing his voice, she came out of her trance and couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised and start blushing. She stopped reading the newspaper and with a curious gaze asked when Vikir had entered. Our boy sat on the chair and calmly mentioned that just now she hadn't felt our boy's presence when he had entered. Vikir asked if there was any article about the night hound. She left the newspaper on the table, rested her hands on top of it, and mentioned that he had destroyed the monument of the imperial capital, the central clock tower, and damaged the royal memorial, and it was said that everything had been done by the night hound. Her eyes were shining with sadness. She explained that there was no physical evidence, but they had claimed that all these cases had been committed by the night hound. The perception people had of him was strange. Upon hearing this, Vikir became curious and his gaze fixed on her. The fact that there was someone who believed in him was more comforting than he had thought. He took the newspaper and with a calm expression began to read silently. The clock tower was a building that symbolized peace and order, and those who lived in the imperial capital looked at it at least once a day. Considering that they had destroyed the emblem of a city, our boy came to the conclusion that they held many grudges against society. Realizing that this person might not be following what others were doing, his eyes were full of suspicion. He began to imagine Cindy Wendy with her hand under her chin. He started thinking about real memory. The information he had received from her yesterday said that contact between their informants had been cut off, which was something suspicious. Vikir rested his head in his hands and began to ponder silently. Dolores picked up the newspaper again and started reading it once more. Vikir knew he had to clean up the copycats, but he didn't know if he should go investigate. Several hours later, night fell, and someone wearing boots stood on top of the roof. It was Vikir, who was disguised as the night bloodhound. He had come to the place where the royal memorial was located, his gaze fixed on the monument since it was a shared cemetery where the heroes of the empire lay. The place was protected by walls. After thinking calmly, Vikir remembered that the 9th corpse, Dantalion, was hidden near Indulgentia Orphanage, so he could confirm whether that was a coincidence or not after investigating. At the entrance of the monument, there was a silver cross. Vikir began to observe with a curious gaze in silence. He sat on the ground and leaned his back against a tombstone, and while the moon was illuminating the area, he immediately realized why Cindy Wendy's informants had disappeared. The reality was that the cemetery was full of zombies, with a risk rating of C, size of 1.7M. These zombies inhabited the continent and were known as the Rotten One. They were common corpses that could be seen in places like graves, battlefields, abandoned houses, sewer systems, etc. One of the zombies opened its mouth and started to roar, even though he was not very sure what these people had done when they were alive to become zombies. He knew that some of them were informants for Cindy. Victor grabbed the weapon he carried on his back, and while his eyes were shining, decided to use Anubis since it had been a while since the last time he used it. Using his hands, Victor began to unscrew the weapon. This weapon was good because it was portable and easy to carry, but he couldn't believe that Ayan had given him a weapon like this. He drew his bow, and with a piercing gaze, prepared to shoot a mana arrow. With precision, our boy aimed at the zombies' heads, killing 3 without much difficulty. While the corpses were scattered on the ground, he began to walk and mentioned that this was on a different level compared to the arrow they had provided during midterm exams. It was a lie when people said that masters were not demanding with their weapon of choice. At that moment, a strange aroma spread through the air. Upon sensing this, Victor stopped in place and his eyes widened in surprise. His attention was fixed to one side. This was definitely the smell of a demon. But compared to normal demons, the smell was very faint, as if its terribly unique stench were being diluted by something. Without wasting time, Victor began to follow the trail of the smell at full speed. The scent came from the direction of the Indulgentia orphanage. So something was there. In the orphanage, someone invoked a magic circle on the ground. It was a woman wearing a skull mask. She extended her hand toward the magic circle and used her power, causing malignant energy to emerge from it. Just then, someone with red hair began to emerge from the magic circle. It was a woman. The woman wearing a mask extended her hand toward her and began to use her power again. The eyes of the red-haired girl were full of exhaustion. The masked woman could not believe that a petty thief had dared to steal from Dantalion. She hugged the girl and with a sincere gaze, apologized to Rose for losing her again. Her eyes began to shine with determination. She started whispering, promising not to let them take away her loved ones, vowing to annihilate hordes of cattle and beasts. She was Sayre, the 8th corpse. Sayre was on the 3rd floor of the orphanage dormitories. The entire building was cut in half from the battle that our boy had against the demon Dantalion. While the moonlight was illuminating the area, Sayre grabbed the red-haired woman by her arms, who could not speak. With a sincere expression, Sayre mentioned that her ability to find the person she wanted was definitely useful. Her eyes were filled with sadness. She had found Rose, but the other person she was looking for simply could not be found no matter what she did. The eyes of the red-haired woman were shining with exhaustion. Sayre moved the strand of hair she had on her ear. To fully manage this power obtained through the contract with the demon, there was no other way than to completely pass through the gates of death. She only had half the way left. She needed to be able to control all of Sayre's power quickly. Just then, someone wearing boots began walking down the hallway toward them. While his body was emitting a suffocating aura, with a murderous gaze, he gave Sayre the order not to move. She did not take long to feel this energy and was paralyzed by fear, while on the other hand, Rose did not move. Her eyes widened in surprise and fear. She stood in front of Rose and extended her hand to protect her. She could not believe that someone had been spying on her. It was someone with such skill that she had not noticed at all that they were approaching. From the darkness emerged Victor. He drew the bow, and while his eyes were shining with hatred, he prepared a mana arrow and explained that from now on she only had to answer his questions. If she moved a single finger, she would die, and if she said something that was not the answer to his question, she would also die. He aimed the mana arrow at her. She smelled like a mix of human and demon, so he asked if she was human or demon. Sayre stood in front of Rose and with a calm expression explained that she was both human and demon. Victor realized that Rose was Geronto, a subordinate of Dantalion. He was sure he had killed her, so he didn't know why she was still alive. Sayre's gaze fixed on Victor, and with a serious expression, she explained that Rose was not one of Dantalion's subordinates. He had stolen what belonged to her without permission. Our boy began to stare at her with a furious gaze and decided to ask one last question. While his eyes and the mana arrow were shining, he questioned whether the demon Sayre was one of the 10 elite corpses with whom she had made a contract. Sayre's eyes also began to shine. With a furious expression she nodded her head, asking what Victor was going to do about it. Just before she could finish the sentence, our boy's mana arrow was already in front of Sayre's eye. Seeing this, her eyes widened in surprise. She reacted in time and moved her head, narrowly dodging the attack, causing the mana arrow to pierce her hair. With a confused expression, she couldn't help but wonder who Victor was and why he was so powerful. Victor had used so much strength that his hand was emitting smoke. He gripped the bow tightly and his eyes began to shine with rage and hatred. revealing that he had to kill all the demons. Sayer decided not to stand idly by doing nothing. She placed her hand on the ground and used her power, making magical circles appear, and from them skeletons began to emerge. She said that if Vicar had guts, then he could try it. Just then, children's skeletons also began to emerge from the ground. Sayer started observing them, and her eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe that even the corpses of children had turned into undead. Vicar's gaze fixed on the skeletons, and his eyes also widened in surprise. With a cold expression, he prepared to shoot a mana arrow, apologizing to all the children. The skeletons began to charge at him, but our boy shot the mana arrow at them. The attack was so powerful that part of the building broke into pieces, creating a great explosion. The skeletons were not powerful enough, so many turned to ashes. Sayer decided not to waste this opportunity and, taking advantage of the explosion, grabbed Rose and jumped out of the building. But Vicar was not going to let this happen. With a leap, he appeared behind her, prepared to shoot another mana arrow, and with an arrogant gaze, he asked Rose not to think that she would be able to die peacefully. Upon hearing his voice, Sayer, who was in the air and holding on to Rose by the arm, turned around and couldn't help but go into shock. She embraced Rose, who seemed like a lifeless body. Sayer's eyes were filled with despair. She prepared to counterattack, asking Rose to hold on tight. Vicar attacked again, creating another small explosion in the air. Sayer blocked the attack, and part of her clothing was now torn. She and Rose descended to the ground, and not long after, Vicar did as well, creating tension. Sayer stood in front of Rose, and while looking at the ground, she recognized Vicar's archery and asked what his relationship with the Balak tribe was. While Vicar's eyes were glowing, he simply remained silent in thought before responding that he was one of the hunters of Balak. Upon hearing this, Sayer could not help but clench her teeth tightly, thinking that he should have been there that night. Her eyes began to shine with hatred. She extended her hand and using her power began to summon a ball of mana. She started staring at Vicar and swore to kill him, believing that he was also a barbarian. She launched a powerful ball of mana towards Vicar, but luckily he reacted in time and ducked, narrowly dodging the attack, although in the process part of his cape was burned. Vicar became curious and his gaze fixed on her. He did not know why she knew the Balak tribe. Sayer extended her hands and prepared to attack again. Now that he was closer to her, he could feel her better. She emitted the scent of a living human. He remembered that the rank of the 10 elite corpses was that of Demon King, and they took over human corpses. Sayer attacked again, this time with bursts of mana. Vicar moved to one side, then did a somersault and dodged the attack again. The bursts of mana struck the building, creating small explosions, and Vicar descended to the ground. But once he stepped on the ground, spikes made of stone emerged from it and without giving him a chance to react, they pierced his chest. Sayer, who was standing in front of him, was controlling the spikes. With a gaze full of hatred, she said that Vicar was a mere barbarian. The stone spikes pierced our boy's body, causing blood to start dripping from his hands. Sayer extended her hand, and her eyes began to shine with joy, making a smile appear on her face. She wanted to hear Vicar's screams before killing him. But then, the stone spikes fell to the ground, and upon seeing this, Sayer's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. She did not know what was happening. The wounds that Vicar had on his chest began to heal. He stood up, clenched his fists, and his gaze fixed on her. Sayer couldn't help but wonder if he was human. Our boy began to coil his bow and mentioned that after clashing with her a few times, he understood it. She was much weaker compared to the other elite corpses because she was only a half-demon. He put away the bow, started observing her, and made it clear that there was no need to converse with her anymore. Sayer remained still in silence, not knowing what to do. While Vicar's eyes were shining with hatred, he swore to kill her. Sayer was not going to allow this to happen, so she placed her hand on the ground and, using her power, summoned a magic circle, from which a giant golem began to emerge. The golem started roaring. She made it clear that the one who was going to die would be him. This golem was a Frankenstein golem, with a risk rating of a size of 8M. It had been discovered in the tomb of the other world and was also known as Big Chunk of Meat. It was a golem composed of materials that had once been alive. They were wasted masses of flesh grouped together like clay to resemble the figure of a human. However, the original appearances of these masses had not been preserved at all. It was a filthy and ominous existence that was quite powerful. The golem clenched its fist and, while roaring, began charging toward Vicar. Sayer extended her hand towards him and started gathering energy in the palm of her hand. Her eyes were shining with confidence since the golem was nothing more than a distraction. She planned to kill him with fire magic. Vicar was not going to sit idly by, so he drew the Beelzebub sword, and just before the golem could approach, He adopted an offensive stance and attacked with a powerful slash, which cut the golem's body in half as if it were clay. Our boy began to stare at her intently with a bloodthirsty expression. Sayer's eyes, who was preparing a fire magic attack, widened in surprise upon realizing that Victor's red aura was similar to those of Baskerville. She prepared a powerful fireball, and Victor began advancing toward her, and upon seeing this, she asked him to wait. Our boy appeared on top of her, and while his eyes were shining, he used the 7th Baskerville technique and swung the sword with precision. Both began to look into each other's eyes, and Sayer was in shock, not knowing why he had the aura of the Baskervilles. Victor attacked the fireball with a powerful slash, creating a great explosion in the area, which destroyed everything in its path. Once the smoke curtain created by the explosion began to disappear, it could be seen that there was a large crater in the ground, and in the middle stood Victor on his feet, with Sayer lying on her knees on the ground. Our boy was standing but injured and had his hand over the wound on his arm. Part of his clothes and mask had been torn. Sayer, who was lying on her knees on the ground, couldn't help but tremble. Victor started observing her and noticed that because she was half human, she had been hit by a very strong mana backlash, as a side effect of failing to cast her spell. With a serious gaze, Victor mentioned that she had lost focus just at the moment when she had to attack. Sayer, who was somewhat injured, began to babble. She began to gaze at the ground with a lost expression and asked Victor not to abandon her. Victor did not lose composure, began to observe her, and after thinking about it calmly, asked if she had any reason for which she had made a deal with a demon. He raised the sword Beelzebub in the air, and with a cold gaze, he made it clear that all deaths had a story behind them. Sayer lowered her head, ready to die. Victor remained thinking for several seconds, not knowing what to do until he quickly moved the sword toward her neck. The combat left a large crater in the ground, right next to the orphanage dormitories, and in the middle of the crater were Victor and Sayer. While the curtain of smoke was disappearing and Sayer was lying on her knees on the ground, Victor began to stare at her and raised his sword. Victor clenched his fist tightly, making the blade of the Beelzebub sword begin to shine. The eyes of our boy began to shine, and with a killer gaze, he swung the sword forcefully, making it gradually start advancing towards Sayer. Sayer was too wounded to defend herself. She lowered her head ready to face the cruel fate. But then something happened, and strands of red hair began to float. As Victor's sword was slowly approaching Sayer's head with speed, Rose stepped in between and while looking at the ground, extended her hands. Victor's attention was fixed on her, and his eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Originally, the undead were very jealous of what they did not have, so they had the nature to bite and blindly attack living beings. Rose did not even look Victor in the eyes. Despite being an undead, she seemed to have some awareness. Our boy observed her carefully and noticed that she was different from the others. Sayer was kneeling on the ground, paralyzed by the mana backlash. Victor's gaze was fixed on her. He did not know why the corpse queen and this woman had lost their will to fight. At that moment, a brilliant light focused on the area where they were, and a guard mentioned that they had found the intruders. Upon hearing this, Victor's eyes widened in surprise and fear. He did not know what was happening or why they had been discovered. He went on alert, began to turn around, and with a serious gaze realized that it was Sadie's voice and that the guards had arrived. While our boy was distracted, Rose took the opportunity to grab Sayer, who had lost consciousness. She extended her hand toward the sky and activated a spell, making blue energy appear around them. Feeling this, Victor's eyes began to shine with hatred and rage. He knew he could not waste any more time. With a furious gaze, he turned around and, while staring intently at Rose with a determined expression, clenched his fist and prepared to finish her off, knowing that he could not let them escape. Victor's attention was not to attack Rose but Sayer, precisely swinging the Beelzebub sword, and the blade of the sword began to advance towards Sayer. But just before the attack could reach her, Rose embraced Sayer and placed herself in between, causing Victor's sword to pierce her back. The attack was so powerful that blood began to emerge from her mouth, and little by little she started to lose consciousness. But this was more than enough since the spell fully activated and both disappeared from the place. Victor began to observe the trace of energy and could not help but feel furious. Someone wearing heels stomped the ground forcefully. It was Professor Sadie and the armed guards. While the light was focusing on Victor, she placed one foot on the ground, started touching her head, and with a smile, asked the night bloodhound to show himself. It was already midnight when Sadie and the armed guards arrived at the area where the crater was, but Victor had been quick and disappeared from the place. She put her hands on her waist and mentioned that there was no one here. She began to gaze at the ground and murmured, calling Victor a pig. The attention of one of the guards standing beside her focused on her. He started observing her and couldn't help but fall into confusion. Sadie lost her composure, clenched her teeth, and launched a powerful kick toward the crater. She was furious because they had arrived late, and the night bloodhound had fled the place. Now Sadie wore a patch over one of the eyes that Victor had taken from her. While she was trying to understand how this had happened, something caught her attention, making her eyes widen in surprise. In the middle of the crater was Victor's mask lying on the ground. This made Sadie even angrier, knowing that he had fled. The reality was that Victor transformed into a dog and left the area. Now he had already moved quite far from the orphanage dormitories. He started running at full speed and couldn't help but smile. The next day the sun rose and the rays began to hit against the academy windows. Anna clenched her fist and with an excited gaze mentioned that after the exams, the great event of the academy arrived. The festival season was about to begin. In front of her were Victor, Dolores, Sinclair, Bianca, Tudor, Piggy, and Sancho. Anna began to observe them and with a smile explained that this year's festival concept for the academy was something different. Behind her, there was a coat rack cart with clothes. Anna's eyes widened with joy. She began to point at the clothes with her hand and, with an excited smile, revealed that this year's concept was a haunted house. Upon hearing this, Sinclair's eyes filled with excitement. She clasped her hands together and couldn't help but smile since it was Halloween. And now that they were free from the difficult exams, the event was going to attract a lot of attention. Dolores put her hand over her mouth, and her eyes widened in surprise and excitement. She couldn't help but blush, thinking that dressing up as a ghost was going to be fun. Bianca started touching her chin with her finger and with a confused gaze said that the Academy Festival did not have this tradition. Tudor, who was next to her and had his arms crossed, turned towards her, and with a curious expression thought that she was right. Peggy's eyes were full of tranquility. He turned towards Sancho and mentioned that it was an ancient tradition from which not even the professors could escape. Sancho's eyes began to shine with excitement. He cracked his fingers and with a smile said that traditions were important. Anna took out 2 boxes and with a cheerful smile decided that it was time to draw lots to see who was going to dress up as what kind of ghost. Sinclair and Dolores began to talk among themselves. Victor, who was behind with crossed arms, began to observe in silence. He lowered his head and with a worried expression began to gaze at the ground and sank into his thoughts. Victor remembered the moment when Rose had stepped in the way and had received the attack, saving Sayer. The 8th corpse was the corpse Queen Sayer, and not killing the 8th corpse when she couldn't even use half of her powers had been a very big mistake. He began to remember the Hounds of Baskerville. In his battle against the demon Andromalius he had to receive help from the Knights of the Family. Then he remembered his battle against Dantalion, in which he and Dolores were present. Victor was a high-ranking graduate, but he did not know if he could face the 8th corpse by himself when she was at full power. In the end, to hunt demons one by one, he needed to fully learn the 7th incomplete technique of the Baskervilles and reach the level of Swordmaster. Victor began to imagine a book and 2 molars hidden in his mouth. The 10th technique, stalking ambush, called the 6th Fang horizontal ambush twin teeth of wisdom. One had to understand the strange principle between the 6th and 7th techniques and be able to use the ultimate annihilation technique. And the theory behind the 6th and 7th techniques was written in the book Swordsmanship. To overcome the wall of the 6th technique, one had to abandon all human emotions. And to learn the 7th technique, one had to recover their human emotions. In his past life, Victor's body was full of scars, yet he still did not understand why one needed to recover emotions that had just been abandoned. Realizing that this required a completely different approach compared to the training methods of basic level graduates, where one learned to kill emotions and become hounds. Victor placed his hand under his jaw and began imagining his father, Hugo, unsheathing his sword and surrounded by powerful mana. The mind of our boy filled with confusion. He did not know how Hugo had become a swordmaster. While he was distracted, Dolores approached Anna and took out a drawing lot. Her attention was fixed on it and her eyes expanded in surprise. Victor came out of his trance, turned to her, and couldn't help but become curious. Dolores brought the drawing lot closer, began to observe it, and revealed that she had to dress up as Night Hound. Anna put her hand over her mouth and her eyes widened with concern upon remembering that the Night Bloodhound had recently attacked the Quo Vadis family's orphanage. With a sad expression, she apologized, saying it was her fault. But to her surprise, Dolores said there was no problem and that she was going to do it. She put the drawing lot on her chest, closed her eyes, and couldn't help but blush. Deep down, she was in love with the Night Hound. Anna turned to Victor and with a smile said it was his turn. asking him to hurry up and choose since he was the center of attention. Vicar started touching his cheek with his hand and couldn't help but feel confused. He put his hand inside the box, and seeing that everyone was having fun with this reminded him that they were all still young. He took out a drawing lot, and upon seeing what he had to dress up as, his eyes filled with fear. He began to stare at it in silence. He did not know how he had gotten this. Dolores turned her back on everyone, while on the other side, Anna and Sinclair became curious, asking what he had gotten. Bianca also appeared, placed her hands on their heads, and also became curious to know what Vicar was going to dress up as. Our boy remained silent, not knowing what was happening. There was one thing that Vicar had completely forgotten from his past, the tradition during the Academy Festival. The day of the festival arrived, and everyone at the Academy dressed up. It was nighttime, and the atmosphere was relaxing and fun. Somewhere in the festival there was a beer bar. Several students gathered together and with excited smiles clenched their fists and began to cheer. In the bar was Tudor, disguised as a Valkyrie, while holding a rose in his mouth. He extended his hand and with a joyful gaze asked the beautiful lady if she would like to share poems and alcohol with him in Lucane's bar. Sancho was also there, disguised as a cook. While holding a plate with one hand, he began to stir the stew with a spoon, and with a smile welcomed everyone to Lucane's bar, promising that he would give a free portion of hot-blooded stew to all who came to the bar. It was a dish that could make a warrior's blood boil. Sinclair was dressed as a vampire. Her eyes were full of joy. She placed her hand over her chest and with a smile said that the customers were going to brighten up the bar, and that she would be waiting for all those who wanted to come. Piggy was dressed as a fairy. His eyes widened in embarrassment and he couldn't help but blush. He approached the customers and with a nervous expression asked them to take this brochure. Seeing that Lucane had such a cute girl, the students couldn't help but blush and their eyes widened in surprise. One of them reached out to take the brochure and nervously asked what the name of this precious fairy was. Just then, Bianca, who was dressed as Frankenstein, appeared and rested her shoulders on those of the two students. With a serious gaze, she told them that they could not flirt with the bar members. Seeing this, with a nervous gaze, the two apologized. While Bianca was distracted, someone wearing a red dress entered the bar. Her attention fixed on them, and her eyes widened in confusion. She didn't know what was happening. There were already several customers enjoying a good meal in the bar, and there was also Dolores who was the waitress. Someone wearing red heels started walking towards her, creating tension. Someone caught President Dolores' attention. The eyes of Dolores, who was carrying a tray with a pitcher of beer, and was dressed as the Nightblood Hound, widened in surprise and curiosity. She turned around to see who it was. Once she turned around, she couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed and confused. It was Professor Vency Morgue, who was dressed as a woman. With a confused gaze, Dolores asked what Vency Morgue wanted from her. The professor crossed his arms and with a serious expression asked what was going on with that costume. Dolores became curious and turned around. Vency Morgue extended his hand to the side and mentioned that he knew it was a festival, but he was sure that she had thought about how her disguise would impact society. He asked how she could pass herself off as that atrocious, uncontrollable criminal. Her eyes filled with determination. She hesitated for a second, but then said that she liked this disguise. Upon hearing this, Vency Morgue began to stare at her silently. He turned to the side, closed his eyes, extended his hand, and decided to let her take responsibility for her actions. He could be her academic advisor, but he had no authority to tell her what she could or could not do, so she could do whatever she wanted. Dolores remained silent, not knowing what to say. Tudor's attention was fixed on them, and his eyes widened with curiosity. He placed one hand on his waist, extended the other, and asked what Vency Morgue was doing here. Sancho crossed his arms and continued observing in silence. Peggy's attention was fixed on them, and with a serious gaze, he mentioned that during the festival, the teachers dressed up and went to their class and club booths to increase their earnings. They started to converse among themselves. Vency Morgue crossed his arms, and his eyes began to shine with rage, since if it weren't for this disguise, he wouldn't have come here, and besides, the prices of the dishes were not that good. A few minutes later, Dolores, who was holding a tray with food, appeared, and with a calm gaze mentioned that she had brought the potatoes and roasted chicken that he had ordered. Vency Morgue remained silent, pondering. Dolores placed the food on the table. There was a plate of French fries, roasted chicken, and stew. Vency Morgue's attention was fixed on the food. He noticed that the quality of the ingredients was poor, and that the dishes were made by someone who was not certified in food safety. These dishes were poorly prepared and full of MSG. Using a spoon, he prepared himself to taste the stew. He had no expectations, thinking that the food was going to taste like garbage. He tasted the stew and was paralyzed. Dolores, who was standing in front of the table with her arms on her abdomen, began to observe attentively, waiting to see what his opinion about the food would be. The lipstick of Professor Venti Morgue faded, and his eyes expanded in surprise and confusion, making him sweat. His attention was fixed on the food. He did not know why it was so good. He began to imagine the roasted chicken shining and looking delicious. The exquisite smoky flavor and the salty taste emerged from the meat when it was torn apart, and the potatoes that came from the Morgue family's region released a delicious flavor as they gently crumbled. He struck the table forcefully, and with a furious gaze, he began to stare at her and demanded to know who had prepared the food, believing that they had recruited an external chef. Dolores kept calm, extended her hand to one side and with a serene gaze mentioned that the chef was one of the members of the club. She was sure that Venti Morgue knew the chef well. Inside the bar's kitchen there was a witch in front of the grill. They wore red lipstick. It was none other than Vicar, who was dressed as a witch. With a serious gaze, he began to observe the food and began to move the pan. The festival was packed with students. You see, the academy has a long tradition in which men dress as women and women as men. Inside the beer bar, the chef was preparing food in a pan. Peggy came running into the kitchen with an order slip and, with a nervous gaze, began to read and mentioned that there was a new order. The chef had to prepare 3 plates of Vicar's special fried chicken. Vicar, who was dressed as a witch for the festival, began to prepare the food in silence. Peggy revealed that the order was large. He had to prepare 2 plates of grilled sausage, 6 portions of sauteed vegetables with sausage, and 5 portions of rice balls. The eyes of our boy began to shine with determination. While holding the spatula with one hand, he turned around and with a calm gaze said that the order would be ready in less than 5 minutes. Their bar was packed with customers. There were so many that they were crushing poor Tudor. He couldn't help but panic ever since word had spread about their kitchen. Male customers had been arriving en masse. Just then, female customers started arriving en masse, crushing Sinclair, who couldn't help but feel dizzy and suffocated. She clenched her fists and seeing that customers were coming in like a stampede, decided it was better to take orders. In the blink of an eye, their bar was filled with customers eager to try Chef Vicar's food. Our boy, who was preparing the food in the pan, did not pay much attention to the commotion and continued working. He began to remember his past life. One day, in the middle of the night, he and the Baskerville hounds made a bonfire next to a rock in the middle of the battlefield. This festival reminded our boy of that moment since he had the opportunity to prepare the foods they used to eat on the battlefield. With a cold gaze, Vicar stuck a scorpion on a stick and prepared to roast it over the bonfire. When the era of destruction dragged on, there were no adequate provisions. For this reason, warriors on the front lines needed a way to make anything taste delicious in order to survive. Vicar stood up and placed his hands on his waist. Behind him were the corpses of the hounds of Baskerville. He knew that ingredients had to be prepared in a way that made them edible. He had discovered which parts of poisonous vegetables needed to be removed and how to restore the freshness of spoiled meat. And in the process, he had no choice but to conduct research with his own comrades. Back in the present, Vicar took out a potato and, using a knife, began cutting it into small pieces. The potatoes grown in Morgue had a strong earthy smell and no flavor. Moreover, their texture was like chewing sand. But our boy knew a trick. After cutting the potatoes into small pieces, Vicar seasoned them with salt and vinegar. Then he put them in the pan to fry over high heat and added mandrake leaves and fruits from the sabak tree. In the blink of an eye, our boy prepared a delicious plate of French fries, and his eyes began to shine with determination. He showed the plate to the customers since, thanks to his research, he knew how to make the earthy smell of the potatoes disappear completely, and in the process improve their sweetness and texture. The attention of Venti Morgue and Dolores was fixed on the plate of French fries. Their eyes widened in surprise and admiration, leaving them speechless and making them blush. Venti Morgue put his hand over his mouth and looked away. Dolores stopped looking at Vicar's plate and started to gaze at the ground. Due to the fact that our boy was wearing a costume as profane as that of a witch, Venti Morgue had lost his mind for a moment. While Chef Vicar was distracted preparing the food, Bianca, who was wearing the Frankenstein costume, came running to the kitchen and with a confused gaze asked why Vicar was in the kitchen. Her eyes filled with fury. She began pointing at our boy with her finger and with a furious gaze made it clear that Vicar was not a person who should rot in the kitchen. He had to go out and attract customers. Vickers snapped out of his thoughts, turned to her, and with a serene expression promised to stop cooking and go out to attract customers. Just before Bianca could finish the sentence, Tudor appeared, and with a sincere expression explained that Vicker could not leave the kitchen since without Vicker's food, the kitchen would be ruined. Upon hearing this, Bianca's attention fixed on him and her eyes widened in confusion. Bianca did not agree with him. Tudor approached her, extended his hands and argued that Vicker was an indispensable talent in the kitchen and also revealed that many people were in love with the taste of Vicker's cooking. Bianca clenched her fist and with a furious expression thought that Tudor was making fun of her. According to her, if Vicker went out to look for customers with his beauty, sales would double. While they were arguing, at some table in the bar there was a man wearing a cap and a mask, sitting and enjoying the food. He wiped the remnants of the food with a napkin and fixed his attention on Tudor and Bianca, making his eyes start to shine, causing a smile to appear on his face. He had had a hunch, and it had turned out to be true. The man left the knife on the table and began to release mana. Despite being inside the kitchen, Vicker felt the mana, and his eyes started to shine with fear, putting him on alert. His eyes widened in surprise and terror. He began to follow the trail of mana and turned around. While Tudor and Bianca were arguing, the man started to release even more mana. It was none other than Osiris Le Baskerville. He grabbed the knife again, and while his eyes were shining with excitement, he took off his mask and began to observe Vicker in silence. Our boy became confused and curious since he did not know what Osiris was doing here. A while later, Vicker left the kitchen and met Osiris behind the bar. Osiris began to observe our boy, and with a smile mentioned that it had been a long time since he had come to this festival, revealing that he had also worn the woman's costume when he attended the academy. But he did not think his costume had been as beautiful as Vicker's. Vicker's eyes widened in confusion. He called Osiris brother and asked what he was doing here. Osiris crossed his arms and with a sincere expression mentioned that it was the duty of an older brother to come to the rescue when his younger brother was in trouble. Vicker remained silent, not knowing what Osiris meant. A smile appeared on Osiris' face. At that moment, his cape began to move. He started observing Vicker and revealed that someone desperately wanted to see him. Something emerged from Osiris' cloak and jumped. It was someone wearing a rabbit costume, who quickly gave Vicker a hug. Seeing this, his eyes widened in surprise. It was Palmyrian, dressed as a rabbit. She hugged Vicker and her eyes filled with tears as she had missed her uncle. Palmyrian got angry and started hitting Vicker on the shoulder since she didn't know why he hadn't returned home. While our boy was trying to calm her down, Osiris' eyes filled with joy and he couldn't help but smile, revealing that Palmyrian had missed Vicker very much. With a cheerful gaze, he explained that father had given him free time to bring Palmyrian here to the academy. Vicker took Palmyrian in his arms and soon realized that she had used the vice patriarch as her escort. Osiris revealed that recently, she had been holding all the authority within the house. Last month, she got on Hugo's shoulders and they went to a chocolate bean field. She started pointing at the trees and mentioned that she liked blood bean chocolate. So Hugo destroyed the monster region on the western front line and made a cocoa farm there. Upon arriving home, Palmyrian threw herself to the ground and began to cry, protesting as she missed Vicker, swearing not to eat until visiting him. Hugo's eyes were full of exhaustion. He began to sweat and at the end of Palmyrian's hunger strike, which lasted a long time of 2 meals, Hugo allowed Osiris to visit Vicker. Back in the present, Palmyrian hugged Vicker and her eyes filled with joy as everything had turned out just as she had planned. Osiris' attention was fixed on Vicker, and he asked if he knew that after he left, Palmyrian had become depressed. A smile spread across his face since it had been a while since the last time he had seen Palmyrian smile. Vicker's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing that Osiris could make such a face. Osiris' eyes widened with joy, and a kind smile appeared on his face. A stage to becoming a swordmaster was recovering emotions, and maybe Osiris didn't know it himself, but this was really good for him. Not long after, Palmyrian fell asleep. Osiris carried her on his back and put his hat on her. Since they arrived at the academy, they had been looking for Vicker, and for this reason, she was tired now. He turned to Vicker and asked him to make sure to spend time with her while they were here. Vicker began to observe them and nodded. With a sincere smile, Osiris also revealed that the trade Vicker had established was progressing well with their alliance with the merchants of Messimaginero. The reality was that our boy had already heard about it. The commission for investigating past affairs had been created before he entered the academy. Osiris Le Baskerville was exclusively in charge and had revealed the illicit acts between the Baskerville and Messamaginero families. A trial was held, and the Baskerville family officially apologized to the Messamaginero family. In the trial, Cindy was standing on her feet and staring intently at a man kneeling before her, and behind them were some heads. He had heard that in the process, the old members of Baskerville who had participated in the macabre plan were decapitated. Vicar began to imagine Cindy from behind. Due to this event, Cindy also released part of her anger and joined forces with the Baskerville family, and only she would know whether she had truly forgiven the Baskerville family or not. Osiris began to gaze toward the ground, put his hand inside his suit, and revealed that the reason he had come to visit him tonight was not just because of Pomerian. He took out a letter with a red seal and a ring and handed them to our boy. Vicar grabbed the letter, and his attention was fixed on it. He couldn't help but become curious without knowing what it was. Osiris looked away and explained that the ring had been found near the place where the demon who had stolen Set's body had died. Vicar grabbed the ring, and his eyes began to shine with hatred. He started observing it in silence. Osiris believed that the ring possessed a unique ability, so Hugo told him to give the ring to Vicar since he had contributed the most. The ring began to emit an intense mana. Vicar became curious, not knowing if this ring would allow him to use the barrier that Andromalius had used. The statistics of the ring appeared. It was called Divine Immortal Ring and had the ability to summon a barrier. Osiris' eyes widened with concern. He looked away and decided to talk about one last thing. He revealed that this letter had been written by Hugo with words he wanted to say to his son. Vicar began to observe the letter, and his eyes widened in fear. He could not believe what his eyes were seeing. With a confused gaze, he turned to his brother and asked if it was really a letter written by the Patriarch. Osiris' eyes filled with tranquility. He began to smile and mentioned that he knew Vicar was surprised and asked him not to worry since he had also received a letter from father. He started walking, waved goodbye to Vicar with his hand and decided to leave, asking him to take his time to read the letter. Our boy kept the letter, and with a curious and confused expression, he began to say goodbye to his brother with his hand. The attention of all the men was fixed on him. They could not help but blush since they had never seen a woman as beautiful as him. Curiosity consumed our boy's mind. He opened the letter without knowing what Hugo wanted to tell him. While the people were enjoying the festival, Vicar opened the letter and decided to read it. Hugo knew that by the time Vicar read the letter, he should be thinking about becoming a swordmaster just like his brother Osiris. Vicar's attention was fixed on the letter, and his eyes widened in surprise and confusion. He began to imagine Hugo staring at him. He couldn't believe that Hugo had realized that his level was that of a top-ranking graduator. A few days ago, Hugo sat in his office and, with a penetrating gaze, began to write the letter for Vicar. He knew that his son must be stuck in the seventh fang at this moment since he was still a top-ranking graduator. He explained that to execute the seventh technique perfectly, he had to reach the level of swordmaster, so he had written down the process he went through on his journey to achieve that level. Upon reading this, Vicar did not take long to realize that Hugo was telling him how to become a swordmaster. At first, he was paralyzed, but then he crumpled the letter. His eyes began to shine with hatred. He clenched his fist and gritted his teeth upon seeing that this was the process to become a swordmaster. While people were enjoying the festival, near the entrance of the bar sat Bianca with her head resting on her hand. She closed her eyes and sighed since she had to tout herself again. Just then, someone with long hair passed in front of her. Seeing this, her eyes widened in surprise, and her attention was fixed on the hair. She began to observe the hair and couldn't help but blush and feel jealous. She didn't know what was happening. They were two women, one with red hair and the other with blue and red hair. They were Sayer and Rose. Sayer clenched her fist and, with a serious gaze, began walking through the festival, while on the other side, Rose became curious and started observing the surroundings. Despite wearing a mask, Bianca knew that she was beautiful. Sayer's body began to release mana, and all the men's attention was fixed on her. The festival was packed with people enjoying the night. People wore their favorite costumes, while some dressed up as superheroes, others dressed up as animals. Sayer and Rose approached a food stand without drawing attention and ordered the food they wanted to try. Rose ordered a fruit skewer and a cake filled with cream and strawberries, her gaze fixed on the delicious food and her mouth watered, as she had never seen such delicious food. She took a bite of the fruit skewer and the cake. Seeing this, Sayer's eyes widened with joy. She began to stroke her head and, with a smile, asked if the food was delicious. Rose closed her eyes and nodded. Sayer turned around, and her gaze fixed on the others. Her eyes widened with curiosity as she remembered that this was a Halloween festival. While Rose was enjoying the food, Sayer began to observe the others in silence. She didn't know what would have happened if that incident had never occurred or if she had never made a contract with a demon. She began to imagine herself cheerfully chatting with Osiris, realizing that without the demon's help she would not have been able to enter the academy alongside Osiris. With a lost gaze, she began to look at the ground, her eyes filled with sadness, but she decided to stop thinking about the matter since she had to verify it. She began to imagine Vicar staring at her with a murderous gaze. Our boy asked if the name of the demon with whom she had made a contract was Sayer, one of the 10 elite corpses. Her eyes began to shine, and with a curious and suspicious expression, she asked how Vicar knew this. For her, the Night Bloodhound was an unprecedented villain who had recently been painting fear into the city's nights. She could not believe that he knew about the existence of the 10 elite corpses. While the people were enjoying the festival, Sayer's gaze fixed on them. She began to observe in silence, and despite not knowing the reason, she was sure that the Night Bloodhound was obsessed with the demon Sayer that was inside her. So she knew that if she appeared in a place full of people like this, the Night Hound would appear. She placed her hand over her chest and couldn't help but feel fear when remembering our boy's swordsmanship. In the battle against Vicar, she tried to attack using a golem, but our boy cut it in half with a single strike with the help of the Beelzebub sword. In the past, when that incident occurred in the forest, she was saved by her uncle. The swordsmanship and the red aura that she had seen in her battle against Vicar had been similar to what she had seen in the battle of that night. To know if her instinct was correct, she had to remove the mask from the Night Bloodhound. She placed her hand over her chest and with a lost expression began to think of the worst. She did not know what would happen if the Night Bloodhound was really that boy. She did not know what that boy would say if he saw her now, nor how he might have changed. Upon seeing her attitude, the attention of one of the men who was walking around the area focused on her. His eyes filled with confusion as he did not know what was happening. Camus could not help but get excited as she really wanted to see that boy. But just then, a voice interrupted her thoughts, asking her to stop thinking about that. A blue-haired woman wearing a hood appeared and began to whisper, advising her to stop thinking about those feelings that caused her a headache, promising that she would take care of everything. Upon hearing this, Camus came out of her thoughts and her eyes widened in surprise and fear. It was night, and the moon was high in the sky. The hooded woman with blue hair had angel wings. She began to gaze at Camus in silence, and it did not take her long to realize that she was the Demon Sayer. Time was frozen, and apart from the Demon Sayer and Camus, no one could move. The demon began to observe Camus in silence. Camus placed her hand on her chest and sank into her thoughts. She raised her head and with a furious gaze asked if this was not a clear breach of contract. The Demon Sayer became curious and said nothing. Camus reminded her that the contract they had made stated that in exchange for borrowing her strength, when she died, she would give Sayer her body. She revealed that the moment the Demon Sayer desired it, she could take control of her body for only 1 hour. The Demon Sayer remained watching Camus in silence, not knowing what to say. Camus' eyes began to shine with seriousness. She turned her back on the demon and asked her to leave here, and also advised her to stop deluding herself into thinking she could control her as she wanted. The gaze of the Demon Sayer fixed on her, she sank into her thoughts and couldn't help but go into shock. Then her eyes began to shine with evil, and a demonic smile spread across her face, showing her true nature. She got rid of the disguise she was wearing and began to transform. The angel wings disappeared, making a demon tail appear. Her hair turned blue and long, and horns grew on her head. Sayer was a demon with 3 eyes. She approached Camus, placed her hands on her shoulders, and while her eyes were shining with evil, with a smile, she asked what she could do alone, reminding her that her loved ones were gone and she had not been able to do anything to save them. Camus' eyes were full of determination. She clenched her fists and did not fall into the demon's trap. Sayer's eyes widened with malice, and with a smile, she reminded Camus that she had stabbed the heart of her uncle who took care of her, and everything she had done on her own had been a disaster. Camus tried not to lose composure and with a lost expression began to gaze at the ground. Time had stopped just before Rose could eat the fruit skewer. Sayer made it clear that thanks to her, Camus had been able to find her little sister, revealing that her ability allowed Camus to see the person she wanted to meet. Camus put her hand on her shoulder to remove Sayer's hands, clenched her fist, and asked why she had not been able to find the most important person. Sayer moved away from her, and her eyes filled with confusion and surprise. Camus did not raise her head and explained that the main reason she had made a contract with Sayer had been to find that boy's corpse. Sayer placed her hands on her shoulders again and became curious. Camus mentioned that she had not been able to find that boy, even though she had searched in the waters of the Red and Black Mountain for the last 2 years. Camus' eyes began to shine with hatred. She turned towards the demon and, with a suffocating gaze, ordered her not to stand in her way since she had finally found a clue that could allow her to see that person again. Camus began to concentrate to avoid falling into Sayer's trap, and little by little, time resumed its course. Camus began to pant heavily because she was exhausted. Sayer's gaze fixed on her, and her eyes filled with hatred. She was furious to see that Camus' mind was strong and had not yet been completely destroyed. Just then, the demon Sayer turned around, and her eyes began to shine with curiosity. Her attention was fixed on one of the stalls. She could smell the blood of a demon. She felt someone ominous from that stall. Sayer wiped her chin with her hand and with an unpleasant expression, advised Camus to flee since the air reeked of that disgusting aura that was unique to a demon hunter. Upon hearing this, Camus's eyes widened in surprise, leaving her in shock. Then, she clenched her teeth tightly and couldn't help but feel furious. Without losing another second, she started running towards the stall, knowing that person was there. The eyes of the demon Sayer filled with confusion. She could not believe that instead of fleeing, Camus wanted to go to the stall from where the aura of the demon hunter came. With a furious gaze, she asked what Camus was doing. She did not stop and continued running with all her strength towards the stall, thinking that the aura must be from the bloodhound. She made her way through the crowd, and despite the fact that the demon Sayer was asking her not to go, she paid no attention. Just then, someone launched fireworks into the sky, creating a beautiful spectacle. Camus began to pant heavily, and her eyes widened in surprise, and her gaze fixed on someone wearing the mask of the night bloodhound. She was near Victor's stall and the others, and while the sky was filled with fireworks, at the entrance there were two people conversing with each other. Camus's attention fixed on them, and her eyes expanded in surprise, as she could not believe that the night bloodhound was a woman. The one wearing the Nighthound costume was none other than Dolores. She closed her eyes and with a kind smile asked the man to keep in mind that if he could not follow the rules, he would be expelled, so she asked him to enjoy his stay. A smile spread across Camus' face when she realized that Dolores was dressed as the Nighthound. Her eyes began to shine with hatred. She extended her hand towards Dolores and began to use mana. She was furious as this was very annoying. Without hesitating for a second, she raised her hand to the sky, and consumed by rage, placed it on the ground, causing her mana to begin spreading across the floor, creating a powerful magic circle. The spell was so powerful that a giant circle expanded through the area, and not long after, skeletons began to emerge from the ground. Dolores' gaze fixed on them, and her eyes widened in confusion as she did not know what was happening. In an instant, several skeletons emerged from the ground and surrounded Sancho and Piggy, who clenched their fists without knowing what was happening. A horde of skeletons started chasing the people, who could not help but cry and feel fear, knowing that they were undead. The skeletons began to approach Bianca and Tudor. He clenched his fists, and with a confused expression asked if the woman wearing a mask had summoned these undead soldiers. Bianca took a defensive stance and mentioned that black magic was strictly controlled by the Empire, and was considered taboo. Upon hearing this, Tudor quickly realized that this woman was a villain. Little by little, more skeletons began to emerge from the ground, ready to attack. But just then, someone used divine power and purified the undead soldiers. It was Dolores. She extended her hand toward the sky, and while her body was releasing sacred light, with a determined gaze, she asked all the members of Lucain to assist her in keeping the stall's customers safe. Upon hearing this, Tudor, Sancho, and Piggy's eyes began to shine with seriousness. Anna was hiding behind the sign. Dolores' gaze fixed on her and she asked Anna to go find a professor. Upon hearing this, Anna started sweating and with a confused gaze asked what she intended to do. Dolores asked her not to worry about it. She joined her hands and her eyes began to shine with confidence since her specialty was fighting against the undead. Camus' jaw dropped upon seeing divine power, realizing that this was going to be annoying. With a furious gaze, she gave the order to Dolores not to get in her way since she had to meet the true Nighthound. Dolores joined her hands and while releasing divine power, asked why she wanted to meet the Nighthound. Camus stood up and asked what relationship she had with the Night Bloodhound. Upon hearing this, Dolores' eyes began to shine with determination. She concentrated and started staring at Camus in silence. With a confident expression, she revealed that she and the Nighthound were soulmates. Camus began to imagine Victor and Dolores together and happy. Her eyes started to shine with hatred, and she couldn't help but get angry. She reached out toward Dolores and swore to shatter her soul until turning her into an undead soldier. She commanded the soldiers, making a horde of skeletons start charging toward her. Dolores extended her hands toward the skeletons and used her divine power. With a confident gaze, she swore not to lose against them. Just before the skeletons could take another step, someone attacked with a powerful wave of mana, breaking them into pieces. Dolores put her arms in front of her face, and her eyes widened in surprise and confusion. The person who had attacked was none other than Sinclair. She was holding a magic staff, and her eyes were glowing with seriousness. Dolores panicked, reached out to the side, and with a worried expression asked her to flee to a safe place since this was dangerous. Sinclair stood in front of her and refused, asking her not to worry about her. Sinclair's eyes began to shine with determination, and her gaze fixed on Camus. She revealed that she didn't know why, but her instinct told her that she had to fight. Camus lost composure and attacked, creating a powerful burst of mana in front of them. Dolores and Sinclair panicked, not knowing what was happening. Just before the attack could hit, Sinclair used her powers and summoned a barrier, protecting herself and Dolores from the attack. Camus extended her hand toward them and began to release more mana. Her eyes widened with hatred, making it clear that the only thing she wanted to do was see the Night Hound, advising that if they did not want to die then they should call him and ask him to come here. Dolores extended her hands to assist Sinclair. Sinclair, who was blocking the attack, couldn't help but clench her teeth upon seeing that Camus could summon undead and on top of that use fire magic of this caliber. She didn't know how much mana she had. Just then, the barrier she had invoked to block the attack began to crack. The attention of both was fixed on it, and their eyes widened in surprise and fear. Someone wearing boots appeared. Camus continued attacking, and little by little they began to approach her. Her eyes expanded in surprise, making her jaw drop. She couldn't help but be in shock. Her strands of hair began to float, and then the real Night Hound appeared and with a penetrating gaze attacked Camus. She put her arms in front of her chest and blocked the attack. Her eyes expanded with joy, and a smile appeared on her face upon seeing that he had come. Just before she could finish the sentence, Victor began to extend his hand toward her with a murderous look. Our boy grabbed her by the neck and threw her backward, making her body shoot out, crashing into the stalls and destroying everything in its path. Camus Morg's body was thrown, destroying everything in its path from the festival stalls to buildings. Dolores was wearing the Night Hound costume. She began to observe the rubble in silence, not knowing what was happening or where someone as powerful as Camus Morg had come from, capable of summoning the undead. The people were somewhat surprised and everyone began to talk among themselves. With a surprised expression, a man started pointing at the rubble with his finger and asked his friend if she had seen the Night Hound. The friend turned towards him and with a confused look nodded her head. Among the crowd was Rose. With a smile, she took a bite of the fruit skewer and her eyes began to shine with satisfaction. Dolores approached the wall that was destroyed and began to inspect carefully. The man who was behind Rose became somewhat confused, turned to his friend, and asked why it smelled like a decomposing corpse. At first, the friend felt somewhat surprised but then said she didn't know. Dolores took off the Night Bloodhound mask, and her eyes widened with concern. After thinking calmly, her jaw dropped in surprise, realizing that the Night Hound had taken Camus Morg somewhere else to avoid hurting the people at the festival. She clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and with a sad expression, concentrated. She began to pray for everything to go well and for the Night Hound not to be hurt. Victor's attack was so powerful that Camus Morg's body was sent flying from the festival until it reached a nearby forest, destroying the trees in the area and creating a great curtain of smoke. Several seconds later, Camus Morg stood up, clenched her fists, and her eyes widened with joy as an excited smile spread across her face because she was happy to have encountered the Night Bloodhound again. While Victor's eyes were shining with hatred, he began staring at her and walking toward her. With a furious gaze, he decided it was time to say goodbye. Upon hearing this, Camus Morg started sweating and panicked, asking him to wait a moment since she wanted to talk to him. Victor did not lose a second and drew the Beelzebub sword. The blade began to release a powerful mana, and our boy made it clear that he was not going to show any weakness like last time. Victor started walking towards her, ready to finish her off once and for all, but just before he could take another step, someone shouted that they were in the area. Upon hearing this, Camus Morg turned around and both she and Victor went into panic and confusion. It was a group of knights armed with spears. Seeing this, Camus Morg suggested going somewhere else, but Victor began to show the purple ring he wore on his finger and with a confident expression explained that there was no need for that. Victor's eyes began to shine with confidence. He activated the ring and revealed that he had a gift left by her comrade. It was the Divine Immortal's ring, which had the power to create a barrier. Victor activated the ring, causing a powerful flash to begin emerging from it. Camus Morg put her arms in front of her face to avoid going blind. They appeared in a completely different place, with swords stuck in the ground and several statues, among which were those of a child and a man. The statues were gigantic. Camus Morg and Victor appeared in this strange place and remained silent. Victor's attention was fixed on the statues, and his eyes widened with rage. The statues were of Hugo as a young man and Osiris when he was a child. This was a space that reflected the psychological state of Setla Baskerville, whose body had been taken by the demon Andromalius. Camus Morg began to look around, and her eyes widened in surprise upon seeing that this was a barrier. She couldn't help but feel somewhat curious upon seeing statues of the Baskerville family. Her gaze fixed on Victor, and her eyes began to shine with confidence since now she had no doubt that he was part of the Baskerville family. She began to gaze toward the ground and caught our boy's attention, asking him to take off his mask as she needed to check something. Victor started observing her in silence, not knowing what she had in mind. Camus Morg's eyes filled with hatred and despair since, due to the rules of the contract, she could not take off her mask or reveal her identity, nor could she say her name to make herself known. She hoped that Vikir would cooperate with her, but once she raised her head, her eyes widened in confusion since our boy's sword was right in front of her. Luckily, she reacted in time, clenched her teeth, and moved away at the last second, dodging the attack. She panicked and asked our boy to wait. Vikir paid no attention and continued attacking. He started attacking her using the sword, but she summoned a barrier and began blocking the attacks. Vikir's eyes began to shine with determination since he was not willing to leave her alive this time. Upon seeing our boy's expression, Camus Morg couldn't help but clench her teeth, and her eyes widened with concern, realizing that this was not good. With a piercing gaze, Vikir lunged at her, ready to attack again. From her perspective, Vikir was a monster. She couldn't keep up with him and would never have thought he had become this strong. Vikir swung the sword forcefully, breaking the barrier she had summoned. Camus Morg put her arms in front of her head, and in the process, our boy's sword caused several cuts on her arms. Blood began to emerge from the wounds. She clenched her teeth tightly and could not help but feel somewhat furious. Her eyes began to shine with hatred, and her gaze fixed on Vikir. She asked the demon Sayer to let her borrow her power. Sayer emerged, began to touch her lip with her finger, and with a curious expression asked how much power she needed. Without hesitating for even a second, Camus Morg said half, and upon hearing this, a wicked smile spread across Sayer's face. Sayer's eyes began to shine with joy, and with a smile, she said that in exchange she wanted half a day. Camus Morg started staring at Vikir with an enraged expression and accepted without hesitation. They made a deal, and Camus Morg received half of Sayer's power. She extended her hand toward Vikir, and just before he could take another step, hands emerged from the ground and captured his legs. Our boy looked at the ground and couldn't help but fall into confusion. At that moment, a powerful magic circle appeared under his feet, and from it, the undead began to emerge. Our boy started staring silently at Camus Morg. She used Sayer's power to summon a powerful giant monster with 2 heads behind her. She extended her hand toward Vikir, and with a furious gaze, she made it clear that if he did not remove the mask, then she had no choice but to forcibly take it off. She commanded the monsters, who began to charge at our boy with ferocity. But just before they could take another step, time stopped and Vikir attacked. He freed himself from the undead that had grabbed onto his legs, and with a murderous expression, he moved quickly, and using the Beelzebub sword, cut the monsters into pieces. And while they were falling to the ground, our boy started staring intently at Camus Morg, making it clear that he was not going to give up so easily. Camus Morg's eyes widened in surprise and fear. She panicked upon seeing that not even half of Sayer's power was enough to stop Vikir. She fell into despair and asked Sayer to give her more power. As expected, the demon began to smile and in return said she wanted 16 hours. Camus Morg accepted again since she didn't care. Sayer lent her more power. Camus Morg extended her hands and summoned a magic circle from which a powerful undead serpent made of skeletons emerged and began to advance quickly toward our boy. Vikir reacted in time and grabbed the serpent by its fangs. Without much effort, he broke the serpent's fangs, and while his eyes were shining with rage, he started staring intently at Camus Morg. Upon seeing this, Camus Morg's eyes filled with surprise. She invoked another magic circle, clenched her teeth, and asked for more power again. Sayer said that in exchange she wanted 20 hours. Camus Morg summoned another serpent and several monsters, but Vikir moved quickly, swung the sword forcefully, and once again cut the monsters into pieces. Our boy's attention focused on her, and his mind filled with confusion upon seeing that these were careless attacks, realizing that she was trying to restrain him instead of attacking him. Upon seeing that the attack had failed again, Camus Morg's eyes began to shine with hatred. She could not understand why nothing seemed to work. She summoned another undead serpent. Vikir jumped and once again tore the serpent apart as if it were nothing. Camus Morg lowered her head and asked for more power again. Sayer, who was beside her, said she wanted 20 more hours. Camus Morg said she wanted even more power. The demon's eyes began to shine with wickedness, and a demonic smile spread across her face. In exchange for giving her more power, she wanted 20 more hours. Using the power of Sayer, Camus Morg summoned a horde of ghosts which began to fly around our boy. Vikir stood still without knowing what was happening. He clenched his fist and using all his strength struck the ghosts. In the blink of an eye, the horde of ghosts pounced on our boy, creating a great curtain of smoke. Camus Morg placed her hands on her knees and began to pant heavily. Sayer, who was behind her, started to observe her with a curious expression. After catching her breath, she lifted her head and saw that the horde of ghosts was flying in the air, with Vikir's body trapped in the middle. She began to observe him and asked him to be good and take off his mask. Instead of responding, our boy started to gaze toward the ground in silence. Then his eyes began to shine with determination, and his gaze fixed on Camus Morgue. Using the sword, he freed himself from the ghost's bindings and descended elegantly to the ground. Camus Morgue's attention was fixed on him, and her eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Our boy cut the ghosts into small pieces, and while the fragments were falling to the ground, he stood up and began walking toward her. Seeing this, Camus Morgue's mind filled with confusion as she did not know why Vicar was trying to kill her. Despite being wounded all over, Vicar did not stop, and his eyes began to shine with hatred. A question came to Camus Morgue's mind. She did not know what kind of hell our boy had been through to despise demons so much. In a desperate attempt, she summoned another magic circle, causing an undead to begin emerging from the ground. Our boy clenched his fist and prepared to put an end to this battle. From the depths of her heart, she hoped that Vicar would recognize her. She fell to her knees on the ground and begged Vicar to find her. At that moment, a large number of undead corpses emerged from the magic circle right in front of her. She created a barrier of undead between her and Vicar, then fell to her knees on the ground and lowered her head. She thought there was no way Vicar would recognize her anymore, but to her surprise, our boy decided to ask her a question. Upon hearing this, her eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Vicar asked why she was trying to subdue him instead of hitting him. Camus Morgue lifted her head and began looking at the barrier without knowing what to say. Instead of trying to break the barrier, our boy stood still and asked why she wanted to take off his mask and why her eyes behind the mask were so sad. He soon realized that she wanted to tell him something but couldn't. She did not respond. Vicar gained momentum and delivered a strong punch to the barrier of the undead. Camus Morgue closed her eyes, clenched her teeth, and prepared to face the cruel fate. After passing through the barrier, our boy gently struck Camus Morgue's mask, causing it to slowly begin to break. The memories of when our boy was young came to his mind. In the past, when he was sparring and standing in front of a stone wall, he also thought this before. If he returned to her side, what would it mean? Vicar took off the mask, and while his eyes were shining with joy, with a smile he said that it had been a while. Camus Morgue's mask broke into pieces, and her eyes filled with tears and joy. Our boy saw little Camus Morgue crying on her face.
Somewhere within the vast empire stood a grand and opulent estate, deep within its walls nestled in a secluded chamber. The sound of muffled sobs echoed through the dimly lit corridors. Flickering candlelight cast restless shadows along the empty hallway. While an exquisite crystal chandelier adorned the ceiling, shimmering in the darkness, the estate belonged to the prestigious Morgue family, and this sorrowful event had taken place nearly 3 years ago. The attention of the maids who were doing household chores focused on the room from which the cries were coming. One of the maids placed her hands on her chest, then with a sad expression told her friends that Camus Morgue had been crying and refusing to eat for the past few days. The other maid began to observe her friend and with a curious gaze asked if Camus Morgue was blaming herself for what had happened a few days ago in the battle against the barbarians. Many of the soldiers were wounded. Some had their heads bandaged, and others had broken arms. The maid explained to her friend that it was normal for Camus Morgue to feel guilty, since while they were trying to save Camus from the barbarians, many people had been killed and wounded. The eyes of the maid, who was holding the plate, filled with sadness. She turned towards Camus Morgue's room and decided to reveal the reason why Camus Morgue was so heartbroken upon hearing this. The other maids became curious. She began to imagine Vicar, and with tears in her eyes revealed that Camus Morgue was heartbroken over the death of Vicar Baskerville. With a sincere expression, the maid who was holding the plate mentioned that the pain she must be going through must be very painful, since Vicar was the person she loved the most. Upon hearing this sad story, the other maid put her hands over her face and began to cry. Seeing this, her friend approached, extended her hand, and tried to console her while the two maids were crying. The one holding the plate approached the door of Camus Morgue's room and asked her to stop thinking about the matter and cheer up. Just then, someone wearing leather boots began walking down the hallway. They used their power and bubbles of water appeared around the maid's head. Seeing this, their eyes widened with surprise and confusion, not knowing what was happening. Little by little, they began to run out of air and their bodies started to float. The maids panicked, thinking they were going to drown. The white-haired man began to walk towards them. It was Camus Morgue's uncle. He started staring intently at the maids, and his eyes filled with fury upon seeing that the maids were gossiping about Camus Morgue's personal life, when the virtue of the maids was to be discreet. He exploded with rage upon realizing that they were too absorbed in gossiping about Camus Morgue's life, using concern for her as an excuse. He clenched his fist tightly, making the water bubbles grow larger. The maids couldn't help but feel fear upon hearing Adolf's voice just before they could drown. Adolf deactivated the spell, causing the water bubbles to explode. Adolf's eyes began to shine with rage. He clenched his teeth tightly and with a murderous expression. He warned the maids that if they said anything bad about Camus Morgue again, he would personally cut out their tongues. They panicked, turned their backs on Adolf, and ran out of the place, apologizing and promising never to do it again. Adolf approached the door of Camus Morgue's room and began to gaze at the floor in silence. Then he raised his head, started observing the door, and with a worried expression announced his arrival. Then he grabbed the doorknob and slowly opened the door. Camus Morgue's room was dark and the only light came from the window. Adolf entered the room and his attention was fixed on the bed. Camus Morgue, who was inside the sheets, began to cry. Adolf sat on the bed, placed his hand on the sheets, and with a worried expression, explained that he had heard that she hadn't even eaten in days, revealing that he and her mother were very worried. The wind began to enter the room through the window, making the curtains move. Camus Morgue asked if he meant that she should eat. In order to continue living for herself, she began to remember when she was with Vikir in the forest. A barbarian who was riding a wolf grabbed her on his shoulders and ran away. Vikir clenched his teeth and his eyes widened with fury. Then she began to recall the fun moments she had spent with Vikir. She placed her hand on his shoulder and with a joyful expression started talking with him when remembering these memories. She felt guilty, because if she hadn't been stupid, the barbarians wouldn't have caught her, and if she had stopped Vikir, so that he wouldn't fight alone against that monster, one of this would have happened. She clenched her teeth tightly, and her eyes filled with tears. Since now, because of her, Vikir and Rose were dead. She took off the sheets, grabbed her arm tightly, and, with a sad and guilt-ridden expression, began to cry, even more unable to hold back the tears, thinking that it was all her fault. Adolf turned towards her, and his attention fixed on her, and upon seeing her expression, his eyes began to shine with sadness. Without hesitating for a second, he gave Camus Morgue a hug, and while the moonlight was illuminating the room, he asked her not to give up. He hugged her tightly to try to console her, closed his eyes, and with a sincere tone explained that the value of their lives had now been added to hers, so now her life had become even more valuable. He explained that it was the duty of the living to live and continue the lives of the dead. Upon hearing this, Camus Morgue's eyes widened in surprise, with a curious expression. She asked if she should live instead of them. Adolf opened his eyes and explained that Rose and Vikir would be very upset if they saw her in this state. Camus Morgue's eyes filled with emotion, and a light of hope began to shine in her eyes. Without wasting another second, she got out of bed and with a smile, opened one of the drawers. Believing there was still a way, seeing her behavior, Adolf's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. She took out a sheet with a magic circle, and using a pen began to draw a triangle, explaining that if the thermodynamic function of the person was the same, then it was possible the ground was full of sheets. She crouched down and began to write, mentioning that magic consisted of calculating that value. Then if she changed the order and the formulas a little, she assumed she could obtain a different result. Adolf stood up, approached her, and with a confused expression asked what she was doing. Camus Morgue began to observe the sheets, and a light of hope appeared in her eyes. With a smile, she thought that if she could get closer to the dimension of negative energy, then she could bring the entropy from that dimension to later replace the portion of the positive energy dimension, and the rest through an equivalent exchange. Then she put her hands on top of her head and started going crazy. She couldn't think properly since she had no energy, had Ulf's attention fixed on her, making his jaw drop, while the moon was illuminating the room. She told her uncle that she needed food. Adolf prepared a banquet for her. The table was full of delicious dishes from meat to desserts. They sat at the table. At one end was Camus Morkand, at the other, a red-haired woman, and next to her sat Adolf with a kind smile. Camus Morgue mentioned that she had heard that. She was very worried. Since she had not been eating, she was the mother of Camus Morgue, the matriarch of the Morgue family called Raspani. Morgesh rested her hands on top of the table, and with a serious expression, began to observe her daughter in silence, her eyes filled with worry, explaining that several days had passed since her daughter had held a spoon. So it was normal for her to be worried about her. Thomas Morg interrupted her mother and with a cheerful expression promised not to make her worry anymore, but in return asked her to listen to her requests. Raspani became curious and asked what request she had. Camus Morg asked her mother to please allow her to mobilize the Morg family army to search the forests. Raspani remained calm, began to observe Camus Morg and became somewhat confused. Adolph's eyes widened with concern. He extended his hand and with a furious gaze asked if Camus Morg did not know how dangerous that place was. With a serious tone, Raspani gave her daughter permission to mobilize the army in exchange for her not skipping any meals upon hearing this. Adolph turned towards her, and his eyes widened in surprise and confusion, leaving him in shock with a worried expression. He asked his sister to think it through carefully, but just before he could finish the sentence, Raspani interrupted him and argued that Camus still had something she could do, which meant that she was not going to give up easily. Camus Morg's eyes began to shine with seriousness. She started observing her mother in silence. Raspani interlaced her hands and with a serious gaze made it clear that she had no other option but to let Camus surrender by her own will. Camus Morg prepared to eat a piece of meat, and with a cheerful smile asked if this was a promise, seeing that she was going to eat. Adolph's eyes widened with joy, and he couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, on the other side, Raspani, who had her hands interlaced, began to observe Camus in silence upon tasting the food. Camus's eyes widened in disgust. She put her hands over her mouth and started feeling sick to her stomach not long after she fell to the ground and began vomiting. Adolph stood up and panicked, since he knew that she couldn't eat the food as too much time had passed since she last ate. He gave the order to the maids to take away the dishes and prepare suitable food for the sick. The maids brought new plates of food, but just then Camus extended her hand and refused to eat food for the sick. Seeing this, the eyes of the maids widened in surprise after vomiting. Camus Morg sat back in the chair, and while her eyes were shining with determination, she clenched her teeth tightly and with a serious expression swore to eat everything without losing another second. She grabbed a piece of bread and some meat, and with tears in her eyes took a bite. And despite not being able to eat, she was willing to do it for Vikar. She began to imagine a boy holding the sword from behind. She knew that she would not have lost Vikar if she had not been kidnapped by the barbarians back then, and she was sure that he would not have lost if she had stopped him from fighting the huge spider alone. Adolph's eyes widened in surprise. He was in shock. While on the other side, Camus's mother intertwined her fingers and closed her eyes after eating with tears in her eyes. She wiped her mouth. With her hand, all that karma came from her, and death was something that had been unfairly granted to Vikar, but she was determined to restore that injustice. She grabbed a chicken thigh with her hand and prepared to eat, asking Vikar to wait. That day, news spread throughout the Morg family that the vice-matriarch, who was sunk in despair, had begun to move again. However, no one expected her to move in that way. Somewhere in the city under the moonlight was the Hall of Darkness of the Morg family. Inside the hall was a man with red eyes sitting on a throne. His eyes were shining with hatred. He was the head sorcerer of the Morg family. Representative of the Hall of Darkness called Snake Morg. Someone wearing a hood entered the hall. It was the vice-matriarch. Snake's attention fixed on her, and he asked what brought the vice-patriarch of the Hall of Light here. A smile spread across Camus Morg's face. As she did not expect Snake to recognize her, Camus Morg took off the hood. She had dark circles under her eyes, and her eyes were shining with malice. With a smile, she revealed that she wanted to defect from the Hall of Light and enter the Hall of Darkness. Snake's eyes widened in surprise. He began to observe Camus Morg in silence, not knowing what was happening. Adolph and Snake were brothers. The Hall of Light was the visible symbol of the Morg family, while the Hall of Darkness was its shadow, where research and experiments on black witchcraft were carried out far from the eyes of the people. Snake became curious, and with a serious tone, assumed that she knew what it meant to join the Hall of Darkness. Camus Morg extended her hands and made it clear that she was prepared to live her life hiding in the shadows and abandon her mother, her uncle, and her rights as vice-matriarch. With a calm gaze, Snake extended his hand and said that he had heard that she had mobilized the army to search the forest, asking if she was planning to revive Vicar with black magic. Camus Morgue's eyes were filled with despair. With a smile, she admitted it, revealing that she was going to use the perfect resurrection spell upon hearing this. Snake's eyes widened in surprise. He began staring at her and realized that this spell was ancient black magic, capable of completely reviving the dead. He asked if she was going to use foreign magic, which was strictly forbidden within the Morgue family and the Empire. He started to gaze toward the ground, extended his hand to one side, and denied her entry to the Hall of Darkness, asking her to leave. Camus Morgue began to observe her uncle in silence. Realizing that there was nothing he could do, her eyes began to shine with malice, when she extended her hand and with a wicked smile summoned a powerful spirit, revealing that she had no choice but to learn it herself. Seeing this, Snake's eyes widened in fear, leaving him in shock. He could not believe that she was controlling that spirit. He couldn't help but feel terror, and his gaze fixed on the spirit, realizing that she had learned black magic by herself, something impossible. But if that were the case, it would not be an exaggeration to say that she had reached a new level be herself. He began to imagine Camus Morgue's mother, realizing that she had a talent similar to Hersa, talent that only appeared once every 100 years. Snake began to gaze at the ground, and after going over the matter several times, decided to accept. He stood up, clenched his fists tightly, and made it clear that if she joined the Hall of Darkness, then his word was absolute. Asking if she was ready, Camus Morgue knelt before him. She did not care about losing everything she had. She placed her hand over her chest, started staring intently at Snake, and revealed that she was willing to do whatever it took to save Vikier.
It was night and the moon was shining high in the sky, and below was the Hall of Darkness of the Morgue family. Inside it, there were long and dark stairs leading to the bottom. This was a place that was neither monitored by the Empire nor visible to the Morgue family, a space that only the members of the Hall of Darkness knew, an underground space that extended for more than 600 floors, known as Dark Support. A powerful evil energy began to emerge from the depths, and little by little it began to ascend towards the surface. On floor 666 were Camus Morgue and Snake. She extended her hand and, using her powers, summoned a magic circle from which an undead emerged. Snake crossed his arms and began to observe in silence. This undead had part of its limbs destroyed, but it had life. It began to look around in confusion. Camus Morgue's eyes were full of fatigue and she had dark circles. With a smile, she began to point at the undead with her finger and asked Snake what he thought. The undead approached her. Camus Morgue put one hand on her waist, closed her eyes, and with a proud smile began to caress its head. Snake's attention was fixed on it. With a calm expression, he mentioned that it was surprising to see that she was capable of creating undead soldiers. His gaze fixed on her and his eyes widened in surprise. He could not believe that she was capable of achieving so much when not much time had passed since she had converted to black sorcery. With a smile, Camus Morgue continued stroking the head of the undead. Snake began to observe her carefully and started having mixed emotions. He felt pride, jealousy, fear, affection, and sadness. He began to gaze at the ground and started imagining Camus Morgue's mother, Rispani. He did not know what he was looking for in Camus Morgue's face, which resembled that of her mother, nor why he had allowed her to enter the Hall of Darkness. While he was distracted, Camus Morgue was sincere and revealed that she still had much to improve. Upon hearing this, Snake snapped out of his thoughts, and his eyes widened in surprise. The body of the undead began to disappear, turning into ashes. Camus Morgue started looking at her hands and, with a curious expression, admitted that with her current power, she could not completely revive a corpse. She clenched her fist in fury. Snake began walking toward her and, with a serious expression, asked if she was planning to perform a complete reanimation, revealing that this was not only very difficult to learn but also had an extremely low success rate. Assuming she managed to revive him by some miracle, when it happened, there was a possibility that he would become uncontrollable or be further corrupted. Camus Morgue's eyes began to shine with determination. She stared intently at Snake and said that she did not need to worry about what might happen after she succeeded, since the soul of the person she wanted to revive was stronger than anyone else's. Upon hearing this, Snake's eyes widened in confusion and concern. He was in shock as he did not know what he was seeing in her. At the same time, a man with a beard and long hair began to shout in rage. It was Camus Morgue's uncle, who was in Respani's office. He clenched his fist, extended his hand to one side, and with a furious gaze questioned whether they should stop Camus. He could not believe that she had left the Hall of Light to enter the Hall of Darkness. Respani, who had her arms behind her back, began to observe the landscape through the window in silence. She began to look at herself in the reflection of the window, and with a calm gaze, she mentioned that she had not yet made her decision, explaining that she had told her daughter to choose carefully and had given her the authority to freely enter both halls. Adolf's eyes widened with rage. With a furious expression, he revealed that Camus had been spending more and more time with that man called Snake recently. Respani did not lose her composure. She did not even turn around, and with a serene gaze, she made it clear that Snake was not someone who was going to hurt Camus. On the contrary, he was actually helping her. Adolf tried to argue that Snake was not a good person, but just then, Respani's eyes began to shine. She turned towards him and, with a piercing gaze, gave him the order not to speak any more about this matter. Feeling her gaze, Adolf's eyes widened in fear and concern. He could not believe that she was going to allow Camus to join the Hall of Darkness. At the same time, inside the Hall of Darkness, Snake, who was carrying a fire lamp, and Camus Morgue began walking down a dark corridor. Along the way, Snake became curious and, with a serene expression, asked if she was familiar with the origins of Morgue. Her attention was fixed on him, and her eyes widened in confusion. She admitted not being familiar with the origins of Morgue. Just then, Snake began to lift the fire lamp. Little by little, the light started to illuminate the area, and in front of them was a strange and dark building. Camus Morgue began to observe it in silence, not knowing what was happening. Snake explained that the true beginning of the Morgue family started in a morgue. The title Morgue came from a very ancient lineage that existed before human clans and empires were established. Mostly, they took in unidentified corpses to find their relatives. He began to imagine Camus' mother controlling evil spirits, surrounded by skeletons. This could be because they spent a lot of time with the dead. But after a certain point in time, there had been members of the Morgue family who had been able to converse with the dead, and to this day there were still members who could do so. Camus Morgue approached the building, extended her hands, and began to observe in silence. The reality was that the Morgue family had been connected with black sorcery from the beginning. Using the fire lamp, he began to illuminate the place. He approached the wall and, in a serious tone, mentioned that the black sorcerers who sought knowledge knew that the truth lay beyond the door of death. Camus Morgue, who was standing behind, with a curious expression asked if then she should familiarize herself with death. Snake made it clear that she would not be doing anything other than imitating a black sorcerer by doing that. He began to gaze towards the ground and advised her to be careful with death. Then, he began to stare at her and with a penetrating gaze asked her to keep this in mind. The black mages were entities that kept death at an arm's length. Camus Morgue's eyes filled with seriousness. She remained listening in silence without interrupting. Before understanding and familiarizing herself with death, first she had to understand and familiarize herself with life. The ground was full of human skeletons. Snake began to illuminate the ground with the fire lamp, explaining that a true black mage loved living beings more than anyone and took pity on those who were dying. The black mages were those who had a deep understanding of death. With a lost gaze, Camus Morgue began to look at the ground, realizing that unlike how the world saw the black mages, they could actually be considered wise or elders. Snake began to walk around the area. Camus Morgue extended her hand toward him, and with a curious look asked if she could ask him something. She wanted to know the reason why Snake had entered the Hall of Darkness. Upon hearing this, Snake's eyes began to shine with surprise. He did not know why she wanted to know this. Then he began to gaze at the ground, and his eyes expanded with sadness as he imagined Adolf and Respani. He turned his back on her and, with a cold expression, revealed that in this world there was light and shadow. If one of them disappeared, the balance would be ruined. Camus Morgue turned around and, with a confused expression, mentioned that he was speaking in riddles again. A few days later, during the night while Snake was on the 666th floor with his arms behind his back, Camus Morgue came running and caught his attention. Her eyes began to shine with joy. With a smile, she started showing him a sheet where she had drawn a magic circle. Snake's attention fixed on the sheet, and his eyes expanded in surprise, leaving him in shock. He started to extend his hand toward the magic circle, and Camus Morgue explained that this was the magic circle of complete resurrection, the result of her research. He took the sheet, and his eyes widened in fear since this was a model several steps more advanced than the information he had. Looking with a bit of attention, he realized that it was perfect. Snake began to observe her with a confused gaze, remembering that black sorcery required one to investigate the depths of the abyss. He was in shock, not knowing how deep Camus had dug into the abyss to reach this conclusion. Camus Morg couldn't help but blush. She looked away and, with a nervous expression, mentioned that she would like him to help her conduct the spell. With a serious gaze, Snake questioned whether she really liked Vikir. He began to observe her, and it didn't take long for him to realize that she was different from him. In fact, she was completely different from him, who was fascinated by black sorcery, and whose heart was as dark as the abyss. Camus Morg closed her eyes, and while blushing, she began to show a joyful smile, admitting that she liked Vikir. She had not been eroded by the abyss at all and wore her heart on her sleeve. Snake began to gaze toward the ground, and a smile spread across his face, realizing that she was better than him. He took a step forward and decided to do this together. They gathered a lot of materials. Among them there was a bucket of water and small wooden barrels. Snake's attention, who had his arms crossed, was fixed on the barrels. With a calm gaze, he remembered that the person she was trying to save was not harmless. Camus Morg, who had dark circles under her eyes, began to observe the barrels, extended her hand, explaining that she had received support from the Baskerville clan and collected some of Vikir's blood and strands of hair. She took out a sphere that contained spirits. She had also gathered all the dead spirits she had found in the forest. Snake understood it. If there was a part of Vikir's physical body, then a fragment of his soul would react, and when that happened, she only had to sort through them. Using a pen, Snake crouched down and began to draw the magic circle, then turned to Camus Morg and asked if she knew the paradox of Theseus' ship. He was worried because even if Vikir's body was recovered, his memories and personality would change, turning him into a different person. Camus, who was drawing the magic circle on the ground, remained firm and explained that it was not too late to think about those things after they succeeded. Using the pen, she began to draw the final parts of the magic circle. After completing the drawing, she and Snake stood up, and in the middle of the magic circle were barrels containing Vikir's blood and strands of hair. She decided to begin. Snake started observing her, and seeing that she had already begun, he asked if she wasn't being too hasty. She extended her hands and with a sincere expression mentioned that she had waited long enough. Her eyes began to shine with hope, and mana began to emerge from her body. With a serious gaze, she asked her master to please help her. Her mana began to expand throughout the room, and Snake's attention fixed on her. He started observing her in silence. Then, he also extended his hand, and his body began to release mana. Both used their powers, causing the magic circle to start reacting. Thunder and evil energy began to emerge from it. The evil energy started expanding everywhere. Camus Morg, who had her hand extended, put her arm in front of her face and couldn't help but clench her teeth tightly. Snake's eyes filled with surprise, realizing that the magic circle itself was perfect, not knowing if the world of black witchcraft was finally having its first breakthrough. Evil energy began to gather in the magic circle, and several seconds later, Vikir's figure appeared. With a murderous gaze, he turned towards Camus Morg. Upon seeing Vikir's figure, her eyes widened with joy. She could not believe that this had worked. With tears in her eyes, she started running towards Vikir, but once she took another step, more energy began to emerge from the magic circle. Not long after, Vikir's body exploded into pieces, destroying the ground and sending debris flying into the air. The explosion also affected Camus Morg, who began to feel a strange flow of mana in her body. She opened her mouth and started coughing up blood. Snake put his arm in front, and upon seeing that Camus Morg was injured, his eyes began to shine with concern. As the energy was disappearing, little by little Camus Morg's body began to fall toward the ground. She was losing more and more blood, and as her eyes were closing, her attention fixed on Snake, realizing that this was a rebound caused by the backflow of mana. She couldn't believe she had failed. Then, little by little, she began to open her eyes, and the first thing she saw was a door. She was in a different place. She began to observe the door without knowing if she had also died. Light was entering through the door. She did not know why her magic had failed. She thought it was perfect, without knowing if it was because Vikir's body fragments were too old or his soul was not in the forest. She thought that perhaps he had already reached enlightenment and had turned his back on this world full of resentment. Her eyes began to shine with sadness, without knowing what meaning her struggles had. She began to cry, believing that it would be better if she also died. But just then, someone wiped her tears. Seeing this, her eyes widened in surprise. It was Snake. He began to caress her cheek, revealing the truth. He had not entered the Hall of Darkness because he wanted to. It was because he could not be with his sister, because he could not be in the light. He could only live in the shadows. Camus Morg's eyes began to shine with confusion. She did not know what was happening. With a kind smile, Snake said that this had come to his mind when he saw her wear her heart on her sleeve. He placed his hand on her shoulder and, with a sincere expression, said that if only he had been honest and had the courage to defy the impossible, things would be different now. He pushed her, asking her not to lose hope. She began to fall backward and her eyes widened with curiosity. Her body fell into the water and Snake said he hoped she could reunite with her beloved. Camus Morg submerged in the water. Snake turned his back on her and began to move toward the door. She extended her hands and tried to reach Snake, but little by little her body began to sink more and more. Her body was lying on the floor and next to it was Snake's corpse, crushed and covered in blood. He had lost a lot of blood trying to deactivate the magic circle. Several seconds later, Camus Morg regained consciousness and upon seeing Snake's corpse, her eyes filled with fear and sadness, leaving her in shock. Snake had his hands splattered with blood. Several minutes passed and Snake did not move. And just then, a fly that was wandering around the area approached him. Several flies began to fly in circles around Snake's corpse. The spell to resurrect was so powerful that Snake had lost his life trying to deactivate it. Now on the ground there was a crater and in the middle was the body of Camus Morg and the corpse of Snake. The eyes of Camus Morg, who was bleeding from her mouth, were filled with exhaustion. She did not know how much time had passed and her burned body did not move. She was lying on the floor and the floor was full of blood. She better than anyone knew that this was the price one had to pay for using a forbidden spell to bring back the dead. They were on the 666th floor of the Hall of Darkness, and the only thing that could be seen from below was a small light. So no one was going to come to this space hidden deep within the Hall of Darkness. She accepted that she was going to die in this place, and although her master, who had died in her place, would find this ridiculous, she had already tried everything and no longer had the will to live. She began to remember the last time she had seen Vikir in the forest. Our boy turned his back on her and prepared to draw his sword. If there was something she regretted, it was that in the end she never got to meet him. She closed her eyes, thinking that maybe by dying she would finally be able to meet Vikir. Someone mentioned that she seemed to want to live. Upon hearing this, with the little strength she had left, with an exhausted gaze, Camus Morg opened her eyes and couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. Her attention was fixed on Snake's corpse lying beside her. In a tired tone, she couldn't help but wonder why she was hearing a voice and whether she might be hallucinating. The voice began to sound again, revealing that it wasn't a hallucination. They had come here after feeling her longing. Camus Morg, who didn't even have the strength to move, asked if they were a demon like the ones she read about in books. The voice confirmed her theory, realizing that she seemed to know about demons. The demon decided to get to the point. They could save her with their power, asking if she wanted to make a contract with them. Camus Morg, who was losing more and more blood, refused since she had no attachment to life. Upon hearing this, the demon became curious and asked what it was that she desired. Camus Morg began to think in silence, not knowing what to say. The demon's attention fixed on the shattered ground and they soon realized that Camus Morg had tried to use the magic circle to resurrect someone. The demon asked if there was a dead person she wanted to see. A demonic smile appeared and the demon revealed that this was her specialization, since after all she was the demon of indulgence and corruption named Sayer. She decided to help Camus Morg meet the person she wanted to bring back to life, asking her to make a contract with her. The eyes of Camus Morg slowly began to open and shine with a light of hope. She began to observe the demon and ponder in silence. She remembered Snake's words before dying. He had pushed her into the water, saying that he hoped she could reunite with her loved one. Camus Morg closed her eyes, not knowing what to do. With the little strength she had left, she accepted and decided to make a contract with the demon. Upon hearing this, an excited smile spread across the demon's face. Camus Morg opened her eyes, which began to shine with determination. She had thought that she had tried everything. But if there was still a path left, she couldn't give up. It was night and the moon was shining high in the sky, and on the outskirts of the city stood the castle of the Morg family. Camus arrived at the castle and seeing that she had returned, the guards decided to help her enter. With a worried gaze, Adolf, who was panting heavily, and several guards approached the entrance of the castle. Camus Morgue, who had recovered from her wounds, entered the castle and began to walk down the hallway. Adolf's attention was fixed on her, and upon seeing that she had returned, he froze and asked if she knew how worried he had been about her. Now Camus's hair color had changed. With a sad gaze, she began to look at the ground, not knowing what to say. Adolf's gaze was fixed on her hair and his eyes widened in confusion. He wanted to know what had happened to her hair, and what she had been doing during the last 10 days, believing that that bastard snake must be behind it all. With a cold expression, Camus Morgue walked past her uncle without saying a single word. Seeing this, Adolf's eyes widened in confusion and his jaw dropped in surprise. Camus Morgue clenched her fists, began to walk away from her uncle, and with a sincere expression apologized, saying that she was tired. Adolf and the guards turned around and their attention focused on her. Everyone was somewhat surprised, not knowing what was happening. The demon sayer manifested herself and couldn't help but smile and feel pity, asking if it was okay to ignore an uncle she hadn't seen in a long time. Camus Morgue's eyes began to shine with determination. With a furious gaze, she gave the order to the demon to shut up. She began to walk down the hallway, which had a beautiful ceiling lamp. She made it clear that if the demon did not demonstrate her usefulness, she was going to break their contract. The demon decided to show her powers. That was how her contract with Sayer began. The demon sayer was going to grant a portion of her power to Camus Morgue and was going to help her reunite with Vicar van Baskerville. As payment, Camus Morgue would have to grant Sayer full control of her body for 1 hour each day, remaining completely unconscious during this period. Additionally, Camus Morgue was forbidden from saying anything related to Sayer and demons. After that day, she met with the demon Sayer in the forest, where she extended her hand and began using her powers, making evil energy emerge. There were 2 abilities that Camus Morgue obtained from Sayer. Camus Morgue, who was holding a lock of hair, opened her palm and let it fall to the ground. Then she extended her hands and using her powers began to revive a dead person. Sayer crossed his arms and with a smile began to watch in silence. Thanks to the power of the demon, she had the ability to find what she wanted and the ability to revive a corpse. Several seconds later, she managed to successfully revive someone who had red hair. Camus Morgue clasped her hands and her eyes filled with tears and astonishment. She had revived Rose. Without losing a second, she threw herself and gave her a hug. Camus Morgue had been able to find her cousin who had died at the hands of the barbarians. After a few days, they returned to the Hall of Darkness. Using some candles and drawing a magic circle on the ground, Sayer began to fly and control several spirits. Her eyes widened in confusion and surprise since it was the first time that she experienced something like that, revealing that she could not feel at all Vicar's soul whom Camus Morgue was looking for. Camus Morgue, who was standing behind, began to gaze toward the ground, then her eyes began to shine with determination since she could not give up. During the day, she used clothes training as an excuse to take care of Rose, and during the night, she moved around to search for Vicar. Her mother and uncle showed no objection and did not inquire much into the matter either. She entered her room and using a pen began to draw a magic circle. Over time, she began to grow distant from her mother, her uncle and the people of the clan, since she had no time to think about them. To find Vicar, she had no time to think about anything else. One day while she was in the Hall of Darkness, someone started laughing. Her eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Behind her stood someone wearing an elegant suit. With a furious gaze, she turned around and asked how they had gotten in here. It was a demon, who began to smile and said that his business was not with her. Dantalion's eyes began to shine with evil and a smile spread across his face, revealing his true form. He extended his hand and with a penetrating gaze gave the order to Camus Morgue to bring Sayer. And that is how after that day, Rose disappeared. While Sayer's eyes were shining with evil, with a smile she explained to Camus Morgue that her ally, the 9th Corpse, said he needed a servant, and had taken Rose, revealing that once this guy disappeared it was hard to find him again. Dantalion, an ally of Sayer and a demon, took Rose and disappeared. Camus Morgue became furious, extended her hand and asked how Sayer had let Dantalion take her cousin. Sayer extended her hands, turned to her and with a smile explained that Rose was dead. She could fix her again, so she asked Camus Morgue not to get angry. The eyes of Camus Morgue began to shine with rage. She clenched her fist and it didn't take long for her to realize that deep down, she was a demon. And the day she went looking for Rose, she reached the dormitories of the orphanage, where Vicar had defeated the demon Dantalion. It was night and the building was cut in half. When she revived Rose, someone appeared. Camus Morgue's eyes widened with curiosity, and she turned around. It was Vikir. With a piercing gaze, our boy drew his bow and prepared to launch a mana arrow. Back in the present, the wind began to blow, moving strands of Camus Morg's hair. Our boy mentioned that some time had passed. Upon seeing Vikir, she fell to her knees on the ground and her eyes filled with tears and sadness. Vikir had taken off his mask, and she began to observe our boy through the gap in the wall of skeletons in silence. With a cheerful expression and a smile, Vikir realized that she had changed a lot since the last time he saw her. Seeing that Vikir was alive, Camus Morg's eyes widened in surprise and she couldn't help but cry and was about to let out all the things she wanted to ask him. Vikir moved away from the wall of skeletons and began to walk toward her. Camus Morg began to gaze at the ground without knowing why Vikir was saying things so calmly when so much time had passed since they last saw each other, nor why he hadn't come looking for her if he was alive. Vikir didn't know how hard it had been for her nor how much she had fought to be able to see him again. While our boy was getting closer to her, Camus Morg couldn't help but freeze and didn't say a single word. Vikir stopped in front of her, realizing that she had made a contract with a demon. He wanted to know what had happened. She didn't say a single word since she wanted Vikir to see her as a cool woman in her final moments. Even without asking, she could feel that the depth of Vikir's eyes had never looked so deep before. He had become someone so handsome, unlike her, who had ruined everything. Vikir's eyes filled with confusion. With a surprised expression he called Camus Morg's attention. She lifted her head and began to observe our boy in silence. Her time was going to end soon and when that happened, Vikir would have to fight against Sayer. The last thing Camus Morg could do for Vikir was not let him fight alone again. But now that she had been able to see him again, from the bottom of her heart, she thanked our boy for having recognized and found her. Upon hearing this, Vikir's eyes widened in fear and confusion. A magic circle appeared beneath Camus Morg and then spikes began to emerge from it. With eyes full of tears and happiness, she gave Vikir 100 points out of 100. The spikes shot toward her. Camus Morg closed her eyes and with a smile admitted that she was happy. At that moment, a pool of blood appeared on the ground, and splashes of blood fell on Camus Morg's face, making her eyes fill with surprise, leaving her in shock. Just before the spikes could hurt her, Vikir gave her a hug, taking the spikes directly. With a confused and fearful gaze, she asked why Vikir had done this. The spikes had pierced Vikir's back. With a calm tone, he explained that he understood that she couldn't tell him because of the contract she had with the demon. Vikir hugged her tightly since she hadn't managed to land any critical blow when they fought. Camus Morg began to cry without knowing why he was doing this again. Vikir began to gaze at the ground saying that if ending her life had been a way of telling him that she couldn't talk about it, then she shouldn't worry about him. He asked her to let him take care of it. Vikir's eyes began to shine with hatred, as he was never going to lose against a demon. The demon Sayer took control of Camus Morg's body, and while her eyes were shining, a smile spread across her face. Vikir hugged Camus Morg and not long after, the demon took control of her body and mentioned that she was delighted to meet him. Sayer was somewhat surprised to see Vikir, revealing that she had heard a lot about him from her roommate. The eyes of our boy began to shine with fury and his gaze fixed on her. The spikes had pierced Vikir's body, leaving him seriously injured, but even so he remained calm and questioned what she had done to Camus Morg. Sayer's attention focused on Vikir and her eyes began to shine with contempt. With a smile she asked if Vikir was worried about Camus Morg. The eye that Sayer had on her forehead began to show Camus Morg trapped inside her body. The demon's eyes expanded with evil and with a smile, she revealed that Camus Morg was sleeping deeply inside her, since she had the right to take over her body for one day. She mocked our boy, asking how long he thought he would keep hugging her. Sayer used her powers, and in the blink of an eye, several skeletons wielding spears appeared above them, ready to attack. Vikir raised his head and his attention fixed on them, seeing that the skeletons were ready to attack. He could not help but go on alert. The skeletons attacked fiercely using the spears, but just before the attack could connect, Vikir stopped hugging Camus Morg, jumped and landed far from the area, dodging the attack at the last second. Sayer stood up and began to observe Vikir in silence. While the demon's eyes were glowing, she touched the bodies of the skeletons, making them turn into ashes. With a demonic smile, she mentioned that they were inside Andromalia's exclusive trap. Realizing that Vikir was the one who had killed her comrade, she couldn't believe that the guy Camus was looking for was that demon hunter. She started touching her chin with her hand, began to gaze toward the sky and her eyes widened in confusion. For her it was strange since she didn't know how there could be a person who knew so much about them. The 10 elite corpses. Sayer extended her hands and began to walk toward our boy, remembering that he had a soul that not even she had been able to find with her demonic eye. She did not know if Vikir was really from this world. Vikir, who had his hand resting on the ground, began to observe her in silence and did not say a single word. Upon noticing Vikir's silence, a smile spread across Sayer's face. According to her, he was a cold man, so she assumed he would respond if she told him the pitiful stories of Camus Morgue. In an instant, the wounds that the spikes had left on Vikir's body disappeared as if nothing had happened. Vikir began to stare at the demon with a gaze full of fury. Sayer revealed that to see a man, Camus Morgue dabbled in the forbidden spell of complete resurrection. She explained that Camus Morgue had failed, resulting in her being unable to move her body. In the destroyed room, she remained lying on the floor for several days. She had already tried everything and no longer had the will to live. The demon asked if Vikir wanted to know something funny. Sayer's eyes began to shine with evil, and with an arrogant smile, she began pointing at herself, revealing that just before she could die, a demon appeared to give her new hope. Upon hearing this, Vikir's eyes began to shine with hatred and rage. Sayer mocked him, saying that after forming the contract, it had been heartbreaking to hear Camus Morgue long for him. Vikir began to imagine Camus Morgue thrown on her knees with her hands on her head and crying. She regretted having sent him away alone. Her eyes filled with tears and guilt, since if only she hadn't been captured by the barbarians, none of this would have happened. She wished she had died instead of Vikir. While her body was lying on the ground, she couldn't help but wonder why Vikir hadn't come to see her, begging not to be left alone. With a smile, the demon began to imitate Camus Morgue's voice, saying that she missed him. Consumed by hatred, Vikir drew his sword and lunged at her. Seeing that he was ready to attack, Sayer extended her hands and a smile appeared on her face. With a cold gaze, Vikir swung his sword forcefully, but just before the sword could harm her, Vikir stopped. Sayer's attention was fixed on the sword and her eyes began to shine with joy. With an arrogant smile, she realized that Vikir was well versed in contracts formed with demons. If she died, Camus Morgue would also die. Sayer activated the magic circle that was on the ground, causing an undead to emerge from it, which opened its mouth and prepared to devour Vikir. She was confident that Vikir could not kill the girl who was desperately waiting for him. The undead closed its jaw, but Vikir reacted in time and with a jump dodged the attack. Then he began to gaze toward the ground with a furious expression and prepared to counterattack. Our boy approached the undead and launched a chain of powerful slashes, but to his surprise, his attacks didn't work. Seeing this, Vikir couldn't help but feel somewhat confused, while Sayer's eyes were shining with excitement. With a smile, she asked if Vikir believed that she was going to use magic he could cut like Camus magic, revealing that there was no way a simple graduator could stand against her true power. The undead gained momentum and struck Vikir hard using its jaw. The attack was so powerful that our boy couldn't move. The undead took advantage and began running quickly, slamming Vikir's body against the ground. Using all its strength, the undead smashed Vikir's body against the sword statue. The attack was so powerful that the statue of the sword cracked and blood began to emerge again from Vikir's wounds. Sayer mocked him, saying that far from saving her, he was going to end up dying. Vikir, who was wounded, began to gaze toward the ground and did not move. The memories of when he had fought against the spider madam came to Vikir's mind. Even though she was a powerful beast, Vikir drew his sword and prepared to fight. He could not believe that Camus Morgue had made a contract with the demon to save him. Realizing that hiding in the deep forest had caused Camus Morgue's future as a hero to transform into that of a contractor of the demon, he began imagining a knight killing a man, knowing that in order to kill a demon who had made a contract with a human, one must first kill the human who had made the contract. This was something he knew from the beginning. The eyes of our boy began to shine with fury and his gaze fixed on Sayer. He didn't know why he had said that. He was determined not to lose against a demon. While he was sunk in his thoughts, Sayer's tail wrapped around Vikir's foot. Vikir didn't move. Using her tail, Sayer lifted Vikir's foot and noticed that he was thinking too much while fighting. Her eyes began to shine with rage, and without wasting another second, she forcefully moved her tail, making Vikir's body shoot out and crash into one of the statues. The impact was so strong that cracks appeared in the statue. Despite being injured, Vikir clenched his fists and began to imagine a scale. On one side was Camus Morgue and on the other her family and the barbarians. Vikir knew that if he didn't kill the 10 elite corpses, humanity would face the time of downfall. It was either Camus Morgue or all of humanity. It was clear to Vikir which of the two options he had to choose. The sad memories of Camus Morgue's life flooded Vikir's mind, making his eyes begin to shine with hope. He began to pant heavily, since if there was even a silver of hope, he wanted to cling to it. Sayer climbed onto the palm of an undead and approached Vikir, who had his body crashed against the statue. She couldn't believe that the 9th and 10th elite corpses had been defeated by a human who wasn't even that strong. Sayer's eyes began to shine with evil. Using her sharp claw, she prepared to attack, asking if Vikir was aware that he was the reason for the delay in opening the door to the demonic realm. Vikir had no strength to react to the attack and could not even move. Sayer attacked with all her strength, making her claw pierce through Vikir's chest, destroying the statue into pieces in the process. Smoke began to emerge from the area. The demon drove her claw even deeper into Vikir's chest, causing him to open his mouth and start screaming in agony. With his body trembling, Vikir tried to move his hand. Sayer felt furious upon seeing that Vikir was still thinking about saving Camus, when he was just an insignificant graduator who couldn't even defeat her. Her eyes began to shine with evil and an arrogant smile appeared on her face, since after all Vikir was just a pathetic human waiting for a miracle to happen. Upon hearing the word miracle, Vikir began to think, and not long after, he extended his hands and grabbed the demon's horns. Seeing this, Sayer's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Vikir clenched his teeth tightly and mentioned that he liked the sound of that. Sayer's attention was fixed on him and she couldn't help but go into shock. Just before she could take another breath, Vikir gave her a strong headbutt. The blow was so strong that Sayer's body began to tremble and her eyes started to shine with fear, causing her jaw to drop. Vikir gave the demon another headbutt, clenched his teeth and asked if Camus Moore could hear him. While Sayer had her claw stuck in Vikir's chest, our boy tightly grabbed the demon's horns and mentioned that it was hard for him to cut down this demon and save them all by himself. Vikir's voice began to sound until it reached Camus Morg, who was sleeping inside the demon. Our boy begged her to resist the contract since her contract with the demon, which was binding her soul, was not absolute. He trusted that she could do it since she was skilled in magic. Camus Morg, whose body was bound, did not wake up. Vikir revealed that her soul would burn as payment for going against the contract, but he was going to kill Sayer at that very moment. With eyes shining with determination, Vikir began to shout, swearing that together they were going to create a miracle. Sayer's attention fixed on him, and her eyes widened in fury. Consumed by rage, she pulled her claw out of Vikir's chest and gave him a powerful kick, making his body fly away. Our boy's body began to bounce on the ground until it crashed hard against another of the statues. Sayer descended to the ground and decided to turn Vikir into an undead soldier. She swore to make him work to cover for the 9th and 10th corpse and destroy humanity. She extended her hands and began to walk toward our boy. Vikir also descended to the ground and placed his hand on it. He stood up, and while he was wiping the blood from his chest, he swore to kill her. Vikir began to gaze at the ground and couldn't help but imagine the letter he had received. For him it was strange to think that the content of that letter, which he had believed was unreliable, would be his only hope now. With his body full of wounds, Vikir drew his sword and began to walk toward the demon. Our boy's attention was fixed on the statue of Hugo. He would have never thought that Hugo Le Baskerville would help him in this life. The demon Sayer showed her true form. With a furious gaze, she drew her scythe and gave Vikir the order to die. Vikir began to stare at her intently, clenched his fist tightly, and his eyes began to shine with determination. He had never expected that he would become a swordmaster. Vikir could see Sayer, who was tied inside the third eye of the demon. He began to observe her carefully, vowing to protect her. A few days ago, Hugo took out a pen and began to write a letter to Vikir. He knew that being a top-ranked graduator, the fang that Vikir was capable of making was a careless 7th technique. To perfect this technique, he had to become a swordmaster. Hugo was in his office, and while the sunlight was coming through the window, he continued writing. He was writing the process he had gone through to become a sword master. Hugo began to imagine himself holding the sword and with eyes shining with determination. He had become sword master shortly after Vikir was born. The image of Roxana and Penelope came to Hugo's mind. After losing them, he fell into despair and spent his days obsessed with the sword. Hugo spent all day swinging the sword in the training wing. Hugo began training at a very young age until he became an adult, and gradually his movements became more precise. At that time, his rank was top-ranking graduator, but to become a sword master, he had to wield his sword every day. After arduous training, Hugo gripped his sword tightly until several seconds later, he opened his hand, letting the sword fall to the ground. Hugo began to observe his hands and his eyes widened in desperation, making him sweat. He had trained so much that he had calluses and scratches on his hands, but no matter how much he wielded the sword, he could not reach the level of swordmaster. With the feeling that he was clinging to a burning nail, he checked the books in the library of 10,000 epistles, and found it, the words of an ancient swordmaster who left them for his descendants. He opened the book, which contained a magic circle, and according to the book, to become a graduator one must discard all emotions, However, to become a sword master one must recover their emotions. Hugo's personality began to shatter like a mirror. He decided to follow the words and worked hard to learn happiness, anger, sadness, and pleasure. He tried various ways of being happy, angry, sad, and excited. Hugo put his hands over his face and started to go crazy, since trying forcefully to create emotions had severe side effects. From a certain point on, he laughed when he needed to be angry and frowned when he needed to be happy. It had destroyed the way in which he expressed his emotions. That was how little by little, the path toward becoming a swordmaster became a labyrinth with no exit. To satisfy his thirst that could not be quenched with his sword, he used his power to revive the family and had many children to increase his power. The image of his children crawling across the ground that was full of swords came into Hugo's mind. Following the rules of the family, he sent his small children to the cradle of swords. Hugo began to observe his children and his eyes widened with surprise and fear as he had a realization in a place he did not expect. One of his children had jumped into the water. Hugo, the butler, and the others who were on the shore went on alert. He did not know for what reason a small baby who knew nothing would struggle so desperately, nor why the baby endured the pain of water seeping into his body. Hugo put his hand over his chest and his eyes widened in confusion. Watching that scene made his heart race, and mana began to emerge from his heart, the pleasure of finding great talent, the anger at sending a young man to such a horrible place, the sadness of seeing an injured youth, the joy of looking hopefully at that child's future consumed Hugo's mind. Without hesitating even for a second, Hugo entered the water amid those complex waves of emotions, and without hesitating even for a second, grabbed the child by the foot and pulled him out of the water. With this event he had his realization and found out next day that he had become a swordmaster. Back to the present, Hugo continued writing the letter with a serious expression. Including Pomerian and becoming a sword master were things that Vikir had given him. He revealed that the path to becoming a sword master resided in how one was able to feel complex emotions. He trusted that Vikir could reach that level. Back to the combat, Sayer sent mana into her scythe and swung it forcefully, launching a flurry of slashes. Vikir put his arms in front of his chest and using the Beelzebub sword blocked the attack, and his eyes filled with surprise, realizing that she was very strong. Vikir's eyes began to shine with rage, realizing that Hugo had become a completely different person from his previous life. While the demon Sayer's eyes were shining with evilness, with a smile, she clenched her fist and summoned a powerful magic circle. To break Sayer's magic, Vikir had to reach the level of swordmaster, and now that he no longer had the power of the Saintess, he had to come to his own realization. Sayer extended her hand and just then, a magic circle appeared on the ground and from it emerged spikes made of skeletons, which struck Vikir's body directly, causing him to be thrown into the air. Our boy clenched his teeth and began to bleed from the mouth. Just as Hugo had said, anger and sadness existed within him. The spikes pierced Vikir's body, leaving a deep wound in his chest. Our boy's body began to bounce against the ground. Upon seeing this, Sayer's eyes began to shine with joy and a smile appeared on her face since she thought that Vikir was very weak. But soon her smile disappeared and her eyes filled with rage, causing her to clench her fist tightly. Despite having deep wounds and cuts all over his body, Vikir stood up and while his eyes were shining with confidence, he began to stare at Sayer with an excited smile. In this fight, for Vikir it was impossible to feel joy and pleasure. Upon feeling Vikir's gaze, Sayer became enraged, and using all her strength, launched several slashes toward Vikir. Just before he could react, the slashes were already in front of his face. Vikir's attention was fixed on them and his eyes widened in fear and surprise. The attack was so fast that Vikir had no time to do anything about it, and he took the full brunt of the attack, creating a curtain of smoke. Sayer, who had the scythe stuck into the ground, began to observe our boy in silence. Vikir's body was thrown into the air along with debris. Demon Sayer's attack had cut off one of our boy's legs. While blood was emerging from his wounds, Vikir couldn't help but clench his teeth tightly and feel furious. With the little energy and strength that Vikir had, he used Baskerville's 7th technique and gaining momentum against the rocks appeared in front of Sayer. Vikir began to stare at her and while his eyes were shining with fury, he prepared to attack. Sayer turned around and upon seeing that Vikir was ready to attack, went on alert. With a murderous gaze, Vikir forcefully swung the sword. The attack landed squarely against Sayer's head, but then his sword bounced off. Seeing this, Vikir's eyes widened in confusion and many questions came to his mind. Meanwhile on the other side, Sayer couldn't help but smile. With an arrogant expression, she called Vikir piece of shit, realizing that he had no ability to learn. She grabbed Vikir by the face, revealing that it was impossible for him to break her armor. Vikir grabbed Sayer's arm and his eyes filled with fear and surprise. While Sayer's eyes were shining with evil, she threw Vikir, causing his body to crash against the ground, destroying it into pieces. According to her, Vikir's attacks were not powerful at all. She grabbed Vikir by the neck, and while her body was releasing a demonic aura, she closed her eyes and with a smile couldn't help but wonder what it was that Vikir was trying to do. Vikir no longer had the strength to resist. Sayer stepped forcefully on Vikir's chest and used her powers, causing a magic circle to appear under her feet, and from it hands began to emerge. She mocked Vikir, questioning if he really believed that Camus was going to wake up and resist the demon's contract. Several red hands emerged from the magic circle and one of them grabbed Vikir by the head. While smoke was coming out of Vikir's nose, he couldn't help but feel furious. Little by little the hands began to cling to Vikir's body. In an instant, our boy was completely immobilized. Sayer's eyes began to shine with joy. She stood up, extended her hand toward the sky, and with a smile asked Vikir to try resisting the next attack. A magic circle appeared in the sky and from it a horde of hands shot out toward Vikir. The hands struck Vikir's body with force, creating a large curtain of smoke over the area. The attack had been so powerful that there was now a crater in the ground and in the middle was Vikir. Our boy had lost an arm and there was a pool of blood beneath him. Despite having mortal wounds and his body covered in blood, Vikir began to move. Sayer's attention fixed on him and her eyes began to shine with confusion. She started to observe our boy in silence. Supporting his hand on the ground, Vikir began to gaze toward the floor and prepared to stand up. Seeing that he had not died after receiving the last attack, she could not help but wonder if he was really human. Sayer began to walk toward our boy. The mere act of standing was exhausting. Even with the ability of the healing salamander, Vikir could no longer heal his body. Vikir began to remember when he had embraced Camus Morgue, with tears in her eyes, and with a sad gaze, she asked why she was alone again. With his body trembling, Vikir decided to get up and move. The curtain of smoke began to disappear, and despite missing an arm, Vikir drew the Beelzebub sword and began to walk toward the demon. Just then, Camus Morgue called Vikir an idiot, mentioning that she didn't want to see him again just to see that expression. Vikir's attention, who had a bruise on his eye, was fixed on Sayer and his eyes widened in surprise, leaving him in shock. Sayer's eyes began to shine with confusion and rage since she didn't know what was happening. Camus Morgue began to remove the demon's skin from her face and her eyes began to shine with confidence. With a smile she said that she had done just as Vikir had said. Seeing this, Sayer panicked and reminded her that if she resisted the contract, her soul would be shattered. Using both hands, Camus Morgue began to remove the demon's skin from her face and neck and with a confident smile admitted that Sayer couldn't last long, asking Vikir to cut her into pieces. She also revealed that if Vikir failed, then her neck would become his sheath. Our boy started to gaze toward the ground and let out a sigh. A smile appeared on his face upon seeing that she was making jokes in this situation. Realizing that she had truly been born to be a heroine, he decided to give her 100 points out of 100. Camus Morgue took off the demon's skin she had on her neck and with a smile asked if Vikir had realized that now. She extended her hand toward Vikir, asking him to show her the man she had fallen in love with. Sayer's eyes filled with fear, knowing that this was not good. Sayer took control of Camus Morgue's body again, making a magic circle appear behind her back. According to her, they were crazy. With a furious gaze, she extended her hands and asked if Vikir really believed that this would be enough to pierce her armor. At that moment, tentacles made of skeletons shot out from the magic circle toward Vikir. Vikir drew his sword and the blade began to emit an intense mana. Our boy started walking toward her and swung the sword with precision, cutting the tentacles into pieces. Sayer's attention focused on our boy and her eyes widened in surprise, leaving her in shock. Vikir's heart began to shine and mana started to emerge from it. He realized that this was what Hugo meant when he said the heart had so many emotions. He could feel emotions that he normally did not feel. Camus Morgue was trapped with her arms tied inside the demon's third eye. She was happy that Vikir had not forgotten about her. With a sad gaze she began to lift her head. Gradually the light began to enter. Upon seeing this, Camus Morgue's eyes filled with tears and joy. Vikir cut the demon's third eye and with a smile sat right in front of Camus Morgue and began to observe her with a joyful gaze. Upon seeing this, her jaw dropped in surprise. Vikir was angry because the heroine of the future was hurt, and he was sad because she was fighting alone. But he was also excited to have the perfect reunion of them. That was what was inside him. Vikir clenched his fist tightly and an intense mana began to emerge from his sword. The eyes of our boy began to shine with excitement and with a smile he swung the sword. In an instant, Vicar pierced through Sayer's body and appeared behind her. The demon froze in fear, not knowing what was happening. She turned her head and her eyes began to shine with confusion. Vicar turned his back on her and started walking away. At that moment, Vicar's mana began to enter her body, causing her terrible pain. In this place there was a statue of Hugo. All the humans wore colored glasses that were not compatible with them while they lived their lives. Vicar clenched his fist tightly and the aura that was emerging from the Beelzebub sword began to solidify. Those who managed to take off those glasses could see things that could not be seen by the average human and could easily cut them down. And those people who had reached supremacy were known as sword masters. While Vicar's eyes were shining with hatred, he moved quickly and just before Sayer could react, he swung the sword precisely, making a deep cut on her. Little by little, the demon aura that was around Camus Morg's body gradually began to emerge from her body, causing her to regain control of her own body. The demon's aura began to turn into ashes and Sayer's eyes widened in fear and surprise as she couldn't believe that she had lost. She began to stare at Vicar and her eyes started to shine with rage since she had the mission of opening the gate. In a matter of seconds, the demon's aura disappeared and her body turned into ashes. Vicar, who had lost an arm during his fight against the demon and had his body covered in blood, began to gaze at the red sky while smoke was emerging from his shoulder, and he sank into his thoughts. He felt as if he were wearing outdated clothes. He could feel that his strength, sight, and decision-making abilities extended far beyond transcendence, which were traits he couldn't feel with the mana that the Saintess had drawn out of him before. The eyes of our boy began to shine with worry. He turned around and with a sad gaze could not help but wonder if she was okay. Behind him was Camus Morg lying on the ground. Vicar began to turn around and while the wind was blowing, he started walking towards her. He hoped to be able to share the emotion of their reunion. Once Vicar approached the body of Camus Morg, he began to feel a strange sensation and became paralyzed. Not long after, our boy also lost consciousness and fell to the ground, right next to Camus Morg. The Divine Immortal's ring that was lying on the ground activated and a purple glow began to emerge from it. The ring was lying in the middle of the crater now that the enemy had been defeated. The glow that was emerging from the ring became more intense and shot up into the sky. The glow struck against the red sky and little by little the barrier that had been created with the power of the ring began to disappear. Vicar and Camus Morg, who were unconscious, did not notice anything that was happening, and the ground beneath their feet disappeared, teleporting them back to the real world. It was night and the moon was shining high in the sky. Several hours passed and Vicar did not wake up. Noticing this, the little spider came out of his clothes and with small jumps reached his arm and began to observe him closely. The little spider began to make small jumps trying to wake Vicar up, and while she was distracted, someone wearing a skirt started walking towards them. The little spider got tired and lay down on the ground next to Vicar. Just then, her attention was fixed on something and her eyes widened in surprise and confusion. It was Rose. While her eyes were shining, she began to stare at Vicar in silence. With a penetrating gaze, she sank into her thoughts, not knowing what to do. Noticing her gaze, the little spider stood up and with a furious gaze began to roar, indicating that she was not going to let her harm Vicar. After giving the matter several thoughts, Rose extended her hand toward Vicar, but instead of hurting him, she passed the arm of Camus Morg, who was unconscious, over her own shoulder and helped her stand up. Upon seeing this, the little spider's attention fixed on them and she couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. Several seconds passed and Vicar did not move. Rose turned her back to him and began to walk away carrying Camus Morg on her shoulder. Just then, our boy placed his hand on the ground. With his body trembling, Vicar stood up, pressed his hand against the wound on his arm, and with a lost gaze asked her to wait. Upon hearing his voice, Rose's eyes widened in surprise and she stopped walking. Upon seeing that she could move, he was sure that Camus Morg was fine. For him, this was a relief. Rose's eyes began to shine with curiosity. She turned around and her gaze fixed on Vicar. Smoke began to emerge from the city. Vicar placed his hand over the wound on his shoulder, started looking down at the ground, and thought it was a shame that they couldn't have their reunion. But it was in both of their best interests to get away from this place as quickly as possible. Vicar put his hand into his pants pocket and mentioned that he had a request. He took something out of his pocket and threw it, asking her to give it to Camus Morg. Rose caught it with her hand, and her eyes widened in surprise. With a cheerful gaze, Vicar extended his hand and with a smile revealed that Camus Morg had to go there if she wanted to see him. Rose's attention was fixed on what Vicar had given her, and her eyes began to shine with curiosity. Without wasting any more time, she turned her back on Vikir and, carrying Camus Morg on her shoulder, began to walk away from the area. The little spider climbed onto our boy's shoulder and both of their attention was fixed on Rose and Camus Morg. They remained silently watching her. Back at the festival, someone started shouting because he had news. It was a man wearing a woman's costume. He began to run and a crowd of students gathered to see what was happening. The man revealed that the villain who had ambushed the academy had been the Night Hound. Upon hearing this, the students went into shock and asked how serious the damage was. The man replied that unexpectedly there hadn't been any damage. Bianca, who was wearing the Frankenstein costume, began to gaze toward the ground with a worried expression and realized that girl wearing that skull mask was a black mage. Tudor, who was wearing the Valkyrie costume, put his hand on his chin and began to think, believing that she was right, since it seemed that the black mage was fighting against the Night Hound. It was embarrassing for him to say this, but he had not dared to intervene between them. Piggy's eyes, who was wearing the fairy costume, began to shine with fear since he had been so scared that he thought he was going to faint. Tudor, who was wearing the martial arts master costume, began to look to one side and with a serious gaze admitted that the Night Hound was the most violent person he had ever seen. While they were distracted, Vikir, who was wearing the witch costume, began to walk toward them and admitted that he too had been so scared that he could not even breathe properly. Upon seeing Vikir, everyone's attention focused on him and their eyes widened with surprise and concern. They asked where he had gone, revealing that they were very worried. Our boy began to touch his head, not knowing what to say. Dolores crossed her arms and with a serious expression explained that they had not seen him at all while they were investigating the street. She asked where he had been. She knew him very well and knew that he would not leave his friends behind and hide. Sinclair, who was wearing the vampire costume, began to observe our boy in silence. Vikir's eyes filled with worry as he did not know what to say. Just then, someone wearing a skirt appeared behind them and, calling Vikir a commoner, asked how he had been able to go into the defense alone. They were High Burrow, Middle Burrow, and Low Burrow, who were dressed as maids. Low Burrow put his hands on his waist and with an angry expression asked what would become of them if he kept doing things on his own and asked Vikir not to do that next time. With a furious gaze, Middle Burrow grabbed the broom tightly and ordered Vikir not to do that next time. The eyes of High Burrow began to shine with hatred and with a penetrating gaze. He also gave the order to Vikir not to do that next time. They clenched their teeth and surrounded Vikir. Sinclair closed her eyes and couldn't help but smile and thought that he was creating a gang. The eyes of Dolores widened in surprise when she realized that she had misunderstood the situation again. Several minutes later, the rays of the sun began to illuminate the sky. With a worried gaze, Vikir began to contemplate the sky without knowing if she was going to be okay. The sun began to rise over the horizon. Everyone began to contemplate this beautiful scene. Vikir was going to be waiting eagerly to see Camus Morg again. Somewhere in the city, there was an abandoned church, and in the middle of the church there was a sphere, next to it stood Rose. Someone who had a wet body emerged from the sphere, and began to walk. This person was none other than Camus Morg. She placed her hand on the door of the sphere and, with a lost gaze, came out of it. Rose turned toward her and began to observe her in silence. Camus Morg started looking at her hands. Her body was a mess since Sayer had gone mad and broken their contract. And because of that she hadn't been able to greet Vikir. She felt furious for thinking that Vikir was dead like an idiot. Rose, who was standing next to her, didn't say a single word. Camus Morg sank into her thoughts and remembered what he had done for her. She put her hands on her cheeks and couldn't help blushing, since the fact that Vikir had done everything possible to keep her from getting hurt, even though he was full of wounds, meant that he valued her. She remembered when she had taken off the demon's skin from her neck and the image of Vikir smiling came to her mind. This time she had fought with him and hadn't left by herself. She closed her eyes and a smile spread across her face when she thought that Vikir, and she had achieved this because they hadn't given up. She was so tired that she had dark circles under her eyes. She turned to one side and asked if Vikir wasn't a man worth risking her life for. Next to her was the demon Sayer flying. Camus Morg began to show an arrogant smile. Sayer began to stretch her ears and with eyes full of tears asked how she could have gone against the contract. According to her, this was a scam. With a curious expression, Camus Morg revealed that now she had full control over her body. She didn't know if Vikir had broken her contract with Sayer or why she hadn't died. Little Sayer clenched her fists and her eyes began to shine with hatred, revealing that because she had broken their 12-hour contract, thanks to the penalty, she could live for a short time. Camus Morg's attention was fixed on Sayer, and purple fire began to emerge from her palm. Using her powers, she summoned two small magical barriers which began to crush Sayer's body. With a smile, Camus Morgue revealed that now she could crush and kill her using only magic. Using her hands, Sayer began to resist being crushed by the magical barriers and couldn't help but scream in agony. With her body trembling and eyes full of tears, she begged Camus Morgue not to kill her, swearing to do anything. Upon hearing this, Camus Morgue's eyes began to shine with wickedness and a smile spread across her face. In exchange for sparing her life, Camus Morgue wanted her to give her all her powers and authorities. Now that they no longer had a contract, they were master and slave. With a sad gaze, Sayer turned her back and let out a sigh. Camus Morgue put her hand on her waist and remembered that thanks to her, she had been able to meet Vikir. Sayer asked what she was going to do now. Camus Morgue began to observe her and said it was time to open the gate. Upon hearing this, Sayer's eyes began to shine with joy and surprise. With a curious gaze, she asked if she was really going to do that. With a smile, Camus Morgue said that she was joking and asked if Sayer thought that she was crazy. Rose began to help Camus Morgue put on the wizard robe and revealed that her first priority now was to return to the Morgue estate. She began to imagine her uncle Adolf and her mother. Now that she knew Vikir was alive, she had to restore the things she had destroyed. She put on the wizard's hood and her eyes began to shine with sadness. She started to remember her uncle Snake showing a smile before dying. She had to return to the Morgue estate and announce and mourn the death of her master. She clenched her fist and with a gaze full of gratitude, she thanked Snake from the bottom of her heart, since thanks to him, she had been able to reunite with Vikir. She opened her hand and began to observe a golden coin. A smile spread across her face because if she entered the academy she could be Vikir's junior. Rose and Sayer began to look at her with a confused gaze. The wind began to blow, carrying all the leaves away. Camus Morgue couldn't help but blush and with eyes full of love swore that Vikir was going to be hers the day they met again. The hectic festival finally came to an end. However, even after the festival ended, its aftermath remained like burning embers. It was daytime and the students were heading towards the academy. Among them there were 3 boys. One of them asked his friends if it was true that the night bloodhound had come to the academy during the festival. The boy wearing glasses turned his head towards his friends and with a serious gaze revealed that he had heard that the night bloodhound had come to commit another attack. The blonde-haired boy began to observe his friend and with a sincere expression said that according to rumors the teachers had intervened to stop the night hound. Upon hearing this, the black-haired student's eyes widened with disdain and fear. According to him, the night hound was someone evil who deserved to be immediately locked up in prison. Then, he closed his eyes, extended his hands and mentioned that it was said that this time a new villain had also appeared, an unregistered black mage. With a sincere gaze, the boy wearing glasses turned towards them and explained that he had heard that the 2 villains fought each other and thanks to that, the teachers were able to stop them quickly. The blonde-haired boy began to observe his friends in silence, without interrupting. The 3 friends continued talking among themselves with smiles on their faces and passed near the wall that had been destroyed by Vikir's attack. The students, unaware of anything, chatted happily with carefree voices. The night bloodhound incident, which could have ended in a terrifying tragedy if it hadn't been contained, seemed to fade away like a simple and chilling rumor. The students entered the academy and began heading toward their classrooms. Somewhere down the hallway there was a door. It was the journalism club. Inside were all the members of the club sitting around a table that was full of newspapers. Dolores stood up, placed her hand on top of the table, and with an angry expression demanded to know who had written this article. Vikir and the others began to observe the articles in silence. Among the articles, there was one with a photograph of the night bloodhound with eyes shining with evil and covered in bloodstains. The article was about the atrocities of the night hound. His misdeeds had surpassed all limits since he had attacked the Imperial Academy. According to the person who had written the article, the acts of the night hound were premeditated, so he was considered anti-humanitarian and anti-state, a villain that must be punished without fail. During the festival, among the main facilities destroyed in the Imperial capital were the Imperial Bank, the Capitol Clock Tower, the Indulgentia Orphanage, and the Imperial National Cemetery. Dolores took hold of the article with her hand, and while her eyes were shining with rage, she began to stare at Vikir and at everyone else, making it clear that even though Nighthound had come to the festival, he had not caused any commotion. Chaos had been caused by that mysterious black mage. Everyone's attention was fixed on Dolores and their eyes widened in surprise and confusion, while on the other hand, our boy showed no emotion. Dolores had read the article, and according to her it seemed as if the night hound had come to the festival to massacre the students, and even though she knew that he was a criminal according to the laws of the Empire, she was certain that that day during the festival he had done nothing out of the ordinary. According to her, the article should focus more on facts and less on emotions, simply listing the facts. She demanded to know who had written this article. With a nervous gaze, Piggy began shaking his hands in denial. Tudor's attention focused on Piggy and his eyes expanded with fear and panic. He did not know what to say. While on the other hand, with a calm expression, our boy began observing the articles in silence. Dolor's attention was fixed on Vikir and her eyes began to shine with seriousness upon realizing that the person who had written the article was him. Vikir argued that he had written the article according to the instructions of Professor Vency Morg, the club's advisor. Dolores placed her hands on the table and felt furious since all this had happened while she was not present. Vikir began to observe her with a serene expression and remembered that she had been busy during the festival season with her student council duties. Upon hearing this, her eyes began to shine with confusion. She put her hands into the pocket of her pants and while taking something out, let out a sigh and explained that if she was not present it did not mean that they should write an article without verifying the facts. She took out 3 articles that she had in her pocket and left them on top of the table, placed her hand on top of them, revealing that they were official statements issued this morning by the Imperial Guard. They assured that the one responsible for destroying the main facilities of the capital had not been Night Bloodhound. She took 3 photographs of the facilities where the Night Bloodhound had been. It was night and everything was destroyed, but there were strange marks on the ground. She knew that the main weapon of the Night Bloodhound was a sword. But upon observing the recent scenes of the attacks, there were almost no sword marks, only traces remained, as if a gigantic snake had crawled through the place. She began to imagine a woman holding a whip and surrounded by a white snake with purple eyes. She revealed that the official name of this villain was Ms. Ouroboros, a creature whose gender identity was presumed female. The motive for the attack was unknown. It was estimated that she had the same level as a graduator, and the weapon she used had not been revealed. She revealed that all witnesses were dead. Upon hearing this, Tudor's and Sancho's eyes widened in surprise and fear, putting them on alert. Dolores, who had one hand resting on the table, began to show 3 fingers with the other, and while her eyes were shining with seriousness, she started to stare at Vikir and asked him not to keep blaming all the evil deeds on the Night Bloodhound. There were 3 villains, so they should clearly distinguish the crimes committed by each one. With a serene expression, Vikir did not say a single word, until several seconds later, he nodded his head. Actually, this did not matter much to him since he was criticizing the Night Hound in case someone suspected him in the future. He was just trying to create an antagonistic image between them. Tudor crossed his hands, rested his head on them, and while his eyes were shining with curiosity and fear, he could not help but wonder where the new villain Ms. Ouroboros had come from. Sancho crossed his arms and with a serene gaze mentioned that the only thing they knew about her was that she left marks that looked like a giant snake had passed through there. With a surprised gaze, Sinclair raised her hand and asked how they were sure that she was a woman. Dolores placed her hands on top of the table and with a serious expression began to imagine a rock with a lipstick mark, revealing that in all her crime scenes there was a lipstick mark, realizing that she wanted everyone to know that she had been the one who had committed them. Piggy extended his hands to the sides and his eyes began to shine with confusion. Tudor started to show a finger and everyone began to chat among themselves. Vikir, who was sitting among them, began to look at the ground in silence. Vikir's attention was fixed on Dolores and his eyes began to shine with rage. He did not know if the new villain idolized or felt resentment towards the Night Hound, but he did not care what her objective was, since he would have to eliminate her if she crossed his path during his demon hunt. At that moment, Anna, who was holding a pile of papers, kicked open the door and announced her arrival. She approached the table and left the papers on top. Dolores' attention was fixed on them and her eyes filled with confusion because she did not know what all these documents were. With a sincere gaze, Anna explained that they had received a lot of reports after the festival concluded. She took out a letter, approached Vikir and revealed that there was also a letter for him. Vikir began to look towards the ground and with a calm expression, extended his hand to take the letter and thanked her. Vikir took the letter and opened it, his eyes filled with confusion upon seeing that this letter was for him. Upon reading the content of the letter, Vikir's eyes widened in surprise, making him panic. While he was distracted reading the letter silently, Sinclair approached him and her attention fixed on the letter. She felt curious to know what it contained. The letter was a notice of payment for the first semester tuition. The next day, Vikir went to visit his brother and the little Pomerian sat on his knees. She closed her eyes and could not help but smile and feel happy. Osiris mentioned that he could provide him with the money for his tuition. Osiris, who was sitting on the sofa in front of Vikir, picked up a cup of tea, and while the sun rays were entering the room, asked what was really bothering Vikir. Our boy started to gaze towards the floor and sank into his thoughts, then began to pet the head of the little Pomeranian and with a sincere expression said that he wanted to hide that he was a Baskerville while at the academy. Feeling that Vikir was petting her, Pomeranian placed her hands on top of Vikir's hands and could not help but feel even happier. The reality was that Vikir did not want his daily life to become complicated after it was discovered that he used the Baskerville's money. He began to imagine Sinclair, Bianca, and Dolores offering him disguises with a loving gaze. He knew he only had 1 week until the enrollment deadline, but he did not want to take on any of the jobs that the girls had suggested. Vikir closed his eyes and felt worried since not receiving the full scholarship due to his behavior had caused him problems. Osiris prepared to take a sip of tea and his attention focused on Vikir. His eyes widened with curiosity since he wondered why Vikir was trying so hard to hide his skills. But then his mind was filled with surprise as a realization came to his mind. He could not help but wonder if Vikir wished to become the powerful hero who hid his strength. In the past, while the children were playing, little Osiris crossed his arms and stood in front of a tree. He began to blush imagining himself defeating a horde of monsters. There was a time when he also longed to be someone like that, hiding his strength and living among the weak before revealing his true power at the right moment. In a matter of seconds, the little Pomeranian fell asleep like a log. With a calm expression, Osiris suggested to our boy the idea of dedicating himself to monster hunting part-time. Vikir's attention fixed on his brother and his eyes widened in surprise. Osiris suggested going to the Explorers Guild and hiring an explorer to go hunt monsters with him. He was willing to give our boy more opportunities to make his dream come true. With a confused gaze, Vikir began touching his chin since he didn't know if that would help him make his dream come true. With a serious gaze, Vikir sank into his thoughts. Thinking about the Explorers Guild, he remembered that there was an explorer who interested him. He began to imagine a swordsman with a ponytail. He was one of the heroes who had made a great contribution to the human coalition when the era of ruin arrived. Most of the field guides on demonic creatures that he knew had been created thanks to him. Later, the School of Monster Sonography had also been based on his research. Vikir remembered his tragic death, knowing that this guy was a country bumpkin who was not affiliated with anyone. During a battle with demons, he had no one to support him, which led to his premature death. Our boy knew a lot about him. A smile appeared on his face when he thought that he should earn this guy's trust while he was alive for the sake of the future. He thanked his brother and decided to do so. Upon hearing this, Osiris' eyes filled with joy and he could not help but feel happy. Somewhere in the city was the guide guild called Sherpa. It was starting to get dark and someone announced that the guildmaster was back. One of the men asked how today's hunt had been. The guildmaster stomped on the ground forcefully, making the men's jaws drop in surprise. The guildmaster, a blond man, carried on his back the body of a giant boar. He began to point at the boar with his thumb and while his eyes were shining with confidence, he began to show a smile and said that the hunt had been a complete success. This guy was called Miniature Pincher Aka Mini Pin. He left the boar's body on the ground and people approached to see the beast. They had no doubt that the graduates were on another level. Mini Pin started to move towards the guild door and decided to take a break. He entered his office, sat down and started reading a book. Mini Pin rested his head on the table, started touching his head with his hand and felt worried since they were in trouble again this month. He did not have enough money to cover their food expenses and the salaries of the guild members. His eyes filled with worry and sadness since due to the large guilds of mercenaries, he could not do what he wanted and it was normal that he was so distressed for not having support. He stood up, knowing that it was all his fault, since if he had not been scammed when he was young while trying to pursue his dream, now he would not be struggling financially. He opened a drawer which contained a towel. Mini Pin grabbed the towel and felt like an idiot, closing his eyes. He wiped the sweat from his face. If there was still an opportunity, he wanted to pursue his dream. He intertwined his hands and began to imagine the symbol of the Baskerville family. His dream was to enter the Baskerville family. At that moment, someone wearing brown boots began to walk through the area. This person wore a hood. He approached the body of the boar and asked if anyone knew where Mini Pin was. Upon hearing this, the attention of the men focused on him. With a serious gaze, the man approached the hooded man and noticed that this guy was young. He asked how someone like him dared to say their guild master's name so casually. The hooded man said that he was just a client who had come to make a commission. Upon hearing this, the other man asked if he believed that clients could act as if they were superior. Without wasting another second, the hooded man turned his back on him and walked away thinking that this guy was very annoying. Seeing this, the blond man's eyes widened in surprise. With a furious gaze, He turned around and tried to grab him, but at that moment, the hooded person moved like thunder and shifted away, leaving the man in shock. He and his men tried to catch the hooded man, but with a murderous gaze, the man moved quickly, avoiding being caught. Then, he took momentum and made a jump, until he appeared right in front of the guildmaster's office window. Upon feeling this, Pin's eyes, who had his hands intertwined, were filled with surprise. The hooded man stood at the window and asked if this was the guildmaster's room. Judging by Pin's build, he realized that he was the guildmaster. Upon hearing this, Pin's eyes widened in confusion. He stood up, clenched his fist, and with a confused gaze demanded to know who he was. The hooded man sat on the window and revealed that he was a client who had come to make a commission. Pin's face filled with sweat and his jaw dropped in surprise. The man got down from the window, approached Pin, took out a sheet and revealed that it was his commission request. Pin's attention fixed on him and he could not help but go on alert, realizing that this guy was fast. He was so fast that he had not had time to react, realizing that he was someone very skilled. Pin took the commission request and began to read carefully, but made it clear that he could not come here without making an official request. But then his eyes widened in surprise, leaving him in shock. The hooded man began to remove his hood and revealed that the guide he wanted to hire was Pin. Upon hearing this, the guildmaster's body began to tremble. The hooded man could not forget the famous person who visited endlessly the Baskerville family because he wanted to become a vassal. Pin's face filled with sweat and his eyes filled with fear. The hooded person was none other than Vikir. After a few hours, night fell. Pin and Vikir were walking through the village. Pin was reading the request report of our boy, and according to the request, he had affiliation with the Colosseum Academy, and the reason for the request was that he wanted to hire a guide for the purpose of killing monsters. While Vikir was walking beside him with a serious gaze, Pin's attention was fixed on our boy, and he couldn't help but blush and feel somewhat surprised. He couldn't believe that this boy truly belonged to the Baskerville family. Pin stood in front of Vikir and bowed his head before him as a sign of respect. For him it was an honor to work with someone like Vikir. Upon seeing his attitude, our boy couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. With a sincere expression, Pin admitted that he really wished he could see a member of the Baskerville family at least once. Vikir began to observe him, and with a serious gaze asked him not to make so much noise and to calm down a little. Pin apologized, revealing that his dream was to join the Baskerville family. Upon hearing this, Vikir's eyes began to shine with surprise, thinking calmly and seeing that from this time Pin wished to become a servant of the Baskervilles. He realized that then, before he returned in time, Pin must have dreamed about it for a long time. Pin clenched his fists, and, blushing with excitement, mentioned with a smile that the Baskervilles were a family that subdued monsters on the Western Front, known as the Iron-Blooded Sword family. He knew that if he became a member of the family, they would teach him the invincible fencing of the Baskerville style. With a depressed gaze, Pin began to touch his head and in a sincere tone admitted that he wanted to get a house, and also some land. He had thought that was the only way to give his wife a good life, but unfortunately, he had been scammed by brokers and his whole life had gone to waste. Vikir's eyes began to shine with seriousness. He knew that although Pin seemed weak, he was a supreme graduate. He was at a level where he could even belong to the highest level mercenary guild. Vikir began to look down at the ground and with a smile revealed that he could make that dream come true, but that was going to depend on what Pin did. Upon hearing this, Pin's eyes widened in surprise, and then an excited smile appeared on his face. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. With a gaze full of emotion, he promised to work hard. After a few hours, Pin was driving a carriage full of goods in the middle of the night. Our boy had a secret mission, so for this reason he attended the academy undercover. It was a secret even within the family, so he received no help from Baskerville. For this reason, he had turned to Pin, the most capable guide in this area, to help him pay his tuition. Upon hearing this, Pin put his hand over his mouth and his eyes filled with tears and surprise. He couldn't believe that the person he respected most within Baskerville, Vikir, had personally praised him. Vikir was sitting among the merchandise. Our boy clasped his hands and with a serene expression asked Pin to call him employer from now on and not by his name. While Pin's eyes were shining with determination, he clenched his fist and said he would keep that in mind. Vikir began to observe Pin with a curious expression and explained that he was a student at the academy and asked which monsters were not so strange, even if he hunted many of them. With a sincere expression, Pin turned his head toward him and with a smile explained that the gnoll was a monster that was not too strong, but still could be worth a lot. Gnoll was a strange creature with the head of a hyena and the body of a dwarf that lived in groups in the highlands on the outskirts of the ecliptic. The individual risk level was only C+, but when they gathered as a colony, it could reach up to maximum A. Minipin, who was driving the merchandise carriage, explained that since these monsters' individual combat power was weak, even a first-year student from the academy could easily hunt many of them, so Vikir would not be very suspicious. And since it was an ecosystem disruptor designated by the imperial family, there was a reward per head. Their skin, meat and even bones could be sold. Vikir began to observe Minipin closely and noticed that this guy was really competent. A few hours later, they arrived at the habitat of the gnoll and the merchandise carriage stopped. The area was full of gnolls. Some carried swords as weapons and others were prowling around the area. Vikir and Minipin hid behind the bushes and their attention was fixed on the monsters. With a serious gaze, Minipin began to point at the monsters with his finger and revealed that they had the habit of collecting shiny things. So the most common hunting method was to scatter glass balls to attract them and kill them. Vikir, who was sitting next to him, remained silently watching the monsters. While his eyes were shining calmly, he realized that this was a method one should use when encountering a small number of gnolls. Upon hearing this, Minipin's eyes widened in surprise and he nodded his head, since Vikir's analysis was accurate. While they were talking, a snake that was hidden in the branches of a tree began to look at them with a murderous gaze. Just before the snake could take another breath, someone attacked with a fierce slash, cutting the snake's head in half. Minipin's eyes filled with fear and confusion since he didn't know how Vikir had cut the snake without a sword. The snake's head fell to the ground. Vikir began pointing backward with his thumb and with a curious gaze asked if there was oil in the barrels of the carriage. With his face full of sweat, Minipin nodded. Blood began to emerge from the corpse of the snake. Vikir's cut had been clean. Our boy felt happy because with the barrels of oil they were going to be able to eliminate the entire colony with minimal battle. Minipin's eyes began to shine with surprise. He couldn't believe that Vikir wanted to subdue a colony that even the Imperial Punitive Force had given up on using only barrels of oil. Vikir began to stare at the monsters and his eyes began to shine with excitement and a smile spread across his face. Seeing this, Minipin couldn't help but feel somewhat confused since he didn't know what the hell Vikir was thinking. Following Vikir's order, Minipin brought some barrels of oil and both approached the entrance of the cave where the gnolls lived. The small monsters did not feel Vikir's presence and entered the cave. Our boy approached the entrance and began to observe them from a corner. Not long after, the monsters turned around and their eyes began to shine with rage. Minipin's eyes filled with fear and confusion. He didn't know how Vikir was going to defeat so many gnolls. If he attacked without a plan, the gnolls could invade nearby villages. Our boy stood in front of the entrance and began to ponder. Minipin's eyes widened with curiosity. He was sure that Vikir would not overlook something like this. Vikir began to walk toward the cave under the moonlight. Minipin wanted to know how our boy was going to subjugate the gnolls. Minipin left the barrels of oil in front of the entrance of the cave, and both remained silent. While his eyes were shining with rage, Vikir began to gaze toward the ground, and remembered that there were 3 entrances to the lair of the gnolls in this mountain. This was the entrance to the lair of low-level gnolls. Our boy closed his eyes, crouched down and touched the ground. At that moment, mana began to emerge from his body and travel through the ground. Vikir concentrated even more in the image of flying wine glasses and a banquet came to his mind. The swordmasters were known as superhumans for a reason. After becoming one, he could feel the aura very clearly. Vikir's mana began to emerge from his hand and travel through the ground. At first nothing happened, but several seconds later, small explosions occurred at the top of the mountain. The ground began to shake, and Minipin's eyes filled with fear and confusion. He didn't know what was happening. Not long after, the fierce gnolls, with eyes shining with rage, came out of the cave and began to charge towards them. But just then, Minipin threw the barrels. Seeing this, the monster's jaws dropped in shock. The barrels began to hit the monsters, releasing the oil. Minipin began to throw the barrels with all his strength at the monsters. Vikir, who was holding a torch, couldn't help but smile, since no one would have thought that he would end up using the same strategy he had used when living in the forest. His eyes began to shine with excitement and a wicked smile spread across his face, although at that time his plan had not worked. This time it was going to work since he was only facing gnolls and not the madam. The oil began to soak the bodies of the monsters. While they were advancing towards our boy, with a wicked smile, Vikir dropped the torch toward the monsters. Upon coming into contact with fire, the oil ignited. An intense blaze began to scorch the monsters, causing them terrible pain. The reason why fire was dangerous in an enclosed space was because it could spread, and the smoke it generated was poisonous. Since he had blocked off the upper entrances, there was no way for the smoke to escape, which caused it to sweep through the entire pack. The inside of the cave began to burn. Vikyr and Minipin, who were standing at the entrance, started to watch the fire in silence. Minipin's eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Even though they were monsters, Vikyr had not blinked when taking so many lives. He realized that he was much more cruel and meticulous than he had imagined. Feeling Minipin's gaze, Vikyr turned his head, and while his eyes were shining with calmness, he remained silent. Minipin's eyes began to shine with admiration since, according to him, Vicky was very cool. Seeing this, with a confused gaze, our boy started touching his head. After a few hours, smoke began to emerge from the mountain, and upon entering inside with a torch, they saw that the cave was filled with gnoll corpses. Minipin began to examine the corpses and with a serious gaze mentioned that, as expected, the gnolls inside the cave had died from smoke inhalation. He had been in the hunting world for a long time, and this was something he had learned from Vikyr. With a serene expression, Vikyr began to walk through the cave, asking Minipin to forget about the compliments, since some gnolls might have survived, so they should not let their guard down. Minipin put his hand on his chest and couldn't help but feel happy to see that Vikyr was worried about him. Vikyr's eyes filled with confusion since looking at Minipin reminded him of Secretary General Chihuahua. They both began to walk through the cave, which was now full of monster corpses. Minipin's attention focused on one of the rocks and his eyes widened in surprise. Without wasting a second, he struck the rock using the sword. Upon seeing this, Vikyr turned around and with a curious expression asked if there was any problem. Minipin began to strike the rocks with the sword and revealed that he could see man-made traces. Minipin struck hard, breaking the rocks and revealing a secret entrance. Minipin's and Vikyr's eyes filled with surprise and fear, leaving them in shock. The secret entrance connected to a room which was full of gold coins. Vikyr began to examine the coins, and it didn't take long for him to realize that someone had been using this room as a safe. With a surprised expression, Minipin mentioned that Vikyr was jumping to conclusions, since the gnolls used to accumulate shiny things, so it could be that they had accumulated this. Vikyr grabbed a gold coin while he was observing it, threw another in the air and asked Minipin to take a look. Minipin grabbed the coin and felt somewhat confused. Our boy revealed that these gold coins could not be released by the bank because they did not have serial numbers, so there was no way the gnolls could have gotten them. Minipin did not know who would have the courage to keep their money inside the gnoll's lair. Vikyr dropped the torch on the ground, stood up and made it clear that one thing was certain. That person was using this place as a treasure, and was strong enough to kill all these gnolls and take the gold from them. At that moment, a woman wearing heels approached the cave and stepped hard on the corpse of one of the gnolls. She began licking her hand and with a smile realized that rats had gotten into her coin box. Vikyr, who was holding the gold coin, stood up and with a serious expression made it clear that one thing was certain. Minipin's attention was fixed on the coin and his eyes filled with surprise and confusion, leaving him in shock. The cave was filled with gnoll corpses. The mysterious woman reached the entrance and began to observe the corpses in silence. The entrance to the secret treasure room was hidden in a part of the cave. Our boy revealed that the person who was using this place as storage was someone powerful who had the confidence to kill all the monsters and take the gold coins. Minipin began to examine the coins carefully without knowing if Vikyr meant that all this loot had been stolen from a bank. Vikyr nodded, since otherwise it would not make sense for someone to be able to get these coins. With a gaze full of fear, Vikyr began to imagine a newspaper and remembered that he had recently read news about the robbery of a bank. He remembered it well since he himself had been the one who had written the article. He knew that a copycat of the Night Hound continued committing crimes. That guy had destroyed important facilities in the imperial capital only to then disappear and take all the riches that were inside. Among those places there was also a bank. Moreover, all the witnesses had been murdered, and at the crime scene only the footprints of high heels and marks that seemed to be made by a gigantic snake were left behind. And from there that nickname had emerged. Just then, the mysterious woman drew her whip and swung it forcefully. She tried to attack Vikyr, but our boy reacted in time and moving his head to one side, dodged the attack without much effort, causing the whip to hit against the wall of the cave. The whip left a mark that looked like it was made by a snake. Instead of panicking or feeling fear, Vikyr's eyes began to shine with calm. Meanwhile, on the other side, Minipin turned around and his eyes widened in surprise and terror. The mysterious woman picked up the whip and began to walk toward them with elegance. She grabbed the whip tightly and couldn't help but get angry upon seeing that rats had gotten into her coin box. Upon hearing this, Minnie-Pin couldn't help but go into shock and feel somewhat confused. Our boy quickly realized that this woman was Ouroboros. She clenched her fist tightly and a smile spread across her face. While his eyes were shining with seriousness, Vikir's attention focused on the mark left on the wall by her whip. Realizing that the marks which seemed to have been made by a gigantic snake were actually marks left by a whip. He also noticed that she was using magic to distort her voice. With a smile, she extended her hand and couldn't help but feel confused and asked if finding her coin box was bad luck or good luck. With eyes shining with rage and hate, she began to stare fixedly at Vikir and Minnie-Pin. Her attention was fixed on Vikir and she couldn't help but grip the whip tightly since she didn't know what he was doing here. Vikir's eyes filled with confusion, leaving him in shock. With a gaze full of fear, Minnie-Pin prepared to draw his sword. Our boy's mind filled with surprise and his attention was fixed on her since he noticed that suddenly she had begun to become aware of something. He didn't know if she knew him. Ouroboros put her hand on top of the mask and couldn't help but laugh at the thought that she had good luck. Her eyes began to shine with malice and an excited smile spread across her face. She couldn't believe that Vikir had entered by himself into her coin box. She began to use her power, causing a powerful mana to start emerging from her body. Minnie-Pin drew his sword without knowing what was happening. Vikir, who was standing behind, started observing her and instead of panicking, remained calm. Realizing that her mana was intense, she was stronger than a graduator. Minnie-Pin, who had a low graduator rank, wasn't going to be a match for her. His eyes began to shine with determination since he knew that it was him who had to fight against her. But he was afraid since if he showed his true power to someone who already knew him and let them escape, the danger was going to increase. So he didn't know what to do. While Ouroboros's body was releasing an intense aura, with a serene gaze, Vikir began to ponder in silence. Minnie-Pin turned around and his gaze fixed on Vikir, making his eyes widen in confusion, realizing that our boy had many things on his mind. Vikir began looking at the ground. It was true that although he was a genius revered as a hero, facing Miss Ouroboros, who was stronger than a graduator, was going to be terrifying. Minnie-Pin stood in front of Vikir and with a sincere expression mentioned that at this hour the Imperial Guard would be patrolling around the base of the mountain. Upon hearing this, Vikir came out of his thoughts and his eyes widened in surprise, leaving him somewhat confused. Minnie-Pin drew his sword and began to imbue it with his mana, making golden mana appear around his body. Clenching his teeth, with a gaze full of determination, he promised to do everything possible so that Vikir could reach the entrance of the cave, and then escape and call the Imperial Guard. Vikir was somewhat confused, while Minnie-Pin's eyes were shining with confidence. With a smile he made it clear that for him it had been an honor to meet Vikir, even if it had been for a short time. Without wasting any more time, Minnie-Pin filled himself with determination and began to charge toward Ouroboros. Using all his strength, he grabbed the sword and prepared to attack. As he was slowly getting closer, Ouroboros remained still. Minnie-Pin swung the sword forcefully, but to his surprise, Ouroboros reacted in time and ducked, dodging the attack and causing his sword to hit the ground. Seeing this, Minnie-Pin couldn't help but grit his teeth and feel furious. He didn't know what was happening. He swung the sword forcefully again, but Ouroboros jumped back and dodged the attack once more, making his sword hit the cave wall. She began to imbue her mana into the whip and felt excited to see that this guy had gone crazy. Just before Minnie-Pin could react, she attacked with a fierce lash, hitting him under the jaw and making him lose consciousness. The attack was so powerful that it made a deep cut on Minnie-Pin's face. He began to retreat, until several seconds later, he stomped the ground forcefully. Minnie-Pin started to bleed and dropped his sword, which fell to the ground. His body began to tremble. He had lost consciousness for a moment due to the blow. He felt as if his flesh was being torn apart and his bones crushed by that whip. Even though both were graduators, the skill gap was very large due to the difference in rank. With eyes full of rage, Minnie-Pin began to stare at her. Then, he put his arms in front of his face and began to concentrate, causing golden mana to emerge from his body. Ouroboros decided not to stand idly by. She attacked again several times using the whip. Her attacks did quite a bit of damage to Minnie-Pin, causing small cuts all over his body. While the whip was tearing his flesh apart, Minnie-Pin stood firm and thought about Vikir. Our boy was a person who one day would become a sword master, and for him it was a shame that Vikir died in this place. Then, a smile spread across Minnie-Pin's face. Upon seeing this, Ouroboros' eyes filled with fear and confusion, leaving her in shock. With eyes shining with rage and determination, Minnie-Pin lunged at her and prepared to attack, since his mission was to die protecting Victor in this place. But just then, Victor asked him not to waste his life, and then launched spider silk which stuck to Ouroboros's mask, making her panic. Upon seeing this, Minnie-Pin clenched his teeth tightly, not knowing what was happening. Ouroboros put her hand on top of the mask and felt furious as she didn't know what this sticky thing was, but she was aware that she had to remove it quickly. While she was distracted, with eyes shining with rage, Victor appeared behind her. Just before she could take another breath, Victor gave her a strong kick in the ribs. The blow was so strong that she clenched her teeth and started to bleed. Seeing this, Minnie-Pin's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe that Victor was so strong. Victor's kick made Ouroboros's body crash against the cave wall, creating a large curtain of smoke and making the whole mountain shake. Resting his hand on Minnie-Pin's shoulder, our boy praised him for being strong. Minnie-Pin turned his head toward him and his eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe that Victor was praising him again. With her mouth full of blood, Ouroboros put her hands on her back and couldn't help but grit her teeth. According to her, the power that Victor had was not normal. Minnie-Pin's body was full of wounds and he couldn't walk. Victor carried Minnie-Pin's body on his back and his eyes began to shine with seriousness. He knew he wouldn't be able to defeat Ouroboros with just one blow, but he also couldn't show either her or Minnie-Pin the realm of Sword Master, so he decided to take this opportunity to leave. Victor carried Minnie-Pin on his back and began to walk toward the exit of the cave. Ouroboros, who was sitting on the ground, asked where he thought he was going. Several seconds later, they reached the exit of the cave and could see the beautiful moonlight. Just then, with an arrogant gaze, Victor turned around and advised her to run away quickly since soon they were going to return to the cave along with the Imperial Guard. With her body trembling, Ouroboros placed her hand on top of the ground and couldn't help but feel furious. While Victor's eyes were shining, with a smile he made it clear that if she was planning to touch his coin box, then she should be prepared to suffer the consequences. After saying this, he said goodbye to her. Ouroboros clenched her teeth and cursed Victor under her breath. The only thing she could do was call Victor bastard. Several minutes had already passed and Minnie-Pin had lost consciousness. Under the moonlight, Victor, who was carrying Minnie-Pin on his back, arrived at the forest. He couldn't help but smile since for him this was incredible. He had thought that he had lived enough, but there were still many things about himself that he was learning. Victor began to remember what Minnie-Pin and Chihuahua had done for him in the past, and by doing this, the memory of himself from his past life came to his mind. Under the moonlight, Victor began to walk toward the place where the Imperial Guard was patrolling. Minnie-Pin's loyal appearance reminded him of himself from the past. It was night and not long after, the knights of the Imperial Guard arrived at the entrance of the cave and upon seeing what had happened, their eyes widened in surprise and confusion. The entrance of the cave was filled with knights and on the ground there was a mountain of gnoll corpses. The knights were in shock to see that someone had killed so many gnolls. Victor, who wore a hood, began to observe them with a serene gaze and silence. The expedition to subdue the gnoll village concluded with the arrival of the Imperial Guard. When they arrived, Miss Ouroboros had disappeared, leaving behind a great amount of riches. With the help of carts, the knights began to fill bags with gold coins to take them out of the cave. In the middle of the night, they loaded all the coins into their carriages and prepared to leave. That was how all the loot was confiscated by the Imperial Guard. It was already daytime and Minnie-Pin had his face full of bandages, but his eyes were shining with joy and there was a smile on his face. Not long after, Victor, who was holding 2 bags full of gold coins, appeared, and with a cheerful gaze mentioned that this was the money he had obtained after selling the loot, and receiving the substantial reward for the expedition to annihilate the gnolls. The eyes of Minnie-Pin, who was lying in bed with his body full of bandages, began to shine peacefully and he started to ponder in silence. Victor began to gaze toward Minnie-Pin and with a smile mentioned that the heat from the fire and the smoke had damaged the leather, but he had sold the bones, teeth, and claws for a large sum of money. Upon hearing this, Minnie-Pin came out of his thoughts and his attention fixed on Victor, making a smile appear on his face. Victor sat in the chair and with a worried expression asked about his wounds. Minnie-Pin interlaced his hands, turned towards our boy and with a sincere gaze revealed that every joint hurt. But the doctors had said that once he recovered, he was not going to have problems living a normal life. Upon hearing this, Victor realized why Minnie-Pin had reached the rank of graduator. Victor handed a bag of gold coins to Minnie-Pin, which fell into his lap. This was a gift. Minnie-Pin opened the bag and saw that it was full of shiny gold coins. His eyes widened in surprise and his jaw dropped. He had never seen so much money before. Vicar had included a good sum as payment for Minnie Pin's help during the expedition and to cover medical expenses, since he knew that in his current state, he was not going to be able to work for some time. Minnie Pin began to gaze at the ground, not knowing what to say. While sunlight was entering the room through the window, he clenched his fist and asked if now Vicar was going back to the academy. With a calm expression, Vicar nodded. Minnie Pin didn't even lift his head to look Vicar in the eyes. He was happy to have been able to be, even if just for a moment, next to the hero of Baskerville. Vicar's attention fixed on him and his eyes began to shine with curiosity and confusion. Our boy remembered that Minnie Pin knew a lot about monster ecology, and upon hearing this, Minnie Pin's eyes widened in surprise, making his jaw drop in shock. He extended his hands and with a proud smile revealed that in his youth he had traveled across the entire continent, so he could perfectly distinguish the habits of monsters, the location of their nests, as well as subspecies, variants, subtypes, and superior species. With a lost gaze, Vicar got up from the chair, turned his back to Minnie Pin and began to walk away. Upon noticing this, Minnie Pin's attention fixed on our boy, and his eyes filled with confusion. When Vicar asked him to wait here, Minnie Pin's eyes filled with tears of joy. Vicar turned his head and with a joyful gaze made it clear that he was going to need his help again. Minnie Pin began to gaze at Vicar in silence, not knowing what to say. At the same time, at the academy, Professor Vinci Morgue was in his office working. His desk was full of mountains of papers. He was somewhat furious since he knew that he would have to do all the work of the academy by himself. While he was distracted, someone started knocking on his office door. Vinci Morgue came out of his trance, lifted his head and gave them permission to enter. It was Dolores, who was holding several petitions. With a confused gaze, Vinci Morgue asked why she had come. Dolores' eyes began to shine with seriousness and she revealed that she had come to talk about the classmates who needed help with scholarships. She approached Vinci Morgue's desk and began to show him the petitions. With a curious gaze, the professor began to read carefully and Dolores explained that these were the petitions of students who, due to family problems, would not be able to continue next semester. The petitions included data from those who could not maintain good grades because they worked part-time and from those who avoided working in order to obtain the scholarship. She began to stare at the teacher with a serious gaze and made it clear that among the students who had received the scholarship, there were some who needed a reevaluation. She also mentioned that there was a considerable number of students who, although they came from wealthy families, forged their documents to appear as if they were from poor households and thus obtained scholarships fraudulently. It was necessary to recover those scholarships and redistribute them among the students who really needed them. Vinci Morgue began to stare at her and his eyes widened with rage. Little by little he was losing patience. Pointing at Dolores with his finger, he made it clear that the scholarships were granted according to school regulations. As president of the student council, she was the one who had to respect and enforce those rules. With a furious gaze, she placed her hand on the table and asked the professor to review again the disadvantaged students that the regulations might be overlooking. Vinci Morgue was furious to see that she was saying he had to do the work twice. With eyes shining with determination, Dolores made it clear that as president of the student council, she had the obligation to raise her voice for the difficulties of the students. With an angry expression, Vinci Morgue questioned who was going to take responsibility for the burden involved in him having to do the work twice, knowing that she was not someone who would double his salary. Little by little, Dolores also began to lose patience. Her eyes began to shine with contempt upon seeing that Vinci Morgue was upset because he had to do the work twice. Placing her hands on the table, she began to stare intently at Vinci Morgue and made it clear that this was a matter affecting the future of the students. The tension in the room began to rise, and just then, our boy opened the office door. The attention of Vinci Morgue and Dolores focused on Vicar, and their eyes widened with curiosity. They didn't know what he was doing there. Our boy, who was holding a bag full of gold coins, began to show a serene gaze. Seeing that he had entered the professor's office without even knocking on the door, Vinci Morgue mocked him by asking if his parents hadn't taught him manners at home. Upon hearing this, Vicar began to remember his father and the manners he had taught him. With a smile, Hugo said that the family motto was to respect the strong. Vicar began to gaze toward the ground in silence, making Dolores feel somewhat confused. Vinci Morgue began to touch his face, closed his eyes and asked why Vicar had come, not knowing if he too had come to complain about not having received a scholarship. With a confused gaze, Victor began to walk toward his table. Dollar's attention was fixed on our boy, and she couldn't help but feel somewhat curious. Victor left the bag of coins on top of Vinci Morg's table. The professor's attention was fixed on the bag and his mind filled with curiosity. Our boy opened the bag, revealing the shiny gold coins. With a sincere gaze, he began to observe the professor and revealed that he had come to pay his tuition. Upon seeing the shiny gold coins, Vinci Morg's eyes widened in surprise. With a suspicious gaze, he asked where Victor had gotten so much money. Our boy adjusted his glasses and mentioned that he had participated in the expedition against the gnolls. By chance, the fire he had lit while resting fell on the gnoll cave, and the swarm was completely annihilated. Vinci Morg placed his hands on top of the table and began to stand up. According to him, this made no sense. With a calm gaze, Victor said that Vinci Morg could ask Minnie Pin, the guide who had accompanied him, and also questioned whether with this amount of money he would be able to pay for next semester's tuition. Vinci Morg began to observe the gold coins carefully and his eyes expanded with curiosity. He picked up several gold coins and left them on top of the table, mentioning that this was more than enough. Victor could pay full tuition for all 4 years at once in a single payment. Victor began to gaze at the ground and said that the rest of the money was also to pay for tuition. Dollar's attention was fixed on our boy and she couldn't help but sweat. With a serious gaze, Vinci Morg made it clear that the amount of leftover money was too much just to pay for tuition. He didn't know if our boy was thinking about buying a building. According to him, Victor was aiming for a professorship, not a student position. With a calm expression, Victor asked Vinci Morg to use the rest of the money for students who had not been able to pay their tuition. Upon hearing this, Dollar's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe it. With a confused gaze, Vinci Morg questioned whether Victor really intended to donate all this money for scholarships. Victor nodded his head but mentioned that under one condition. The condition for receiving this money was that students must complete a certain number of volunteer hours at an orphanage. With a serene expression, Vinci Morg began to point at Victor with his finger and asked if he wanted to give the scholarship a name and suggested calling it the Victor Scholarship. Our boy wanted to remain anonymous, so he decided to call the scholarship Perry Scholarship. Upon hearing this, Dollar's eyes filled with surprise. She put her hands over her mouth and couldn't help but blush. With eyes shining with determination, Victor asked Vinci Morg to call the scholarship Perry Scholarship. It was already late and the sun was setting, and somewhere in the academy was the student council room. In this room were President Dollars and the others. Students had heard that this time an important scholarship sponsor had appeared. According to them, this was incredible since now one could obtain a scholarship by doing volunteer work in an orphanage. It was said that noble and powerful families were excluded from scholarships. Dolores clasped her hands and began to ponder in silence. No one knew who the anonymous donor was that had saved the lives of underprivileged students at the academy. With eyes full of curiosity, she couldn't help but wonder what Victor's true identity was. She began to imagine Victor and the others. Our boy had obtained first place in the written midterm exam and also ranked among the top in the practical part. He was a very conscientious student, without flaws and with good relationships with his classmates. She began to remember when Victor was in Vinci Morg's office. She knew that the eyes hidden behind the glasses seemed cold, but she couldn't know what was inside Victor. The image of Victor sitting with Perry came to her mind. Perry was a girl who had been sacrificed in the fight against Dantalion, and Victor still remembered her. She stood up and began to walk. For her it was clear that Victor had a warm heart hidden behind his cold exterior. Her eyes began to shine with love and she couldn't help but blush. She reached the door of Victor's room and remained silent. She wanted to see Victor and talk to him. With eyes full of nervousness, she began to bring her hand closer to the door. This feeling was one of responsibility and debt, like someone who had seen the end of Perry together with the Night Bloodhound during the fight against Dantalion. Just then, Piggy, who was scratching his neck, opened the door and upon seeing Dolores, his eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. Dolores and Piggy remained silent. With a confused gaze, she asked where Victor was. Piggy turned toward the room and with a sincere expression realized that she had come looking for Victor. The room was empty, and Piggy mentioned that he didn't know where Victor was now, since he always wandered at night. Upon hearing this, something caught Dolores' attention and her eyes began to shine with surprise. Piggy started touching his head, closed his eyes, and with a nervous expression admitted that the room was empty. The lower part belonged to Victor, but he couldn't have much luggage there. It was as if he were someone who could leave at any moment. Dolores' eyes began to shine with curiosity. Piggy turned his head and with a sincere expression admitted that Victor seemed to have some problem, and as a roommate he was worried that he would leave. Once Piggy turned around, his eyes widened in confusion. Dolores left the room, turned her back on him and began to walk away. Piggy started touching his head and his eyes filled with confusion. While the sunlight was illuminating the hallway, Dolores began walking away, and she couldn't help but wonder if Vikir was the Nightblood Hound. Somewhere in the Empire was the train station, full of people. It was Hwangdo Station, and on platform number 999 was Bianca, who wore a summer dress and a hat, while on her shoulder she had her purse. With the other hand she was holding her carry-on luggage. She couldn't help but blush and smile since it had been a long time since the last time she had left the academy. Behind her were Sancho, Tudor, Sinclair and Piggy, who wore the academy uniform. With a confused expression, Tudor mentioned that if someone saw them they would think they were going on a trip to some tourist place. He asked Bianca not to forget that they were going to fight. With a serene gaze, she said that then at least they should be somewhat tense. Then, she began pointing to one side with her finger. Not far from them was a group of students chatting among themselves. Bianca began to point at them with her finger, and while her eyes were shining with confidence, with a smile she made it clear that anyway, in this Olympic survival competition, their Colosseo Academy was going to be the best again. The Olympic survival competition had begun. It was a tournament where the four most prestigious academies of the Empire gathered. The first was the Elite Academy, the Colosseo Academy recognized for offering the best education in all disciplines. Then there was Boot Camp Varangian, a training center for warriors specialized in melee weapons such as swords, spears, axes, and bows. An academy identical to the Colosseo Academy in structure. An educational system would also participate but composed only of women, called the Asura Women's University. Lastly, there was the host of this edition, an Eastern academy that brought together those who followed the path of magic known as the Wizard Training Institute or Magic Tower. Tudor's attention was fixed on Bianca, and with a curious gaze he asked if this time the headquarters was the Magic Tower. Bianca turned to him and with a calm expression nodded her head and revealed that the headquarters was in Dorsmile, in the southeast of the continent. Where the Magic Tower was located, it was famous as a resting place. While they were walking through the station, the loudspeaker began to sound, revealing that the Continental Circuit train was entering the station. The next station was Hwangdo, Imperial Capital, Hwangdo Station. They approached the train tracks and began to contemplate the train. The eyes of Sancho, Bianca and Sinclair began to shine with joy, while on the other hand, Tudor's and Piggy's jaws dropped in surprise and astonishment. The train arrived at high speed. It was releasing blue smoke, and in front of it there was a powerful magic circle. The train stopped at the station. Piggy clenched his fists, and his eyes began to shine with excitement, since it was the first time he was going to take a magic train. Sancho rested his hands on his waist and with a confident smile mentioned that he had already taken this train once when he had come to enroll. While Piggy was observing the train with amazement, Bianca started pointing at them with her finger and asked them not to make a silly face. Upon hearing this, everyone's attention turned to her and their eyes widened in confusion. With a confident gaze, Bianca began to show a finger and revealed that on this train were also the students from the Varangian Academy and from the Asura Women's University who had already boarded at the previous station. According to her, they could not allow their rivals to underestimate them. While they were talking, several students got off the train. Among them was a man who had a scar on his face and a woman. Piggy's attention and that of the others focused on them. Not long after, the students from Varangian Academy, with serious expressions, began to get off the train. And then, with a smile, the girls from the Asura Women's University also got off the train. Everyone went to the station store to buy some food. Piggy's eyes widened in surprise, as he was surprised to see that suddenly everyone had gotten off the train. Tudor, who had his arms crossed, began to observe them and with a serious expression noticed that the atmosphere was quite tense upon noticing that everyone had gotten off to shop at the store. Tudor extended his hand to one side and with a confident smile mentioned that the students of Boot Camp Varangian must be grinding their teeth at seeing Sancho. With a confused gaze, Piggy extended his hands and asked why they would be grinding their teeth at seeing Sancho. Sancho, who was standing next to him, began to show a smile, and his eyes started shining with joy. Tudor closed his eyes and with a smile revealed that Sancho had placed first in the entrance exam of the Varangian boot camp and then had entered the Colosseo Academy. Sancho's eyes began to shine with confidence and he couldn't help but smile since when it came to fighting, he was always ready. While they were talking, Bianca approached them and questioned if Sinclair was in serious trouble. Upon hearing this, Sinclair's attention fixed on her, and her eyes widened in surprise. Bianca remembered that she had also placed first in the entrance exam of the Magic Tower, and first in the entrance exam of the Asura Women's University. Sinclair couldn't help but smile and blush like a tomato. They got on the train. Being in first place always made her nervous, since if someone did well, at least they could tie, and if not, they would lose. Piggy, who was reading the train ticket, started walking down the aisle of the train. Tudor, who was behind him, extended his hand and with a smile asked her not to worry too much, since the real aces were the third-year students. Also, according to the data, there were going to be 50 third-year students, 30 second-year students, and 20 first-year students. Sancho and the others began to listen to Tudor in silence. With eyes shining with calmness, Tudor began imagining various magical objects. Among them there was a book, a sword, a dagger, and a necklace. He remembered that it was said that if they managed to rank among the top 10 in this competition, they could choose a treasure from the warehouse shared by all 4 academies. He decided to make sure he got at least one treasure. They arrived at their seats, left their suitcases, and got ready to sit down. For Tudor it was a shame that Vicar had not come with them. Tudor sat in the seat, crossed his arms, and let out a sigh since once again Vicar had abandoned them to team up with other boys. The attention of Sancho, who was sitting next to him, focused on him. With a smile he mentioned that it was said that Vicar had a prior commitment, so it could not be helped. He liked seeing that Vicar valued his promises. That made our boy seem worthy of admiration. Bianca, who had her head resting on her hand, started to gaze off to one side and remembered that Vicar's seat was in a separate car. She couldn't help but wonder if he would have problems with students from other academies. Upon hearing this, Sinclair's eyes widened in surprise. Now she was also worried about Vicar. Piggy turned around and his face filled with sweat. He couldn't help but get nervous, since more than worrying about the other academies, in reality he was more concerned that that boy was with Vicar. At the same time, in the other train car, there was a boy with purple hair. With a lost gaze, the boy sat in his seat and began to look at the floor. It was Granwell of Leviathan, the third son of the Rikudakam Leviathan family, one of the 7 great houses of the empire. He had grown up being praised as the greatest genius within his clan, and until now had never allowed anyone to surpass him. Under a cherry tree was Sinclair, and Granwell was watching her from afar. He had ranked second in the entrance exam, and the person who had trampled on Granwell was a commoner without surname or lineage named Sinclair. Granwell put his hand over his chest and couldn't help but blush. It was his first defeat suffered at the hands of a low-class commoner. However, as time went by, a strange feeling began to grow in Granwell's heart. With eyes shining with joy, Sinclair began to contemplate the cherry petals. That feeling had been born from the very moment he saw her for the first time. Her white hair that drew attention, her flawless skin, her large eyes like those of a deer, her delicate and harmonious nose and lips. While she was distracted, Granwell and his men were looking at her with love. It was in that moment that he discovered in his heart that he loved her. Although he denied it strongly, it was an inevitable fact. He approached her, started pointing at her with his finger, called her a commoner, and with a smile asked if she had found a team. With a surprised gaze, she turned around. He tried to get closer to her little by little while reproaching himself for not being able to say anything more than sharp words like commoner. Pointing at himself with his thumb, he decided to let her join his team. Upon hearing this, Sinclair's eyes began to shine with joy and she started waving at someone. With a gaze full of joy she began to run and passed by Granwell. Upon seeing this, his eyes widened in confusion and surprise. He could not help but clench his teeth tightly and feel furious. Behind them stood Vicar, lost in his thoughts. Sinclair extended her hand and with a smile began to talk with him. At the same time, in the train car where Granwell was, Vicar and the Baskerville triplets were also there. Granwell began to stretch his feet due to tiredness. Our boy's attention was fixed on him and he couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. As if Granwell were at home, he rested his feet on Vicar's knees. Our boy started to gaze toward the ground, not knowing what to say. Granwell began to stare at Vicar with eyes full of contempt. He didn't know why Sinclair felt attracted to Vicar. He thought the reason was that both were from the lower class. He knew that this time he had to crush Vicar completely, and for this reason he had joined his team. Vicar began to gaze silently to one side. Granwell started to take out a bottle that he had under his clothes and with a furious gaze made it clear that he was going to be the leader of the team and asked if Vicar had any objection. With a serene gaze, Vicar mentioned that he only cared about Granwell doing his role well, and also questioned why he had rested his feet on his knees. The triplets' eyes were shining with rage. They couldn't believe someone dared disrespect Vicar. Granwell said that he wanted to stretch his legs but needed somewhere to rest them. He called Vicar commoner, and asked if he had a problem being the footrest of a noble. The triplets clenched their teeth tightly and their eyes widened with fury. Granville asked if Vicar wanted to fight and if he knew what the pain of being poisoned was. Granville prepared to take a sip from the bottle, began pointing at Vicar with his finger, and with a furious gaze told him not to strut in front of him from now on, since if he made a mistake, he would implant a poisonous insect in his body. With eyes shining with evil, Granville extended his hand and poison began to emerge from his hand. He again called Vicar a commoner and asked if he had understood. While the poison was emerging from his hand, Vicar began to gaze toward the ground in silence and sank into his thoughts. Our boy stood up, made Granville stop resting his feet on his knees, and decided to go to the bathroom. Vicar turned his back and Granville's eyes began to shine with rage. He asked him what he was doing. With shining eyes, Vicar closed the door, put his finger near his mouth, and with a penetrating gaze gave Granville the order to be quiet. With eyes shining with rage, the triplets prepared to give Granville a beating. He clenched his teeth tightly and couldn't help feeling furious and thought that Vicar was crazy. Just then, the triplets grabbed Granville by the head, making his eyes widen in fear and confusion. Poor Granville began to scream. Vicar got out of the train car and started walking. He apologized but knew he couldn't let Granville interfere. Vicar began to contemplate the landscape through the window, knowing that in this Olympic survival competition, they had to achieve results without fail. He knew that only the top 10 had the right to take an artifact from the shared treasure. With that right, he had to enter the treasure, because he had to destroy one of the artifacts that was in there. Vicar's eyes began to shine with determination. He was standing on top of a cliff and a demonic eye was staring at him intently. This artifact was the inanimate demon, the 7th elite corpse Chilbancy Decorabia. The 7th elite corpse called Decorabia, in the form of a shining eye, and was an inorganic type demon. He was also one of the 10 elite corpses whose true identity had been revealed before Vicar returned in time. This creature had existed as an artifact inside the treasure warehouse used by the Academy, and later on, it was awakened by the demons, becoming a great source of power for them during the era of destruction. Vicar clenched his fists and with a serious gaze began to look at the ground and sank into his thoughts. He was very lucky to have found the opportunity to cut off the root and would be able to avoid a future calamity. His eyes began to shine with determination. He decided to enter among the top 10, access the treasure warehouse, and destroy Decorabia. Vicar returned to the train car where the others were and grabbed the doorknob. Slowly he opened the door and began to walk inside, and instead of mocking him, Granville began to look down in silence. He threw the bottle to the ground, lowered his head before Vicar, and began to babble. His face was pale, and he was drooling. Granville began to shake his head from side to side like a madman. Vicar entered the train car and began to observe him with a serene gaze and then nodded his head. Upon seeing this, the eyes of the Baskerville triplets began to shine with joy and a smile spread across their faces. They turned towards Vicar and gave him a thumbs up. It was daytime and the train was passing over a bridge. Vicar felt relieved since he had now eliminated a variable that could interfere with his plan. Several hours later, the train stopped, raising dust. The students got off the train and with a smile began to chat with their friends. Vicar and the Baskerville triplets also got off the train. While our boy was thinking in silence, the triplets began to stretch their arms due to tiredness. Not long after, Granville also got off the train with an exhausted gaze. Vicar's eyes began to shine with joy as something caught his attention. It was already evening and they were in the beautiful city of Dortsmile, which was located in the southeast of the empire. In the middle of the city there was a tower. Vicar's attention was fixed on the tower. That structure, narrow and tall, was the magic tower, wrapped in a spatial magic that not even modern wizards could interpret. He began to imagine Andromalius' ring and couldn't help but wonder if the tower had the same powers as the ring. The shiny purple ring had the ability to create a barrier. Several men holding flags of the empire appeared. With a cheerful expression, a green-haired man extended his hand and with a smile mentioned that it had been a long time. This year he had reunited with the students again as representatives of their academies. His attention was fixed on Dolores. While her eyes were shining with determination, she placed her hands over her abdomen and began to show a smile. She was the representative of the Colosseum Academy. Giorgio, a man who wore wolf skin on his head, crossed his arms and his eyes began to shine with excitement. He was the representative of Boot Camp Varangian. A brown-haired woman put her hand on her waist and began to show a smile. She was Lovegood, representative of the Themyscira Women's University. Dolores approached them and with a smile asked how everyone was. Lovegood, who had her hand on her waist, turned toward her and with a smile mentioned that in her opinion they looked the same as last time. Giorgio, who had his arms crossed, mentioned that it had been a little less than a year. The green-haired man extended his hand and revealed that 11 months, 3 days, 11 hours, 43 minutes and 12 seconds had passed. Jiragio's eyes began to shine with joy, and he couldn't help but smile since he remembered that his name was Proud and Cunning. For him his name was still funny. Proud and Cunning began to touch his glasses and with a serious gaze mentioned that his name was hard to understand for a brain full of muscles. He was the representative of the Magic Tower. Bianca's attention was fixed on them and her eyes filled with confusion. She could not believe that his name was Proud and Cunning. With an expression full of fear and disappointment, Sinclair explained that in the Magic Tower there existed a tradition where the elders gave baptismal nicknames to the younger ones. She continued recounting that, when they wanted to call him Little Soft Cotton, he had said he would give up entering the Magic Tower. According to her, his real name should be something like Hohenheim. With a confused expression, Proud and Cunning stuck his finger inside his ear and started looking to one side. His real name was Philippus Aureolus Theophrastus Bombastus von Hohenheim, but Proud and Cunning sounded better. Piggy, who was reading a book, approached them and with a surprised expression commented that the representatives from each school who were there were all strong enough not to be underestimated. Upon hearing his voice, Bianca's and Sinclair's attention turned to Piggy, and their eyes widened with curiosity. While Jiragio's eyes were shining with excitement, he began to show a smile. It was said that Jiragio, the representative of the Varangian boot camp, when he was in his first year, had knocked out all the fourth-year students and had taken control of the academy. There was also a rumor that his grandparents were a barbarian tribe who lived in the mountains of Edeka and Hek. Philippus began to show a calm smile. The representative of the Magic Tower had never lost even once against President Dollars during the entire University League. It was said that he had so much talent that, after graduating, he would automatically be appointed as a professor at the Magic Tower and aimed to become the youngest master of the tower. Lovegood, who had her hands on her waist, began to stare at everyone else. The representative of the Masira Women's University not only stood out for her skill, but also for her charisma in dominating people, therefore she was called the Peak of the Masira. In addition, she was active as a dancer in a famous theater company. With a curious look, Piggy began to read the contents of the book. According to what he read, probably in this tournament, Philippus Hohenheim and Jiragio would compete for first and second place, while President Dollars would be in third place. The book also suggested that in fourth place would be Lovegood from Nemasira. Sinclair began to observe Piggy in silence, not knowing what to say. With a confused gaze, Bianca asked where Piggy had gotten all this information. Just then, someone extended their hand. It was Philippus Hohenheim. While the sun was shining, he put one hand on his waist and with a confident gaze realized that it had been very difficult for them to reach the Magic Tower, so he decided to take them directly to their accommodations. Several hours later, night fell and the sky was full of stars. Sinclair, Bianca, Piggy, Sancho and Tudor arrived at the accommodation. They lifted their heads and their eyes widened with surprise and joy. In front of them there was a beautiful mushroom-shaped lodging. They couldn't believe that this was the place where they were going to stay. Not long after, the cooks of the Magic Tower prepared delicious dishes of meat, fish, and desserts. Tudor changed his clothes, grabbed the fork and knife, and upon seeing so much delicious food, his mouth watered. He couldn't help but smile since the buffet at the lodging was better than he expected. Piggy, who was sitting next to Sinclair, started turning his head from side to side with a confused gaze. He asked if anyone had seen Vicar since he was starting to get worried. With a serious gaze, Bianca began to point at the table where Vicar was. Tudor put the fork on the table and asked Piggy to stop worrying about Vicar, and advised him to worry about himself. The students were eating quietly. Each academy had brought 21st year students, 32nd year, and 53rd year, which added up to a total of 100 per school. Of the 400 participants in total, only the top 10 would have the opportunity to obtain an artifact. Bianca, who had her head resting on her hand, began to look sideways with a furious gaze. Seeing her expression, Tudor's attention focused on her, leaving him somewhat confused. When one of the students went for some food, he saw that there was nothing left since a man from Boot Camp Varangian put all the food on his plate and walked away with a smile. The plates of the students from the Varangian boot camp were full of food. Bianca's attention was fixed on them. She was furious because they had to share lodging with the Varangians and she didn't like their lack of manners. With an enthusiastic smile, they got ready to fill their plates again and pushed aside the other students since, according to them, in meals what mattered was rotation and that meat should keep coming without stopping. They claimed that the key was in the first 5 minutes, because if you let those pass, you wouldn't eat much, and for them, quantity mattered more than quality. The girl shot off to one side, but just before she could fall to the ground, Sancho appeared and grabbed her by the shoulder. With a grateful gaze, she thanked him. While the students from the Varangian boot camp were distracted, Sancho called their attention and mentioned that if they ate everything there would be nothing left for others to eat. Upon hearing his voice, their eyes widened with curiosity and they turned around. With a serious gaze, Sancho extended his hand and mentioned that they were cutting the line, revealing that they were bothering everyone. Upon hearing this, Tooter's and Piggy's eyes widened in surprise and their jaws dropped in shock. The man with the ponytail began to point at Sancho with the kitchen tongs, started staring at him intently and asked where the line was at the buffet, and also why the students from Colosseo Academy were making such a fuss. The girl hid behind Sancho and instead of feeling fear, he began to show a calm expression. Sancho began to get angry. He was afraid of losing muscle mass if he got mad, so he had tried to ignore them. But he knew this was not going to work. The man's eyes began to shine with rage. He clenched his teeth when he saw that he looked like Sancho. He had not been able to recognize him because he was wearing the academy uniform. He mocked Sancho by calling him a coward for having fled after finishing the entrance exam to Varangian. Using his hand, Sancho pushed aside the kitchen tongs, let out a sigh and revealed that the reason why he had not gone to Varangian was because he had obtained first place in Varangian but 5th place in Colosseo Academy. He thought there was more to learn at Colosseo Academy. He crossed his arms and with a serious gaze asked who he was. The man's eyes filled with rage. He clenched his fist and introduced himself as Balasan, whom Sancho had met during the exam. With a mocking gaze, Tutor put his hand over his mouth and mentioned that it was impossible for Sancho to remember someone like Balasan. With a smile, Bianca extended her hand and mentioned that the first place of the Varangian entrance exam had much to learn in Colosseo. Sancho closed his eyes and with a smile asked everyone to stop making fun of the weak. Upon hearing this, Balasan crushed the kitchen tongs. With an angry expression, he said that he was the leader of Varangian's first year, Boli Balasan, and challenged the first-year students of Colosseo Academy to a duel. He began to point at Sancho with his finger and asked him to call his best warrior, Sancho, and the others remained silent. With a curious gaze, they began to think in silence. Not far from them was Vicar sitting and eating. Everyone's attention was fixed on him. They began to observe our boy in silence. Balasan felt somewhat confused. While Vicar was eating calmly, Balasan approached him and slammed the table hard. Instead of panicking, our boy remained calm. With eyes shining with rage, Balasan asked if Vicar was the strongest among the first years. Our boy began to gaze toward the ground in silence. Balasan had destroyed Vicar's food. He was furious since just when he had finished cutting everything up, this guy had ruined it all. Placing his hands on the table, Balasan began to stare intently at Vicar and called his attention. Our boy who was sitting in front remained silent. The attention of all the students focused on them and their eyes widened with fear, realizing that there was going to be a fight. With a furious gaze, Balasan clenched his teeth and asked if Vicar was the strongest first-year student at Colosseo Academy. Instead of panicking, our boy stayed calm and began to ponder silently. Not long after, Balasan forcefully placed his elbow on the table. He sat across from Vicar, and while his eyes were shining with hatred, suggested an arm wrestling match without mana to see how strong Vicar really was. With a lost expression, Vicar began to gaze at the ground in silence and did not say a single word. Balasan's eyes began to shine and an arrogant smile appeared on his face upon seeing Vicar's attitude. He mocked our boy by asking if perhaps he was feeling afraid, and if so, he could admit it without problem. He would be quite impressed with the level of Colosseum Academy if someone like him was considered the strongest. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Bianca, Piggy, Sinclair and Tutor filled with rage. They began to stare at Balasan and couldn't help but feel furious. Just then, someone decided to put an end to this. It was Dolores. With an angry expression, she placed her hands on top of the table, started staring intently at Balasan and made it clear that she wasn't going to allow conflicts between academies before the tournament. The attention of our boy fixed on her. He was somewhat confused. Everyone noticed that she was Dolores Lune Quo Vadis, the president of the student council of the Colosseum Academy. Balasan began to gaze toward the table in silence. With a serious expression, Dolores asked them to stop playing children's games and suggested going to bed early for the tournament. At that moment, a muscular man began walking toward them and caught their attention. He placed his hand on Balasan's shoulder and seeing that the energetic young people had a small conflict, he asked Dolores if she didn't think it was going to be fun. Feeling this, Balasan turned his head and his eyes widened with confusion and surprise. With eyes shining with excitement, a red-haired man began to show a smile. He was Bakira. Dolores' attention was fixed on him and her eyes widened in surprise and astonishment. She didn't know what was happening. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vikir, who was sitting next to her, remained calm. He was Jirajio Bakira. Seeing that even the president of the student council of boot camp Varangian had come, people became confused. Bakira placed his hands on his waist, began to observe her with a serene gaze, and mentioned that Balasan had put at stake his own name and the honor of the first-year students of boot camp Varangian by proposing a duel. He asked Vikir for his opinion, reminding him that he was considered the strongest man among the first years at the academy. His eyes began to shine with joy and an excited smile appeared on his face. He wanted Vikir to accept. Vikir remained silent, not knowing what to say. Dolores began staring intently at Bakira and mentioned that she understood what he meant, but if it couldn't be done, it couldn't be done. While Bakira's eyes were shining with joy, he placed his hand on Balasan's shoulder and with a smile began to point to the side with his finger, revealing that Balasan was desperate to show his strength, and also asked them to look. With a gaze full of determination, Balasan began to snort smoke from his nose, desperate to arm wrestle Vikir. Not far away were Bianca, Sancho, Tudor, Piggy and Sinclair. Their eyes were shining with rage. They could endure being insulted, but they would not allow anyone to insult their friends. Bakira revealed that they too were desperate for Vikir to show his strength. They clenched their fists and began staring at Balasan with a piercing gaze. Dolores' attention was fixed on them and her eyes filled with concern. With a nervous expression, she began to ponder in silence, knowing that if she used her authority to force them to withdraw authoritatively, it could affect the morale of the first-year students before the tournament. Nevertheless, the safety of the students was her priority. Vikir began to observe her attentively with a curious gaze. He did not know what she had in mind. Then, he raised his head and while his eyes were shining, he began to stare at Balasan in silence. Bakira put his arm around Balasan's neck and with a smile thought that Vikir was afraid of being hurt. He promised that the game would be done with moderation. Upon hearing this, Balasan's eyes filled with fear and confusion. Vikir began to imagine Bakira from the past, remembering that Jirajio Bakira, before his regression, had been one of the great heroes of humanity's united forces. During his time at boot camp Varangian, because his grandparents were originally from Suhi, he had suffered discrimination. But despite this, he fought against fourth-year students and became a legend for having dominated the academy. In the confrontations with the Varangian boot camp, led by Bakira and with strong cohesion, he learned not to be underestimated and to earn respect. Dolores moved away from the table and began to observe Vikir in silence. Bakira, who was standing next to Balasan, remained silent, waiting for Vikir's response. Vikir began to gaze at the ground and agreed to have an arm wrestling match with Balasan. Upon hearing this, Bakira closed his eyes and couldn't help but laugh. He was so excited that he started choking Balasan, who began screaming for help. With a worried gaze, Dolores asked if Vikir was sure about this. Our boy stood up and began to ponder. Although he was going to draw some attention, if he obsessed over trivial things he would lose the essence. He began to gaze at the ground, then started pointing at Bakira with his finger and said that he wanted to have an arm wrestling match with Bakira instead of Balasan. Upon hearing this, their eyes filled with confusion and surprise. No one knew what was happening. Balasan's eyes filled with rage. The jaws of all the students, including Dolores, dropped in surprise. They couldn't believe that Vikir wanted to have an arm wrestling match with Bakira. With eyes shining with fury, Balasan clenched his fist and made it clear that he was Vikir's opponent. Just then, Bakira put his hand forward and an excited smile spread across his face. Seeing this, Balasan felt confused and his eyes filled with fear. He didn't know what he had in mind. Vikir began to show a determined expression, and noticing this, Bakira realized that he wasn't joking. With eyes shining with excitement, Bakira rested his elbow on the table, and while his body was releasing an immense amount of mana, with a smile he decided to accept having an arm wrestle with Vikir. Our boy also rested his elbow on the table and grabbed Bakira's hand, both prepared for an arm wrestle. Dolores stood next to the table and with a serious expression she said that the rules were simple. The result of the arm wrestle would be decided by a clear victory, defeat or surrender. With an expression full of determination, Vikir prepared to defeat Bakira. Dolores' attention was fixed on him. With a gaze full of concern she revealed that she would stop the duel if she noticed any risk of injury. Both grabbed each other's hands tightly and Dolores asked them to get ready. At that moment, our boy began to apply some force, and upon noticing this, Bakira's eyes filled with surprise. He didn't know what was happening. An excited smile appeared on our boy's face. Dollars gave the signal for the duel to begin and both started applying force. Not long after, Bakira began to gain the advantage, but our boy focused since he wasn't going to lose this arm wrestling match. All the students felt excited and began cheering. One of Balasan's friends put his hand under his chin and felt confused. He thought that Vikir would lose as soon as they started, but he wondered how, with that body, he could withstand Bakira's strength. The other man's eyes filled with surprise. According to him, this was not possible. He assumed that Bakira was not using all his strength because he was afraid of breaking Vikir's arm. With eyes shining with seriousness, Balasan clenched his fist and began shouting, asking Bakira not to hold back. Piggy put his hands on top of his head and felt worried for Vikir. Sinclair's eyes filled with worry and surprise. She didn't know what was happening. Tudor's eyes widened in surprise. He had felt that Vikir was strong, even in the match against Neftali, but he did not expect that he could stand up to Bakira. Sancho was in shock, as he couldn't believe how strong Vikir was. With a curious gaze, Tudor began to observe closely, and mentioned that if Bakira was doing this seriously, they could really expect Vikir's victory. The arm wrestling match was intense. Bakira clenched his teeth tightly and decided not to lose against our boy. Dollars began to watch attentively. Bakira's hand started trembling and he clenched his teeth tightly. He couldn't believe that Vikir was so strong. His eyes widened in confusion. He had been thinking of ending this arm wrestling properly by controlling his strength. But at the moment when he had taken his hand, his thoughts had changed. He began to imagine Vikir's muscles surrounded by mana. He thought about how the load weighed through the triceps and shoulders, and the shape of the hand was designed to maximize the strength of the forearm muscles. He realized that, although he himself was ahead in the weight category, Vikir's technique was on a completely different level. He began to imagine himself dragging a mountain. He felt that, setting aside technique, it was like a rocky mountain, like trying to forcefully pull an enormous rocky mountain. With his face full of sweat and a smile, he mentioned that the way Vikir used his power seemed to him like that of a veteran who had been through everything. He found him as experienced as his own father and wondered how it was possible. He felt curious to know who Vikir really was. Our boy began to gaze toward the ground in silence. Vikir began to speak in the language of Bakira, revealing that he was the hunting ground. Upon hearing this, Bakira's eyes filled with fear and surprise. With shining eyes, Vikir began to stare at Bakira, revealing that he was the hunting ground of Balak. Vikir decided to stop playing and began to use all his strength, slamming Bakira's hand against the table. His strength was so immense that smoke began to emerge. Seeing this, Bakira clenched his teeth tightly. Dolores put her hands over her face. She didn't know what was happening. Everyone else's eyes filled with confusion. No one could see ahead since a dust storm had suddenly appeared. Once the curtain of dust disappeared, the broken table could be seen and Vikir lying on the ground and Bakira standing. No one knew who had won. With a confused gaze, Bakira began to look at his hand, just before he could admit defeat. Vikir, who was sitting on the ground with a serious gaze, admitted that he had lost. Everyone started cheering for Vikir for having fought well and for having endured so long against someone as strong as Bakira. Bakira clenched his fist tightly, knowing that Vikir had let him win. He began to walk toward our boy. Vikir's attention focused on him and his eyes began to shine. They both shook hands and, speaking in the language of the tribe, Bakira admitted that Vikir was the pride of the deep forests. His eyes began to shine with joy and he swore never to forget Vikir. He grabbed Vikir's arm and raised it in the air. With a smile, Bakira mentioned that Vikir had incredible strength for having been able to withstand his power. Our boy remained silent. Sancho's eyes began to shine with joy, and a smile spread across his face, realizing that this was a friendship between men. Tudor crossed his arms and couldn't help but smile, since according to him Bakira was great, he was a real man. Piggy clenched his fists and his eyes began to shine with excitement. His heart was racing at full speed. He really wanted the day of the tournament to arrive. It was night, and with the burning passion of men, the first day before the competition was slowly coming to an end amid intense heat. And finally, the true day of the University League arrived. Inside the tower was the management office of the Magic Tower. The master of the Magic Tower, Blue Whale, began stroking his beard and mentioned that it was an honor for him to have them in the tower for this year's competition. In front of him was a woman with brown hair. She was the Masira's director named Hippolyte, and a man with a scar on his face. He was general of boot camp Varangian named Basilios. Also present was Banshee Morg, deputy director of Colosseum Academy. They were all seated around a hologram. Blue Whale thanked everyone for having made their way to the Magic Tower and expressed his gratitude. Hippolyte began to point at the hologram with her finger and mentioned that the extra eye of the magic tower was always amazing. Basilios couldn't help but smile since he could see all the students who were inside. With a smile, Blue Whale said it was true. You could see what the 400 students were doing. In the hologram, red dots could be seen. This year's survival competition map was the enemy and the Black Mountain. Everyone began to watch closely, and somewhere was Vikir, and behind him there were monsters staring at him. Blue Whale asked if they didn't feel great curiosity about how the students would survive in this infernal map. It was daytime and the sun shone high in the sky. That day marked the beginning of the Survival Olympiad. The tournament would take place in the Magic Tower, a place made up of countless spaces whose height and width were impossible to measure. Inside it awaited this year's map for the survival tournament, the jungle of the Red and Black Mountain. When night fell, Sancho and the others grabbed their weapons and began to run through the jungle. Their eyes shone with determination, and each one had the assigned health points. They were aware that students from each school were summoned at random locations by teams, and the most important rule of the tournament was to survive by adapting to the relentless environment of the mountainous jungle, without letting their assigned HP shield reach 0. At that moment, a monster stomped on the ground with force to gain momentum. Noticing this, Piggy's attention fixed on it and his eyes filled with fear and surprise. A giant monster with eyes shining with fury appeared in front of them and began to roar. Sancho and the others stopped running and their attention was fixed on the monster. The monster clenched its fists and lunged at them. It landed on top of them and struck with all its strength, breaking the ground into pieces. Sinclair's eyes began to shine with seriousness, and using her powers, she summoned a powerful shield around them to protect from the monster's attack. Sancho, who was standing in front, grabbed his axe and started staring at the monster. He was the tank, Sinclair was the healer, Piggy was the strategist, Tudor was the DPS, and Bianca was the archer. There existed a rule that allowed participants to survive by fleeing from magical beasts of the jungle or, on the contrary, hunting them to earn points. With a serious gaze, Piggy turned to Tudor and said that they would distract the beast until the next attack. He also told Sancho that, once his shield was depleted, he should take care of escorting Sinclair and Bianca. Tudor began to observe Piggy and nodded his head. Then, Piggy turned to Bianca and Sinclair and asked them that, while he and Tudor distracted the beast, they should aim at its vital points. Sinclair, who was holding her magic staff, and Bianca began to observe Piggy and nodded their heads. The monster became enraged, clenched its fist, and began charging toward them, ready to attack again. Seeing this, Piggy and the others started running toward it and decided to set off. They were willing to defeat this beast. With a furious gaze, the beast attacked with all its strength, but Tudor jumped and dodged the attack, making its fist hit the rocks. With a worried expression, Piggy crouched down and also dodged the attack at the last second. The monster got even angrier and started hitting with all its strength, and while it was distracted, Sinclair extended her hands and applied a buff to Bianca. She stood up and began aiming at the monster with her bow, ready to shoot. Sancho stood in front of them to protect them from a possible attack. Several seconds passed, and seeing that Bianca still hadn't shot the bow, Tudor's eyes filled with confusion. Sinclair grabbed her magic staff tightly, closed her eyes and concentrated. Bianca's eyes, who was aiming at the monster with the bow, began to glow. She started to concentrate all her power on the tip of the arrow and mentioned that she was almost ready to shoot. After charging the attack, she fired. The arrow was so powerful that it pierced part of the monster's body. Not long after, it lost its life and fell to the ground. Piggy turned around and his eyes widened in surprise and concern, since the monster had been very close. Tudor, who was observing the corpse of the monster, couldn't help but wonder if Bianca had shot late on purpose. Bianca placed her hands on her waist and with an arrogant expression mentioned that she shouldn't have bothered saving Tudor and thought that maybe she should have shot later. Once she opened her eyes, she felt somewhat confused. The eyes of Sancho and Sinclair filled with fear and concern. They panicked and asked Tudor and Piggy to run away. Tudor and Piggy turned around and felt somewhat confused. They were not aware that a powerful burst of fire was approaching them. The burst of fire exploded, creating a great explosion in the area. The person who had summoned the burst of fire extended his hand toward them and felt furious and called the students from Colosseo Academy insects. It was none other than Philippus. He extended his hand and while his body was surrounded by powerful flames, with an arrogant expression made it clear that, for him, it made no sense that they were above the magic tower in the hierarchy. Currently, he had 83 HP points. The reality was that prey that could add points could also be people. Granule was walking through the jungle. He had 77 HP points. His eyes were full of exhaustion and his face full of sweat. Using his hand, he wiped the sweat. His energy vanished just by walking through the forest, and he wondered how it was possible that a hellish jungle like this existed in the real world. He also questioned where the hell the others had gone. He began to imagine Vicar and the Baskerville triplets. Granule started sweating like crazy, and his eyes widened with rage upon noticing that they had ventured so recklessly, and he couldn't help but wonder if they had already been eliminated and teleported to the waiting room. He began to remember what had happened in the train car. According to him, they were complete useless people. He thought with regret that if only he hadn't let his guard down that time, he would have put those guys in their place properly. Just then, a strange aroma began to spread through the air, and this caught Granule's attention. He couldn't help but blush and put his hand over his stomach. His mouth watered, as it was the smell of food. He wiped his mouth with his hand and, with a smile, began to follow the trail of the smell. Giving off the aroma of food in the middle of the forest was like putting up a sign that said, "I'm here, come get me." Not long after, in the distance, he saw a campfire and thought he had found free food. But to his surprise, he triggered the trap that was on the ground. Upon feeling this, he looked down and his eyes widened in fear and surprise. The rope wrapped around his foot, lifting him upside down. Granule panicked and started screaming like a madman. He didn't know who had set the trap and demanded to be brought down immediately. The person who had set the trap was an archer. They began walking toward Granule and felt somewhat confused to see that he had triggered the trap. Granule's attention fixed on them and his eyes widened in surprise, leaving him in shock. The people who had placed the trap were none other than Vicar, and the triplets. Our boy had 100 HP points, while the others had 95, 96, and 97. Vicar began to gaze at the ground. The triplets put their hands on their waists, and began to look at Granule with contempt. For him this was a disgrace. They deactivated the trap and brought Granule down, and then they sat around the bonfire. While the triplets were silent, Granule sat next to Vicar and began to show a forced smile. They started to prepare some meat on the bonfire. Granule's attention was fixed on the tent, and his mind was filled with surprise. There was not only food but also an improvised tent, which made him wonder who could have done all this. The triplets began to stare at him. High Burrow said that the commoner Vicar had done all this. Middle and Low Burrow nodded their heads. With a curious expression, Granule began to point at Vicar with his finger and asked if a commoner had done all this, dismissing the idea as a lie. He wondered how a nobody like Vicar could achieve something like this. Our boy began to gaze toward the ground in silence. The triplets began to stare at him and their eyes started to shine with rage. Granule raised his hands and panicked, saying that he just wanted to know how Vicar had done all this. The smell of food began to pass under Granule's nose. He couldn't help but clench his teeth tightly and feel furious. He wondered why he, a member of the 7 great families, had to worry about the opinion of a damn commoner, and also had the feeling that those idiots from the Baskervilles were covering for him. He put his hand over his stomach and let out a sigh. Vicar and the others began to watch in silence. The triplets couldn't help but laugh at him. Noticing this, Granule felt even more furious. He was so humiliated that he wished to die. Vicar brought a piece of meat close to Granule's face and mentioned that they were roasting it to attract monsters. But if he wanted, he could eat a little since they had already eaten. His attention focused on it and his eyes widened in surprise. His mouth watered. He began to extend his hand to grab the piece of meat and asked why Vicar was being generous with him. The eyes of our boy began to shine with malice and a smile spread across his face when he said that he was being generous because Granule was the leader of the team. Granule felt somewhat confused. Vicar knew that Granule's poison could also be useful in the jungle and thought that he might be useful to them later. Granule closed his eyes and couldn't help but cry. He was thinking about that damn commoner. He, who had looked down on him so much, realized that Vicar was better than he had thought. He took the roasted meat and with tears in his eyes began to eat. His HP points went from 77 to 90. Vicar and the others stood watching in silent amazement. Later, someone shot an arrow at high speed, which lodged into the leg of a monster that was fleeing. The person who had shot the arrow was Vicar. Next to him was Granule, who extended his hands and with a gaze full of determination began to use his poison power. With their eyes shining with excitement, the triplets began charging at the monster. The monster, with the shape of a bear and horns, got enraged. It turned around and started to roar. But the triplets attacked quickly and started to cause wounds to the monster. Not long after, it lost its life and fell to the ground. Vicar revealed that they had already hunted 30 beasts. The triplets were happy since this was very easy. Vicar looked at the ground and revealed that, if he wanted to secure a place within the top 10, he would have to hunt more. Granule's attention and his mind were filled with curiosity. He did not know why only Victor hunted monsters instead of other students, since he remembered that hunting students gave more points. Victor raised his head and sank into his thoughts. Granwell became even more curious, not knowing what he had in mind. Victor's eyes began to shine. This felt familiar, the survival score, the score for hunting monsters, even the points obtained by making others fall behind, all of it was familiar. Even back then, he had avoided the gazes of others, caught the monster and obtained first place in the test. That testing site also felt like home. However, his senses, enhanced after becoming a sword master and after entering the red and black mountain inside the magic tower, were warning him for some reason. Victor began to gaze toward the ground, not knowing what was happening. But he noticed that something was approaching. While they were distracted, not long after, something began to move toward them at great speed. Without losing a second, with a killer gaze, the triplets drew their swords and stood in front of Victor. Our boy drew his bow, ready to attack. Granwell, with a confused gaze, extended his hands and also prepared to fight. His eyes widened in surprise and confusion. He could not believe what his eyes were seeing. It was Sinclair, who now only had 38 HP points. Her body was full of scratches and her clothes were torn. She put her hands on her knees and with a gaze full of fear began to pant heavily. At the same time, in the administration room of the magic tower, all the professors were monitoring the students. Among them was also Venti Morgue. According to the data shown by the system, the current state of the participants revealed that out of 400 who started, only 149 remained alive. The distribution of these survivors was as follows. The Magic Tower had 46. Bootcamp Varangian followed closely with 45. The Masira had 35 and Colosseo Academy was at the rear with only 23. The attention of the general from Bootcamp Varangian focused on the hologram of the mountain and an arrogant smile spread across his face. His satisfaction was due to Colosseo Academy's students, who were already few in number, having suffered a critical blow. Hohenheim had just eliminated their first-year students en masse. The director of the Masira, Hippolyte, began touching her chin and with a smile said that Hohenheim looked very imposing. The master of the magic tower, Blue Whale, began to stroke his beard, extended his hand and could not help but feel joyful upon seeing that the arrogant know-it-all Hohenheim had finally shown his true nature. According to him, the Colosseum Academy had no luck whatsoever in this tournament. Venti Morgue began to gaze toward the ground in silence, not knowing what to say. Blue Whale's attention fixed on him, and with a curious gaze, he asked what Venti Morgue was thinking about so deeply. With a lost gaze, Venti Morgue began to observe the hologram in silence, sunk in his thoughts. Then he extended his hand and while his eyes were shining with concern he expressed the doubt that was eating away at him. Feeling the weight of his responsibility as host of the survival tournament, he questioned whether others really believed that this map was safe for holding the competition. With an arrogant expression, Blue Whale questioned what he meant by that. Venti Morgue began to stare at the hologram and with a serious gaze explained that the Magic Tower had not modeled the tournament location as an ordinary jungle, but had based it on the deep and still unreleased zones of the jungle. This meant that not only was the terrain more hostile, but also that the summoned magical beasts became progressively more dangerous, reaching levels that students could not handle. He recalled that, according to reports sent by the Morgue family years ago, in one of these unreleased zones a level S magical beast had appeared, according to estimates, an event which caused severe losses and damage. His eyes widened in fear as a terrible doubt struck him. He wondered if, in case a beast of this caliber appeared in the tournament jungle, the system of the Magic Tower would be able to function properly. And what was even more disturbing, he questioned whether they were truly prepared to prevent the worst catastrophe. Blue Whale began to gaze at the ground and made it clear that this had not been news, but a simple rumor, one that he too had heard. He put his hand over his face and explained that since that incident there had been no other witness. He emphasized that those who spread these rumors were the Morgue family, who were in open opposition to his magic tower, which is why, from the beginning, he did not trust what they said. On the other hand, he stated that the beasts appearing on the tournament field were summoned adapting to the students' abilities. Currently, the level of participants ranged from basic sword expert to 4th circle mage, which was equivalent to a low-level graduator. Blue Whale began imagining Victor with eyes shining with evil, explaining that, nevertheless, there was a condition for this to happen. If someone had 7th circle level skills or higher, in other words, at sword master level, then just as Venti Morgue feared, they could summon beasts that the system could not control. However, he insisted this was almost impossible, or more precisely, completely impossible. And in the unlikely event an accident occurred, the solution was simple: the competition would be suspended. At the same time, Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca appeared in the tournament waiting room. Tudor began to touch his head with an embarrassed expression, while on the other side, Piggy put his hands on his head and started going crazy. Blue Whale asked them not to worry, since also, if a student's HP shield reached 0, they would be automatically teleported to the tournament waiting room. Because of this, he didn't understand what problem there could be. With an arrogant expression, he began staring at Vinci Morgue and questioned whether he was protesting just because there were few students from Colosseum. With a furious expression, Vinci Morgue stood up and asked him to stop saying nonsense. Blue Whale turned his head to one side and made it clear that this was a place where the best mages of the Empire gathered. And both the Morgue family, known only for its fame, and Colosseum Academy were completely different in essence. He interlaced his hands and with a smile mentioned that it was a waste of time to worry about fantasies that wouldn't even come to happen. Upon hearing this, Vinci Morgue couldn't help but clench his teeth tightly and his eyes widened with rage. He knew that it was impossible to reason with this old man. At the same time in the forest, Vicar sat in front of the bonfire, interlaced his hands and with a curious gaze asked if Tudor, Piggy, Bianca and Sancho had been eliminated. Sinclair, who was sitting in front, nodded her head. She held her magic staff tightly, and her eyes filled with sadness. She revealed that Tudor and Piggy were attacked without defense by Hohenheim from the magic tower. Just like the others, Vicar's eyes began to shine with seriousness and the image of his opponents came to his mind. He recognized Hohenheim as one of the great heroes who stood out during the era of devastation. But he also knew that, even if they were heroes from the same era, there could still be differences in their abilities. Sinclair felt lucky to have found Vicar, but she was confused since she didn't know why his HP was intact. Our boy had 100 HP points. He began staring at her in silence. Granule, who had his arms crossed and back leaning against the tree, was listening to their conversation. Sinclair's eyes began to shine with joy, and with a smile she admitted that she got tired quickly, losing HP just by running a little through the forest. But Vicar, on the other hand, was truly incredible. Our boy, who was lost in his thoughts, remained silent. Granule clenched his teeth tightly and his eyes widened with rage. He couldn't stand seeing them so close together. He knew that they were simply hiding deep in the forest hunting beasts, and because of this they maintained their good condition and their HP intact. He wondered what was so impressive about all this, convinced that he could do something like that too. Vicar's eyes filled with seriousness. He turned around and grabbed several arrows. Our boy began to aim at Granule with the bow. Upon seeing this, Granule panicked, raised his arms and said he hadn't said anything wrong. Sinclair's attention focused on him and she couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. The reality was that a monster with tentacles was about to attack Granule. Without wasting any more time, Vicar decided to shoot the bow. Granule ducked down, closed his eyes, put his hands over his head and started screaming like a madman. The arrows shot out and hit the monster's tentacles. Someone who was holding a magic staff was somewhat surprised to see Vicar's instinct. Even though they had used silence magic to eliminate the sound of approaches, Vicar had still noticed. Sinclair and the others drew their weapons. Granule stood up and began to run toward them. The student who had launched the attack belonged to the Women's University, the Asura. With an arrogant expression, she thought that the chicks from the Colosseum believed that by hiding in a place like this, she wouldn't find them. Next to her was a girl carrying a shield with 70 HP points and an archer with 81 points. She started touching her hair and with a confident gaze began to point at them with the magic staff and called them arrogant. She had 85 HP points. It was night and one of them recognized Sinclair. Upon hearing this, her eyes widened in surprise and confusion. With a confused gaze, the archer asked her friend if she really knew Sinclair. She began to stare at Sinclair and with a serious gaze revealed that she was the famous traitor who, despite having passed first place in Nemasira's entrance exam, had ended up going to Colosseum Academy. With a nervous expression, the archer suggested to her friend not to say this in front of the president. Upon hearing this, her eyes filled with fear and worry. Lovegood Merlini could not help but feel furious and asked Sinclair how dare she had rejected the Asura, the best female academy of the Empire, only to end up choosing to go to Colosseum Academy. Her eyes began to shine with arrogance when she questioned if Sinclair had gone to Colosseum Academy, a mixed academy, for such a trivial reason as romance. To top off her mockery, she wondered since when there had been handsome boys at the Colosseum. At that moment, her eyes filled with love and she could not help but turn red like a tomato. Her attention was fixed on Vicar. She was astonished, as she could not understand how in one single face nerdiness, tenderness, sensuality, and beauty could coexist. She admitted that he was totally her type. Our boy could not help but feel somewhat confused. She began to drool at the thought of Vikir, the archer, and her friend felt somewhat confused upon seeing this. Just then, someone placed a hand on Vikir's face. It was Sinclair. She clenched her fist tightly, and while her eyes were shining with rage, she asked Lovegood Merlini to stop looking at Vikir. Upon hearing this, Lovegood Merlini's eyes began to shine with malice and a murderous aura started to emerge from her body. Noticing this, her friends panicked, knowing that this was not good. She gripped her magic staff tightly and mana began to emerge from her body. She could not believe what Sinclair had just said. She activated her powers and not long after, tentacles began to emerge from the ground. Vikir and Sinclair started watching her in silence. Lovegood Merlina's eyes began to shine with fury. She started screaming, swearing to kill Sinclair, and the tentacles she had summoned shot out toward her. Somewhere else in the forest, several explosions occurred. They had been caused by Hohenheim, who currently had 83 HP points. With an arrogant smile, he asked his opponents to stop running and surrender at once, since there was nothing a healer could do alone without any combatant. He was facing Dolores, who clenched her teeth tightly and with an expression full of determination extended her hands and summoned a barrier to protect herself from the attack. The flames of Hohenheim fell behind her, and when she turned around, her eyes widened in surprise and fear upon seeing that she was surrounded. Hohenheim began to walk toward her and made it clear that she no longer had anywhere to run. His eyes began to shine with malice and, with a smile, he assured that if she fell, her academy would no longer have any chance. With this, the survival competition would be a victory for the magic tower. Dolores began to pant heavily but decided not to give up. She knew she couldn't fall here. At that moment, someone wielding a sword emerged and prepared to attack. The attention of Dolores and Hohenheim focused on them, leaving them somewhat confused. It was Bakira, with his body surrounded by mana and his eyes shining with excitement. He asked Hohenheim not to be so confident. Bakira swung the sword forcefully and attacked. Luckily, Hohenheim reacted in time and by summoning a barrier, blocked the attack. He couldn't help but grit his teeth, realizing that Bakira was a graduator. Bakira's eyes began to shine with joy. With a smile he noticed that Hohenheim had reached class 4, knowing that he couldn't fall behind. He attacked again using all his strength and his sword struck against Hohenheim's barrier. At the same time, the tentacles that Lovegood Merlini had summoned began to advance rapidly toward Vikir. Just then, with their eyes shining, the Baskerville triplets cut the tentacles into pieces. Vikir prepared to shoot the bow, realizing that this magic was similar to what the 3 flowers of Morgue used. However, this was a combination of 3 different spells. He understood that it required an extremely high level of concentration, and even so, his opponent managed to use it with admirable skill, even while under the influence of intense emotions. His eyes widened in fear as he began to feel a strange mana. With a gaze full of fear, Vikir turned around. Crows began to fly through the forest, and Vikir couldn't help but wonder what this strange energy was. The ground began to shake and not long after, it started to crack. Hohenheim was confused without knowing what was happening. Bakira began to gaze toward the ground and mentioned that he had never heard there could be earthquakes in the deep forests. At that moment, something emerged from the ground, everyone's attention fixed on it, leaving them in shock. Their eyes widened with fear and surprise. They didn't know what was happening. The attention of Vikir and Sinclair also fixed on it. They were somewhat confused. A giant spider emerged from the ground. Vikir's eyes widened in surprise. The spider opened its mouth and began to roar. She was Madam of 8 legs. The spider madam opened its mouth and with eyes shining with rage, decided to attack. The Baskerville triplets began to move at great speed, dodging the attacks. Vikir remained calm. Sinclair grabbed her magic staff with both hands and could not help but feel fear, while on the other side, Granville panicked. Lovegood Merlini was staring silently at Madam. Her eyes were full of fear. She did not know what this creature was. Seeing her expression, her friends panicked and asked her to react, insisting that they should flee immediately. While Vikir was fleeing the area along with the others, his gaze fixed on Madam and his eyes began to shine with seriousness, realizing that she was the cause of the unease he had felt since the moment he entered the tournament field. Vikir began to imagine a book, remembering that before regressing, the stories about Madam were nothing more than legends passed down as horror tales. It was only after multiple investigations that she was finally recorded in the Imperial Bestiary as an official magical beast, which meant that until then, there had been no reliable testimony from anyone who had seen her clearly. Even within the Magic Tower where the tournament was held, there were no precedents. He understood that this must be another variable caused by his return. While Madam's eyes were shining with malice, Victor began to stare at it in silence. It attacked using one of its legs, and as the leg slowly approached, Lovegood Merlini became paralyzed with fear. Not knowing what to do, meanwhile on the other side, her friends drew their weapons ready to fight. Her eyes were full of terror. She couldn't move and couldn't believe she was going to be eliminated without being able to do anything about it. Just before the attack could hit her, her team's tank, her friend, stood in front and used her shield to block the attack. But the difference in strength was too great, so she turned toward her with a worried gaze and asked her to step aside. Upon hearing her voice, Lovegood Merlini came out of her thoughts and her eyes widened in surprise. Luckily, she reacted in time and moved out of the path of the attack, causing Madam's leg to pass by her at great speed, destroying everything in its path. Once Lovegood Merlini turned around, her eyes widened in fear, leaving her in shock. Madam's attack was so powerful that it made Anna, her friend, crash into a tree. Her shield was broken and lying on the ground and she was unconscious. Madam began to observe closely and its mouth watered. Then the beast's eyes began to shine with excitement. Thanks to its sharp senses, it was able to detect the body heat of the other students who were in the forest. Without wasting any more time, it started charging towards them, passing by Vikir and the others. Granuel fell on his butt to the ground, and his mind filled with surprise and confusion. He couldn't believe that it had gone somewhere else. He had thought he was going to be eliminated. Vikir, who was standing up, clenched his fist and began to observe Madam in silence. Our boy couldn't help but wonder if it was heading towards where more students were gathered. His eyes began to shine with concern. He couldn't help but wonder what the administration room was doing at this moment. He knew they shouldn't allow an entity outside of parameters to participate in the tournament. Vikir's thoughts were interrupted by Lovegood Merlini, who started running toward Anna to see if she was okay. Vikir turned toward them and became somewhat curious. Anna was injured, her body full of scratches and her HP had dropped to 0. Lovegood Merlini's eyes widened in confusion and surprise. She couldn't understand why Anna hadn't been teleported to the waiting room if her HP was clearly at 0. The friend's eyes filled with fear. She couldn't help but panic since she didn't know how they were going to get out of this place now. She put her hand over her mouth and couldn't help but cry. While on the other side, Lovegood Merlini fell to her knees and began to gaze at the ground in silence, not knowing what to do now. With a confused expression, Granuel began to walk toward them, extended his hand and asked what was going on, since it was supposed that even if they were eliminated, they should be returned to the waiting room. He put his hand on top of his head and started to go crazy. According to him, this made no sense. If a beast had appeared that did not meet the standards, he didn't understand why the tournament wasn't even showing signs of being suspended and wondered what the administration room was doing at that moment. Vikir began to ponder in silence. Granuel put his hands on top of his head, fell to his knees on the ground and went into panic. His eyes widened with fear at the thought that they had been abandoned. He came to the conclusion that the administration couldn't even handle the situation and had simply left them behind. Vikir kept calm, drew his bow and asked him to calm down. Instead of calming down, Granuel started screaming like a madman. He didn't want to die in this place. At the same time, someone made their way through the bushes and saw them. It was Dolores, Bakira and Hohenheim. Bakira, who had his sword resting on his shoulder, began to observe our boy in silence, while on the other side, Hohenheim began to show a calm gaze. Dolores' eyes widened with worry. She didn't know if they were okay. At the same time, in the administration room of the Magic Tower, the hologram turned red, Blue Whale, and the others panicked upon realizing that although the students' HP points had reached 0, they were not being teleported back. Now that one was injured, they decided it was better to get them out immediately. With a gaze full of concern, Bensi Morg began to shout and ask Blue Whale to stop the tournament. Blue Whale's eyes widened with fear and confusion. He couldn't believe that a beast like Madam was in the forest and began to wonder if everything the Morg family had said was true. He began to gaze toward the ground with a confident expression, knowing that if the spider hadn't appeared, the Magic Tower could have won the tournament. Upon hearing this, Bensi Morg couldn't help but clench his teeth tightly. Without wasting any more time, he got up from his seat and started running. With an angry expression, he grabbed Blue Whale by the collar and asked him to stop the tournament immediately, asking him if he wanted everyone there to die. Upon seeing Bensi Morg's attitude, Blue Whale couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. With a sincere gaze, he revealed that this was not possible. Even if they tried to stop the tournament, it would not stop. Upon hearing this, Morg began to stare at Blue Whale with a furious gaze. Blue Whale remained calm, explaining that an entity that even the magic tower had difficulty controlling had been summoned, causing an overload in the system and the loss of its control. Noticing that they could not enter nor could the students leave, with a worried expression, Morg asked if there was any way to solve this. Blue Whale began to move his finger and started to point at a bright spot on the hologram. He began to imagine Madam with shining eyes and revealed that if this creature was eliminated in the tournament field, the magic tower system would return to normal. At the same time in the forest, Dolores sat next to Anna, who was injured, and using her powers she began to heal her. Luckily, as the HP shield was consumed, the impact had been slightly mitigated. Her eyes began to shine with tranquility. She turned towards Lovegood Merlini and explained that Anna was only unconscious for a moment, and if she rested well, she would be fine. Lovegood Merlini sat down beside, rested her hands on her knees, and began to gaze at the ground with a lost look. She felt relieved to see that the situation here had somehow been controlled, but her concern immediately focused on the place Madam was now heading to. While Madam was attacking the other students, Dolores' attention was fixed on it. She hoped that the other students had not suffered harm. While she was trying to understand what was happening, Vikir, who was standing behind, began to ponder in silence. He began to look at the ground and his eyes filled with guilt. He remembered that the monster Madam of 8 legs had a danger classification level S, a calamity of the type annihilation of nations whose mere existence was enough to break the will to live. He knew that this Madam was not the same as the one he had met outside the magic tower. She did not use her poison and all her multiple eyes had disappeared, which meant she now had blind spots. Her body, once impenetrable, showed holes in several parts. He suspected that she had been summoned to the tower with a distortion between the Madam of the past and the already dead one, as if she existed in an altered state of reality. Vikir raised his head and his attention focused on someone. In front of him was Lovegood Merlini sitting and silently looking at the ground. Bakira and Hohenheim remained silent, not knowing what to do. Our boy clenched his fist tightly. He was aware that even though they could recognize those differences, there was no possibility whatsoever that they could defeat even a weakened Madam. He knew they first needed to recover their will that had been crushed by fear. To avoid further losses and fulfill their objective, he had no choice but to use his power. Just at that moment, someone decided to go confront Madam. Upon hearing this, our boy came out of his trance and his eyes widened in surprise. Lovegood Merlini grabbed her magic staff and began to stand up. She knew she couldn't stay here, sunk in despair. Because of her complacency, one of her companions had almost lost their life and she was going to take revenge. Besides, she wanted to protect those who were still left and wasn't going to allow anyone else to get hurt. Her eyes began to shine with determination, making it clear that she was the president of the student council of the Asura. Someone forcefully drove their sword into the ground and mentioned that Lovegood Merlini's determination fit better with the students of boot camp Varangian. It was Bakira. With a confident smile, he decided to help her face Madam. With a worried gaze, Dolores approached her and also decided to help. She knew better than anyone that they couldn't sacrifice the students in this place. Lovegood Merlini turned around and began to ponder in silence. Not far from them stood Hohenheim. Everyone's attention was fixed on him, not knowing if he would also help them. Bakira was honest. Although he hated to admit it, he knew they needed Hohenheim's strength. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Hohenheim's face. Under the moonlight, he adjusted his glasses and with a confident gaze mentioned that, although it bothered him, he would accept a temporary alliance just this once. It was all for the victory of the magic tower. Vikir began to observe them closely. He had underestimated them, remembering that even during the era of destruction, they were the great heroes who stood at the front more than anyone else. A smile spread across his face. Vikir caught the attention of the triplets, making their eyes widen with curiosity. With a calm expression, Vikir began to ponder. His eyes started to shine with seriousness when he gave them the order that from this moment on, they would be in charge of transmitting his message to others about how to defeat Madam 8 Legs. At the same time, Madam was chasing the students, who were running for their lives. Their eyes were full of fear and despair. One of the students tripped and fell face first to the ground. Noticing this, her friend panicked. With eyes full of fear and tears, she reached out her hand toward her friend, revealing that she had twisted her ankle and asking for help. Upon hearing this, the friend swallowed hard. He didn't know what to do now. Without hesitating even a second, he turned his back on his friend, closed his eyes and started running for his life, asking for forgiveness. With eyes shining with evilness, Madam began to extend its legs toward the girl, ready to attack her. The girl's eyes filled with tears, knowing that this was not good. Just before Madam could attack, someone attacked with a fire spell, saving the girl by a hair. The explosion created a curtain of smoke. Madam's eyes began to glow, and when the curtain of smoke disappeared, it could be seen that it was intact. The one who had cast the fire spell was Hohenheim. He began to stare at it and started to cast another spell, realizing that his fire magic had done no damage to it, even though insect monsters should be very vulnerable to it. Fire began to emerge from his magic staff and his eyes began to shine with excitement. Behind Hohenheim appeared Dolores, Sinclair, and Granule, ready to face the fearsome Madam. The spider Madam opened its mouth and began to roar. Hohenheim extended his hand and invoked a magic circle, and not long after, several bursts of fire impacted against the spider. Dolores and Sinclair, who were behind, were ready to help him. Hohenheim's eyes were shining with determination. He clenched his teeth and focused. He was not willing to give up so easily. Highbrow drew his sword and began to charge toward the beast. Sinclair grabbed her magic staff and with a confident gaze began to follow them. Dolores began to observe the spider in silence, not knowing how it was so powerful. Hohenheim was somewhat confused to see that there existed a magical beast immune to his fire magic. And not only this, but also it was an insect type. With a serene gaze, Highbrow turned towards him and revealed that his magic was not going to work. Common flames would not cause significant damage, and unless he used the nether hellfire, it would be useless. Moreover, Madam's exoskeleton was too resistant for their attacks to penetrate it. He began to imagine Madam's weak points, and his eyes filled with seriousness. He revealed that its legs, although relatively less resistant than the body, possessed a strange ability. If they were cut off, they regenerated and multiplied. Because of this, its only weakness at this moment were the already torn-out eyes and certain parts of the body where the armor had been stripped away. While the eyes of Middleborough and Lowborough were shining with determination, they began to run toward Madam. Behind them were Vikir, Lovegood Merlini, and Bakira. Highbrow explained to Hohenheim that although his magic did not work as an attack, if he managed to attract the attention of the beast with it, the bootcamp Varangian group would try to take advantage of the opportunity to attack its weak points. With a grateful expression, Hohenheim thanked him for the information and for planning the strategy, but at the same time asked him how it was that he knew all this. With a nervous gaze, Highborough looked away, and while sweating, he made up a lie, explaining that he had already faced Madam in the past and that what he had told them was the result of the analysis he did back then. Upon hearing this, Hohenheim couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. He questioned whether, by following the plan to the letter, it would really be possible to defeat it. With eyes shining with evil, Madam opened its mouth and began to roar, and Highborough confirmed that this was the only way to defeat it. It began extending its sharp legs toward them quickly. Hohenheim's attention fixed on it and his eyes widened in fear. He couldn't help but panic since he knew he wouldn't be able to distract it for long. At that moment, Lovegood Merlini began to walk toward Madam. She began to use the magic staff and mana began to emerge from it. While her eyes were shining with joy, with a smile, she began to spin her magic staff. She began to stare at the beast with a confident gaze and thought that with this attack she was going to be able to defeat it. She grabbed her magic staff tightly and struck the ground forcefully, making a magic circle appear. Not long after, vines began to emerge from the ground. With a furious gaze, the beast Madam began to attack quickly using its sharp legs. The vines that Lovegood Merlini had summoned began to coil. The spider's attention was fixed on it and its eyes filled with confusion. It didn't know what was happening. The vines struck against its abdomen, causing it to start screaming in agony. While Lovegood Merlini's eyes were shining with determination, she continued using her magic and gave the order to the others to attack. Upon hearing her order, Middleborough and Lowborough drew their swords, gained momentum, and began advancing toward the spider. The Baskerville triplets and Bakira landed on top of its abdomen, focused themselves, and while mana was emerging from their bodies, they prepared to attack. Bakira tightly gripped his sword, and while his eyes were shining, he started staring intently at it and a powerful mana began emerging from his body. With a furious expression, Bakira began to shout, ready to attack. They attacked using all their strength, creating a great curtain of smoke. While the smoke screen was disappearing, they descended to the ground, began to observe carefully and did not lower their guard, since they knew that they were not going to be able to defeat it so easily. With a serene gaze, Bakira mentioned that with so much smoke he could not tell if it was dead or alive. Upon hearing this, Highbrow's eyes filled with confusion. Bakira tightly gripped his sword and his eyes widened with confidence. Although he had definitely felt that his attack had cut it, he was not sure. Not long after, the shadow of something giant appeared in the sky. The attention of Bakura and the triplets fixed on it, their eyes filled with surprise and fear, leaving them in shock. The attention of Hohenheim, Dolores, Sinclair and Grenouille fixed on it, their eyes widened with surprise and terror. They did not know what was happening. While little by little the shadow was getting bigger, Lovegood Merlini could not help but feel fear. She was in shock. On the ground were Madame's legs. It stood up, and while its eyes were shining with rage, it began to roar. It began to stare at them and started to charge towards them. The spider decided to attack using its sharp legs. While the fierce Madame was attacking, Hohenheim created a barrier around them to protect them from the attack. Madame's attacks were so powerful that they began to destroy the ground. Bakura and the triplets started running to avoid being hit. Middleborough turned around and upon seeing how powerful Madame was, clenched his teeth tightly and his eyes widened in fear. It was night, and several minutes ago, Vikir met with the Baskerville triplets. With a confused gaze, Highborough extended his hands and questioned whether by following Vikir's plan they would be able to kill Madame. Middleborough and Lowborough began to observe our boy in silence. Vikir turned his back on them and revealed that it was impossible. With a confident expression, he made it clear that they already knew what it meant to face Madame. Upon hearing this, the triplets' eyes widened in surprise. While Bakura's hand was trembling, he began to ponder silently. Hohenheim, who was sitting down, began to tremble with fear. Everyone was afraid of dying. Not far from them lay Anna's body on the ground. Lovegood Merlini sat beside her and held her hand. Not long after, she stood up. Upon seeing this, her friend's attention focused on her. Lovegood Merlini turned her back on her friend, and while her eyes were shining with determination, she turned to her and asked her to take good care of Anna. According to Vikir, the scariest thing was having the strength to fight and still standing by watching comrades fall. That's why he had chosen them. Even knowing it was an impossible mission and that they might not win, they would fight until the end. Just before Madame's leg could strike Lovegood Merlini, she extended her hands and summoned a barrier, which blocked the attack. She couldn't help but clench her teeth tightly, as she couldn't believe how powerful it was. She closed her eyes and began to cry, knowing that this was not good. At that moment, someone placed their hand on the ground and red mana emerged from their hand and began to spread across the floor. The mana made the ground explode, causing Madame to stop attacking. Bakura's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. He could not believe that the ground the monster stepped on suddenly exploded. Highborough was in shock, but then his eyes filled with surprise, realizing that this mana was very familiar. Several minutes ago, Vikir turned to the triplets and with a serious expression explained that when he gave the signal, they should all attack together with all their strength. The triplets remained listening to our boy in silence. With a confident gaze, Vikir began to show one finger, revealing that this was the only way to defeat Madame. Highborough realized that this was Vikir's signal. He gave them all the order to return to their positions. This was the moment. Madame had lost the opportunity to attack. Upon hearing the order, they began staring at Madame, and while mana was emerging from their bodies, they adopted an offensive stance, ready to fight. Dolores put her hands together and using her power, applied a buff on them. With a furious gaze, Hohenheim stood up and decided not to stand idly by. Sinclair, who was standing behind, focused. Lovegood Merlini began to stare silently at Madame. Highborough started shouting, making it clear that they had to attack with all the strength they had left and with the determination to defeat Madame in a final assault. While the spider Madame was recovering from the attack, the triplets and Bakura began to charge towards it. While a powerful red mana was emerging from our boy's body, he began to gaze toward the ground and to stand up. His attention was fixed on it and his eyes began to shine with seriousness. Lovegood Merlini used her power again, making a magic circle appear on the ground from which vines began to emerge. Dolores applied the light buff to Hohenheim. With an expression full of determination, he extended his hand and made a magic circle appear. He began to charge a powerful flame. The Baskerville triplets and Bakura appeared above Madame, ready to finish it. Our boy knew that someday they would become true heroes. Although they were not strong yet, they had not backed down, and it would be them who would put an end to this battle. They began to charge toward the spider. It decided not to stand idly by and decided to counterattack. Vikir drew his bow, aimed at Madame with it, and began to imbue his mana into the arrow. He prepared to shoot and his eyes began to shine with confidence. He, better than anyone else, knew that heroes are not born. They are made. He could show them the way, but only they could walk it. Our boy concentrated his mana and shot the arrow. His attack was so powerful that the ground beneath his feet broke. Just before Madame could attack, Vikir's arrow cut its legs. It opened its mouth and began to scream in agony. Seeing that the beast was wounded, Bakura and the others realized that now was the time to kill it. The triplets and Bakura began to attack using their weapons, while on the other side, Hohenheim summoned a powerful flame which hit directly against its abdomen. The sun had already risen, and once the smoke curtain disappeared, Madame's corpse could be seen lying on the ground. It had cuts all over the abdomen and all its legs had been cut off. While the wind was blowing, Lovegood Merlini began to observe the corpse in silence. Granuil fell on his butt to the ground because he was exhausted. Sinclair's eyes, who was holding her magic staff, and Dolores expanded in surprise and relief. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hohenheim couldn't help but smile. Middleborough was kneeling on the ground and gasping heavily. Lowborough had his hands resting on his knees and was catching his breath. Highborough raised his head and began to gaze towards Madame with a serious expression. Bakura, who was standing in front, began to stare at Madame in silence. While the smoke screen was disappearing, the eyes of Vikir, who had shot the mana-imbued arrow to weaken Madame, began to shine with seriousness. He was proud. Not long after, Madame's corpse began to disappear, and with the fall of this living calamity, the system of the magic tower finally returned to normal. As soon as the system was restored, the tournament came to an end and all students were immediately teleported to the waiting room. Vikir began observing his hands with a curious gaze, not knowing what was happening. Sinclair's eyes widened in surprise. She was speechless. In front of them were Piggy, Sancho, Tudor, and Bianca, who started running toward them with a proud smile. The attention of Vikir and Sinclair was fixed on them. In this place they were able to reunite again with the students and teachers who were waiting for them. Piggy extended his arms and jumped to hug our boy. Vikir couldn't help but feel somewhat confused and surprised. Piggy gave Vikir a hug and began to cry. Our boy's eyes filled with surprise, leaving him in shock. The fact that, in the midst of all this chaos, no one was seriously injured was undoubtedly a blessing from heaven, a true miracle. The University League ranking was updated, revealing the 10 heroes who made this miracle possible. At the top, in first place, was Hohenheim, followed by Juragio Bakuraga in second. Lovegood Merlini took third place and Dolores Lune Quo Vadis fourth. The 5th to 7th places went to the Baskerville triplets. Vikir secured 8th place and Sinclair 9th, while Granouille de Leviathan completed the list in 10th position. Vikir began to imagine the triplets with crossed arms and shining eyes, Granouille and Sinclair. The fact that this group of first years entered the top 10, and that they were all academy students who fought against Madame, surprised everyone. Furthermore, after investigation, it was confirmed that Madame was an S-class entity. At a time when even the extra eyes monitoring the field collapsed due to system overload, it caused great astonishment that 10 students whose maximum power barely reached 4th circle level or low graduator rank had managed to hunt down an S-class beast. Vikir began to remember the battle against Madame and the beast with eyes shining with evil. Many doubts arose, but the students gave a unanimous version. The ground exploded, creating a momentary opportunity, and their attacks hit right in its weak points. Because Madame's appearance was considered a system error, the only official conclusion that could be established was that the defeat was due to a fortunate coincidence. Blue Whale lowered his head and began to gaze at the ground with a sad expression. He was standing on top of the stage, and in front of him were the students. With an expression full of regret and sadness, Blue Whale promised to fulfill his duty until the end of the tournament and then would resign from his position as Lord of the Magic Tower. With an expression full of regret and sadness, the Lord of the Magic Tower and highest authority responsible for the tournament, known as White-Bearded Blue Whale, publicly expressed an apology, and the situation began to enter a phase of resolution. A few hours later, night fell. Someone grabbed a pitcher of beer and decided to make a toast in honor of Sinclair and Bakir making it into the top 10. It was Tudor. He stood up and began to show a smile. The others who were sitting started to watch him in silence. The attention of the bootcamp Varangian students focused on him and their eyes began to shine with confusion. Bianca crossed her arms and with a nervous expression, explained to Tudor that it wasn't the time for this and asked him to sit down. Tudor felt somewhat confused, turned toward her and with a forced smile thought that she was right. While Sancho's eyes were shining with tranquility, he turned to them and mentioned that although they all managed to return safe and sound from this chaotic situation that put their lives in danger, the mere fact of having faced an S-class creature left them with a deep traumatic aftermath that haunted them. Not far from them, at another table, sat the friends of Lovegood Merlini. One of them put her hands over her face and began to cry. Noticing this, with a worried gaze, the friend placed her hand on her shoulder and tried to console her. Sancho closed his eyes and couldn't help but smile. Then, he grabbed the beer jug and questioned why shouldn't they raise their glasses in honor of the heroes who fought against Madame. Our boy showed no emotion and remained silent, while on the other side, Sinclair's eyes filled with joy and she couldn't help but blush. Everyone grabbed their mugs and made a toast. Sancho and the others congratulated Sinclair and Vikir, as it was truly impressive that 2 first-year students occupied 8th and 9th place in the overall ranking. While they were distracted, a student wearing the Magic Tower Academy uniform approached them and coughed. Upon hearing this, Sinclair's attention turned to them and her eyes filled with curiosity. They were 2 students from the Magic Tower. One of them began touching his head. After confirming that they were Vikir and Sinclair, with a sincere gaze, he thanked them for having saved him earlier in the tournament, since he thought he should at least greet them. Sinclair turned to them and with a smile mentioned that she was glad to see that they were not hurt. Vikir began to gaze toward the ground in silence. The student began to touch his forehead, began to point at them with his finger and with a sincere expression explained that he was a little surprised. He did not expect that they, being commoners who probably had not even received an adequate education, could save the nobles. Upon hearing this, Sinclair's eyes widened in confusion. She did not know if this guy was crazy, while on the other hand, our boy didn't even bother to look at him. Someone forcefully placed their hand on top of the table. It was Bianca. She grabbed the student by the collar and while her eyes were shining with rage, asked him what he had just said and whether background mattered when it came to saving someone. The student could not avoid clenching his teeth tightly and feeling furious. He panicked and, with a nervous expression, explained that it was a misunderstanding. He had only meant to say that, being commoners, perhaps it had been more difficult for them. Sancho grabbed Bianca by the arms and asked her to calm down, making her let go of the student. They felt relieved and began to flee the place without looking back. Bianca could not help but feel even more furious, and she asked Sancho to let her go, since, according to her, those guys did not even deserve to be saved. No one took the student's words seriously except Sinclair, who began looking at the ground with a sad expression. Vikir's attention was fixed on her, realizing that she had reacted very somberly when the topic of origin was mentioned. This was unusual, since normally she would have brightened the atmosphere with cheerful words, but this time it wasn't like that. Piggy closed his eyes, clapped to get everyone's attention and with a smile, decided to change the subject, remembering that the first round of the tournament had ended and that the second one was only for those who ranked in the top 10 of the first. While his eyes were shining with joy, he began to show 2 fingers, revealing that the second round was about adapting to the apprentice system. The 10 students would visit the imperial family and the 7 great houses of the empire to complete missions, quests, and by doing so, they would receive artifacts jointly managed by all 4 universities. Vikir's eyes widened seriously. Bianca placed her hand on Tudor's shoulder, pointed to herself with her finger and with a curious expression mentioned that, to avoid controversy about objectivity, it was customary not to choose the mission of the family one belonged to. For example, she could not receive the mission of the Divine Bow family, and Tudor would not be assigned the mission of the Sun Spear family. Tudor crossed his arms and nodded his head, explaining that since Vikir and Sinclair did not belong to any house, this did not affect them. Upon hearing this, Sinclair could not help but clench her fists tightly. Our boy's attention, who had his arms crossed, was fixed on her, leaving him somewhat confused. Bianca began to raise a finger, revealing that there was one thing they must absolutely comply with. She advised them never to choose the Baskerville family. Most students who had received missions from this house had failed even to pass them, and there were even legends that some never returned while carrying out these missions. Vikir remained silent and began to ponder, while on the other side, Sinclair's eyes filled with concern. Bianca clasped her hands, and while her eyes were shining with curiosity, she asked with a smile which house they were going to choose. Vikir raised his head and his eyes widened in surprise. He didn't know what to say. The next day, as the sun was setting, the train set off. In one of the carriages sat our boy holding an envelope. This envelope was from the Iron Sword family, and inside were instructions for a mission of maximum difficulty. Vikir began to read the contents of the letter in silence, and his eyes began to shine since he still remembered their expressions when he chose this house. He knew that although internally it might be different, the public had deeply rooted ideas about the Baskerville. Bianca put her hand over her face and couldn't help but feel furious, while Tudor and the others were in shock since they knew they were a family of lunatics obsessed with blood. Vikir rested his hand on the seat and began to contemplate the landscape in silence. This second round mission was the final gateway to face the 7th Corps, Decarabia. Everything would end if he simply obtained Hugo's seal on the scroll, but there was something he had to check before that. Our boy put his hand into his pants pocket, and then took out another letter. Vikir began to observe it carefully. It was the letter Hugo had given him, which contained instructions on how to become a sword master. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't understand it. If Hugo had discovered his power, this would make sense, but he was sure that wasn't the case. Vikir put his hand under his chin and began to imagine Hugo. He didn't understand why Hugo had helped him, even knowing that he was lying. After his return in time, understanding Hugo's thoughts had become an even more difficult task. Vikir turned his head and his eyes began to shine with seriousness. Thanks to this, he had been able to reach the highest realm, but he supposed he would have to see it to discover what his intentions were. Once Vikir went to Hugo's office, his eyes widened in confusion and fear. Hugo now looked like another person. He had pigtails, clasped his hands, and couldn't help but smile upon seeing his son again. Our boy became somewhat confused, not knowing what had happened. With a curious expression, Vikir asked why Hugo had this appearance. With a smile, Hugo grabbed his ponytail and mentioned that this elaborate knot had been braided by Pomeranian, declaring that she was, without a doubt, another prodigy of the Baskerville family. Vikir observed closely and saw that Hugo's office had changed. It was now full of Pomeranian's toys. Hugo mentioned that Pomeranian had been waiting for Vikir, but since she was so sleepy, Barrymore had ended up taking her to sleep. Hugo's eyes began to shine with joy because he knew that although Pomeranian had already passed the age to enjoy these things, as her grandfather, he wanted his granddaughter, who couldn't even enjoy the basics when she was younger, to be able to have these kinds of experiences. Vikir began to gaze at the ground, not knowing what to say. He left the envelope on top of the table and mentioned that he had received the letter that Hugo had sent him through Osiris. Hugo's attention was fixed on it. Vikir had already opened the envelope. Our boy lowered his head and asked Hugo when he had realized that he was hiding his strength. Hugo closed his eyes and mentioned that upon reaching the highest realm, it was possible to see things that ordinary people could not. He rested his hand on top of the table and revealed that there were things that could be felt with the senses, even without seeing them. He knew that Vikir was aware of this. Vikir began to remember his past and sank into his thoughts. He remembered the hatred, the contempt, and the thirst for revenge he had felt, and wondered if Hugo had simply observed in silence where his growing power was heading. While Vikir was distracted, Hugo caught his attention. Our boy's eyes widened with curiosity. With a cheerful expression, Hugo mentioned that he had been so distracted that he hadn't noticed until now. He pointed out that the uniform Vikir was wearing really suited him and asked if life at the academy was fun. Vikir went into shock, not knowing what was happening. Our boy remained silent, and then a smile spread across his face. It was night, and Vikir couldn't help but feel happy, since until now, he had always treated him as a master from the position of a hound, and as a patriarch from the perspective of a family member. But this day, for the first time, Hugo was able to look at Vikir as his son, and he liked this very much. It was night, and while the stars were shining high in the sky, Hugo mentioned that he had good news to tell Vikir. They both started walking down the hallway and, with a curious expression, our boy wondered what this good news could be. While Hugo's eyes shone with joy, he nodded his head and, with a smile, revealed that he had named him senator. Upon hearing this, Vikir's eyes widened in surprise and his jaw dropped in shock. He couldn't believe what his ears had just heard. Our boy fixed his gaze on the ground and tried to stay calm. He knew that the rank of senator was equivalent to that of the 7 counts. Hugo turned toward him with a serene expression, began to show a smile and nodded his head, confirming that he was right. A senator was practically the real power within a noble house, and, above this position, there were only him and the main patriarch. Hugo's mind filled with curiosity. He put his hand on his chin and began to ponder, probably even reviewing almost 100 years of family history. Vikir was the youngest senator who had ever existed. Without wasting another second, Vikir placed his hand on his chest and bowed his head to the head of the family as a form of gratitude, promising that he would do his best. Hugo came out of his thoughts and his eyes began to shine with joy. He felt proud of his son. Vikir began to gaze at the ground and his eyes began to shine with sadness. The image of Sindai Wendy, Chihuahua, and Minnie Pin came to his mind. He reflected on the title of Senator of the Council. Although this came with many privileges, the greatest advantage was being able to freely appoint his advisors, and he already had some people in mind. Our boy turned to Hugo and with a calm expression mentioned that he had heard that lately everyone was having difficulties because of Pomeranian's whims. Hugo's hand began to tremble. He looked away and remembered that raising a child was always such a process, but in truth, the happiness his granddaughter Pomeranian gave him was much greater. Vikir's attention focused on Hugo and his mind filled with surprise and confusion. He did not expect this. Hugo began to look at the ground and could not help but feel a mix of emotions. One day while his granddaughter was reading a book in the middle of the night, he approached her and with a kind smile asked if she wanted Grandpa to play with her. But Pomerian coldly refused, responding that she had to read a book and that he could play alone. Hugo's eyes were filled with sadness. He revealed that lately the demand for him to play with her had decreased. His concern grew as he saw how she locked herself alone in her corner to read books. Hugo grabbed his hair braid and began to observe the ribbon he was wearing with an expression full of sadness, confessing that she had made it for him quite some time ago, and he hadn't untied it, just in case he still received some attention. Hugo knew that if Pomerian hadn't known Vikir was coming, she wouldn't have left her room. Vikir's eyes widened in confusion and surprise, realizing that the situation was serious. With a serene expression, Vikir thought that his father must be very worried. Hugo put his hand on his nose, closed his eyes and let out a sigh. He only hoped that Pomerian hadn't already reached adolescence. Just then, screams began to be heard from Pomerian's room. Vikir and Hugo went on alert, not knowing what was happening. With eyes shining with concern, Hugo opened the door to her room. Worried about her, our boy did not lower his guard, knowing that this was not good. Inside the room was Pomerian. A smile began to spread across her face. In reality, she was not in danger. She was sitting on the floor and reading one of her favorite books with a smile. She liked reading so much that there was a mountain of books on the floor. Upon hearing Hugo's voice, with a curious gaze, Pomerian turned around, not knowing what was going on. Hugo felt relieved and, with a smile, informed Pomerian that her grandfather had arrived and asked her what she had found to be so excited. Vikir began to watch her with a joyful expression. Hugo bent down to pick up Pomerian in his arms, but she ran out and gave our boy a hug, asking him why he had taken so long to arrive and confessing that she had missed him. With a smile, Vikir began to caress her head and admitted having arrived late, realizing that she had been waiting for him. With a confident smile, she said that she was always waiting for Vikir. Hugo's eyes widened with sadness upon noticing that his granddaughter no longer paid attention to him. With eyes shining with joy, she revealed that finally she had what she wanted. Our boy felt somewhat confused since he didn't know what she was talking about. Pomerian opened one of the books she was reading. In it there was a photograph of a tree. She revealed that she wanted it. Vikir's attention was fixed on the tree. It was the Tree of Spirits. It was said that the Supreme Master of Magic, Tsayertsi had planted it deep within the enemy's flood and the Black Mountains, in the White Salt Desert. It was a mana tree that took root in the heart of the wizard and grew by feeding on the karma of souls. The condition for its seed to germinate was a great number of deaths. By consuming the fruit from this Tree of Spirits, one could obtain power from spirits who had served as fertilizer. Vikir began to observe carefully and his mind filled with surprise upon recognizing the Tree of Spirits, a tree from the world of images that only appeared in myths. He wondered if she had been searching for this among so many books and all that content. While showing him the book, Pomerian began to show a tender expression, saying that she wanted to have the tree. Our boy knew it wasn't just an obsession drawing her to this artifact. She had a brilliant talent for black magic, so it was clear she felt drawn to it by destiny. Just before Vikir could make a decision, Hugo stood up and caught his attention. Pomerian and Vikir turned around and couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. With eyes shining with rage, Hugo began to stare at Vikir and mentioned that he didn't know what it was, but if it was something Pomerian desired, he had to bring it without fail, no matter the cost. With this, the mission would be considered complete. Vikir began to show a confused gaze. He was losing his mind. Despite this, he understood and accepted the order. It was a mission order from the Iron Blood Sword family. He had to obtain the Tree of Spirits, an extremely difficult task. A few days later, our boy headed to Height 207 on the western front of the flood of enemy Black Mountains. Vikir began to make his way through the bushes. He started to think, remembering that, according to the content of the book, the place where the Tree of Spirits was located was limited, because in the flood of the enemy Black Mountains there only existed a desert of white salt. However, he seriously doubted its existence. Before returning, information about the Tree of Spirits was practically non-existent, and it was considered just a tree of legends, planted by a mythological figure in an unknown era. Vikir extended his hand and his attention focused on the Beelzebub sword. After all, with the sword it had been the same case, so it was perfectly possible that the tree existed. Vikir let out a sigh. In our boy's clothes was Madame's offspring. She was furious. He felt somewhat confused and got angry, wondering how long this little damn thing planned to keep acting like this. Our boy reminded her again that, during the last exam, her unexpected actions had put those around her in danger. Because of this, to avoid any accident in the contempt for death contest, he had kept her inside the ring's barrier. The little spider was very furious. Vikir began to touch his cheek and remember the battle that the students had against Madame Spider. Of course, he had been the cause of this commotion, so he didn't have much to say about it either. Not long after, Vikir arrived at Malatar, the salt desert. Vikir began to observe carefully and saw several decomposing animal corpses. Vikir crouched down, and when he touched the salt, his hand immediately weakened. It was as if all the water that was inside his body had been absorbed by the salt. Without wasting more time, he pulled his hand away and his eyes began to shine with surprise, because as expected, the moisture in his body was being lost at great speed. Vikir stood up and sank into his thoughts, remembering the history of this place. A long time ago, the Malatar desert had formed when the tears of an evil god dried up. The land, with its extreme drought, absorbed the moisture from everything it touched and had turned countless creatures into mummies. Vikir's attention was fixed on his hand. Although there was information that the Tree of Spirits was here, now he understood why no one had managed to find it. He began to observe the corpses of the animals and realized that an ordinary person or a magical beast could not even cross this desert. They would die of dehydration the moment they stepped on this land. Our boy put on his hood, and while his eyes were shining with confidence, he focused. In the blink of an eye, Vikir made the moisture that his hand had lost due to the salt regenerate. With the blessing of the river Styx and the regenerative power of the swamp merman, he could indeed achieve it. Vikir descended into the salt desert and began to walk toward his destination. Our boy had been walking for more than 2 hours. Just then, Vikir felt something strange in his left knee. He adjusted his hood and his eyes began to shine, putting him on alert. Just as he suspected, he realized that it had been a mistake to rely only on the information from the book. If he continued like this, he wouldn't even be able to get out of the desert. Just then, his attention was fixed on something and his eyes widened in surprise. A powerful tornado appeared in front of him. It was a sandstorm. He cursed under his breath, wondering where it had come from so suddenly since he hadn't even felt it approaching. Vikir moved to the side to try to get out of the tornado's path. Vikir's plan did not work, as little by little the tornado was getting closer to him. With an expression full of determination, he asked the small spider not to come out until he told her it was safe, warning her that this was dangerous. With an expression full of fear, the small spider hid inside his clothes. Vikir drew his sword Beelzebub and imbued his mana into it. He knew that in order not to be erased without a trace, they had to counteract the storm with a stronger power. He concentrated and used Technique 7 of the Baskervilles and then forcefully swung his sword. A powerful slash began to advance little by little toward the storm. While it approached our boy, Vikir clenched his teeth tightly and the storm began to cause small wounds on his face. Blood started to emerge from his wounds. Upon seeing this, the little spider's eyes filled with sadness and worry. She didn't know if Vikir was okay. Vikir's attack worked, since not long after, the storm began to disappear. The glasses he was wearing broke and fell to the ground, and he couldn't help but clench his teeth tightly, furious. He hadn't even seen the Tree of Spirits yet and they were already giving him a welcome like this. He didn't even know how to react. At the same time, the little spider was trembling with fear. Vikir's attention focused on her. He hoped that she was still alive. She didn't stop trembling, and with a smile, Vikir told her that now that everything was over, she could come out, asking her why she was doing this. Not far from Vikir there was a monster with sharp teeth. His attention fixed on it, and his eyes widened in fear. Vikir stood up and went on alert, not knowing what was happening. His eyes began to shine with surprise and confusion. He couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. The little spider hid again inside our boy's clothes and couldn't help but feel afraid. In front of them there was a gigantic tree, and they were standing in the mouth of the corpse of a monster. Vikir didn't know what was happening or what this place was.
After the desert sandstorm had subsided, Vikir realized that before him lay the desiccated corpse of a grotesque dragon-headed monster. Its body had been hacked into segments, encircling a twisted cluster of sharp, jagged stones. Standing before its enormous, gaping jaws, now shriveled and lifeless, he recognized the creature as a basilisk, an S-rank threat, 50 meters long. It had once resided on the 10th ridge of Le Rouge et Le Noir mountains. People had called it the Sand River Dragon, a terrifying being said to be a hybrid of the dragon clan and demons. Its breath was lethal enough to strike birds mid-flight, and wherever its scale-covered body had slithered, No grass had grown for half a century. Only desert remained. Its mere existence was considered a catastrophe. No spear, no blade, no magic had ever been able to kill it. Even the little octopedal creature beside him trembled in fear, hiding beneath Vikir's cloak. Sensing its fear, Vikir gently reassured it, saying it no longer needed to be afraid. The creature was already dead. Yet despite his words, he couldn't help but look at the shriveled corpse of the basilisk with deep concern. Before his regression, it had been one of the 3 great cataclysms of the outer world, appearing just before the age of extinction. The basilisk had been an existence that left no trace behind. Vikir had once believed it to be lying in wait somewhere, hidden. But now, seeing such a monstrous creature reduced to a lifeless husk before his very eyes, he cautiously stepped out from its massive jaws and silently admitted to himself how unexpectedly tragic its end was. The basilisk had possessed regenerative abilities that far surpassed even those of marshland salamanders. And yet, to be cornered and utterly destroyed like this proved something profound. Vikir moved toward the spiked branches that lay arranged neatly within the basilisk's remains. They resembled a bizarre tower, with a faint entrance peeking between the sharp points. Observing the entrance, he murmured to himself that a near-immortal S-rank monster with such regenerative powers could only have been slain by something, or someone, immensely powerful. After studying the strange tower for a while, Vikir came to understand its true nature. It was a place just as strange as its outward form, a structure built upon warped space-time, more intricate than any boundary tower or even the barriers of Andromalius. A gust of desert wind swept past, carrying white sand across his feet. Standing firm, Vikir looked up at the bizarre tower, now a deep crimson against the white salt flats, and murmured to himself that the phantom wood, Uhanmak, was likely inside this place as well. Within the tower's darkness, a dim slit of light provided the only illumination. As the entrance slowly opened, Vikir's figure appeared in its shadow. He opened the door with his bare hand, cautiously peering into the tower's interior. Suddenly, he was startled to feel a whirlwind of force surging toward him as the door creaked open. He instinctively stepped back, raising his hand to shield his face, frowning slightly at the sinister gust of purple wind barreling his way. Although the welcome he received was far from friendly, Vikir found himself smirking quietly as he murmured to himself while sensing the elemental flow of energy that permeated the space. It seemed he had indeed come to the right place. Nearby, the little spider, affectionately referred to as the Lady Spider, emerged from its hiding spot, sensing something unusual inside. Amid the gloom, where tangled roots coiled densely within the tower's interior, a vague silhouette could be seen at the end of the path, barely illuminated by the dim light filtering through the outer doorway. Vikir began walking directly toward it. The blurry figure gradually revealed itself to be a knight clad in iron armor, resting his hands upon a colossal sword. He sat motionless on a throne made of stone, positioned between 2 enormous roots behind him, like a guardian watching over a hidden treasure. Those massive roots belonged to the Soul Wraith tree, a legendary entity said to have been planted deep in the Crimson Black Mountains by the Grand Master of Black Magic, the Simo Morel. In the midst of the White Salt Desert, this demonic tree had taken root within the spiritual plane of a sorcerer, feeding on the karmic residue of souls. Its seeds could only sprout where mass death had occurred. Consuming its fruit was believed to grant the strength of the souls used to nourish it. As Vikir walked along the only path forward, he took notice of the crisscrossing roots that gave birth to countless razor-sharp blades protruding skyward. He grimaced, struck by the sensation that this place felt like a cradle for swords. As he approached one of the gleaming blades and examined it closely, he mused to himself that the only difference here was that the swords pointed toward the sky instead of being driven into the ground. He began to wonder if this place might be connected to the Baskerville clan. Eventually, he stopped in front of the unmoving knight who marked the end of the path. Studying the figure cautiously, he speculated whether this could be the master of the tower. Yet the knight remained slumped, silently clutching his sword, showing no signs of life or movement. After a moment of watchful waiting, Vikir concluded that there was neither mana nor any trace of vitality, only the husk of a lifeless shell. The fact that there was only a single knight stationed here to guard the Soulshade tree made Vikir feel suspicious. He silently wondered whether this person, who had once slain a basilisk, must have been unimaginably powerful when alive. Since there were no apparent signs of danger, Vikir proceeded toward the massive roots of the tree that hung loosely beside the soulless knight. Stretching out his hand, he murmured to himself that he should take the Soulshade tree first, and then ask Hugo about this place later. However, The real scene only began when his fingers touched the root of the soul shade tree. Instantly, the torch above the knight's head burst into flames, igniting with a red hue as vivid as blood. One after another, hidden torches embedded in the tower walls flared up, spreading the same crimson light throughout the chamber. The little lady spider sensed that something was wrong. She barked with all her might, as if desperately trying to warn Vikir. But before he could react, the only door leading out of the tower slammed shut, trapping him inside. And then, the soulless knight began to stir. His hands trembled as he slowly rotated his sword. Pressing one hand against the armrest of his throne, the knight rose to his feet. Vikir instinctively stepped back, a bitter smile forming on his face. He silently acknowledged, with a hint of irritation, that of course it was never going to be that easy to take what he came for. By now, the little spider had stopped barking, and was instead hiding deep inside Vikir's hood in sheer panic. The soulless knight had fully awakened, towering far above Vikir. He lowered his head, staring down at the trespasser who had dared to invade his domain. Without hesitation, the knight swung his sword directly at Vikir, who quickly read the path of the strike and dodged it with ease. The blow was fierce enough to carve a hole into the floor where Vikir had just stood. Not wasting a single moment, the knight twisted his blade, realizing he had missed. He continued to slash with relentless fury, pursuing Vikir with every strike, even as the latter skillfully evaded each attack. Vikir found the fight far too easy. He didn't break a single drop of sweat. Glancing at the knight, he felt a surge of irritation, inwardly complaining about how monotonous its attacks were. There was no will, no intention, just a series of empty mechanical movements blindly aiming at the nearest enemy. It was frustrating to witness. He leapt back to put distance between them, glaring at the knight with annoyance. Disappointment clouded his face as he clenched his jaw and drew the hidden bow from his body, muttering to himself that a guardian of such a strange place ought to be far more formidable. He figured perhaps he had expected too much. Raising his blazing red arrow, he aimed it at the knight, grumbling that although he was curious how such a being could fight without mana or life force, he didn't have the luxury of indulging that curiosity. He then released the arrow, declaring that he would end this in a single blow. The red arrow shot forth like a whirlwind, directly targeting the heart of the soulless knight. As its name implied, the knight stood unmoving, offering no resistance. However, just as the arrow was about to strike, a sudden glint flashed in the eyes hidden beneath the knight's helmet. To Vikir's astonishment, the knight suddenly raised its arm and flawlessly executed the first fang technique of the Baskerville style, neutralizing Vikir's arrow in an instant. It exploded before even grazing the knight's armor. Vikir's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the move. It was, unmistakably, the first stance of Baskerville. Right after deflecting the attack, the soulless knight surged forward, wielding its massive sword. For the first time, sweat began to bead on Vikir's skin. He realized that this opponent was not as easy to deal with as he had initially thought. Clenching his teeth, he addressed the small creature, referred to as the little madam, who was trembling in fear beneath his helmet, telling her silently that it was just as he suspected. The knight had been concealing its true power all along. He warned her to stay back, for it seemed he could no longer afford to hold back himself. Without hesitation, Vikir drew the sword Beelzebub and took up a defensive stance, precisely measuring the steps of the approaching knight. At the perfect moment, he clenched his fist, channeling the red aura of Baskov. The energy crystallized into shards of essence that wrapped around his sword like red gemstones. Then, he and the knight dashed toward each other, both unleashing the strongest techniques of the Baskerville school. They passed one another in a blur of explosive motion. However, while Vikir had executed the seventh fang with all his might, the attack barely left a mark on the knight. In contrast, the soulless knight countered with the eighth fang of Baskov. In an instant, the knight's simultaneous strikes pierced through Vikir's body, rooting him to the spot in sheer disbelief. All he could manage was a scream as the sharp blades tore through his flesh like the jagged fangs of a hound. The knight came to a brief halt, and then turned back to face Vikir. A piece of his helmet had come loose. The seventh fang Vikir had landed had fractured the knight's helmet, which now crumbled slowly, revealing the dark face beneath and a pair of piercing, glowing red eyes fixed on Vikir with a deadly stare. Finally, the helmet shattered completely, its fragments falling to the ground. Beneath it, the knight's face was entirely wrapped in white bandages. Strands of white hair slowly became visible. Vikir's entire body ached as he strained to remain standing. Sweat drenched him as he glared furiously at the knight. Gasping, he hissed through gritted teeth, accusing the knight of using a technique designed for ambushes in the darkness, the eighth stance of Baskerville. He demanded to know what kind of being the knight truly was. The knight turned back toward him with those cold, crimson eyes, radiating murderous intent. Then, in a moment of chilling stillness, the knight finally spoke. He uttered the name Cain Cole Baskerville. He looked down at Vakir, who was now kneeling in a vast pool of his own blood, his body riddled with deep wounds. Then, in a voice devoid of warmth, the knight declared himself as the gravekeeper of the sword tomb. Vakir began to envision a sword. He knew better than anyone that Baskerville-style swordsmanship wasn't simply about cutting or stabbing. It tears flesh and breaks bones like biting fangs. The knight's attack had been so fierce that it had almost completely severed Vakir's shoulder. Our boy placed his hand on his shoulder and couldn't help but scream in agony. Despite being wounded, Vakir started to stare intently at the knight, his eyes beginning to shine with determination. He wasn't going to give up so easily. He understood now why the wounds took on such grotesque shapes. He found it hard to believe that the knight had only used the 8th technique. There was barely a 1-level difference, and yet the wound was so severe that not even the power of the basilisk he had obtained outside the tower allowed him to heal quickly. Our boy carried the Beelzebub sword, and in its first slot he had the S-rank Madam's poisonous legs. The second held the S-rank Immortal Basilisk, and in the third, the A+ rank Mushesu of Silent Hill. The knight's attention fixed on Vakir. He began to observe our boy in silence. As smoke emerged from his wound, Vakir started to stare intently at the knight, and couldn't help but grit his teeth, feeling furious. To him, an opponent of this level was impressive. The knight unsheathed his sword, looked away, and a strange energy began to emerge from his body. Even with his hand on the wound, Vakir watched in silence, not fully understanding how he was so powerful. The knight turned around and his eyes began to glow with malice. He came from an era of chaos where each family ruled like an independent kingdom. In that time, there was a man, the strongest among the 7 counts who led House Baskerville to its golden age. A man who, after seeking only power, withdrew from the world and disappeared. His name was Cain Corso Le Baskerville. Vakir stood up and while panting heavily asked if he was Cain Corso Le Baskerville. The wind began to blow and the knight nodded his head. Cain Corso's eyes filled with curiosity. He wanted to know who Vakir was. As our boy's wound was slowly healing with a furious expression, he introduced himself as Vakir van Baskerville. Cain Corso couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. Recognizing that a son of the Van and not the L had reached the supreme level before coming of age, Vakir started to gaze toward the ground, gritted his teeth hard, and remained silent. Cain Corso also noticed that Vakir carried the Beelzebub sword, a weapon believed to be lost. Furthermore, he noted his incredible regeneration ability, which allowed him to recover even after taking the 8th technique. He acknowledged that he was an incredible guy. Vikir's eyes widened with seriousness. To him, the incredible one was Cain Corso. He admitted that at first, he hadn't even been able to understand the true nature of the Baskerville's 8th technique. Cain Corso began to walk toward our boy, his body starting to emit an intense yet powerful aura. Vakir realized that with his senses, he hadn't even been able to perceive his life force. But the instant he revealed his true identity, the aura he emitted felt like it was tearing his skin to pieces. Vakir began to remember Cain Corso using the 8th technique, a technique so powerful that not even our boy could resist it. The only thing certain was that at that moment he had no chance of winning. With his hand on the wound and a calm gaze, Vakir began to observe Cain attentively. He realized that he was the creator of the lurking ambusher technique and wondered just how high his true level reached. Cain gripped his sword by the hilt with both hands and decided to reveal his true level. Cain concentrated and slammed his sword into the ground with force, shattering the ground to pieces. Then he began to remove the bandages he had on his face. He started to gaze toward the ground and revealed that he had accepted a set of complex emotions to achieve the 7th technique. Vakir's eyes widened in surprise and fear, leaving him in shock. He couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. Several seconds later, Cain removed all the bandages from his face and threw them to the ground, creating tension. Cain's face was half burned, and his skull was visible. With his eyes shining with determination, he revealed that through the battle with the basilisk, on the verge of death and with an extreme desire to survive, he had grasped the 8th technique. And finally, right at the edge of death upon entering the tower, he crossed the final threshold. He had reached the end of level 9 Swordmaster, and enveloped in death itself. He had become the Death Knight. Cain was a Death Knight, also known as the Knight of Death. He was the product of a noble knight consumed by the abyss, someone who in life had possessed pure strength and spirit. This being drew mana infinitely from the shadow dimension beyond death, a power that would not cease until its body crumbled and its soul faded completely. His risk level, size, and origin were unknown. Vakir swallowed hard, and his eyes widened in confusion. He began to feel a terror he had never felt before. He couldn't believe this was the 9th form, the true highest level of a swordmaster. Cain began to observe our boy in silence without saying a single word. He was a being who had accepted death itself in pursuit of mastery. Cain started to gaze toward the ground, and with a calm voice revealed that the lurking ambusher was not his creation. Cain began to recall what he had read in a book. He extended his hand and admitted that he had not reached the 10th form. To reach that level, one had to die once and be resurrected. And although he had certainly died, he was not someone who had come back to life. As a strange energy emerged from Cain's skull, he began to imagine the strange tree, and with a sincere gaze, he revealed that, as a Death Knight, he could not be resurrected. And for this reason, he had been trapped in this place. Viker's eyes widened with confusion and curiosity. He questioned how someone of Cain's level could be trapped, wondering what exactly this place was and who had imprisoned him. As the torches illuminated the place, Cain began to ponder. He acknowledged that Vakir knew nothing, but this was understandable as there was no one who knew of this place. Our boy became even more curious. As Cain's eyes shone with sadness, he revealed that this place was the tomb of the stabbed blade, a site where the life and death of the first Baskerville were intertwined. Vakir, who was panting to catch his breath, listened in silence without interrupting. Cain revealed that the cradle where the first Baskerville was born was called the Cradle of the Stabbed Blade, and this was the place where he met his death. It was a site where the worthy, as if by fate, reached the truth of the sword. Only a true Baskerville could die in this tomb. And the fact that Vakir had found this place was proof that destiny had guided him. Vakir's mind flooded with questions and confusion. With a serious gaze, he asked what Cain was talking about. Cain began to imagine himself sitting on the throne, chained. It was the tower that had imprisoned him, binding him so he could never leave. Someone slowly began to open the door to the place, letting in the sunlight. The person who had opened the door was none other than Vakir. The Grave of Blades had assigned Cain the role of its guardian, the one tasked with welcoming the true Baskerville. As its protector, he was destined to guide him toward the 10th style. Over time, Cain had come to understand that someone who carried the true destiny of a Baskerville would find him one day. This person was the only one who could free him, a being who could not even die from this eternity of suffering. Vakir's wound had already healed completely. With a serene expression, he questioned if he was that fated one. Cain's eyes, whose hands were resting on the pommel of his sword, began to shine with tranquility. He knew that Vakir could reach the end of the Baskerville 10 forms, but to achieve it, he would have to face him and experience death. Cain pulled out his sword, which was stuck in the ground, and the blade began to glow. He made it clear that until their duel concluded, Vakir would not take a single step out of this place. He would kill Vakir, and Vakir in turn had to reach the 10th form to kill him. With a gaze full of determination and confidence, he affirmed that Vakir must free him. For this was the destiny decreed by the tower. Instead of feeling fear, Vakir's eyes began to shine with confidence. Showing the blade of his sword, he told Cain not to talk nonsense. Destiny was a boring concept to him. He only believed in his own decisions. A powerful aura began to emerge from Vakir's body. Our boy adopted an offensive stance and decided to attack with everything he had, making it clear that he would kill him and leave this place. Cain simply stood in silence, ready to continue the duel. Vakir gritted his teeth hard, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Cain. The Death Knight's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. He couldn't believe Vakir's skill had increased so much. With a furious expression, Cain prepared to counterattack, questioning if Vakir was mocking destiny. Just before our boy could take another breath, Cain attacked swiftly, striking our boy under the jaw. Vakir gritted his teeth, and his eyes began to burn with rage. He couldn't believe Cain had counterattacked with his bare hands. The Death Knight didn't waste another second. He grabbed his sword and prepared to attack again. Cain swung the sword forcefully, questioning if Vakir believed he could escape his destiny. Luckily, Vakir reacted in time and was able to block the attack, but in the process, his body was sent flying backward. Vakir staggered back, and as he caught his breath, his attention fixed on Cain. He felt somewhat confused, noticing that not even a surprise attack had worked. Cain asked if he thought he could catch his breath in the middle of a life or death fight. Hearing this, Vakir snapped out of his thoughts, his eyes filling with surprise. Cain moved like a thunderclap, and by the time Vakir noticed, the Death Knight was only inches away, ready to strike again. Cain swung his sword with precision, but luckily Vakir was quick. Using his Beelzebub sword, he managed to block the attack. Our boy gritted his teeth hard, and with a surprised expression realized that Cain was incredibly fast, and that the difference in their levels was overwhelming. Our boy decided not to give up. For this very reason, he would break the gap with his ultimate technique, the technique he trusted most in his 2 lives before and after his return. As Vakir's eyes shone with determination, he decided it was time to use the 4th Baskerville technique. Noticing this, Cain gripped his sword tightly and decided to use the 5th Baskerville technique, and a powerful energy began to emerge from his blade. Just before Vakir could take another breath, Cain attacked with a powerful and devastating slash, making it clear that Vakir couldn't escape this destiny either. The difference in power was so enormous that Vakir took the full brunt of the attack. He opened his mouth and began to scream in agony, but far from giving up, Vakir gritted his teeth and his eyes began to shine. In the blink of an eye, Vakir lunged at Cain and imbued all his mana into his sword. With a piercing gaze, he decided it was time to use the 6th Baskerville technique. Cain watched our boy in silence. Far from dodging the attack, Cain began to charge toward Vakir and decided to counterattack using the 7th Baskerville technique. The result was devastating. Just before Vakir could even attack, Cain's sword pierced his chest like an arrow of mana. Vakir's body was sent flying with great force and crashed against the statue of one of the swords. Blood began to gush from his wounds and Vakir started to cough. Realizing that nothing was working, Cain was dodging all of his attacks. Cain raised his sword, lunged at our boy, and began to imbue all his mana into the blade, summoning a mana so powerful that Vakir had never seen before. Cain was a monster. Cain's eyes began to glow with rage. He told our boy to try and stop the attack with his sword. Hearing this, Vakir gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't give up. With his body covered in cuts and deep wounds, Vakir began to charge toward Cain and used the 7th Baskerville technique. But as always, Cain used a more advanced technique than Vakir. The Death Knight unleashed the 9th technique. An intense mana began to emerge from his sword, which expanded throughout the entire place. Cain swung his sword with precision as the slash slowly approached. Vakir panicked, knowing this wasn't good. The slash hit Vakir head-on, making his eyes widen in fear. Cain's mana made Vakir experience a pain he had never felt before. Its mana began to course through his entire body, destroying every part. Our boy opened his mouth, and not long after, as the sunlight illuminated the place, he fell to his knees. Cain watched in silence. Vakir's body was covered in cuts, and despite being a strong warrior, he was no match for Cain. Not long after, Vakir fell defeated to the ground. Cain's attention fixed on him, and his mind filled with questions and disappointment. Vakir had a deep gash on his shoulder and back, and the ground was covered in blood. Vakir felt as if he were in a river of blood. Several minutes later, our boy slowly began to open his eyes. Vakir's body was floating in blood, and in front of him was a door. He didn't know what this place was. With his body submerged in the red liquid, our boy slowly began to open his eyes, his mind filled with confusion, questions, and sadness. Vakir was alone in this place, an empty place where there was nothing but red liquid as far as the eye could see. Our boy began to remember Cain Corso swinging his sword with precision and strength. The cut was so fast that Vakir didn't even have time to react. Vakir began to stare at his hand, his eyes shining with sadness and disappointment. He was sure that in the fight with Cain Corso, his 7th technique had been shattered by Cain's 9th, and he had taken it head-on. Just then, his eyes widened in surprise, sending him into shock. He didn't know what was happening or what this place was. With a face full of confusion and fear, Vakir propped himself up on his hands, sat up, and began to pant heavily, wondering if he was dead. With eyes shining in terror, Vakir slowly began to raise his head. Our boy's attention was fixed on something bright, and his fearful expression changed drastically. He couldn't help but feel confused, not knowing what was happening. As far as the eye could see, there was only red liquid. But in the midst of the vast liquid and darkness, Vakir noticed a glowing door. Vakir fell silent, his mind flooded with fear. Wondering if this was the line of death Cain Corso had spoken of, Vakir began to remember the words of Cain Corso, the Death Knight, that it was through the fight with the basilisk on the line of death that he had awakened the 8th Baskerville technique. Desperately longing to survive, our boy stood up and began to walk slowly through the liquid toward the glowing door. Vakir approached the door, and as his eyes shone with surprise, he clenched his fist. He reasoned that if this door meant death, the fact that he hadn't crossed it meant he wasn't dead. Vakir reached out his hand and began to ponder in silence. Not knowing what to do now, he started to stare at his hand and his eyes widened with relief. It was a comfort not to be dead. But he also recognized that this resembled what Kane called destiny, the 10th technique of the Baskervilles. Vikir began to remember the tree where the monster's corpse lay, and when he was struck by one of Cane Corso's techniques, causing a terrible pain that traveled throughout his body. Resting his hands on the pommel of his sword with a calm expression, Kane explained to our boy that he could reach the end of the 10th style of the Baskervilles, and to do so, he had to experience death in his fight with him. Vikir clenched his fist and began to stare at his reflection in silence. Lost in thought, his eyes began to shine with sadness. Wondering if this was what Cane Corso had been referring to, Vikir began to remember his past life, his death at the guillotine, and his return to the past as a baby. He then understood that if it was as Cane Corso had said, he by being beheaded before his regression had fulfilled the death condition of the 9th technique, and through the regression itself, by returning from the dead, he had experienced the condition of the 10th technique. Remembering his horrible death and past life, Vikir couldn't help but feel furious and grit his teeth tightly. He knew he was the only being in existence. Existence, the person chosen by destiny, consumed by hatred and rage. Vikir fell to the ground, forcefully striking the red liquid as he screamed a curse, for the very idea seemed like a mockery to him. As the glowing door illuminated the dark place, Vikir calmed down a bit, questioning if his death, his life, and everything he had strived for so hard was nothing more than something chosen by destiny. At that moment, hands made of energy began to emerge from the liquid and cling to our boy's body. The only thing Vikir could do was clench his fist and feel even more furious as he remembered the oath he made during his fight with Madam. He would not live a life dragged along by others again. Slowly, the hands began to grip Vikir's body. He remained silent, consumed by rage. He offered no resistance as the hands submerged his body into the red liquid. As the hands slowly began to drag our boy to the bottom, Vikir started to remember his past, his fight against the true Madam, his fierce battle with the demon Andromilius, and his struggle against the other elite corpses. These memories consumed Vikir's mind, causing him to lose strength and let himself be pulled down by the spiritual hands. He wondered if it had all been his own illusion, if everything he had fought for, risking his life until now, was meaningless. Still, he admitted that if he finally managed to reach the 10th technique of the Baskervilles, it would be a reason for joy, because it was the state he had longed for his entire life. Vikir couldn't help but question if this would be enough. In the midst of this desperation, Vikir began to remember the words of the Death Knight Cane Corso, and he wondered what the point of achieving the 10th technique would be, recalling that, as Kane had said, it meant being trapped here and enduring an indefinite amount of time. Just then, memories of the battle against the 10 elite corpses came to Vikir's mind. The scene was horrible, with human corpses everywhere and swords stuck in the ground. At that moment, Vikir's eyes widened in surprise as a light of hope appeared before his eyes. The image of his father, his family, the members of the Balak tribe, and his friends came to his mind. Among them was also Perry, the orphan who had been killed by one of the 10 elite corpses. As always, she showed a pleasant smile. From the depths of the red liquid, bubbles began to emerge, and not long after, more bubbles appeared. Vikir's eyes began to shine with rage, causing him to grit his teeth. If his power was what had forged his destiny, and it endangered the people he needed and wanted to protect, then he would use this very destiny for them, and not for the tower. Vakir emerged from the red liquid and began to shout, knowing he had to set them free. His eyes began to glow with determination, for the place he was meant to be was not the tower, but right beside them. He had to get out of here alive. Now our boy concentrated, and the liquid transformed into a tornado, which began to spin at high speed. Slowly, the tornado began to transform into a sword made of blood. As a powerful mana was emerging from it, Vikir began to extend his hand toward that which could only be taken by one who has faced death on the border of the line of death. Vikir grabbed the sword, and it began to emit an intense yet powerful light. His eyes shone with seriousness, knowing that this was the 8th technique, the key that opened the door of death. He gripped the sword, his eyes filled with determination. Wasting no more time, he decided it was time to leave this place. Vikir swung the sword with force and, determined to protect everyone, plunged it into the glowing door. Vikir began to turn the sword as if it were a key, and at that moment, a powerful flash of light capable of blinding any swordmaster began to emerge from the door. At the same time, in reality, Vikir's body lay inside a crater formed by the Death Knight's powerful attack. The knight himself stood nearby, observing our boy with disappointment. It seemed Vikir had lost his life as the ground was covered in blood, and he had deep cuts all over his body. Disappointed, Cane Corso turned his back on Vikir's corpse and decided to return to his throne. Several seconds passed, and noticing that Vikir wasn't moving, he mentioned with an admiring expression that Vakir was undoubtedly an extraordinary child. But in the end, he couldn't awaken his powers. At that moment, Vakir stood up, and an intense yet godly mana began to emerge from his body. Noticing this, Kane Corso froze in shock, his eyes widening in surprise. With a confused gaze, Kane turned around, recognizing the aura instantly. It was that of the 8th technique. He realized the rookie had done it. While Kane was distracted, Vakir seized the opportunity and, with his eyes glowing, appeared behind him, ready to continue the fight. Kane's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe what his eyes were witnessing. Just before Vakir could attack, the Death Knight unsheathed his sword and deflected the attack. Our boy retreated, knowing this wasn't good. The force of the impact sent Kane's body back several meters. He began to stare at the ground, unable to believe he was losing to a brat who had just reached the 8th technique. As his eyes glowed with rage, he began to stare at our boy, acknowledging that even so, he still had a long way to go. This was merely the 8th technique. His true destiny was the 10th technique. Just before Kane could finish speaking, Vakir shouted that he accepted the challenge of a destiny capable of reaching the 10th form of Baskerville. Vakir lifted his head and, while panting heavily, mentioned that for now he had to leave the tower. There were things he needed to do, and for that he had to stay alive. Kane's eyes widened in confusion and surprise, wondering what he meant by things to do. The Death Knight watched attentively as a powerful mana emerged from Viker's body, understanding that it wasn't just survival instinct, but a purpose for which he was bound to live. But even if that were the case, for him, it wasn't enough. Kane gripped his sword tightly and began to stare at Vakir, making it clear that as long as the tower held him prisoner, he could never leave. At that moment, the tower door slowly began to open. The attention of both Vakir and Kane was fixed on it, their eyes widening in surprise. The tower door opened completely. Letting in the sunlight and the wind, Kane remained silent, lost in thought. Noticing that the door had opened on its own, he wondered if this could really be possible. With a serious gaze, Vakir began to show his sword. He wondered what kind of trick this was, and if Kane intended to distract him for a surprise attack. As the wind was blowing, Kane revealed that it was not. Perhaps this fight had come this far by the will of the tower. Kane closed his eyes, telling our boy to leave. He admitted that he was right, that his destiny was not here, but outside the tower. This was the will of the Tower of the Tomb of Swords. He lamented that it wanted the boy to leave while condemning him to an eternal prison, leaving him unsure of his own liberation. At that moment, Vakir began to shout, questioning if Kane wanted him to kill him with the 10th Baskerville technique. Hearing this, Kane's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe what Vakir had just said. With an expression full of determination, our boy promised that if he reached the 10th Baskerville technique, he would free him with this sword, so he must wait. A smile spread across Kane's face. He understood that destiny flowed one way or another, and he decided he would wait. As the wind blew, stirring up dust from the ground, Vakir mentioned that he had a question, and inquired if Kane was the one who broke the book of lurking ambush swordsmanship. Vakir began to stare at the ground, asking him why he had done it. Kane began to disappear into the dust, attributing this also to the will of the tower. The dust began to spread throughout the tower, and not long after, the tower disappeared without a trace, freeing Vakir. Our boy stood in silence, trying to understand what had just happened. The small spider came out of its hiding place and sat on our boy's shoulder. With an expression full of joy, she got his attention. Vakir's eyes widened with curiosity as he noticed he held the specter's tree in his hand. Vakir began to observe it carefully, realizing that apparently Kane knew from the beginning that he was looking for this. A proud smile spread across his face, although there were many unexpected twists. With this, the mission was complete. Somewhere, a luxurious golden door stood illuminated by a magnificent chandelier. Students from all themes had gathered with their representatives in front of it. Blue Whale spread his hands wide and with a smile congratulated the 10 students who had overcome the trial of each house. Vakir stared down at the ground in silence. Granui, standing beside him, had eyes shining with joy. While on the other side, Sinclair clenched her fists, unable to help but feel excited and blush. In a serious tone, Blue Whale addressed the 10 finalists. He conveyed the deep respect of each academy's representatives for their exceptional achievement in passing the second stage apprentice system. To ensure their efforts were not in vain, he proceeded to explain for the last time the rules for claiming an artifact. Blue Whale pointed a finger toward the ceiling. He explained that the door to this vault, where countless artifacts laid dormant, opened only one day a year. Today, and for only 5 hours, Blue Whale looked intently at the students and revealed that once the 5-hour time limit passed, the door would close. He warned that it could never, absolutely never be opened again until next year's competition. Hearing this, the eyes of the Baskerville triplets began to shine with surprise. Blue Whale also commented that this was an absolute rule. He warned them to keep in mind that if they hadn't come out by the time was up, they couldn't be saved, no matter how much anyone wanted to. Blue Whale bowed his head with a sincere expression. He warned that what he was about to say was especially for those who had just returned from completing the Baskerville assignment, and that student Vakir really needed to listen carefully. Vakir snapped out of his thoughts, his eyes widening in confusion and curiosity, unsure of what was happening. Blue Whale's eyes began to flash with anger. He snapped at Vakir that he had arrived late and that they had almost been unable to enter because everyone was waiting for him. He warned him that with his sense of time, he was certain to get locked in, so he demanded that he listen. Grenouille and Sinclair simply managed a forced smile. Blue Whale yelled at Vakir that if he was going to be late, he should have at least given notice. He explained that they had thought something had happened to him to the point of filing a missing person report. He furiously reminded him that he was responsible for concluding the tournament cleanly with his position as Tower Lord on the line. Sinclair put a hand near her mouth, closed her eyes, and couldn't help but laugh. While on the other hand, Vakir remained silent, feeling confused. Vakir gazed down at the ground, his eyes filled with anger and fear. The image of the tower where Cane Corso was came to his mind. He recalled that in the grave of the stabbed blade, it had felt as if not even a day had passed. But outside the tower, 10 whole days had gone by. Furthermore, the place where he fought Cane Corso was the lowest level of the tower, and there could be something more than a simple space-time distortion above it. Vakir lifted his head and his attention fixed on something causing his expression to change. Vakir began to carefully observe the door in front of him. A strange energy was emerging from it, a demonic energy. He had taken another step closer to the 10 elite corpses. Slowly, the door began to open, and a powerful, intense blue flash started to emerge from within. There were still 5 minutes and 30 seconds before the door would close again. Blue Whale and the other professors sat near the door in silence. The chief of Venian, Vasilios, watched intently, his eyes widening in surprise. The headmaster of Tyser, Hippolyta, rested her chin on her hand and, with a curious expression, wondered what artifacts the students would bring this year. Feeling a great sense of curiosity, Blue Whale turned to her and in a calm tone reminded her that, as the headmasters well knew, it wasn't a matter of the students choosing the artifact. On the contrary, it was the artifact that had to choose the student to be brought beyond the door. Vincey Morgue simply stared at them in silence. With a gentle smile, Blue Whale explained that regardless of the artifact they brought back, the student had already been recognized as worthy. Therefore, he hoped they would receive them with a warm and congratulatory heart. Vasilios turned to him and remained silent. While on the other hand, Apoit closed her eyes and nodded with a smile, thinking that he was right. Closing his eyes, Vincey Morgue recalled Blue Whale's words from when Madam had appeared. He had told him how desperate he was for the Mage Tower to win, and for him to now act as if he were in favor of all the students seemed strange and unsettling. Blue Whale turned to him and couldn't help but feel a bit confused. Vincey Morgue clasped his hands, and his eyes began to shine with curiosity, wondering how many students would be chosen this year. At the same time, the students began to pass through the portal to return. The first was Philippus, who was holding his magic staff. Behind him were Lovegood Merlin, Bakura, Sinclair, and the triplets. They began to walk toward Blue Whale and the others. Apoit asked the students who had obtained artifacts to report what kind of abilities they possessed. Philippus began to show off his magic staff, which started to glow. With an excited expression, he revealed that he had obtained a staff made with a pink dragon's scale that increased his mana. With an excited smile, Lovegood Merlin began to show off a heart-shaped hairpin. It blocked a single mind-type spell, but it had the condition that someone she truly loved had to be by her side. With a smile, Bakira began to show his steel gloves, the Madong Wang hand, gauntlets that increased physical strength. It was Dolores' turn. She showed a golden mirror, the mirror of truth. This artifact revealed the true face behind the reflected target's mask, but it only worked on people who were within a range she could handle. The Baskerville triplets raised their swords. They had obtained the Samjido triplet swords that grew stronger when they were together. With an excited expression, Sinclair began to point to the hat she carried on her back. The artifact that had chosen her was the money hat, and it had the ability to increase her magical power by feeding it money. Crossed her arms, her attention fixed on Sinclair's hat. She couldn't believe that every student had been chosen by an artifact. This year's class was truly one of a kind. In a curious tone, Vasilios commented that this must mean the artifacts had recognized the students' great talent. He then wondered if everyone had come out by now. Blue Whale gazed at the ground and revealed that there were 20 seconds left. Hearing this, Apoit's eyes widened in confusion and surprise. She didn't know what was happening. With a calm expression, Vasilius turned to Blue Whale and asked him why he was sweating so much. Blue Whale put a hand on his head and began to count down the remaining seconds before the door closed. With a serious gaze, Vincey Morgue, who had his hands clasped, revealed that there was one student who had not yet come out. His eyes widened with anger and disappointment. He clarified that a student from his academy named Vikir had not yet emerged. Blue Whale put a hand to his face, and as his body trembled, he panicked. He shouted that there were only 20 seconds left, and that even if students weren't chosen by an artifact, there had never been one who failed to exit the treasure room within the time limit. The portal began to glow intensely, and the professors revealed that if Vikir wanted to live, he had to come out right now. Sinclair's attention fixed on the portal. With a confused gaze, she couldn't help but wonder where Vikir was. Hearing this, Dolores turned around, her eyes shining with worry. Less and less time remained before the treasure room would close. The triplets turned around and panicked when they saw that Vikir still hadn't come out. Philippus remained silent, not knowing what was happening. Lovegood Merlin's eyes widened with surprise and concern. While on the other hand, Bakira felt surprised to notice that Vikir still hadn't come out. When only 4 seconds remained, someone clenched their fist and began to emerge from the portal. It was none other than Granui. Gritting his teeth, he had decided not to get trapped inside the treasure room. Granui closed his eyes, unsure if he had made it out. He then stumbled and fell face first to the ground, and at that exact moment, the golden door of the treasure room slammed shut completely. With his face covered in sweat, he got to his feet, panting heavily. With an arrogant smile, he declared that the protagonist always makes his entrance at the end. The eyes of Sinclair and Dolores filled with surprise and fear. The Baskerville triplets were in shock. As the cloud of smoke dissipated, everyone was left speechless. Noticing this, Grenouille wondered, "What's with this atmosphere?" The color drained from Vincey Morgue's face and his eyes widened in terror. He couldn't believe that Vikir hadn't come out. At the same time, Vikir was inside the treasure room. Even though the door had closed, his eyes shone with tranquility. He watched from a high vantage point, more precisely from a pillar, and felt relieved as he was finally alone. Without wasting any more time, Vikir landed elegantly on the ground, his eyes filled with determination, for he had to take care of the 7th corpse inside this door where no one else was. Before that bastard could plan something, Vikir got to his feet. He saw that the room was replete with artifacts, and the only thing illuminating the place was the moonlight. The problem was finding it in this place. Vikir began to walk through the area, and then his eyes started to glow with rage. He could feel it, the scent of a demon. In this room, there were all sorts of artifacts, from magic potions to normal and magical weapons. Our boy began to walk in silence, recalling that it was said an artifact lets you know instantly who the chosen one is, and he wondered if the light they emitted was proof of this. Our boy had no interest in any of the glowing artifacts. Vikir stopped walking and stood still. His eyes shone with rage as he gritted his teeth hard. What he was looking for was here, the only inanimate demon among the 10 supreme corpses. Vikir's attention fixed on several powerful weapons. Among them were a mace, a shield, a bow, and a sword. He knew that the 7th corpse, Decarabia, was nearby. Vikir began to observe the sword carefully. He knew better than anyone that although it looked like a magnificent and beautiful artifact, the deepest darkness always hides behind the brightest light. Consumed by rage, Vikir unsheathed his sword, began to stare intently at the displayed sword, and declared that the game of hide-and-seek was over. Without wasting another second, Vikir moved like a thunderclap, unleashing several powerful yet precise slashes. Our boy's attack shattered the artifact holding the weapons to pieces. Our boy did not let his guard down. Hidden behind it was the demon Decarabia, who had been sleeping. Not long after, it woke up and its eye began to glow with malice. The demon began to stare intently at our boy, creating an intense pressure. Vikir stood ready for combat. As its eye glowed with rage, the demon called him weak and ignorant, asking if he was the one who had awakened it. This demon was the 7th corpse, Decarabia. It had a danger level of S+, and was known as a natural enemy of humanity. One of the 10 disasters considered incomprehensible and impossible to kill. Just as cited in the 10 Commandments, this being like a plague of locusts would lay waste to all food supplies. A sinister azure aura seeped out from the armor and weapon. As the demon Decrabia's eyes gleamed with vicious intent, it unleashed its power, draining mana from the surroundings to fuel its growing strength. Vikir watched intently and didn't let his guard down. He realized that the demon had reached this size by absorbing the mana from the surrounding artifacts. His initial plan had been to slice through the entire rack in a single blow, but now he understood that his opponent had been concealing its strength. The demon Drabia began to laugh like a madman, proclaiming that a tremendous power was coursing through its entire body. It declared that it would now open the door to the abyss to exterminate humanity, sentencing the insignificant humans to despair. Drabia's eye widened in confusion, its attention fixing on Vakir, who was standing nearby as a powerful energy emerged from his body. It couldn't help but wonder who our boy was. With a confident expression, Vakir revealed that he was the person who had awakened it. After saying this, Vakir adopted an offensive stance and a powerful energy began to surge from his body. The demon observed carefully and was somewhat surprised to notice that its opponent gave off a demonic aura. Because of this, it had been sure that the one who awakened it was another demon. Drabia's attention turned to the Beelzebub sword. It wondered if that could be the legendary weapon, as it seemed impossible for a human to possess the power of an ancient demonic constellation. As Vakir's eyes glowed with rage, he concentrated and prepared to attack. To him, this was of no importance, as the demon would be destroyed right here anyway. Slowly, Vakir's sword began to approach the demon's eye, but then it started to glow. Laughing boisterously, the demon proclaimed that its contract with the demon race was settled and that it would now begin a new contract with a human. Hearing this, Vakir froze in shock, his eyes widening in surprise and confusion, not knowing what was happening. Consumed by curiosity, Vakir decided not to attack for now and asked the demon what it was talking about. With a serene expression, the demon asked if by any chance he had awakened it without knowing what it was. With a confident gaze, Vakir nodded, affirming that he knew it was a demon. Drabia began to stare intently at our boy, explaining that more precisely it was a being that used to be a demon. It fell into a deep sleep every 1,000 years, and depending on who awakened it first in each cycle, its disposition for the next 1,000 years was determined. Vakir was somewhat confused by the idea that the demon's disposition was determined by whoever woke it up. Vakir began to imbue all his mana into his sword and lunged at the demon, his eyes widened with rage. He had heard enough. Noticing this, the demon Drabia panicked, wondering why he was pointing his sword at it. Blinded by anger, Vakir moved like a thunderclap and attacked with several powerful slashes, which struck the demon's body head-on. Vakir continued to attack and Drabia began to dodge the strikes. Its eye widened in confusion, making it sweat as it shrieked, asking what the human was doing and why on earth he was trying to harm its noble body. With a piercing gaze, Vakir raised his sword, ready to attack again, making it clear that his mission was to kill demons. Noticing our boy's look, the demon's eye widened in fear. Its recovery speed couldn't keep up, and at this rate, it would truly die. With its eye full of tears, the demon explained to our boy that it was no longer a demon. Vakir didn't believe its words, stating that he no longer trusted anything demons said. Drabia didn't give up, and with a confident expression mentioned that if Vakir couldn't believe it, he should check its mana. Hearing this, Vakir stopped. His body began to tremble, and he felt somewhat confused and surprised. Our boy calmed down a bit, and upon concentrating, he noticed that the demonic scent had disappeared. Drabia got angry and started fuming, yelling at Vakir that he was a lunatic. It reminded him of what it had already said. Since he had awakened it, it was of no use to the demons anymore. From now on, it was on the human side. With tears in its eye, Drabia explained that it was genuinely useful. It mentioned that it could identify apport shields, especially highlighting this last ability. Vakir's eyes began to shine with seriousness as memories of the demon invasion flooded his mind. With Decrabia at the forefront, he remembered the shield in the Age of Destruction before his regression. It fed on the mana of 9 demons. It was the shield that had defended against the all-out attacks of the human alliance, known literally as the Wall of Wailing. Drabia still had tears in its eye and was somewhat furious. Vakir stood up and began to ponder in silence, thinking that if this power were used for humanity, it could be an asset even if the Age of Destruction returned. This would also be a heavy loss for the demons, so perhaps there was no need to destroy it. Vakir imbued his swordmaster's mana into his blade and brought the edge close to the demon's eye. He accepted the deal, but in return, he ordered it to vomit everything up, demanding every last piece of information it had on the 10 elite corpses. The demon's eye widened in surprise and confusion. As an intense mana surged from Vikir's body with a piercing gaze, he made it clear that if the demon showed even the slightest hesitation, he would tear it apart until not even a recognizable shape was left. Drabia couldn't help but feel relieved and began to cry. It assured him that it understood and would cooperate, begging him to stop saying terrifying things like killing it. Then the demon transformed into a necklace. Noticing this, Vakir's eyes widened in surprise, leaving him in shock. In the blink of an eye, Drabia had transformed into a simple necklace. Vakir's attention fixed on Drabia. With a confused gaze, our boy asked what it was doing. Drabia explained that it couldn't just float around, so it had tried to look as much like an artifact as possible by turning into a necklace. The door had closed completely. Drabia, noticing that the exit was sealed, asked how they were supposed to get out. At the same time, on the other side of the door, Veni Morg was desperately pounding on it, trying to open it. Clenching his fists, he began to beat on it without stopping, ordering the door to open. His eyes were filled with desperation as he screamed that his student had not yet come out, demanding they open the door. Noticing this, Blue Whale's eyes widened with concern. He had never seen Vinci Morg so desperate. Clenching his fist tightly, Bakura began to walk toward the door. Seeing this, Philippus grew somewhat curious and asked him what he thought he was doing. Bakura turned to him and with a sincere expression said that their comrade was trapped in there and that they had to do something. Far from feeling sad, the Baskerville triplets were filled with determination, vowing that they would rescue Vakir somehow. Several minutes had passed and the door had not opened. Dolores's eyes were full of fear and worry. Sinclair, who was standing beside her, put her hands over her mouth and panicked, not knowing if Vakir was okay. Blue Whale started to look down at the floor and with a sad expression, asked Vinci Morg to stop if he was thinking of breaking down the door. He revealed that it was a door that could never be broken open. Exhausted, Vinci Morg fell to his knees on the floor. He couldn't help but grit his teeth hard, feeling furious and desperate. Just then, something caught Vinci Morg's attention, making him lift his head. His eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe what his eyes were witnessing. Something began to attack the door from the other side, causing it to slowly start to break. Noticing this, Vinci Morg, who was nearby, couldn't help but feel somewhat confused, not knowing what was happening. Not long after, the door shattered into pieces, sending fragments flying in all directions. Luckily, Vinci Morg was quick. He got to his feet and started to run to avoid being hit. A powerful energy began to emerge from the doorway. Blue Whale's and the others' jaws dropped in surprise. While on the other side, Bakura's and Philippus's eyes widened in confusion. Someone had broken part of the door. At that moment, Vakir appeared, and while his eyes shone with surprise, he maintained a serene expression. He apologized for being a little late, explaining that he had only intended to slightly tear the barrier, but ended up shattering the door completely. Seeing that Vakir had managed to break the door, the eyes of Vinci Morg, the Baskerville triplets, Dolores and Sinclair widened in surprise, leaving them paralyzed with shock. Our boy knew this was going to be hard to explain. Our boy decided to lie and began to show Drabia, which had transformed into a necklace. With a sincere expression, he explained that this artifact could break barriers, but that it was for single use only. Just before Vakir could finish speaking, Sinclair ran up to give him a hug. Noticing this, Vakir panicked. His eyes widened in confusion. Not knowing what was happening, Sinclair began to cry, and tears started to stream from her eyes like an endless river, shouting at Vakir that she had thought he wouldn't come back. Just then, someone wearing gloves placed a hand on Vakir's shoulder. It was Bakira, who with a smile told him he had worked hard, correcting himself to call him not by his name, but by his title, Master Hunter. The Baskerville triplets couldn't help but cry and feel admiration for Vakir, proclaiming that they had always believed in him. Leveg Good Merlin clasped her hands and couldn't help but cry, feeling relieved. On the other hand, Philippus adjusted his glasses and began to show a proud smile. Dolores wiped away her tears and felt relieved to see that Vakir had managed to get out. Vakir felt confused, wondering why nobody cared how he had opened the door and managed to get out. Veniorg welcomed him back with a relieved expression. After saying this, he began to walk away with a proud smile. The only thing Vakir could do was thank him. As Sinclair continued to cry, Vakir placed a hand on her back and his eyes began to shine with tranquility. Somehow everything had been resolved. The Olympic survival competition was complete. The powerful door, which opened only once a year, was now destroyed. The collapse of the artifact vault barrier was by no means a simple incident. The barrier administrators and the school headmasters immediately investigated the inverted pentagram artifact used to break it, but they found no mana reaction. Now Vakir wore Drabia, which had transformed into a pendant. The situation was resolved with the conclusion that being a single-use artifact, it had lost all mana signature. Because of this, it was now nothing more than a necklace with a threatening shape. Outside the academy, it was evening, leaving behind big and small commotions like these. The Academy League came to an end. In the academy dorms, Vakir had just showered and was drying his hair with a towel. As sunlight streamed into his room through the window, Vakir began to stare silently at the floor. Lost in thought, his attention fixed on a paper that was on the table. It was an announcement for the mock investment competition hosted by the Bourgeois family. The poster described the competition as a stepping stone to the grand stage of the financial world, which would be held in the place known as the spine of the economy. Eligibility was open to all academy students for a 1-week registration period, after which the poster would vanish. Vicier's eyes began to shine as he noticed this. He had thought the survival competition was the last one, but now he realized there were all sorts of contests like this mock investment competition. While our boy was distracted, someone in the shower opened the door and began to show him the Decrabia pendant. Our boy turned around, and upon seeing it, his eyes widened in confusion. Piggy was also taking a shower. With a towel on his head, Piggy came out of the shower and with a curious smile asked if this was his necklace. Drabia's attention fixed on Piggy, and it couldn't help but blush. Vikier reached out his hand to grab his necklace. Piggy explained that he seemed to have forgotten it when leaving the shower room, so Vikier thanked him. Piggy returned to the shower, and Vikier continued drying his hair with the towel. With a furious look, Decrabia thought that they put men and women in the same room based only on appearance, but it supposed not. Still, the scene had been an entertaining spectacle, and it laughed. Vikier grabbed the necklace, and as his eyes shone with rage, he reminded Drabia that he had already warned it he would shatter it if it tried any funny business. Drabia's expression changed, making it feel afraid. Stammering, it tried to excuse itself by saying it was just commenting on how nice the dorm facilities were and that it was simply looking around. Just then, Piggy came out of the shower, his eyes widening in confusion as he thought Vikier was talking to him. Quickly, Vikier hid the necklace behind his back and changed the subject, asking him what the poster on the desk was. Piggy's attention fixed on the poster, explaining that the mock investment contest would be held soon. It was a contest where you had to scout out promising stocks or sectors in advance to invest in them. Piggy clenched his fist and his eyes began to shine with determination. With a smile, he revealed that the hosts were the famous bourgeois family. He added that if one won or placed well, there were many benefits. Letting out a sigh and showing a smile, Piggy admitted that his combat record was poor, so he had no choice but to excel in a competition like this to earn extra points and make up for his credits. Vikier listened in silence. His eyes filled with confusion. Then he became serious and told Piggy that while his talent for combat was lacking, he definitely had excellent talent in other areas. With an embarrassed smile, Piggy began to scratch his head. Vikier, who was hiding the Drabia pendant behind his back, began to ponder and remembered that Piggy was especially good at gathering, analyzing, and managing information. An image of Cindy Wendy with her fists clenched and eyes shining with joy came to Vikir's mind. He thought that if she saw Piggy, she would probably make a fuss to recruit him on the spot. Meanwhile, the little spider tried to eat the pendant, causing a confused Drabia to demand that it back off and stop. The image of Sinclair came to Piggy's mind, clenching his fist tightly with a look full of determination. He swore that this time, without fail, he had to beat Sinclair. Vikir felt a little confused hearing this. With a confident smile, Piggy explained that he had always lost to her in the previous tournaments. She also had a knack for economics and investment, so this time he really couldn't afford to lose. As they were talking, time was passing and the clock struck 6 p.m. Noticing this, Piggy moved like a thunderclap. He exclaimed that he was late as he had an appointment with the professor, so he put on his shirt and headed out of the room first. Vikir's eyes filled with confusion, not knowing what was happening. Piggy moved so fast that he sent all the papers on the table flying into the air. Vikir's attention fixed on the little spider and the pendant. The spider was drooling and smiling, while a furious Decrabia demanded that Vikir get this beast off of it. A few hours later, night fell. The moon was shining high in the sky and there was no one on the streets. It had rained, forming puddles of water, perfect for the moon's reflection. Not long after, a man in boots began to run through the silent streets, splashing through a puddle. The man's face was covered in sweat and he was panting heavily. He was no ordinary man. He wore a hat and carried an axe as a weapon. Without wasting a single second, the man continued running without looking back. The man got clear of the area, rested his hands on his knees, and began to pant heavily to catch his breath. His face was drenched in sweat, and his eyes were weary, and he couldn't help but feel furious, thinking that if it weren't for the presence of the woman, Ouroboros, he could at least devour the imperial capital. At that moment, someone shouted his name, Edward Bourbon Jr. Hearing this, his eyes widened in surprise and his face twisted in fear, making him grit his teeth hard. Someone with a clenched fist appeared from behind and began to walk toward him. Edward turned around and with a confused gaze asked what he was doing here, and when he had followed him to this place, it was none other than the Night Bloodhound. As our boy's eyes glowed with rage, he began to stare intently at Edward. Edward was in shock as he hadn't sensed his approach in the slightest. He wondered if he was one of the agents sent by Ouroboros or the bloodhound she had mentioned was on the hunt. With a piercing gaze, Vikir told him he didn't know what he was talking about and called him by his clerical name, Sam Bourbon. Far from feeling fear, Edward's face contorted with rage, and he demanded to know why he was digging into his past. Vikir began to walk toward Edward, revealing his martial rank of intermediate graduate and his position as a high priest of the upstart northern cult, the Alm Church. Our boy began to reveal everything he knew about Edward. He mentioned that 25 years ago he had abused and murdered his cousin, offering her as a sacrifice to forge his first pact with a demon. Since then, he had continued his religious activities while ruining thousands of families. Edward listened in silence and raised his axe, which began to gleam under the moonlight. As Vikir's eyes glowed, he added that in his later years, Edward joined the demon army and opposed Quo Vadis. He couldn't help but feel furious. Vikir continued, stating that he had used his extensive knowledge of the scriptures as a weapon to infiltrate the temple as a spy. During the Holy War, he raised a rebellion behind the Human Alliance's back and dealt fatal blows to important heroes like Tutor Lancia. Don Quixote and Bianca Forcia then asked if he was correct. Edward began to stick out his tongue and with a smile admitted that he was correct, confirming that the parts about being a priest and his cousin were accurate. Swinging his axe forcefully, Edward lunged at Vikir and with a furious expression yelled that he didn't know what kind of nonsense he was spouting about the rest. As Edward closed in, Vikir remained calm, but in the blink of an eye, our boy unsheathed his sword, moved like thunder, and severed Edward's head with a single precise cut. To Vikir, even setting aside what hadn't happened yet, he was still trash. Edward's lifeless body fell to the ground, and our boy began to gaze down at the floor in silence. A strange scent began to emerge from Edward's corpse. Vikir turned around and noticing this felt somewhat confused as he perceived a magical smell. Vikir approached the corpse and following the trail of the magical scent noticed something in its pocket. There pulled out a sheet of indulgence on it. It read that all the sins of this faithful believer were forgiven, and it specified that the indulgence had been issued and guaranteed by the Church of the Old Testament, warning that its forgery would result in punishment. A magical scent began to emerge from the sheet. Vikir grew curious and began to read it carefully. He knew that after eliminating the demon ninth corpse Dantalion from the Quavadus family, the sale of indulgences should have been suspended, and yet the demonic scent had not disappeared. In a serious tone, Drabia mentioned that it could feel it. It was spreading forcefully and growing more and more intense. It claimed that this scent was definitely that of the sixth corpse, who had been a close friend of the ninth corpse. Vikir began to ponder, realizing that he would have to thoroughly investigate the Quavad's family again. Vikir's eyes began to shine with sadness, his gaze fixed on Edward's corpse. What this guy had said earlier, the mention of Ouroboros, bothered him. Edward's head lay next to the corpse, surrounded by a pool of blood. Vikir reflected on the fact that she had been hunting the criminals of the imperial capital and wishing to meet him. The Night Hound, he had thought she was just a psychopath, but now it seemed she was a psychopath with a plan. It was night, and several hours later, someone in high heels appeared on the roof of one of the buildings. As the moon shone high in the sky, Ouroboros unsheathed her whip. She arrived at the place where Vikir had killed Edward and descended to the ground. She began to walk toward the corpse. Realizing that the night bloodhound was already gone, she crouched down and extended her hand to grab the head. She picked up Edward's head, wondering when Vikir would show her his noble appearance again. She began to stare intently at Edward's head, and as her eyes shone with excitement, she stuck out her tongue and couldn't help but wonder if she should hold out a little longer. A few hours later, the sun rose and the streets were bustling with people, some heading to their jobs, others chatting with friends. There was a stall selling masks. A hooded man approached to look at the merchandise, while the vendor with a smile suggested he buy one. The man bought a mask, turned his back to the vendor, and walked away with a friendly smile. The vendor thanked him and waved goodbye. The man was none other than our boy Vikir. He began to walk through the area with his arms crossed. He couldn't help but smile, feeling surprised. Just as he expected, the streets of the imperial capital were packed with people since it was the weekend. Something caught his attention, making his eyes widened with curiosity, wondering what was happening. His gaze fixed on the temple, which was teeming with people. This was the place, the Quietus Temple, the second branch of the Old Testament faction. A priest placed a sign on the street and announced a special offer. For that day only, people could repent and get forgiveness for their sins at half price. Everyone's attention fixed on him, making them feel somewhat surprised. They decided to go take a look, and once he got closer to the temple, he saw a woman and a man leaving. With a smile, the man mentioned that he had been tormented by guilt all this time, but now he felt completely relieved. The woman grew curious, and with a serene expression asked if it was because of what had happened some time ago. Flashing a remorseless smile, he confirmed he was referring to when he was driving the carriage drunk and ran over that child. Hearing this, Vikir stopped walking, his body beginning to tremble. Not knowing if this was true, the woman recalled that the child was said to have died. The man held out his hand, and as his eyes shone, he admitted that the child's death had been bad luck and that it had bothered him so much he couldn't even sleep well. He had come to repent because the indulgences were on sale. With a wicked smile, the man added that he had bought a very expensive one, so he no longer had any obligation to compensate the victim's family, and that this was a great thing. A smile spread across the woman's face as she declared that everything was fine then and that in any case, her beloved was a really good person. Even the pendant Drabia felt somewhat confused. With an uncertain expression, it asked Vikir if those were really members of the human race. It pointed out that aside from their appearance, they didn't seem very different from demons and honestly questioned what the world was coming to. At the temple entrance, there was a long line. People wanted to take advantage of the offer to buy indulgences. There was a man standing at the entrance reading from a list. Vikir approached and began to observe the man in silence, lost in thought. It was our boy's turn, and his eyes began to shine with seriousness. In front of the statue of Jesus sat a priest, who with a kind smile extended his hands. He noted that Vikir had been waiting a long time and asked him what crime he had committed and if he was looking for any particular indulgence. Vikir began to stare intently at the priest and asked him if, since one could repent for past sins, it was also possible to repent in advance for sins he would commit in the future. The priest reached a hand toward our boy and with a cheerful expression assured him that all of this was possible if he bought indulgences in advance, asking what sin he was planning to commit. The priest didn't seem human and continued to wear a smile capable of making anyone uncomfortable. Vikir rested his hands on the table and in a serious tone replied that it was something truly tremendous, an atrocious crime. At first, the priest was a bit confused, but then he clasped his hands together and with a confident expression assured him that he had come to exactly the right place. He warned, however, that if it was an atrocious crime, the price would be extremely expensive and asked if that would be all right for now. He invited him to the exclusive lounge for VWIPs to wait while he had a cup of tea. The priest grew curious and asked him exactly how heavy the sin was for him to be seeking such an expensive indulgence. Vikir pondered in silence, showing no expression, and then he lied, saying that he was going to kill the neighbor's pig. With a surprised expression, the priest asked if he was calling that an atrocious crime. Our boy was sincere and mentioned that a pig was also a living being and that taking a life was a sin. The priest's kind smile vanished, and his eyes began to glow with rage as he gritted his teeth hard. He snapped, asking if Vikir thought he had nothing better to do just because he saw him smiling. In front of the temple entrance was a long line waiting to pay to have their sins forgiven. The priest had seen all kinds of sinners, from men who ran people over with their carriages to those who set houses on fire. But this was the first time someone had come all this way for wanting to kill a single pig. With a furious gaze, the priest sighed and decided to put the seal on our boy's indulgence. Considering that the fact he had come all this way for the life of a simple piglet was unusual enough, he crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it at our boy, ordering him to hand over the gold and get out. He warned him not to sin next time and not to come back to this place either. Vikir showed no emotion, knowing deep down the secrets of the church. Grabbing the indulgence paper, our boy thanked the priest and left the place, his attention fixed on the paper. It, under the title Indulgence, declared that it absolved all the sins of the devout believer. Furthermore, it specified that the indulgence was issued and guaranteed by the Old Testament, and that its forgery could be punished. He wasn't surprised at all since, just as he expected, a faint demonic scent could be perceived from both the temple and this indulgence. With a serious look, Drabia revealed that it too could clearly feel the scent of the sixth corpse. Vikir was sure it wasn't inside this temple, but he knew it was related. It had to be somewhere in the imperial capital. Just then, a hooded woman in white walked past Vikir. Noticing this, his attention fixed on her and his eyes widened in surprise. Before the woman could feel his gaze, Vikir was quick and hid behind a pillar. The woman paid no mind and continued on her way. Vikir's eyes filled with confusion as, according to him, she was supposed to be at the academy right now and he wondered why she was here. Drabia grew somewhat confused and peeked around the corner to see who this woman was. The woman had blonde hair and her eyes were filled with worry. She was Dolores. She got into the long queue in front of the temple and, closing her eyes, let out a sigh of relief. She began to look at the ground with an uncertain expression, wondering if it wouldn't have been better to just walk in confidently and say she was just looking around. She considered that, if anything, the fact that she, a saint, was infiltrating the temple in this way might seem even more suspicious. She clenched her fists tightly, certain that no one would recognize her as her disguise was perfect. The other women in the queue couldn't help but feel a bit confused as they noticed her expression. Dolores began to observe the people in the area carefully, realizing that all these people had come to this temple of the Old Testament faction to buy indulgences. Her eyes began to shine with sadness since after Quilty of House Indulgencia. No, after Dantalion died. Even though they had made public the reckless indulgence business of the Old Testament faction through the exposed ledgers, these acts were still thriving so blatantly. She knew that at that moment Quaddus was in complete chaos with the Old Testament and New Testament factions in conflict. Everyone's attention was focused there. As a result, pseudo-religions were proliferating throughout the empire. She began to imagine the Quo Vadis temple, wondering how the Old Testament faction, the cause of this conflict, managed to maintain its wealth even though the Indulgentia family, which served as its financial backbone, had disappeared. She started to look at the ground, her eyes shining with sadness. She wondered if it was just from selling indulgences, or if they had found a new source of funding. She had infiltrated to find this out, but she still had no answers. While she was distracted, someone announced that they had arrived. The crowd gathered eagerly as they couldn't believe they had arrived. Someone wearing boots stepped out of the carriage. It was Cardinal Rebirth of the Rune Order and the Old Testament faction of Quoadus, who with a kind smile began to greet everyone. Noticing that Cardinal Rebirth was here, Dolores's eyes widened in fear, leaving her in shock. She got nervous, and without a second's hesitation, she left the queue and decided to leave this place. Cardinal Rebirth noticed her strange behavior and felt a bit confused. Dolores fled the place without looking back, while Cardinal Humber stared at her intently in silence. Rebirth approached one of the priests and with a serious look told the lieutenant that something had been bothering him. He instructed him that before entering the temple, they should take a quick look around the vicinity first. The priest closed his eyes and bowed his head before Cardinal Rebirth, accepting His Eminence's order. Rebirth turned his back to the crowd and prepared to enter the temple. The people grew somewhat confused, asking His Eminence where he was going and begging him to grant them his grace as well. Several guards appeared to prevent the people from getting close to Rebirth. At the same time, Dolores was getting away from the place. She had climbed to the second floor of the temple. She clenched her fists tightly and panicked as Rebirth was her father. She couldn't help but feel furious, for after discovering the connection between the demon Quilty and her father's indulgence list, the conflict between her, a believer of the New Testament, and him, a cardinal of the Old Testament, had deepened. She was so distracted that she wasn't looking where she was going and bumped into a hooded man. She fell on her butt to the ground and apologized, explaining that she was walking without looking ahead and that the impact was so hard she thought she'd run into a wall. As the sunlight illuminated the place, the man began to stare at her in silence. Not long after, two guards carrying axes discovered them. One of them started pointing at them, shouting that there were suspicious people there and ordering them to be arrested. Dolores, who was on the ground, turned around and her eyes widened in surprise. Noticing this, the man grabbed Dolores's hand, making her feel somewhat confused, not knowing what was happening. Without wasting a single second, the man grabbed Dolores and began to flee without looking back. The guards started chasing them, ordering them to stop. As the sun lit up the inside of the temple, they ran up a set of stairs, and not long after, the guards did too. They weren't going to give up until they caught them. The guards managed to corner them, gritting their teeth hard, and with a furious expression, they ordered them not to move. Not long after, Cardinal Rebirth came up the stairs, and with a serious gaze, he ordered them to take off their hoods and reveal their identities. With a smile, the hooded man mentioned that the welcome greeting at the Old Testament faction's temple was quite peculiar. With a smile, they removed their hoods. One was an old man, and the other a young man. Seeing this, Herbert's eyes widened in surprise, leaving him somewhat confused. The tall, brown-haired man began to stare at Rebirth in silence, while on the other hand, the old man started to smile and told Cardinal Rebirth that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. While they were talking, hidden in the stone window frame above were the hooded man, now wearing a dog mask, and Dolores. It was none other than Viker. Dolores began to watch intently and couldn't help but blush. The old man began to smile. Cardinal Herbert's eyes started to glow with seriousness. Vikir showed no emotion, and Dolores felt somewhat confused and surprised. It was daytime, and Vikir and Dolores were hiding. She was curious to know who was hidden behind the mask. Our boy brought his finger to his mouth and in a serene tone asked her not to make a sound. Far from feeling furious, Dolores's eyes widened in surprise, making her blush. She clenched her fists, and it didn't take long for her to realize that he had the same voice as the night bloodhound. While they were hiding, a tense meeting was taking place below. The tall, brown-haired man broke the silence, mentioning that it had been a while. The old man began to show a smile. Rebirth recognized him. It was Cardinal Martin Luther of the New Testament faction of the Rune Order. Rebirth's attitude changed. He placed a hand over his chest and apologized for his rudeness, explaining that he was just chasing some suspicious rats that seemed to be lurking around the temple. Martin Luther became curious and confused, asking him what he meant by rats. His eyes began to shine, and with a smile he questioned if he was referring to them. Rebirth began to show a nervous smile and shook his head. Then, with a curious look, he extended his hand and asked what brought them to the temple of the Old Testament faction. Closing his eyes and in a calm tone, Martin Luther let out a chuckle and admitted that he had come to snoop around. The tall, brown-haired man began to stare intently at Martin Luther. Noticing this, Humor felt somewhat confused. The Quoadis temple was packed with people. Martin Luther revealed that his New Testament faction's temple was as empty as a desert, while the Old Testament faction's, in contrast, was crowded with believers. He spread his hands and admitted that although it was shameless, he had come to learn a bit about their methods, recalling that His Holiness, the Pope, had always valued harmony. With a kind smile, Humbar questioned if there was really any special reason, explaining that it was just that the location was good and the population was large. Hearing this, Martin Luther felt somewhat curious. The two began to show serene smiles and said nothing for several minutes. Noticing this, the tall brown-haired man began to watch them attentively with a curious gaze, bowing his head to Martin Luther as a sign of respect. Humbert announced that he had to take his leave as he had a meeting. Martin Luther also bowed his head to Hbert as a sign of respect, lamenting that he had wasted the time of such a distinguished person. With a serious expression, Hbert turned to the guards and asked them to safely escort these people out of the temple. The guards nodded. The tall brown-haired man showed no expression. While on the other hand, Martin Luther maintained his kind smile. Then Herbert clenched his fist tightly. Martin Luther's attention fixed on it, and a smile spread across his face. He began to gaze at the ground, saying that demons swarm this land to devour them. Hbert turned his back on them and began to walk away in silence. Martin Luther continued, proclaiming that they should not fear, but stand firm. He assured them that they would triumph through the truth. For even if they lost their relatives, their wealth, their honor, and their lives, the truth lived on and would make the empire eternal. Although at first Humbert tried to remain calm and ignore his words, he couldn't. His eyes began to glow with rage, making him grit his teeth hard. At the same time, Vakir and Dolores left the temple and got onto the roof of one of the houses. Our boy considered that this would be enough. As the sun was setting, Vakir turned his back to her and explained that they wouldn't be chased anymore as they had left the area around the temple. Dolores began to gaze at the sun and was sincere. Thanking Vakir while she was blushing, she took off her hood and in a confused and curious tone asked how he had recognized her. Vakir continued to keep his back to her, stating that he recognized her at a glance. Dolores placed her hands on her chest, her eyes widening with surprise and love. Our boy turned around and in a calm tone explained that her disguise was too obvious. So obvious that it was strange the others hadn't noticed. Dolores closed her eyes and began to smile. Then she brought her fist to her mouth and began to smile. Noticing this, our boy grew curious, wondering why she was smiling. With tears of happiness in her eyes, she began to observe our boy attentively. She apologized if she had offended him, clarifying that it was not her intention. After a sigh, she noted that he could make jokes now and felt that the atmosphere had changed a little. She began to gaze at the ground, and as her eyes shone, she sank into her thoughts. She remembered that when the night bloodhound had grabbed her a moment ago, she had thought it was Vakir. She began to recall past events like her encounter with Vakir on the academy stairs and when they hid to avoid Quilty. She wondered if the reason for her hunch was because those events were very similar to what she had just experienced. While she was lost in her thoughts, Vakir called her name, snapping her out of her trance. Her eyes widened with surprise and curiosity. Vakir moved closer to her and in a serious tone asked why she, the saint of the New Testament, had come to the Old Testament's temple, all while keeping her identity a secret. Dolores began to ponder in silence. Then she lowered her head, her eyes filled with sadness. With honesty, she admitted that the internal conflict between the Old and New Testament factions in Quo Vadis had given rise to the proliferation of heresies and sects. Vakir listened in silence without interrupting. She explained that even in the midst of the chaos, she was secretly infiltrating to investigate the financial flow of the Old Testament faction, which had amassed a fortune. Dolores clutched her arm. Feeling even more sad, she began to look at the ground and revealed that the Pope was showing symptoms of dementia, and she didn't know if he was even aware of the current situation. She added that she was just a saint in name only. The sun was setting. She began to contemplate the beautiful sun and was sincere, admitting that she had no real power. Because of this, she had no other choice but to act on her own. Vakir began to stare intently at Dolores in silence, his eyes shining with seriousness, recognizing that these were certainly problems too big for the saint to face alone. Dolores's eyes were shining with sadness. She remained silent, lost in her thoughts. Vakir knew better than anyone that in the future she would become a heroine, respected and with immense power. But for now, she was nothing more than a little girl whose adoptive family was also tied to demons and with almost no one to trust. His eyes began to shine as after hearing what the saint said, he now understood everything clearly. Vakir began to piece the puzzle together in his mind. Humbert's source of funding, the heretics and sects, the indulgences. With this, the puzzle was complete. He extended his hand to the side and was sincere, revealing that it was most likely that the Old Testament faction, to gain an advantage over the New Testament, had sold religious autonomy to heresies and sects in the form of indulgences, and that it had done so at a very high price. Dolores began to observe Vakir in silence without saying a single word. Vakir knew that Cardinal Martin Luther surely suspected this, and that's why he came here. Hearing this, Dolores's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. But then she thought that Vakir was right. She placed her hand under her chin and with a serene expression began to ponder. She couldn't believe that Cardinal Martin Luther had seen all this coming and that the night bloodhound had as well. Vakir observed her in silence, not knowing what was on her mind. Dolores's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked the Nightblood Hound if, having investigated so thoroughly, it could be that there was a connection to demons once again. With a calm expression, Vikier nodded his head. Dolores began to take steps backward, deducing that the sects and heresies were recent and emerging movements. If demons were involved, they must be manipulating them from the shadows without revealing their true identity. As the sunlight illuminated the place, Vikier moved closer to her and confirmed that she was correct, as the real enemy was always behind the curtain. Vikier remained silent, waiting to see her reaction. Dolores felt somewhat relieved and furious upon realizing that it was just as she had imagined. The Night Bloodhound was still fighting, still alone, in silence and in pain. Without wasting a single second more, she started to run towards our boy, closed her eyes, and while blushing, took his hands, asking him to please let her help too. Vikier was a bit surprised, not knowing what to do or how to react. With an embarrassed expression, she said that although it wasn't much, she believed she could be of help. Vikier asked her if in that case she could use the same buff she used in the battle against Dantalion last time. Dolores's eyes widened in surprise, and she nodded, although she didn't know if she could use such a powerful ability again. Vikier had her let go of his hands, turned his back to her, and informed her that to start, they would have to eradicate the heresies and sects presumably connected to the Old Testament faction. With a serious look, Vikier revealed that he had a way to wipe them all out at once. She placed her hands on her chest, her eyes widening with curiosity and confusion. She wanted to know what our boy had in mind. Without wasting any more time, Vikier began to point his finger at her. As the sun was setting, he got straight to the point, revealing that he needed her body. At first, Dolores was a bit confused, thinking she had misheard, but then her eyes widened in confusion, making her blush like a tomato. The only thing she could do was scream in panic. Our boy continued to point at her in silence. It was night, and near the mountains stood the Quovitus New Testament temple cutter Zodiaci. A carriage arrived and several men gathered. The bald man spread his hands and with a smile mentioned that it had been a long time and that the Pope seemed to have rejuvenated lately. The long-haired man began to show a smile, while on the other hand the man carrying a staff noted that the bald man had become quite burly and seemed to be imbued with more divine power. In turn, the bald man replied that the long-haired man, on the contrary, had lost weight and asked if this was due to the new concubine he had taken. The long-haired man was the Manson cult leader, Charles, sticking out his tongue. With a smile, he explained that she was a young woman who had a husband, and that after whispering to her about the liberation of the soul while teaching her the doctrine, she came to him of her own free will. The bald man was the cult leader. He explained with a laugh that with just a word they offered him gold or grain, and because of this there was no need for his body to move. The man wearing a hat and carrying a staff was the New World cult leader Elmani. To him, no one would dare challenge the words of God. He pulled a letter from his hat and began to read it attentively. He mentioned that the fact that the Quoides New Testament had sent an invitation for a communion ceremony made him wonder if this meant they would finally recognize them as a branch. As Alm's eyes shone with malice, with a smile, he began to rub his hands together, and the image of Saint Dolores came to his mind. He knew that communion was a ritual to consume bread and white wine, but symbolically it was also the act of sharing the blood and flesh of a virgin. He considered this a clear invitation to form a formal alliance. They began to walk through the area, and with a serene gaze, Charles mentioned that it was fortunate that the New Testament cultists had finally come to their senses and reached out to them. Mom began to ponder in silence, while on the other hand, Elmani turned to them and stated that those people had always acted so nobly, but now they finally understood. They understood that they could never win against the Old Testament cultists without their funds. Just at that moment, an explosion occurred behind them. Noticing this, their eyes widened in surprise and confusion as they didn't know what was happening. They stopped and turned towards the direction of the explosion, trying to understand what had happened. The ground was littered with the remains of the carriage destroyed by the explosion and a corpse. As the smoke screen dissipated, a woman began to walk toward them, happy to have found them. It was none other than Ouroboros as a powerful energy surged from her body. She stared at them intently, and an excited smile spread across her face as she wondered why so much trash was gathered in this place. In the blink of an eye, guards carrying shields and swords surrounded Ureos. At the same time, from a rooftop, Vikier and Dolores were watching everything. Dolores was somewhat surprised as Ouroboros had appeared just as Vikier had said. Vikier, who was crouching beside her, began to stare intently at Ouroboros in silence. Ouroboros unsheathed her whip. Al and the others approached her and in a curious tone asked her how she had gotten here. Showing a calm expression and a smile, she explained that she had heard a report about the appearance of the Night Bloodhound. So, she came to check it out, but she had only found what she considered a gathering of stinking trash. Hearing this, their eyes widened with rage, and they couldn't help but grit their teeth hard as they couldn't believe how that insolent bastard dared. As the moon shone high in the sky, they ordered their men to kill her immediately. Hearing the order, they drew their swords and with a furious gaze began to charge towards her. Once they got a little closer, Uraoros's eyes began to shine with excitement. Without wasting a single second, she decided it was time to get serious. Just before the guards could react, she moved her whip like a thunderclap, cutting the guards' bodies to pieces. The guards' blood splattered on the faces of Al and the others, and their eyes widened in surprise and fear. They couldn't believe she had killed the guards in a single attack. As the corpses fell from the sky, Uraeos wiped the blood from her cheek with her finger and with a curious smile asked them if they were their leaders. M began to sweat like crazy and gritted his teeth in fear, not knowing what to say. But just then, Charles extended his hand and asked her to wait, questioning how she dared to act this way in front of them. With an arrogant expression, Charles began to point his finger at her, declaring that he was the god of the Manson cult. He added that now that he thought about it, she seemed to be his type, and if she became his 21st wife, he would make sure she avoided divine punishment. Just before Charles could finish his sentence, Cerberus moved like a thunderclap and with a whip crack severed Charles' head, sending it flying through the air. Noticing this, was paralyzed with fear. Unable to believe what his eyes were seeing, Uraeos began to stare intently at him with a piercing gaze, questioning with disdain how it was possible that someone who couldn't even block her attack dared to call himself a god. Elmani started to look at the ground and with a furious expression declared that he was not afraid of trash like her. With a determined expression, he began to point his finger at her, declaring that he would never surrender because he was the true god who had descended upon this world. Although deep down he was pissing his pants, Cerberus threw a bottle which hit Elman squarely in the face, causing the liquid to make contact with his skin. With a smile, Uraeos showed the bottle and asked that if he really was a god, nothing would happen to him, even if he touched holy water. Once the liquid made contact with Elmani's skin, it began to burn it like acid, causing him to start writhing in pain and screaming in agony. Cerberus turned the bottle to show the label, which had the symbol for poison. Then she put the bottle away, extended her hand, and with a cheerful smile began to walk towards M, telling him that now he was the only piece of trash left. M began to sweat like crazy and started to back away, begging for his life. He confessed that he was not a god or a priest, but just a cultist, a heretic. Uraberos began to stare intently at M with an excited smile, and with her so close, Alm's eyes filled with tears and fear as he pleaded with her to please spare him. She placed her foot next to Alm's face, revealing that she already knew. Seeing this, gritted his teeth and panicked, knowing this was not good. As a suffocating aura of energy emanated from Uraoros's body in an arrogant tone, she asked him what any of that mattered. M began to scream like a madman. Knowing he had no escape, she grew tired of all the talk and gave what he deserved. Now the ground was filled with blood and corpses. As if nothing had happened, she began to walk through the area. Uraeos began to carefully observe the corpses, wondering if they planned to use her in this way. She started to look at the ground and couldn't help but smile, hoping to meet him one day. Her eyes began to shine, and sticking out her tongue, she grew excited, as the only one who managed to provoke this in her was none other than the night bloodhound. Her thoughts were interrupted when a bright light emerged from the trees in the forest. Voices were heard shouting that they had heard a scream coming from beyond that forest and that this time they would catch her. Hearing this, she snapped out of her thoughts, turned around, felt furious, and gritted her teeth hard. Then she braced herself and with a leap disappeared from the place without a trace. On the ground was Alm, who was still alive, but his body was covered in whip wounds. Writhing in pain, he began to pant heavily. Vikir stood up and his gaze fixed on Alm. He explained to Dolores that he would handle the interrogation so she should find the document containing the information. Dolores began to watch Vikir attentively in silence. He reached a hand inside his clothes, then descended near Alm, pulled out the glowing Drabia pendant, and as his eyes shone, he demanded that he tell him everything he knew about the financing of these bastards. Once Alm opened his eyes, he saw Dukrabia's glowing eye, and it made it clear that before it, even silence was useless, and that he had to tell it everything he knew. Hypnotized by Dukrabia's power, Am began to spit out everything he knew, mentioning a ledger, the financing, and a top-secret document that was located under the carriage. Just then, someone noticed them in front of the temple and shouted to capture them all. Vikir stood up and turned around, while on the other hand, Dolores went on alert. Her eyes filled with concern. Dolores felt afraid, and Vikir became alert. He couldn't believe they had arrived so quickly. Not long after, someone carrying a spear slammed it hard against the ground. In the middle of the night, an army of guards arrived at the scene, only to find corpses and no trace of the night bloodhound or Uraros. At the same time, Dolores wiped the sweat from her cheek. She was panting heavily to catch her breath, but being far from the temple now, she felt relieved, as she had almost been caught. Vakir changed the subject and asked her if she had found the ledger. Showing the ledger and a confident smile, she nodded. Vakir took the book, and as his eyes shone with curiosity, he opened it and began to read in silence. With a sad look, Dolores mentioned that the people who were dead in front of the temple moments ago were absolutely unforgivable villains. The image of Charles and the others smiling wickedly came to her mind, as they were evil people who took advantage of people's hearts for their own gain. She remembered that the ground was littered with corpses and blood, and she understood that the method, though radical, was simple and definitive. This was what the night bloodhound meant by eradicating them all at once. After catching her breath, she stood up and with a curious gaze asked our boy how he had known that Cerberus would appear in this place. Vakir clenched his fist tightly, and noticing this, she felt somewhat confused. Under the moonlight, he revealed that it was the tycoon family, the bourgeois family. Dolores's attention fixed on the book, her eyes widening in confusion as she didn't know what our boy was talking about. Showing the book, Vakir revealed that they were the masterminds behind all of this. Vakir gave her the book, and she began to read. Our boy mentioned that if she looked at the accounting records, she would see that the heretics and sects had been receiving enormous funds from the bourgeois family. With this amount of money, they bought indulgences from the Old Testament faction and probably deepened the internal conflict between the Old and New Testament factions. In a confused tone, she asked why they would do something like that. Vakir began to look at the ground, imagining a golden tree, and explained that the most troublesome ability for demons was divine power. They had probably been planning for a long time to destroy the very foundation of this power. Our boy's eyes widened with certainty as he understood that all of this was likely a preemptive attempt to eliminate any obstacles before the age of destruction arrived. With a serious expression, Dolores asked him if this time he planned to assassinate the key figures of the bourgeois family. Vakir lifted his head and felt somewhat confused. Dolores placed her hand under her chin and began to ponder, pointing out that most members of the bourgeois family probably lived in mansions with strict security measures, and she wondered if it would really be possible to infiltrate and assassinate them in such a place. Vakir mentioned that they had to make them come looking for them this time. Hearing this, Dolores snapped out of her trance, her eyes widening in surprise. Showing a gold coin, Vakir explained that money attracts more money and they just needed to accumulate so much that the bourgeois family would want to contact them first. With a confident expression, our boy said that luckily he knew someone very rich. Several days later, our boy was somewhat annoyed. A woman began to stretch his cheeks and, calling him little brother, said that she had missed him very much. Vakir could do nothing but curse his situation. A woman with long dark hair is playfully pinching and stretching Vakir's cheeks, exclaiming with a huge smile how much she's missed her little brother. While Vakir endures this with a pained and annoyed look, his friends Sancho, Tudor, and Piggy watch from a distance, completely stunned. Tudor found it unbelievable that Vakir even had a family, and Piggy quietly told him that was rude. Sancho explained their confusion, noting that Vakir had never spoken about himself or his family, making the situation very strange. A flustered Tudor admitted he didn't even know why he was so shocked. The woman continued her overly affectionate act, leaning in very close to Vakir's face and asking if they should share a kiss after being apart for so long. Once Vakir's friends had left, the mood in the room changed completely. Vakir and the woman sat alone at a table, the act now over. He said it seemed everyone was finally gone. The woman, looking tired, rested her head in her hand and said she knew she had to come in person because the message was important. She suddenly winced in pain as an image flashed showing her face split with Cindy Wendy's, showing a red bump on her forehead. The woman complained that no brother in the world would hit his visiting older sister for showing a little affection. However, she quickly added that it was necessary to overact so much to remove any suspicion others might have about their relationship. She then sat back with her legs crossed, looking arrogant, and said he should be grateful she even bothered to visit him. Vakir cut the small talk short, telling her that was enough. He became serious and asked her directly how the trade with the natives of the sea was going. The woman's attitude immediately turned professional as well. She reported that things were going smoothly and that they had already completed 3 large trades. Vakir simply replied that it was good news. Following their business discussion, Vakir's expression turned serious as he began to ask another question. With his red eye glowing, he asked Wendy if there was any news on the whereabouts of the Balak tribe. Sindai Wendy closed her eyes and solemnly shook her head, telling him they still hadn't been able to find them. She explained that the tribe used to appear for every trade, but now they had vanished completely. She assured Vakir that they were actively tracking them, while he listened in silence. Vakir considered this information, thinking that something must have happened to the Balak tribe. An image of their powerful white-haired leader eyes came to his mind. He believed that with such an outstanding leader, he probably didn't need to worry too much about them. Changing the subject, Cindy Wendy then presented a large bag to Vikir. She explained that as he requested, the bag contained war funds. When opened, the bag was revealed to be overflowing with shining gold coins. With that business done, Cindy Wendy's expression grew grim. She told Vikir there was one last thing he needed to know. She then revealed the identity of their main target, the head of the Bourgeois family, a stern, bearded man named Bartholomew de Bourgeois. With her hands clasped and her own red eyes glowing with intensity, Cindy Wendy delivered the critical information. Bartholomew is the demon. Upon hearing that Bartholomew de Bourgeois is the demon, Vikir clasped his hands and processed the information. He had suspected that the one corrupting Quoetus, one of the 7 great families of the empire, would either be the family head or a very close aide. While he had expected this, having it confirmed directly made the weight of the situation feel much heavier. Cindy Wendy continued, reminding Vikir that as he knew the Bourgeois family was the wealthiest in the entire empire, she warned him that even if he wanted to make contact with them, the bag of gold she had brought would be far from enough to get them to even look his way. She offered to bring more funds if he needed them, but Vikir calmly said that this amount would be enough as seed money. Confused, Cindy Wendy questioned what he meant by seed money. Vikir explained that one cannot simply make contact with the Bourgeois family just by having a lot of money. They are only interested when the method of earning the money is interesting. Only then will they pay any attention. A sly grin spread across Vikir's face as he told her what he planned to do with the money. He revealed his target, the mock investment tournament, an event hosted by the Bourgeois family themselves. Holding up a flyer for the competition, Vikir confidently declared his plan to use his knowledge to win the tournament. Hearing this, Cindy Wendy's face twisted in absolute shock. Blue lightning crackling around her. She screamed that he was insane, shouting that his plan was nothing short of fraud. The scene shifts to a large grand building at night. Inside a dimly lit office, a man with long wavy blue hair named Veni Morg has been called. He enters and asks if he was summoned. The person who called him is a powerfully built man with long blonde hair holding a large ornate sword. This is Winston Smith, the principal of Calypso Academy. Vinci Morg looks slightly surprised as his eyes fall upon the principal's weapon. He recognizes it as a well, the Sword of Winter, and notes that since the principal is still armed, he must have just arrived. Vinci thinks about the principal's reputation as a legendary swordsman, a figure whose power was said to match the heads of the most powerful warrior families in the empire. Principal Smith smiles and motions for Veni to take a seat, saying that his time off ended sooner than expected. Once they are seated, the principal gets straight to the point, asking about the trouble he's heard Professor Sadi has been causing in his absence. Veni's expression turns to pure anger. He begins listing her offenses, which he claims are too many to even mention in full. He mentions her poor work ethic, her habit of drinking during class, and even attacking students. Leaning forward in frustration, Vinci declares that to be frank, Sadie isn't a professor, but a criminal who belongs in the notorious novel Vague prison. The principal raises a hand to calm Vinci down, telling him not to be so harsh. Though his own smile seems a bit forced, he then gives some context for Sadie's behavior. He explains that she is the last descendant of the Marquard, a family that was incredibly infamous before the empire's unification. The principal adds that the previous head of the Saad family is in fact currently imprisoned in New Velvetic. Principal Smith addressed Veni, stating that he still believed there was a good side to everyone and that this must also be true for Professor Sadi. Vinci, clearly frustrated and thinking the principal was being naive, warned him that the final exams and parent-teacher conferences were fast approaching. He insisted that if Sadi caused problems again, as she did during the midterms, the situation would become completely unmanageable. The principal's solution was simple. He instructed Vinci to exclude her from any practical duties and to keep her out of the public eye as much as possible. Internally, Vinci was fuming with frustration, realizing that the principal had no intention of even considering disciplinary action or dismissal for Sadi. Standing up stiffly, Vinci curtly acknowledged the principal's decision, saying that if that's what he wanted, then it would be done. He then stated that since there was nothing left to discuss, he would take his leave. Vinci turned and walked out of the office, leaving Principal Smith sitting alone in the moonlight, thinking about the situation in silence. The scene shifts to a meeting of the Oracle Mock Investment Club. Piggy rushes in excitedly, holding a large stack of papers and reports to Dueris that he has gathered all the requested information on the personal details and recent activities of the young masters of the Bourgeois family. Meanwhile, Sinclair stands proudly before a chalkboard announcing that she has completed a perfect analysis of the schedule, system, and structure of the upcoming mock investment tournament. Standing at the head of the table, Dolores, the club's vice president, praises them both for their excellent work. A determined glint appears in her eye. The story flashes back to a secret meeting between Doris and Vakir, who is disguised as the Night Hound, stunned by the bag of gold coins on the table between them. Doris asked where he could have possibly gotten so much money. Vakir reminded her that he had mentioned having a very rich friend. He explained that their plan was to use this seed money to earn even more, which would attract the attention of the bourgeois family's leadership. He told her that since he couldn't act in his own identity, it was her role to grow this fortune. He assured her that he would instruct her on the methods for making money later. Vikier had one additional instruction for her. He told her to find 2 capable individuals to handle the clerical, administrative, and other secretarial work so they could proceed with their plan smoothly. Returning to the present, Doris looks at Piggy and Sinclair, the very people she recruited for this task. After they beat out numerous other competitors, she overhears them bickering with Sinclair, correcting Piggy that they beat exactly 108 applicants. A wave of guilt and determination washes over Dolores. She clenches her fist, knowing that these 2 innocent students have no idea they are preparing for a battle against a demon. Though she has already put plans in place to protect them from the fallout, she resolves to keep them safe. Piggy then approaches the table and asks a very practical question. He points out that since the mock investment tournament is just a simulation, he wonders why they need real seed money. Leaning forward with a confident, almost mischievous smile, Dolores begins to explain. She reveals that it's because they are going to be making real investments. The revelation leaves both Piggy and Sinclair utterly speechless and shouting in shock. Doris passionately declared their dual goal. Not only would they win the mock investment tournament, but they would also make a massive financial profit in the process. With a confident smile, she announced that she would take full responsibility for any negative consequences. Though she privately knew that the Night Hound was the one truly taking the risk. Piggy and Sinclair huddled together, whispering nervously. Piggy worriedly asked if their vice president could be planning to scam them, but Sinclair quickly dismissed the idea, saying she didn't believe Doris was that kind of person. After a moment, they turned back to Dolores with bright, trusting smiles. They declared that since she was so determined, they would follow her completely. They even admitted that the idea of using real money sounded much more exciting. Internally, Doris was filled with gratitude for their unwavering trust. Feeling optimistic, Piggy suggested they should ask his young Vikir to join them. Sinclair immediately agreed, pointing out that having Vikir on their team would be a huge help. The mention of Vikir's name caught Doris completely off guard, causing a bead of sweat to trickle down her face as she became visibly flustered. Piggy explained that Vikir had recently shown a keen interest in economics, reading the newspaper every morning, and added that Vikir was the kind of reassuring friend who brought a sense of calm just by being present. After a moment of thought, Dolores turned away slightly and asked Piggy to pass a message to Vikir the next time he saw him, an invitation to join their club. While Piggy seemed a little hesitant, Sinclair was overjoyed, pumping her fists and cheering at the idea. Piggy then noticed something about Dolores's expression, remarking that it looked familiar. He recalled that she had the exact same look on her face when she had come to their dorm looking for Vikir some time ago. As if prompted by the memory, Dolores turned and began walking away down a sunlit corridor. She told them to finish organizing the materials and head home, explaining that she had something to take care of and was leaving ahead of them. Sinclair watched her go, a hint of concern on her face. As Dolores walked alone down a sunlit corridor, her mind was completely filled with thoughts of Vikier. She recalled all the times she had wanted to speak with him but couldn't find the words. She remembered when he asked to name the scholarship after Perry and how she wished she could have talked with him about it since he was there for Perry's final moments. She also thought of the time he fought on her behalf and how he had supported her during the student council election. She realized she had always wanted to simply thank him. Thinking back, she recognized there had been so many opportunities to have a real conversation with him. From their time in the northern forests to the battle against the demon Andromaeus, but she had failed to take any of them. She admitted to herself that whenever she was in front of him, she became flustered and couldn't speak properly. Even when she was with the mysterious Night Hound, her thoughts would inevitably drift back to Vakir. Steeling her resolve, she wondered if today would finally be the day she could say what she needed to say. Her thoughts were interrupted when she found herself standing directly in front of Vakir, who looked surprised to see her and asked what was wrong. Taking a deep breath and looking down for a moment to gather her courage, Doris began to speak his name. Then, with a blush on her cheeks and a look of pure determination in her eyes, she looked directly at him and announced loudly that she had something she needed to tell him. Vakir stared back at Dolores, his red eyes wide with surprise. Dolores, blushing but determined, began to speak, telling Vakir that there was something she needed to confess to him. Just as she was about to continue, Vakir suddenly cut her off, asking her to wait a moment. Before she could react, Vakir closed the distance between them and told her to please stay still, which startled her. Now standing face to face, Dolores's heart began to pound in her chest as she blushed, wondering why he was so close when she hadn't even said anything yet. His hand moved and he gently patted her on the head. Confused but flustered, Dolores closed her eyes, wondering what he was doing. The real reason for his action was then revealed as Vakir pulled his hand away. He was holding the pendant, Dicarabia, with the terrified little spider clinging to it. Both were sweating, having been caught hiding in Dolores's hair. The mood turned menacing as Vakir glared down at his two demonic items, furiously thinking what they were doing there and silently cursing Dicarabia. The little spider, shaking in fear, tried to explain that it was just sightseeing with the perverted spider, trying to blame Dicarabia. Vakir's expression grew even darker as he made a silent, chilling promise to deal with them both once they were back in his room. Unaware of this silent drama, Dolores saw Vakir's dark expression and quietly called out his name. Vakir quickly hid the pendant and spider behind his back and turned to her with a neutral expression. He explained that there was a bug on her head and he was just removing it, apologizing if he made her uncomfortable. A flustered Dolores touched her hair and told him it was okay, thanking him before trying to remember what she was about to say. After Vakir asked what she wanted to say, Dolores's courage completely disappeared and she blushed intensely. Panicking, she threw her hands up and insisted it was nothing strange. Internally scolding herself for almost confessing her feelings, she quickly changed the subject, asking if he was interested in the mock investment tournament. Vakir calmly asked if she meant the upcoming competition. Still flustered, Dolores confirmed that she, Piggy, and Sinclair had formed a club to participate and timidly invited him to join. However, Vakir politely declined. He explained that besides his newspaper duties, he simply didn't have time for other club activities. Dolores was visibly disappointed, saying he had to leave. Vakir turned and began to walk away, still holding the troublesome pendant and spider behind his back. Dolores tried to act cheerful, waving goodbye and telling him to take care. They began to walk in opposite directions. Just as they were about to part, Vakir called out to her, making her stop in surprise. He turned back slightly and wished her good luck in the competition. This unexpected encouragement caught Dolores completely off guard, and she blushed even more deeply, stammering a quiet thank you as she touched her hair in a flustered but happy way. The story jumps forward 2 weeks. In the grand courtyard of a building, Dolores, Piggy, and Sinclair are standing in a room, completely surrounded by huge stacks of shining gold coins. They are speechless, shocked, and in disbelief. Piggy exclaims that it's the first time he has ever seen so much money and praises Dolores, wondering how she achieved this in such a short time. Dolores herself is just as stunned, thinking that she never imagined the money-making method taught to her by the Nighthound would be this successful. The scene then flashes back 2 weeks, showing the secret meeting between Dolores and the Night-Eye Hound. He explained his plan to her. The first step was to select 960 gullible investors. The second step was to divide that group in half. To the first 480 people, they would send a prediction that a specific investment would rise. To the other 480, they would send the opposite prediction. The third step was a process of elimination. As one prediction would be correct, they were to take the group that received the correct information and repeat the process, split them, send conflicting predictions, and get rid of the group that received the wrong one. They were to continue this for 5 days until only a small group of 30 people remained. The Nighthound explained that those who got the wrong predictions would lose faith, leaving only a core group of believers. To these final 30 people, it would seem as if the Oracle Club's predictions were perfect. He predicted that once this was done, they wouldn't even have to look for investors. Word of their perfect track record would spread, and people would come to them begging to have their money invested, which is exactly what happened. The Nighthound's final instruction was for Dolores to gather all the money from these investors along with the seed money he had provided and invest every last coin into the Cindy Merchant Group. At the time, Dolores was deeply concerned, questioning the idea of putting such a huge sum into a single venture. She pointed out the immense risk, worrying that if the investment failed, the financial losses would be huge and the investors would turn against them. The scene returns to the flashback where the Nighthound confidently addressed Dolores's concerns. With his red eyes glowing, he assured her that he personally vouched for the business skills of the person in charge of the Sendai Wendy Merchant Group. He predicted that the investment would yield an unbelievable amount of profit. Back in the present day, Dolores stood in stunned silence, still trying to process the incredible outcome of his plan. While she was lost in thought, Piggy and Sinclair were gleefully playing in the mountains of gold, making money angels. Watching them, Dolores couldn't help but wonder about the true extent of the Nighthound's mysterious abilities. Later that night, under a full moon, Dolores, now dressed in a simple nightgown, cautiously opened a window on a high rooftop. Peeking out, she saw the person she was waiting for and confirmed that the Nighthound had arrived for their meeting. He stood against the moon, saying he was a little late. Dolores smiled, explaining that she was also delayed because she had to avoid being seen. They sat together on the rooftop. Dolores asked if he had any trouble finding this specific unmarked location. The Nighthound replied that it wasn't very difficult for him. His easy answer sparked a sudden suspicion in Dolores's mind. She wondered how he could have known the exact meeting spot unless he was somehow connected to the academy. Secretly, she pulled out a small, ornate item, the Mirror of Truth, which could reveal the true face of anyone reflected in it. For a moment, she considered using it to uncover his identity. However, she quickly decided against it. She resolved to trust him, believing that he would eventually tell her who he was when he was ready. With that thought, she put the mirror away. Sitting on the rooftop, the Nighthound got straight to business, asking Dolores about the outcome of their investment plan. Dolores reported with great excitement that it had been a massive success. She expressed her amazement, admitting she never realized he was not only a skilled fighter, but also an exceptional investor. The Nighthound stood up and looked out over the Moonlight Academy, declaring that only the final stage remained before their decisive battle. Dolores, still seated, asked what he meant by the final stage. He explained that to attack the secretly operating bourgeois family, they would need to recruit an insider, someone who could be their key to unlocking the family's secrets. The person they needed, he specified, had to be someone in a key position within the family, but also against the current family head, Bartholomew. Dolores was skeptical, pointing out that anyone in such a high position would likely be treated very well and would have no reason to be an enemy of the family head. She questioned if such a person even existed. In response, the Nighthound simply handed her a rolled-up newspaper. As they both looked at it, Dolores noted that it was a very old issue of a financial paper. She began to read an article about the succession conflict within the bourgeois family. The article stated that the most likely successor at the time was the eldest son, Bartholomew. As she continued reading, her eyes widened in surprise as she came across another name. The Nighthound explained that this person was a silver medalist in the family's game of succession. He had tried for the position of family head but ultimately lost. This person was the second son, Damien de Bourgeois, who currently served as the director of the Imperial Mint. The Nighthound reasoned that while Damien's political defeat had weakened his influence within the family, his current position was more than enough to make him a powerful insider. Upon hearing the name, Dolores recognized him, explaining that he was the one who had overseen the bourgeois family's quest during the second round of the University League. She was shocked to learn he had once fought his brother for control of the family. Finally, she turned to the Nighthound and asked the most important question. How are they going to make contact with Director Damien? The scene shifts to a grand celebration taking place in the city at night. With a spectacular fireworks display lighting up the sky inside a lavishly decorated hall, guests are arriving in elegant attire. The sound of their formal shoes echoes on the polished floor as wine glasses clink together in cheerful toasts. The grand ballroom is filled with high society guests mingling and enjoying the extravagant feast. Leaning against a golden railing and observing the lively event is Dolores. She is dressed beautifully in a light blue ball gown, her hair styled up and a rose choker around her neck. She looks slightly flushed and overwhelmed as she takes in the bustling scene, acknowledging to herself that she has arrived at the party. The night sky above a grand estate was filled with the bright explosions of colorful fireworks showing a major celebration was happening. Inside the fancy ballroom, a string quartet played elegant music as high society guests mingled, danced, and enjoyed the party. To get the crowd's attention, someone tapped a spoon against a wine glass, the clear sound ringing through the hall. The guests all turned their attention to a balcony overlooking the ballroom floor. Standing there were Piggy and Sinclair, the hosts of the party. A visibly nervous and sweating Piggy began to speak, introducing them as members of the Oracle Club. Shaking with stage fright, Piggy stammered through a thank you to all the guests for coming. He then announced that their club's vice president, Dolores, would give the official welcoming speech. The three of them stood together, looking down at the crowd of expectant faces filling the ballroom below. Dolores took a moment to calm herself with a deep breath. Stepping forward with confidence, she placed a hand over her heart and gracefully began her speech once again, offering a sincere thank you to everyone for joining them on this special occasion. Continuing her speech from the balcony, Dolores explained to the crowd that they saw the party as a precious chance to personally greet the respected seniors of the financial world. As she spoke, she clasped her hands together and a bright golden light began to shine from them, a display of her divine power. She finished her speech with a sincere wish, hoping that the connections made that evening would not be short-lived, but would grow into lasting relationships. The golden light washed over the entire ballroom, bathing the guests in its warm, holy glow. They all looked up in complete awe, totally captivated by the powerful blessing. One guest, looking up with an amazed expression, said to his friend that this must be the legendary blessing of the saints, noting how truly dazzling it was. Unseen by the enchanted crowd, another person moved silently through the party. It was Vikir, perfectly disguised as a waiter with a masquerade mask covering the top half of his face. He carried a tray of wine glasses, his expression unreadable as he watched the scene he and Dolores had so carefully planned. The story flashes back to the conversation between Dolores and the Night Hound on the moonlight rooftop, revealing how the grand party came to be. Upon hearing his plan, Dolores had exclaimed in shock, "A party?" The Night Hound confirmed it, telling her to host a luxurious party and send invitations to all the wealthy elites of the empire. With Damien de Bourgeois being a key guest, he assured her that since rumors about the Oracle Club's incredible success had already spread through the financial world, their reputation would guarantee that the invitations were taken seriously. Dolores, however, was still worried about the practical side of things, asking how they could possibly afford such an expensive event. A look of realization came over her face as she looked at him, and he confirmed her unspoken suspicion. The Night Hound explained that the profits from their investment were so huge that even after paying back all their investors with large dividends, they would have more than enough money left to cover the party's costs. With the financial worries taken care of, a new anxiety took hold of Dolores. She clasped her hands nervously, her expression filled with self-doubt. She looked down and quietly asked if she would truly be able to successfully host a party filled with such powerful and important people. Looking at her, the Night Hound offered a simple reassurance. He told her that he, of course, planned to sneak into the party as well. Her eyes widened in surprise and relief. He stood up, explaining that he needed to be there in order to make contact with Damien. Hearing that he would be there with her, Dolores's confidence was completely restored. Her face lit up with a bright, determined smile. Clasping her hands together with new excitement, she declared that if he was going to be there, then she would do her best and give it her all. Back at the party, Vikir moved through the crowd, disguised as a waiter. He noted with satisfaction that despite her earlier worries, Dolores was handling her role as hostess perfectly. However, his main concern was whether their primary target had accepted the invitation. He scanned the room, which was filled with famous figures from across the Empire's financial world, wondering if Damien de Bourgeois was among them. Peeking from behind a pillar, his eyes carefully looked over the guests. Soon, a small, triumphant smile touched his lips as he finally found his target. Seated in a private lounge area, sipping a glass of red wine, was the man himself, Damien J. Bourgeois, the director of the Imperial Mint. Damien was discussing the party's hosts with his friends. He said that the rumors about the Student Investment Club were true. They had not only done well in a mock tournament, but had also made a real fortune. The sheer size and luxury of the party was undeniable proof of their success. One of the men with him commented that the students must have learned a valuable lesson about the power of money, suggesting they now understood that it could achieve anything. Another man, however, disagreed, arguing that money, while powerful, was not all powerful. He posed a rhetorical question about the things money couldn't solve. To illustrate his point, he offered an example, suggesting that money couldn't, for instance, bring the dead back to life. The seemingly innocent comment had a profound effect on Damien. His expression instantly darkened, his face twisting with what looked like deep pain or anger, and he gripped his wineglass tightly. The topic had clearly hit a deep and personal nerve. The casual remark about not being able to bring the dead back to life struck Damien with immense force. His hand trembled, splashing the wine in his glass, and his friends looked on in shock at his sudden, strong reaction. Without a word, he abruptly stood up to leave. Confused, one of the men asked where Director Damien was going. Trying to compose himself, Damien turned his back to them and gave a short excuse, explaining that he felt a bit warm from the wine and was just stepping outside for some fresh air. As he walked away, his friends were left confused, wondering what they could have possibly said to cause such a dark expression to cross his face. From a distance, Vikir, still in his waiter disguise, had watched the entire exchange. He saw his opportunity. Damien sought refuge on a quiet balcony, standing alone under the full moon, clearly trying to calm the painful memories the conversation had stirred up. His solitude was soon broken by a voice from behind him. It was the masked waiter, Vikir, who had followed him. He stepped out of the shadows and posed a direct question, asking if the director truly believed there were things in the world that money could not do. Damien turned to face the masked waiter, questioning why he would ask such a philosophical question at that particular time and place. Vikir offered a polite apology for disturbing him, explaining that he had simply found the earlier conversation about the limits of money to be very interesting. Vikir then answered his own question, stating that there are indeed things money can't do. Damien, looking up from the balcony railing, agreed strongly, adding that there were a great many such things. He explained his philosophy, stating that money was merely a tool to achieve a goal. He looked up at the sky and said that the things money couldn't accomplish were as numerous as the stars, and that this limitation was part of what defined humanity. Seemingly ending the conversation, Damien walked past Vikir and placed a hand on his shoulder in a clear warning. He advised the waiter that eavesdropping was a dangerous hobby for someone of his station, and that learning to hold his tongue was key to a long life. As Damien turned to leave, Vikir stopped him with one final mysterious question. He asked, "Of all the countless stars representing things money can't buy, which one was the most distant and the brightest?" Vikir's red eyes seemed to glow as he delivered his devastating final line. He suggested that the brightest, most impossible star was perhaps the chance to meet one's dead daughter. The word struck Damien with the force of a physical blow, his face twisting in pure shock and horror, revealing that Vikir had just exposed his deepest and most painful secret. Enraged and his face twisted with fury, Damien declared that the masked waiter clearly didn't understand words. He drew his ornate sword, stating that his payment for his rudeness, he would take one of his arms. With a furious cry, Damon lunged forward, swinging his sword with deadly intent. However, Vikir met the attack with shocking ease. A glowing red dagger appeared in his hand, and he effortlessly deflected the sword strike, much to Damien's disbelief. Holding the demonical-looking blade, Vikir calmly and pointedly asked his question again. "Don't you want to meet your daughter?" Damien pushed past his breaking point. Damien snarled, realizing his opponent had no fear of death. He unleashed his own power, and his sword transformed into a serrated chainsaw-like blade of pure golden energy, which he brought down with immense force. But the attack was useless. With a single powerful swing of his red dagger, Vikir completely shattered Damien's weapon. The force of the impact sent Damien staggering back, his face a mask of sweat and utter shock. Utterly defeated and overwhelmed, he demanded to know the true identity of this mysterious and impossibly strong waiter. Standing confidently under the full moon, his red dagger glowing with ominous power, Vikir revealed himself. He declared that he was the Nighthound and he had come to make a deal with Damien. Under the full moon, the Nighthound made his offer clear. He told Damon J. Bourgeois that he had come to make him a deal he couldn't refuse. He then revealed the core of his offer. He would make it possible for Damien to meet his deceased daughter, Juliette J. Bourgeois. Damien, however, was not convinced as the Nighthound expected. He said that while he didn't know how a criminal could arrange a meeting with the dead, the Nighthound was wrong about one key fact. With a look of pained certainty, Damien declared that his daughter was not dead. This news caught Vikir completely by surprise. His information from Cindy Wendy had been clear. Juliette died in a carriage accident at a young age. He knew that in a situation this tense, Damon would have no reason to lie. Seeing the Nighthound's confusion, Damien let his broken sword fall to the ground. He confirmed that he was not lying and decided there was no longer any need for secrets. Offering to tell his story, he began by reciting the Bourgeois family motto, "To be not to be seen." He explained that the family's tragedy began with this belief, which was central to their succession trial. Damien described the unique trial of the Bourgeois family. To become the true successor, a candidate must have their family name and status hidden and go out into the world as a commoner. They must succeed using only their own skills, a tradition meant to prevent them from becoming spoiled nobles who relied on their family name. He explained that both he and his brother Bartholomew each had one daughter, and both girls were sent into society with their identities hidden to undergo this trial. He spoke of his own daughter Juliette with great pride, recalling his complete faith in her exceptional talent even after he had lost the fight for succession against his brother. He believed that Juliette would succeed and rise to the very top of the family. However, his expression turned to one of pain as he remembered how those hopes were cruelly broken. He recalled the day Juliette came to him in desperation. During her time as a commoner, she had fallen in love with a man of low birth named Romeo. She begged her father to help pay for Romeo's hospital bills, willing to give up her position as a successor to save the man she loved. Damien described Romeo as a man with nothing, no background, no talent, and no future. His only good quality was that he was kind and friendly to everyone, regardless of their status. Continuing his story on the moonlit balcony, Damien recalled his reaction to his daughter's plea. He confessed that at that moment he was filled with rage. He felt that this worthless man, Romeo, had ruined the daughter he had so carefully raised to restore his own honor. As Juliette continued to beg him to save Romeo's life, promising that the boy would soon die without treatment, Damien's anger only grew. In a cold fury, he ordered his men to drag Romeo away. Juliette screamed in protest, trying to stop them, but she was powerless as they hauled the sick man away. Damon recounted that it all came to a climax on a rainy day. In front of a weeping Juliet, Damon had Romeo brutally beaten, believing that such a harsh lesson would force her to come to her senses. Standing over them in the rain, Damien coldly told his daughter to stop her foolishness. He told her that because of her irresponsible actions, she had been stripped of her status as a successor and would now have to live her life as a failure. But Juliet did not break. Kneeling in the rain beside the man she loved, she looked up at her father and told him that Romeo was precious to her. He was the first person who had ever made her truly happy and seen her for who she was, not as a tool for her father's honor. With tears streaming down her face, her sadness turned to pure rage. She accused her father of cruelly destroying the one good thing in her life. Damien recalled his deep shock at seeing such an expression on his daughter's face for the first time. A look of genuine, deep-seated hatred. The most devastating part was realizing that all of that hatred was directed at him. In that moment of defiance, Juliet helped Romeo into a carriage and fled into the storm, leaving as if she never intended to return. Snapping out of his shock, Damon sent his mounted guards after them. And it was then, he explained, the accident happened. In the chaos of the storm, the horses were startled by thunder. On the slippery rains, slicked road, the carriage lost control and crashed violently. Damon revealed that his daughter survived the wreck without a single scratch. Romeo had shielded her with his own body, sacrificing his life to save hers. When Juliet awoke after the accident and learned that Romeo was dead, the shock was too much for her to bear. She fainted from the grief, and as Damien finished his tragic story, he revealed that she has been in a coma ever since, never waking up. Overwhelmed by sadness and desperation, Damien clutched his head in pain. He cried out that he had already tried everything he could think of to wake his daughter, from medicine and poisons to even holy power. But every single attempt had failed. With tears in his eyes, he confessed that he would give anything, his entire fortune, everything he had, just for the chance to see Juliet's smiling face one more time and offer her a sincere apology for what he had done. Seizing the moment of absolute weakness, the Night Hound stepped forward. He asked that if he could provide the means for Damien to apologize to his daughter. Would Damien truly be willing to give everything he had to him? Seeing the tears streaming down the broken man's face, it was clear the offer had hit its mark. The scene shifts forward 1 month to a large candle-lit room in Damien de Bourgeois' mansion. Damien stood with the Night Hound before a large bed, explaining that this was the place. On the bed, surrounded by a sea of white and pink flowers, lay a beautiful young woman with long white hair. Damon introduced her as his daughter Juliet J. Bourgeois. As the Night Hound looked at the Komiomeo's young woman, he found her face to be strangely familiar. Just then, Damon turned to him with a questioning look. He asked why the Night Hound had brought a child with him, reminding him that their arrangement was supposed to be kept in the strictest confidence. From behind the Night Hound's cloak, a small girl in a witch's hat and robes timidly peeked out. It was Perry. The Night Hound placed a reassuring hand on Perry's head, causing her to blush. He explained to Damien that she was a very capable sorceress who was necessary to call forth Juliet's soul, and he personally vouched for her skills. Crouching down to Perry's level, the Night Hound encouraged her, telling her that her soul resonance ability was top level and that she just needed to show them what she could do without being afraid. Clutching a small wand, Perry nodded confidently, replying that with the staff her uncle had given her, she could definitely do it. With her resolve strengthened, Perry stepped onto a stone pedestal at the foot of Juliet's bed, holding the wand given to her by her uncle. With both hands, she prepared to begin the soul-summoning ritual. As she focused, her eyes began to glow with an intense, magical purple light. The candles surrounding the bed flared up with the same energy, and a powerful surge of magic erupted from her, filling the entire room with swirling purple light. The spell was a success. A glowing spiritual form began to appear from Juliet's Komomao's body. Damien watched in complete shock and awe as the spiritual energy took shape before him, whispering his daughter's name in disbelief. However, it was not just Juliet's soul that appeared. The spirit of Romeo materialized beside her. Damien watched, stunned, as his daughter's spirit gently rested her head against the shoulder of the man she loved. The sight of the two lovers reunited in spirit completely broke Damien. Overwhelmed by decades of guilt and regret, he collapsed to his knees. With tears streaming down his face, he confessed that he had been wrong about everything. He begged the spirits not to forgive him, calling himself a piece of trash for ignoring his daughter's feelings and trampling on their sincere love out of his own selfish pride. He told them they could resent him for the rest of his life, but through his sobs, he pleaded that Juliet still had to live, and that was why he needed to wake her up no matter the cost. His emotional confession was suddenly interrupted by Perry. She pointed towards the two spirits and revealed a shocking truth to Damien. She explained that Juliet was not trapped. She had the power to return to her body on her own. The reason she remained in a coma was because she was choosing not to return. Her soul had been purposefully searching for Romeo's so that they could perish together. Stunned into silence, Damon looked at the spiritual form of his daughter and asked her if what the little girl said was really true. The spirit of Juliet silently nodded, confirming that she had indeed chosen to stay in a coma to be with Romeo. The truth shattered what little hope Damon had left, and he wept openly, his face a picture of utter despair and heartbreak. He was forced to confront the full weight of his actions. It was his fault that Juliet almost died, his fault that Romeo had to sacrifice himself to save her, and his fault that his daughter ultimately chose death to be reunited with the man she loved. He understood with painful clarity that he could not turn back time. No matter what he said, no matter how deeply he regretted his choices, nothing could change the tragic past. A new resolve settled over him. He realized that dwelling on his regret was useless. It was time to think about what he could do for his daughter. Now, in this final moment, his thoughts were spurred on by Perry, who warned that they were running out of time. She explained that while Juliet's soul had merely left her body, Romeo was truly dead and would soon have to pass on to the afterlife, as was the natural order of things. Looking at the two spirits, Damien finally knew what he had to do. This would be the last thing he could ever do for his daughter. As if reading his mind, the Night Hound's voice echoed, explaining that the bond between souls is eternal and does not change with the passage of time. The scene transformed into a spiritual wedding ceremony. An officiant who appeared as a white-haired angelic version of Damien himself began to speak to the spirits of the bride and groom. He asked Romeo and Juliet if they would accept their shared destiny, embrace each other's souls, and promise to love one another for eternity. In the spiritual space, the souls of Romeo and Juliet joined hands. Responding to the officiant's question, they both answered with a resounding and joyful yes, their spiritual forms glowing brightly with happiness and tears of relief. Looking at each other with pure love, Juliet told Romeo she loved him, and he tearfully returned the sentiment. With a peaceful and accepting smile, the spiritual Damien, acting as both father and officiant, declared that the two were now officially husband and wife. With the ceremony complete, Juliet's spirit turned and flew into the arms of her real grieving father, calling out to him one last time. As they embraced, she tearfully apologized to him, but also thanked him with all her heart for making a choice that was for her, a choice that would allow her to be happy. Damien held his daughter's spirit tightly, his entire body trembling with the overwhelming emotion of this final precious moment. As the Night Hound, Perry, and the spirit of Romeo looked on, Damon gave his daughter his final blessing. He tearfully told her to be happy, insisting that she and Romeo must find happiness together in the afterlife. He then told his daughter that he loved her as his words of love reached her. Juliet's spirit began to glow with a brilliant golden light and peacefully vanish. With her last breath, she returned his words, telling him she loved him too. Damien was left kneeling alone in the now quiet room. The echo of his daughter's voice calling for her dad, the only thing remaining. Back on the bed of flowers, the long ordeal was finally over. A serene, peaceful smile graced the face of Juliet's physical body as her soul, finally, at peace and reunited with its love, departed from the world. In the dimly lit room, a heartbroken Damien knelt, gently holding his daughter Juliet's lifeless hand as tears streamed down his face. The young sorceress, Pomerian, watched with wide, innocent eyes. Tugging on the Night Hound's cloak, she asked her uncle why that man was crying. The Night Hound quietly explained that it was likely because of a mix of gratitude, sorrow, and love. Confused, Pomerian asked why someone would cry if they felt gratitude and love. Thinking those feelings should bring happiness, the Night Hound simply told her it was a complicated emotion she would understand as she grew older. After a moment, Damien stood up, his face still sad, but with a new calm. He turned to the Night Hound and Pomerian and offered his sincere thanks to them both. He said that thanks to them, he was able to do his duty as a father one last time. Dismissing any need for more words of thanks, he said they were not necessary. Instead, the Night Hound held out his hand, his eyes glowing through his mask. He reminded Damien that there was something he owed him. Without hesitation, Damon knelt before the Night Hound. With his head bowed, he solemnly declared his oath, promising to give everything he had to the Night Hound. Looking up with a look of firm determination in his now purple eyes, Damien told the Night Hound to ask for anything he wanted. The Night Hound's answer was simple and chilling as he demanded the neck of his target. With his red eye glowing with a murderous look, the Night Hound stated his one price for the favor. He wanted the head of Bartholomew, the current head of the bourgeois family. In a quiet gazebo overlooking a moonlit garden, a secret meeting took place. Damien de Bourgeois stood with the Night Hound, and our boy introduced the third person there, Dolores, who he explained was an ally who would be helping them. Damon greeted her formally as the Saintest of Quo Vadis, noting that they had not met in such a serious way since the University League quest. Shaking Damien's hand, replied that the honor was all hers. She was still in disbelief that they had actually managed to get Director Damien as their insider, secretly wondering what could have happened to make him turn against his own family head. Wasting no time, the Night Hound got straight to the point, his red eye glowing. He declared that the reason for their meeting was to create a plan for the assassination of Bartholomew, the head of the bourgeois family. Damien, his expression grim, told them that he had already made the necessary plans. He explained that he had used his trusted people within the family to spread rumors about the Oracle Club's incredible success, knowing it would catch his brother's interest. The plan was a success. As a result, he had managed to get a dinner appointment with Bartholomew himself. The words shocked Dolores. She asked if he meant that dinner, the one she had only heard about in rumors. Damon confirmed her suspicions. It was the infamous dinner in the vault, an exclusive and legendary experience that only the most important people in the Empire were ever invited to. He began to explain the details of the vault. The bourgeois family has a bizarre vault, a massive 50-meter cube with unbreakable walls made from mithril and orichalcum. This vault is a true iron fortress completely sealed off from the outside world by powerful anti-teleportation magic and filled with mountains of gold and priceless treasures. Finally, Damien revealed the most important piece of information and the key to their plan. Bartholomew has a strange habit. Whenever he has an important meeting or meal, he always has it alone inside this vault for exactly 1 hour. Thinking about this new information, a bead of sweat ran down Dolores's face as she realized what it meant. An entire hour, completely cut off from all outside eyes and ears, was the perfect undisturbed chance for their plan. However, she quickly raised a good point. She asked Damon why Bartholomew would ever put himself in such a risky position, questioning if he wasn't worried about being assassinated while locked alone in the vault with a guest. Damien crossed his arms, admitting that while it was a logical fear, he had strangely never seen his brother show any concern about it. Before Damien could explain more, the Night Hound interrupted with the chilling truth. He explained that Bartholomew felt no fear because he was a demon who had absolute power. The news stunned Damien, who started to question what he just heard. The Night Hound cut him off, handing him a rolled-up document. He told Damon not to worry about that for now, and to focus on the plan. The plan was for the Night Hound's team to face Bartholomew inside the vault. While Damien's important role was to help them from the outside, the Night Hound leaned in, stressing that Damien's part in the plan was the most important thing for ensuring Bartholomew's defeat. As Damien and Dolores looked at the document, wondering what it was, their expressions turned into pure total shock. Stuttering in disbelief, Damon realized that this plan was much bigger than just the bourgeois family. Dolores came to the same horrifying conclusion. If this plan was carried out, it could bring the entire empire to ruin. The scene then shifts to the day of the dinner. The wheels of a wooden carriage creaked as it traveled along a dirt road toward the bourgeois estate. Inside, Piggy and Sinclair were talking excitedly with Dolores. Piggy was almost bouncing with joy, saying he still couldn't believe their Oracle Club had won first place in the investment tournament, and now they were on their way to have dinner with the head of the bourgeois family. He said how incredibly excited he was. He turned to Sinclair, asking if she was excited too. With a bright smile, she enthusiastically agreed. However, her happy expression soon turned a bit sad. Looking out the window, she quietly added that she wished her young Vikir could have come with them. Piggy looked confused, asking Sinclair why she had suddenly brought up Vikir. Sinclair explained that Vikir had once promised to visit her family's home, which surprised Piggy even more. Seeing his reaction, Sinclair quickly took it back, saying it was nothing and that she just felt a bit sad because Vikir seemed so busy lately. Piggy agreed, adding that he had also found it hard to even find time to share a meal with Vikir recently. Suddenly, as if remembering something important, Piggy's attitude changed completely. He excitedly unrolled a long scroll, proudly announcing that he had prepared a full list of questions to ask the head of the bourgeois family. He began to enthusiastically list off the topics, which ranged from serious economic questions about the empire's future to a more simple question about what the super-rich even eat for their meals. As Piggy and Sinclair chattered excitedly, completely unaware of the real reason for their visit, Dolores watched them with a quiet, sad expression. A wave of guilt washed over her as she thought about the danger she was leading her innocent friends into. "I'm sorry, you guys," she thought to herself just as their carriage pulled up to the gates of the magnificent bourgeois estate. The massive, fancy gates swung open, and the three students were led inside. They walked into a lavishly decorated waiting room, their eyes wide with awe at the pure luxury of their surroundings. A well-dressed man with dark hair acting as their guide politely told them that they should wait there for a moment. After Dolores thanked him, The man bowed slightly and told them to make themselves comfortable before leaving. While waiting, Piggy and Sinclair made themselves comfortable in the fancy room. Piggy commented on how luxurious everything was, saying that the sofa alone was 100 times better than their beds back at the academy dorms. Sinclair agreed, noting how comfortable the cushions were. Piggy then excitedly asked Sinclair if she had thought of any questions to ask the head of the bourgeois family. Sinclair replied that there was just one thing she was curious about, but she couldn't say what it was. Her quiet answer only seemed to energize Piggy more. He jumped up, arguing that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to meet the wealthiest man in the empire, and that they should be trying to gain as much knowledge as possible. As her friends continued their innocent chatter, Dolores looked down, her face a mask of guilt and stress. Clenching her fist, she steeled her resolve. Unseen by the others, she discreetly took out a small vial and poured its contents, a sleeping potion, into a nearby pitcher. She knew that she had to make sure her friends were fast asleep before the dinner began to keep them safe from the danger that was to come. Her thoughts were interrupted when Piggy suddenly wondered aloud if Bartholomew would like the gifts they had prepared. He suggested they open the boxes to make sure everything was in order. Panicked at the thought of them discovering what was really going on, Dolores lunged forward, shouting for them to wait. Piggy and Sinclair stopped, completely startled and confused by their vice president's sudden outburst. Quickly composing herself, Dolores placed a tray with 3 cups of tea on the table. She told them that she would check the gifts herself and that they should drink some tea and rest for a while. Her smile was forced, a clear sign of the immense pressure she was under. But her friends, still a bit confused, timidly agreed. A short time later, after they had finished their tea, a sudden and overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over both Piggy and Sinclair. They began yawning and stretching, wondering why they were suddenly so sleepy, especially right before the long-awaited dinner was about to start. As the sleeping potion took hold, Dolores watched her friends with a sense of relieved success. Sinclair, still fighting the effects, yawned and said she needed to get some cold water to wake herself up. Just then, the dark-haired guide returned to the room asking if they had rested well. As he entered, Piggy finally gave into the potion and fell fast asleep on the sofa. The guide announced that the head of the family was waiting and it was time to go to the dining hall. Seeing the 2 unconscious students, he asked what had happened. With a nervous laugh, Dolores quickly came up with an excuse, explaining that her friends had been very nervous and tired and had fallen asleep immediately after drinking some tea. Internally, she apologized to them, knowing that this was the only way to keep them safe. She then informed the guide that she would represent their club and meet with the family head alone. The man accepted her explanation without question and agreed to lead her there at once. Dolores followed the guide down a long sunlit corridor. Behind them, 2 workers pushed handcarts carrying the large wooden crates that contained their gifts. They finally came to a stop in a much darker, more imposing part of the mansion. Before them stood a pair of enormous, intimidating metal doors. The guide announced that this was the place. A bead of sweat trickled down Dolores's face as she stared up at the massive structure, realizing with a chill that this was the infamous vault. As the colossal doors began to creak open, a terrifying thought crossed her mind. It was as if the sheer size of the entrance was a warning, a declaration that these doors were never meant to be used by ordinary humans. As Dolores stood at the entrance of the massive vault, the guide informed her that she would have to go on alone from that point on. He added that the gifts they had brought would be placed there for safekeeping. Steeling her resolve, Dolores understood that the being she was about to face was as strange and intimidating as the very doors before her. With a final chilling wish for her to enjoy her meal, the guide stepped back as the colossal doors began to swing shut, leaving Dolores to face her fate alone. Plunged into absolute darkness, she nervously looked around the vast empty space and called out, tentatively asking if the head of the family was there. As she took a cautious step forward, her foot slipped on something scattered across the floor. With a small cry, she lost her balance and tumbled backward, landing hard on a pile of what felt like small metallic objects. Sitting up and rubbing her sore hip, she wondered what she could have possibly tripped on in the dark. She picked up one of the objects and realized it was a gold coin. Just as she was examining it, a brilliant, blinding golden light suddenly erupted, lighting up the entire chamber. Bathed in the bright glow, Dolores could only stare in wide-eyed astonishment as the source of the light was revealed. The entire immense vault was filled with literal mountains of shimmering gold coins. In the very center of this sea of unimaginable wealth sat a single long dining table, elegantly set for a feast. Dolores, still sitting on the floor amidst the treasure, was left utterly speechless by the breathtaking and overwhelming sight. A deep, commanding voice broke the silence, welcoming the saintists. The speaker, a large, powerfully built man with a long blonde beard and regal clothes, held a glass of red wine. He then corrected himself, addressing her instead as the representative of the Oracle Club. This was the man they had come for, Bartholomew J. Bourgeois, the head of the Bourgeois family. Surrounded by flickering candlelight reflecting off endless mountains of gold and jewels, Dolores nervously took her seat at the grand dining table across from the imposing figure. Her hands trembled as she tried to understand her situation. She was face to face with Bartholomew J. Bourgeois, the wealthiest man in the world. She knew his public identity as the head of one of the 7 great families, but she also knew his true hidden nature. He was a demon disguised in human form. Bartholomew began the conversation by praising her, saying her skills were truly impressive. When Dolores looked up, surprised, he explained that he had reviewed her investment history. He pointed out her decision to invest a huge sum into the Sindai Wendy Merchant Group, calling it a bold choice. He admitted that her decisiveness and accurate insight had genuinely impressed even him. Flustered by the unexpected praise, Dolores could only manage a quiet thank you. As Bartholomew watched her across the lavishly set table, she quickly remembered the Night Hound's warning. He had told her that Bartholomew was a master of words and that she had to stay on guard to avoid being manipulated. Realizing she had almost been swayed, she mentally prepared herself. Regaining her composure, she calmly replied that he was far too kind. Bartholomew paused for a moment, his expression hard to read. Then, with a casual tone, he dropped a piece of information that shocked Dolores. He mentioned that Cardinal H. Burt had visited him earlier that day, saying he seemed to be meeting many important people from Quo Vadis lately. The name hit Dolores hard, her face freezing in shock and horror. She already knew that Humber was working with heretics, but she had never imagined that his corruption went this high. Reaching the head of the Bourgeois family, noticing her shocked expression, Bartholomew asked if his words made her uncomfortable. He pointed out that as the saintist, she belonged to the New Testament faction of the church. He explained that he had deep connections with the priests of the Old Testament faction and said it would be a shame if she distanced herself from him because of these political differences. Reaching out a hand in a gesture of false friendship, he continued to manipulate her. He claimed that he wished to be on good terms with the New Testament faction as well, but that they unfairly judged the Bourgeois family's wealth, calling them inhuman and wicked. He argued that because of this, his family's own ways of doing good were not appreciated. Taking a sip of his wine, he asked if it wasn't a good and righteous act to use great wealth to perform great acts of good. Dolores remained silent, her expression hardening. She knew that the meaning of good as spoken by a demon was very different from what humans understood. Her lack of response seemed to confuse Bartholomew. Suddenly, the time for pretending was over. Dolores slammed her hands on the table, her fear replaced by anger. She began to list his monstrous crimes, his deal with the demon Dantalion, which involved feeding him orphans, his corruption of Quo Vadis by spreading the system of indulgences, and his support of heretics to create division in his attempt to take over the Holy City. Leaning forward, she declared that the only reason he could possibly judge these horrific acts as good was because of his true identity. With her eyes blazing with certainty, she directly accused him, shouting that he was a demon. For a moment, there was a heavy silence. Then a slow, sinister smile spread across Bartholomew's face, and he let out a low chuckle. The chuckle quickly grew into a booming, crazy laugh that echoed through the vast golden room. The force of his laughter was so powerful that it caused the mountains of gold coins around them to shake. Dolores clutched her head in pain, the loud sound hurting her ears. Through the terrifying noise, she shouted at him, asking if he wasn't afraid. She questioned why he wasn't terrified of a visitor who knew the true monstrous nature of both himself and his allies. Bartholomew's laughter died down, replaced by a scornful sneer. He scoffed at the idea of being afraid, saying it was impossible. He rose from his seat and loomed over the terrified Dolores, his voice dripping with arrogance as he asked what human in the world could possibly frighten him. In a flash, he was leaning over her, his face twisted into a monstrous grin as he grabbed her chin, his presence completely overwhelming her. But just as he was about to continue his torment, he froze. A flicker of confusion crossed his face as he sensed something was wrong. His gaze shifted toward the entrance of the vault, where the wooden carts that had carried the gifts now lay broken. From the shadows near the broken crates, a pair of intense, glowing red eyes glared back at him, causing Bartholomew's own demonic eyes to widen in genuine shock. An immense, suffocating pressure suddenly filled the entire room, catching the demon lord completely by surprise. A violent surge of red demonic energy erupted from one of the broken gift crates, and from within the explosion of power, a new figure emerged. It was the Night Hound, covered in a menacing red aura. He declared that the one human Bartholomew should fear was standing right there. Bartholomew, instinctively moving between the newcomer and Dolores, was stunned by the immense power coming from a mere human body. He also detected a faint, familiar scent, the smell of the demon Beielub. As he put the pieces together, he finally realized who he was facing. With his own glowing red eyes fixed on the demon lord, Bartholomew asked if he was the infamous Night Hound, the mysterious figure who had been shaking the capital. In response, the Night Hound's hand went to his side and he drew the jagged demonic dagger Beelzebub. With the weapon glowing with evil energy, he formally addressed his target, Bartholomew, head of the Bourgeois family. The battle was about to begin. With no more words needed, the Night Hound launched his attack. He leaped from the top of a golden mound, his masked face reflected in a single coin as he shot through the air. Coming down on the demon lord with his dagger raised, he declared that he had come to kill the corpse flesh demon. The first clash of their powers resulted in a massive explosion that sent gold coins flying everywhere. Reacting instantly, Dolores summoned a protective barrier of golden light to shield herself. Bartholomew, completely unfazed by the attack, let out an amused chuckle. He commented that his opponent seemed to know how to handle a blade. Before the Night Hound could react, Bartholomew summoned a demonic sword of his own and effortlessly blocked the attack. He boasted that he was quite skilled himself. The two warriors fought in a furious exchange of blows. The Night Hound swung his red dagger with incredible speed, but Bartholomew parried every strike, forcing the Night Hound to retreat and rethink his strategy. As he looked at Bartholomew's weapon, a shocking realization hit him. He recognized the sword, a blade so sharp it could cut through steel, yet so corrupting it would turn any wielder into a tyrant. It was the legendary demonic sword of the Baskerville family, a weapon that was supposed to be sealed away. The legendary sword. Balmong, holding the flaming demonic blade with ease. Bartholomew stood ready. The Night Hound could only stare in disbelief, his mind racing as he tried to understand how this demon could have such a powerful and guarded weapon. Bartholomew explained with a smug grin that in his youth he had been such a talented swordsman that the previous head of the Baskerville family had been deeply impressed. He claimed that the former patriarch had begged him to become his student and had even gifted him the legendary sword Balmong. With that boast, he declared that for the Night Hound to dare fight him was simply bad luck. He then launched himself forward, leaping across the piles of gold to attack. The Night Hound met the attack, blocking the flaming sword with his small dagger. A furious exchange of blows followed, their weapons clashing in a blur of red and gold light as Bartholomew unleashed a relentless series of strikes. As they fought, Bartholomew's frustration grew. He snarled, questioning how a mere human could know about his true nature as a corpse flesh demon, and how he had managed to kill his demonic comrades. Their blades continued to clash, the ringing of steel echoing through the vault, screaming that the fool's games were over. Bartholomew charged forward with all his strength, his demonic sword glowing with immense power. The blade found its mark, piercing straight through the Night Hound's chest in what looked like a fatal blow. From across the room, Dolores cried out in horror, screaming the Night Hound's name. Blood splattered onto the golden floor. Believing he had won, Bartholomew loomed over his fallen enemy. With a cruel grin, he promised to chew on the Night Hound's corpse and keep his head in the vault until it rotted away, telling him to consider it a great honor. He then grabbed the hilt of the sword, still in the Night Hound's body, preparing to finish him off. But just as he was about to deliver the final blow, a calm, clear voice cut through the air, calling him pathetic. The words stopped Bartholomew in his tracks, his arrogant expression instantly replaced by one of pure disbelief. The Night Hound, still impaled by the sword, continued his insult. He said that not only was Bartholomew pathetic for needing such a crude sword to win, but the previous Baskerville head was just as pathetic for gifting away his family's treasure. As he spoke, an immense surge of red demonic energy erupted from his body, his eyes glowing with a renewed and terrifying power. Bartholomew gloated over the impaled Night Hound, mocking him for being all talk and unable to withstand a single attack. The Demon Lord's arrogance turned to confusion when he tried to pull his sword out and found it was stuck. The Night-Hound had gripped the blade with his bare, bloody hand, holding it firmly. The Night-Hound then asked if Bartholomew was sure he was all talk as he began to focus his power, putting his red mana into his own dagger. Bartholomew's eyes widened in disbelief at the immense power coming from the Night-Hound. He recognized the technique as the legendary Solid Aura, a skill only a true swordmaster could use, and he couldn't understand how his young opponent had become so skilled. Before Bartholomew could process this, the Night-Hound unleashed his own ultimate technique, channeling the power through his dagger. He unleashed the Baskerville's seventh sword form, sending a storm of devastating red energy slashes through the chamber. The attack ended in a massive vortex-like explosion of red energy that blasted everything, sending shockwaves and gold coins flying across the vault. Watching from a safe distance, Dolores was completely stunned. She realized with awe that the Night-Hound was much stronger than he had been during their fight against the demon Dantalion, and she wondered what could have caused such a big increase in his power. When the dust settled, the Night-Hound stood ready, his red aura still swirling around him. His gaze was fixed on his opponent. Bartholomew, now heavily wounded and bleeding, had to use his sword as a crutch just to stay on his feet. The Night-Hound saw that while Bartholomew had survived the attack by pulling his sword free at the last second, the Demon Lord was now very weak and could not take much more. Clutching his wounds, Bartholomew had to admit to himself that the Night Hound's earlier victories had not been a fluke. Despite his injuries, a defiant grin returned to Bartholomew's face. He began to taunt them, asking if they really thought they would get out of this alive. He explained that the vault could never be opened from the inside and was on a timer. Only when the hour was up would the doors open from the outside. He continued his threat, laughing as he described how his guards would swarm them the moment the doors opened. But his crazy laughter was cut short when Dolores, seeing her chance while he was distracted, shouted, "Holy light!" and hit him with a powerful blast of divine energy. The demon lord, caught completely off guard, could only scream in pain as the holy power covered him. Holding up the mirror of truth, an item that reveals the true face of anyone reflected in it. Dolores challenged the demon lord. She asked if anyone would believe his words once they saw what the mirror revealed. Bartholomew cried out in pain, stunned that she had such a powerful holy item. As the mirror's light grew stronger, the reflection of his human face began to melt, revealing the horrifying demonic face underneath. With his disguise completely broken, Bartholomew dropped all pretense. A massive, terrifying grin spread across his newly revealed demonic face. With an amused and threatening tone, he said that their preparations were much more thorough than he had expected. His body began to change, his right arm swelling into a grotesque, monstrous limb with sharp yellow claws. He slammed the massive hand down onto the golden floor with incredible force. He grumbled to himself, annoyed. He had expected to deal with the Night Hound, but he never imagined that the Saints of Quo Vadis would also be so involved, making the situation much more difficult. Standing beside the Night Hound, Dolores looked on in terror at the monstrous transformation. A twisted smile returned to the demon's face as he declared that things had just become very interesting. He announced that he would no longer hold back and would show these humans his true form. Purple fleshy tendrils began to creep up his sword, Beilong, fusing the legendary weapon with his own monstrous body. His entire body shook and grew, muscles and flesh twisting as his power surged. Two large leathery wings ripped through the back of his clothes, opening to their full menacing size. Not to be outdone, the Night Hound Viker prepared for the next stage of the battle. He gripped his own demonic weapon, which transformed in his hand, growing into a massive, jagged red greatsword. Wasting no time, he swung the newly empowered blade, sending two huge slashes of red mana toward the transforming demon. The attacks hit their target, forcing the now fully transformed beast to its knees for a moment. However, the creature was far from beaten. It slowly raised its head, revealing a horrifying wolf-like snout and a mouth filled with sharp yellow teeth, all twisted into a vicious grin. A massive explosion of dark energy erupted from the beast's body, completely blocking the Night Hound's attack. The creature then let out a deafening, reality-bending roar. The force of the sound blast was immense, creating a powerful shockwave that sent both the Night Hound and Dolores flying backward. As the Night Hound helped her to her feet, a terrified Dolores stammered, unable to understand the monstrous creature before them. She asked if that was truly the real form of Bartholomew de Bourgeois. The beast, a horrifying mix of man and monster with massive wings, horns, and a wolf-like snout, glared down at them, its transformation now complete. The creature was, in fact, Beielub, also known as the Sixth Corpse, an S+ ranked danger. Beielub is considered one of the 10 great calamities, an immortal natural enemy of mankind. An ancient text described its curse. Teeth shall rot in thy body and thy house. As the heroes watched in horror, the vault itself began to react to the demon's presence. The mountains of gold coins started to tremble, and Dolores shouted a warning, pointing out that the gold was flying through the air and gathering around the demon. She watched in disbelief as the coins swarmed over Beielub's body, magically healing the deep wounds the Night Hound had just given him. The demon explained its unique and terrifying ability, a power known as the Golden Veins. In a world ruled by wealth, he declared, financial power becomes true power. All the treasures in the vault were not just riches, but his very life force and strength. With a monstrous snarl, he made a horrifying boast. As long as wealth itself has value in the world, he could not be killed. And as long as he was surrounded by it, his power would continue to grow forever. The sheer hopelessness of the situation began to overwhelm Dolores. The Night Hound noticed her trembling with fear. He gently took her hand, calling out to her to get her attention. He told her that there was no need to be afraid. He reminded her of her own inner strength, recalling how she had overcome the demon Dantalion's mental corruption and awakened to her true power to conquer her fear. He insisted she had to believe in herself. Then he made a critical request. He asked her if she could once again grant him the powerful buff she had used during that previous battle. Dolores looked back at him, her expression filled with uncertainty. Dolores thought about the soul resonance she had shared with the Night Hound before. She admitted to herself that she had tried many times on her own to repeat that power, but she had never succeeded. Clasping her hands together, she was filled with self-doubt, questioning if she could truly do it again when it mattered most. Her mind flashed back to all the times the Night Hound had fought fiercely against demons by himself. She remembered her own moment of awakening, and a new determination took hold. She knew she had to do what she could. She could not let him fight this battle alone. Her doubt was replaced by a firm resolve. A holy cross symbol gleamed in her eye as she swore she would not let the Night Hound fight alone ever again. Finding her courage, she stood behind him and stretched out her hands, declaring loudly that she would do it. As a brilliant golden light began to surge from her, she recited a verse saying that the Lord was his shield and weapon, and that relying on his strength alone would only lead to defeat. She continued the prayer. Her hands clasped as a holy light surrounded them. She called out for a mighty general to come forth and fight for her, asking for the warrior's sacred name. The ritual, however, hit a problem. She turned to the Night Hound, explaining that the buff would be much more effective if she knew his true name. He was taken aback, realizing he couldn't possibly reveal his identity at such a critical moment. Their moment of focus was shattered as the demon Beielub, having already fully recovered, charged toward them. The Night Hound was shocked at the demon's incredible healing speed, but he had no time to react as Beielub slammed a powerful elbow into his side. The force of the blow was immense, sending the Night Hound flying through the air and crashing hard into a mountain of gold coins. He lay on the ground, heavily wounded and bleeding from the chest as Dolores cried out his name in horror. The demon, however, completely ignored its downed opponent. It raised its massive, grotesque arm, which had transformed into a giant blade, and took aim at the now defenseless Dolores. With a furious roar, Beielub brought the blade swinging down, shouting for the Saintess to die. Dolores could only look up, her face a mask of pure terror as the killing blow came down upon her. The demon Beielub glared down at the defenseless Dolores, roaring for the Saintess to die. Frozen with terror, tears streamed down Dolores's face as she accepted her fate. As the massive, grotesque blade arm swung down to deliver the killing blow, she could only think that it was the end. But just before the blade could connect, a brilliant streak of red light shot through the air, materializing into a massive, complex magic circle directly in the path of the attack. The demon was caught completely by surprise. The magic circle with a large reptilian eye at its center effortlessly blocked the powerful strike. A calm, ancient voice emanated from the circle, greeting Beielub and remarking that it had been a long time. Stunned by this sudden intervention, Beielub stammered, asking who had interfered. The magic circle, hovering protectively in front of a shocked Dolores, was revealed to be the power of the demon. Decarabia. Beielub repeated the name in disbelief, his expression turning to fury. He angrily questioned Decarabia, asking if it had forgotten its great mission to open the gates of destruction. He accused it of betraying their kind to side with lowly humans. Decarabia's eye calmly replied, stating that betrayal was the wrong word. It explained that it was never truly on anyone's side to begin with. It had simply made a contract with a human, and its mission now followed the requests of its contractor. Decarabia then declared its new purpose. For the next 1,000 years, it would act as a shield for this woman and for all of humanity. Enraged, Beielub called Decarabia a cockroach and furiously asked if it was prepared to face the unbridled wrath of its own kind, a fury that would pour forth from the gates of destruction. Decarabia was dismissive, stating they could worry about that when the time comes. It then made a curious observation, noting that while its own power was fading, Baal's aura was soaring. Confused, Beielub asked what it meant, but the question was a distraction. Seizing the opening, the now recovered Night Hound leaped into the air behind the demon and unleashed a powerful slash of red energy, striking Beielub directly across the back. Landing gracefully, the Night Hound reflected that his goal had been to slice straight through the demon's neck, but the strike had been too shallow to finish the job. The demon Beielub turned completely shocked, using its golden veins ability to rapidly heal the gash on its back with a swarm of coins. It questioned how the Night Hound could possibly be alive after an attack that should have completely destroyed his internal organs. The Night Hound stood firm, though he was visibly wounded and bleeding from the chest. The reason for his survival was his demonic dagger, Beelzebub, which possessed the S-rank ability, Immortal Basilisk, and the A+ rank Silent Heal. Realizing that his opponent was far from an ordinary human, Beielub acknowledged that this would not be an easy fight. Meanwhile, Dolores was safe, but trapped inside the protective red magic circle summoned by Decarabia. She thanked the ancient demon for saving her life, but immediately pleaded with it to release the barrier so she could go and help the Night Hound. Decarabia flatly refused, its single eye narrowing as it explained that it had received only one order, to keep the Saintess safe. It could not act on its own beyond that command. Much to Dolores' shock and frustration as she began to question what this strange being that had appeared from nowhere even was. A sudden realization struck her. She could feel the Night Hound's own mana emanating from Decarabia. She understood that this protective shield was not the demon's own initiative. It was a measure put in place by the Nighthound himself to ensure her safety. Powerless to intervene, she could only watch from behind the barrier as the furious battle raged on outside. The Hound and Beiel clashed in a brutal high-speed exchange, their powerful attacks lighting up the golden vault while both fighters landed blows and sustained injuries. Baal's monstrous form seemed to relish the violence, a cruel smirk spreading across its face even as it was wounded. The battle raged on with both the Nighthound and the demon Belial locked in a brutal exchange of blows. Beiel, with its superior raw power, landed a devastating strike that sent the Nighthound's weapon flying from his grasp and blasted him backward across the chamber. Landing hard, the Hound grimly assessed the situation. Beiel, though also wounded, was equally surprised by his opponent's strength. Unable to believe that he, an intermediate-level swordmaster, was struggling so much, the Nighthound's mind raced, comparing this new foe to all the other powerful enemies he had faced in his life. He came to a stark conclusion. Bel was without a doubt the most difficult and overwhelming opponent he had ever encountered. He analyzed the core of the problem. Every time he managed to land an attack, Beiel would simply absorb more of the endless treasure in the vault to heal and grow even stronger. It was a seemingly infinite source of regeneration. He knew that a prolonged battle of attrition was a fight he could not win. However, he had a hidden ace. His plan was not to overpower the demon, but to outlast it. He just needed to hold on a little longer because he knew that time was on their side. Meanwhile, trapped within Decarabia's protective barrier, Dolores refused to be a helpless spectator. She began to chant a powerful prayer, her voice filled with conviction. She called out that though demons may rise up to swallow the land, they must fight without fear, for they would be victorious through the truth. As she finished her prayer, declaring that the truth lives and its kingdom is eternal, she stretched out her hands, her face a mask of pure determination. A massive wall of holy fire erupted from the ground, separating the two combatants in a brilliant surge of golden divine energy. Beielub, engulfed in the sacred flames, merely scoffed. It questioned if she truly believed such simple holy magic could stop it now. With a single powerful roar, the demon unleashed its own dark energy, completely shattering Dolores's holy barrier. Dolores was thrown back by the force, shocked that her wall of holy fire had been broken so easily, but her resolve did not waver. She prepared to cast the spell again, repeating her prayer with renewed fervor. Her defiance drew the full murderous attention of the demon. Snarling, Belial mockingly called her a saint and roared that if she was so eager to die first, it would gladly grant her wish. Just as the demon Beielub was about to strike Dolores, the Nighthound appeared behind him in a flash of red. With his dagger at the ready, he declared that he was Belial's true opponent. The demon, however, was not concerned. A vicious smile spread across its face as its eyes began to glow with a brilliant golden light. Suddenly, golden snake-like tendrils of energy erupted from the mountains of coins, shooting toward the Nighthound and wrapping around his body, trapping him completely. He struggled against the magical bindings, his body contorting in an effort to break free. With his enemy seemingly neutralized, Belial once again turned his attention to Dolores. He raised a massive, grotesque arm and began to gloat. He asked the saintess if she could see the true power of the wealth she considered so wicked and corrupt. He declared that within his vault, both the Nighthound's attacks and her childish holy magic were utterly useless. With a final menacing glare, he told her to spend her final moments regretting the day she refused to accept the wealth born from human greed. Unleashing his ultimate attack, Beiel shot forward, surrounded by a storm of sharp golden projectiles, roaring for his enemies to be torn to pieces. The barrage of golden death rained down upon Dolores, who was still trapped within Decarabia's protective circle. But in a shocking turn of events, the magic circle did not shatter. Instead, it contracted, embracing Dolores tightly as if to shield her from the impact. The projectiles slammed into the barrier, and while Dolores was injured by the sheer force of the blows, she was not the one who took the direct hit. Tears streamed down her face as she looked up, her clothes splattered with fresh blood. Standing directly in front of her, having shielded her with his own body, was the Nighthound. The golden projectiles had pierced him in multiple places, leaving him grievously wounded. Dolores could only stare in utter shock and disbelief, stammering his name. Blood pours from the Nighthound's serious wounds, staining the gold coins beneath him. He stands firm, his body pierced by golden weapons, having shielded Dolores from the demon's attack. From below, a horrified Dolores can only look up and whisper his name. Trapped behind a red barrier, she feels guilty, realizing he has once again been badly hurt while protecting her. Refusing to fall, the Nighthound grabs the golden weapons stuck in his body. With a surge of red demonic energy, he shatters them, freeing himself. Seeing his terrible state, a panic, Dolores presses against the barrier, shouting that he needs healing magic immediately. Her hands push against the red magical shield, trying desperately to break free and help him. Floating inside the circle, Dolores wonders why the barrier has returned. She pleads with it to let her out, insisting she can help. However, the Eye of Decarabia tells her that its master has made the barrier much stronger than before, and it can't be easily broken. The Nighthound then looks back at her and firmly tells her not to come out from the shield. He warns her that it's too dangerous. And with that, he leaps away from the barrier and back into the fight to face the swirling golden energy being summoned by the demon. Dolores can only watch him go, her face full of desperation and tears. Bile attacks again, summoning countless sharp golden blades that fill the air, ready to fall on the Nighthound. Getting ready, the Nighthound stares down the attack with his glowing red eyes, gripping his huge red greatsword. As the golden blades rain down, he fights back, swinging his weapon in a fast, defensive flurry of red slashes that meets the incoming storm. The clash of red and gold energy shatters the golden weapons, completely stopping the demon's attack. Among the falling golden pieces, the Nighthound glares at his enemy. Having survived the attack and ready for the next move, not bothered by the Nighthound's defense, the demon Bile raises its huge, ugly arm preparing for another devastating attack. With a powerful strike, it brings its blade crashing down, slamming the Nighthound into the ground with enough force to send him flying. The Nighthound lies beaten among the scattered gold coins, his body having taken a huge amount of damage. Blood splatters across his face as he grits his teeth in pain, refusing to be defeated. Beielub, angry at his opponent's toughness, unleashes an even more powerful attack. Using its control over the treasure, it summons a giant fist made of pure gold, raising it high above the downed warrior. The massive golden fist then comes hurtling down, aiming to crush the Nighthound completely. Looking up from the ground, the Nighthound's eyes widen in real shock at the overwhelming power about to hit him. Meanwhile, trapped in Decarabia's protective barrier, Dolores fights her own desperate battle. Refusing to stand by, she repeatedly hits the magical shield with her bare hands, trying to break free. The effort, however, only results in her own hands and arms becoming wounded and bloody. Despite the pain, she continues her attack, a blindfold of holy light covering her eyes as she pours all her strength into trying to break the barrier. Her efforts are for nothing. A pool of blood forms at her feet from her self-inflicted wounds. The ancient demon Decarabia watches, its eyes seeming to notice her injuries as it speaks to the saints, pointing out the state of her hands. The realization of her powerlessness is too much for Dolores, and her strength finally gives out, causing her to collapse to her knees. Overwhelmed by despair, she looks down at her trembling, bloodied hands, hating that there is nothing she can do to help. Kneeling in despair, Dolores thinks about her power. Her divinity, she knows, comes from a pure faith in God and the ideals of justice and equality. However, she feels this holy power is completely useless against a demon whose strength comes from human greed and the worship of money. She remembers her battle against the demon Dantalion, a time when she believed she had overcome her limits and awakened her potential. She had thought this time would be different, that she would be able to stand proudly and help the Nighthound with her own strength. But those hopes are shattered by the memory of his command for her to stay inside the barrier, and his warning that it was too dangerous as he leaped back into the fight alone. The feeling of being a burden, of not being able to help him, overwhelms her. Tears of frustration and self-hatred stream down her face as she hates her own weakness. Meanwhile, the battle continues. The badly wounded Hound ignores his pain. Blood drips from his wounds onto the golden floor, but he forces himself back to his feet. Stepping into his own blood with new determination, with his red dagger glowing, he charges at the demon Beielub. In a flash of red light, he swings his blade with incredible speed, cleanly cutting off the demon's huge arm. He glares at the beast, his resolve unbroken. However, the demon is not so easily beaten. The Nighthound's eyes widen in shock as Beielub instantly closes the distance and delivers a powerful, unexpected strike. The force of the blow sends the Nighthound flying backward across the room. He crashes to the ground, slumping over, bleeding heavily from a huge wound in his chest. Having landed inside the very barrier he had created to protect Dolores, having been thrown into the barrier he created to protect Dolores, the Nighthound slumps, bleeding heavily from his chest. He curses, realizing the toll the battle is taking. He assesses his quickly worsening condition. His mana use is far more severe than he had expected. The continuous use of his solid aura and the large amount of mana needed to maintain Decarabia's powerful barrier are draining his energy at an alarming rate. To make things worse, even the strong healing ability of his demonic dagger is starting to weaken. He knows that just surviving until their planned time is up is not enough. If he can't land a final fatal blow on Beielub, who is already shown regenerating his cut-off arm with a swarm of gold coins, then all their sacrifices will have been for nothing. He thinks about using a final desperate technique that would require all his remaining mana. He is filled with doubt, wondering if the incomplete skill will even be enough. His dark thoughts are suddenly interrupted by a gentle touch. To his complete surprise, Dolores has pushed her hand through the supposedly unbreakable barrier, a golden light coming from her palm. He turns to face her as she stands with her arms outstretched, her bloodied hands showing her struggle. With new determination, she says that she will fight alongside him. She declares that she can no longer stand by and watch him get hurt while trying to protect her. The Night Hound tries to stop her, telling her she has already done more than enough. However, she cuts him off, her voice filled with conviction as she insists it is because she is weak that she must act. With tears in her eyes, she looks at her hands, which are now glowing with holy power, and asks him if he truly believes she is not a help but a burden. Her words strike a chord, and the Night Hound is silent for a moment. Internally, he calls himself a fool. He thinks that in all his life or death battles, he has never stopped to worry about the risks. He rises to his feet, his battered body radiating a new sense of purpose. He believes the path before him has always been one of overcoming any challenge, and protecting the saints is no different. He finally answers her question, telling her that could not be further from the truth. He explains that she is a precious companion, a soul who achieved a powerful awakening with him. Because of this bond, she is someone he has sworn to protect, no matter the cost. Standing protectively before her once more, his red eyes glowing with fierce resolve, he prepares to face the demon with his ally now truly by his side. As the battle rages, Dolores's mind flashes back to a memory from her childhood. A much younger version of herself runs through a sunlit church calling out for the Pope. She throws herself into his arms and he gently asks his saints, "What is wrong?" Sobbing. She tells him she had a terrible dream about a great evil that was swallowing the world. She asks him what would happen if the dream were real, crying that her own divine power is still too weak to save everyone. The Pope comforts the young Dolores, gently wiping away her tears. He remarks on her kind heart, noting how she worries about helping others even in her nightmares. He kneels before her, placing a reassuring hand on her head. He explains that while her power may seem small now, her divinity grows from a heart that believes in both God and herself. He acknowledges that faith can be a lonely path. However, he predicts that one day when her faith connects with the genuine trust of another, when she finds a true companion to walk the path with her, her power will grow to be far greater than she could ever imagine. The memory fades as the present-day battle intensifies. The mountains of gold in the vault begin to tremble violently. The demon Beielub roars that the time for talk is over. It unleashes a massive swirling torrent of golden energy, boasting that their pathetic abilities can no longer stand against its endless power. The golden storm surrounds both the Night Hound and Dolores, who stand together inside the red protective circle. Amidst the chaos, Dolores begins to chant a powerful prayer. Her voice rings out, reciting a scripture. The Lord is a strong castle, a shield and weapon against ruin. The Night Hound looks on, amazed at the sheer power coming from her. With her hands clasped, Dolores continues her prayer, wishing to carry the burden he carries and be someone he can lean on. She calls for a mighty general to come forth and fight by her side. Her prayer reaches its peak. She declares that if the Night Hound truly trusts her, if he truly sees her as a comrade and not just someone to be protected, then he must tell her his name. With tears streaming down her face and her entire body glowing with an immense golden aura, she makes her final desperate plea, demanding to know the sacred name of the warrior she is empowering. A moment of silence hangs in the air. Then a quiet, unfamiliar voice cuts through the storm. He speaks a single syllable. Dolores' eyes snap open, her face a mask of pure shock as she recognizes the voice and the name. As the golden light shines on him, the Night Hound's mask and hood seem to fade away, revealing the face of the young man she knows. He turns to her, his red eye meeting hers, and confirms his identity. It's Van. A name holds a mysterious power. Dolores, still shocked from the recent events, understands that speaking a true name can change cause and effect, a power that works across dimensions. Remembering her desperate plea for the warrior's sacred name, she closes her eyes and, with a calm expression, finally says it. Van, the moment the name is spoken, a huge explosion of pure golden divine energy erupts from them, filling the entire vault with a blinding light. When the light fades, the demon Beielub stands there with a cruel smirk on its face. It mockingly comments on being buried in a golden wave, something most humans would want. The demon continues to taunt them, saying that the death of Saint Dolores will be the Night Hound's last supper, a fate decided by the world's natural order. As it speaks, the endless sea of gold coins on the floor begins to tremble violently. The vibration is so strong that it catches the demon by surprise, its arrogant look replaced by real shock as it wonders where the shaking is coming from. A brilliant golden light surges from under the gold, growing stronger. A bead of sweat drips down Belle's monstrous face as a horrifying thought comes to it. In an amazing show of power, the mountains of gold coins erupt upwards and part, creating a clear path through the center of the vault. In the middle of this path, surrounded by the bright light, stand Vikir and Dolores. Their eyes, one glowing red and the other with a holy cross, are filled with a strong resolve. They stand together fully powered up. Vikir is surrounded by his powerful red aura, while Dolores radiates an equally strong golden aura. Beielub screams in disbelief, recognizing the event for what it is, a true awakening. Completely confused, the demon roars in frustration, shouting that this can't be happening. The bright golden light coming from Dolores is so intense that it forces the powerful demon to steady itself with a hand on the ground shielding its eyes. Beielub is forced to admit the blinding power before it is the true awakened light of the saints. However, instead of fear, a wide evil smile spreads across Beielub's face. It looks at the awakened heroes with a new, terrifying interest, thinking to itself that this new power might be even more valuable than gold. Angry at their combined power, the demon Beielub flies into a furious rage. It screams that their awakening is impossible, declaring that wealth and greed are the true rulers of the world. As long as human greed exists, money will be king. It continues its rant, saying there is nothing in the world that money can't do, and nothing brighter than gold. Vikir, however, stays calm and determined. He meets the demon's furious gaze and flatly disagrees, saying that there are, in fact, things that money can never buy. As he speaks, a series of his own memories flashes by, the faces of his family, his bond with the Beielub tribe, the sadness of losing a comrade, and the tearful final hug of a loved one dissolving into light. These are the moments of love, sacrifice, and connection that define him. Treasures far beyond any material wealth. It is explained that the bond between Vikir and Dolores shines brighter than gold, which is just a dull stone without light to reflect it. Vikir's demonic dagger transforms into a massive crystal blade of pure red energy. He points it at Beielub, declaring that the demon will now disappear before their light. Still defiant, Beielub scoffs at their half-dead bodies and unleashes a massive wave of golden energy roaring at them to stop their nonsense. As the attack comes closer, Vikir turns his head slightly. A bright and confident Dolores smiles at him, telling him not to worry about her. She corrects herself, no longer using his fake name, and calls him by his true name, Van Nim. Accepting her trust, Vikir closes his eyes for a moment. With a new sense of partnership, he tells her he will be back. He then leaps into the air, charging straight into a massive dragon-like beast made of pure golden energy that Beielub has summoned. He calls out her name, Dolores, as he goes, watching him charge into the impossible fight. Dolores is no longer afraid. Her face is filled with excitement and strong faith as she clenches her fists, ready to support him. As he flies toward the enemy, Vikir feels the full effect of her power. He notes that the Saint Tessa's blessing has made his own aura sharper and clearer than ever before. The ultimate technique he had hesitated to use earlier, a skill he was never fully confident in, now feels possible. A complex, glowing red magic symbol appears before him. This is not just an increase in his attacks, it is the ultimate technique of the Baskerville family, the secret art of the Hound, a power meant only to kill demons. With the full power of the Saint's blessing running through him, Vikir unleashes the ultimate technique of his clan, the Baskerville's 8th sword form. He comes down on the demon, his body transformed into a massive crystal construct of pure red energy. This ethereal beast takes the form of a gigantic, ferocious hound, its jaws open wide as it lunges at the golden dragon summoned by Beielub. The demon can only look up in complete disbelief, its attack completely dwarfed by the sheer size of the secret art. For the first time, Beielub, a top predator who has ruled the world, feels a real mortal fear for its own life. Vikir, his eyes blazing with fury, declares that his purpose is to kill demons. The two colossal energy beasts, one of red demonic power and the other of golden greed, clash in a huge struggle. The impact results in a massive explosion of red and pink light that destroys everything in its path. When the dust settles, the once rich vault is a scene of complete destruction. In the center of a massive crater lies the broken and bleeding body of the demon Beielub. Standing victoriously on the edge of the crater are Vikir and Dolores. Their battle finally won. Barely able to move, Beielub coughs, shocked to find that its wounds are not healing and its strength is quickly draining away. It cannot understand what has happened. It thinks its defeat is impossible. Even if the attack was a fatal one, its power should not be fading. There must be another reason. The demon's gaze falls upon the tattered human remains of Bartholomew de Bourgeois, and a horrifying realization comes to it. Its power was never tied to the physical gold in the vault, but to the value that humanity placed on it. In a panic, it wonders then why. The scene shifts to outside the vault, revealing the true, brilliant nature of their master plan. Throughout the streets of the capital, chaos reigns as bags of gold coins and stacks of money have been scattered everywhere. Men working for Damien de Bourgeois are seen happily throwing the money to the public, creating an economic crisis. From a high balcony, two figures look down upon the city as the sun sets, the plan having reached its peak. A news report flashes across a document announcing the devastating economic impact. An emergency bulletin warns of hyperinflation after a massive amount of mysterious and fake currency was distributed throughout the capital overnight. The report states that with trust in money gone, its value has plummeted. Damien de Bourgeois reads this report with a look of grim satisfaction. His part of the plan, a complete success. The full scope of their strategy is revealed. Damien used his authority as the director of the Imperial Mint to forge a huge amount of currency, while Cindy Wendy, the master merchant, used her vast network to distribute it across the entire empire, effectively destroying the economy and the very idea of money's value. Their goal was never to defeat the demon with brute force, but to attack the source of its power, making its immortality meaningless. As Beielub lies dying, it finally understands that it has been defeated not by a sword, but by a brilliant empire-shattering economic strategy. On a balcony overlooking the chaotic city, Cindy Wendy holds the report detailing the economic collapse. She turns to Damien de Bourgeois with a sly smile, saying that while she is involved because of a debt she owes to the Night Hound, she is curious why a man of his stature would agree to such a risky plan. Damien looks out at the sunset, his expression serious. He explains that the Night Hound did something for him that no amount of money or valuable treasure in the world could ever do. Furthermore, he continues, by borrowing the Night Hound's strength, he was able to get the revenge against his own family that he had wanted for so long. For that, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Cindy Wendy crosses her arms, admitting that she can understand, as she was in a similar position herself. They both agree that they have allied themselves with a truly fearsome man. Damien notes that the chaos they've created is temporary since the fake money was made using magic. The effect will likely only last for about an hour. However, he thinks for a man like the Night Hound, that brief window of time is more than enough to decide the fate of the world. Back in the destroyed vault, Vikir stands over the broken body of Bartholomew. He glances up, noting that the hour must be up. The demon, now without its power source, is completely helpless. There are no more gold coins for it to absorb, and its ability to heal has vanished. With Dolores standing behind him, Vakir approaches the defeated demon, his red dagger glowing with deadly intent. He declares that all of Beelub's wealth is now worthless and tells it to prepare for its execution. To his surprise, the dying Bartholomew lets out a weak chuckle, a defiant smirk on his bloodied face. Vakir, with a concerned Dolores looking on, asks what could possibly be so funny. The demon's face twists into a horrifying, crazed grin as it asks if they truly believed it would have come without any preparations. Suddenly, a massive and complex purple magic circle erupts from the floor, trapping Vakir and Dolores within its powerful symbols. With his last breath, Bartholomew reveals his final terrifying ability. He explains that everything in the world has a corresponding value. This curse is the price that must be paid for killing him, a price that can only be paid with death itself. He names this ultimate curse of equivalent exchange indulgence. Angry at the demon's final curse, Dolores shouts in defiance, declaring that killing a demon could never be a sin, and telling him to stop spouting such ridiculous nonsense. Bartholomew, however, just chuckles from within the magic circle. He mockingly explains that even demons are creations of God, and that as a saintist, she should know better than anyone that killing any of God's creations is a sin. He gloats, confident that no one would be foolish enough to sacrifice their own life just to kill him. His arrogance is cut short by Vakir, who calmly steps forward and holds up a piece of paper in front of the demon's face. He informs Bartholomew that the price for killing a pig like him has already been paid. Vakir then reveals the document in full, a fancy official-looking parchment. It is an indulgence, a holy paper that grants forgiveness for all the sins of a faithful person. The document is officially issued and guaranteed by the Old Testament faction of the Church, the very faction Bartholomew was allied with. The demon can only stare in complete speechless shock. The tables having been completely turned, with the price for the sin already paid, the curse of indulgence is powerless. Seizing the moment, Vakir raises his glowing red blade. As the demon lets out a final, desperate cry of protest, Vakir swings his weapon with deadly force, cleanly cutting the head from Bartholomew's body. The severed head flies through the air, leaving a bloody trail before landing with a thud on the dusty floor of the crater. It rolls to a stop at the feet of a small, unexpected figure. From the edge of the crater, Vakir and Dolores look down at the scene, and a new horrifying shock washes over them. Standing at the bottom of the crater, right next to the severed head of the demon lord, is their friend, Sinclair. Both Dolores and Vakir turn, their faces masks of disbelief as they stare down at the young girl. But the Sinclair standing there is not the cheerful friend they know. Her face is cast in a dark shadow, and her eyes glow with a menacing, corrupt purple light as she looms over the dead demon. Her presence completely unexplainable and terrifying, revealing how she got into the vault. Sinclair explains that at first everything felt like a dream. After waking from a strange sleep, she found herself watching a surreal and terrifying fight. a strange monster with a pig's head fighting her friend, Vice President Dolores, who was wrapped in a bright light and the mysterious Nighthound. From her hiding spot, she watched as the strange monster, who seemed tired after a powerful attack from the Nighthound, turned back into a human. Before she could understand what was happening, she saw the Nighthound's sword swing down without hesitation, cutting off the man's head in a brutal killing. The severed head, still dripping with blood, rolled across the ground and stopped right at her feet. In that horrifying moment, the truth hit her. What she was seeing was not a dream, but a cold, brutal reality. Dolores and Vikir looked down into the crater at Sinclair, who stands frozen in shock. Panicked, Dolores is the first to speak, turning to Vikir and asking in disbelief why Sinclair is there. She remembers her plan, how she had given Sinclair tea with a sleeping potion and confirmed she was asleep before sending her and Piggy back to the academy. Her being in the vault should have been impossible. Still trying to understand the horrific scene, Sinclair looks down at the severed head and quietly asks what is going on. She looks up at the figures on the edge of the crater, her mind full of confused questions. She wonders why the vice president is standing with the Nighthound clutching her head. She then asks why the Nighthound was with the head of the bourgeois family, her voice filled with panic. As she questions the scene, her eyes looking through her fingers glow with a strange and corrupt purple light. Seeing her friend about to break down, Dolores rushes down into the crater and grabs Sinclair by the shoulders. She pleads with Sinclair, telling her not to look down at the head and to look at her instead, promising to explain everything. She admits she doesn't know when Sinclair woke up or how much she saw, but her only concern is calming her terrified friend. Dolores' attempt to comfort her friend is met with a furious and unexpected rejection. Sinclair's eyes glow with a menacing purple light as her face twists in rage. She violently shoves Dolores' hands away, screaming at her not to get any closer. The sudden anger leaves Dolores completely startled and speechless. From the edge of the crater, Vakir, still in his Nighthound disguise, watches the tense scene. He quickly realizes that the situation has become very dangerous. He warns Dolores that the vault doors will be opening any moment and that she needs to leave immediately. Dolores turns back to her friend, her own concern stronger than the warning. She gently tries to reason with Sinclair, telling her that it's dangerous to stay and pleading for them to leave together. Sinclair, however, replies with a chilling accusation, questioning if they aren't the most dangerous people in the room. She suggests that if she were to stay and tell the world what she saw, they would have a reason to silence her. Seeing the situation getting worse, Vikir steps between the two. Protecting Dolores, he takes full responsibility, creating a cover story on the spot. He declares that he was the one who killed the head of the bourgeois family and that the Saints, knowing nothing of his plan, was simply his hostage. This, he explains, is the official story they must tell. His words, however, fail to calm Sinclair. A bright turquoise magic circle begins to form in her hand as she prepares for a fight. With her eyes blazing with fury, she challenges him directly, asking if he plans to kill her now to keep her silent. As he faces this new unexpected threat, Vakir's mind races, remembering everything he knows about her. From his memories before his regression, he knows the facts. Sinclair was a legendary figure, a genius, and an elite student who mysteriously disappeared after graduating, leaving no mark on history. But now that cold information clashes with the personal memories he has of the Sinclair in this timeline, her cheerful greetings, her easy friendship with Piggy, her unique smile, and the powerful memory of her tearfully calling him Hyung, overjoyed that he had returned safely. This internal conflict brings him to a dark and practical decision. He silently questions what he should do. Should he keep her alive, or if she has become a problem for his mission, should he eliminate her right here and now? The air grows heavy with his unspoken killing intent. Sensing this dangerous shift, Dolores clenches her fist, her face filled with alarm as she calls out his name, Nighthound. The tense standoff inside the crater is suddenly interrupted as the massive heavy doors of the vault begin to cake open, flooding the dark chamber with bright light. Just as the doors swing wide, Sinclair, still hostile, has a turquoise magic shield pointed directly at the battered Nighthound. Silhouetted in the doorway are a group of guards and aides. One of them points in shock, shouting and identifying the infamous criminal, the Nighthound. Panicked, the guards wonder why the Nighthound is in the vault and immediately order everyone to make sure the Patriarch is safe. Their frantic cries are cut short by a booming voice demanding to know what all the noise is about. The guards turn to see Damien de Bourgeois striding toward them, followed by his own men. The guards are stunned by his unexpected arrival, wondering how he could have possibly gotten there. Damien's own eyes widen in surprise as he takes in the scene, his gaze falling upon the grisly sight on the floor. He instantly recognizes the severed, bloodied head of his brother, Bartholomew. A silent, grim acknowledgement passes through him. The Nighthound has succeeded. Vikir remains completely silent, his expression unreadable behind his mask. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Damon puts the final stage of their plan into motion. He points dramatically at the scene inside the vault and shouts that an assassination has taken place. He publicly declares the prearranged cover story. The Night Hound took the Saint as hostage and murdered the Patriarch. He then points directly at Vikir, ordering the troops to be gathered. He commands his men to save the Sainties and arrest the criminal at once. With the guards now focused on him, Vikir turns to make his escape. However, his path is blocked by Sinclair, who still has her magic shield raised. She shouts at him to stop, demanding to know where he thinks he is going. Vikir pauses and turns his head slightly, his red eye meeting her conflicted gaze. He offers her no answers. Instead, he leaves her with a final cryptic piece of advice, telling her that it is up to her to decide what to see, what to hear, and what to believe. With no time to waste, Vikir draws his glowing red dagger and slams it into the ground. The impact creates a massive explosion of red energy, kicking up a thick smokescreen that engulfs the area and provides the perfect cover for his escape. Amidst the chaos, the guards shout that he has disappeared and order a search of the entrance, determined not to lose him. As the smoke begins to clear, Sinclair is left standing alone in the devastated crater. Her expression unreadable, she slowly clenches her fist, her thoughts a mystery. Damon de Bourgeois approaches her through the dust, his footsteps echoing. He asks if she is all right, mentioning that he heard from the head butler that the other student had already returned. He dismisses the fact that he wasn't told about their visit, saying it's not something he needs to get involved in. He then tells her that the area will be sealed off soon and instructs her to get directions from the guards and head back to the academy. Without a word, Sinclair turns and begins to walk away. As she passes him, Damon watches her go, wondering to himself if seeing the brutal assassination of the Patriarch was too much of a shock for the young student. Once she is gone, Damon turns his attention to the grim scene. He looks down at the lifeless body of his brother and quietly addresses him as Hayungim, an honorific for an older brother. He reflects on the man's immense power, a person who had climbed to the very top of their family and the world, only to die in such a state. However, as he takes in the huge scale of the destruction around him, the massive crater, the shattered vault that was supposed to be indestructible, a new realization hits him. He questions if the scene before him could have been created by a battle between mere humans. The words of the Night Hound echo in his mind, confirming a truth he had struggled to accept. That's right, because he is a demon with absolute power. In that moment, Damien finally understands and accepts the terrifying reality that his brother truly had the power of a demon. As Damien stands amidst the ruins of the vault, his thoughts are interrupted by an unexpected voice. A single sharp accusation cuts through the air. "It was you." Damien turns, his face a mask of pure shock. Standing before him is Sinclair, her expression cold and accusatory. She directly accuses him of being the mastermind, claiming that he was the one who lured both the Night Hound and the Saintes into the vault for the sole purpose of assassinating the Patriarch. Enraged by the accusation, Damon's shock turns to fury. He angrily questions what nonsense she is talking about as he draws his ornate sword and lunges forward to strike her down. However, he stops his attack just short of its mark, his sword pointed directly at her chest. A look of utter confusion and surprise crosses his face as he stammers, unable to finish his sentence. A flicker of recognition, a painful memory, causes him to mistake her for someone else. He quietly asks if she is his long-lost daughter, Juliet. After a moment of intense looking, a bead of sweat trickles down his face as he realizes his mistake. While there is a resemblance, he knows this girl is not his daughter. The truth is then revealed. The student known as Sinclair is in fact the only daughter of the man who was just killed, the Patriarch Bartholomew Jubor. With her purple eyes glowing with a menacing light, her full hidden identity is finally brought to light. Sinclair Jubor. The tense standoff in the ruined vault continues as Sinclair points a finger at Damien de Bourgeois. She claims he was the one who planned the entire event, luring both the Night Hound and the Saintist to the vault. Damon is visibly shocked by her insight, a bead of sweat on his face as he hears her accusation. Recovering, he lowers his sword and says it's a misunderstanding. While putting his sword away, he quickly makes up a story, explaining that the capital is in chaos because of a fake currency crisis. He claims he had come to the vault for a meeting with his brother about this. He sternly tells her not to make such foolish accusations without proof. In his mind, he admits that while she is smart, it's just a suspicion and it's best to dismiss it. Damien then turns and walks past her, seeming to end the conversation. Sinclair seems to give in, muttering that it doesn't matter. Her eyes fall to the ground, landing on her father's severed and bloody head. A memory flashes in her mind of her friend Piggy excitedly asking what question she had for the head of the Bourgeois family. She thinks to herself that there was one thing she always wanted to ask her father, but now she will never get the chance. Suddenly, Damien stops. From behind her, his voice asks if her question was, "Why did you abandon me?" Sinclair's eyes widen in shock. He turns back to her, his face now showing shared pain and understanding. He reveals that his own daughter Juliet once asked him the same question when she was sent out into the world with nothing as a commoner in their family's succession trial. The name shocks Sinclair. A memory comes up of a time when she and a young Juliet were together, suggesting a deep, forgotten connection between the two cousins. Seeing her reaction, Damien is equally stunned. A look of disbelief on his face as he realizes they must have known each other. He grits his teeth, a mix of anger and sadness on his face. Looking at Sinclair, he makes a firm statement. He tells her that in the end, her father and the bourgeois family did not abandon her. Damon begins to explain his family's core belief, saying their motto is to be, not to be seen. He tells Sinclair this is the reason for their succession trial, where the heirs must prove their worth by succeeding in the capital on their own without help from their parents. He continues, admitting that this is a basic rule of their family that should have been explained to her long ago, and he wonders why his brother Bartholomew never told her. Sinclair stays completely silent, her purple eyes hard to read as she takes in this life-changing information. The news sends Sinclair into confusion. In her mind, her eyes widen with fear. She questions everything she thought she knew. What if the person who abandoned her wasn't her father but a demon? What if the man she remembered as her father was the demon all along? The conflicting images torture her. The memory of her innocent younger self on the cold floor, contrasted with her father's face twisted by demonic power. She even wonders if there was no demon at all and if everything was a hallucination. Overwhelmed, she can't tell what is real and what is a lie. In her deepest confusion, the Night Hound's final words come to her mind. He had told her that it was her decision what to see, hear, and believe. His words become her guide, and a new determination forms inside her. She must meet him again to find the truth. Back in the real world, her inner turmoil settles into a cold, firm resolve. She turns away from the severed head on the ground, saying a final quiet farewell to her father. As she walks past Damien, a powerful golden aura erupts around her. With her eyes glowing with a new purpose, she declares that she will be the one to inherit the family's leadership. Meanwhile, the estate is in chaos. Alarms ring as guards search for the assassin, shouting that the Night Hound couldn't have gotten far. High on a rooftop, the Night Hound and an injured Dolores watch. He notes that security is getting tighter. Dolores, however, is worried about something else. She looks at the Night Hound with concern, admitting she can't stop thinking about Sinclair. She asks him if they did the right thing, leaving her behind like that. The Night Hound tries to reassure her, explaining that she shouldn't worry about Sinclair being blamed. He says that even though she was there, she won't be treated as an accomplice. He reminds Dolores that Damien has already set the official story for everyone, that the Night Hound took the saints hostage and killed the Patriarch, making Damien the heroic witness. He adds that a clever person like Sinclair would know better than to speak of what she really saw, as she would likely be called crazy. Dolores is silent for a moment. The Night Hound asks what is left of the alliance between Quo Vadis and the bourgeois family now. With a grim look, she gives the answer herself, naming their final enemy, H. Bert. A memory flashes in her mind of Bartholomew mentioning Cardinal H. Bert's recent visit, and she says with certainty that he is the one who is left. On the rooftop, a determined Dolores declares that she must meet with Cardinal H. Bert and question him about his meeting with the demon Beielub. As she speaks, her body trembles, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. The Night Hound quietly watches her distress for a moment before speaking. He then sits down in front of her and gently asks if she is afraid of H. Bert. Dolores is silent at first, then sigh. She finds it sad that she could overcome her fear of a powerful demon, even achieving a true awakening. Yet, she is still terrified of her own father. Sitting beside her, the Night Hound gently disagrees, telling her that her feelings are not sad at all. His unexpected kindness brings tears to her eyes, holy crosses forming in her pupils as she cries. Wiping her tears away, she asks if he would listen to her story. She explains that this is the first time she has ever spoken of this to anyone, as it is not a story she can easily share. She then begins her confession, revealing a shocking truth. As he may have already guessed, Cardinal H. Bert is not her biological father. A flashback shows a younger H. Bert holding an infant, Dolores. She explains that because of her powerful divine abilities, he noticed her as a child and chose to adopt her. She describes his public image, a man from a powerful family, second in power only to the Pope and respected by countless followers. In the presence of such a perfect and powerful figure, she had to be completely obedient. A powerful image shows her as a wooden puppet, her every move controlled by a massive hand from above. She had to be a pretty puppet showing no complaints and no defiance. The unspoken consequence of rebellion is made clear as the image shifts to the puppet lying broken on the ground. Returning to the present, a single tear runs down her cheek, but her expression is no longer one of fear. She tells him that it's okay now. She explains that after meeting him, the Night Hound, she finally found the courage to break free from the control that had ruled her entire life. As she speaks, a genuine, tearful smile of pure relief and gratitude spreads across her face. Sitting under the moonlight, she finally feels free. As the Night Hound listens to Dolores' story of being controlled like a puppet, her words deeply affect him. He is visibly shocked, his eyes wide with a new understanding. Internally, he thinks about the similarities between their lives. Though their situations were different, her experience of living as a controlled puppet was no different from his own past life before his regression, where he lived as a hunting dog bound by orders without ever knowing his own purpose. He sees that she too has been living a life on a leash. This shared pain strengthens his resolve for her sake and to cut the remaining ties of evil. He knows that he must confront Cardinal H. Burt. The scene suddenly shifts to a dark, chaotic forest at night, where a carriage lies completely wrecked and overturned amidst blood, showing a violent ambush. Cardinal H. Burt is seen running frantically from the scene, running for his life in terror. Blood streams down his face as he screams in panic, cursing his situation. He desperately shouts that he didn't know anything, insisting he was ignorant. A flashback reveals the reason for his terror. He explains that the recent deaths of several cult leaders had revealed the criminal conspiracy connecting the Old Testament faction of Quoetus with the bourgeois family. Terrified that an investigation would blame him, he had confronted Bartholomew. He tried to threaten the Patriarch, saying he would confess everything if he were arrested. However, as a horrifying demonic grin spread across Bartholomew's face, H. Burt realized his threat was useless. Bartholomew was not a mere human who could be scared. He was a demon. The memory continues, showing the terrified H. Burt falling from his chair, pathetically begging for his life and admitting he was wrong. Bartholomew, his hand swirling with dark purple energy, decided to offer the weak human a tool for survival. With a sinister grin, he summoned a strange, pulsating yellow orb with an eye at its center, telling Shburt to use it when a crisis came. Having given him this dark gift, Bartholomew spared his life. The flashback ends with the image of the strange demonic eyeball in Shburt's trembling hands. Back in the dark forest, a terrified Cardinal Shburt, still running for his life, desperately pulls out the demonic eyeball Bartholomew had given him. Clutching his chest, he thinks about the cursed gift from the demon, his only hope for survival. Just as he is about to use it, a glowing whip-like object slices through the air toward him. Before he can react, the whip, glowing with a menacing purple energy, swings with incredible speed and cleanly cuts off his hand at the wrist. H. Burt looks down in confusion for a moment. Unable to understand what just happened, the shock quickly turns to agony as blood gushes from the stump and he lets out a horrific scream of pain. As he falls to his knees, clutching the bleeding wound, a new figure appears before him. A woman with long light blue hair and a strange blindfolded mask looks down at him and casually says that she had only meant to take the object in his hand, but it seems she cut off the entire hand by mistake. She then picks up the severed hand, which is still holding the demonic orb. Through his tears of pain and terror, Humbar screams that the object is his and pleads with her not to touch it. The woman, now shown to be armed with a bloody blade and a whip-like weapon, looms over him. She identifies herself as Ms. Ouroboros and begins to list his many sins with a mocking tone. She questions how a man of God could take bribes, sell children, and now even work with demons. A sinister smile spreads across her face as she adds that despite his evil, she isn't bored. In fact, she enjoys her work, which is to collect criminals just like him. Her words fill Humbar with a new chilling dread. He stammers, asking what she means by collect. In response, her whip lashes out, wrapping tightly around his neck. With a single powerful motion, she yanks him off his feet and flings him into the air, leaving him hanging from a high tree branch. Choking, she tells him that she is going to train him so that he can welcome the old age. With her gasping for air, Humber questions what she could possibly mean by the old age. Ouroboros, now holding the demonic eyeball, licks her lips with a snake-like tongue and glares at him with a predatory look. She clarifies her meaning with a final, terrifying statement. She is referring to the age of war, a time when only the truly strong existed. Soon after, the capital descended into collective shock. Disturbing revelations rippled through the city, echoing far beyond its walls and unsettling the empire itself. First was the assassination of Bartholomew, the powerful patriarch of the bourgeois family. This was followed by the mysterious disappearance of Cardinal Humber, founder of the Quavitas Holy Order. At the center of it all was the infamous criminal mastermind, the Night Hound. An official investigation was launched, and a carefully constructed narrative was released to the public. The report stated that the Night Hound had ambushed a dinner between Bartholomew and Academy students. In a final act of heroism, the Patriarch sacrificed his own life to rescue the students safely. With the situation spiraling into chaos, Damien de Bourgeois became the interim Patriarch. At a press conference, he assured the public that everything possible would be done to resolve the situation and that a new heir had been designated, bringing a swift and official end to the incident. Meanwhile, despite the turmoil engulfing two of the 7 great families, life at Colosseo Academy was returning to a semblance of normality. The campus was bustling as students and staff prepared for the upcoming final exams and the annual parent-teacher meeting. Walking through the academy grounds, Tudor looked around in awe at the extensive renovations. The entire campus had been transformed, with beautiful cherry blossom trees lining the pathways around a grand fountain, making him wonder if he was in an academy or a botanical garden. He was joined by his friends Bianca and Sancho. Bianca wondered why Director Winston was undertaking such large-scale work so soon, while Sancho commented on how much more fragrant the academy smelled. Tudor, however, covered his nose and complained that all he could smell was fertilizer. Their friend Piggy then arrived, explaining that the improvements were likely in preparation for the parent-teacher meeting. He pointed out that upgrades were happening all over campus. He noted that even the training grounds, where the magic barrier had failed during the last exam, were being heavily reinforced with new magic stones for the final classification event. Piggy admitted that the scale of the renovations seemed excessive, but speculated that it was because important guests from the 7 great families were expected to attend. As the students walked on, the conversation shifted to a more personal topic. Tudor asked Bianca if she had reconciled with Sinclair yet, mentioning that he had heard she had changed rooms in the dormitory. Bianca sighed in frustration, placing a hand on her forehead as she explained, for the 10th time, that it had never been a fight to begin with. With a sad expression, she elaborated that she hadn't heard from Sinclair in days, and that her friend seemed to be in a perpetually bad mood, believing Sinclair needed time to herself. Bianca decided it was best to move out for a while. Sancho added to the concern, noting that he'd barely seen Sinclair outside the dorms except for training, and that she'd been skipping classes. Piggy wondered aloud if something serious had happened between the two girls. Their discussion was suddenly interrupted by a cheerful voice calling out to them. They turned to see Dolores, dressed in a bright orange construction vest and a yellow hard hat, waving enthusiastically. The group was taken aback by her unusual attire. Dolores explained that with the upcoming tournament, the student council was incredibly busy with preparations, requiring her to dress for the part. Her friends were impressed with her dedication. Bianca, however, expressed concern, telling Dolores not to push herself too hard after the traumatic incident with the Patriarch. Dolores just laughed it off, lying that she was fine because something had covered her eyes, so she didn't really see what happened. The mention of the incident sent Tudor into a rage. He furiously shouted about the Night Hound taking their president hostage, vowing to capture the criminal next time. Bianca held him back, reminding him that he'd been too scared to do anything during the last festival. Changing the subject, Dolores looked around and asked where the other members of their group were. Piggy and Bianca exchanged a worried look. Bianca explained that they hadn't seen Sinclair in a while either, and that she seemed to be deliberately avoiding them. The news visibly saddened Dolores. Her cheerful demeanor faded, and she looked down, a single tear escaping her eye as she thought she needed to check on Sinclair soon. Her mind flashed back to the horrific events in the vault. She knew Sinclair must have been deeply confused and traumatized, having witnessed a demon's true form and watched a man be brutally killed. Dolores was consumed by guilt, replaying the image of Sinclair's tormented face and remembering with shame that she was the one who fled, leaving her friend behind. As Dolores worried about Sinclair, Piggy chimed in with a mischievous smirk and changed the subject to Vikir. He started to say that Vikir had gone back to the dorms first and was likely spending time alone in his room, like last time, implying something secretive. Before he could finish, his friends frantically leaped on him, one clapping a hand over his mouth to silence him. The group descended into chaos, trying to keep Piggy quiet. Sancho quickly provided a cover story, nervously laughing that Vikir had gone back to train. Dolores was left completely bewildered by her friend's bizarre and sudden panic. In the academy's gym, sweat dripped onto the floor. Vikir was in the middle of an intense workout, lifting an incredibly heavy barbell. His immense strength stunned the other students, who watched in disbelief as he trained. Deep in thought, he focused on the red, star-shaped necklace around his neck. His red eyes glowed as he thought of the demon sealed within it, Decarabia. He reflected on the demon's current state. After using the last of its mana to protect Dolores, it had fallen into a deep sleep and had yet to reawaken. Vikir acknowledged that Decarabia had been far more helpful in the fight against Bilal than he had anticipated, remembering how its powerful magic circle had shielded Dolores from harm. However, there was a significant complication. Dolores had been wearing the necklace, which meant she could have easily deduced his true identity. He had been forced to use Decarabia's mental manipulation to alter her memories and protect his secret. This desperate move came at a great cost. His lack of mastery over the demon's power resulted in a massive drain on his own mana, which was the real reason he had tired so quickly during the fight with Beelzebub. Finishing his set, he re-racked the heavy weights with a loud clang, concluding that he must be more careful with how he used this power from now on. Resting on a bench after his workout, Vakir contemplated his situation, reflecting on how his actions in this new timeline differed from his previous life. He was trying to delay the Age of Destruction by eliminating high-ranking demons, but in doing so, he was changing the course of history. As he pictured the path he now walked, lined with the foes he had defeated, he acknowledged a grim reality. It had become very difficult to predict the future using only memories from his life before regression. He also assessed his own power. He had reached the pinnacle of his clan's abilities, mastering the 7th form and even unlocking the legendary 8th technique of the Baskerville family. However, he knew this ultimate power was incomplete and unstable without the holy enhancement provided by the Santis. A more pressing concern weighed on his mind. He was certain the remaining high-ranking demons, the 10 great calamities, were now aware of the threat he posed. To protect themselves, they would undoubtedly begin to gather their forces, creating a greater unified enemy for him to face. The sheer weight of these thoughts gave him a headache, and he quickly finished his water bottle. Just as he realized he had nothing left to drink, a cold can was suddenly offered to him. He looked up in surprise as a voice asked if he was looking for a drink. To his astonishment, the person offering it was Sinclair, dressed in workout clothes, greeting him with a cheerful smile and calling him young master. Later, the two sat together on a high rooftop, silhouetted against a magnificent starry night sky and a bright full moon. They toasted with their cans, a friendly cheer echoing in the quiet night as they drank. A blushing Sinclair happily declared that nothing beats a cold beer after a good workout. She then asked why he was drinking soda and offered him a can of beer. He politely declined, explaining seriously that drinking alcohol after training interferes with muscle synthesis. Sinclair playfully dismissed Vakir's serious reasoning, taking a sip from her own can with a casual, suit-yourself attitude. A comfortable silence settled between them before she asked if she had ever told him that she comes to the rooftop to look at the Milky Way when she's feeling down. Vakir quietly confirmed that she had told him before. Sinclair smiled faintly, pleased that he remembered. As they sat together, Vakir watched her closely, suddenly wondering if her cheerful demeanor was merely an act to hide her true feelings. His mind drifted to his previous life, remembering comrades who, even after the Great War against the demons, were left with deep psychological trauma. Images of their suffering flashed through his mind, and a chilling possibility took root. Perhaps Sinclair suffered from a similar hidden wound. Breaking the silence, he turned to her and bluntly stated that she did not look well. Sinclair was taken aback, her cheerful facade faltering as she looked down and quietly asked if it was that obvious. Though she still insisted she was fine, Vakir pressed further, asking if her distress was because of the incident with the bourgeois family. The question struck her like a physical blow. Her face contorted in terror, her eyes wide with shock and fear, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably as she stammered a denial, insisting that she did not remember anything from that day. Vakir was stunned by her extreme reaction. Despite her words, tears began to stream down Sinclair's face. She seemed just as confused by her own emotional outburst, trying to laugh it off as she questioned why she was crying. She clutched her face, her laughter turning into sobs as she insisted she was fine and did not want to cry. Overwhelmed, she hid her face in her hands, her body racked with sobs as she wondered why the tears would not stop. Seeing her complete breakdown, Vakir reached out and firmly grabbed her wrist, his voice sharp as he demanded to know what had happened to her. Sinclair's crying stopped abruptly. Her expression went blank, her eyes losing focus. In a detached tone, she asked him why he was doing this. She then stated that it had been a mistake for him to have left her alone at that moment. With chilling finality, she uttered the words she had been suppressing. He killed him. Vakir stared at her, bewildered by her sudden shift in demeanor and her cryptic words. Sinclair, looking past him as if in a trance, delivered the final, devastating truth, her voice devoid of all emotion. "The night hound," she stated, "killed my father." Vakir is stunned by her statement, still holding her wrist, and asks who the night hound killed. Tearfully, Sinclair confirms the victim was Bartholomew, the patriarch of the bourgeois family. She looks him in the eyes and delivers the devastating truth, her voice choked as she states the night hound killed her father. A heavy silence hangs between them on the moonlit rooftop. Vikier looks down, his mind racing as he processes the revelation. He admits to himself he had never expected this. The friendly student he knew was the only daughter of the man he just assassinated. Now everything makes sense. He remembers Sinclair's strange reaction when her family was mentioned and realizes she was hiding her identity. He recalls the familiarity he felt seeing Damon's daughter Juliet and realizes the two girls were cousins. Most importantly, he now understands her intense, murderous hostility toward him in the vault. It wasn't just shock from witnessing an assassination. It was hatred from watching the man who murdered her father. As he processes this, Sinclair wipes her tears. She apologizes for deceiving him, saying she'd promised herself not to tell anyone her secret, but finds it hard to hide her pain from him. She then delivers more shocking news, quietly saying she has decided to drop out of the academy. Vikir listens in stunned silence. She explains her life had focused on one path, achieving greatness at the academy. She dreamed of being the top student, winning every competition, and becoming student council president, dedicating her youth to these goals. But now all of those ambitions have become meaningless to her. She realizes there is something far more valuable, something that has changed her perspective on life. Vikir listens silently as her words hang in the night air. With new resolve in her eyes, Sinclair tells Vikir that before she leaves the academy, there is one final thing she wants to accomplish. She turns to him, her expression hopeful, and reveals the one thing she now values more than anything is a relationship with him. The sudden confession leaves Vikir speechless. He turns away, unable to meet her gaze, and insists he is not the great person she thinks he is. Sinclair, however, leans in close and firmly tells him he is wrong. Smiling sincerely, she explains that to her he is more impressive and wonderful than anyone she has ever met. She recounts the moments she admired, like the freshman welcome party where he selflessly helped a troubled piggy, an act of kindness that caught her attention. She recalls her surprise discovering the quiet boy in her class was the same Vikir who could confidently handle any challenge. She remembers his selflessness, how he jumped into a filthy sewer to retrieve something important which left her stunned. She recalls his strength, how he endured a violent beating without fighting back or compromising his principles. Most vividly, she recalls her greatest despair when he did the impossible. He shattered the gate and she tearfully threw herself into his arms, relieved he had come back. After reminiscing, her expression turns somber. She returns to the painful present, quietly speaking of another matter. She reveals a heartbreaking detail from that night. When the night hound killed her father, Dolores was beside him. She adds, "It was clear they were working together." Her eyes glow a pained purple as she explains her deep betrayal. She had trusted Dolores more than any other upperclassman. Seeing her with her father's murderer shattered her trust, leaving her lost. Her expression shifts to desperate hope as she looks at Vikir, telling him he is the one person she can still trust. She reminds him of his newspaper columns criticizing the night hound, convinced he must understand the criminal's vile nature. Leaning in, she pleads that he is all she has left, the only one who could understand. As she finishes, Vikir quietly listens before speaking her name. He stands and in a somber tone acknowledges her situation and her feelings for him. Turning his back, he gives his difficult answer, telling her that he cannot accept her confession now. His reasoning is heavy with guilt. He knows accepting her feelings out of pity would be cruel and dishonorable. More importantly, he is burdened by the truth. Even though the man he killed was the demon Beielub, he is still the night hound who murdered her father. His rejection hits Sinclair hard, and her lip begins to tremble. A tear rolls down her cheek as she asks if he means he can't accept her feelings right now. With a sliver of hope, she looks up at him and asks if he might accept her when the time is right. Vikir hesitates, his expression conflicted. He knows he needs to give a definite answer to end her hope and begins to speak. But before he can, Sinclair reaches for him. She closes the distance, wrapping her arms around him in a desperate embrace. She tells him not to answer, instead whispering a final heartbreaking request to just hold her this once. Vikir is surprised, his eyes wide as she presses her face into his shoulder. He remains silent, neither returning the embrace nor pushing her away, letting her cry quietly in the night. As Vikir holds the heartbroken Sinclair, his mind drifts to his past life. He sees her now as a naive girl, but remembers that in the future, during the Age of Destruction, the bourgeois family was crucial support for humans fighting demons. He speculates it must have been Sinclair as head of her family who secretly aided the resistance. He feels a profound awe and sorrow, wondering what hardships this fragile girl endured to become the unnamed hero of his past. Guilt and indebtedness wash over him, and he clenches his fist. He knows his actions now, however well-intentioned, may not help her at all. His fist unclenches. He resolves that for now, the only comfort he can offer is to be there for her. He finally wraps his arms around her as they stand together under the vast, star-filled sky. Meanwhile, in the Colosio Academy director's office, Director Winston reports on the campus greening project and magical infrastructure upgrades. He explains they have more than doubled the trees and flower beds. For the final exams and parent-teacher meetings, the stadium's magic stones have been replaced with new models. However, Deputy Headmaster Vinci Morgue expresses concern, worried about the untested durability of the new magic stones. Director Winston smiles warmly, remarking that Vinci is, as always, deeply concerned with student safety. Vinci dismisses the praise, claiming he is just a timid man worried about his position. Winston, however, sees through the false modesty and says he knows that isn't true. He says he has worked hard to meet the deputy head M's expectations and slides a small ornate box across the desk. Vinci opens the box, his expression turning to surprise. Inside is a green bracelet with a glowing purple gem. Winston explains it is a special key that bypasses the new magical barriers. He suggests students wear them to avoid any security issues. Vinci picks up the artifact, noting its magical properties, and asks if they can be mass-produced. Winston confirms the student bracelets are already made and they will make more for professors if resources allow. Vinci concedes this doesn't address his durability concerns, but is a helpful measure. He places the bracelet back, accepting the plan. With that settled, Winston becomes serious. He informs Venny of another issue to discuss, one not in the official report. The atmosphere in the room shifts. Winston reveals the matter concerns Professor Sade's dismissal, and both men's expressions grow tense. Vinci asks why the topic is being brought up again. Thinking it was concluded, Winston explains a formal complaint was filed against a Capitol Guard official for dereliction of duty. The accusation enrages Vinci. He complains the officer files excessive reports while refusing actual police work like searches and arrests, adding that the officer even lost important security information, slamming his hands on the desk. Venny declares this is not just negligence, it tarnishes the reputation of the Guard and the Academy as he demands severe disciplinary action. Winston calmly raises a hand, cutting him off and agreeing that punishment is in order. However, as Vinci suggests firing the officer, Winston turns to the window. His voice firm, he asserts that while punishment is necessary, he will be the one to decide it. Enraged by the dismissive decision, Vinci shouts that it is complete nonsense. Winston, however, cuts him off. With his back still turned, he firmly ends the meeting, telling Vinci to leave for the day. Fuming, Vinci storms out of the office. As he walks down the hallway, his suspicions run wild. He is now certain Director Winston is hiding something important. The director's refusal to let him handle the matter is a clear warning to stay away from the issue. His determined walk is interrupted by a group of men in the corridor. One asks if he found out what he needed to. The man, in a brown jacket with a fur collar, hands Vinny a folder and tells him to look at the documents inside. Vinci opens the folder to a historical report. It details a bloody event from 35 years ago, shortly after the Empire's unification, a massive coup attempted by the heads of 47 noble families. As he reads, his expression grows grim. The report recounts a widespread massacre and an invasion of the imperial palace. The rebellion failed, leading to the execution of 46 of the 47 family heads. The survivors were imprisoned in the high-security prison VAG. Vinci asks the man why he was searching for this particular historical record. The man then reveals the shocking conclusion. He states he believes both Director Winston and Professor Saudi are connected to the 47 Rears incident, the worst event in the Empire's history. 1 week after the Vault incident, the capital city of Vanacore is buzzing with activity. The Colosio Academy hosts a parent-student lesson, drawing the Empire's elite, including the 7 great families and other nobles. However, all eyes are on the final ranking match, the grand finale of the exams, which is about to take place in the massive Colosseum. A large board displays the tournament bracket listing key participants from the first-year Ice Corps are Tudor and Bianca. Representing the first-year Fire Corps are Granuili and Sinclair, and from the third-year Fire Corps, Dolores is set to compete alongside a stern-looking male student. Vikir, appearing as a normal student with glasses and a backpack, blends into the crowd observing the scene. His gaze, however, is fixed on one person in particular. Through his glasses, his red eyes focus intently on Sinclair. He remembers meeting Sinclair on a rooftop the night before. She apologizes for being persistent, explaining she needs to ask him one last thing. She reminds him that he said he couldn't accept her confession right now and poses a hopeful question. She asks if that meant he might be free to consider her feelings in the future once he achieves his goals. The question catches Vikrir completely off guard. He looks up at the starry sky, contemplating a future he has never allowed himself to imagine. His life has been consumed by his mission for revenge. And in that moment, he realizes he has never even thought that far ahead. Vikir knows his goals are set in a harsh and distant future. He turns to Sinclair and admits that if he ever fulfills his goals, she might be right. Perhaps then he will finally have some freedom. Her hope seemingly confirmed, Sinclair accepts his answer. With newfound resolve, she says that is fine. She declares her feelings are her own, and she is determined to wait for him, even if he tells her not to. Vikir watches her as she begins to walk away. Before she can leave, he calls out, urging her not to throw away everything she has worked for, insisting her efforts are valuable. His words stop her in her tracks. Tears of relief stream down Sinclair's face as she looks at the moon. With a grateful, tearful smile, she agrees and thanks him. Back in the present, Vikir watches Sinclair from the academy crowd. Seeing her name on the tournament board, he understands her decision. She is determined to win before leaving the academy to follow her own path. As he watches her, he clenches his fist, realizing his own days at the academy are also numbered. His thoughts turn to the dark future he knows is coming. He recalls reading in old memoirs about a terrible event known as the Colosseo tragedy. This tragedy is one of the most devastating events before the time of the fall, an apocalypse that reminded the world of the true demonic threat. Calculating the timeline, Vikir knows the disaster will strike in about 6 months. His course is clear. Once he finishes his business here, he will leave the academy to prepare for the coming catastrophe. As Vikir contemplates his future, his eyes glow with fierce red determination. He knows his path leads to a place of hardships and trials, the world's worst prison, Nouvelle Vague. The image of the dark, menacing prison fills his mind, solidifying his resolve to go there. Back in the Colosseum, the crowd's excitement grows as an announcer's voice booms, declaring that the final matches are about to begin. The first match is announced. Tutor Lancha Don Coyote, a first year from the Ice Corps, enters the arena with a glowing blue shield and a spear. His opponent is the archer Bianca Foe Usher, also a first year from the Ice Corps, who has a similar energy shield. From the stands, a large man in golden armor lets out a deafening roar. He screams at Tutor that their family's honor is on the line and that he must win, threatening him not to come home if he loses. This is Cervantes, patriarch of the Azure Spearman family. Nearby, another man with long dark hair sits with his arms crossed. Looking annoyed, he is Roderick Fox Usher, the patriarch of the mystical Archer family. Complaining about the noise, he coolly instructs his daughter Bianca to teach the ill-mannered family a lesson. Tutor apologizes to Bianca, stating he'll have to destroy her because his father is watching. Unfazed, Bianca retorts that her father is watching too, and she has no intention of going easy on him. Tutor is taken aback, questioning how she could have been going easy on him when he ranked higher during the midterms. Bianca calls him an idiot, explaining she let him score higher because she knew he would whine all day if he lost. The two rivals erupt into a furious, glaring match, trading insults and daring each other not to complain about the outcome. Their argument escalates as both students power up, their bodies erupting in fiery auras as they prepare to battle. Watching from the stands, Granui shows his disgust that Tutor and Bianca, also from great families, are acting so classless. He then turns to Sinclair beside him and calls her commoner, boldly declaring that he will take the top spot in the Fire Corps match. He insists he can't allow a commoner to take that honor, let alone become the interim student council president. With a smug smirk, Granui reveals this is his push and pull tactic to establish them as rivals, betting this will make Sinclair interested in him. Sinclair, however, is completely unimpressed. She breaks her silence and calmly calls his behavior childish, then begins to leave. When Granella stammers in confusion, Sinclair simply repeats her assessment with a cool demeanor. Grenue's confidence vanishes, and he shrinks in his seat, stammering a meek apology. Elsewhere, Dolores is lost in her own troubled thoughts. She sighs, wrestling with her worries on a park bench. She sits alone, her mind consumed by one person. She agonizes over what she can possibly say to Sinclair. Her mind flashes back to the vault, replaying the moment a furious Sinclair violently shoved her away. She has tried to talk to her friend since that day, but Sinclair has been avoiding her. Dolores is at a loss, wondering how she can ever explain the truth of what happened that night. As Dolores sits lost in her worries, she is suddenly startled by someone approaching. It is Vikrir, walking in her direction. An idea quickly forms in her mind. She remembers how close Sinclair and Vikir seem to be. Desperate to reconnect with her friend, Dolores decides asking Vikir for a favor might give her a chance to talk to Sinclair. She knows it is an underhanded tactic, but feels she has no other choice. Just as she is about to call out his name, a small girl rushes past her, shouting, "Daddy Vikir!" with pure joy. Before a stunned Vikir can react, the little girl Pomerian gives him a tight hug, happily telling him how much she has missed her daddy. The public display sends shockwaves through the crowd. Whispers erupt as people question if a little girl really called a student daddy, with some even commenting that they look alike. An older man with a mustache stares at Vikir with a suspicious eye. The revelation that the young student might be a father is so scandalous that Vikir grabs Pomerian and flees. An aristocratic couple comments on the absurdity of the situation, remarking that one child has seemingly given birth to another, but no one is more affected than Dolores. The revelation hits her hard. The strength leaves her legs and she collapses to her knees in the park. Looking up at the scene with a face of pure shock, she can only stammer a single disbelieving word. Daddy Vikir quickly leaves the gossiping crowd carrying Pomerian on his back. He heads to a quieter part of the academy grounds near the massive ice-covered Colosseum. He sighs in relief, glad to finally be away from everyone. His relief is short-lived, however, as Pomerian lets out a happy squeal from his back. She exclaims how fun it is to run so fast and eagerly asks her uncle to do it again. Vikir gently sets the little girl down. He then seriously explains that if she makes jokes like calling him daddy in public, she will put her uncle in a difficult position. His serious tone makes Pomerian's eyes well up with tears. She timidly asks if he is mad and quickly apologizes, promising not to do it again. Vikir's expression softens. He reassures her he isn't mad, just dealing with some things, and pats her head, which brings a smile back to her face. He crouches down, asking why she is alone. He mentions she is supposed to be with Osiris and asks where he is. Pomerian explains that Big Uncle went to get their bracelets. While waiting, she played hide and seek with the guards, but got impatient to see Vikir and snuck in on her own. Vikir recalls how she must have gotten her way, picturing her throwing a tantrum and putting Hugo in a difficult position until he agreed to let her come. He understands the serious fallout if Hugo had to report her missing. Meanwhile, an innocent Pomerian looks up completely unaware of the trouble she has caused. Vikir decides to fix the situation. He tells Pomerian they will find her big uncle, and taking her hand, they walk off together. As Vikir and Pomerian walk hand in hand, he suddenly stops. The abrupt halt makes a confused Pomerian look up and ask what is wrong. Vikir's eyes widen in shock, a cold sweat on his face. He can't believe someone has snuck up on him completely undetected. Behind them stands an old woman in a white hooded robe, leaning on a walking stick and holding a small bucket. Quietly, she states that she is thirsty. Still shocked by her silent approach, Vikir turns to face her. As the old woman repeats her request, Vikir looks at her wrinkled face and glasses and has a stunning realization. He knows exactly who she is, the Pope of the Lawn Church and matriarch of the powerful Quo Vadis family. At over 200 years old, she has lived since before the empire's unification, making her one of the last traditionalist centesses. She is a living legend. Nabokov Lunio's wife, Vikir, is bewildered, his mind racing. Why would someone of her stature be at the academy? The situation is impossible. In his original timeline, he has only read about her in history books because by this point, she should be dead. History records her death by poison from an insider which succeeded because her own power made her vulnerable. Seeing the living pope before him, Vikir understands with chilling clarity that history has changed. He wonders if his actions since returning to the past have caused her survival. As Vikir processes this change, he feels a flicker of hope. The Pope's power could be a massive help to mankind's future. His hopeful thought is cut short as the Pope's bucket comes swinging through the air, smacking him squarely in the head. The elderly woman's face twists in a senile rage as she shouts at the boy to give her water. Annoyed and disillusioned, Vikir recalls Dolores telling him the Pope suffers from dementia. He realizes Dolores is right. In her current state, the Pope will be no help at all. Still, a nagging thought remains. The powerful presence he felt when she first approached seems completely at odds with her senile behavior. The commotion attracts attention. Pomerian angrily defends her uncle, while Dolores, who has been searching for the Pope, runs towards them in a panic. She arrives completely exhausted and out of breath, relieved to have found them. Catching her breath, Dolores asks the Pope with concern where her attendant, Sir Peter, is and why she is wandering around alone. The Pope ignores her, continuing to demand water. A confused Dolores can only ask if she is thirsty. Vikir points to a nearby well, telling the Pope she can drink from there. But the Pope stubbornly holds out her broken bucket, insisting they use it to fetch her water. The three stare in baffled silence at the bucket. Peering through the huge hole in the bottom, Pomerian states the obvious. The water will leak out. The Pope considers the broken bucket for a moment, letting out a contemplative H. Then, in a bizarre move, she throws the bucket into the well, much to everyone's confusion. As the bucket sinks, she declares with strange satisfaction that now it won't leak. Her demeanor suddenly shifts from senile to wise. Turning to Vikir and Dolores, she states that all things are best in their natural form. With eyes closed, she offers cryptic advice. If a floor has holes or cracks, one should simply leave it be. She explains, you can fill holes by enveloping them with something larger, like how the well water surrounds the broken bucket, gently touching Dolores's cheek. The Pope continues advising her not to try and forcefully fill the void. She tells the young saintist to let things unfold naturally, a piece of wisdom that deeply moves Dolores. Vikir, however, is not swayed by the philosophical lecture. He bluntly interrupts, pointing out the practical flaw in her logic. They still can't drink any water with it. The Pope looks at him with curiosity. A small spider emerges from Vikir's collar. He addresses the baby madam, telling her to act. At his command, baby madam shoots a thick web from her mouth, completely plugging the large hole in the bucket. With the bucket repaired, Vikir dips it into the well and effortlessly collects the water. He holds the full bucket out to the Pope, directly challenging her philosophy. She is thirsty, water is available, and the bucket has a hole. He then asks if she shouldn't do everything possible to get the water she needs. His practical solution leaves his companions in awe. Pomerian's eyes sparkle as she asks if he used magic, while a surprised Dolores can only stammer his name. The Pope, however, is silent. Her senile demeanor vanishes, replaced by a sharp look as her eyes, glowing with a holy light, fix on Vikir. Their tense moment is interrupted by a man in priest's robes running toward them and calling for the Pope in a panic. The man, Sir Peter, is the Pope's attendant. Out of breath, but relieved, he explains he has been worried sick when she vanished and thanks Dolores for staying with her. With her attendant present, the Pope's test seems over. Her voice, now clear and wise, concedes to Vikir that his method is valid. A knowing smile spreads across her face as she describes his philosophy, never giving up and always finding a way, no matter the obstacle. She declares this is the life he is destined to live. Vikir listens silently, his expression unreadable as he absorbs her words. With her message delivered, the Pope turns to leave, telling her attendant to go. A flustered Sir Peter quickly follows. After a few steps, she stops and turns back to Vikir, offering a simple but sincere thanks. A peaceful smile appears as she explains that because of him, she can now leave in peace. She then turns and walks away with Sir Peter, leaving a trail of mystery behind them. Vikir, Dolores, and Pomerian are left standing in the courtyard with the repaired bucket. They stand in silence, trying to process the strange encounter. After they leave, Dolores nervously advises Vikir not to take the Pope's words too seriously, explaining she has been out of it. Holding the bucket, Vikir replies, "It is fine, as the effort has made him thirsty." Dolores's expression then grows serious. She hesitantly admits she has overheard what the little girl said earlier. Mustering her courage, she asks Vikir if he is Pomerian's daddy. The unexpected question makes Vikir, who is about to drink, choke and spit out the water. As Dolores and Pomerian rush to his side, he coughs and quickly clarifies. He explains she isn't his daughter but an acquaintance's younger sister, and it was all a joke. Dolores laughs awkwardly, pretending she was just double-checking. Internally, however, she is immensely relieved. Her relief earns her an annoyed glare from Pomerian, who puffs out her cheeks, leaving a confused Dolores, wondering why the child is so angry. Still coughing, Vikir asks Dolores if the daddy question was why she had been looking for him. She denies it, but admits she has a favor to ask. Before she can explain, an announcement declares the second-year winner and that the third-year final match is about to begin. The announcement calls all participants to the arena. Panicked, Dolores realizes her match is next and apologizes, saying they will talk later. Vikir calmly says he is also going that way, so they go together. At the entrance of the Colosio Academy, two new figures arrive. Two young women, one with blue and pink hair and the other with red, stand confidently. The multicolored hair girl scans the area and asks with determination, "Where is he?" Vice Principal Vency's eyes widened and his jaw dropped as he began to blurt out the word pro when he saw Ms. Ouroboros remove her disguise. Realizing who she truly was, he stared in shock and exclaimed that she was Professor Sadie. Suddenly, a figure whose body was embedded with green stones appeared beside her, startling Vency even further. The group surrounding her all had flushed faces as if drunk, loudly boasting to Sadie that they had destroyed the mana wall as she had commanded. They excitedly proclaimed that more followers would soon arrive, while shamelessly begging her to punish them further, asking her to strike them with her stick and even step on them. Seeing this bizarre scene, Vency asked in confusion who those people were. Sadie laughed and replied that they were wanted criminals she had personally trained for that very day, casually asking if he liked them. Hearing that, Vency felt a wave of shock and muttered to himself that they were wanted criminals. At that moment, a memory suddenly resurfaced in his mind. He recalled confronting Principal Winston in the past, questioning why she never appeared for investigations, intelligence gathering, or arrest operations without notice, and why she was always intoxicated and sleeping in the official residence. He had also pointed out that the reports she submitted were always missing information related to wanted criminals. Realizing the implication now, cold sweat ran down Vency's face as he wondered if all of it had been part of her plan from the beginning. Meanwhile, the large wanted criminal turned to Sadie and eagerly asked her to give him another order, addressing her as his queen. Sadie immediately bared her teeth in an excited grin. Gripping her weapon, she gleefully commanded all of them to disperse and set them off. At once, the group of wanted criminals shot forward like a violent storm. Vency and the other professors stood there with their mouths open in shock. A moment later, he gritted his teeth in fury. After some time had passed, many members of the academy had fallen into pools of blood. Corpses were scattered across the cracked ground. Only a handful of survivors remained, standing within a blue protective sphere while facing Sadie. Clenching his teeth, Vency created a honeycomb-like barrier to shield the students behind him and demanded to know why she was doing this. Sadie laughed with clear enjoyment, remarking that he truly was worthy of being an academy professor since he had survived that explosion. Vency, still unable to believe he had been deceived all along, asked whether she had actually gone insane despite always behaving like a lunatic, or if it had something to do with the incident of the 47, which had led to the downfall of her family. His brows furrowed with anger as he pressed the question further. Sadie shrugged boldly and replied that he had known all of that, praising his intelligence network and commending him as an old man. Vency then asked whether she was truly doing all of this just to avenge her family. Immediately afterward, he angrily shouted that, as she already knew, the incident of the 47 had been nothing more than a coup led by fools blinded by power. Before he could finish, however, Sadie cut him off, repeating that it was indeed called a coup led by fools blinded by power, adding that she was sure he saw it that way. She calmly stated that the truth was far from that. Hearing this, Vency was stunned and asked what she meant. Sadie then began explaining that 35 years earlier, not long after the Empire's unification, an unprecedented incident had occurred. With a dark gaze, she continued that it had been called the Incident of the 47 Families because it was led by 47 family heads. On that day, they had slaughtered countless people and charged toward the palace. She described how many had been killed by arrows, before stating grimly that in the end, 46 of them were executed on the spot. Only one survived, the pillar of the Saad family and her own grandfather, Nouvelle Vague, who had been arrested. Pointing a finger toward the sky, Sadie bitterly explained that the superficial reason given had been an attempt to usurp the throne. Vency frowned as he listened to her continue, declaring that their true motive had been obvious. The imperial family had grown afraid that other noble families might be incited, so they had hidden the truth. Then, lifting Winston's severed head, Sadie spat out the words with cold resentment, revealing what that hidden truth was. With an icy glare, she declared that it was the return of an era in which only the strong could survive, the revival of the Warring States period. Vency looked puzzled and wondered what Sadie meant by the Warring States period. In response, Sadie began explaining that during the peaceful era that followed the Great Unification, strength had ceased to be the law, justice, and power that governed the world. She painted a bitter image in which scholars stood proudly on high platforms while warriors were pushed to the lowest ranks. With a tone filled with resentment, she lamented that society had begun to believe that the weak could hold high positions if they simply worked hard enough and might even surpass the strong. Recalling how a scholar had once been executed, she added that the 47 families had never been able to accept such a reality. Thinking of the forces that had simmered with anger and dissatisfaction, Sadie claimed that peace had turned humans into livestock. According to her, those who lost their strength became targets of plunder and eventually turned into nothing more than trash-wearing human skin. Hearing this, Vency's face darkened. Grinding his teeth in anger, he denounced her as insane and demanded to know whether she had truly killed Winston because she believed in such madness. His eyes burned with fury as he reminded her that Winston had stepped forward to protect others during the incident of the 47, even though doing so could have implicated him and made him guilty by association. He further pointed out that Winston had even sponsored her so she could become a professor. When he saw Sadie gripping Winston's hair and lifting the corpse, Vency spoke bitterly, recalling how she had once been a girl left completely alone after losing her entire family in a single day, and accusing her of repaying Winston's compassion in the cruelest possible way. Those words drove Sadie into a rage. Veins bulged across her face as she shouted at him to be silent. With bloodshot eyes, she snarled that Winston had been the one who arrested her grandfather, Nouvelle Vague. She explained that the reason Winston suffered from mana congestion was because he had been injured while fighting her grandfather. After throwing Winston's corpse to the ground beside her, she added coldly that, aside from that personal grudge, Winston was also the public face of the academy, which meant he had to die. Her expression turning icy, Sadie reminded Vency that he had once described the academy as an institution that worshipped the pinnacle of martial arts. However, she dismissed that claim as complete nonsense. Thinking of the academy's emblem, she declared that the institution was nothing more than a filthy place that hid away martial arts. In her view, the system tamed martial artists by giving them government positions and promises of success, then used those who had been tamed as mere tools. Suddenly, magical energy surged violently from her body. Gritting her teeth with hatred, she declared that the current system was fundamentally broken. She insisted that the strong should stand as symbols of power, while the rest should be eliminated. With naked hostility burning in her eyes, Sadie hissed that the world had become so rotten that it required a natural disaster as powerful as a typhoon to cleanse it, and she was more than willing to become that disaster herself. She then swung her whip high and warned Vency not to think about whining. The dart at the tip of the whip shot forward as she screamed that she would make him accept her beliefs. Purple deathly energy erupted around her body as she roared that she would become the natural disaster. At that moment, a blazing red light suddenly descended and illuminated the area. Terrifying slash marks carved zigzag patterns across the academy's staircase. Sadie's eyes widened in shock as she looked toward the source of the attack. Osiris stood there with a sword in hand, having single-handedly cut several wanted criminals into hundreds of pieces. His gaze was cold and sharp as he looked down upon the battlefield. Behind him stood the three Trident brothers. The surviving criminals, seeing the four of them, panicked and shouted in terror that the men around them had been slaughtered and demanded to know where these people had come from. Two of them then rushed toward Osiris, attacking while shouting that it did not matter if only one of them could fight, because he would die once he was surrounded. However, before they could even reach him, several streams of spiritual power shot out from behind Osiris and blasted away large portions of their bodies. Cervantes watched the scene with a crooked smile and remarked in admiration that the man before them was the young lord of the Baskerville family, the sword bird, Osiris, adding that it was astonishing that someone so young had already reached such a level. Roderick also praised him, saying that such skill was exactly what one would expect from a member of the Ironblood sword family. The two men then combined their swords and declared that they could not allow a junior to surpass them, insisting that the matter concerned the safety of their children, and that they both wholeheartedly agreed on this point. Immediately afterward, thick clouds of dust were blown up in front of Osiris. Seeing this, he turned back and ordered the three Trident brothers to take Pomerian and remain in the safe zone. The three brothers promptly obeyed and answered that they understood his command. When the three brothers ran off to carry out their tasks, Osiris stepped forward with his sword in hand and declared that he was going to kill everyone who got in his way. He then raised the blazing red blade before his eyes and slightly lowered his stance. Activating the Baskerville sixth technique, he cut through the wanted criminals, asking Sadie if she still did not understand. Elsewhere, Vency stood facing Sadie and lectured her, explaining that it was not only them who were present, but also all the powerful families throughout the empire. He asked her if she still could not understand that the power to take was far weaker than the power to protect. However, Sadie only chuckled madly and questioned the idea of the power to protect. Sticking out her tongue and licking her finger with a crazed expression, she claimed that she could simply get rid of the things they wanted to protect and asked if she was right. Meanwhile, in another corner, a little girl sat beside her mother who was trapped under rubble, crying desperately for her mother to wake up. Behind her, a wanted criminal slowly approached and mockingly remarked that she was still alive, then wondered what she was going to do now. The criminal laughed savagely and said that his queen had ordered him to kill all the weak. Hearing this, the girl trembled in fear and inwardly protested. As the footsteps drew closer, tears welled in her eyes and she screamed in terror for it to stop. Suddenly, the criminal was pierced through the stomach by a spear and stared in confusion. Tudor stood there holding the spear, breathing heavily with his eyes wide in shock. Nearby classmates noticed that he had frozen and called out his name in alarm. Tudor's face turned pale and his entire body trembled as he stammered that he had just killed someone. Bianca rushed over, grabbed Tudor by the collar, and shouted at him to get a grip, telling him that if he had not acted, someone else would have died instead. Only then did Tudor begin to come back to his senses, muttering Bianca's name uncertainly. At that moment, Sancho and Piggy suddenly turned their backs to the two of them and warned the group to wait because they thought they were in serious trouble, leaving Tudor and Bianca confused. As another friend announced that they were surrounded, they all raised their weapons and pointed them toward the wanted criminals. Just then, the girl who had lost her mother came up behind them, sobbing and pleading for someone to save her. Bianca smiled and gently patted the girl's head, reassuring her not to worry and saying that they were actually very strong. She then glanced at her friends and promised the girl that they would save both her and her mother no matter what, telling her not to worry. Suddenly, the wanted criminals roared and charged toward them, shouting for the others to kill them. Little Piggy gripped his sword tightly, sweat pouring down his face as he watched a massive hand reach toward him. All of a sudden, a six-pointed star magic circle appeared beneath their feet. At the same time, spikes shot up from the ground, impaling the criminals who came too close. Someone gasped in shock, exclaiming in disbelief that spikes had suddenly appeared on the floor. A girl then walked forward and looked at one of the criminals who had been skewered like a pincushion, remarking that it was unbelievable that those people had almost killed her and that they were ridiculously weak. She waved her hand and instructed the three-eyed girl beside her, telling Saire to absorb all the souls and place them into the tree of departed souls. Saire immediately responded cheerfully that she would do it. After that, Sayra stepped forward and raised the wooden staff in her hand, creating a swirling magical force as she called for the souls to gather. After a short while, the pink-haired girl pointed at Sayre and exposed her actions, questioning why only 4 souls had been absorbed when 5 people had died. She accused Sayre of secretly taking one for herself again. The girl floated in the air and flailed as she denied it nervously, but the pink-haired girl scolded her and warned that if she did not cooperate properly, she would kill her. Hearing this, Tudor and the others stared blankly in confusion. Piggy eventually spoke for the group, admitting that they did not know who the girls were, but sincerely thanked them for saving their lives. Upon hearing that, the pink-haired girl turned around with a smile and said that she had not introduced herself yet. With one hand, she created a magic circle that restrained Sayre, while extending the other in greeting. She introduced herself as Camus Morgue, a first-year transfer student of the Fire Corps. Hearing this, Piggy and the others broke out in cold sweat and repeated in disbelief that she was a transfer student. As Camus Morgue beckoned toward the person accompanying her, she introduced the other girl as Rose Morgue, explaining that both of them were first-year transfer students. Meanwhile, the group huddled together and whispered among themselves in confusion, questioning how there could be transfer students when the school term was almost over, though they admitted that the two had saved their lives. Suddenly, Camus Morgue snapped her fingers to draw their attention and then stepped forward, saying that she believed they might know where he could be. Tudor frowned in confusion and asked who she was talking about. Camus Morgue smiled and replied that she had been looking for him the entire time. At that very moment, elsewhere, someone grabbed a wanted criminal by the collar. Unaware that the conversation was about him, the narrative revealed that the person Camus was referring to was Vikir. The bird-masked criminal, his face covered in blood, weakly murmured to his queen. Vikir frowned as he looked at the wanted criminal. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Down in the courtyard, Sadie stood facing Venci and his injured group. She coldly asked why they did not simply surrender. Her gaze fell on the wound on Venci's arm as she calmly suggested that, considering their past history, they should join her before things got worse. However, Venci refused firmly, declaring that he had no intention of joining a group of scoundrels like them. Sweat poured down his face as he gritted his teeth and stated that they might as well kill him instead. Hearing this, Sadie burst into a deranged grin and replied that if that was truly what he wanted, then he should die. At once, the group of wanted criminals roared with excitement and charged forward like starving beasts hunting their prey. One of them rushed straight toward Venci. Yet before he could even reach him, a masked figure with a bird mask suddenly dropped from above and struck the attacker with a single punch, sending him crashing to the ground. The sudden scene left Venci staring in shock, his eyes wide. Sadie, however, seemed even more delighted. Looking into the red eyes behind the mask, she immediately realized that the figure was the infamous Hound. Vikir then pointed in a direction and told Venci's group to run that way, saying there would be an escape route. Venci frowned in confusion and asked why he was helping them, questioning whether he was not on the same side as Ms. Ouroboros. With a cold gaze, Vikir pointed his sword toward them and threatened that if they did not disappear from his sight immediately, he would kill them all himself. At once, several people behind Venci panicked and concluded that they had known it all along, that he was a criminal just like Ouroboros. Shouting for everyone to run, they quickly fled. Only Venci remained standing there, staring at Vikir. Suddenly, his eyes drifted to the bracelet on Vikir's wrist. A mana barrier crossing bracelet he recognized all too well. Sweat immediately poured down his face as he thought in shock, wondering why the Hound possessed that bracelet and whether it meant what he feared it did. Once even Venci had finally left, Vikir stood facing Sadie. She remarked that she was finally meeting the infamous Hound. Her face flushed as she licked her finger with excitement, confessing that she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. She wondered aloud if he had developed an interest in the old era. Looking at Winston's corpse lying on the ground, she continued by describing the Warring States period, an era where power was everything and only the strongest survived. Then she glanced toward the academy students on the other side, their bodies covered in injuries, and claimed that she knew everything. Her gaze then shifted to a civilian mother and child lying in a pool of blood as she added that she could smell the same scent on him that she carried herself, the scent of a predator. She chuckled eerily. Vikir, expressionless, rejected her words, stating that he had absolutely no interest in joining her or indulging in her low-class delusions. This response seemed to surprise Sadie. She blinked in confusion as Vikir continued coldly that since she had done something as trashy as this, she would have to pay the price. In the next instant, he leapt forward. Before she could even react, Vikir's leg whipped through the air and slammed into Sadie's neck. The kick shattered her neck and shoulder bones instantly. Her body was smashed into the ground, and even the bricks beneath her shattered from the impact. Vikir stood there silently, looking down at Sadie's body as dust and smoke drifted through the air. Blood poured from her mouth, her pupils slowly lost focus, and she could not even utter a sound. Through her fading vision, Sadie saw Vikir standing there, his entire body radiating a crimson aura. His sword seemed filled with bloodlust. In her mind, she wondered if that was the reason she had been able to smell a faint demonic scent from him. Vikir, however, coldly hissed through his teeth, demanding to know where she had obtained those eyes. Sadie only bared her teeth in a twisted smile without answering. She then struggled to raise her hand toward him. With a crazed expression, she weakly murmured that the night hound was the only one who could excite her. But as she attempted to finish her final word, her pupils rolled back and completely lost focus. Her raised hand dropped heavily to the ground amidst the ruins. Seeing this, Vikir calmly concluded that she was completely insane. Afterward, he bent down and picked up the winter sword, Orwell. Holding it up, he thought that it was Headmaster Winston's sword and key, the winter sword Orwell. At the same time, he reached into the spatial door and looked at the system notification. It identified the item as the Divine Immortal's Ring, a ring-type artifact with the ability Barrier Off and Pocket Mode On, followed by the phrase that God's domain ended there. Vikir reflected that he had originally planned to take the ring and leave the school in 6 months, yet he had not expected to obtain it so soon. Looking around at the smoke, destruction, and ruins, he silently reflected that the current situation was something he had never heard of happening in the past, not even involving Ms. Ouroboros. Everything about it felt wrong. Suddenly, Vikir's red pupils widened in alarm, and a shiver ran through his entire body. He slowly lowered his head, his shoulders slumping. Then, without warning, he snapped his head up again, his eyes filled with shock. Vikir stared at Winston's corpse lying on the ground. At that moment, the faint streak of blood in Winston's eyes suddenly glowed, and his pupils appeared to be staring directly at Vikir. A deep, pitch-black vortex appeared at the same time, and within it fragments of memories began to surface. In those fragments, a small boy could be seen crying. Winston recalled his childhood, remembering that his parents had possessed enviable wealth and had been devoted followers of Loon. He remembered how a devastating famine had once struck their village, leaving the villagers gaunt and starving. Unable to endure the sight of their suffering, his parents had opened the gates of their estate and storehouses, sharing their food and wealth freely with the villagers without asking for anything in return, believing that they were simply following God's commandment. However, Winston remembered that the crowd that swarmed in like flies had quickly transformed from pitiful victims of hunger into merciless rioters. They trampled through the estate, looted everything they could find, and even raised sickles toward his parents. The boy had been carried away from them by the mob while they began destroying everything in sight. Through tear-filled eyes, Winston had watched the horrifying image of his parents lying in a sea of blood, realizing that the rioters had taken everything from him. Surrounded by countless rioters, the young Winston had eventually fainted and had been abandoned by the roadside. Somehow he had miraculously survived, and when he regained consciousness, someone kind had covered his body with a torn vest. Yet the scene that greeted him upon waking had felt like hell itself, as the once magnificent mansion burned fiercely in raging flames. Clutching the coat on his shoulders with a pale face and stunned eyes, Winston had remembered thinking that he must deny God, deny humans, and deny himself. The voice inside his head had urged him to reject those 3 things, and he had regarded that moment as his first denial. Walking alone among families and couples with their children, he had told himself that the deep scars in his heart had made him lose all trust in God. Time had passed, and the small boy had grown into an adult who believed that he had been guarding himself from the world. Yet Winston later reflected that the reason his frozen heart had begun to grow warm again had been a certain day when he saw a girl whose smile bloomed like a flower. He remembered that the beautiful girl had approached him without hesitation, despite his coldness. Spending time with her had allowed him to feel faith and human love once more. When the wounds in his heart had finally begun to heal, an unprecedented revolt known as the 47 coup d'etat had erupted across the empire. He recalled walking through ruins and scattered corpses with a blood-stained sword in hand during the suppression of the rebels. In the process of capturing them, he had been gravely injured to the point that he could barely keep himself steady. Even so, Winston remembered thinking that he had been able to endure it because he had a wife who had shown him kindness. As the years passed, Winston eventually became the headmaster of the academy. In order to heal the lingering effects of his chronic illness before the coming sabbatical year, he and his wife had embarked on a journey to recuperate. He remembered the 2 of them standing at the bow of a ship, gazing out over the endless sea. During that voyage, however, a violent storm had suddenly arisen, pushing the ship to the brink of sinking. Even after the cargo had been thrown into the sea to lighten the load, the vessel had continued to sink. Leaning on his cane, Winston had watched helplessly as everyone struggled amid the raging storm. Because he was sick and injured, he had been unable to help, and he remembered how the people had gradually begun staring at him. At that moment, he had turned to look at his wife with a stunned and pained expression. She had avoided his gaze by pulling down the hood of her cloak to hide her face. In that instant, Winston had realized that her eyes were silently begging him to pretend that he did not know her. Soon afterward, the sailors had seized Winston and dragged him toward the side of the ship. Too weak to resist, he had been pushed overboard. As his body fell freely into the sea, he had realized that he could not even fight back. The sound of impact had echoed through the crashing waves as white foam burst around him. While he sank deeper into the ocean, Winston had thought that when the water engulfed his sword, he heard that voice again. As his vision slowly faded, the voice had repeated that he must deny God, deny humans, and deny himself. Winston had regarded that moment as his second denial. He had not known how much time had passed afterward. Winston had believed that he had died, yet when he awakened, he found himself lying on a sandbank. Looking at his arm in astonishment, he had realized that the injury which had once required a cast had completely healed. Clenching his hand, he had told himself that he could not simply give up on life. Even though he believed that he had been abandoned by God and betrayed by his wife, he felt that there was still someone in the world who was waiting for him, or perhaps someone for whom he himself had been waiting. He remembered a photograph of himself and his wife with Sadie, its corner burned away by fire. Winston had reflected that although Sadie was a descendant of the war criminal who had led the coup, she had been a child he personally stepped forward to save, shielding her from execution and taking her in as his own. Having no children of his own, he had raised and taught her as if she were his daughter, believing that he was following God's teachings and his wife's belief that humans were inherently kind. Yet reality had unfolded far more cruelly. During the Academy's closing ceremony, a weapon had suddenly pierced through Winston's chest. Blood had spilled from his mouth, and the force of the strike had even hurled him away like a piece of worthless trash. Lying in a pool of his own blood, he had wondered at what point everything had gone wrong. With lifeless, pale eyes, Winston had questioned himself, asking whether he had been the problem for believing that God's love existed and for trusting that humans could truly be kind. At that moment, a monstrous roar echoed through the air, and the voice once again resounded, repeating the same command for him to deny God, deny humans, and deny himself. At that moment, Winston's pitch-black right eye changed. Red veins surfaced and glowed like molten lava, and a crimson pupil fixed itself on a single point. He slowly rose, his voice carrying the tone of someone who was acknowledging that this was the third occurrence. Seeing this, Vikir's eyes widened in astonishment. At the wound in Winston's chest, his heart began drawing in deathly energy, and Winston quietly reflected that it was the moment he realized that this had happened for the third time. The heart, now wrapped in dark miasma, started beating again. When Winston opened his eyes, one remained normal while the other resembled the eye of a demon. Frowning, he declared inwardly that he had denied himself. Vikir stood frozen as demonic energy radiated from Winston's entire body. Sweat poured down his face, and his pupils trembled in horror as he realized that the scent surrounding Winston was unmistakably that of a demon. Observing the blazing red right eye, the beating heart surrounded by deathly aura, and the ominous atmosphere around Winston, Vikir silently assessed that it was incomparable to Sadie's left eye and carried a foul, nauseating stench. His gaze sharpened as he wondered whether Winston might be an elite corpse. At the same time, he sensed golden-orange spiritual energy emanating from Winston and quietly analyzed that something else seemed mixed into the smell as well. It reminded him of Camus' scent when she had been bound to Sere, the eighth corpse. Recalling the pink-violet energy that had surrounded her, Vikir concluded that, compared to ordinary demons, something strange was blended within Winston's aura, as if a peculiar scent were being diluted by something else. From that, he reasoned that Winston's soul must have fused with a demon's. Vikir immediately drew his sword, reflecting that Winston had once been unable to identify demons or even recognize them, and therefore something about the situation did not add up. Just then, Dolores came running up behind him and called out to the Night Hound, correcting herself and addressing him as Van. Leaning forward with her hands on her knees, she panted that it had been a while and asked whether he had come all the way there because of the explosion. She then looked at him suspiciously and wondered how he had managed to arrive so quickly. When her gaze fell upon the man with the demonic heart before them, Dolores gasped in shock, recognizing him as Headmaster Winston and recalling that she had seen Professor Sadie pierce through his heart earlier. Standing beside her, Vikir explained that it seemed Winston had returned after making a contract with a demon. Dolores cried out in disbelief at that revelation. Vikir continued, saying that Winston's soul was probably still inside his body, coexisting with the demons. Dolores murmured in stunned disbelief that such a thing could not possibly be true. At that moment, Winston slowly raised his hand. Vikir and Dolores watched in shock as he lifted Sadie's body into the air with an invisible force. His expression turned cold as he frowned slightly and tightened his fingers. Instantly, Sadie appeared to be strangled by an unseen grip. She writhed in pain but could not produce a sound. Through clenched teeth, Winston demanded to know how Sadie could have done such a thing to him. Looking at her trembling body, he bitterly reminded her that he had raised her with love and had cherished and protected her as if she were his own child. Then, in a sudden outburst of fury, he shouted, asking why she had betrayed him. But Sadie merely burst into laughter and crudely dismissed his words as nonsense. Winston froze in shock, staring at her in disbelief and asking what she meant by that. Struggling to lift her head, Sadie glared at him with savage eyes and said that he could not seriously believe people would treat him differently simply because he had adopted her. She recalled how, since childhood, she had endured constant contempt and abuse. In her memories, people shouted at her, pointed fingers, and hurled insults. She explained that there had even been profanity and discrimination, and bitterly added that it would have been better if she had died alongside her family when they perished. Winston stared at her with his mouth slightly open, unable to believe what he was hearing as Sadie told him to stop saying such disgusting things. With the eye of a demon gleaming, she curled her lips into a deranged smile and mocked him, saying it was laughable that Trash, who had become involved with a demon, was now talking about faith, human affection, and peace, and that the very idea was enough to make her sick. Hearing those words, Winston's anger exploded. Both his human eye and demonic eye burned with fury. Suddenly, Sadie's body dropped violently to the ground. A crushing pressure burst outward from Winston, freezing everything around them. A grotesque demon with jagged teeth manifested and asked coldly what exactly a human was supposed to be. Behind Winston, a gigantic monster appeared and roared thunderously. The sight left both Vikir and Dolores horrified. Without warning, the monster swung its arms and stomped its feet, shattering the ground and scattering rocks everywhere. The eyes of Amdusias shone as it laughed and remarked that Winston must be the sort of person destined to be denied 3 times. At the same moment, the system revealed information about the creature to Vikir. It identified the being as the 5th elite corpse, Amdusias, with a risk rating of S+, its size unknown. It had been discovered deep inside the Gate of Destruction, known as the Snake's Womb, also called the 5th corpse. The record described it as the natural enemy of humans and one of the 10 disasters, an invulnerable and immortal entity. It also recorded that in the ancient language of the former imperial state of sorcery, the name Belial meant worthless, followed by a grim passage from the 10 Commandments stating that the lives of the firstborn of that year would be taken. The scene shifted to the image of a girl standing beneath a bitter winter sky. Snowflakes drifted through the cold wind, which tugged at the hem of her dress. Prophet Loon faced the persecution directed at her and walked calmly toward the execution grounds. Her disciples cried and clung to her desperately, but she stopped and spoke to them. According to the record, she told them that the shepherd would be struck with a sword and the flock would scatter, and that they would all abandon her. At that moment, a young disciple, who would later become the future pope, stepped forward and declared that even if everyone else abandoned her, he would not. And so, Prophet Loon looked at them and told them to listen carefully, warning that before the first rooster crowed in the morning, they would deny her 3 times. Those were the words Prophet Loon had spoken. After that, 2 spears pierced into Prophet Loon's body, while 2 more stabbed into her chest and abdomen. Her body was bound and pinned with spears to a cross-shaped pillar before her disciples, and she was tragically executed. One disciple stepped forward and reached out toward Prophet Loon's corpse. The executioners, who found the disciple suspicious, demanded to know whether he knew that sinner. With a spear pointed at his throat, the disciple trembled in fear and claimed that he did not know what they were talking about, denying any connection before turning away. Suddenly, a passing servant girl pointed him out and said that the man had always begged the sinner to teach him and had even volunteered to run errands for her. The disciple immediately broke into a cold sweat and panicked. However, he insisted once again that he did not know who she was and even swore that it was the truth, denying them a second time. A little while later, more armed executioners approached the young disciple and began intimidating him, saying that they could tell he had been one of them because his accent gave him away. The disciple fell to his knees on the freezing snow. In desperation, he began to curse and swore that he did not know her, denying them for the 3rd time. At that exact moment, a dazzling light shone upon Prophet Loon's head, and the first rooster crowed. In the present, the demon who had destroyed the academy and created the Colosseo tragedy before the time of the fall was revealed to be the 5th demon king among the 10 elite corpses, the 5th corpse, Amdusias. 5th elite corpse, Amdusias. Risk rating, S+. Size, unknown. Site of discovery, deep inside the Gate of Destruction, Snake's Womb, also known as the Fifth Corpse. The natural enemy of humans, invulnerable and immortal, one of the 10 disasters. In the dead tongue of the former imperial state of sorcery, the name Belial meant worthless. It was written in the 10 Commandments, 10:1, that the lives of firstborns would be taken that year. Amdusias looked down at them and remarked on the thick scent of demon blood in the air. Then he pointed at Vikir and demanded to know whether he was the night hound who had killed his comrades. He added that he had never expected to run into him there. Vikir stared back at the demon, realizing that the smell he had sensed from Winston earlier had been the scent of the fifth corpse. Recalling what he had read in ancient texts, Vikir thought that before his regression, Amdusias's descent had originally taken place 6 months later. Feeling the sword connected to his arm, Vikir concluded that it was not the time to question such discrepancies. Instead, he resolved that he needed to stop the contract before the fifth corpse's skill could activate. His crimson pupils widened as he realized that he could see it, just like he once had with Camus and Sayre. Noticing the multicolored energy surrounding Winston, Amdusias internally calculated that the point of contact between Winston and Amdusias's souls lay there. Having reached that conclusion, Vikir charged forward and attacked Winston using the Baskerville 7th technique, thinking that if he had been the person he once was long ago, the outcome might have been different. Suddenly, he noticed something to his right. Amdusias's fist came crashing toward him as the demon snarled that Vikir would have killed him back then. In the next instant, Amdusias delivered a devastating punch that sent Vikir flying across the hall and crashing into the opposite wall, shattering bricks and stone. Blood flowed from Vikir's chest as he lowered his head. Then he suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared forward. Amdusias approached and looked down at the small figure of Vikir, declaring that the power Vikir had once possessed belonged to the past. With blazing eyes, the demon proclaimed that such power would no longer work on him now. Immediately afterward, he unleashed another earth-shattering explosion. Vikir narrowed his eyes and raised his arm to shield his face. At that moment, he saw a red magic circle appear before him, accompanied by a voice calling out. In the center of the crimson magic circle appeared the eye of Decaravia, who asked Vikir whether he had arrived too late. Vikir replied that he had come at the perfect time. Seeing this, Amdusias cast a contemptuous glance and mocked Decaravia, wondering where the seventh corpse's elite powers had gone, and questioning why he was wagging his tail at humans. Decaravia narrowed his eyes in annoyance and sarcastically replied that Amdusias was still as sarcastic as ever. A bead of sweat rolled down his face as he wondered why he could feel the energy of the Marquis of Disharmony emanating from Amdusias. Elsewhere, Dolores suddenly turned and called out to Servan. She then fully turned around, determination filling her expression. Even though she had been separated from Servan, she resolved that she needed to do whatever she could. Though uneasy sweat ran down her cheek, Dolores's gaze remained firm as she stepped forward and addressed Headmaster Winston. She said that the man before her was not the professor she knew, and that she had no idea what words or promises the demon had used to persuade him. Nevertheless, she insisted that in the end, they were still evil, the opposite of justice. With conviction in her eyes, Dolores continued, saying that demons only desired the downfall of humanity. Therefore, she pleaded that if Winston still had any humanity left within him, he should break off his contract with them before they turned the world into a barren wasteland. Dolores tried to reason with him, insisting that if it truly was him, the professor, then she believed he could still come back. However, Winston merely frowned coldly and replied that his world had already been nothing but a gray wasteland. He added that this had been the case before he met the demon. In his mind appeared the image of the creature grasping both of his arms from behind. Winston then expressed that the demon had been the only one who truly understood him and had simply told him what he could and should do. The demonic pupil in Winston's eye stared directly at Dolores, declaring that demons were evil. Yet the human side of his gaze also spoke, stating that humans were good, but that such a distinction meant nothing to him. Clenching his fist, Winston shared his thoughts further. He stated that the opposite of justice was not evil, it merely became another form of justice, and the justice he desired. Suddenly, Winston's killing intent surged as he growled that what he sought was the downfall of humanity. Dolores broke into a cold sweat, her mouth hanging open as she listened to him continue. Winston addressed her by her full name, saying that she was Dolores Lunquo Vadis, the descendant of the one who had denied God 3 times and yet survived. He reminded her that her family had once served the prophet who had been executed by those lowly humans. His next words left Dolores speechless. Winston pointed out that she, a member of the Quo Vadis lineage, should know better than anyone how low humans could fall, and he demanded to know why she was still protecting them. After a moment of deep contemplation, Dolores finally spoke, her gaze resolute. She said that even so, humans still believed they could choose the best path. She explained that the power humans possessed was the belief that they could choose the best path even when they were in despair, and that this belief itself was their strength. Hearing this, Winston frowned and questioned what the point was of such groundless and blind faith. Dolores lowered her eyes toward Sadie, who was lying on the ground, as Winston continued. He asked, what about the woman who had burst his heart and turned the entire place upside down? Did Dolores also believe that she had chosen the best path? Dolores hesitated as she turned back toward Winston, beginning to ask what about. Before her gaze lifted toward the wanted criminal whom Winston was controlling as he levitated into the air. At the same time, Winston questioned what about the person who had committed the most crimes. Moments later, Winston hurled the man violently to the ground, sending a thick cloud of dust into the air. Dolores's face turned pale as Winston pressed further, asking whether she still believed that such a man could walk on the right path. Looking at the man's face, his body covered in blue crystals just like the other criminals under Sadie's control, Dolores stammered in shock as she realized who he was, calling out in disbelief that it was her father.